Kawakazi stood in the operations division conference room, listening as the third Hokage, Tsunade, spoke in a deep, commanding voice regarding Tsunade's proposal to assign medical ninjas to mission squads. What are your thoughts? The words dropped like a stone into a calm lake, instantly stirring up a wave of heated discussion throughout the room. He stood among a group of jonin, eyes wide, fixed intently on the Hokage at the front. Barely past 20, his striking silver hair made him stand out, his posture tall and straight, features handsome and refined, a truly dashing young man. The debate in the hall was unusually intense. Many curious glances kept drifting towards Tsunade, who stood in the front row. With her distinct aura and well-defined figure, she drew plenty of attention. She, too, was just in her early 20s, her hair tied into twin ponytails, with two pale yellow bangs framing her forehead. Yet, even under so many watchful eyes, she remained perfectly calm and composed. Kawakazi nudged his elder brother, Tsukumo, with a shoulder and followed his gaze towards Tsunade, whispering, "Big brother Tsunade really is beautiful." Still, the standard Jonin combat uniform concealed her figure so thoroughly, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Keep quiet. His brother's eyes were cool and steady, as though he were looking at a child who didn't know any better. Having already settled down with a family, such topics held no interest for him. As for the proposal, his brother had no intention of voicing an opinion. So long as the mission was accomplished, the presence or absence of medical ninjas made little difference to him. Talking to you is really no fun. Kawakazi was hardly surprised by his brother's reaction, thinking once again how overly rigid he always seemed to be. Glancing around, he saw everyone still locked in passionate debate over the pros and cons of the proposal. To him, it was all terribly dull, like sitting through a long and tedious old tale. The Second Great Ninja War had yet to truly begin, but already he had a hunch that Tsunade's suggestion would be hard to pass. Still, if he could make an impression in front of Tsunade, perhaps he could at least make himself noticed. He promptly set aside his usual nonchalant demeanor and suddenly called out in a clear, confident voice, "I think Tsunade's proposal is excellent. It could greatly reduce casualties among our squad members. Far too many of Konoha's ninjas have died simply because they didn't receive timely treatment for their injuries. This is an enormous loss." The moment his words echoed through the room, the entire conference hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. His brother was so stunned, he could hardly close his mouth. The Kakamu clan had always avoided voting on such proposals, steering clear of getting caught up in clan disputes. At this moment, his brother must have been wondering if his usually reserved younger sibling was acting out of character, boldly speaking up for the princess of the Senju clan without a second thought as to whether this might offend the Uchiha. Still, his brother said nothing to rebuke him, for he had always respected his younger brother's intellect. After all, Kawakazi was long acknowledged as the family's mastermind. Tsunade also noticed his action and cast him a grateful smile. She had long heard of this prodigy from the Hitaki clan. Rumor had it that not yet 12, he already possessed the strength of a jonin, now almost on par with his elder, Tsukumo Hitaki. Yet until now, their paths had rarely crossed. She hadn't expected that in this meeting, he would be the first to step up in her support, acting even more decisively than her own teammates, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "Thank you for your support, Kawakazi-kun," Tsunade said, her voice sweet yet full of genuine gratitude. He returned her words with a brilliant smile, radiating confidence and warmth. "You're looking out for everyone's safety. Of course I'm going to support you." Tsunade kept his counsel, silently watching the reactions of the crowd below like a wily old fox. "I agree with Tsunade's proposal as well," Dan Kato quickly added, though inwardly he was kicking himself. If only he hadn't hesitated for that instant, Kawakazi wouldn't have seized the chance to speak first. Tsunade merely nodded at Dan, her manner clearly less warm than it had been with Kawakazi. One by one, the other ninja spoke up. The Uchiha clan voted against the proposal, while families on good terms with the Senju voiced their support. Some neutral clans and ninja chose to abstain. In the end, the votes for and against were nearly evenly split. "Let's leave it at this for now. We'll revisit Tsunade's proposal next time," Hiruzen declared, clearly satisfied with the current outcome. He wasn't opposed to the proposal itself, but preferred to let things settle and revisit the topic later. After all, Tsunade was his student. He trusted she wouldn't object too strongly. "All right, sensei," Tsunade replied, frowning slightly. She hesitated a few times, as if wanting to say more, but in the end, she simply agreed. This strategy meeting had been called because economic disparities between nations were growing, and the shadow of war was drawing ever closer. When the meeting ended, Hiruzen was the first to leave, followed by the rest of the Jonin one after another. The elder Brother noticed that Kawakazi lingered at the doorway, unsure of his intentions. He was about to approach him when he saw Tsunade step out to strike up a conversation. Dan Kato stood not far behind Tsunade, looking helpless and more than a little downcast. Even though the proposal didn't pass, I still want to thank you, Kawakazi, Tsunade said again, clearly eager to talk with him. It's a pleasure to meet you. I enjoy a drink now and then, and I'm no stranger to a little gambling. Maybe we could have some fun together sometime. A playful smile tugged at his lips, his eyes alight. Tsunade herself nearly found herself swept up in his charm. Absolutely, Kawakazi-kun. Let's have a drink together sometime. I'll hold you to that. Don't leave me standing at your door, he teased, laughter in his voice. Of course not. You're welcome at my place anytime, Tsunade replied quickly, her tone warm and sincere, making it clear that she truly wanted to be friends. The two of them were having a delightful conversation, while in the distance, beneath the shade of the trees, two figures quietly observed them. It seems Tsunade is quite interested in this Hatake Kawakazi. Jiraiya, it looks like you have another rival, said the speaker, his voice cold and sinister. It was Orochimaru. As long as she's happy, Jiraiya replied with a calm indifference. He then turned and walked away, his departing figure tinged with a hint of loneliness. Orochimaru lingered for a moment before silently taking his leave as well. Tsunade chatted with him until her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. Only when she had no choice did she reluctantly bid farewell. Watching Tsunade's figure disappear at the edge of his sight, he smacked his lips and walked over to his elder brother. Let's go, big brother. He had crossed into the world of Naruto for 22 years now, and he still hadn't figured out how he got here in the first place. He remembered being engrossed in writing a Naruto fan fiction, completely absorbed in the story, when suddenly everything went black. The next thing he knew, he'd become a bawling infant. Simply arriving in the Naruto world was bizarre enough, but as if that weren't strange enough, he also happened to have an older brother with a tendency for self-destruction, as though fate had given him special attention. The Hatake clan was known for its swordsmanship, but it didn't possess any powerful Kekkei Genkai. In such a dangerous world, survival was no easy feat. If his memory served him right, the Second Shinobi World War would soon break out in the Land of Rain. When that time came, as a jonin of the Hatake clan, he would certainly be sent to the battlefield. Fortunately, perhaps due to his transmigration, he possessed an extraordinary ability. His cellular activity was incredibly high. This granted him strength and speed far beyond ordinary people, along with remarkable recovery and chakra reserves. In truth, his abilities actually surpassed those of his elder brother, Sakumo, contrary to the rumors that claimed the two brothers were evenly matched. Phew, last night, was it a dream? My body. Linyu got up, looked at his hands, and felt his body over. Although nothing seemed different on the surface, his physical abilities had increased more than tenfold since the day before. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Linyu already possessed a constitution stronger than most. But just as Uchiha Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan was far more powerful than that of an average clan member, Linyu's abilities, though above average, still ranked only slightly below the middle within the Uzumaki. An initial sage body, Kagura's mind-eye, and Sharingan. Linyu glanced at the words that floated through his mind. He was a little surprised, but not unsettled. After all, he was half Uchiha, half Uzumaki, a child born out of wedlock. Fortunately, the Uzumaki clan wasn't as proud or prejudiced as the Uchiha. Though Linyu wasn't exactly popular within the clan, he wasn't ostracized either. Both of his parents had died in the war, and the only companion he had left in the clan was Uzumaki Kushina. Like him, was an orphan. Linyu gently closed his eyes. When he opened them again, three black tomo quietly spun in his blood-red pupils, giving him an air both eerie and mysterious. At last, he let out a slow breath. Finally, he had gained some means to protect himself. From now on, he needed to find opportunities to use the Sharingan to copy some ninjutsu. After all, he was dirt poor and had a little sister with a big appetite to care for. So Linyu decided to borrow ninjutsu for free. Risky as it was, it seemed worth a try. Let's see what other functions this system has. He mused. Come to think of it, don't the systems in other stories always make some kind of beep or ding with a cold, mechanical prompt? Why? Does mine only show text? Don't tell me I got a defective one. No wonder the pain knocked me out last night. Who would dare foist this secondhand junk on a transmigrator? Absolutely speechless. Shaking off his complaints, Linyu focused and began to carefully examine the information in his mind. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Obtain a title from Salamander Hanzo within 2 months. Reward. 2-hour trial of the renegon can be paused at will. Task 2. Convince Hiruzen Sarutobi to approve your deployment to the Rain Country battlefield. Reward. Gain adamant sealing chains and the 4-symbol seal. Task 3. Spin Kushina around in your arms. Reward. Mastery of shuriken throwing. Friendly reminder. 3 random tasks will refresh each month. Unfinished tasks will enter your backlog, and you may still claim the reward upon completion. If 10 tasks remain uncompleted, one of your major abilities, such as Sage Body or Sharingan, will be randomly and permanently erased. Failing a time-limited task will also instantly and permanently remove a major ability. After reading through these tasks, Linyu took a deep breath, struggling to keep his composure. If he hadn't kept up a gentle and easygoing demeanor for the past 4 years, he would have exploded by now. This task system was downright cruel. It was hard enough to imagine earning a title from the demigod of the ninja world, Salamander Hanzo, within 2 months. But just getting Hiruzen Sarutobi to agree to send him to the Rain Country battlefield was already a nightmare on its own. For starters, he only knew the 3-body technique and nothing else. Even that, he learned from Kushina after she picked it up at the Ninja Academy. His actual combat experience was practically zero. If he ended up on the battlefield, he'd be cannon fodder, hardly even qualified as a regular soldier. Should he reveal his Kagura mind's eye and volunteer as a scout? Or walk up to Hiruzen Sarutobi and announce that he'd awakened to Sharingan, needed to copy ninjutsu, and request a few hundred ninjas to demonstrate for him? That would get him snatched by Danzo for experimentation in no time. And even in the best-case scenario, he'd be trapped in the Hidden Leaf Village, unable to leave. Sharingan plus Sage Body. He was practically the perfect candidate to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Back then, not to mention completing time-limited missions. Even just having any errand to leave the village in the future would have meant a life with no hope at all. Thankfully, there was still a small consolation mission, spinning around while holding Kushina. It felt like getting 2 hard slaps only to be given a sweet treat right after. If only there were more of these everyday tasks, then we could wait until we became stronger before venturing out. At that point, whether it was Madara Uchiha or the Otsutsuki clan, there'd be nothing to fear. Linyu suppressed his urge to complain. Since the mission was already set, he had no choice but to accept reality. If he couldn't hide away until he was invincible, then he would just have to keep a low profile, work hard, and grow steadily. No reckless moves. He quickly tidied himself up, then went downstairs to the living room, which doubled as a small clinic. The house assigned to them by the Hidden Leaf was a cozy 2-story home. Upstairs, 2 bedrooms and a sitting area. Downstairs, a kitchen and living room, plus a storage room and bathroom. All in all, the place was quite comfortable. The living room, which also served as the clinic, was simply furnished. A small sofa, a reclining chair, and a wooden stool. The storage room was filled with various medicinal herbs. Linyu glanced around, but didn't see Kushina. He gave himself a light tap on the head before remembering that today was the day of the end-of-term exams. That's why she wasn't here. All thanks to this headache-inducing system. On the clean but slightly worn wooden table sat 2 steaming buns, next to a handwritten note. Food delivery to the Lazybones Linyu, smiley face. Seeing that playful smiley drawn at the end, Linyu couldn't help but smile. Kushina always managed to warm the deepest part of his heart. That warmth only strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. Minato, that little son, might not always be there to protect you, but I, Uzumaki Linyu, will never let you get hurt again. He quickly finished the buns, pulled down the shop shutter, hung up the close sign, and stepped out onto the bustling street. Linyu first stopped by a general store, then, on his way, visited the Yuhi family to check in on Kurinai. He didn't see Uncle Yuhi, but inside the house was a gentle woman, gently rocking little Kurinai in her arms. Linyu carefully examined Kurinai, making sure she was perfectly fine. After a few playful words, he took his leave and headed toward Konoha Hospital. There's Linyu again, coming to study medical knowledge. That boy's really dedicated. Absolutely. If my own kid worked half as hard as Linyu, I'd be over the moon. It's just a shame Linyu isn't a ninja, so he can't learn medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, his little clinic would have lines out the door every day, and his prices are so fair. Hey, careful what you say. If Linyu became a ninja, he'd have to go to war. And then, yeah, you're right, war. Linyu smiled as he greeted the villagers around him. Over the past 4 years, he had treated everyone with warmth and was always willing to help. So people saw him as a good guy. Some even thought he was a bit too easy to take advantage of. As long as it didn't involve personal interests or money, Linyu was always happy to lend a hand. Sometimes, he would even help elderly people cross the street, just like a caring grandson. Linyu, here to study medicine again? You really are diligent. Once I've learned enough, I'll still need your guidance, sensei. You don't really know what real trouble is yet, do you? For the past 2 or 3 years, you've kept coming to hospital, Youth truly is full of energy. All right then, come with me today to check on the intensive care unit. Sunahara-sensei adjusted his glasses, and a rare smile softened his usually stern face. He held great expectations for this hard-working young man. I appreciate your help again today, truly, thank you. Sunahara was one of the attending physicians at Konoha Hospital, renowned for his deep medical knowledge and mastery of advanced healing ninjutsu, the mystic palm technique. This was one of Lin Yu's main goals in his studies. By the time their rounds in the intensive care unit were finished, it was already afternoon. Sunahara patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and rubbed his tired eyes. That's all for today. Have you memorized everything I just explained? Yes, I remember it all, Sensei. Thank you so much. Please get some rest. Doctor, quick. Shunin Matsushita is in critical condition and needs immediate surgery. An urgent shout cut Sunahara off. Several nurses rushed over, pushing a stretcher. Lying on, it was a middle-aged man, covered in blood. His body was riddled with wounds, his legs severely burned, and most alarming of all, a deep gash across his chest exposed even his beating heart. Sunahara didn't waste a second. He swiftly donned his surgical gown and entered the emergency room. His hands began to glow with a soft green light as he carefully worked to heal the wound on the patient's heart. Sweat streamed down his forehead, which a nurse gently wiped away. After a while, the green glow from his hands faded, and Sunahara, breathless, finally paused. Sometime later, once he'd steadied his breathing, he told the nurses, "All right, the patient is stable for now. With medication and further treatment, he should recover in time." After giving a few more instructions, Sunahara turned back to Lin Yu and saw that he had followed him into the emergency room. He gave Lin Yu's shoulder a firm pat and sighed. "You see now, the world of ninja is fraught with danger. Basic medical skills alone aren't enough. When faced with injuries like this, even saving a life can be nearly impossible. You must work even harder." "I understand. I promise I'll study even more diligently." "You? All right then. By the way, why are you wearing goggles today?" "Oh, I made Kushina angry today, and she punched me. My eye got swollen, so I had to wear these." "Haha, that girl sure can be a handful sometimes." After bidding farewell to Nika, Lin Yu hung his goggles on his vibrant red hair and hummed a cheerful tune under his breath. "At last, I've mastered the palm immortal technique. Now it's time to pick up Kushina from school." Outside the Ninja Academy, students streamed out of the school gates one after another, rushing excitedly toward their waiting parents. They eagerly shared the results of today's test. Some children beamed with confident smiles, while others looked a little disappointed, the corners of their mouths drooping. Their parents couldn't help but ruffle their hair affectionately. Suddenly, a gentle fragrance drifted through the air. Before Lin you could see clearly, a flash of fiery red darted into his arms. A petite head nuzzled against his chest. Today, Kushina was wearing a pale yellow jacket, cinched with a black belt, accentuating her slender waist. Black leggings hugged her legs all the way down to her knees, perfectly showing off her long, graceful limbs. She took a deep breath in Lin Yu's embrace, then looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with irrepressible delight. "Lin Yu, guess how I did on the test today?" Lin Yu ran his fingers through Kushina's fiery red hair, gazing at the beaming girl in front of him. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Let me guess, did you fail?" "Of course not. I got a perfect score on all the written parts. It's just the practical exam wasn't as good as that boy's." Kushina pouted and protested, then glanced to the side, a little indignant. "That boy, the blonde one over there, the one who talks all soft and gentle. He acts so mild." Kushina gestured toward a young boy with golden hair not far away and gave a small huff. Following her gaze, Lin Yu spotted none other than Minato Namikaze. Though he was handsome and spoke kindly, it seemed a bit much to call him effeminate. Lin Yu shook his head, looking at Kushina's pouty, disgruntled face. He understood that her impression of Minato wasn't very favorable. But that made sense. In the original story, Kushina's feelings for Minato didn't change until he saved her in a moment of crisis and praised her red hair. Before that, Kushina always thought he was a bit dim and somewhat girlish. Now, with Lin Yu's presence, the classic hero rescues beauty scenario was no longer possible. Silently, Lin Yu offered a wordless apology to Minato. "Sorry, little son, but Kushina already has someone she likes." Deep down, Lin Yu actually quite liked this bright and cheerful boy. Perhaps sensing Lin Yu's gaze, Minato Namikaze turned his head, glanced at Lin Yu, then noticed Kushina in his arms. He smiled and waved warmly at them, a smile as radiant as the sun. "All right, let's go home," Lin Yu said, taking Kushina's small hand. He gave Minato a gentle smile, then turned to leave. Just then, a mischievous laugh rang out behind them. "Hey, 2 tomatoes. The big tomatoes come to pick up the little tomato after school. The moment she heard the word tomato, Kushina's fists clenched tight. Her fiery red hair seemed to lift as if caught by an invisible breeze, and a blaze of anger flickered in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Say that one more time. I dare you." "Oh, I'll say it again. Tomato, big tomato. Nobody wants you 2 tomatoes," taunted a green-haired boy in a deep green knit cap, sticking out his tongue and rolling his eyes as he bounced around, provoking Kushina. "You!" Kushina raised her fist, ready to rush over and teach him a lesson. At that moment, Lin Yu stepped forward, placing himself between her and the boy. Without sparing the green-capped boy glance, he fixed his cold gaze on a middle-aged man in a green vest standing nearby. "Sir, it seems your child is sorely lacking in manners. I hope you'll apologize." Ichiro Yamamoto cast a mocking look at the 2 children before him, the corners of his mouth curling with disdain. "Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry. My son Midoriro is just telling it like it is. I'll apologize to you here and now." "You." Lin Yu held back the furious Kushina, giving Ichiro Yamamoto a long, searching look. Then he took Kushina's small hand and led her away. "TCH. Cowards. I thought you were tough, but you're just a pair of mutts." The last 2 words were muttered under his breath, so quietly that even Midoriro didn't hear. But Lin Yu, whose abilities had grown, caught every syllable. He didn't break stride. If anything, he walked even faster. He was afraid that if he stopped, he wouldn't be able to keep his hands to himself. He was no longer the pushover he once was, and he made sure to remember this green-haired boy. That night, Lin Yu prepared a hearty dinner for Kushina. But Kushina ate absent-mindedly, muttering under her breath, "Next time in combat class, I'm going to flatten that green-haired idiot's head." How could this happen? I failed again. After dinner, Lin Yu lay on his bed, watching the faint green glow flicker in his hand. It wasn't long before the light faded away. That can't be right. The way I channel my chakra and the output of chakra with the right attributes are both fine, so why am I still failing? Although to be fair, it wasn't a total failure. He had managed to release the healing palm technique, but it only lasted for 1/10 of the time that Hinata could sustain it. It wasn't that Lin Yu's chakra had been depleted. Ever since he awakened his basic sage body, his chakra had been replenishing almost endlessly. It used to be like a water tank. Now, it had expanded into a swimming pool, and the pool was only getting bigger, water flowing in all the time. He hadn't reached Kaga level yet, but he already possessed chakra reserves on par with an elite jonin. Once he fully recovered, his total chakra might even surpass that of an average Kaga level ninja. Could it be a matter of proficiency? Or is it that the healing palm technique simply can't be copied? In the original story, it's true that the Sharingan couldn't replicate medical ninjutsu. But why am I able to? Even if it's only an incomplete version of the healing palm. Lin Yu pondered aloud as he tried to find an answer based on what he knew and what he felt within himself. The healing palm is a form of medical ninjutsu, an application of yang chakra. The so-called sage body is the ultimate development of yang chakra. Although my body is still at the beginner stage, nothing compared to Hashirama Senju's perfect constitution. It's already far stronger than most Uzumaki and Senju clan members. That's why I can imitate a partial version of the healing palm. Actually, it's not incomplete, per se. I just haven't fully grasped its essence. But that works out well. This version is perfect for my current situation. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, deciding not to dwell on these questions any longer. He closed his eyes and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Yu watched as Kushina, still downcast, headed off to school. Then, he pulled down the shop's metal shutter, hung up a closed for business sign, and made his way toward the ninja hospital at a leisurely pace. For some time now, Lin Yu had been studying medical ninjutsu at the ninja hospital. During his lessons, he had inadvertently revealed his simplified healing palm technique to Master Hinata. Hinata, stroking his sparse beard in delight, praised him enthusiastically, exclaiming, "A true genius! Such promise." From that day forward, Hinata had cleared his busy schedule and devoted himself entirely to guiding Uzumaki Lin Yu in mastering the healing palm. And so, half a month passed. One day, a gentle green glow finally appeared in Lin Yu's palms, radiating vitality and life. "You've done it. This is the true healing palm technique." Watching the 10-year-old before him, Hinata was struck by a bittersweet feeling, as if the 30-odd years he'd lived had been for nothing. "Teacher Gakushin, thank you for your hard work during this time. Without your guidance, I never would have mastered the mystical palm technique so quickly." In truth, Lin Yu had fully learned this ninja art by the 3rd day. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he deliberately dragged the process out for half a month. After all, he didn't have much time left. Watching Gakushin Hinata lost in memories of the past, Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Teacher Gakushin, I hope to go to the front lines. Please help recommend me. What? You want to go to the battlefield in the land of rain? Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed in his white Hokage robes, frowned at the pair before him. One grown, one young. His Hokage hat was casually set aside on the table. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still in his prime, a far cry from the elderly Hokage known for his pipe smoking in later years. He rarely wore his hat. Yes, Lord Hokage, I am a member of the Leaf, and I wish to do my part on the front lines. Linyu, relieved that there was no scent of smoke, answered with quiet determination. Have you really mastered the mystical palm technique? On the surface, Hiruzen was questioning Linyu, but his gaze shifted to Gakushin Hinata. Hiruzen trusted Gakushin Hinata deeply. As a senior physician at the ninja hospital, Gakushin had practiced medicine for more than 20 years and saved countless Leaf ninja. This had always earned the Hokage's deep respect. Yes, Lord Third, Uzumaki Linyu has not only fully mastered the mystical palm technique, but he also possesses extensive medical knowledge. He can go to the rain, ninja village battlefield and assist Lady Tsunade in researching and counteracting the poison of Hanzo salamander. Gakushin replied with a hint of resignation. At first, he had opposed Linyu's request to go to the front lines, but in the end, he was persuaded. That afternoon, Linyu had pressed him for a long time, speaking of how medical ninja could never truly grow without real battlefield experience. That fledglings must learn to fly, and only by braving the storm could they become strong. That flowers raised in a greenhouse could never survive the outside world. After Linyu's persistent persuasion, Gakushin finally agreed to vouch for him. Linyu had no intention of meeting Hiruzen Sarutobi alone. Although the current Hiruzen was more approachable than his older, future self, Linyu didn't want to waste words explaining his sudden talent. So he had Gakushin speak on his behalf, explaining that mastering the mystical palm technique was the result of Linyu's 3 years of diligent study. Even if someone investigated, they would find Linyu often visiting the Leaf Hospital to study medical ninjutsu. So, it took him more than 3 years to master the mystical palm technique. He's truly a little genius. Hiruzen nodded in approval, and for the first time, his gaze truly settled on the young man before him. Compared to their first meeting 4 years ago, the 10-year-old Uzumaki Linyu now appeared much more mature and already stood nearly 1.60 meters tall. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled gently, his voice warm as he said, Linyu, this is our second meeting, isn't it? You've grown so much in such a short time. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Thank you for taking in both me and Kushina, Linyu replied respectfully, lowering his head slightly. The Uzumaki clan has always been an ally of Konoha. It's just unfortunate that back then, the support didn't arrive in time. Hiruzen's expression turned somber. I've agreed to your request. Tomorrow, a squad will be transporting supplies to the front lines. You'll join them for now and head to the battlefield in the land of rain together. Thank you, Lord Third. I'll go prepare right away. Wait, not so fast. Hiruzen called him back and took a forehead protector from his drawer, placing on the desk. Since you're willing to fight for Konoha, then you should officially become one of us. From today on, you're a Genin of Konoha, Uzumaki Linyu. Once you reach the front, you'll be assigned to the Logistics Medical Corps. Linyu accepted the forehead protector and, together with Hinata, bid farewell to Hiruzen Sarutobi before leaving. The door to the Hokage's office had barely closed when it was pushed open again. A man with a cross-shaped scar on his chin appeared at the entrance, his identity immediately clear. Hiruzen, did you really agree to send him to the front? Hiruzen looked at his old friend, Danzo Shimura, and spoke slowly. I can't refuse someone who's willing to fight and sacrifice for Konoha. How did he learn chakra extraction? As far as I know, no one in Konoha taught him. He's a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. It's not surprising that he knows how to extract chakra. Honestly, it's no surprise if he knows a bit of the Uzumaki sealing arts as well. Whatever. He's nothing but an insignificant pawn anyway. We have plenty of ways to keep the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under control. Danzo, I'm warning you. Everyone in this village is part of Konoha, not just pieces on your chessboard. Uzumaki Linyu is no exception. Danzo let out a cold, dismissive snort, clearly unconcerned. To him, Uzumaki Linyu is nothing more than a minor figure with some medical ninjutsu, not worthy of attention. He had come to see Hiruzen for matters of far greater importance. There's news from the Land of Wind. The strongest Kazekage in history is about to arrive on the front lines. Unaware of the conversation between Danzo and Hiruzen, Linyu was facing a major problem of his own. That afternoon, after returning home, he told Kushina that he would soon be heading to the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Kushina's eyes immediately filled with tears. She clung to Linyu, refusing to let him go no matter what. No, I don't want you to go. You're the only family I have left. How could you bear to leave me all alone? Kushina looked up at Linyu, her eyes brimming with tears as she bit her lip. Her small face was filled with fear and unease. She was terrified of Linyu leaving, and even more afraid he might get hurt. No, I absolutely won't let you go. I'll just hold on to you and never let go. Kushina clung to Linyu, her little arms wrapped tightly around his back, refusing to release him. Linyu gently patted her back, comforting her softly. Don't worry. I'm only joining the logistics and medical corps, not going to the front lines. It's very safe. Besides, I want to get stronger, so I can protect you in the future. The front lines are the best place to grow. I don't care. I don't want you to protect me. Linyu, I want to protect you. If anyone tries to bully you, I'll send them flying. Kushina sniffled and shook her head, stubbornly refusing to let go. Don't you believe me? I'm the most afraid of dying. If there's any danger, I'll run faster than anyone else. Linyu pinched her cheek playfully, then scooped her up and spun her around. He whispered gently in her ear, I promise I'll come back safe. You're waiting for me at home. How could I possibly let anything happen to myself? Oof. Who's waiting for you? You're so shameless. Kushina's face flushed red. She gave Linyu a shove, stomped her foot hard, and darted upstairs, leaving only one sentence behind. If you dare lie to me, I'll make you pay. Phew. Linyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though he'd just passed Kushina's trial. Calming himself, he let his consciousness sink deep into his mind. After a moment, mysterious characters began to appear before his eyes. Monthly missions. Mission 1. Obtain a title from Hanzo the Salamander within 2 months. Reward. 2 hours of renegon experience with no cost, can be activated at any time. Mission 2. Convince Hiruzen Sarutobi to go to the Rain Ninja battlefield. Reward. Adamantine sealing chains and 4-symbol seal. Claimable. Mission 3. Spin Kushina around in your arms. Reward. Shuriken throwing mastery. Claimable. Linyu returned to his bedroom, took a deep breath, and silently recited in his heart. Claim. In an instant, a flood of knowledge about the adamantine sealing chains and 4-symbol seal surged into his mind, as if he had practiced them countless times. The complex hand seals seemed to be branded into his memory by nature. He whispered, Adamantine sealing chains. In that moment, his chakra surged, and 4 golden chains materialized behind him, swaying gently in the air. The adamantine sealing chains were a unique power of the Uzumaki clan. Not only a formidable weapon, but also crucial for creating barriers and sealing tailed beasts. Now, I finally have some ability to protect myself. But just how many chakra chains can I control at most? Linyu wondered to himself. However, inside the village, he couldn't risk unleashing his full power. Who knew when an Umbu ninja wearing a fox mask might suddenly appear outside? As for the 4-symbol seal and his shuriken mastery, those would have to wait until he reached the battlefield. All right, tomorrow I have to go to the Konoha logistics department to collect a set of genin gear. After all, I can't afford to buy even a single shuriken. Retracting his chakra chains, Linyu lay quietly on his bed, contemplating the reward of being able to use the renegon without any cost. If he could wield the renegon freely, he would be nearly invincible, able to challenge anyone he wished. The thought made his heart race, and for a moment, he even entertained the idea of sparring with Madara Uchiha. But on second thought, perhaps that wasn't such a good idea. Bullying the elderly is hardly something to be proud of. Not that he couldn't win, of course. It's just that modern youth should show respect to their elders. 3 days later, at the border of the Land of Fire. It had been 3 days since they left Konoha, and because this was a supply transport mission, their pace was much slower than that of a typical ninja squad. Usually, a ninja team would reach the front lines in 3 days, and might have even participated in a few small skirmishes by now. But his team had only just reached the border of the Land of Fire, still some distance from the actual front. The journey over the past 3 days had been remarkably uneventful. No bandits, no attacks from enemy ninjas. Linyu felt a little disappointed, since he hadn't even had a chance to copy any new jutsu. 3 days ago, Linyu had already tested his chakra nature paper. He possessed wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water attributes. On top of that, thanks to his Uchiha and Uzumaki bloodlines, he also had yin and yang attributes. In theory, his Sharingan could copy almost any ninjutsu. Unfortunately, so far, the only jutsu he truly mastered were the clone technique, adamantine sealing chains, and the 4-symbol seal. He didn't even know how to perform the body flicker technique yet. If you're wondering why he hadn't learned more jutsu, the truth was that ninjutsu scrolls were prohibitively expensive. Even a common jutsu, like the Great Fireball technique, was out of his price range. Besides, if he could copy jutsu with a Sharingan, why go through all the trouble of training the hard way? Well, looks like it's not your time to shine just yet. Linyu adjusted the goggles on his forehead, with his ninja headband hanging loosely around his neck. There was nothing to be done. He would just have to wait for his chance on the battlefield. Lin Yu's squad consisted of 5 people, including himself. Among them were 3 chunin and 2 genin, and their cargo was nothing more than ordinary medical equipment. This was one of the main reasons their journey had been so peaceful. After all, no ninja village would risk sending an elite team deep into the land of fire just to intercept a shipment of basic medical supplies. Along the muddy trail, the only sounds that echoed were the creaking of the wagon wheels as they rolled slowly onward. The 3 chunin at the front of the group moved cautiously, their eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Even though the past 3 days had been uneventful, they remained on high alert, for the closer they drew to the battlefield, the greater the danger and the higher the risk of encountering enemy forces. Lin Yu and another genin each took up positions on either side of the carriage, equally attentive to any changes in the environment. Suddenly, in the dense forest up ahead, a shadowy figure landed silently before a man dressed in black. "Boss, I've spotted a Konoha supply team up ahead. Should we make our move?" he asked in a hushed tone. Another figure appeared in a flash. 3 chunin, 2 genin. Looks like they're only transporting basic medical equipment. What an unexpected windfall, more fresh lives about to be snuffed out by my hand. "Hey, Murata, I got my eye on those 2 genin, especially that red-hair boy. He looks full of energy," another man chimed in. "Takeda, are you trying to compete with me for them?" "Compete? Bring it on, Enough. Both of you quiet," the black-clad middle-aged man snapped, keeping his voice low. He turned to Murata. "Murata, are you sure about your intel?" "Absolutely. This squad doesn't seem to have any sensory ninja. Even if I stood right in front of them, they wouldn't notice me." "Good. Get ready. I'll handle the 3 chunin. The 2 of you take out those genin quickly, then come support me." "Understood." In a heartbeat, 3 shadows melted into the forest. The muddy path remained eerily quiet, disturbed only by a sudden flutter of birds bursting from the trees and soaring into the sky. Lin Yu watched the birds as unease welled up inside him. He pulled down his goggles, closed his eyes, and activated his Kagura Mind's Eye. The Kagura Mind's Eye required intense concentration, and Lin Yu couldn't maintain it for long stretches. He reached out with his senses, 1 mile, 2, 3. At 3 miles away, he sharply detected 3 unfamiliar chakra signatures brimming with hostility. One was especially powerful, at Jonin level, while the other 2 were at least Chunin strength. The enemy had gotten alarmingly close. Lin Yu's face drained of color. He immediately called out to the Chunin ahead, "Careful, there's an unidentified squad up ahead." The Chunin captain, Matsuno, turned and shot Lin Yu a surprised look. He drew his kunai and focused intently on the path ahead. He didn't waste time asking for explanations. On the battlefield, it was always better to err on the side of caution. The other 2 team members followed suit, readying themselves for combat. A mocking voice rang out, Well, I didn't expect your squad to be hiding a sensory ninja. And a youngster, no less. What a delightful surprise." "Heh, I love the blood of prodigies most of all," Murata sneered, licking the blade of his kunai with a chilling smile. "Snuffing them out before they can grow. There's nothing sweeter." "Enough talk, attack." The black-clad Jonin, realizing their ambush had been exposed, wasted no time. He brandished his kunai and dove straight into a fierce battle with the 3 chunin. "Well, our boss can't wait any longer. So, boy genius, it's time for you to die." Murata, with a rain ninja forehead protector, suddenly hurled several shuriken at Lin Yu, his figure vanishing instantly from sight. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Yu reacted in a flash, deflecting the 3 shuriken with his own kunai. But before he could even take stock of his surroundings, a kunai suddenly burst from his chest. Body flicker technique. Is it over so quickly? I haven't even begun to fight. With a burst and a puff of white smoke, the Lin Yu impaled by the kunai vanished, leaving behind only a chunk of wood. Behind his red goggles, 3 black tomo shimmered faintly in his eyes. A substitution jutsu? You wretched brat, die. Enraged after being tricked, Murata swung his kunai wildly, hacking at Lin Yu in a furious pursuit. Damn kid, is running away all you can do? Relying on the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, Lin Yu evaded Murata's strikes with ease. To him, Murata's movements were as slow as a crawling snail. Though he had several chances to counterattack, Lin Yu let each one pass. He was waiting for the right moment. In his blood-red pupils, the 3 black tomo spun relentlessly. You won't dodge this time. Murata's hands flashed through a series of seals. Lin Yu's own hands mirrored the sequence, his 3 tomo spinning rapidly as he watched. Dragon ox hair. Water style, wild water wave. Twin blasts of water erupted simultaneously from their mouths. In just 3 seconds, Lin Yu's torrent struck Murata sending him flying and crashing to the ground, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood. How can this be? Your jutsu is stronger than mine, and you're just a genin. Lin Yu remained expressionless, curling his lip with a hint of disdain. Inwardly, he thought, with both Sage Body and the Sharingan, defeating a Chunin is child's play. After all, within the Uchiha clan, those who awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan are usually at least special jonin. And I have the Sage Body on top of that. Right now, the only thing Lin Yu truly lacked was real combat experience. His ninjutsu and reflexes were formidable, but his battle experience was almost non-existent, so he had to be extra cautious. The moment the enemy appeared, Lin Yu activated his Sharingan without hesitation. This time, he made no effort to conceal his abilities. In fact, he'd already decided. After this mission, he would stop hiding his Sharingan altogether. If that old man Danzo ever tried to cross him again, he'd make him pay with a full-power almighty push. Don't get cocky, brat. Water style, water soaring feather. Water style, water soaring feather. Puffed. Murata was sent flying once more. This time, his injuries were even graver. Several ribs were broken, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Twice now, his own ninjutsu had been turned against him, and disbelief was written all over his pale face. It seems you're of no further use. Time to send you on your way. Lin Yu spoke no more. In a flash, he appeared before Murata, and, without hesitation, drove his shuriken straight through the man's heart. This was the first time Lin Yu had ever killed someone. Yet he felt no fear, nor did he falter. Gazing at his still, spotless hands, Lin Yu found everything around him strangely unreal. He shook his head, clearing away the stray thoughts, and let his gaze drift to the other side of the battlefield, where Takeda had already finished off another genin. What kind of surprises will you bring me, I wonder? Hud. A lone carriage stood abandoned in a pool of water, surrounded by countless puddles of varying sizes, the aftermath of the water-style ninjutsu unleashed by Lin Yu and Murata. The battlefield was a scene of chaos. The Jonin in black pressed hard against 3 Chunin from the Hidden Leaf, keeping them separated from Lin Yu and the others, giving them no chance to regroup or come to each other's aid. Clang! The black-clad Jonin swung his shuriken, locked in fierce combat with 2 of the Leaf's Chunin. Nearby, the body of another Leaf ninja, clad in the village's standard garb, drifted listlessly in a water-filled pit. The battle had raged for some time, and at last, the Jonin in black dispatched one of the Chunin. Judging by his performance, his strength seemed no greater than that of a special Jonin. The remaining Chunin fought on with grim determination, but their situation was becoming more precarious by the moment. What a pity about those 2 genin, especially Uzumaki Lin Yu. So young, yet already a master of healing techniques, and to face such a crisis just after leaving the village. What a cruel twist of fate. Chunin Matsuno struggled to fend off the Jonin's relentless assault, all the while desperately searching for a way to escape. Thud! Matsuno blocked a vicious kick from the Jonin with both arms, but it sent him stumbling backward, cold sweat pouring down his weathered face. He whispered to his teammate, "We need to retreat. The mission's failed. If we keep this up, we'll all die. There's still time to get away." "Leave? Did you ever ask my permission?" The Jonin shot back, instantly creating 2 shadow clones to entangle Matsuno and his comrade. His hands blurred through a rapid sequence of seals. Ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, 44 in all. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. The water from the surrounding puddles surged together, forming a colossal water dragon that roared as it lunged toward the 2 Leaf ninja. Damn it, there's no way to dodge a jutsu this wide. Am I really going to die here? Matsuno had just managed to destroy a clone, and barely had time to catch his breath when a fearsome water dragon swooped down from above, the dread of death gripping his heart in an instant. But just as disaster was about to strike, a young, slightly unsteady voice rang out. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. From the opposite side, another water dragon, just as blue and imposing, came barreling through the air to clash head-on with the first. Boom! 2 water dragons collided fiercely in midair, erupting in a cascade of water that poured down like a torrential rain all around them. Matsuno and his companion stared in astonishment at the gradually dissipating water. Dragons, feeling the aftershock of the impact, forced them backward. A sense of relief washed over their hearts. At that moment, Matsuno felt a splitting pain in his head, his body weakened, and he slipped into unconsciousness. "Who's there?" The Jonin in black spun sharply toward the direction of the voice. A small, slender figure stood there. His fiery red hair drifted slightly in the air currents, and 3 black tomo slowly revolved within his blood-red pupils. Though his face was still youthful, there was an unusual sternness in his features, and a chilling aura seemed to radiate from his entire being. Lin Yu had deliberately controlled the water dragons to herd Matsuno and his partner toward the woods. After all, he wasn't used to fighting with goggles on, nor did he want to reveal his Sharingan so soon. He couldn't help but wonder to himself how Tsunade had handled things at this age. It's you. You killed Murata and Takeda. The Jonin in black stared at the boy before him, his face filled with shock. Lin Yu wasted no words. In a blink, he darted forward. But just then, a sharp sense of danger pricked at his back, as piercing as a needle. The Jonin whirled around instantly, raising his kunai to block the attack. Fixing his gaze on Lin Yu, he gritted his teeth and growled, "You're too green to take my life." With that, he lashed out with a powerful kick. Lin Yu twisted his body in response, spinning around to throw a punch at the Jonin. The Jonin dodged swiftly, and before Lin Yu could pull his fist back, the man's fingers snapped into a claw and seized Lin Yu's arm. A cold smile tugged at the Jonin's lips. "Got you." Unfazed, Lin Yu's face remained impassive. In a sudden motion, he lifted his leg, aiming a kick at his opponent's vital spot, while his right hand slashed at him with a kunai. The Jonin cursed inwardly at the boy's cunning, but his movements didn't falter. He released Lin Yu's arm at once, protecting his lower body and swinging his own kunai to parry. A sharp, metallic ring echoed through the air as their weapons clashed. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yu abruptly let go of his kunai, sending it spinning leftward, and in the same motion he clasped his opponent's kunai with his right hand. Blood instantly welled from his palm. At that very moment, his left hand caught the spinning kunai and slashed forward in one fluid movement. The seamless flow of Lin Yu's moves caught the Jonin off guard. Blood spattered in the air, and in the next instant, the Jonin's silhouette vanished from where he'd stood. "A pity, I missed his throat," Lin Yu murmured regretfully, his gaze following the black-clad Jonin not far away, who was clutching at his neck. A thin line of blood continued to seep from the shallow wound. "Kid, you handle a kunai well, I'll give you that. But that's the extent of it. I can see it. You're lacking real combat experience. Your movements can't keep up with your eyes, your body's stiff, and you don't have the strength. Your eyes. I seem to recall they were." Lin Yu frowned and cut him off coldly. "Enough with the nonsense." At that very moment, two golden chains shot out from behind him. The masked ninja in black never expected Lin Yu to use the adamantine sealing chains. Wasn't that a technique exclusive to the Uzumaki clan? Did Lin Yu somehow possess the Sharingan? The black-clad ninja had no time to react. The golden chains had already wound tightly around him, dragging him right up to Lin Yu. "What is your objective?" Lin Yu asked, raising his head. The ninja in black let out a chilling laugh. I'll never tell you. You brat." Before he could finish, a golden chain pierced straight through his heart. His eyes widened in shock, confusion filling his final moments. Why wasn't there any interrogation? Why not capture me for questioning? This was nothing like the capture he'd imagined. Still defiant, he closed his eyes for the last time, his breath fading away. Lin Yu looked at the ninja's corpse with a calm indifference and said, "I only asked as a formality. It didn't matter whether you answered or not." He turned to glance at his two companions, who were about to regain consciousness, and let out a quiet sigh. Time to put on another act. Dipping his fingers in blood, Lin Yu smeared it across his face. Then he thumped his chest a few times, making himself look even more feeble, and staggered toward the two. Just as Matsuno, the Chunin, regained consciousness, his memories rushed back. He sprang up in alarm, scanning his surroundings. All he saw was a pale, coughing youth slumped on the ground and the battered corpse of a man in black nearby. Cautiously, Matsuno approached. After confirming that the corpse was indeed their masked assailant, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Lin Yu in disbelief, he asked, "Brother Lin Yu, did you do this?" Lin Yu coughed weakly and replied, "I burned through my life force and had to use the Uzumaki clan's forbidden technique, the adamantine sealing chains, just to barely pull through." His face was ashen, his body tottering on the brink of collapse. Matsuno fell silent for a moment, his expression complicated. "Brother Lin Yu, I owe you my life for this. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. I'll never refuse." Though it stung his pride to be saved by a mere genin, he was a man who always kept his word. The other Chunin also expressed his gratitude to Lin Yu again and again. Lin Yu waved a hand dismissively and forced a few shallow breaths. "We're all part of the leaf. In battle, it's kill or be killed. I had to do what I did for my own sake too." Matsuno reaffirmed his promise with determination, but didn't say any more. He quickly tidied the battlefield, sealed his fallen comrades' remains inside. A scroll, and then they pressed on together. All the spoils of battle were left to Lin Yu. As far as everyone was concerned, he had saved their lives. Inside the carriage, Lin Yu no longer had to take a turn standing watch, thanks to his wounded status. The relief washed over him. Lying down, he let his mind wander back over the intense fight that had just taken place. The Jonin was right. I really do lack real combat experience, and my body can't quite keep up with all the information my Sharingan picks up. After all, I only awakened my Sharingan recently, and there haven't been many chances for actual battle in the village. Besides, that Jonin in black was reckless enough to look straight into my Sharingan. How bold! If only I could use Jinjutsu, then with the Sharingan alone, I could have subdued him easily. Of course, I'm nowhere near Itachi's level, who could defeat formidable foes with just a glance, but honestly, if I could take down a Jonin with a single look, I'd already be satisfied. As for ever being able to handle a member of the Otsutsuki clan with just my eyes, that's still a distant dream. The carriage rocked gently as the road ahead widened. In the distance, the green tops of tents came into view, and silhouettes flitted between them. After reaching the frontline medical corps, Linyu lay quietly on his hospital bed, resting. Meanwhile, Chun and Matsuno went off to report to the frontline commander, Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru was the commander of the frontlines now. At this point, he was not yet the infamous mad scientist of later years, but a battlefield leader who could be trusted. Sarutobi Hiruzen had placed great hopes in him, wishing for him to become the fourth Hokage. At the same time, Midokado Hamura and Kohor Udatain were on the Iwanin front, while Tsukumo Hitaki was on the Tsunade battlefield. The three-way standoff that originally unfolded in the Land of Rain had, for some reason, now shifted to a triangular conflict within the Land of Fire itself. Perhaps Linyu bore some responsibility for this change. Kid, lazing around here are you? Did the third Hokage send you here just to rest? A blonde girl walked in, her hair tied into two small pigtails behind her head. Her features were delicate, though her figure was rather modest. Upon hearing Tsunade's forthright voice, Linyu curled his lip. I'm an injured patient, you know. I'm recovering. Don't try to fool me. You Uzumaki's heal from little scratches like that in no time. And as for that, talk about burning up your life. Force, my grandmother is Lady Mido Uzumaki herself, and I've never heard her say the adamantine sealing chains would shorten your lifespan. The visitor was none other than Senju Tsunade. As the granddaughter of Uzumaki Mido, she cared deeply for both Linyu and Kushina, and often stopped by to check on them. Linyu had once recommended her a special secret technique, so the two of them got along rather well. Well, that's enough, kid. Spare me the excuses. I'm not interested in hearing them. What I want to know is, have you really mastered chakra-enhanced healing? Tsunade dropped her casual tone and fixed him with a serious look. Linyu didn't answer right away. He sat up, walked over to Tsunade, and held out his hands. A gentle green light began to glow around his palms, radiating a strong, soothing life energy. That's some decent control, but it's still far from enough. For the next few days, you're sticking with me. Forget all that useless medical knowledge you've been carrying around. Tsunade scrutinized Linyu for a moment, nodded, and then gave his shoulder a firm slap. Useless medical knowledge? Just because it doesn't work for you doesn't mean it's worthless. Linyu shot a glance at Tsunade's flat chest, curling his lip in disdain. He couldn't help but wonder to himself how things had changed since then. You little brat, where do you think you're looking? All your so-called methods are completely ineffective. Tsunade caught Linyu's gaze and instinctively shielded her chest with her hand. Remembering all the special remedies he'd once recommended, a flush crept up her cheeks, making her look unexpectedly adorable. Catching Linyu's expression, a silent, the medicine is fine, your body's the problem, Tsunade's face darkened. She seized his arm in a vice-like grip, dragging him out. All right, let me give you a thorough workout today. Crack, snap, thud. No, stop, my back's going to break. Night fell. After giving Linyu a thorough lesson, Tsunade felt much lighter, as if the pressure from the front lines had eased a little too. She led Linyu to a large tent, where rows of injured leaf ninja lay resting. Most had been poisoned by the salamander's venom. Though the poison had been neutralized, they still bore serious wounds, and every day more casualties arrived. Mounting the pressure on Tsunade, she hadn't had a proper rest in ages. She had to admit, Linyu's arrival had lifted a heavy burden from her shoulders. On a battlefield, a medic with a mystical palm technique was invaluable. Not only could the mystical palm technique heal internal and external injuries swiftly, but, thanks to the Uzumaki clan's vast reserves of chakra and remarkable healing, Linyu could treat hundreds of ninja with ease. If Linyu knew what Tsunade was thinking, he would definitely tease her about it. With his current compatibility with Sage Mode, treating 1,000 people wouldn't faze him. His total chakra was only at Kage level, but his recovery speed was extraordinary. After healing one ninja, he could fully replenish his chakra in just 7 or 8 seconds. If not for the mental exhaustion, Lin Yu could easily become an unstoppable healing machine. Watch closely. When using the mystical palm technique, you have to adjust your chakra output according to the patient's unique condition. More chakra isn't always better. Too much can disrupt the patient's internal balance, causing unconsciousness or, in severe cases, even putting their life at risk. Tsunade's hands glowed with a gentle green light as she deftly modulated her chakra, applying it with pinpoint precision to the patient's wound. In no time at all, the wound began to close before their eyes. After a while, Tsunade wiped the sweat from her brow and spoke softly to Lin Yu. Do you understand now? Yes, I understand. Smack. Don't try to fool me, kid. If you could master it just by watching once, the art of palm healing would be everywhere by now. Tsunade gave Lin Yu's hand a couple of firm pats, her tone tinged with annoyance, then turned away and refused to look at him any longer. Lin Yu felt a bit helpless. He thought to himself, with his Sharingan, he could observe the flow of chakra in real time, making it easy for him to grasp the technique. Just you wait. Once I become stronger, I'll make sure you see what I'm really capable of. Lin Yu made a silent vow, his gaze falling stubbornly on Tsunade's tall and graceful figure ahead. For the next few days, Lin Yu followed Tsunade into the medical tents, working side by side to treat the wounded. Out of every 24 hours, they worked for 20, snatching barely 4 hours of rest. If even a small skirmish broke out on the front lines, they couldn't even count on those precious hours of sleep. Even with Lin Yu's formidable sage body, the relentless demands began to wear him down, leaving his spirit drained and weary. At this moment, Tsunade was leaning against his shoulder, finally lulled to sleep by his gentle coaxing. Her features were delicate and fair, still as beautiful as ever. Her lips, slightly parted and tinged with a healthy red, and the faint crease between her brows made it seem as if she was still carrying some unspoken worry. Watching her, Lin Yu found himself drifting into thought. Suddenly, a flurry of noise sounded in his mind, pulling him back to attention as he checked the messages within his consciousness. Mission updated. Monthly missions. Mission 1. Earn the title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect Sage Body. Mission 2. Return to Konoha from the Land of Rain. Reward. Mangekyo Sharingan. Mission 3. Carry Tsunade in a princess hold. Reward. Chakra Scalpel. Cumulative mission, 1/10. Mission. Obtain a title from Hanzo of the Salamander, 1 month remaining. Reward. 2-hour trial of the renegon with no energy cost can be paused. As expected, the mission from Hanzo of the Salamander had entered the cumulative phase. There were still 9 chances left, but Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little anxious, especially with the new mission that had just popped up. Earn a title from Uchiha Madara. Oh no, it was already tough enough to handle a single elite Jonin, and now he was supposed to face Madara, a Super Kage-level opponent. He doubted he'd even have a chance to resist. Was he really supposed to end up giving Lord Madara a foot massage like I did? But the 8 Gates technique wasn't a ninjutsu. It required years of physical training and pushing one's limits to master. That wasn't something he could achieve in the short term. Was he supposed to hope the system would simply hand him an 8 Gates mission next? The system had a habit of issuing the most bizarre tasks. It was enough to give him a headache, like carry Tsunade in a princess hold. Now, that one didn't sound so bad. He actually found himself looking forward to it a little, but he'd have to pick just the right moment. If he rushed it, he'd probably find himself sent flying by one of Tsunade's punches. Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that his mission target was Tsunade. If one day he was asked to carry Orochimaru in a princess carry, the thought alone sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly banished the terrifying idea from his mind. Who knew if the system might glitch and assign him a catastrophic task? It had been nearly half a month since Lin Yu arrived at the battlefield in the Land of Rain, yet he hadn't completed any of his 4 missions. 3 of them were utterly impossible, and the last one he didn't even dare attempt, afraid he'd get beaten up. Inside the large tent, Lin Yu was tending to the wounded. He wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. With just over half a month left, he wondered if he'd have enough time to finish his tasks. He figured he needed to come up with an excuse to try his luck at the front lines. But what excuse could he possibly use? A trace of worry shadowed Lin Yu's face as he sighed again. This made the middle-aged ninja on the bed beside him look at him in horror, wondering if his end was near. I only broke my arms and legs. Could there be something even worse? The middle-aged ninja silently lamented, even starting to consider whether he should write a will. Unaware of the turmoil his sighs had caused, Lin Yu skillfully wrapped the patient's arms and legs in bandages and moved on to the next bed. In the command room, Orochimaru sat at the head of the table, flanked by Jiraiya and Tsunade, while more than 20 Konoha Jonin occupied the other seats. At the center stood a sand table map model. With a grave expression, Orochimaru gazed at the map and said, "So far, We've engaged in 26 small-scale battles with the hidden rain, 7 ambushes, and at least 15 elite squad skirmishes. Most of these ended in defeat for us. The situation is not in our favor. Orochimaru-sama, even though we haven't won any major battles, our losses are still acceptable. As long as we continue this small-scale fighting, once the stone and sand ninja have some breathing room. A jonin with green hair spoke confidently to Orochimaru. Orochimaru ignored him, lowering his gaze to his 2 companions. Seeing his comment dismissed, the green-haired jonin suppressed his irritation, gave a perfunctory huff, and sat back down. Tsunade stroked her chin thoughtfully. After all these battles, we still haven't seen any sign of the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. Even though we've all gone to the front and fought so many times, it's clear he's testing us. I think Hanzo is about to make his move. When he finally appears, it means he'll be fully prepared. I agree with Tsunade. Jiraiya raised his hand in support. I feel the same way. Notify the sensory units at the front lines immediately and increase the alert level. Report to me at once if there's any movement. Orochimaru nodded as he spoke, fully aware of Hanzo's reputation for caution. Report. Lord Orochimaru, urgent news from the front lines. Hanzo the Salamander is leading a large force, and they're closing in fast. A Chunin rushed into the tent, breathless, and reported to Orochimaru. What? What was the intelligence unit doing? The enemy is practically at our doorstep, and they only discover it now? This is inexcusable. Orochimaru's face darkened with anger. If this oversight led to defeat, he would bear direct and undeniable responsibility. Orochimaru, Tsunade, there's no time left to discuss the details of our strategy. Let's face the legendary demigod of the ninja world together. We have no other choice. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander stared coldly at the 3 figures before him, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. His voice, muffled and icy behind his mask, cut through the tense air. I have always admired talented shinobi. I'll give you one chance. Swear allegiance to me and help me conquer the entire ninja world. Tsunade replied with a look of utter disdain. You really think the Princess of the Leaf would bow to the likes of you in your little rain country? That's some delusional arrogance. Enough talk, Hanzo. Let's see how powerful this demigod of the ninja world really is. Jiraiya shouted, his voice ringing out in open provocation. Orochimaru, meanwhile, flashed a sinister smile, his tongue flicking out as his eyes locked onto Hanzo with unwavering vigilance. In that case, everyone charge. Fight for the hidden rain, fight for me. Hanzo's followers surged forward all at once. To them, Hanzo was the mightiest in the ninja world, invincible, certain to claim victory. Prepare for battle. Hold a formation, a Kimichi clan at the front, Nara and Yamanaka clans on the flanks for support. All other squads, coordinate and adapt. Leave Hanzo the Salamander to us. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. The battle was about to erupt. Meanwhile, Linyu was still busy in the medical division at the rear, tending to the wounded, completely unaware of what was happening on the front lines. Tsunade hadn't had the time to inform him, nor was there any need. Linyu was a medical ninja, not meant for direct combat. Phew, I've finally managed to stabilize this batch of wounded. Linyu murmured, his face a bit pale. While using the mystical palm technique to heal, he had discovered something new. Not only could his jutsu close wounds, it could also help patients quickly recover their chakra. The trade-off, however, was that it cost him twice as much chakra as usual to replenish their energy, leaving him somewhat drained. This ability is somewhat similar to Karen Uzumaki's unique trait. As long as you bite her, your wounds and chakra can recover rapidly. Linyu stepped out of the medical tent, intending to take a short break. At the same time, he mulled over how to tackle that lingering mission, feeling rather troubled. Why are there so few people outside today? Did everyone go to a meeting? Or could it be that Hanzo the Salamander really has launched an attack? Linyu casually grabbed a passerby to ask what was going on. Wait, you haven't heard? The demigod of the ninja world has reached our camp. Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Jiraiya are all out on the front lines facing him. The man blurted out before hurrying off. So it's the legendary battle where the Sanin made their names. After this fight, their names will echo throughout the entire ninja world. And this is my last chance. Linyu shrugged off his white coat, donned his goggles, threw on his cloak, and in a flash, sped toward the battlefield. By now, on the battlefield, Hanzo the Salamander and the 3 Sanin from Konoha had already separated themselves from the main forces, clashing fiercely. On a vast, empty plain, their jutsu were so powerful that even a slight misstep could cause friendly fire, so they had no choice but to fight one-on-one. Clang! Orochimaru blocked Hanzo's sickle with his kunai, seizing the moment to ask, "How did you slip past our sensory squad and infiltrate the camp without being detected?" "Oh, that. You'll understand soon enough." Hanzo kicked Orochimaru aside and swiftly vanished from his spot. Piercing heaven kick. With a thunderous crash, the earth split open, leaving behind a massive pit. Shards of stone flew everywhere, and cracks snaked across the ground. "Orochimaru, focus. You can question him after we beat him," Tsunade called out, reminding him sternly. "The brute strength of this guy is terrifying. If any of us gets hit, even I wouldn't come out unscathed." Calmly wiping down his sickle, Hanzo sneered. "Defeat me? You're still far from it. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep, summoning jutsu." With a burst of white smoke, an enormous, grotesque salamander appeared, its bloated body writhing as it spewed toxic mist in every direction. So that's it. He had ninja inside the salamander's belly and tunneled underground. That way, he could slip past the sensory squad. As expected of Hanzo, Orochimaru said, his tongue flicking out and his voice icy. "Orochimaru, stop admiring the enemy and use the antidote already," Jiraiya said, exasperated with his friend. Now is definitely not the time to compliment the enemy's tactics. Bang, bang, bang. Summoning jutsu. With 3 puffs of white smoke, 3 massive summoning beasts appeared on the field, facing off against the giant salamander. They were none other than Gamabunta, Manda, and Katsu. At this point, Gamabunta still appeared somewhat youthful, looking about the same as Gamakichi when Naruto summoned him during the 4th Great Ninja War in the original story. The slug hadn't changed much, though it was a bit smaller than it would be later, no doubt because Tsunade herself hadn't reached her full growth yet. Manda was not yet the leader of the Snake Clan, but even so, arrogance radiated from him. "Orochimaru, this time, I want 100 sacrifices, or I'll eat you myself." His long, purple body writhed across the ground, sending waves of air rippling outward. "No problem, but your opponent isn't me. Take a look at that one," Orochimaru replied, struggling to keep his composure. Being threatened by his own summoned beast was hardly a new experience, but it still stung his pride. Manda snorted coldly, his sharp gaze locking onto the giant salamander across from him, one nearly twice his size. Inwardly, he felt this so-called deal was nothing but a loss. Perched atop the salamander's head, Hanzo looked down at the new generation's 3 most formidable young ninja, a fleeting glint of admiration in his eyes. But that wasn't nearly enough to make him show mercy. In truth, he relished the prospect of snuffing out genius. "Go! Water style, great waterfall, jutsu." Hanzo's throat puffed up, then he unleashed a massive torrent of water, the sphere surging toward Tsunade and her companions. At the same time, his salamander dove underground, leaving behind only a gaping, pitch-black crater. "Gamabunta, oil. Got it, but don't complain if it gets too hot," Jiraiya replied, a bit sheepish, though his hands flew through the signs at lightning speed. He puffed out, his cheeks spitting fire just as Gamabunta blasted a stream of oil. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Jiraiya called, "Fire style, Toad, oil flame bomb." Flames and oil combined, forming a raging torrent of fire that crashed headlong into Hanzo's water attack. Boom! The fierce clash of heat and water instantly vaporized the torrent, shrouding the area in a thick cloud of steam, like a curtain of white mist thrown over the battlefield. "Tsunade, look out!" Orochimaru suddenly shouted, pushing off with his foot and launching himself toward her. Tsunade, hearing the warning, was seized by a needle-sharp sense of danger at her back. She didn't have time to look. Acting on pure instinct, she swung her fist behind her with monstrous force. Thud! Hanzo, wielding his sickle, was knocked back, shaking out the numbness in his arm. Calmly, he remarked, "As I thought, you're the greatest threat to me here." When it came to ninjutsu, Hanzo was confident all 3 were outmatched by him. Only Tsunade's raw strength made him wary, so she was the first he targeted. "Damn it, don't underestimate me." Tsunade bristled at being singled out, her pride flaring. Did he think she was the weakest? Fury rising, she clenched her reddened fist, her anger peaking as she unleashed another monstrous punch that sent Hanzo flying. Before he could hit the ground, Tsunade's figure flickered. She leapt into the air, shouting, "I'm not done yet. Take this, heaven-smashing kick." Bang! Hanzo's scythe was kicked out of his hand, and before he could dodge, his chest took a heavy blow. But before Tsunade could even manage a triumphant smile, the figure of Hanzo before her burst with a splash, dissolving into scattered droplets of water. A water clone. Tsunade's heart tightened in alarm, and she spun instinctively into a defensive stance. Thud! The real Hanzo appeared behind her, landing a forceful kick that sent Tsunade flying. She crashed down onto the back of the slug. "Oh, You can defend yourself on reflex alone? Impressive reaction, Hanzo remarked, showing no disappointment at his failed strike. His voice was calm as he continued. But how will you survive this? Sword technique, flash. Catching his scythe as it drifted down through the air, Hanzo's form flickered. Then in an instant, he was right in front of Tsunade. The blade in his hand, laced with deadly poison, promised death with even the lightest touch. A shadow of death fell over Tsunade's heart. She knew she couldn't dodge in time and braced herself to take the attack head-on. But in that desperate moment, a ghostly figure shot in from the side, delivering a powerful kick that sent Hanzo flying. The newcomer landed steadily at Tsunade's side. She's not alone, Orochimaru said coolly. Though the battle was fierce, all of this had happened in just a few seconds. Orochimaru had arrived just in time, pulling Tsunade back from the brink. Hanzo righted himself swiftly after being kicked away, brushing off his sleeve and offering a hint of a disdainful smile. But before he could say a word, a shout rang out from nearby. That's right, she's not fighting alone. Ninja art. Wild Lion's Mane. Jiraiya, having closed and unnoticed, unleashed his technique, his white hair stretching out and wrapping Hanzo tightly. Now's your chance, do it, Jiraiya called out. Orochimaru and Tsunade both understood how rare such an opening was. The instant Jiraiya pinned Hanzo down, they attacked in tandem. Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands. Heavenly Pain, Kick. From different directions, they struck Hanzo at once, a thunderous crash echoing through the battlefield. Did we get him? Jiraiya retracted his white mane, his expression grave. No, it didn't feel like hitting a real body, Tsunade muttered darkly. She just barely escaped a crippling blow from Hanzo. It hadn't been fatal, but it would have put her out of the fight. As Jiraiya's hair withdrew, only a puddle of water was left on the ground. Another water clone. So where had the real Hanzo gone? The legendary Sanin immediately glanced about with heightened vigilance. Mist hung thick in the air, reducing visibility and blurring the outlines of their surroundings. Not around them, not above, below. With a thunderous crash, the ground split open. A giant salamander erupted from the earth, smashing straight into the slug. The slug shattered at once, breaking into countless tiny slugs that scattered and fled in all directions. The slug's combat ability was extremely weak. In fact, she was not suited for fighting at all. Yet her resilience, her ability to survive, was nothing short of extraordinary. Damn it! The slug was scattered by the attack. The three of them had no time to react and plummeted from the air, each falling separately. In that instant, a flash of blade light shot up from below. With nowhere to gain footing midair, there was almost no way to avoid the strike. The blade sliced through, leaving a deep gash on Tsunade's back, so deep that bone was visible. Dark green venom began to corrode the wound at once, turning her skin black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tsunade crashed to the ground, barely managing to prop herself up. Her face was ashen. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly extracted the poison from her wound, tore off a length of her sleeve, and quickly staunched the bleeding, binding up the injury as best she could. Tsunade, are you all right? How bad is it? The moment Jiraiya landed, he rushed to her side, his face etched with worry and anger. He hadn't been able to save her in midair, and now, seeing her so pale, his rage was barely contained. I'm fine. I can still fight. Tsunade steadied her breathing, forcing herself to stay calm. She could handle this kind of wound. Orochimaru's expression was grim, his gaze fixed intently on Hanzo of the salamander. In a low voice, he analyzed. He first used water release and fire release to fill the field with steam and obscure our vision. Then, he created 2 water clones to draw our attention, while he himself hid inside the giant salamander and burrowed underground, waiting for a chance to strike. Hanzo truly is cautious. His methods are seasoned and precise. You're not bad yourselves. The fact you survived several of my attacks is something to be proud of. Hanzo's voice, cold and metallic, grated harshly from behind his mask. Tsunade, the slug isn't suited for direct combat. Have her split up and assist the other shinobi, and leave just one by our side to relay messages. Orochimaru instructed Tsunade. But what about the salamander? Leave that thing to us. I'll make sure it ends up in pieces. Gamabunta's massive form leapt to the front, twin jets of white steam snorting from his nostrils. Manda, too, flicked out his blood-red tongue, charging at the salamander. Having been unable to contribute much in the earlier fight, both summons were now brimming with fury. Well, let's see what the so-called demigod of the ninja world can really do. Tsunade, don't let her guard down this time. Worry about yourself first. Just then, Uzumaki Linyu also arrived on the battlefield. His Sharingan, with 3 tomo spinning, was fixed on the fierce fight ahead. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Wind style, gale breakthrough. Water style, water whip. Excellent. There's no place like the battlefield for me. In just a few short minutes, Linyu had already copied more than a dozen ninjutsu, since he had mastered all 5 elemental natures. As long as it wasn't a Kekkei Jinkai, Taijutsu, or high-level jutsu, he could copy almost any technique. The more, the better. Why haven't I seen Tsunade and the others yet? With the butterfly effect of a transmigrator, with the legendary battle that made the Sanin famous change in some way, he couldn't be sure. Linyu couldn't help but worry for Tsunade. After all, she was one of his few friends. Even if she wasn't as close as Kushina, he still cared about her deeply. Without further hesitation, he dashed straight through the center of the battlefield. He had no time to help any other Konoha ninja. Right now, the most important thing was to find Tsunade. She was surely locked in combat with Hanzo. That was the pivotal point of his mission. If he missed this opportunity, there might never be another chance. Their breath came ragged and harsh in the devastated battlefield. 3 figures, battered and exhausted, stood tall amidst the ruins. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. The 3 were covered in wounds both large and small, but Tsunade was clearly in the worst shape, a deep slash now marking her left leg. Their chakra was all but spent, leaving them dangerously weak. Yet they forced themselves to stand strong, determined not to let their opponents see any sign of frailty. At this moment, they truly understood the meaning behind Hanzo of the Salamander's reputation as a demigod among shinobi. In this era, with the exception of Madara Uchiha, there was hardly anyone who could defeat Hanzo in single combat. Even the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 3rd Raikage at their peaks might only manage a draw, while the 3rd Kazekage, hailed as the strongest in Sans history, would still fall just short. Gamabunta, Manda, and the giant Salamander had all retreated, heavily wounded, to their respective summoning realms. Now, only the 4 of them remained, pushing themselves to the limit. Impressive, truly impressive. You're the most gifted young ninja I have ever faced. For you to last this long against me is a rare achievement. Though they stood as enemies, Hanzo's eyes shone with genuine admiration. Removing his mask, he spoke with grave respect. I, Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod of the shinobi world, hereby name you the 3 Sanin of Konoha. TCH, who cares about your title? This toad sage doesn't need your approval. Jiraiya scoffed, dragging his battered body defiantly. Despite his wounds, his spirit blazed the brightest. But remember, though today marks the day you receive your titles as the Sanin, it may also mark your final moment of glory. As soon as the words left his lips, Hanzo's hands flashed through a dizzying sequence of hand signs. Orochimaru barely caught a blur of movement before his heart leapt in alarm, and he shouted, "Watch out! Move back!" Too late. Water style, water dragon bullet. In an instant, a massive dragon of water coiled and roared around Hanzo, its ferocious head looming overhead, many times more powerful than any water dragon conjured by an ordinary jonin. Taking full advantage of the land of rain's perpetual storms, what was normally just a B-rank technique now rivaled the might of an A+ level jutsu. A ferocious water dragon dove down from the sky, crashing heavily at the feet of the 3 legendary ninja. The force of the impact blasted them apart, scattering, each of them in different directions. They struggled desperately against the raging torrent, their strength nearly spent, clinging to the last shreds of endurance. Jiraiya barely managed to withstand the onslaught. As he steadied himself and looked up to check on his teammates, he suddenly caught sight of a shadow and shouted with urgency, "Tsunade! Look out! Get away now!" Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply. He had just regained his balance when he dashed towards Tsunade, cursing inwardly, his heart racing. Damn it, I'm too late. In an instant, Hanzo the Salamander appeared behind Tsunade, his sickle flashing as he swung it toward her neck, eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty excitement. Tsunade sensed a chilling cold at her back. She tried to dodge, but her body had long since reached its limit. She couldn't move at all. Is this the end? In her mind, a parade of familiar faces appeared. Her great-grandfather, her granduncle, her grandmother Mito, her younger brother Nawaki, her teammates. And Uzumaki Linyu. That little guy must still be with the medical corps, right? She hadn't even had the chance to properly say goodbye, and his special medicine hadn't had time to work yet. What a pity. A faint blush colored Tsunade's pale cheeks as she gave a wry, silent smile. Strange, how could I be thinking of all this at a time like this? The icy blade was about to claim her life, its edge already slicing through her fair skin with a sharp sting. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from beneath the ground. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. 2 hands shot up from below, gripping Tsunade's ankles and yanking her forcefully into the earth. The blade missed her by a hair's breadth. Who's there? Hanzo's killing blow had failed. His gaze turned vicious as he glared at the two figures who had just burst from the ground in the distance. It was Lin Yu, who had just arrived, that saved Tsunade. Using the Earth-style jutsu he'd only just learned, he'd burrowed underground to evade the water dragon's attack, never expecting that fate would have Tsunade fall right into his path and given the chance to save her. Lin Yu let out a shaky breath, relief mixed with lingering fear. As he gazed down at Tsunade, her face ashen, eyes shut, he felt the sticky warmth of blood where his hands touched her. He could feel the gash, deep enough to reach bone. A surge of fury welled up inside Lin Yu. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill. But remembering the gulf in strength between himself and Hanzo, he forced down his rage, deciding to focus on the task at hand. Gently, he laid Tsunade down, his hands glowing with a soft green medical chakra, as he carefully tended to the wound on her back. Jiraiya and Orochimaru soon arrived at their side. Seeing Tsunade in Lin Yu's arms, relief washed over their faces. "Are you Uzumaki Lin Yu?" Orochimaru looked at the young face before him, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I need to treat Tsunade right now. Please hold off Hanzo for the time being. We can discuss everything else after the battle." Understood. Orochimaru realized now was not the time to question why Lin Yu had appeared on the battlefield. Their priority was dealing with Hanzo the salamander. "Thank you, Lin Yu, my boy." Compared to Orochimaru, Jiraiya's attitude was much warmer. He shot Lin Yu a grateful look. "Huh? Am I dead? Is this the Pure Land? The person in front of me looks familiar. Ah, it's Uzumaki Lin Yu. Wait, Uzumaki Lin Yu." Tsunade's eyes flew open. Staring up at the serious young man, she saw his refined, gentle features tinged with a trace of heroism. She realized she was cradled in his arms, and a blush crept over her face. She propped herself up, still leaning against Lin Yu, trying to make her posture less awkward. "Lin Yu, how did you end up on the battlefield? I don't remember telling you." "Quiet. Focus on healing. Save your strength. I'll explain everything once this is over." Tsunade pouted in protest, but didn't argue further. She knew now was not the time to waste energy or words. As for Lin Yu's attitude, she decided she would settle that score with him later. "Huh, my chakra seems to be coming back." Tsunade was surprised to find her chakra, nearly depleted moments ago, surging back rapidly. She wasn't surprised that her wound was healing, though. If it weren't for the fact they were in the midst of battle, this kind of injury would be easy for her to handle, though it would consume a large amount of chakra. Normally in combat, she would only perform emergency treatments for teammates to avoid draining herself. In truth, without Tsunade's help, the three of them would have fallen long ago. Even so, despite the strength of her Senju bloodline, her chakra reserves were almost spent by now. This is a unique ability of the Uzumaki clan. It can swiftly restore someone else's chakra, but it drains a lot from the user. "Now go and relieve Orochimaru. Defeating Hanzo is our top priority." Lin Yu's tone was grave. The success of their mission hinged on what happened next. Tsunade didn't press any further. She flexed her arms. Her chakra wasn't fully restored, but about 2/3 had returned, more than enough for the fight ahead. "Orochimaru, switch with me. I'm taking on Hanzo myself." Tsunade called out to Orochimaru and charged straight toward Hanzo the salamander, throwing herself back into the fray. Orochimaru looked at her in surprise, then slipped out of the battle circle, out of breath, and made his way to Lin Yu's side. He spoke softly, "Lin Yu-kun, Orochimaru, please don't worry. I can treat your wounds and restore your chakra. Please have a seat." Lin Yu gave him a gentle smile, the confidence plain in his expression. The Uzumaki clan's constitution truly is extraordinary. How fascinating. Orochimaru looked at Lin Yu with interest, then sat down on the ground, cooperating with Lin Yu's treatment. It wasn't long before Orochimaru felt nearly all of his chakra restored. He looked at Lin Yu in surprise. "Lin Yu, you never cease to amaze me." "Hey, Orochimaru, are you done yet?" "It's my turn," Jiraiya shouted as he dodged Hanzo's attacks, weaving left and right. Covered in wounds, he glanced at Tsunade locked in fierce battle with Hanzo and couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Seeing that Orochimaru had recovered but was still chatting with Lin Yu, Jiraiya grew anxious. He wanted to recover quickly and get back into the fight. Being forced on the defensive like this was intolerable. Orochimaru, unfazed, simply gave a faint smile. With Lin Yu's aid, he could feel the weight on his shoulders lift considerably. In close combat, Tsunade could completely suppress Hanzo. Jiraiya only needed to coordinate with her, using ninjutsu from the sidelines to prevent Hanzo from launching sneak attacks with his body flicker technique. And if they ran out of chakra, they could always return to Lin Yu for a quick replenishment. The situation was under control now. Even if they couldn't kill Hanzo, there was no chance of losing. More importantly, when Hanzo retreated, they would be ready to take over the battlefield at full strength. With a thud, Jiraiya flopped down beside Linyu, sprawling out on the ground without pretense. His face was swollen like a pig's head, but he managed to grin and said, "Linyu, hurry up. I can't wait. I've got a score to settle." Linyu found Jiraiya's blunt and straightforward personality truly appealing. He couldn't help but wonder what there was about Jiraiya's future book, Make Out Paradise, that would captivate Kakashi so completely. Damn it, how could this be happening? First Tsunade, then Orochimaru. Why are they able to recover so quickly? Is it because of that brat? Salamander Hanzo was seething with frustration and regret. He'd paid little attention to medical ninja at first, so when he saw Linyu treating Tsunade and the others, he hadn't given it a second thought, nor had he tried to stop him. He assumed that even if their injuries healed, once their chakra was spent, they'd be as helpless as lambs to the slaughter. But now, he regretted it bitterly. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and now even Jiraiya, each of them regaining their strength one after the other. Even if they weren't back to full power, at least most of their chakra had returned. Though he could still suppress them, this turn of events was infuriating. Every time he managed to injure one of them, it wouldn't be long before they were fighting fit again. The sense of futility gnawed at him, the anger building up inside with nowhere to go. He thought to himself, I must find a way to take out that brat first. Hanzo forced Tsunade back with a powerful kick, then pressed both hands to the ground and shouted in a low voice, fire style. Exploding flame formation. Countless explosive tags spread out from the earth, snaking toward the three legendary Sanin. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, fall back now. The three quickly scattered to evade the attack. Hanzo's lips curled into a cold smile as he bellowed, detonate. In an instant, the explosive tags ignited in a massive eruption. Flames shot skyward, the ground trembled violently, and shards of rock flew in every direction. Amid the chaos of fire and debris, the Sanin dodged the onslaught. As the fiery light gradually faded, Hanzo's figure had already vanished. This is bad. Linyu's in danger. The moment Tsunade saw Hanzo disappear, she realized at once that Linyu might be his next target. Without hesitation, she rushed toward Linyu's position. Jiraiya and Orochimaru reacted instantly as well, following close behind. At that moment, Hanzo darted swiftly between the shattered stones, his gaze locked onto the young figure not far away. A cruel smile played on his lips. He had never truly expected the explosive tags to harm the Sanin. His real aim was to sow chaos and draw their attention away. His true target was Uzumaki Linyu. Only by eliminating this young healer could he hope to seize control of the battlefield once more. Linyu stood just ahead, seemingly frozen in fear by Hanzo's sudden appearance, his face pale, as if completely unprepared for this confrontation. Hanzo spared no further thought. He was convinced that a medic Nin, isolated from the battlefield, could pose no threat to him. Without hesitation, he swung his scythe, aiming to sever Linyu's throat. In Hanzo's mind, he could already see the spray of blood, could almost feel Linyu's head falling. A savage grin twisted his features. Just then, Tsunade and her companions arrived in time to witness the scene. Instantly, Tsunade shouted in fury, "No! Hanzo, don't you dare!" Her cry did nothing to slow Hanzo's movements. In a flash, the scythe arced across Linyu's neck. But at the very moment Linyu was struck, his body dissolved into a splash of water. At the same time, the earth beneath Hanzo's feet split open, and a hand, wreathed in pale blue light, shot up from below, driving straight for Hanzo's chest. Blood spattered. Hanzo reappeared a dozen meters away, a deep wound slashing across his chest, so deep it nearly pierced through his body. In that life-or-death moment, Hanzo had instinctively arched backward. The hand that should have stabbed through his right chest only managed to carve a terrible gash from his chest to his shoulder. A water clone? Hanzo thought, a chill running down his spine. Death had been but a heartbeat away. Had it not been for his honed reflexes, he would have been gravely wounded, perhaps even killed. By now, Tsunade and the others had reached Linyu's side. Seeing him unharmed, they each let out a sigh of relief. Tsunade patted her chest, her voice stern as she scolded him. "You really frightened me just now, Linyu. Don't you dare take such risks again." "All right." Linyu looked at Hanzo with a hint of regret. In truth, he had been using Kagura's mind's eye to observe the battlefield all along. When he sensed Hanzo's chakra rapidly approaching, he left a water clone in his place, while his real body slipped underground using Earth style, preparing to launch a surprise attack with the chakra scalpel he had just acquired. He hadn't planned on killing Hanzo right away. Instead, he aimed at Hanzo's right chest, hoping to incapacitate him and take him prisoner. His plan was to force Hanzo to bestow a title upon him, then deal with him after completing his mission. But, as expected of the demigod, famed throughout the ninja world, Hanzo's reaction in the face of danger was lightning fast. At this moment, Hanzo had also figured out Lin Yu's intentions. He couldn't fathom how Lin Yu possessed such perception, but realized he'd been duped by a clone while the real body lay in ambush. Inwardly, he cursed Lin Yu as both cowardly and cunning. Suddenly, Hanzo felt his breathing grow labored, his chest tightening with a crushing weight. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. "Did you notice? I just severed the meridians from your chest to your shoulder with my chakra scalpel. If you don't get treatment soon, you could die from respiratory failure," Lin Yu said calmly. "You vile brat. So this so-called demigod is nothing special after all. Can't even tell the real body from a clone. Looks like your reputation is nothing but hot air," Lin Yu said, his face openly mocking. Hearing this, Hanzo of the Salamander was so furious he nearly coughed up blood. Remembering the suffocating pressure of the battle and how close he'd come to being fatally ambushed, he couldn't hold back any longer and retorted, "You detestable brat. Your name is Uzumaki Lin Yu, isn't it? I, Hanzo of the Salamander, hereby grant you the title of the most insidious jinx in the ninja world." Lin Yu's reaction was one of overwhelming excitement, as if he'd been waiting for these words all along. "I love this title." Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya all stared at the ecstatic Lin Yu in disbelief. After all, that sounded like an insult, didn't it? Tsunade muttered to herself, wondering if Lin Yu perhaps had some peculiar preferences. "Enough talk. He's wounded. Let's finish this while we have the chance. Today is your end, Hanzo." Jiraiya exchanged a glance with Orochimaru and Tsunade, then charged at Hanzo without hesitation. You're still too green if you think you can kill me." Hanzo pressed a hand to his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his face showed not an ounce of panic. Forming a sign with one hand, he triggered the ground beneath him to split open. A colossal salamander burst from the earth, swallowing Hanzo whole before twisting its body and burrowing back underground, vanishing without a trace. "Damn it, so close." Jiraiya slammed his fist into the ground, frustration and unwillingness written all over his face. Orochimaru calmly analyzed the situation. After all, he's known as the demigod of the ninja world. It's not so easy to kill him. But what truly surprises me is Lin Yu. To think he could injure Hanzo the Salamander so severely. Even if Hanzo was careless, that's not something just anyone could pull off. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he found himself even more drawn to Uzumaki Lin Yu's astonishing performance. To think that Lin Yu, at only 10 years old, dared to set a trap for Hanzo, who was famously cautious. That took extraordinary courage and intellect. Orochimaru's interest in him only deepened. "It was just luck. If I had to do it again, I'm not sure I'd dare," Lin Yu replied humbly with a smile. The mission accomplished. He cared little about whether Hanzo lived or died. If need be, he could always return to the Land of Rain to deal with him later. Truth be told, finishing the mission against Hanzo had been a huge relief for Lin Yu. Now that he could use the renegon without any cost, he was confident that there was no one in the current ninja world who could defeat him within 2 hours, not even Madara Uchiha. Of course, the Sage of Six Paths and his kin were in a league of their own. Other than Madara, anyone who came against him would meet their end. With such a trump card for survival, Lin Yu grew even more self-assured, no longer moving through life with the same wary caution as before. "Hey, you three, snap out of it. The war isn't over yet. We still need to support the other units," Tsunade called out to the three ahead of her, shaking her head in exasperation. Jiraiya pounded the ground in frustration. Orochimaru watched Lin Yu with a strange, knowing smile, while Lin Yu gazed up at the sky, grinning like a fool. If it weren't for the ongoing war, Tsunade would have loved to give each of them a good slap to bring them back to their senses. Orochimaru snapped back to reality, glanced at Jiraiya, and then turned to Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, you should head back now. The outcome of the battle is already set. There's no need for you to stay here any longer." "That's right, kid. Go on back. I don't have the time to watch your back on the battlefield," Tsunade chimed in, her words blunt but her eyes betraying her concern. Lin Yu had achieved what he came for. The techniques he wanted to copy were almost all his, and he had no intention of staying any longer. Orochimaru, for his part, no doubt still harbored hopes of becoming Hokage, and Lin Yu saw no reason to compete for further glory. The three escorted Lin Yu a short distance, bid him farewell, and then plunged once more into the thick of battle. Logistics Unit. Lin Yu returned to the small tent assigned to him and examined his spoils of war. Phew, this time the haul was huge. Not only did he gain an abundance of ninjutsu, but he also managed to complete a limited-time mission. Admittedly, there was an element of luck involved. Yet, the words claimable floating in his mind captivated him. Sinking into his thoughts, strange characters began to emerge before his eyes. Monthly missions. Mission 1. Obtain a title from Madara Uchiha. Reward. Perfect sage body. Mission 2. Return to Konoha from the Land of Rain. Reward. Mangekyo Sharingan. Mission 3. Carry Tsunade in a princess hold. Reward. Chakra Scalpel, already claimed. Cumulative missions, 1/10. Mission 1. Receive a title from Hanzo of the Salamander, completed. Reward. 2-hour trial of the renegon with no energy consumption, claimable. Lin Yu's heart pounded with excitement. At last, he could experience what it felt like to have the power of a god. Activating his Kagura Mind's Eye, Lin Yu frowned slightly. The camp was crowded, with people moving about everywhere. If he were spotted, even though he feared no one, it would only create unnecessary trouble and disrupt his future tasks. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yu slipped out of the Konoha camp. No one noticed. After all, the true experts were all out on the battlefield, and those left behind were old, weak, sick, or wounded. He darted through the forest at great speed, and, after estimating that he'd put dozens of kilometers between himself and the camp, he stopped at the edge of a cliff. Scanning his surroundings, he then sat down cross-legged. Claim. The moment Lin Yu made the decision in his mind, a surge of power erupted from deep within his body, gathering in his eyes. There was no pain, no discomfort at all. His 3-tomo Sharingan activated automatically, slowly spinning. It seemed to form a golden pattern, shifting rapidly, and then concentric. Spirals began to appear in his eye sockets. This was the most basic version of the renegon, the very same eyes Nagato possessed now. When the renegon appeared, Lin Yu barely had time to marvel at his new look. Instead, his focus dove inward, exploring the abilities the renegon had bestowed upon him. A minute later, Lin Yu murmured, "Freeze." The spirals in his eyes faded away, returning to ordinary black pupils. So, it really could freeze the usage timer. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He'd been worried that the system might be a defective one. Fortunately, it hadn't let him down yet. A line of text surfaced in his mind. Limited time reward. Renegon usage with no energy cost. 1 hour 59 minutes remaining, currently frozen. Lin Yu's renegon was almost identical to Nagato's, granting him the basics like Almighty Push, Universal Pull, Sealing Absorption Seal, and Planetary Devastation. However, he didn't possess Madara Uchiha's Limbo, Border Jail, or Cataclysmic Planetary Devastation, perhaps abilities unique to Madara's ocular powers. However, Lin Yu didn't feel disappointed at all, because the Samsara Eye technique he had awakened was extremely powerful in its own right. Eye technique, Barrier of Time. This was a unique dojutsu exclusive to Lin Yu's Samsara Eye. When activated, it allowed him to create a domain of time that enveloped the battlefield, the flow of time within governed entirely by his will. It bore some resemblance to Uchiha Itachi's Tsukumi, but while Tsukumi manipulated time in the spiritual realm to inflict mental damage, Lin Yu's Barrier of Time allowed him to control time in reality. He could freeze his enemies in place, or even rewind his own timeline to heal injuries. Inside this barrier, Lin Yu was, for all intents and purposes, immortal, a truly game-breaking ability. If this sort of skill ever appeared in the Summoner's Rift, it'd be nerfed and reworked in no time. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter inwardly before he steadied his mind and examined the rest of his spoils. Moments ago, the battlefield had been littered with the corpses of fallen ninjas, their utility pouches scattered everywhere. Lin Yu took the opportunity to both copy ninjutsu and tidy up the field. He didn't go overboard, picking up about a dozen or so ninja pouches before calling it quits. After all, the spoils of victory belonged to the victors. Taking too much would be hard to justify. Including the 3 pouches he had collected before the battle, he now had 15 in total. 2 from Jonin, 7 from Chunin, and 6 from Genin. Lin Yu sealed them all into a single storage scroll. He was dirt poor by now. Where did he get the scroll, you ask? Well, let's just say it. Came from that walking money bag, the Jonin in black. Surely it's not unreasonable for a Jonin to have a storage scroll in his pouch. Counting his spoils, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. This was real money, enough for him and Kushina to live comfortably for years. Because they were all war participants, the ninjas had carried nearly everything they owned to the battlefield in hopes of survival. Though most of their supplies were spent in combat, a fair bit remained. 67 shuriken, 12 kunai, a handful of ration pills, 3 storage scrolls, and 4 explosive tags. Lin Yu did some quick math and figured his haul was worth about 1.5 million ryo. The scrolls alone made up 1 million, the rest, at best, 500,000. Not quite a windfall overnight, but enough to buy Kushina some beautiful new clothes. Truly, war is an economic battle. As the saying goes, it's no exaggeration. After sorting everything into separate storage scrolls, Lin Yu dusted off his clothes, stood, and gazed thoughtfully toward the Land of Rain. Should he head home now or take a detour through the Land of Rain? If luck was on his side, he might just bump into Nagato and his crew and get acquainted, making future dealings that much easier. As for stealing Nagato's renegon, Lin Yu had no such intention. First, the thought had never crossed his mind. Second, that filial shadow, Black Zetsu, was surely keeping a close watch on Nagato, and Madara Uchiha might even be lurking in some dark corner. Even with the renegon, Lin Yu knew he'd have no real confidence facing Madara in his twilight years. If this were the late stages of the Third Great Ninja War, even with half his body already in the ground, Uchiha Madara might still have dared to spar with Lin Yu. But now, there was no need. There were still 14 years left before Uchiha Madara's death in the original story. When the time came, Lin Yu could attend Madara's memorial service. Surely, he would welcome his presence. Such thoughts drifted quietly through Lin Yu's mind. In the next instant, his figure flashed as he sped toward the Land of Rain. As for his safety, Hanzo the salamander had fled, seriously wounded. With his cautious nature, Hanzo was certain to surround himself with trusted elites while he recovered. Most of the Rain Village's ninja were still embroiled on the battlefield, so at best, only a handful of mediocre jonin would be left to guard the village. Lin Yu had nothing to fear. Besides, with some newfound confidence, he could finally afford to show off a little. Meanwhile, somewhere on a battlefield in the Land of Rain, don't even think about escaping. Senju Nawaki shouted, sending an enemy ninja flying with a powerful kick. When he saw his opponent scramble to his feet and attempt to flee, Nawaki didn't hesitate. He charged after him. Not far away, Orochimaru was locked in combat with 3 jonin, but his eyes kept flicking in Nawaki's direction. He cared deeply for this disciple, not just because Nawaki was Tsunade's younger brother, but because Nawaki's cheerful and optimistic spirit had gradually influenced Orochimaru, who had grown up an orphan. It had brought a sliver of warmth into his heart. Just then, Orochimaru caught sight of Nawaki giving chase. A wave of foreboding washed over him. He forced the 3 jonin back with a flash of his blade and shouted as he ran toward Nawaki, "Nawaki, don't follow him. Come back." But Nawaki had already reached the spot where the enemy ninja had fallen. Suddenly, he heard Orochimaru's desperate cry. The chill of death swept over him. He spun, ready to retreat. The fleeing enemy glanced back with a vicious grin. Too late. Explode. A deafening blast tore through the battlefield as the explosive tags beneath Nawaki's feet detonated. The violent shockwave sent shards of rock flying in all directions. Nawaki, bloodied from head to toe, arced through the air before crashing to the ground. Blood bubbled from his lips as he looked up at the approaching Orochimaru, regret clouding his face. Struggling to speak, he whispered, "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sensei." "Sister, Nawaki's vision faded. His eyes closed slowly. The last traces of life slipped away. A dark chuckle sounded. The body of a direct descendant of Senju Hashirama. What a rare specimen for experimentation. I might just unlock what release from this. What a prize. The enemy ninja, overcome by greed, reached for Nawaki's chest. "How dare you?" Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's heart shuddered as he saw Nawaki's broken body. Watching the enemy reach for his fallen student, Orochimaru's fury erupted. A torrent of serpents shot forth, binding the enemy. In a flash, Orochimaru's blade gleamed, then a head fell to the earth. Without a backward glance, he stood by Nawaki's still form, his body trembling. He murmured under his breath, "Life truly is so fragile." At that moment, for the first time, Orochimaru conceived the idea of immortality. The scientist within him awakened. "Orochimaru-sama, this was a sand ninja." More people arrived to provide support. After finishing off the 3 jonin, one of them found a forehead protector while clearing the battlefield and brought it to Orochimaru. It belonged to the ninja whom Orochimaru had slain with a single stroke. Orochimaru glanced briefly at the forehead protector in the man's hand, but didn't waste time pondering why a sand ninja was on the battlefield. His face was streaked with fresh blood, his shinobi attire soaked red, not from his own wounds, but from those 3 jonin he had just defeated. Orochimaru-sama. When Orochimaru was angry, he was terrifying. Those 3 jonin had simply been unlucky. Now, however, a haze of confusion clouded Orochimaru's eyes. The call of his name snapped him back to clarity. In a hoarse voice, he ordered, "Clear the battlefield and stay alert. Everything else can wait until after the fight." No matter what, winning the battle against the Hidden Rain was the priority. Judging by the appearance of one or two sand ninja, it seemed the main force hadn't yet arrived. These were just scouts, probing the situation. Still, it was a shame about Nawaki. As Nawaki came to mind, a trace of melancholy flickered across Orochimaru's expression. He didn't know how to face Tsunade. True, this was war, death was inevitable, and Nawaki's death wasn't his fault. But what if? What if he'd been a little more careful, a little stronger? Maybe none of this would have happened. Blood dripped from his tightly clenched fist, then, all at once, he relaxed his hand. His face returned to calm, but his eyes grew colder. He carefully laid Nawaki's body aside, then rushed off towards another battlefield. Night had fallen. After a fruitless day of wandering in the land of rain, Lin Yu returned to camp alone, clearly having found nothing of value. As soon as he arrived, he saw a figure come hurtling through the air. Lin Yu quickly sidestepped, and the person crashed into a thick branch with a heavy thud, knocking it askew before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The figure slowly landed. Lin Yu took a closer look. Jiraiya? Well, that explained it. He must have angered Tsunade again. Before Lin, you could take more than a couple of steps, bang. Another figure flew toward him. Seriously? Is this never-ending? Lin Yu reached out to catch the person. The force was so great, it pushed him back several steps before he could absorb it all, leaving him stunned. What on earth had happened to make Tsunade so furious? A spark of curiosity flickered in Lin Yu's mind. He glanced at the person he just caught. Holy crap, it was Orochimaru. Could it be that Nawaki had died? That seemed likely. But then, why had Jiraiya been thrown out first? Lin Yu Kuin. Orochimaru realized someone had caught him. He turned, and for once, a rare trace of sorrow softened his usually cold and sinister face. Orochimaru-sama, why are you and Jiraiya-sama? Nawaki is dead. Because of my negligence. Orochimaru replied, his voice stripped of all emotion. He brushed the dust from his clothes and headed back inside. Although Lin Yu had already anticipated this outcome, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow. He had only met Shinji Nawaki once and had barely interacted with him, but his real concern was for Tsunade. Due to the butterfly effect brought about by Uzumaki Lin Yu, Tsunade and Dan Kato were not lovers in this timeline. At best, they were just ordinary friends. So, with the loss of Nawaki, Tsunade had lost one of her only two closest loved ones. The other, her grandmother Uzumaki Mito, was already nearing the end of her life. Tsunade had almost lost all her family. In the original story, this grief even led her to develop hemophobia. Lin Yu didn't want the Tsunade of this lifetime to repeat that tragic path. He had always held warm feelings toward her. He followed Orochimaru into the tent, paying no mind to Jiraiya, who was spinning around in circles with a dazed look in his eyes. Lin Yu thought to himself, serves him right. His mouth always gets him into trouble. A white cloth covered Nawaki's small, slender body, leaving only a pale, youthful face exposed. Nawaki was just 2 years older than Lin Yu, yet he had already become a genin and entered the battlefield. Lin Yu, being something of an overpowered anomaly, couldn't even compare. Kids of similar age, like Choza Akimichi and Shikakanara, were still attending the Ninja Academy. Graduating from the academy at 12 was nothing remarkable. Certainly not like Kakashi, who would later graduate at 5 and become a Chunin at 6. Even though Nawaki belonged to the Senju clan, his talent was honestly rather average. Tsunade sat quietly by the side, tear tracks still visible on her face. Her eyes, red and swollen, stared blankly at Nawaki. Her grief had been spent. The tears had run dry, leaving only a deep and numbing emptiness behind. Not long ago, she had fiercely repelled a group of Hidden Rain ninjas, returning to camp full of vigor and confidence. But as soon as she arrived, Orochimaru had coldly informed her of Nawaki's death. In an instant, the joy of victory vanished. Tsunade's face twisted with anger and disbelief. Desperately, she rushed into camp. Only when she saw Nawaki's lifeless body lying under a white shroud did her tears finally fall in silence. It was at that moment that Jiraiya swaggered in, oblivious to Tsunade's expression. Grinning widely, he said, "Tsunade, when this war is over, how about going on a date with me?" Wham! Tsunade's fist grew larger and larger in Jiraiya's field of vision, and the next thing he knew, he was sent flying through the air, along with 2 of his front teeth. "Sorry, I couldn't stop him," Orochimaru said as he lifted the curtain and walked in. Looking at Nawaki's body, he offered a quiet apology. "I'm sorry. I failed to protect Nawaki." Wham! Orochimaru didn't resist and was sent flying after Jiraiya. Deep down, Tsunade knew it wasn't all Orochimaru's fault. This was war. No one could predict what might happen on the battlefield. It was just like when the 3 of them faced Hanzo the Salamander. If Lin Yu hadn't appeared unexpectedly, she might have been the one lying here now. But she simply couldn't help herself. He was her little brother, the person dearest to her heart. Grief weighed too heavily for words. Linyu didn't know how to offer comfort. If she were in Tsunade's place, if she lost Kushina, she'd hunt down the enemy and tear them apart 1,000 times over. And then she'd use the Rinne rebirth to bring Kushina back to life. Yes, the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, a unique ocular jutsu of the renegon, could summon a soul back from the Pure Land and restore them to life, as long as the body remained intact. With this thought, Linyu stepped forward and lifted the white sheet, carefully feeling along Nawaki's body. Thankfully, he was whole. Unlike in the original story, his organs hadn't been removed. His wounds had all been healed, a clear sign of Tsunade's handiwork. Tsunade stared at Linyu in a daze, her voice lost. Though she knew Linyu's medical skills were impressive, they couldn't possibly surpass her own, let alone perform a resurrection. Still, a faint glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes, tinged with desperate anticipation. Meeting Tsunade's tearful gaze, shimmering with sorrow and faint hope, Linyu hesitated but chose not to hide the truth. Truly reviving someone required more than the samsara of heavenly life technique. There was also Chiyo's self-created reanimation technique from Tsunade, and the future Kusanin Ryuka's bloodline limit, dragon life reincarnation. But both demanded that the caster trade their own life for the one they wished to save. As for the latter two, Chiyo's technique wasn't fully developed, and even if it were, she would never use it to save Konoha Ninja. As for Ryuka, she wasn't even born yet. Therefore, Linyu decided to reveal the secret of the renegon, all while forming his own plans. Tsunade, bringing Nawaki back isn't impossible, but the method is extremely difficult. At Linyu's words, Tsunade's emotions surged. She seized his shoulders, shaking him hard, her voice trembling and uneven. Linyu, what did you say? Nawaki can be saved? What's the method? Please tell me. Nawaki. Her words broke off as tears choked her, her beautiful eyes red and fixed desperately on Linyu, as if terrified that he might say it was just a cruel joke. She simply could not endure another blow. Orochimaru, too, was shaken by what Linyu said. Did such a resurrection technique really exist? He didn't voice his questions but stood silently to the side, his gaze boring ever deeper into Linyu. His curiosity grew with every word. Linyu gently grasped Tsunade's fair, delicate arm, stilling her trembling. With a sigh, he explained, "There's a technique that can bring the dead back to life. I found it only in ancient texts. Legend says that those who possess the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths can perform a jutsu called the samsara of heavenly life technique. With it, they can recall a soul from the Pure Land and restore it to life. These eyes are known as the renegon. The Sage of Six Paths, samsara of heavenly life, the renegon," Tsunade murmured, her pale lips parted in a whisper. "Then, who possesses the renegon? I'm afraid I don't know. The ancient texts only mention this much." Tsunade's face fell with disappointment as she heard this. The Sage of Six Paths was a figure shrouded in legend. No one could even say for sure if he had truly existed. The bright light that had sparkled in her renegon eyes gradually faded. Linyu saw that Tsunade was about to lapse back into silence. Gritting his teeth, he spoke up. "Back when I was in the land of whirlpools, I met someone whose eyes looked just like the legendary renegon. But I was very young then, and I can't remember what that person looked like." "Really, Linyu? You actually saw someone with the renegon?" Tsunade's spirits reignited after Linyu's confirmation. She glanced at the unconscious Rope Tree and silently promised in her heart, "Rope Tree, wait for me. I won't rest until I find the one with the renegon to bring you back to life." Linyu kept silent about the price of performing the samsara of heavenly life technique. If Tsunade knew, she'd fall into despair again. After all, who would willingly give up their own life to save a stranger? Not everyone was like Naruto, able to talk others into anything. Orochimaru stood quietly off to the side, taking in every word of their conversation. The Sage of Six Paths, the renegon, and even in understanding of the renegon's ocular powers. He'd heard of the first two before, but the last was something no ancient book could have recorded. This Uzumaki Linyu was becoming more and more intriguing. Orochimaru licked his lips with his snake-like tongue. In his eyes, Linyu was nothing short of a treasure trove. Linyu did not shy away from speaking in front of Orochimaru. He had long made up his mind about the man. Someday, he would need Orochimaru's help, so it wouldn't hurt to reveal a few things and pique his curiosity. After all, Orochimaru was a rare talent, a true genius. The war was far from over, and the Hidden Rain Ninja had only retreated for now. Orochimaru didn't linger. Now that he knew Rope Tree had a chance at revival, he needed to carefully reconsider his strategy for the coming battles, especially with the Sand Ninja now emerging onto the scene. The situation was far from optimistic. After comforting Tsunade for a while, Linyu returned to his own tent, leaving her alone to gather her thoughts. Lying on his bed, Linyu stared up at the tent's ceiling, lost in thought. Reviving Ropetree right now was out of the question. He simply wasn't strong enough yet, and he couldn't risk exposing the renegon. Besides, time wasn't an issue. He could always bring Ropetree back after the war. Better that than having the fool rush off to die again. As for the idea that the cost of revival would increase with time, well, sorry, but with no cost at all, he could do as he pleased. He couldn't use the renegon as Uzumaki Linyu. Not yet. He hadn't grown into his potential, and once the renegon's trial period ended, there would be far too many people in the shinobi world who could kill him. Even within the Leaf Village, there was a whole host of threats. The three legendary Sanin, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsukumo Hatake, might do away. As for Danzo, Linyu couldn't bring himself to see him as a true comrade. He was undeniably prejudiced against the man. Linyu didn't doubt Danzo's deep love for Konoha, but he believed Danzo had strayed from the right path, sinking deeper with every step. In the later years, Danzo grew increasingly extreme. His craving for the Hokage's seat eventually overshadowed his devotion to protecting the village. How should he make his appearance? He needed a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. The dilemma gave him a headache. Konoha Village, Hokage Tower. What? The third Kazekage has secretly infiltrated the Land of Rain? Are you sure the information is accurate? Though it was already late, the lights in the Hokage's office still burned brightly. Hiruzen Sarutobi, weary and troubled, rubbed his temples, his expression grave. Lord Hokage, this message came from the Umbu. The third Kazekage was discovered by our operatives 2 days ago while crossing the Land of Rivers. By now, you should have already entered the Land of Rain, replied a masked ninja with respectful composure. 2 days ago? Why am I only hearing about it now? What exactly is Umbu doing? Where's Danzo? Tell him to see me immediately. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk with such force that his Hokage hat toppled to the floor, his anger palpable. The door swung open. Danzo entered, his wide-sleeved cloak billowing slightly as he walked. His voice was calm and measured. My rude operatives discovered the third Kazekage. At the same time, he noticed us. He dispatched 2 squads to hunt us down. The message only just reached my root division. Oomph. Let it go for now. Immediately send orders for Tsukumo Hatake to head to the Rain Country front and reinforce Tsunade's team, Hiruzen said, his tone easing as he issued instructions to the Umbu before him. Yes, sir. In a flash, the masked ninja vanished into the night. Tsukumo Hatake, is it? He can certainly match the third Kazekage's strength. But are you so sure Tsunade's team can hold off Hanzo? Send me instead. I'll take on Hanzo the salamander myself, Danzo said, arms folded, his voice steady and unwavering. I trust Orochimaru and the others. Those 3 are my most outstanding students. And you're not worried that old Inoki might try something sneaky on the sidelines? Minma and Koharu will keep a close watch on Inoki. Oomph. Hiruzen, your naivete will be your downfall one day. Danzo snorted, sweeping his sleeve as he strode out of the room. Danzo, I know you've never accepted that our teacher chose me as the third Hokage, but your temperament is simply not suited for the role. I can only hope that, in the future, Hiruzen murmured to himself, gazing after Danzo's retreating figure. Border of the Land of Rain. Oh, so Hanzo is wounded? No wonder he's avoiding me. A man with blue hair and striking yellow eyes, dressed in a white ceremonial robe, looked down from above at the Rain Ninja kneeling before him. He was none other than the third Kazekage. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Lord Hanzo has already prepared a place for you to rest. Once you've recovered from your injuries, he'll discuss matters with you in detail. Cold sweat streamed down the kneeling ninja's face. Facing the mightiest Kazekage in history, the pressure was overwhelming. No wonder Hanzo is famous for his caution. Still, to think he was injured by 3 juniors, demigod of the shinobi world? That reputation seems rather hollow to me. The Rain Ninja trembled, too afraid to respond, bowing his head as if he hadn't heard anything. Lead the way. Seeing this, the third Kazekage flicked his cloak and strode forward. 2 days later, at the Konoha encampment, inside the main tent where strategy discussions were underway, a ninja hurried in, interrupting Orochimaru and the others as they were deep in tactical debate. Report. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Tsukumo Hatake has arrived. Orochimaru's face, cold from the interrupted discussion, softened slightly at the news of Tsukumo's arrival. He waved his hand and said, understood. Please invite Lord Tsukumo in so we can discuss the situation. Moments later, a resolute man with short white hair and a short blade strapped to his back entered the tent with a commanding presence. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the other ninjas all rose to greet him. By now, the name White Fang of the Leaf had already begun to spread throughout the shinobi world. Tsukumo Hataki's feats on the sand battlefield were astonishing. He had slain Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, suppressed the strongest Kazekage in history, and was truly a one-man army, unrivaled on the field. Orochimaru also stood up, inviting Tsukumo to take the seat of honor, but Tsukumo waved him off. This wasn't his main battlefield, and the third Hokage's orders were simply for him to support against the third Kazekage, nothing more. He was not one to covet military glory. He casually found a seat and sat down, just beside Jiraiya. Seeing this, Orochimaru didn't press further. After all, he himself needed outstanding achievements to compete for the position of fourth Hokage. Orochimaru paused, then resumed the previous topic. The sudden arrival of the third Kazekage in the Land of Rain is shrouded in mystery. Now that Hanzo is wounded and unable to fight, this is the perfect time to strike back. Yet, the third Kazekage's presence has tied our hands. What do you all think? What is there to discuss? Now that Lord Tsukumo is here, I say we march straight into the Land of Rain and take Hanzo's head. With Lord Tsukumo keeping the third Kazekage occupied, Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Jiraiya can storm the Land of Rain without worry and face Hanzo directly. I agree. Hanzo, wounded as he is nothing but a sick tiger who's lost his fangs. Not worth our concern. Don't forget, we have Konoha's legendary three nin, as Hanzo himself called them. One after another, everyone voiced their support for a bold counterattack while Hanzo was injured. Previously, they had been constrained by the threat of the third Kazekage, fearing he might join forces with Hanzo against the three nin. Now, with Tsukumo's arrival, they felt reassured and eager to unleash their pent-up frustration from the past 2 days. At that moment, Tsukumo suddenly spoke. But what if it's not just those two joining forces, but all three? All three? You mean Inoki? That's not out of the question, Orochimaru mused, stroking his clean-shaven chin in thought. If it's just Inoki and a wounded Hanzo, I think the three of us can hold them off, but we'll need one more person. Tsunade, who had regained some of her energy, suddenly spoke up. You mean Uzumaki Linyu? Uzumaki Linyu? That orphan from the Uzumaki clan? Yamamoto Ichiro, the green-haired jonin, interrupted in disbelief. That brat? How could he possibly be qualified to fight alongside you three against the demigod of the ninja world and Inoki, the two scales? With his pitiful strength, he wouldn't even stand a chance against a genin. It's laughable, really. Yamamoto Ichiro scoffed, shaking his head with a mocking grin. Sitting next to Tsunade, the red-eyed jonin Yuhi Makoto frowned. Hearing the green-haired man ridicule Uzumaki Linyu so harshly, he couldn't help but speak up. Even if he himself doubted Lin, you could keep up with the legendary Sanin. If Lady Tsunade says Lin you can fight alongside them, I'm sure she has her reasons. Huh, ridiculous. If a mere genin can assist the three of you, then I should be able to wipe the floor with both Hanzo and Inoki myself. Yamamoto Ichiro's smug smile only deepened as he heard the rebuttal. Orochimaru, watching Yamamoto Ichiro's desperate attempt to assert himself, remained cold and silent. But Tsunade couldn't hold back any longer. She snapped, her voice sharp with anger. You don't know a damn thing? Lin Yu's worth 10 of you, and you still wouldn't measure up. That at least was the truth. Jiraiya secretly gave Tsunade a mental nod of approval. He didn't care for the green-haired jonin either. After all, by any reasonable measure, Lin Yu had once saved his life. Sure, you have a higher status than me in the village, Tsunade, but this is the battlefield. Here, except for Lord Orochimaru, our ranks are equal. Let me make this clear. Wherever Uzumaki Linyu is, I, Yamamoto Ichiro, will not be. With that, he folded his arms and looked to Orochimaru, brimming with misplaced confidence. He's doomed, thought Jiraiya to himself, barely restraining a chuckle. What was wrong with this guy? To challenge Tsunade and try to corner Orochimaru. Then go, Orochimaru said coolly, not even glancing at Yamamoto Ichiro, his head bowed as if he might drift off to sleep at any moment. Did you all hear that? Lord Orochimaru said I should. What? Lord Orochimaru, the confidence on Yamamoto Ichiro's face froze in an instant. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to actually dismiss him. I won't say it again. Get out. Orochimaru looked up, his eyes icy cold, a deadly aura radiating from him. It was clear that if Yamamoto Ichiro said one more word, he'd be finished on the spot. Yamamoto Ichiro's face went through all the colors of a traffic light before he slunk out of the main tent, defeated. Inside, the discussion continued. Damn it. It's all that wretch Uzumaki Linyu's fault. Because of him, I got thrown out of the tent. I'll find my chance to kill him. Just you wait. The reason Yamamoto Ikaru dared to act so brazenly and challenge Tsunade was that he had Shimura Danzo backing him, watching and ostracizing. Uzumaki Lin Yu was his assigned task, something Danzo had only mentioned in passing, but to Yamamoto, it felt like his greatest shield. Yet now, seeing the mocking glances of his companions around him, Yamamoto Ikaru felt as if his head might explode. All thoughts of surveillance or exclusion vanished from his mind, replaced by a single, murderous urge. He didn't dare act on it within the camp. But if Uzumaki Lin Yu were to set foot on the battlefield. So what do you all think? Do you agree with this proposal? If things are truly as the three of you say, then I agree. I agree as well. Count me in. Orochimaru noticed that Tsukumo Hatake was still deep in thought, silent amidst the discussion, and spoke in a measured tone. Tsukumo-senpai, do you have any other thoughts? Tsukumo broke into a hearty laugh. I'm a straightforward man, not much for politics. I agree, but I'd like to meet this Uzumaki Lin Yu myself. No problem. Tsunade, could you handle that? Tsunade nodded in response, and led Tsukumo toward Lin Yu's tent. At that moment, Lin Yu was busy tending to the wounded. Now that he'd completed his timed mission, he was in no hurry, just waiting for the war to end so he could return to Konoha and collect his reward, the next generation of Sharingan. At heart, he was taking things easy. Of course, outward appearances still mattered, so he was treating the injured with utmost seriousness, determined not to move on until each patient could leap from their bed without a single mark left behind. This meant he only treated 7 or 8 people a day, a far cry from the hundreds he'd handled alongside Tsunade in previous days. Life had become much more comfortable. Not finding Lin Yu inside his tent, Tsunade brought Tsukumo to the area where the wounded were being cared for. They arrived just in time to see Lin Yu finishing up with a patient, wiping sweat from his brow, his face drawn with exhaustion. Tsunade looked at Lin Yu with a strange expression, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Her gaze seemed to say, "So this is the kind of person you are?" Tsukumo, on the other hand, saw only a young man worn out from healing, yet still pushing on to help the next in line. What fine young man, he thought. What surprised him even more was that every ninja treated by Lin Yu showed no sign of injury. They could jump out of bed, full of life. That first impression alone made Tsukumo warm to the boy before him. This was a good person. Ah, Tsunade Tsukumo-senpai, what brings you here? It was only after Lin Yu finished treating another patient that he noticed the two of them watching him. Call me Sister Tsunade. Tsunade corrected him sternly, her face darkening. Tisich, with a figure as flat as Kushina's, and you still want to be called Sister? Lin Yu muttered under his breath, lips curling in disdain. You! Tsunade shot him a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes promising retribution, as if to say, just you wait, I'll deal with you later. Aha, so this must be Uzumaki Lin Yu. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. No wonder the 3 legendary ninja hold you in such high regard. To have earned Hanzo's recognition at such a young age, that's no small feat. Tsukumo Hatake smiled at Lin Yu, showing no concern that Lin Yu and Tsunade were exchanging coded words right in front of him. To him, this was exactly what youth should be, full of energy, wit, ability, and a passionate heart. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. If only he had a daughter. What a pity his child was a son. Lin Yu, for his part, had no idea that on their very first meeting, this handsome uncle had nearly gone so far as to arrange a marriage for him in his mind. Yes, Lord Tsukumo, may I ask what brings you and Lady Tsunade here? Lin Yu, listen up. I hereby assign you as the personal mobile medical kit for the 3 legendary ninja. Your task is to support us in battle against Hanzo and Inoki. Tsunade's expression grew stern in an instant. But as soon as she finished, she playfully winked at Lin Yu, her beautiful eyes sparkling. It seemed she was finally moving past the shadow of Nawaki's death. Inoki? You mean the 3rd Tsuchikage is here too? Lin Yu asked in surprise. Inoki's dust release was a bloodline ability not to be underestimated. Without unsealing the renegon, Lin Yu knew he wouldn't escape being disintegrated. Worse still, his own speed was lacking. If Inoki seized the opportunity, things could get ugly fast. There's no confirmed news of that, but we have to be prepared for anything, Tsunade said, her face serious, a mix of worry and a hint of pride. To think this boy, barely 10 years old, could already take part in Kaga-level battles. Tsunade couldn't help but feel proud, as if she were raising a husband from childhood. Damn it, why am I thinking such things? Just as Lin Yu hesitated, a thunderous explosion erupted outside. Countless shards of stone mixed with dust tore through the tent, flying straight at them. The sharp sound of a blade being drawn rang out beside Lin Yu's ear. In a blur, countless arcs of cold steel flashed past, striking every single fragment with perfect precision and shattering them midair. All Lin Yu saw was a glint of silver, and then the white Fong's blade was already back in its sheath. The shattered stones rained harmlessly to the ground. Such incredible speed. That was Lin Yu's first thought. truly worthy of the name Konoha's White Fang. Without missing a beat after dispatching the debris, Tsukumo Hatake called out to Tsunade and Linyu, and together they darted outside. Ha ha, I'm finally out. And look at all these little ants just begging to be crushed. Wind style, drilling air bullet. The massive form of Shikaku rampaged through the Konoha camp, launching compressed air bullets in every direction, causing havoc. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, it's the one tail. How could the third Kazekage risk unleashing the Jinchuriki like this? Isn't he afraid of losing such a powerful weapon? Tsunade clenched her fists, teeth gritted, ready to leap into action as she took in the chaos. Limbs strewn everywhere, people fleeing for their lives. Damn it! Where the hell are Orochimaru and the others? Why hasn't anyone shown up yet? Report. Lady Tsunade, Lord Hatake, forces led by Hanzo the Salamander, the third Kazekage, and Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, have launched a surprise attack on the front lines. The rain, sand, and stone shinobi are all charging at us together. Lord Orochimaru and his team can barely hold them back. A Konoha ninja, his arm dripping with fresh blood, rushed over, gasping for breath. His face was tense and anxious as he called out to Tsunade. What? That old man Inoki actually came in person? Damn it. How did they suddenly join forces like this? Tsunade found herself caught in a terrible dilemma. On one side was the safety of her comrades at the front, on the other, the Konoha ninja and wounded back at camp, most of them old, weak, sick, or injured, unable to hold off a tailed beast assault. Don't hesitate any longer, Tsunade. Go support the front lines. Leave things here to me. From behind, Tsukumo Hatake slowly drew his white fan blade, his gaze turning steely as he watched the rampaging Shikaku. He understood, all too well, his own abilities were completely countered by Shikaku's sand-like body. His sword skills would do little here. All he could do was to try to awaken the Jinchuriki within the beast. Lord Hatake, Lady Tsunade, let me handle this. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are made to suppress chakra creatures like tailed beasts. I'm far better suited to face it. Linyu Uzumaki blocked Tsukumo's path, then dashed toward Shikaku without a backward glance, leaving the two no room to argue. Linyu, he's right. The front lines need us more. It's our first time meeting, but somehow I trust his words. It feels like I can trust my back to him without worry. Tsukumo watched Linyu's figure disappear into the chaos, then, with sudden resolve, sprinted toward the battlefield. Trust, huh? To be honest, I feel the same way. Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment before she, too, turned away and rushed off, never doubting Linyu's ability to handle Shikaku. She believed in him. Absolutely. Ha ha ha. The feeling of freedom is truly wonderful. Even before Linyu approached, he could hear Shikaku's arrogant laughter echoing through the air. As Linyu drew closer, he stared up at the towering beast before him. Yet, not even a hint of fear crept into his heart. Though he was no bigger than Shikaku's claw, Linyu's presence was undiminished. Hands on his hips, he called up to the tailed beast with a teasing grin. Hey, you mangy tanuki, I heard you're the weakest of all the tailed beasts, always getting trounced by Kurama, the nine tails. Is that true? Moin tanuki, you little brat, was it you just now? To insult the great Shikaku. You're as bad as that damned fox. Both of you deserve to die. Shikaku swung his massive body around, glaring furiously at the tiny speck below. He loathed being called a mangy tanuki. For that, Linyu had to pay. Tisk, TSK, I even heard that Kurama once beat you so badly you couldn't even look after yourself. Now every time you see him, you tuck your tail and scamper off in terror. Arg, I'm so furious I could explode. You little brat, are you looking to die? Shikaku howled in rage, its razor-sharp claws swiping toward Linyu. Hey hey hey, stinky raccoon, you can't catch me. Ah, how weak. Linyu darted up and down, skillfully leading Shikaku toward the edge of the camp. Within Shikaku, the slumbering Jinchuriki, Funfu, frowned slightly. Yet he had no control over Shikaku. His power paled in comparison, so all he could do was watch as Linyu lured the beast out of the encampment. Phew, we're saved. The camp survivors breathed sighs of relief as the massive creature lumbered away. None of them noticed, however, that a green figure had silently slipped away from the camp amidst the chaos. About 100 kilometers from the camp, nearly at the border of the Land of Rain, Linyu finally stopped, catching his breath, not from physical exhaustion, but from sheer verbal effort. He hadn't stopped talking the entire way, hurling every insult he could muster at Shikaku. Even though, strictly speaking, Shikaku didn't have any ancestors to curse, unless you counted the 10 tails. Why did you stop running, brat? We're not already. Prepare to die. Shikaku panted, its monstrous face twisted in fury as it roared at Linyu. But it wasn't tired out, it was enraged. Never in its long existence had anyone hurled such abuse at it. For the first time, Shikaku felt a sting of indignation and vowed to smash this insolent boy to pieces. It's about time to end this farce. Adamantine sealing chains. Lin Yu steadied his breath, turned to face Shikaku, and suddenly 6 golden chakra chains shot out from behind him, wrapping around the beast's enormous body. The adamantine sealing chains were especially effective against tailed beasts, mainly because their size made them all too easy to bind. Damn it, this is the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. You cunning little brat. The golden chakra chains tightened, their grip unrelenting. For a chakra-based being like Shikaku, there was simply no escape. Soon, it was trussed up like a giant rice dumpling pinned to the ground. Its enormous eyes glared at Uzumaki Lin Yu, full of ferocity and defiance. Lin Yu stroked his chin, pondering what to do with Shikaku. Killing it was pointless. Even if he did, it would just revive after a few years. He had no intention of wasting his efforts. After thinking it through, he decided to seal Shikaku and exchange it for military merit and some rare jutsu. After all, techniques like Flying Thunder God or Multi-Shadow Clone couldn't just be copied. He'd have to train and study them the hard way. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from behind him. Die. Konoha style. Rending slash. In Shikaku's massive, mirror-like eye, Lin Yu saw the reflection of a familiar green-haired ninja lunging at him with murderous intent. A cruel smile flickered across Lin Yu's face as he spun around. In his eyes, spiral patterns began to swirl and gather. With a glare, he shouted, "Almighty push!" Boom! An overwhelming force erupted from Lin Yu, blasting the green-haired ninja away like a ragdoll. Blood sprayed from his body as he crashed to the ground, instantly losing the ability to fight, coughing up mouthfuls of blood where he lay. How? How do you possess such overwhelming power? Yamamoto Ikaru stared at Lin Yu in terror as he approached, fear spreading from deep within his heart. He had been tailing the enigmatic Lin Yu all along, lurking nearby and biding his time. Only when he saw Lin Yu ensnare the one-tail with a mysterious chain did he sense his chance had arrived. To be fair, his timing had been impeccable. Lin Yu was busy suppressing Shikaku, which limited his movement. If Yamamoto's skills were at White Fang's level, perhaps he might have succeeded. Unfortunately, he was just a special jonin who hadn't even mastered the secret techniques of the leaf, so no miracle was ever destined to occur. You wasted 1 second of my renegon's time. For that, you deserve to die. Lin Yu's eyes had returned to their usual black, the renegon sealed away. This was a life-saving resource. Each second was precious. Unless truly necessary, or if the mission was critical, Lin Yu would never waste even a single heartbeat. You can't kill me. Behind me, there's... Before he could finish, a shuriken pierced Yamamoto Ikaru's chest. Life drained from him, his eyes still wide with disbelief. The words left forever unspoken. When it came to enemies, especially those he was certain needed to die, Lin Yu never gave him a chance to stall with words. As for whoever stood behind Yamamoto, Lin Yu didn't care, whether it was Danzo himself or not. That man was already the scapegoat of many things. One more crime to his name wouldn't make a difference. Earlier, what was with your eyes? They looked just like the Sage of Six Paths. You talk too much. For symbols, seal. An intricate web of runes surged across Lin Yu's palm as he pressed it against Shikaku. Instantly, the enormous beast dissolved into pure chakra, which flowed into the Jinchuriki, monk Finfu. In the blink of an eye, Shikaku's vast form vanished, leaving only the unconscious monk behind. Lin Yu quickly tied up Finfu and dealt with Yamamoto Ikaru's corpse. Then, turning his gaze to the other side of the battlefield, he muttered, "It's time to let my other identity come forth. Hanzo has lived long enough. Damn it, there are just too many of them." Tsunade sent an enemy jonin flying with a single punch, scanning the battlefield where the leaf's forces were falling back on all sides. Annoyed, she clenched her fist and charged forward again. "Where's our backup? I can't hold out much longer. We've already called for aid from the leaf, but reinforcements." Orochimaru didn't finish his sentence, but Jiraiya understood. The reinforcements likely wouldn't arrive in time. Even Mito Gateflame and the others in the neighboring division were too far away. The enemy's assault had been so sudden and fierce that there hadn't even been time to set up defenses before they were overrun. Damn it, am I, the great Toad Sage Jiraiya, really gonna fall here today? His opponent was the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. In his youth, Jiraiya had yet to master Sage Mode, and his abilities were far from fully developed. He was completely outmatched by Inoki, forced to run for his life while constantly on guard against dust release. One wrong move, and he'd be turned to dust, reaching enlightenment in the worst possible way. Kakashi Tsukumo faced off against his longtime rival, the third Kazekage. Relying on his white-fang swordsmanship, which could break through the opponent's iron sand defenses, he managed to keep the third Kazekage under pressure. Orochimaru, meanwhile, struggled to entangle the still-injured Hanzo the Salamander, while Tsunade was forced to aid the Konoha shinobi, who were surrounded and attacked by 3 enemy villages. The situation was perilous. To dare get distracted while fighting me, Earth-style, weighted rock technique. Inoki cast a jutsu on his right hand, then landed a punch that sent Jiraiya flying. The immense force cracked 2 of Jiraiya's ribs, and he spat blood as he was hurled away. Jiraiya. Tsunade repelled her opponent and rushed toward him. Don't come over. I'm fine, I can still fight. Jiraiya struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. That punch really packed a wallop. Good thing he'd taken plenty of beatings from Tsunade before, otherwise this one blow might have taken him out of the fight for good. No wonder the third Tsuchikage was so formidable in his prime. Looks like only Sensei could go toe-to-toe with him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want to capture you alive and use you as a bargaining chip to trade for resources from the Land of Fire. I'll make sure Hiruzen pays dearly. Ha ha ha. Inoki's short frame floated upward, drifting slowly toward Jiraiya. There are only Toad sages who die in battle, never a Jiraiya who survives in disgrace. Wiping the blood from his lips, Jiraiya's face twisted into a wild grin. He was determined to try that unfinished jutsu. Otherwise, even in death, he'd never be content. Well said. You truly are Hiruzen Sarutobi's student. You haven't brought shame to his name. Let me send you off, then. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Inoki pressed his hands together. A translucent cube of energy formed between his palms, rapidly expanding as he thrust his hands forward. The cube shot out, enveloping Jiraiya in the blink of an eye. No, there's no time. I can't dodge it. Am I really going to die like this? Jiraiya's arms dropped in despair as the glowing cube loomed ever larger before his eyes, its brilliance blinding. Young Inoki, picking on your juniors? The older you get, the more childish you become. A hoarse voice rang across the battlefield. Then, a figure wearing a golden mask and black robes landed in front of Jiraiya, extending a single hand to meet the dust release. Sealing technique, absorption seal. It was Linyu, arriving just in time. He stretched out his hand, fiercely absorbing the chakra of the dust release. In moments, the massive, translucent cube vanished, leaving only a wisp of white smoke before Linyu. Impossible. How could my dust release fail? Inoki, still floating in the air, stared down in disbelief at the unscathed pair below. This man had just devoured his dust release. Who are you? Inoki demanded, his expression darkening. The leader of the Immortality Organization, the Lord of Eternal Life, codename, Lord Hong. Linyu casually brushed the dust from his clothes, his gaze sweeping around. With an air of disdain, as if he didn't care that he was standing in the middle of a battlefield. It was as though everyone around him were mere ants beneath his notice. Immortality Organization? Never heard of it. What are you doing on a battlefield? Inoki stared at the pair of spiral-patterned eyes. Peering out from Linyu's golden-masked face, an inexplicable chill running through him. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Relax. You're not my target. The bounty on your head is too low to interest me. Linyu turned away, never once glancing in Jiraiya's direction, and began to walk slowly toward the other side of the battlefield. His pace was unhurried, yet each step seemed to weigh on the hearts of everyone present. Many of the shinobi nearby froze in mid-battle, their eyes filled with confusion as they watched the black-robed, masked figure. What is this? As Hanzo clashed with Orochimaru, a sudden jolt of dread swept through him, a sense of death lingering, impossible to shake off. He swung his scythe to drive Orochimaru back, then turned to face the black-robed man approaching him. Brow furrowed, he called out in a voice tight with tension, "Who are you?" Linyu halted, reached out a hand, and rasped, "The one who will kill you." Universal pull. An unimaginable force of gravity seized Hanzo, yanking his body uncontrollably toward Linyu. Horror gripped Hanzo's heart. What sort of jutsu is this? No hand seals. He'd never even heard such a thing. Frantically, he stabbed his scythe into the ground to slow himself, while forming a one-handed seal in a desperate attempt to break free. Oof. Pathetic ant. You have no idea what kind of existence you're up against. The gravity from Linyu's hand suddenly intensified. Hanzo's scythe was wrenched from his grasp, and he could hold on no longer. He was dragged across the ground, hurtling toward Linyu. With a sickening sound, a pale hand pierced straight through Hanzo's heart. Blood dripped down as agony twisted Hanzo's features. He stared in disbelief at his defeat, so swift, so effortless, his eyes burning with hatred at the masked man. At last, Unwillingly, he closed his eyes, and the demigod of the shinobi world fell. What? The demigod of the shinobi world? Dead just like that? Impossible. Who was this man in black? Inoki's heart thundered in his chest. He'd sensed this masked figure was powerful, but to kill Hanzo the salamander in a single move with barely any effort, and even counter his dust release? Swallowing hard, Inoki began to consider retreat. No way. Lord Hanzo is dead? How can that be? We must avenge Lord Hanzo. Kill the man in black. He must have exhausted his chakra. Kill him. Avenge Lord Hanzo. The Rain Ninja, seeing their leader and spiritual pillar fall, had their eyes turn red with fury. Countless Rain shinobi surged madly toward Linyu. Jiraiya, still reeling from Hanzo's sudden death, watched as a tide of Rain Ninja charged at Linyu. He couldn't help but cry out, "Watch out!" Though he couldn't tell whether the stranger was friend or foe, Jiraiya was grateful for having his life saved. He had no wish to see his savior trapped among enemies. It's you who should be careful. They're nothing but a bunch of ants. Linyu chuckled beneath his mask. At last, it was his turn to unleash his power. Perfect Susanoo. Golden chakra surged around Linyu. Suddenly, skeletal arms formed in the air, followed by the rapid emergence of a skull-shaped figure. Veins and flesh soon covered the skeleton, armor draped across its massive form, and at its waist materialized a jet-black blade. The demon. Sword Muramasa. The transformation wasn't over. The golden Tengu figure soared higher, armored legs stretching out beneath it, and when it towered hundreds of meters above the ground, a pair of golden wings unfurled from its back, casting a daunting shadow over all present. At the very moment Susanoo reached its perfect form, far away in some subterranean corner of the ninja world, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open in the darkness. Who is it? On the battlefield, countless ninja stared in awe at the golden giant that rose hundreds of meters tall. Weapons slipped from their grasp as they stood paralyzed, muttering in disbelief. How could we ever defeat an enemy like this? Is this the power of a god? The difference is just too great. Don't give up. Maybe it's just for show. We have to avenge Lord Hanzo. A Rain Ninja forced himself to rally the others, though even he didn't believe his own words. Standing within the diamond-shaped crest on Susanoo's brow, Linyu looked down at the swarm of ninja below, their numbers like a mass of ants. He narrowed his eyes, savoring the sensation of this godlike power. No wonder Nagato would become so hopelessly obsessed with it in the future. This was truly a force beyond the reach of mortals. Wasting no more time, Linyu gave a command. The mighty golden warrior drew the demon blade Muramasa from its waist, and, with a flick of its wrist, a deafening boom resounded. A deep chasm split the battlefield, stretching all the way to a distant hill. The hill itself was cleaved in two, sliced cleanly down the middle, until the blade's energy faded. Any ninja caught in its path didn't even have time to struggle before being sent straight to the Pure Land. He's a monster. Run for your lives. All remaining thoughts were drowned out by terror, and panic swept through the crowd as everyone scrambled to escape. Do you really think you can run? With 3 more sweeping arcs of the blade, countless ninja were eradicated in an instant, leaving not a trace of a body behind. Linyu had been careful to avoid swinging in the direction of the Leaf Ninja, but a few unlucky souls still got caught in the aftermath. Such was their misfortune. The Rain and Sand Ninja forces were nearly wiped out. As for the Stone Ninja, their leader Inoki had already ordered a full retreat upon seeing Susanoo's second form. After all, he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of Uchiha Madara Susanoo. The third Kazekage, who had been watching from the other side, saw Inoki fleeing in panic. Gritting his teeth, he took a slash to the shoulder from Tsukumo Hatake, used his control over the iron sand to block Tsukumo, and quickly retreated from the battlefield without so much as a backward glance. As for the Sand Ninja, their lives certainly didn't matter as much as his own. Orochimaru stood before the towering golden warrior, its massive form stretching hundreds of meters into the air. In his golden, vertical pupils flickered a deep obsession. What tremendous power! So the legends were true. The renegon really does exist. If only he could study it. Unlike Orochimaru, who was captivated by the power of the renegon, Tsunade felt something entirely different. Her beautiful eyes locked firmly on the figure in the sky, and a strange certainty took root in her mind. He was the one she'd been searching for, the one who could bring her brother Nawaki back to life. She slowly approached the golden warrior's feet and took a deep breath. For some reason, she didn't feel much fear toward the man in black robes. Perhaps it was because he hadn't slaughtered any Konoha ninja. With red lips slightly parted, she spoke. Sir, Mr. Blackrobe, are those eyes of yours the legendary renegon? If so, could you please do me a favor? I'm willing to pay any price. Please, I beg you, bring my brother back. Lin Yu glanced down at Tsunade, whose expression was gentle and vulnerable. He sighed to himself. Sorry, I can't help you just yet. But soon, very soon. He reached out, and the golden figure shot up into the sky, gradually vanishing from sight. Along with it disappeared Hanzo of the salamander's corpse, a fortune in its own right. Don't go. Stop right there, I said stop. Tsunade shouted after the figure soaring into the sky, a sudden panic rising in her heart. She didn't care about his strength anymore. Biting her red lip, she tried to rush after him. Tsunade, calm down. He's powerful. His identity and motives are unknown. If we anger him, none of us here might survive. Besides, now that he's appeared there, will be traces to follow. With Konoha's intelligence network, we'll find some clues soon. Orochimaru stepped in front of Tsunade, his voice low and steady. He was interested in the renegon as well, and wanted to investigate the man in black robe, but his rational mind screamed warning. Doing so could mean death. Reluctantly, Tsunade turned her gaze in the direction the black-robed man had vanished, then headed back to camp. As for the battlefield, there was no battlefield left. It had been nothing more than a plaything for that mysterious figure. Nawaki, I'm sorry. Your sister has found the one who can bring you back, but she doesn't even have the strength to face him. But as Tsunade lifted her head once more, looking toward where Lin Yu had disappeared, determination blazed anew in her eyes. Next time we meet, I'll make you see me for who I am. You'll have no choice but to take notice. By now, Lin Yu had already dismissed his Susanoo and deactivated the renegon. Carrying the captured one-tailed Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, he sprinted off toward the camp. He silently glanced at the words in his mind. Limited time reward. Permission to use the renegon without any cost. Remaining time. 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 59 seconds. Currently frozen. He had spent 20 minutes in total, with 5 of those minutes devoted to battle. The rest had been spent hurrying along the road. There was no helping. He was worried about Tsunade's safety, so he flew all the way there. Coincidentally, he managed to save Jiraiya just in time, so it wasn't a total loss. Still, Lin Yu felt a pang of regret. But in the end, he had done everything that needed to be done. Part of it was for Tsunade's sake, but a greater reason lay with the Immortality Organization. Lin Yu harbored an ambitious dream, immortality, not just for himself, but for those he cared about most. Such a dream required a vast and powerful organization as its foundation, one that could support research into the secrets of eternal life. He already had the perfect candidate for the lead scientist in mind, Orochimaru. As luck would have it, Orochimaru pursued immortality as well. In the original story, he even created the reanimation jutsu, a technique that bordered on everlasting life. He was, without a doubt, a true scientific genius. But now was not the time to reveal his intentions. At this stage, Orochimaru still nursed thoughts of becoming the 4th Hokage, and his faith in scientific research was not yet deep enough. Lin Yu would have to wait for Orochimaru's complete transformation. Moreover, Orochimaru's ambition was formidable, making him difficult to control. Lin Yu would need someone with the power to keep Orochimaru in check, someone, for instance, with a Sharingan. These thoughts flickered through Lin Yu's mind in an instant as he quickened his pace. In the distance, the outline of the Konoha camp gradually came into view. Carrying the unconscious Bunpuku, Lin Yu strode into the main tent. Tsunade and her 2 companions, along with most of the elite, Jonin, were already present. Yet none of them wore the joy of victory on their faces. Instead, they looked troubled and downcast. Lin Yu glanced at the group in exasperation. Why did winning a battle make them look as if someone important had just died? He sighed inwardly, then turned to Orochimaru and said, Lord Orochimaru, I was fortunate enough to capture the one-tail Jinchuriki, Bunpuku. Orochimaru's eyes, which had been somewhat downcast, brightened slightly. Not because of the one-tail Jinchuriki, though. While capturing Bunpuku was a significant bargaining chip for the peace negotiations, he didn't care much about such matters. Those were always left to the old man, the 3rd Hokage. What truly drew his attention was Uzumaki Lin Yu. Lin Yu hadn't appeared on the battlefield, and though Tsunade had said he was fighting Shikaku, Orochimaru had a hunch, subtle but persistent, that Lin Yu was somehow connected to the mysterious figure in the black cloak who had appeared so suddenly. After all, Lin Yu had only just mentioned meeting someone with the renegon yesterday, and today, such a person had shown up. What were the odds of that happening by chance? Coincidences, more often than not, are deliberately engineered. Even if Uzumaki Lin Yu wasn't the man in the black cloak, he was certainly connected to the Immortality Organization the black cloak stranger had mentioned. So, had he asked the black cloaked man to appear for Tsunade's sake? Or was it simply that the organization's target happened to be Hanzo the Salamander and Lin Yu's intervention was a mere coincidence? If it was just for Tsunade, Did Lin Yu really have the power to mobilize someone as formidable as the black-cloaked figure? No, I was there too. Back then, I was right at the scene. Lin Yu Uzumaki is not the type to be careless. He could have easily avoided me and Tsunade, and spoken to her alone, but he chose not to. He was making it clear Orochimaru was one of his targets as well. This is getting interesting. Lin Yu remained standing below for a while, waiting for Orochimaru to speak, but there was only silence. When he glanced up, his eyes met Orochimaru's, who was looking at him with an "I see right through you" gaze. Lin Yu's heart tightened. Did he see through me? That shouldn't be possible, right? If Lin Yu knew what Orochimaru was thinking, he'd probably be even more cautious around him. Orochimaru's guess was almost spot on. If it weren't for Lin Yu's young age and lack of matching strength, Orochimaru would probably suspect him of being the Black-Robe Man. No, just Uchiha Shursui isn't enough. Add Uchiha Itachi to the mix. Or maybe even throw in Tuzi brother for good measure. Little did Orochimaru know, a single look from him had made Lin Yu's future that much more complicated. Later, when Orochimaru found out, he couldn't help but shout in his heart, this is 1,000,000 times harder. Jiraiya, wrapped head to toe in bandages with his left arm in a sling and his face half covered, glanced at the two who had been silent for a while. To break the awkward atmosphere, he opened his only uninjured mouth and said, so it was a one-tails Jinchuriki. Lin Yu, you really are something. You got a bit of my toad sage flair in you. Seriously? If I really had your flair, wouldn't I be wrapped in bandages from head to toe by now? Lin Yu felt utterly speechless. Orochimaru, realizing there were still a lot of other ninja present, finally snapped back to reality. Well done, Lin Yu. I'll make sure you're credited with great merit. Lin Yu thanked him and sat down next to Tsunade, lowering his voice to ask, why does everyone look so gloomy? Did we lose the battle? Tsunade's expression was a bit complicated. We won. It's just that things didn't go as expected. She then recounted the story of the Black-Robe Man wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and how she herself was completely ignored by him. Lin Yu gave an embarrassed chuckle inwardly, but kept a straight face. Oh, then why do you look so fired up instead of feeling defeated? I am Tsunade, the princess of Konoha. How could I give up so easily? Just wait, when I finish my training, I'll drag that damned Black-Robe Man back here, beat him up every day, and make him beg me to bring Nawaki back to life. Tsunade shot Lin Yu a haughty glare. Ahem. Lin Yu coughed violently at her words. It seems Tsunade still held quite a grudge against the Black-Robe Man. Sorry, Nawaki, your resurrection might have to be delayed a bit longer. Seeing Tsunade's fighting spirit reignited, Lin Yu was genuinely pleased. For a moment, he almost didn't want to resurrect Nawaki. Who knows? Maybe Tsunade could grow beyond even her original self because of this. Because of the appearance of the man in the black cloak, the stone, sand, and rain ninja villages all sent requests for a ceasefire to Konoha, terrified of encountering that terrifying figure again. As for the Cloud Ninja, they made no statement, while the Mist Ninja never participated in the war to begin with. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War came to an end. However, small-scale conflicts continued unabated. Until a formal agreement could be signed, friction among the villages was inevitable. Still, due to the shadow cast by the black-cloaked man, all the ninja villages exercised great restraint, avoiding any large-scale battles. After all, if the target of that mysterious figure happened to be among the combatants, the consequences would be disastrous, a complete loss. After a week of regrouping, most of Konoha's ninjas prepared to return to the village to report in, leaving only the border guards behind to await instructions for the next rotation. Tsunade was also preparing to return to Konoha. She still needed to arrange for Nawaki's funeral. Orochimaru, too, had to go back to deliver a full report on their achievements and war casualties to the third Hokage. What? You're not planning to return with the main force? Tsunade reached out her fair hand, aiming to pinch Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu dodged slightly and caught Tsunade's delicate hand, pretending to answer seriously. I want to visit the land of rain. The war has brought tragedy to so many innocent people. I need to see it with my own eyes. Only then can I truly understand the essence of peace. Tsunade's cheeks flushed. She pulled her hand back and said hesitantly, but what if you go to the land of rain alone and something? I'll go with him. Jiraiya chimed in with a wide grin, his injuries now completely healed. I've been meaning to see that country myself, and I can gather some intelligence while I'm there. 2 months. You must return to Konoha within 2 months. Orochimaru gave Lin Yu a deep, meaningful look before turning away without another word. As for their safety, he wasn't worried at all. The man in the black cloak was already one of the most formidable figures in the ninja world. If he wished, wiping out a small country like the Land of Rain would be child's play. Indeed, Orochimaru had already decided in his mind that Lin Yu was somehow connected to the black-cloaked man. That was why he bent the rules for him. Otherwise, by strict orders, they should have all returned to Konoha immediately, with those who disobeyed facing charges of desertion. As for Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi was used to his antics. Ignoring them was best. One had to admit, at this moment, Orochimaru still showed a human side. Lin Yu glanced at him with a touch of gratitude and thought to himself, well, I'll go easy on you when it comes time to recruit you. With Orochimaru handling the third Hokage and their worries settled, Lin Yu and Jiraiya wasted no time. After bidding farewell to Tsunade, they set off into the Land of Rain. Over 2 weeks, Lin Yu and Jiraiya traveled through most of the country, witnessing countless families torn apart by war and encountering destitute refugees wandering the streets at every turn. With Hanzo dead and the restraining force he provided gone, the Rain Ninja rampaged across the country, pillaging and killing at will. Ordinary people stood no chance against the might of a ninja. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as his home was destroyed and his loved ones were slaughtered, feeling a deep and abiding hatred and fear of ninjas welling up from the depths of his heart. After half a month in the Land of Rain, Lin Yu's mission system had refreshed a new set of tasks. Thankfully, they were simple, treating civilians and pulling the usual pranks on Jiraiya. In return, he gained 3 fundamental rewards: mastery of kunai, taijutsu, and basic genjutsu. Sigh. Having wandered through most of the Land of Rain, he still hadn't encountered Nagato and his 2 companions. Was this simply fate keeping them apart? Lin Yu and Jiraiya strolled through a town in the Land of Rain, small pouches hanging all over them, tokens of gratitude from the civilians. Lin Yu had helped. The townsfolk had begun calling them the Duo of Justice, known for standing up to ninjas who bullied common people. Jiraiya, too, harbored a deep loathing for ninjas who preyed on ordinary folk, never holding back when he dealt with them. After more than half a month traveling together, he developed great affection for Lin Yu, the boy whose gentle, sunny appearance masked a heart brimming with compassion, or so Jiraiya believed. As for Lin Yu, his true goal was to find Nagato and the others. Helping these civilians was only incidental, and he hoped it might draw their attention. Sadly, things had not gone as planned. Suddenly, a loud commotion echoed through the street. Thief! Somebody stop the thief! A burly man with a face like carved stone shoved a scruffy little child with tangled blue-violet hair. This town, tucked away in a remote corner, had been lucky enough to escape the ravages of war, drawing many wandering refugees to its streets. You're lying. I bought this myself, protested the little girl, her dirty face streaked with a hint of beauty beneath the grime. She clung tightly to a loaf of bread, protecting it even as the man shoved her to the ground. Oof. Where would a stray brat like you get any money? Obviously, you stole it when I wasn't looking. The big man reached out, intent on snatching the food from her arms. No, please. I beg you, this bread is what we all saved up for. It's our food for 3 days. Please don't take it. The girl held on with all her might, refusing to let go, her small body leaving a faint trail in the dust as she was dragged along the ground. Growing impatient, the man raised his leg, ready to kick the girl aside. Before he could, however, a pale hand gripped his arm. He turned, only to meet a pair of strange, blood-red eyes, and then he collapsed to the ground, limp and powerless. Hey, wasn't that a bit much? He's just a civilian. Did you really have to use the Sharingan? Jiraiya crossed his arms and quipped. From his sidelines. After traveling together for over half a month, he'd already learned that Lin Yu carried Uchiha blood and had awakened the Sharingan. Lin Yu claimed it happened on the night the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, a story he hadn't bothered to hide, supplying a plausible explanation that was easy enough for others to believe. He was sure someone would fill in the rest on their own. The one who stopped the burly man was none other than Lin Yu. With a cold expression, Lin Yu nudged the money in the man's pocket with his foot. Jiraiya, take a look at the coins in his pocket. Jiraiya walked over with some confusion and examined the coins. 3 of them are a bit dirty, but the others are spotless and look brand new. That girl wasn't lying. These are what she bought. To think he'd even cheat a little girl out of her money. Let him stay trapped in that illusion for a while, Lin Yu said, his voice devoid of mercy. He knew full well that when the illusion finally ended, this man would be left an empty shell. If he hadn't shown up today, who knows how much suffering that little girl and her companion would have endured just to fill their stomachs. And there she was, blue-violet hair, pale orange eyes, her features delicate and lovely. It was Conan. At last, he found her. Lin Yu gently cradled Conan, who had fainted from exhaustion, and carefully brushed her hair from her face. How is she? Jiraiya, now clear on the situation, paid the burly man on the ground no more mind and turned to Lin Yu, asking softly about the girl in his arms. She's been hungry for far too long, and the emotional shock just now pushed her body past its limits. Passing out was her body's way of protecting itself, Lin Yu replied, a faint green glow swirling around his palm as he moved his hand over Conan's frail frame, tending to the wounds most at risk of infection. He sighed inwardly, wondering just how much hardship this child had endured. Jiraiya, looks like we'll need to stay here for a while, Lin Yu said, carrying Conan toward a nearby restaurant. Jiraiya pouted and muttered under his breath. You should call me Jiraiya-sensei, you brat. Where are your manners? Still, he didn't really care for such formalities, and soon caught up with Lin Yu. These, and all of those set meals too. I want them all. And pack up another set of everything to go, Lin Yu announced as he sat in the restaurant, with Conan in his arms, pointing at the menu with no restraint. The waitress beside them scribbled away with eyes shining. This was a true big spender. Before long, the table was covered in a dazzling array of dishes. Even Jiraiya, sitting across from them, found his mouth watering. If not for Lin Yu, who hadn't started yet, he would have dug in already. After more than half a month of nothing but ration pills, he was sick of them. Wait, what just happened to me? I remember that bad man tried to steal my bread, and then, oh, my bread. Conan, who had been dazed and foggy, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She quickly checked her arms, and, finding her bread still there, finally let out a sigh of relief. But then she noticed something was off. She seemed to be nestled in someone's arms. Lifting her head a little, she found herself gazing into a pair of gentle, watchful eyes. A faint blush crept over her pale cheeks. Once she came to her senses, Conan struggled free from Lin Yu's embrace, clutching her bread tightly to her chest, her small face tense as she looked up at him, especially at the ninja headband hanging around his neck. Fear and anxiety filled her pale face. Peep, please. I beg you, let me go. I just want to live. Please let me leave. Conan's voice trembled with desperation, each word filled with fear and humility. Hearing the frail and pitiful plea, a wave of sorrow washed over Lin Yu and Jiraiya, so strong it nearly overwhelmed them. From his poor little girl, they saw endless suffering and sadness. She looked about 5 years old, and who could say how much hardship the war had already forced upon her? Lin Yu took a quiet breath, steadying himself. He knew even more than Jiraiya. He knew Conan's entire life story, how she became a refugee because of war, met Yahiko, and Nagato, helped found the Akatsuki, silently supporting them from behind the scenes, holding fast to their beliefs, and finally, meeting a tragic end protecting Nagato's body. She was a woman who always stood quietly behind her companions, unwavering in her support for Yahiko and Nagato's dreams. Though her appearances were few and her fate tragic, Lin Yu remembered her deeply. Not for her cold, elegant beauty, he swore. As Lin Yu looked at Conan's pale, anxious face, he had the urge to reach out and ruffle her hair, but stopped halfway. Instead, he forced a bright, reassuring smile and spoke gently. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Do you remember what happened earlier? You're the big brother who saved me just now. Conan nodded her little head, thinking for a moment, then recalled that it was this big brother who rescued her before she passed out. Still, she remained cautious. Hey, we're together, you know. So, by what you're saying, I'm a bad guy now. Jiraiya stared at Lin Yu with a mischievous grin. Well, you never know. With all that white hair, you look like someone who's, overdone it in some respects. You brat. What do you mean by some respects? TSK, figure out yourself. Lin Yu smirked, his eyes darting pointedly downward. Conan, though she didn't really understand what they meant, couldn't help but stifle a giggle at their bickering. Jiraiya, catching Conan's laughter, shot Lin Yu a proud look, as if to say, see, kid? The Toad Sage knows how to lighten the mood. Lin Yu returned an encouraging glance, and tried to gently take Conan's small hand. Conan flinched instinctively as Lin Yu reached out, but she didn't pull away, allowing him to lead her to a chair. The aroma of food drifted to her delicate nose, and her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she quickly looked away, trying to ignore the feast laid out before her. Go ahead and eat. All of this is for you, Lin Yu whispered, guiding her gently to sit. Conan swallowed hard, lowered her head, and murmured in a low, troubled voice, I can't eat. Oh, my little ancestor. I'm starving here. Have mercy on me, please, and start eating already. Jiraiya gazed longingly at the feast spread out before them, his mouth practically watering to the floor. Conan's other small hand clutched tightly at the hem of her clothes. She bit her lip, took in a deep breath of the delicious aroma, and with a blush and barely audible voice, whispered, If it's all right, I'd like to take my portion home with me. No problem. Waiter, please pack up everything on the table, and add another serving to the bill. If it weren't for Lin Yu's keen hearing, he might not have caught Conan's shy request. Hold on. At least let me have a bite first. Jiraiya shouted in bewilderment. Linyu paid him no mind. He took the takeaway boxes from the server, gently took Conan's hand, and led her outside, calling back, "Don't forget to pay the bill, old man." Unbelievable. That wretched brat. Using my money for his date. Shameless. Jiraiya stomped his feet in frustration, grinding his teeth. Even so, he obediently pulled out his wallet and settled the bill. After all, they'd met quite a few ninjas along the way, but his little treasury was still well stocked. With a face as dark as thunderclouds, he trailed after the two young figures ahead. Conan glanced up at the gentle, refined boy beside her, her cheeks growing pinker as she shyly said, My name is Conan. I'm Linyu Uzumaki. Yahiko Nagato, come out and see what I brought back for you." Conan, carrying a takeaway box nearly as tall as herself, dashed excitedly into their secret hideout, a cave. Nestled in the secluded woods just outside town. From the looks of it, the three had been living here for some time. The surroundings bore marks of being shaped and adapted. Inside, Yahiko and Nagato were deep in discussion about their grand survival plans, though it was mostly Yahiko talking while Nagato listened and nodded. Conan's back." Yahiko waved for Nagato to come outside, and saw Conan beaming at them, arms wrapped around the towering takeaway box. "Wow, Conan, where did you find so much food? It smells amazing." Yahiko hurried over, his eyes wide with astonishment at the box that stood taller than himself. After handing a portion to Nagato behind him, Yahiko opened the box, exclaiming, "Look, this is the famous scallion chicken from Shuxiang Pavilion, and boneless shark fin, and golden fried rice. Conan, you're incredible." Conan shuffled her feet, murmuring, Actually, it was a young man who gave these to us." Snap! The crisp sound of a twig breaking echoed inside. Yahiko instantly set the food down, shielding Conan and Nagato behind him, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on the two figures slowly approaching. "I told you to watch your step. How did you still manage to step on a branch?" Linyu grumbled at Jiraiya. "Clearly, you're the one who stepped on it. How did I end up taking the blame? I'm not some scapegoat like Danzo." "Wait, why did I even mention Danzo?" Jiraiya grumbled inwardly. Then his gaze landed on Nagato, or rather, on that striking red hair. He frowned slightly. Was this boy a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? These meals were meant for Conan, weren't they? "We haven't eaten any yet, so we're returning them to you. Please leave us alone." Yahiko, struggling to resist his hunger, snapped the lid back onto the lunchbox and placed the packed food gently at Linyu's feet. Linyu looked at the orange-haired boy standing before him. Despite the obvious trembling of his small body, Yahiko shielded Nagato and Conan behind him, his face showing a hint of admiration. Their dreams for the future might sound a little naive, but that's all right. Children are allowed to be. Besides, it's never too early to start guiding them down the right path. Lifting his head, Linyu revealed his face from beneath the hood, speaking softly, "I've never once taken back something I've already given away. We don't need your things, so please, wait, are you the guardian spirit?" Yahiko squinted, recognizing something familiar about the young man. After a moment's thought, he blurted out in delight. "What's going on? Guardian spirit?" Now Linyu was the one caught off guard. Did this kid mistake him for someone else? "Then that white-haired guy behind you must be the Toad Guardian, right?" Yahiko turned to Jiraiya, eyes shining with excitement. "Toad Guardian? Listen up, kid. I'm a great Toad Sage." Jiraiya jumped up, striking a dramatic pose. "That's it. That's exactly the pose. You're definitely the Toad Guardian." Yahiko's eyes sparkled like stars. He looked every bit the fan meeting his idol at last. Conan glanced at Yahiko, then at Linyu, her little head bobbing side to side before a light bulb seemed to flicker on above her. "Oh, I know. You two are the heroic duo who travel through the land of rain, helping the needy and saving refugees." Linyu suddenly understood. He vaguely recalled someone using that nickname for him and Jiraiya in the past. But this guardian spirit business, where did that come from? Yahiko's eyes burned with fervor as he gazed at Linyu. "You heal the refugees in the land of rain, punish the evil ninja, and bring hope to a war-torn land. Aren't you the guardian spirits sent from above? And you," he added, turning to Jiraiya, "are the Toad Guardian, sent by the heavens to protect him. I'll say it one more time. I'm the Toad Sage, not some kid's bodyguard." Jiraiya yelled in exasperation, his voice ringing out. "Guess I'm more famous than I thought," Linyu said, rubbing his nose in mild embarrassment. "So, are you going to take these meals back or not?" "Of course not. These are gifts from the Guardian Spirit. We've finally received the Guardian Spirit's protection." Sob, sob. Yahiko hurriedly divided the lunchboxes, handing one each to Nagato and Conan, then buried his face in a meal, eating while tears streamed down his face. He was only a 5-year-old boy. Beneath his brave exterior hid a fragile heart, yearning for someone's protection. Ever since he heard from other orphan refugees about two ninjas who roamed the land helping the needy and punishing evil, Yahiko had come to see them as his faith and his goal. Nagato, why aren't you eating? Nagato held his lunchbox, but didn't open it. His gaze, shadowed beneath his red hair, was locked onto the forehead protector hanging around Lin Yu's neck. He remembered. The ninja who killed his parents wore one just like that. Sensing Nagato's unwavering stare, Lin Yu spoke up. Not every leaf ninja is a villain. Sometimes what you see isn't the whole truth. You have to listen with your heart. I like to think I'm a good person. Seeing Nagato unmoved, Lin Yu helplessly pulled back his hood, revealing his shoulder-length scarlet hair. And Nagato, the guardian spirit has red hair just like you. Yahiko, his mouth greasy from eating, looked back and forth between Nagato and Lin Yu in astonishment. Could they be relatives? That's right. You and I are both survivors of the Uzumaki clan. In a way, you're one of my few remaining family. Lin Yu gazed at the silent Nagato and sighed inwardly. He wasn't lying. Maybe Nagato's mother really was his distant aunt. Thinking about it, that would mean the future leader of the Akatsuki was his nephew. What a story that would be. Imagining himself, one day, with his arm around Hiruzen, Sarutobi's shoulders, saying, see that Akatsuki leader who's turned the 5 great nations upside down? That's my distant nephew. I'm his uncle. Who would have guessed? Ahem, getting ahead of myself. Family. I still have family. Nagato stared blankly at Lin Yu's fiery red hair, the same color as his own. A sense of kinship welled up inside him. He wanted to burst into tears, but he held it in, burying his face in the lunchbox and eating ravenously to hide his excitement. Conan watched the two boys devouring their food, a bright smile slowly blooming on her delicate face. Her clear eyes glanced shyly at the older boy, and a strange thought arose in her heart. A blush crept up her cheeks, making her look adorably lovely. Do you want me to teach you how to become ninjas? After the meal, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan knelt quietly on the ground. Yahiko bowed his head and pleaded, yes, we want to become strong. We want to change this broken country and bring peace to its people. Please grant us this wish. Nagato and Conan bowed their heads as well, echoing him. Please grant us this wish. That's possible, but at most I can only stay here for another month and a half before I have to return to Konoha, Lin Yu said with some hesitation. He couldn't linger long. He still needed to go back and pick up the new generation of magic eyes. Ah, you agreed. Please rest assured, we promise to study diligently during this month and a half. We may not be talented in other areas, but enduring hardship is our specialty. Please feel free to be strict with us. The three of them pounded their chests in earnest assurance. There's no point in disciplining you two guys, Lin Yu thought to himself. If it were Conan, he quickly pushed aside the inappropriate thought and fell into quiet contemplation. A month and a half, definitely not enough time. Maybe. Lin Yu's gaze suddenly turned sly as he fixed his eyes on Jiraiya, who was watching the scene unfold. What are you staring at me for, kid? I'm not taking on disciples. Jiraiya shuddered under Lin Yu's mischievous look, feeling a chill run down his spine. You don't get to decide that. When you discover Nagato's renegon, you'll be begging me to let you take him as a student. But before that, I need to resolve the knot in Nagato's heart, Lin Yu mused. No rush. He'd deal with it when it was time for him to leave. Night fell. Two figures sat facing each other atop a large tree. Have you made up your mind? Yeah. You really intend to stay and teach them? Yeah. Do you have some sort of ulterior motive towards me? Yeah, I know. Listen, brat. I'm warning you. I will never take on disciples. Don't even think about it. Jiraiya shot to his feet, barking at Lin Yu. Tisich, we'll see if you eat your words later. Lin Yu scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. Me? Admit I was wrong? Jiraiya, sage of Mount Mayaboku. I'd rather leap from this tree and lie on the ground with my legs in the air than ever accept those 3 brats as disciples. Jiraiya raised his hand and swore to the heavens. Nagato might possess the renegon. Thud! A body crashed down from the tree in an instant, landing headfirst, limbs splayed to the sky. After a moment, Jiraiya clambered back up, his face smeared with dirt, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, what did you just say? Nagato has the renegon? Is that true? Lin Yu shrugged. Why don't you go see for yourself? A light bulb went off in Jiraiya's head. Right, I'll go check it out myself. With that, he hopped down and darted toward the cave. It wasn't long before Jiraiya slunk back, looking sheepish. With a sigh, he said, I don't think that's right. I can't bring myself to invade someone's privacy. Bullshit. The 2 biggest peeping toms in all of Konoha are you and the 3rd Hokage. The 2 of you, one spying on women's bathhouses across the ninja world, the other peeping on all the widows in Konoha. Neither of you is any good. Better to wait until he brings it up himself, Jiraiya said, leaping onto another tree and lying down to rest. Lin Yu kept watch for the first half of the night. Heh, it seems Jiraiya is actually quite principled when it comes to certain things. Lin Yu gazed at the bright moon hanging in the sky, lost in thought. What a pleasant day it's been. Amazingly, it didn't rain. Early the next morning, Lin Yu went into town to buy some basic supplies and daily necessities. Then, with Yahiko and the other two in tow, he led them to a quiet stream far from the city. He spoke slowly. Not everyone can become a ninja. Those who do are all extraordinary talents. But to become a truly powerful ninja, you must have a goal in your heart, something to strive for, to work towards with dedication and perseverance. Only then might you succeed. Lin Yu's words left the three kids momentarily stunned, each one pondering what kind of goal they ought to have for themselves. But, for now, that's a bit too soon for you all. Let's focus on building a solid foundation first. Now, go chop some trees and split some wood. Let's get our house built. Lin Yu's tone suddenly shifted, and he flashed the trio a sly, mischievous grin. Why does it suddenly feel like the guardian spirit's gaze is so intimidating? Yahiko, that's just your imagination, Conan said, tilting her adorable little head and blinking at Lin Yu, apparently not noticing anything amiss. Nagato, you feel it too, right? No, I agree with Conan. You Nagato, you've changed. You used to never contradict me. Yahiko shot Nagato a wounded look, grabbed an axe, and stormed off toward the woods in a huff. A faint smile curled on Nagato's lips, his long bangs hiding eyes that crinkled slightly as he followed into the trees as well. By midday, wow, so much delicious food. The guardian spirit is really spoiling us. Yahiko exclaimed, practically drooling as he gazed at the table piled high with meat. This wooden table was the fruit of their morning's labor. From today on, you'll have 3 meals a day, and every meal will have meat. We'll keep this up for about half a month. That's awesome. Yahiko and Nagato cheered in unison. Only Conan furrowed her little brow, glancing at her slim figure as she fretted inwardly. If I eat like this for half a month, will I turn into a chubby girl? I wonder if Brother Lin Yu prefers girls who are slim or rounder. As everyone knows, girls in the world of Naruto mature early. Of course, after half a month, you'll have to fend for yourselves when it comes to food, and make sure you bring some back for all of us, Lin Yu said with a gentle smile, ruffling Conan's hair. Oh, then I better eat more now and grow faster. Cough, cough. Yahiko, slow down when you eat. Nagato, quit nagging me. That night, Conan and the others were each tucked into the sleeping bags Lin Yu had bought for them. Lin Yu lay on a tree branch, chewing on a twig. This place was far from the land of rain, free from days of endless drizzle. As for Jiraiya, well, he claimed he was out gathering information, but truthfully, with his wallet full, he'd probably just gone off to have some fun for a few days. If only I knew the wood style, 3 bedrooms, and 2 living rooms technique, I wouldn't have to camp out in the wild like this. Who knows when the system will finally reward me with what style. Lin Yu activated his Kagura minds, to scan the area, but detected no unfamiliar chakra. He frowned slightly. Wasn't Black Zetsu supposed to be monitoring Nagato? Or could it be that his floating technique is so subtle, even my Kagura minds I can't pick it up? Forget it. I have no interest in Nagato's renegon anyway. If he really starts something with me, I might just have to let him experience the true force of infinite planetary devastation. And so, the days drifted by for over half a month. Then, one day, a string of text appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Monthly mission updated. Monthly missions. Mission 1. Trick Nagato into confessing to Yahiko, I like you. Time limit, 1 month. Reward, 2-hour trial of renegon with no cost, can be frozen. Mission 2. Fist bump Kurama. Reward, refined yang release energy. Mission 3. Invite Mikoto Uchiha out for a meal. Reward, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Cumulative missions, 2 out of 10. Mission, earn a title from Madara Uchiha. Reward, perfect sage body. Mission, return to Konoha from the land of rain. Reward, Mangekyo Sharingan. Limited time reward, no cost usage of renegon. 1 hour 39 minutes 59 seconds remaining, currently frozen. Lin Yu, inwardly, system, screw you and your whole family. With a look of utter resignation, Lin Yu gazed up at the bright half-moon above. On his young, still childish face, a trace of weariness emerged. Sigh, I'm only 10 years old, yet I'm shouldering burdens no child this age should bear. Why? Why must my system mess with me like this? System bro, those two are both boys. Seriously, they're both guys. Did you mistake the red-haired one for a girl? Sure, his hair is long, and he's so quiet that he comes across as a bit shy. His skin is fair, and he does have a lot of traits that resemble a girl. But Nagato is absolutely 100% a guy. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Time slipped by as Lin Yu mercilessly drove Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, the three child workers, to build their house. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. Now, a small villa stood in the clearing by the stream. Nothing fancy. 2 rooms, one for the boys, one for the girls. In front, a wooden table and benches, giving it the feel of an outdoor picnic spot. Yahiko and Nagato's dirty faces were lit up with excitement. At last, they had a home. With a creak, Yahiko pushed the door open and stepped inside carefully, afraid the house might collapse. His face was a mix of nervousness and excitement. He pressed his lips together tightly, then hugged Nagato from behind, tears streaming down his cheeks. From now on, this is our home. Yeah. Nagato patted Yahiko on the back and nodded firmly. One cannot truly understand how these children feel at this moment unless they have experienced days of homelessness, hunger, and wandering. Lin Yu reached into the sealed scroll and pulled out a pile of daily necessities. With a flourish, he scattered them all over the ground and smiled at the children. The rest is up to you. I'm going to call Xiao-Nin over. Yahiko and Nagato watched in awe as Lin Yu, like a magician, conjured so many things out of thin air. Their faces were full of envy, but their hands moved quickly, not missing a beat. Nagato, I want the red basin. But I think the yellow one suits you better. There you go contradicting me again. I don't care, I want the red one. All right then. As soon as Lin Yu left, Yahiko and Nagato turned into a pair of eager burrowers, diving and rummaging through the pile of daily goods. By the creek, the water was crystal clear. Standing in the stream was a graceful young girl, her pant legs rolled up to reveal her white little feet. She held a large stone in both hands, her expression serious as she focused on the water surface. With a sudden splash, water sprayed everywhere. A grass carp, stunned by the blow, floated to the surface, its eyes spinning in dizzy circles. Xiao-Nin licked her lips with her soft pink tongue, her eyes curving in a crescent as she exclaimed happily, "Wonderful! We're finally having grilled fish today. Don't forget my share, Xiao-Nin. Brother Lin Yu." Xiao-Nin's smile grew even brighter. She splashed through the water, clutching the fish, and ran over to Lin Yu. For a moment, she hesitated, but her gaze quickly turned resolute. "Here, Brother Lin Yu. I'll go catch another one." Looking at Xiao-Nin, who had spent the whole morning catching just a single fish, Lin Yu felt a pang of guilt, as if he were some sort of villain. And when he saw the serious little face, marked by her morning's effort, he felt even more like a bad uncle. "All right, I know you love grilled fish. How could I possibly take it from you?" He. Xiao-Nin's slightly pouting lips blossomed into a bright smile, and the cool, aloof air she had in the original story vanished without a trace. "Oh, by the way, Yahiko and Nagato are setting up the rooms. Xiao-Nin, Lin Yu hadn't finished speaking before Xiao-Nin was already dashing off toward the wooden house, calling out, "No way. Those two have no taste in decoration. They'll turn my room into a disaster zone if I don't get there." Do Yahiko and Nagato really have no taste? Well, Nagato's sense of style is a bit questionable. Aside from those red cloud robes, that nail polish is just impossible to describe. Over these past 2 weeks, Lin Yu had tried every trick he could think of to create coincidences and a romantic atmosphere, but all his efforts had gone to waste. He realized his approach was wrong. What was the point of creating romance between 2 boys? It was time to change his strategy. Everyone listen up. No physical training today. I'm going to give you all a lesson on dreams. What are your dreams? We'll have one-on-one coaching. Yahiko, you first. The rest of you, take some time to think it over. Yahiko, who was called out by Lin Yu, froze for a moment, his expression troubled. Why was he the first one? After a slight hesitation, he hurriedly scurried on his short legs to catch up with Lin Yu. The shadows of the trees flashed by. Yahiko, being carried by Lin Yu, watched the scenery around him blur and shift at an incredible speed, and he felt a surge of awe in his heart. So this is what a ninja is? They can run on treetops as if they were flat ground. As the little cabin in the distance grew smaller and smaller, Yahiko couldn't hold back his curiosity. Teacher Lin Yu, where are we going? We're almost there. A towering pine tree loomed ever larger in Lin Yu's eyes. With a sudden push off the ground and a few agile leaps, they were already standing atop the canopy. Just as Yahiko was coming back to his senses, he patted his chest in relief. When he looked ahead, his eyes lit up. Wow, what a beautiful view. And look, over there, that tiny cabin is our home. It looks so small from up here. Lin Yu glanced over casually. Compared to Konoha, there was nothing special about this place. Only someone like Yahiko, who had grown up in hardship, would find such scenery beautiful. Looking down at Yahiko, who was clutching the branch with both hands, Lin Yu asked softly, "Yahiko, what is your dream?" "My dream? I want the wars to end, for the world to be at peace, and for people to never again suffer the pain of losing their loved ones. Yahiko looked up, his young face aglow with hope. And how do you plan to make that happen? Oh, well. Yahiko lowered his head, thinking hard for a moment before answering earnestly. I hope people will learn to understand each other and let go of their hatred. I want to use love to soften their hearts. If that happens, there will be no more wars in the ninja world, and everyone can live happily ever after. Oh, so if someone hurts you, you choose to forgive them. Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, as if he had already anticipated this answer. Yes, if someone really hurt me, I would choose to forgive them, and I try to become their friend and invite them to join us. Yahiko's eyes shone, brighter and brighter as he spoke, as if he could already see a great team of people he'd inspired, all working together to change the ninja world. What if someone hurt Nagato or Conan? Lin Yu's tone stayed the same. At this question, Yahiko's expression changed. Pain and struggle flickered in his eyes. He bit his lip until it bled, took a deep breath, and replied in a low voice, I would still choose to forgive them and try to resolve their conflict. Oh, do you really think so? Suddenly, Lin Yu lifted Yahiko by the collar and raised his face. Yahiko's eyes widened as Lin Yu's blood red. Otherworldly eyes filled his vision and began to spin. Yahiko's mind wavered, his arms dropped, and his face slowly lost all expression. Where am I? My head hurts. In the damp, shadowy cave where rats scurried about, Yahiko's thin frame struggled up from the stone bed strewn with wild grass. He stared blankly at his own hands. What's going on? Wasn't I just talking with Teacher Lin Yu? How'd I end up back here all of a sudden? Looking at the surroundings, both intimately familiar and strangely alien, Yahiko couldn't help but feel a surge of panic inside. Could it all have been a dream? No, I won't believe it. Teacher Lin Yu, where are you? Nagato, Conan, come out. Please stop hiding from me. Toadguard, I'm sorry, I won't call you Toadguard anymore. Just come out, please. Yahiko's helpless voice echoed through the cavern. Only after having something do we truly understand the pain of losing it. He didn't want to return to this gloomy, damp cave. He didn't want to live hiding and running anymore. He wanted a home. Yahiko, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 2 days. I was so worried. Conan, wearing a tattered little floral dress, rushed into the cave from outside when she heard Yahiko calling. That's wonderful, Conan. Where's Teacher Lin Yu and Nagato? Did they go out for something? Yahiko's face lit up with excitement at seeing her, but then, noticing the ragged state of her dress, a wave of fear swept over him. Wasn't Conan wearing the blue and white pleated skirt Teacher Lin Yu bought her? She loved that skirt more than anything. It wasn't like her to take it off. She must have washed it. Yes, that must be it. Just as Yahiko clung to the last shred of hope, Conan's next words shattered it completely. Who's Teacher Lin Yu? I don't know anyone by that name. Yahiko, did you have a nightmare? As for Nagato, he went to town to find food and clean water for you. Conan bit her parched lips, her little head tilting in confusion. Maybe Yahiko had just woken up muddle-headed. Was it all a dream? So it was all just a dream. I knew it. How could something so wonderful ever happen to me? It was all just a dream. Yahiko's expression grew dazed and disbelieving. It had all felt so real, and yet, it was nothing but a dream. How cruel. A sinister chuckle broke the silence. Well, it looks like there are 2 little brats hiding in here. A middle-aged man, forehead protector glinting with the symbol of the Rain Ninja, strode into the cave, dragging Nagato in his grasp and wearing a twisted grin. He tossed the barely conscious Nagato aside like a sack and sneered, "Hand over anything of value, or I'll make your friend here pay the price." Who are you? What did you do to Nagato? Yahiko shook off his confusion, stepping forward to shield Conan. He glowered at the man, his face set and determined. The middle-aged man kicked Nagato with his foot, causing Nagato to whimper in pain. He grinned wickedly and said, "This little brat stole my wallet, so I caught him and gave him a good beating. Yet, no matter what, he wouldn't reveal where his companions were hiding. I accidentally let him escape, and wouldn't you know, he led me right to your hideout." "You're lying. Nagato would never steal your wallet. How about this? Take whatever you want from here," Yahiko said, furious but afraid to raise his voice. He was worried for Nagato's safety and just wanted the man to leave as soon as possible. The middle-aged man glanced around, curling his lip in disdain. "Look at this place. You're so poor. Even the rats don't bother coming here. There's nothing here worth taking. If there's nothing you want, then please leave now. I need to help my friend," Yahiko said, taking a deep breath and forcing himself to stay calm. "TCH, as if I'd walk away empty-handed after coming all this way. Since there's nothing valuable here, let's play a little game instead. It's really fun." The man's tone suddenly grew excited. "I don't want to play any games with you. Please just leave." Yahiko refused outright, wanting nothing more than for the man to go away. "That's not up to you. Before Yahiko could react, the man stepped forward and slapped him so hard he flew backward. He then grabbed Konan, who had been sheltered behind Yahiko, his face twisted in a cruel smile. Yahiko struggled to his feet, ignoring the swelling on his cheek, and shouted hoarsely at the man, "Let Konan go. If you want something, take it out on me." Konan said nothing. She bit her lip, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, her small face full of stubborn defiance. "Oh, that expression is impressive, worthy of praise." With those words, the man suddenly hurled Konan to the ground. There was a heavy thud, and Konan passed out cold. "Konan, you monster! What beautiful eyes you have! After what I've done to your friend, surely you must hate me, boy," the man taunted Yahiko. Yahiko's face twisted in pain and inner conflict, his eyes bloodshot as he forced out, word by word, "I will forgive you. After all, we have no deep-seated hatred." "Oh, and what about this?" The man stomped on Nagato's head, grinding it slowly into the muddy ground. Nagato's face was pressed deep into the dirt, his silent scream a cry of unbearable agony. "What do you want from us?" Yahiko shouted at the man. "I told you, didn't I? We're going to play a little game. But it seems you're not in the mood to cooperate," the man said, pausing his movement and looking at Yahiko with mockery gleaming in his eyes. "Fine. How do you want to play?" Yahiko forced himself to stay calm. He was the only one who could save Nagato and Konan now. A bell jingled. "Pick up that kunai and stab one of these two brats. If you do, you and the other one get to live." "Well, isn't this fun?" "Aha!" The middle-aged man hurled a kunai toward Yahiko, his face twisted with manic laughter. "Did we do something to make you hate us so much? Why are you tormenting us like this?" Yahiko stared at the kunai lying before him, his voice already raw and hoarse. "Why? Simply because it's amusing. Didn't you say you'd forgive me? So, here you go, a choice between the two. Have you decided who it will be?" Yahiko's pupils contracted at the words, and his thin frame trembled uncontrollably. He felt a wave of despair. On one side, his dreams. On the other, his companions. He was utterly torn, unable to choose. The middle-aged man watched Yahiko's silent, agonized struggle with indifference, then suddenly shouted, "Since you won't choose, let me choose for you." With that, he stomped his foot down, aiming for Nagato's neck. "No!" Yahiko snatched the kunai from the ground. An unimaginable surge of strength erupted from his frail body. In a heartbeat, he was in front of the middle-aged man, his face contorted with rage. "You deserve to die. I'll kill you." A sharp sound sliced through the air as the kunai swept across the man's body, and in that instant, the nightmare shattered. The blood he'd imagined never came. Instead, the familiar world slowly came back into focus. Not far away, a figure he recognized stood watching him, with admiration and a hint of regret in his eyes. Teacher Linyu. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion washed over Yahiko, and before he could finish, his body crumpled to the ground. With a gentle thud, Linyu caught Yahiko, softly patting his back. "Get some rest. When you wake up, everything will be better." Atop the pine tree's crown, Yahiko swung his legs back and forth, his expression heavy with disappointment. Anyone would feel the same if their dreams were shattered, especially when the person who denied them was themselves. "Teacher, you were right. It really is hard for people to understand one another and let go of hatred." Yahiko paused, pain flickering across his face. "Even I, someone who desperately chases after my dream, can't manage it. So how can I expect others to?" How ironic. His lips were chapped and bloodied from being bitten so many times, and the stains on his clothes had already dried. "I could sacrifice myself for others, but I can't just stand by and watch Nagato and Konan get hurt. Other people have loved ones too, people they need to protect. Yet I want them to let go of hatred and forgive each other. What a ridiculous dream." "Oh, maybe I've gone too far," Linyu thought as he looked at Yahiko, whose once bright eyes now seemed dim and lifeless. That sunny, lively, resilient boy now wore the loneliness of an adult. Linyu realized it was time to guide him back. After a moment's thought, he spoke. "Yahiko, why do you insist that only mutual understanding and letting go of hatred can bring true peace?" Upon hearing this, a look of confusion flickered in Yahiko's previously dull eyes, mingling with a hint of bewilderment. If people don't understand each other, how could they ever resolve their hatred and usher in peace? He didn't understand, but he didn't interrupt. He knew Linyu would explain it to him. Linyu helped Yahiko to his feet, gazing into the distance as he spoke slowly. "Yahiko, look at the woods beneath our feet, and then look at the woods near that town in the distance. Do you notice anything different?" "I don't really see any difference here, but over by the town, the trees seem more orderly." Yahiko widened his eyes, peering off into the distance. Although he couldn't see clearly, he could just make out that the trees near the town looked much neater than those in the wild forest. "That's right. They're more orderly. Both are trees, so why do they look so different? Without keeping him in suspense, Lin Yu went on. The trees near the town were planted by people. People set rules for them, and they have to follow. That's why they look so harmonious and friendly with each other. But in the forest, as you can see, the trees come in all shapes and sizes. Their branches twist and tangle, growing every which way, unchecked. It's just like the land of rain now. Honestly, before Hanzo the salamander died, the land of rain could never have fallen into such chaos. At least the rain ninja were kept in check and wouldn't slaughter civilians. But even before that Hanzo died, the land of rain had already been ravaged by war for years. Countless families were torn apart. Yahiko said, still puzzled. That's exactly it. Just setting rules isn't enough. Everyone has to follow them, including those who make the rules. The moment someone breaks the rules, it shatters the peace and must be punished. Only when everyone abides by the rules can war be prevented, and only then can people's dreams of a peaceful and beautiful world come true. Upon hearing this, Yahiko's eyes lit up, carrying a trace of hope as he murmured, is there really such a wonderful world where everyone follows the rules? A glimmer of memory flashed through Lin Yu's eyes, tinged with regret, but he nodded firmly. Yes, and I've seen it. In that country, the people are protected by a group of the loveliest people from the outside, and inside, there are democratic rules to guide them. Everyone knows the law and abides by it. There's no war or chaos at all. I wish I could see that country someday, Yahiko said, his eyes shining, as if he had found his motivation again. Lin Yu laughed softly. Who knows? Maybe you'll get your chance one day. Even I don't know how I'd get back there. Come on, let's head back. Without waiting for Yahiko's reply, Lin Yu grabbed him by the collar and leapt down. Sensei, could you please not carry me like that? It's really embarrassing. In front of the little cabin, Nagato looked at Yahiko with some concern. Yahiko, are you all right? At this moment, Yahiko was still a bit downcast, with certain things he hadn't yet figured out. Looking rather complicated, he turned to Nagato and said, I'm fine, Nagato. The teacher is waiting for you, go on now. A sudden sense of foreboding welled up in Nagato's heart as he walked toward the dense forest, glancing back every few steps. Meanwhile, Conan was by the riverbank, happily grilling fish with Jiraiya. Those two were true food lovers. Up in the crown of that same towering pine, Nagato appeared much calmer than Yahiko. He sat quietly, head bowed, his gaze hidden beneath his long red hair, fixed somewhere no one could tell. Lin Yu said nothing, and neither did Nagato. Watching the silent boy, a mischievous thought crept into Lin Yu's mind. He spoke in an even tone, Nagato, your eyes, they seem different from everyone else's, don't they? At these words, Nagato's ringed eyes, concealed by his red hair, suddenly narrowed. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his voice was barely a whisper. I don't know what you mean. Lin Yu suddenly bent down and brushed aside Nagato's red hair, uncovering those renegon eyes, their pupils dilated in fear and panic. As expected, these weren't his own eyes. Nagato couldn't switch them at will. Nagato flinched at Lin Yu's action, and his face turned even paler. His voice quivered. I'm not a monster. I don't know what's wrong with my eyes. I really don't know. Lin Yu gently smoothed the trembling corner of Nagato's eye, his tone unchanged. These eyes of yours hold unimaginable power, a power beyond ordinary people. These are the eyes of Sage. Hearing this, Nagato's body stilled, the trembling stopped. A look of painful memory flickered across his face as he questioned. Really? Aren't these eyes cursed? Because of them, I've suffered so much pain and torment. Are they truly a sage's eyes? Lin Yu let Nagato's red hair fall and sat cross-legged beside him, gazing up at the sky. I have no reason to deceive you. These eyes are a treasure countless people would give anything for. Whether possessing them is your fortune or your misfortune, who's to say? Lin Yu sighed softly. It was fortunate that Nagato could instantly wield power beyond the reach of ordinary people. Unfortunate that he was merely someone else's pawn, and using eyes that didn't belong to him would severely drain his life force. In the original story, Nagato's overuse of the renegon left him emaciated and ultimately led to his demise at the hands of fate. Then, do you want them? Nagato hesitated for a moment. Then a look of determination flashed across his face. HM, what did you say? Even Lin Yu was caught off guard by this. Nagato took a deep breath. For the first time, he brushed his own hair aside and looked up seriously. Do you want these? Renegon of mine? I can give them to you. Do you realize what you're saying? Lin Yu couldn't help but feel that this child's way of thinking was astonishing. Was he trying to provoke Madara Uchiha into coming after Lin Yu right now? I know. I can give you these eyes as long as you promise to protect Yahiko and Conan. In Nagato's heart, if these cursed eyes could be exchanged for Yahiko and Conan's safety, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself. Ha ha. Even if you don't give them to me, I'll still look after Conan. As for Yahiko, I think you should protect him yourself. With such an extraordinary gift, if you don't make good use of it, even Lord Madara would jump out just to scold you. Huh. Nagato was a little confused by Lin Yu's last words, but his young face still nodded earnestly. I'll definitely protect Yahiko. And besides, why do you think you're the only one with such eyes? Lin Yu smiled mysteriously, silently chanting in his heart, "Unseal." Lin Yu turned to look at Nagato, and in his gaze, 3 black tomo began to spin rapidly, their movement bewitching and uncanny. The 3 tomo in Lin Yu's Sharingan whirled at high speed, and a golden pattern slowly surfaced. Before it could fully form, spiraling lines appeared in his eyes. This was Lin Yu's unsealed renegon. Honestly, the Mangekyo Sharingan is way more stylish than the renegon. Who knows what kind of aesthetics the Otsutsuki clan has? Definitely not my taste. Nagato stared, stunned, watching the transformation in Lin Yu's eyes. When he saw the very same circular patterns as his own, he couldn't help but cry out, "These eyes, they're just like mine." Well, did you get a good look? You're not the only one with special eyes. Lin Yu grinned, a little smug. Yes, this is wonderful. I've finally found someone like me. The tension in Nagato's young face melted away completely as he gazed at those identical eyes, all his inner defenses dissolving. Someone like me? You make it sound like we're not even human. Lin Yu complained inwardly. Once Nagato was convinced, Lin Yu quickly resealed his renegon, counting silently to himself. 10 seconds already? That was way too long. What a loss. As Lin Yu's eyes returned to their normal black, Nagato hesitated. Lin, just call me Senior Lin Yu. I'm only a few years older than you, and since we share the same bloodline, Senior is fine. All right, Senior Lin Yu, how can you switch your eyes back and forth like that? I want to learn too. Nagato's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Oh well, you're still young, and you can't fully control the renegon yet, so you'll have to wait before you can switch them as easily as I can. Lin Yu replied, with an awkward chuckle. Now was definitely not the time to tell him about Madara Uchiha's plans. It could wait until Nagato had mastered his own power. Nagato was a little disappointed at first, but soon his spirits rose again. Now he knew he wasn't the only one burdened with these cursed eyes. He wasn't a monster. In this world, he had family bound by blood. Suddenly, Nagato felt as if his world had become much brighter. Nagato glanced shyly at Lin Yu, his voice barely above a whisper. Senior Lin Yu, you haven't asked me what my dream is yet. Lin Yu was taken aback. Wait, is that what we're supposed to be talking about? In the end, Lin Yu could only sigh and ask him about his dream, feeling rather helpless. As expected, Yahiko's dream turned out to be exactly the same as his. Oh, what else can you say? The two of them truly are soulmates. If they aren't meant for each other, then who is? Even the system's tasks aren't given at random. Forgive me, for I'm still just a 10-year-old child. My world is still so small. Nagato's view of Lin Yu had completely changed by now. He was gradually beginning to trust him. After all, nothing builds trust faster than becoming one of their own. When Lin Yu brought Nagato back to the little wooden cabin, wisps of white smoke curled lazily into the air. The campfire had long since burned out, and fish bones were scattered everywhere. Conan lay nearby, gently patting her tiny belly, her delicate and lovely face radiating pure satisfaction. Every now and then, she let out a small, contented burp. This left Lin Yu utterly astonished. If it had been Kushina instead of Conan, he wouldn't have thought twice about it. But seeing the usually cool and ethereal Conan from the original story behaving this way, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of dissonance. This isn't right. Not right at all. Jiraiya was lounging nearby, a blade of grass between his lips and a look of utter contentment on his face. Clearly, his reconnaissance mission these past few days had gone quite well. As for the fish, of course, he was the one who caught them. After all, what sort of gentleman would refuse a cute girl's request? When Lin Yu and Nagato returned, Conan pretended to struggle to her feet, but after wobbling for a while, she flopped back down, looking up at him with big, pitiful eyes. Big brother Lin Yu, you're back? I ate way too much. It's that white-haired weirdo's fault. He kept forcing me to eat more. Maybe you should ask me again another day. Jiraiya, inwardly. So, all my fish went to the little ingrate. And what's with calling me a weirdo? I'm only 24, okay? The hair's just how I was born. Uh-huh. So that's what was going on here. No wonder Conan seemed a little off. Conan had been a bit suspicious, but when she saw Nagato, all her doubts vanished. There must be something fishy about Big Brother Lin Yu. Conan's expression grew serious. Detective Conan was on the case. The clues were clear. Yahiko, who was usually talkative and cheerful, had returned and fallen silent, staring off into space, looking downright dejected. like a washed-up salaryman. Meanwhile, Nagato, usually quiet and timid, had come back a changed person, a faint smile now and then lighting up his face. He even brushed aside the long hair that usually hid his strange eyes, which he had always been reluctant to show them. That could only mean one thing. Big Brother Linyu. Well, Detective Conan wasn't sure exactly what he'd done, but there was one thing she knew for sure. Big Brother Linyu was just way too scary. Xiaonan was terrified. They had endured so much hardship and so many beatings since childhood, but neither Yahiko nor Nagato had ever changed who they were. Yet after just a short time alone with Brother Linyu, they had been so thoroughly brainwashed. Who knew what kind of cruel torment Linyu had inflicted on them to cause such a drastic change? She was scared and didn't want to have a private lesson with Linyu. Summoning all her courage, she tilted her little head and pleaded coquettishly, "Brother Linyu, why don't you stay here instead? I'm so full I can't even get up." Linyu was caught off guard by Xiaonan's tone, which carried a hint of suggestion. He frowned and said, "I'm just me, don't talk to me like that." He walked over and scooped Xiaonan into his arms. In a voice barely above a whisper, he murmured to her, "In the future, when it's just the two of us and no one else, you can act like that again." Xiaonan's pout vanished in an instant, and a rosy blush spread across her cheeks. She gave Linyu a few shy, indignant little pats. How could Brother Linyu tease her like this? Jiraiya, of course, heard exactly what Linyu said, but he had no time to care about it right now. At this moment, his eyes were glued to Nagato's renegon, as if beholding the most extraordinary beauty, nearly drooling with excitement. He muttered, "I've found him. I finally found the child of prophecy. He must be the one." Nagato, feeling awkward under Jiraiya's intense gaze, looked away. With hands and feet scrambling, Jiraiya hurried to Nagato's side, his face alight with excitement. "Kid, become my student and learn ninjutsu from me. How about it?" Nagato's expression remained cold. He replied flatly, "I refuse." Jiraiya looked crestfallen, but still tried to sell himself. "Do you even know who I am? I'm one of the legendary Sanin, as named by Hanzo of the Salamander." Nagato curled his lip in disdain. "Just now, Elder Linyu told me that Hanzo of the Salamander was defeated by another wielder of these very renegon eyes. Damn it, that brat Linyu. Well, I'm also the heir of Mount Myaboku. I can grant you a contract scroll and let you summon mighty ninja beasts. I hate toads. Arg, this is so unfair." Linyu paid no mind to the older man's eccentric outburst. He gently picked up Xiaonan, who only struggled for a moment before settling quietly in his arms, her face crimson. Instead of heading for the Pine Crown summit, Linyu carried Xiaonan, stepping lightly across the flowing stream, following its course toward the distant town. Hand in hand, Linyu and Xiaonan walked down the street. Throughout the journey, Linyu didn't ask Xiaonan a single question. He simply held her hand and quietly accompanied her. At first, Conan felt anxious and afraid, but throughout the journey, Linyu didn't ask her a single question. Gradually, as she listened to the gentle rustling of the breeze and the soothing flow of water nearby, her heart began to settle, and her mind wandered in a tangle of thoughts. She suddenly realized how much she had changed. Ever since she met Linyu, she hardly recognized herself any longer. She couldn't even remember the last time she acted playfully. It must have been before the war reached their home. She couldn't recall the last time she and Nagato and Yahiko ate their fill together. It was as if that had never happened. A sense of confusion washed over her. She knew that all of this was real, but why? Why did it seem that the three of them were the only ones blessed with such rare luck? Fear began to creep into her heart. She worried that Linyu's kindness toward them might have some hidden agenda. Linyu felt a slight movement in his hand. When he looked down, he saw the paleness on Conan's little face. Who knew what wild thoughts were running through the child's mind? Even if he didn't know, he could only stare helplessly. How could he possibly explain that his true goal in coming to the land of rain was these very children? He couldn't exactly say he knew the story's future and just wanted to get acquainted so that the famed Akatsuki would go easy on him during his future missions. Linyu let out a quiet sigh, unsure of Conan's state of mind. Glancing around, he suddenly brightened. "Ah, found it." Without waiting for Conan to respond, he took her hand and hurried toward a secluded street corner, a spot so tucked away that almost no one passed by. It had taken Linyu quite some time to track down this place. "Is this an origami shop?" Conan stared at the sign overhead, which read Conan's Origami Shop, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. Linyu said nothing. He pushed open the old wooden door, which creaked softly as it swung wide, and a faint fragrance of paper greeted them. Conan looked around with curiosity. The shop was small, a little over 30 square meters, filled to the brim with all kinds of folded paper creations and bouquets, each a different color, each a different form. Origami and colored paper covered every corner of the room, and the floor was spotless. By the window on the left stood a small bed and a set of table and chairs, all brand new. Clearly, someone had recently replaced the furniture here. Over the past half-month, Lin Yu had scoured countless places before finally finding this origami shop. Originally, it was called Yuanfei Origami Shop. Lin Yu wasn't sure if it had any connection to the Yuanfei clan of Konoha, but it didn't matter anymore. He'd bought the shop for 10 times its value, and the owner left in high spirits, even replaced all the furniture as Lin Yu had requested before leaving. Conan wandered about, gently touching each origami, cranes, dragonflies, butterflies, then reached for a paper flower in a vase. Her movements were careful, almost reverent, as if she were afraid of damaging them. Lin Yu watched her with a gentle smile and walked over to her side, speaking softly, "You don't have to be so careful. The entire origami shop is yours." When Xiaonan saw the name of the shop, she already had suspicion. Now that it was confirmed, an overwhelming joy surged from deep within her heart. Yet, suddenly, as if remembering something, she burst out laughing and crying at the same time. Her eyes instantly reddened, and her voice trembled. Why are you so good to me? I'm just an orphan, alone in this world, never knowing where my next meal will come from. Why would you treat me so kindly?" Before Lin Yu could answer, Xiaonan lunged into his arms, wrapping her small hands tightly around his waist. Her cheeks flushed as she buried her face in his chest, her voice barely more than a whisper. If you really do have some hidden motive, please don't tell me. Just keep lying to me like this. I'm not difficult to care for." Lin Yu scratched his head awkwardly, his hands unsure where to go. Not only was Xiaonan so small, but he himself was still just a boy, and he felt rather helpless in the moment. "I don't have any motives," he said. "But if I had to say I have one, then perhaps my only purpose is you." Xiaonan felt her face grow so hot it seemed ready to burst into flames. In a soft, sticky voice, she mumbled, "Then what's so special about me that I could be your purpose?" Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of her own blue-violet hair. Gathering her courage, she lifted her little head, her lips, now even redder, parting slightly. Lin Yu, what's your favorite color?" "Me? Let me think. Blue-violet, I suppose." In his heart, Lin Yu silently added, "I also like red, gold, and black." Oh, the precocious little girl didn't dwell on it any further. Xiaonan only felt her head was about to catch fire. She quickly pressed her cool little hands to her cheeks, peeking out from between her fingers with squinting eyes, unable to calm her pounding heart. That night, Lin Yu carried the sleeping Xiaonan back to the little wooden cabin. Lin Yu signaled for silence to Yahiko and the others, then gently laid Xiaonan on the freshly made bed, quietly removed her shoes and socks, and tiptoed out of the room. Beside the creek, the warm glow of the fire pushed back the darkness, its light dancing and flickering. Yahiko asked nervously, "Xiaonan, is she all right?" Nagato, too, looked at Lin Yu with concern. Lin Yu sat down beside the two, tossed a bit more wood on the fire, and shook his head. "She's fine. Xiaonan is just a little tired." Both Yahiko and Nagato let out a sigh of relief, but their thoughts quickly turned to themselves, and they shot Lin Yu a look tinged with grievance. Could teacher Lin Yu have used some illusion technique on Xiaonan too? No way, that would be too cruel. Yahiko wondered. Could Lin Yu have put Xiaonan through some kind of test too? Nagato thought to himself. He had always believed that Lin Yu's talk of his renegans power was some kind of trial, a test to see if he could give up his renegon for the sake of his friends. At least that's what he thought. But Lin Yu had no such intentions whatsoever. He certainly didn't have any strange hobby of messing with other people's eyes. Hey kids, how come after just one day, you all look more worn out than me, an adult? Don't tell me you've fallen in love. Already, Jiraiya teased the three of them, his cheeks flushed as he sipped from a bottle of liquor he'd somehow gotten his hands on. No way. Yahiko and Nagato protested in unison, then glanced at each other, and immediately, both of their faces turned red. Oh, something's going on, isn't it? You two kids, could it be that? Jiraiya looked at Yahiko, then at Nagato, wearing the face of someone who'd just uncovered a juicy secret. It's nothing like that. Nagato, why did you look at me with that red face just now? Yahiko demanded, pretending to be angry. But Yahiko, you were blushing too. Nagato sounded aggrieved. It wasn't just him after all. Nagato, now you're talking back to me. You've really changed. You never used to be like this. Yahiko, let me explain. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. You two are hilarious, really, haha. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances again, then both broke into grins and started laughing. This feeling was wonderful. They cherished it. Suddenly, the sound of water splashing filled the air. All right, time for bed, or you'll wake Conan up with all your noise. Wait, teacher Lin Yu, my fish is still roasting. Yahiko, you spoke too late. The fire's already out. Nagato, you. The warm glow of the fire was snuffed out by Linyu, but the warmth in their hearts had already taken root and begun to flourish. In the room, the sleeping Conan's lips curled into a blissful smile. The quiet creak of a door echoed softly, and then everything fell silent. Another 10 days passed. Jiraiya still left early and returned late, always reeking of alcohol. One had to wonder, if Orochimaru ever found out this was how he gathered intelligence, would he hit him with a hidden shadow snake hand without hesitation? Perched bored atop a tree, Linyu watched the 3 kids below practicing tree climbing. Over the last 10 days, all 3 had managed to extract their chakra, with Nagato showing the most talent. Of course, that was only to be expected. Otherwise, Uchiha wouldn't have taken an interest in him. After all, Nagato wasn't the only survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Linyu ignored Yahiko, who had once again fallen from the tree, and let his mind drift inward. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Convince Nagato to confess, "I like you" to Yahiko. Deadline, for days. Reward. Experience the renegon for 2 hours with no energy cost, can be frozen. Task 2. Fist bump with Kurama. Reward. Sun-style chakra refinement. Task 3. Invite Uchiha out for a meal. Reward. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Cumulative tasks, 2/10. Task. Earn a title from Uchiha. Reward. Perfect sage body. Task. Return from the land of rain to Konoha. Reward. Mangekyo Sharingan. Limited time reward. Unlimited use, renegon access, 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 49 seconds remaining, currently frozen. Sigh, only 4 days left. Looks like I have to act quickly now. After these days of careful groundwork, Nagato trusts me deeply. I should be able to pull this off, right? No, I have to succeed. Sorry, Nagato. Please don't blame me when you grow up. Linyu let out a silent sigh in his heart. Then his expression hardened with determination. If you want to blame someone, blame that damned system for being so heartless. Yahiko, why are you still struggling down there? Both Nagato and I have already learned how to climb trees. Conan stood on a branch, perfectly balanced, while Nagato stood on another tree nearby, casting a worried glance at Yahiko below. Darn it, just you wait. I'll climb up there and give you a good thrashing, Nagato. Nagato thought, I didn't even say anything. Nagato, come here, I want to give you some one-on-one tutoring today. Hearing Linyu call to him, Nagato didn't bother to figure out Yahiko's strange reaction. He leapt down from the tree and ran over to Linyu. At the top of the pine tree, their usual spot, the place hadn't changed, but their mindsets had, and with that, their actions were beginning to shift as well. Nagato sat beside Linyu high up among the pine needles, his legs swinging gently. Nagato saw Linyu as a warm, caring elder. But since their ages weren't that far apart, there wasn't that sense of distance or formality, just pure trust. The afternoon breeze softly swept through their red hair, brushing away Nagato's morning weariness, and with it, Linyu's aimless days. He was ready to give it his all. Linyu asked softly, Nagato, what do you think of Yahiko? Nagato seemed a little distracted, enjoying the feeling of looking out from above. When he heard Linyu's question, he snapped back to attention. Yahiko? I think he's a great person. There's a lot I can learn from him. Oh, you just think he's great? Nothing more. Linyu continued to gently prod. I guess there's something else, but I don't quite know how to put it. I just feel that Yahiko is someone really important to me. Nagato frowned thoughtfully. Oh, then if Yahiko were ever hurt, what would you do? Nagato's expression instantly turned intense. No way. I would protect Yahiko. And besides, I have you, senpai. I'm just saying if. And I can't always be by your side. If one day Yahiko were badly hurt, even dying, what'd you do? I'd kill the person who hurt him, then help Yahiko fulfill his unfinished dreams. And in the end, I'd go with him. For a moment, Nagato's pale face twisted with ferocity, but by the end his gaze turned resolute, staring intently in the direction of the little cabin. You're done for. You've fallen in love. Linyu wanted so badly to say it aloud, but he couldn't. He stifled the urge to tease and instead asked, Nagato, do you know what it means to like someone? Like? I'm not sure. Nagato looked a little lost. Senior Linyu was saying things he couldn't quite understand. Having grown up in hardship, Nagato felt life was just about whether you could eat or not, whether you had shelter or not, and whether people were good or bad. There was no room for things like what you liked or disliked. He never had the right to choose. A smile blossomed on Linyu's face as he explained gently. Liking someone is, for example, when you say you dislike ugly people, but if it's them, their looks don't matter. Or if you say you dislike people who are chubby, but if it's them, their weight doesn't bother you at all. That's what it means to like someone. You find every little thing about them pleasing. So, Nagato, have you perhaps fallen for Yahiko? But, Senior Linyu, I remember Conan saying that liking someone is something between a boy and a girl. Yahiko and I are both boys. How could that be? Nagato hesitated, glancing nervously at Linyu. Conan is just a little girl. What does she know? If I like a cloud, do I have to find out if it's a mother cloud in the sky? If I love a flower, does it matter whether it's male or female? Liking someone knows no boundaries. Nagato still felt something was off, but with his limited experience, he couldn't quite put it into words. He could only look troubled and say, so, does that mean I really do like Yahiko? Would you ever dislike Yahiko if he grew up to be ugly? Never. Yahiko is the coolest in my eyes. And if he had some bad habits, like not washing his hands after using the bathroom, would you turn away from him? No, I wouldn't. Well, there you have it. You really do like Yahiko. But I still feel something's not quite right, Senior Linyu. Before Nagato could dwell further, Linyu quickly interrupted him. Nagato, when you're with Yahiko, especially when the two of you bicker, do you ever feel your face getting hot, your heart beating faster? Nagato hesitated, searching his memories with his little head. He didn't know how to lie, so he answered slowly, I guess. I do. There you go. That fluttering heartbeat and blushing. That's how you feel when you're with someone you like. Medically speaking, blushing and a racing heart are just the body's response to tension or excitement, with the brain triggering the adrenal glands to release adrenaline. But Linyu wasn't about to explain it that way. From a certain perspective, if you look at things on a grander scale, Nagato really did like Yahiko. But still, I can't help feeling something's missing. Even though what you say makes sense and I act like I like Yahiko, I just feel there's more to it. Linyu let out a resigned sigh, deciding to try a different approach. Actually, there's another feeling that goes beyond liking. What's that, Senior? It's something that transcends liking. It's not just about the feelings you have. It also comes with the courage to take responsibility. Liking someone might be a fleeting spark, but this deeper emotion is built up from countless such moments, layered together over time. Linyu paused for a moment, then continued. Take your feelings for Yahiko, for example. It's not just in this moment. Your feelings won't ever change, not even in the future. You want to protect him for your whole life, and even if you're giving everything behind the scenes without any reward, you're unwavering in your resolve. Senior, what do you call this feeling that goes beyond just liking someone? That's called love. Senior, I finally get it. I understand what I feel for Yahiko now. Go on, say it out loud. Let Yahiko know how you feel about him. With Linyu's eyes brimming with encouragement and hope, Nagato took a deep breath and walked toward Yahiko. Damn it, Yahiko had fallen down from the tree again, getting a mouthful of dirt and grass. His face was full of frustration as he thought, I'm not going to lose to Nagato or Conan. I will get stronger and protect them. At that moment, a figure approached him. Yahiko looked up, pouting in annoyance. Nagato, are you here to laugh at me? I'm about to get the hang of climbing trees. I almost had it just now. Nagato looked at him nervously, his expression tense and hesitant, but then he remembered what Senior Linyu had told him. A little bubble popped up above Nagato's head as Linyu flashed a bright smile, giving him a thumbs up. Go for it, Nagato. If you love someone, shout it out. Don't wait until it's too late and you regret it. Pop! The bubble burst. Nagato took another deep breath, looked at Yahiko with absolute seriousness, and declared in a solemn voice, Yahiko, my feelings for you go beyond just liking you. I love you. By the end, Nagato couldn't hold his tense expression any longer. He shut his eyes, his face burning red, and shouted his feelings at Yahiko. Nagato, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Yahiko stared at Nagato in disbelief, wondering if he'd gotten the wrong idea or mixed up his words. After saying it once, Nagato no longer felt so nervous. He relaxed noticeably, then said to Yahiko again, Yahiko, it's more than just liking you. I love you. What? Ugh. Nagato, how can you say something like that to me? This time, Yahiko heard him loud and clear. He looked as if he'd just eaten something bitter, his face more horrified than if he'd seen a ghost. Yahiko, listen to me. I love you. I want to be with you for my whole life, to protect you, and for us to chase our dreams together. Nagato's gaze was earnest and full of deep affection as he looked straight at Yahiko. Stop. Chasing dreams is fine, but none of the other stuff. I absolutely won't accept your love. Yahiko bolted back toward the tree, controlling his chakra with surprising ease. He managed to climb the tree in one go. Turns out, you never know how capable you are until you're pushed to your limits. Yahiko, stop and listen to me. It's not what you think. It's not like that between us. My feelings for you. Nagato, seeing Yahiko about to run, chased after him in a hurry, desperate to explain. Take your feelings and shove them. I don't want to hear anything you have to say. Yahiko covered his ears, darting back and forth among the trees, refusing to listen. Huh, who would have thought that Nagato and Yahiko already got this far? Konan had already distanced herself from the other two. Her face, bright with curiosity, now twisted in distaste. After all, girls tend to understand matters of the heart sooner than boys do. But when it comes to little girls, things aren't so clear-cut. She, too, thought that Nagato's feelings for Yahiko were genuine. Love. After all, the three of them had lived together for so long, and no one knew better than she did how Nagato treated Yahiko. Thank goodness I'm normal. Konan patted her small chest in relief, her cheeks glowing as she glanced at Linyu. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She trotted over to Linyu, slipped her little hand into his palm, and gave a gentle squeeze. A warm blush spread across her delicate face, and when Linyu didn't object, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. The last thing she wanted was for Linyu to think she was like that too. At that very moment, Linyu's mind was entirely focused inward, lost in his own thoughts, completely oblivious to Konan's subtle gestures. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Fool Nagato into saying, "I like you," to Yahiko, completed. Reward. 2 hours of renegon experience, no cost, available to claim. Task 2. Do a fist bump with Kurama. Reward. Refined Yang release chakra. Task 3. Invite Uchiha Makoto to dinner. Reward. Multi-shadow clone technique. Cumulative tasks, 2/10. Task. Earn a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect sage body. Task. Return from a land of rain to Konohagakure. Reward. Mangekyo Sharingan. Limited time reward. Renegon use with no cost. 1 hour 39 minutes and 49 seconds remaining, currently paused. Seeing the words available to claim, Linyu's heart skipped a beat. Even though he hadn't made Nagato say the exact words, "I like you," to Yahiko as the task required, this was clearly going above and beyond the original mission. Couldn't the system at least give him some sort of bonus for overachieving? So stingy. Linyu grumbled inwardly, then refocused his attention. He suddenly noticed a delicate softness in his hand, cool and smooth, as light as if it had no bones at all. Linyu smiled knowingly. "Let's go. Looks like it'll be a while before those two calm down. We should get started on dinner." "Okay." Konan beamed up at him with a sweet smile. "What do you want for dinner tonight?" "Grilled fish. And an extra-large grilled fish." Linyu could only shake his head in silence. Night fell. The fire crackled nearby. "Ha ha. So you spent the whole afternoon hiding from Nagato?" Jiraiya, having heard about Nagato's confession to Yahiko, looked at Yahiko with a strange expression and then burst out laughing, nearly in tears as he slapped Yahiko on the back. Yahiko looked at Nagato with a plaintive expression. Now, it was over. He had completely lost face in front of his friends. It was all Nagato's fault. Of all the people he could have liked, why did it have to be him? And to make matters worse, Nagato had declared his love for him. Who could possibly handle that kind of confession? Nagato, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, looked a bit shy but still spoke up. "I really like Yahiko. No, I love him." He paused for a moment, then turned to the others and added, "I also like Jiraiya-sensei, and Linyu-senpai, and Shao." "No way. I don't like you." Konan quickly interrupted Nagato, clinging tightly to Linyu's arm, as if to say, "He's taken, you know." Nagato's expression grew even more wistful. He felt as if he'd been completely played. Jiraiya was still as clueless as ever when it came to matters of the heart. As for Linyu, being the one who had started all of this, he naturally had no intention of explaining what Nagato meant by liking love. Linyu found himself enjoying these days. If not for the ties he still had in Konoha, or the responsibilities weighing on his shoulders, he might have chosen to stay hidden away, living peacefully, far from the affairs of the shinobi world. But that wasn't an option for him. He needed to grow stronger. For some reason, he had a feeling that there were many more people like Yahiko and Nagato out there, waiting for him to save them. Laughter echoed through the nighttime forest for a long while. Then, suddenly, Jiraiya spoke up. "As much as I hate to say it, Linyu kid, you have to go back to the village." Linyu's face froze in surprise. "I thought I still had about 10 days left. Did something happen in the village? Is it Kushina?" Jiraiya nodded gravely. "I've just received word. Lady Mito doesn't have much time left. In a couple of days, they'll be transferring the Nine Tails to a new Jinchuriki. Kushina is the only candidate." Linyu took a deep breath and said, "I understand. I'll head back to Konoha first thing tomorrow." Jiraiya nodded and said nothing more. He had already decided to stay behind and look after Nagato and the others, at least until they were strong enough to survive in this world on their own. "You're leaving tomorrow?" Konan's voice trembled as she heard Linyu was going. Her small hand instinctively tightened its grip on his arm, her face etched with fear. Don't worry. I'll come back to see you all, Lin Yu said, smiling gently as he ruffled Conan's hair. Sensei, senpai, are you really leaving? Yahiko and Nagato blurted out together. They glanced at each other, cheeks coloring with embarrassment. Yahiko bit his lip and looked away from Nagato, but his eyes quickly found Lin Yu's, full of concern. Yes, something has happened to my family in Konoha, and I need to go back. I can't rest easy until I see her myself, Lin Yu replied, nodding with a gentle smile. Family? Is it that girl named Kushina? She's a girl, right? What is she to you, Lin Yu? Conan pouted, a hint of anger in her tone, so much so that she didn't even call him big brother anymore. When Kushina was mentioned, a blissful smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. Her? She's a girl as adorable as Conan, but she's even more lively. I can be even livelier and cuter. Upon hearing that the other girl was livelier than her, Conan grew flustered and quickly turned to Lin Yu, anxious to prove herself. Lin Yu could only smile helplessly, then looked at her earnestly. Everyone has their own special traits. Kushina is energetic and outgoing, while you, Conan, have a cool and calm aura. I think that makes you wonderful and truly captivating. Hearing Lin Yu praise her, Conan forgot about the crowd around them. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face in Lin Yu's chest, radiating shy sweetness. Hey, you two aren't even adults yet. What's with all this hugging and cuddling? Jiraiya, the perennial bachelor, interjected. Irritably, of the 5 people present, he seemed to be the only one without anyone to love or be loved by. Ah, such loneliness. All right, no need to be so gloomy, Jiraiya said, taking an awkward sip of sake. War could break out at any time. With Lin Yu's skills in medical ninjutsu, the village would never let him retire quietly. You'll definitely have chances to meet again. The mere mention of war made the faces of Yahiko and the others darken. It was war that had torn apart their families. Conan lifted her head from Lin Yu's embrace, her eyes filled with worry. Will Lin Yu be in danger? The little girl had thrown caution to the wind, calling Lin Yu by his name without any honorifics. There will definitely be danger, Jiraiya replied, pursing his lips, secretly envious that someone else got to spend time alone with Tsunade. But since he specializes in medical ninjutsu, he'll likely be stationed with the support unit, not on the front lines. The risk isn't too high. Nagato's expression grew a bit peculiar, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Lin Yu didn't want anyone to know about his renegon, and Nagato certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal it. That was a secret between him and his senior, Lin Yu. I made up my mind. I'll work hard at my training, so I can protect brother Lin Yu. Conan's little face was full of determination. Lin Yu could only sigh again. Why did all these girls seem intent on protecting him? He was actually really strong. Now with the Tensigen, he was even more confident. He truly had no fear of the current shinobi war. But Conan didn't care how strong he was. Her face serious, she turned to Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, please take care of me from now on. Count me in. Me too. Jiraiya's usual easygoing demeanor faded. After clearing his throat, he looked at the 3 earnest, resolute faces before him and spoke solemnly. Are you sure about this? My training is extremely tough. If you're not careful, it could even be life-threatening. I'm ready, Conan declared, determined to fight for Lin Yu's safety. I'm ready too, said Yahiko, resolved to strive for peace. So am I, added Nagato, determined to protect Yahiko and Conan. Well, mostly Yahiko. All right, then starting tomorrow, I'll undergo the harsh training of the Toad Sage. At dawn, before the sky had even brightened, a lone figure moved farther and farther away from the small wooden cabin. Are you sure you don't want to say goodbye to him one last time? Perched atop a pine tree, a little boy with bright orange hair spoke softly to the delicate girl standing ahead of him. No, there's no need. The next time we meet, I won't just be someone who can only watch him from afar. With a determined look, Conan gazed at the distant figure, her eyes lingering with affection until he was out of sight. Once he was gone, her face regained its cool composure, and she leapt down for the treetop. Nagato, aren't you going to try to persuade Conan? Yahiko sounded a bit forlorn. It seemed like all his friends were changing. Huh, you're right. Nagato's expression turned complicated as he recalled what Lin Yu had said to him before leaving. What do you mean I'm right? Did you even listen to what I just said? Yahiko grew frustrated, raking his fingers through his hair in exasperation. Anyway, whatever you say is right. Nagato, do you still have feelings for me? You're right. Oh, come on, give me a break. Yahiko dashed away from Nagato as if fleeing for his life, so fast he could have vanished in a blink. When Lin Yu left, he didn't say goodbye. He trusted that Jiraiya would take good care of them, and besides, there would always be a day for reunion. Why linger on the sadness of parting? Now, Lin Yu's thoughts turned to Kushina. Although nothing had gone wrong with the transfer of the Nine Tails in the original story, he still couldn't help but worry. After all, the system never sent him on missions for no reason, at least not for the serious ones. For the last time, Lin Yu tried to convince himself that this second-hand system was reliable enough. 2 days later, in the land of fire, Hidden Leaf Village. At the village gates, Lin Yu presented his identification and Konoha ninja credentials. Once his identity was confirmed, one of the guards quietly told him, Lord Orochimaru said that when you return, you should visit him when you have time. Lin Yu nodded, said goodbye to the nameless gatekeeper, and hurried home. Along the way, seeing that no buildings had collapsed and no one was hurt, he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the Nine Tails hadn't broken free. His worries eased a bit. Hopefully he was still in time. Kushina, wait for me. As it turned out, Lin Yu's worries had been unnecessary. Lin Yu, you're finally back. Kushina missed you so much. The moment Lin Yu opened the door, Kushina, who had been resting at home, caught his scent like a puppy catching a whiff of its favorite treat. She dashed to the door and threw herself into his arms. I missed you too, Kushina. Breathing in the sweet fragrance of the girl in his embrace, Lin Yu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He gently cupped Kushina's face, carefully checking her over. No signs of harm. Perfect. Kushina's cheeks flushed bright red under Lin Yu's gaze. She could feel the warmth of his palm, and it seemed her face was hot enough to fry an egg. Embarrassed, she turned her head shyly and wriggled free, saying, Lin Yu, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Yu's face also turned red. He coughed awkwardly. It's nothing. I just think my little Kushina is getting prettier and prettier. How can it be such a big difference like you said? It's only been a little over 3 months. Can I really have gotten prettier? Kushina pressed her hands to her cheeks, then pulled out a small mirror and studied her reflection carefully. Her eyes had grown a bit bigger, her nose a bit perkier, and her chin had become a touch sharper. She really did look much better. Lin Yu felt a little awkward. He had just blurted out the compliment, never expecting Kushina to actually pick out so many changes. Steadying himself, he asked, Kushina, have you gone to see Lady Mito yet? Kushina tucked away her mirror, her face tinged with sadness. I have. Grandma Mito is gone now, and I've lost another loved one. And the Nine Tails, Lin Yu hesitated. Oh, you mean that fierce, grumpy old fox? It's right here. Kushina took Lin Yu's hand and pressed it gently against her small belly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy blush. Lin Yu felt the soft, delicate touch under his fingers, and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, his face reddening again. Has the Nine Tails caused you any trouble or harm? Kushina wrinkled her nose and shook her head. Not really. It just yells and shouts every time I go to chat with it, so I put it in timeout. When I grow up, I'm going to make sure to give it a good beating every day. Let's see it try to be fierce with me then. By the end of her declaration, Kushina's cheeks puffed up adorably like a little steamed bun, making her look irresistibly cute. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed for the Nine Tails and gave it a silent moment of sympathy. Then it suddenly struck him. Was Kushina hinting that if he ever acted fierce with her, she'd give him the same treatment? With Kushina, now the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Lin Yu felt a mix of relief and worry. He was relieved that the transfer had gone smoothly without any mishaps, but concerned that Kushina, as a Jinchuriki, would face a future filled with surveillance and restrictions. He sighed inwardly. Clearly, it was time to build some connections. He wouldn't bother with the older generation. They were too set in their ways. Instead, he'd start with the young ones. Newborns like Kakashi, Might Guy, Obito Uchiha, and others. Or perhaps the future pillars of the village, the heads of each clan. Shikake Nara, Chozo Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, the Hyuga brothers, and, of course, Minato Namikaze and his eternally supportive little sister. If he could forge strong ties with these people, there would be nothing to stop him from walking tall and unimpeded in the Hidden Leaf Village. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, who would dare lay a finger on Kushina? Even if it meant defying Konoha. So what? Danzo had better behave himself and not force his hand. Lin Yu thought to himself, silently hoping things wouldn't escalate. He then calmed his mind and checked his list of missions. Monthly missions. Mission 1. Fool Nagato into telling Yahiko, I like you. Completed. Reward. 2 hours of renegon experience without cost, already claimed. Mission 2. Fist bump Kurama. Reward. Refined Yang release. Mission 3. Invite Uchiha Makoto to dinner. Reward. Shadow clone jutsu, multiple shadow clones. Accumulated missions, 2 out of 10. Mission. Earn a title from Uchiha Madara's own lips. Reward. Perfect sage body. Mission. Return from the land of rain to Konoha village, completed. Reward. Mangekyo Sharingan, already claimed. Limited time rewards. Renegon usage with no cost. 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 49 seconds remaining, currently frozen. Tensigen usage with no cost, 2 hours remaining, currently frozen. A new generation of magic eyes had just arrived. Linyu could barely contain his excitement to try out his Mangekyo's ocular powers. But since he didn't have the eternal Mangekyo, he dared not use them recklessly. He was a little afraid of turning blind. He wondered if he really did go blind, would he still be able to use the renegon and Tensigen? Or would he end up triggering some system bug? On second thought, Linyu decided not to risk it. If something went wrong and he lost everything, including his sight, that would be the end of him. Still, Linyu couldn't help but ponder. An ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan had limited ocular power. The more you used, the less you had. In the original story, unless you transplanted a blood relative's Mangekyo to awaken the eternal Mangekyo and gain limitless power, your only other option was to implant Hashirama's cells to replenish your vision. Of course, the latter was no match for the former. The eternal was true evolution, while the latter was just like having a portable battery to recharge your eyes. Even so, after implanting Hashirama's cells, your power would increase a little, but not by much. I wonder if my basic sage body can restore my Mangekyo's power. Ugh, I can't sleep. Why am I overthinking it? Just try it out and see. Truth comes from practice. Linyu tossed and turned in bed. Originally, he'd planned to wait until nightfall, when Kushina was asleep, to pay a visit to the Nine Tails and tell it to behave. But he could see Kurama anytime. What really kept him awake was not knowing the capabilities and status of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Enough talk, just do it. Linyu threw on his cloak, opened the window, and put on his mask just in case. He leapt across the rooftops, heading straight for the Uchiha clan's training grounds. He had his reasons for choosing the Uchiha training grounds. Firstly, there's discord between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha leadership, so it's rare for AMBU members to wander around Uchiha territory. That means the risk of being discovered is much lower. Secondly, even if I do get found out I have the Sharingan, training in the Uchiha district, what business is that of the ANBU? As for wearing a mask, so what if I'm ugly? The night had deepened, and the Uchiha clan's training ground stretched vast and wide. Truly, this was worthy of Konoha's foremost family. Such wealth, such pride. In every aspect they stood out. Not only was everyone strikingly good-looking, but regardless of your previous strength, the moment you awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan, your power shot up to Jonin level. If you unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, you could leap straight from Genin to Kage class. And if, by some miracle, you awakened Mangekyo from 2-Tomo directly and even transplanted Hashirama cells like my buddy Toby, you'd be a force at the absolute pinnacle of Kage. So, you couldn't really blame the Uchiha for harboring rebellious thoughts. Good looks, overwhelming strength, a training ground several times larger than anyone else's. If we're not fit to be Hokage, then who is? Unfortunately, the most talented members of the Uchiha were all die-hard loyalists of Konoha. First it was Kagami, then Shursui and Itachi. If these three had also been radicals, the seat of Hokage wouldn't have been so out of reach. Linyu found a secluded training field, deep within the grounds and almost untouched by others. He activated his Kagura mind's eye, expanding his senses to their fullest. Within 30 kilometers, not a single flicker of chakra could be detected. Only then did he allow himself to relax a little, though he still didn't take off his mask. Striding to the center of the open space, his eyes blazed crimson as the 3-Tomo spun wildly. He could hardly wait to awaken the Mangekyo. A surge of innate ocular power welled up from somewhere deep within him, bursting forth as if a seal had been undone. The 3 black Tomo vanished from his eyes, replaced by a complex golden pattern that looked almost like a magical array. Within the golden hexagram, flecks of white-blue flame danced, utterly unlike any Mangekyo pattern Linyu had ever seen. This was some kind of mutated version. Linyu couldn't tell if it looked good or not. All he knew was that those flickering white-blue flames in his eyes gave off an unsettling, almost demonic aura. Suppressing the urge to find a mirror, he focused on the new Mangekyo abilities surfacing in his mind. Undying Nether Flame. The fire never dies, and neither does life. It brings no pain or harm, can burn away impurities within the body, and serves to strengthen and fortify. It even has certain healing properties. Unsealed teleportation. Using Undying Nether Flame as the anchor, teleportation is possible regardless of distance or space. With multiple people, a projected magic circle will appear to facilitate the transfer. Come on, you stupid system. Where's my Kamui? My holification, Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, Koto Amatsukami? You couldn't have given me at least a couple of practical ones? What use are these 2 ocular jutsu, anyway? And they're supposed to be a combo move. Without that unsealed teleportation, the Undying Nether Flame is utterly pointless. If you're not giving me something like Yomi no Kuguri, at least give me a space-time jutsu like a Minoda Jikara. What's the point of just teleporting? I'd be better off with an ignite spell. Wait a minute. Damn it, it really is just teleportation plus ignite. What a ripoff. Linyu wailed inwardly. The thrill of receiving the new generation of colored contacts vanished in an instant. Other people awaken to Mangekyo and get devastating powers. One look, and they cast Tsukuyumi, wiping out the competition. And me? I'm out here, giving people an undying nether flame, purifying their bodies, boosting their health, maybe even healing their wounds. Isn't this just setting me up for disappointment? Then Lin, you remembered a quest, something about fist bumping with Kurama, with the reward being the power of Yon. Well, that's one more way to save lives. Now, as long as Linyu doesn't. Want someone to die, they just won't die. If he gets the power of Yin next and combines them into Yin-Yang release, he could literally create life, regenerate limbs in the blink of an eye. To console himself, Linyu cast an undying nether flame on himself, seeking a bit of warmth on his increasingly toxic support path in the ninja world. This feels just like getting a massage. So good. Even though the undying nether flame is harmless and just burns away internal impurities instead of expelling them, Linyu still went home for a shower, determined to wash off all the frustration from today. Teleportation plus ignite. My combat power hasn't increased at all. Supposedly, I can use a partial Susanoo, but I must have forgotten about it. Who cares? I've already seen the full form. What's so impressive about a half-body? After his shower, Linyu lay on his bed, feeling his Mangekyo chakra slowly replenishing. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. As I thought, my basic sage body does work. Now, I don't have to worry about switching careers to blind massage therapy. I can focus on being the ultimate toxic support. No, I mean guiding lost young women on their path in life. A sudden idea struck Linyu. Couldn't he leave an undying nether flame on Kushina and another on Conan? That way, he could switch between them whenever he wanted. That is, accompany them whenever he wished. Looks like these ocular powers aren't entirely useless after all. Might as well leave one with Tsunade too. As for anyone else, I'm not Nagato. Thank you very much. Far away in the land of rain, Nagato suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose in confusion. Is someone talking about me behind my back? Feeling a bit guilty, Linyu stealthily crept into Kushina's room. Walking on tiptoe to the bedside, he reached out and gently rested his hand over Kushina's soft belly, the fabric of her clothes between them. There wasn't a trace of impure thought in his mind. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun slowly, the three black tomo turning in his eyes. The surroundings changed all at once. It was nothing like Naruto's gloomy, sewer-like landscape. Kushina's inner world was far better than Naruto's. Yet this was still the shadowy side of her heart. A village, Yuzushio Village. The fall of the land of whirlpools remained an eternal scar in Kushina's heart. The Nine Tails was sealed deep within Yuzushio Village, which, in a sense, was the manifestation of Kushina's own subconscious seal. Linyu walked down a familiar path, gazing at the buildings that stirred both nostalgia and resentment in him. But those feelings had long since scattered to the winds along with the destruction of the land of whirlpools. Soon, a towering sealed gate appeared before him. This was not the 8-trigram seal found in Naruto's story, but rather a complex seal built on the 4-symbol seal and reinforced by multiple Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Not a trace of the Nine Tails chakra leaked out. This must have something to do with Mito Uzumaki's power, the last remnant of the first Hokage's wife left in this world. Linyu felt somewhat troubled. He still wanted to meet the Nine Tails face to face. Although he could break this seal, he had no intention of letting the Nine Tails loose. After all, this was not the Kurama that Naruto had eventually talked around. The present Nine Tails still harbored a deep hatred for humanity. With a spirit of experimentation, Linyu approached the massive sealed gate, knocking on its hard wooden surface, reminiscent of a sacred shrine door. Hello? Anyone in there? Can you hear me? Hey, I'm a delivery guy. Your food's here. Hey. Just as Linyu was about to give up, a furious roar erupted from within the gate. Enough already. Do you have any idea what time it is? A pair of enormous, blood-red, demonic eyes appeared behind the door, glowing like crimson lanterns. Razor-sharp teeth, exhaling icy mist, bared themselves as the voice growled. Who are you, brat? How did you get to this place? Nice to meet you for the first time. My name's Uzumaki Linyu. As for how I got here, these eyes shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, should they? Linyu opened his Sharingan and gazed steadily at the Nine Tails, showing not a hint of fear. Sharingan? Are you one of that cursed Uchiha Madara's descendants? The Nine Tails slammed its sharp claws against the door, but the gate didn't budge an inch. No, you're an Uzumaki. You must be from Mito's clan. But how do you have a Sharingan? We can get into all that later. I didn't come here to discuss family trees with you, Kurama. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. It seemed the Nine Tails, alone for so long, had developed a bit of a gossipy streak. What's with that look on your face, brat? Don't think that just because there's a door between us, I can't see you. Suddenly, the Nine Tails seemed to hear something unbelievable. Its blood-red eyes narrowed sharply. What did you just call me, brat? How do you know that name? How'd I find out? Of course, I learned about it from watching anime. Or did you think I was the one who named you? Lin Yu curled his lip with a teasing smile and said, Kurama, don't these eyes look familiar to you? Lin Yu's pupils shifted rapidly. This time, he didn't linger to observe. In just a second, the swirling pattern of the renegon appeared as he locked eyes with Kurama. You brat, those are the old man's eyes. How could you possibly have them? Kurama's eyes widened as he scrutinized Lin Yu's pupils, his furry face full of disbelief. Lin Yu didn't let Kurama stare for long. 10 seconds later, he deactivated the renegon. Sharp pain shot through his teeth. All this power was burning through his resources. Kurama fell silent. He could tell these were indeed the genuine renegon. In a deep voice, he asked, What's your purpose coming here? A hint of indulgence and a silly smile appeared on Lin Yu's face as he spoke softly. I just want you to be a little more considerate toward Kushina. If she's ever in danger, I hope you'll lend her a hand. You want me, the head of the nine-tailed beasts, to show deference to a little brat? What do you take me for? Kurama scoffed, clearly disdainful. As for the second part, Lin Yu didn't. Need to say it, Kurama would do it anyway. After all, if the Jinchuriki died, he would disperse as well. He wouldn't truly die, but it was an experience he had no desire to repeat. Kid, since you have those eyes, I doubt there's anyone in the ninja world who can stand against you. Why do you still need me to help her? Kurama asked, genuinely puzzled. Lin Yu managed a wry smile. Only he knew the truth of his own circumstances, and there was no way he could explain it honestly. With a helpless tone, he replied, Even if I'm strong, I can't protect Kushina every moment. And since you're sealed inside her, you're the most suitable one for the job. Oof. I don't want to go to all that trouble. Isn't it more comfortable for me to just nap here? Why should I bother with all these human affairs? By the way, if you want me to do something, what's in it for me? Ding. Kurama's Tsunade side was showing. A smile crept on Lin Yu's face. This proud fox was already taking the bait. After thinking it over, Lin Yu realized that aside from freedom, the Nine Tails didn't have many other desires. So he made an empty promise. I give you my word. Kushina will be your last Jinchuriki. When her life comes to an end, or if she willingly agrees to let you go, you'll be free. Sorry, Kurama. As long as I'm alive, Kushina won't die. And as for her willingly agreeing to let you go, how could you take a little girl's words at face value? For now, Kurama was a great help to Kushina, and in another decade or so, Lin Yu would likely be invincible in the ninja world. By then, Kurama could go wherever he pleased. Kurama stared intently at Lin Yu, his voice low and cautious. And why should I trust you, human? Trust is mutual. It's not just that you trust me or I trust you. It's about us both placing our faith in each other. Lin Yu's expression was serious. In this moment, the power of Kurama, now united in yin and yang, was still truly formidable. Kurama fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. I have one last question. With your eyes and abilities, it would be easy for you to use illusion to force me into serving you. Why haven't you done so? Lin Yu replied, Well, I'm not someone like Uchiha Madara, obsessed with controlling others. And, since I know your name, I also understand your true nature. Deep down, you don't actually hate humans. It's just that over the past 1,000 years, you've witnessed too much human greed and baseness. People feared your power and projected their hatred onto you. But somewhere in your heart, you still long for someone who can truly understand you. He grinned and flashed Kurama a warm smile. Oomph. Not bad, I suppose, Kurama muttered. As Lin Yu's figure gradually faded from the sealed world, Kurama closed his eyes and a calm silence settled over the place. In the real world, Lin Yu drew a deep breath as he awoke, feeling a peculiar dryness in his mouth, a sensation more of the spirit than the body. Although he hadn't completed his task this time, he had managed to establish the beginnings of a relationship with Kurama. Lin Yu was confident that before long, this proud fox would lower its guard. He gently covered the sleeping Kushina, who was sprawled messily on the bed, making sure she was tucked in before quietly leaving the room. The night slipped by in peaceful silence. The next morning, after walking Kushina to school, Lin Yu tidied up the shop a bit, pulled down the shutter, and hung up the familiar close sign. He then set off toward the residential area. Today, he planned to pay Orochimaru a visit. Truth be told, ever since awakening the system, this little clinic had been closed more often than not. Maybe it was time to shut it down for good. After all, with his current savings, supporting Kushina was no issue at all. It was something to consider. Now that he'd become a ninja, why bother running a clinic? Completing just an A-ranked mission could easily earn him hundreds of thousands of Rio. Who needed a clinic when there was that kind of bounty? Oh, right. He almost forgot. He was still carrying Hanzo's corpse. The head of the demigod of the ninja world should fetch a good price. He'd have to find an opportunity to leave the village and cash it in. Orochimaru's residence wasn't exactly a secret, at least not yet. He hadn't started his scientific research in earnest, though that day was surely coming. After asking around a bit, Lin Yu found the house easily enough. The plaque by the gate read, Orochimaru, in bold characters, impossible to miss. The mansion itself exuded a chilly, ominous aura, and Lin Yu couldn't help but shiver. It was probably just his imagination, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Not a threat to his life, but an unease in his body. Was it just nerves? Steeling himself, Lin Yu stepped forward and knocked gently on the door. Whatever the case, the Orochimaru of today was still harmless. There was no way he'd be interested in Lin Yu's body, right? Come in. A slightly hoarse voice drifted from inside the room. Lin Yu pushed open the door, walked through the corridor, and saw Orochimaru, dressed in a kimono, sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Please have a seat, Lin Yu-kun. Orochimaru's lips curled into a delicate, almost sinister smile as he greeted Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat down across from Orochimaru, feeling a chill run down his spine. That unsettling smile, paired with Orochimaru's long, jet-black hair flowing smoothly down his back, made his skin prickle with goosebumps. Because of his own unique body modification techniques, Orochimaru's form had an almost feminine suppleness. From behind, he could easily be mistaken for a captivating woman, especially now, draped in the traditional kimono. All Lin Yu wanted at that moment was to get out of there as quickly as possible. He cleared his throat and asked, Ahem, is there something you wanted to discuss, Orochimaru-senpai? Orochimaru's golden, slit-pupil eyes fixed on Lin Yu with keen interest. The purple eyeshadow extending to his temples gave him a touch of the otherworldly. He spoke, It's nothing urgent. I simply wish to invite you over as a guest. Lin Yu spread his hands in resignation. If Jiraiya said something like that, I'd believe him. But coming from you, Orochimaru-senpai, I'm afraid I just can't buy it. Oh, you think you know me that well, Lin Yu-kun? Orochimaru lifted his teacup and took a sip, unfazed by Lin Yu's casual tone when mentioning Jiraiya. It's just that I don't see you as the type to waste time, Orochimaru-senpai. If you had spare time, you'd be better off learning a few more jutsu instead. A spark of amusement flickered even brighter in Orochimaru's eyes, and he dropped the pretense. Lin Yu was right. He wasn't one to squander precious moments, especially now, with a string of secret bases under construction, leaving him with less free time than ever. You're a genin now, aren't you, Lin Yu-kun? According to the rules of the Hidden Leaf Academy, freshly graduated genin are assigned a jonin instructor to lead them on missions. I know you didn't graduate from the academy, but since you're still young, I heard from teacher Sarutobi that they're planning to group you with this year's graduates and assign a jonin to guide your team. As Orochimaru spoke, Lin Yu frowned. The last thing he wanted was a jonin watching over him. Not out of fear, but because it sounded like a hassle. He had zero interest in those D-rank missions, like cleaning ditches or chasing after lost cats. Orochimaru paused before continuing. I understand that with your abilities, you'd hardly be interested in running D-rank missions with a bunch of fresh graduates. That's why I could ask teacher Sarutobi to let me be your jonin instructor. Lin Yu frowned even more and replied, Well, in that case, I could just ask Tsunade to be my jonin instructor, couldn't I? Orochimaru, please let me finish before you turn me down, he said, his expression unusually earnest. If I become your jonin instructor, I won't meddle in your training. You'll have complete freedom over your schedule. And if you ever want to learn any ninjutsu, you can come to me anytime. Whatever I know, I'll teach you. If you want to take on missions, you can use my name to accept A rank or even S rank assignments. But if Tsunade becomes your instructor, I doubt she'd let you enjoy the same leisure you have now. Orochimaru added, his gaze teasing as he looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu could only sigh inwardly. Orochimaru was right. If Tsunade were his jonin instructor, she'd surely find new ways to torment him. Every day, there'd be no chance of the easy life he had now. Given the current situation, Orochimaru really was the most suitable choice. Letting out a resigned sigh, Lin Yu looked at Orochimaru and asked, So, Orochimaru-senpai, what do you need me to do in return? A glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and his tone grew earnest. I have only one request. One day in the future, I need you to ask that person for a favor on my behalf. When Orochimaru referred to that person, his voice grew heavier, as if certain Lin Yu knew exactly who he meant. Orochimaru-senpai, who is this person you're talking about? Do I even know them? Lin Yu replied, feigning confusion, as if he hadn't the faintest idea. Lin Yu, we're both sharp enough to drop the pretense. What I need is for that person to help me hold off an enemy, potentially the entire Leaf Village. Orochimaru's face was set in stone, not a hint of jest in his voice. So he's figured out. Lin Yu sighed again. He knew Orochimaru couldn't possibly guess that the man in black was actually him, but the suspicion was close enough. He'd have to be even more careful around people this perceptive in the future. All right, I accept. Orochimaru. Teacher. A low chuckle slipped from Orochimaru. No need to be so formal. Lin Yu, we can speak as equals. Clearly satisfied at having secured Lin Yu's promise, Orochimaru seemed in a good mood now that his plan had an extra layer of insurance. Even if things went wrong, he'd have a way out. Lin Yu turned down Orochimaru's half-hearted offer to stay for lunch. Not that Orochimaru had any real intention of sharing a meal with him. The moment Lin Yu agreed to his terms, Orochimaru practically ushered him out the door and hurried off to his own business, wasting not a single second. Orochimaru truly was someone who couldn't bear to squander even a moment. Walking down the street, Lin Yu planned to pop into a restaurant for a quick meal. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure, a flash of green, practically glowing in the sunlight. You want to take Uzumaki Lin Yu as your student and become his Jonin instructor? Are you sure about this, Orochimaru? Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed more worn out than usual lately. There was the issue of the ceasefire agreement, the matter of exchanging prisoners and resources, the mysterious figure in black robes, and the endless disputes among the village's many clans. His mind felt like it was about to explode. If it weren't for the will entrusted to him by his teacher, Tobirama, he would have gladly handed the Hokage's seat to Danzo and spared himself the daily headache of dealing with would-be usurpers. Yes, sensei. Uzumaki Lin Yu has great talent. Orochimaru still showed considerable respect toward Hiruzen at this point. Is that so? Hiruzen massaged his temples, weary and a little irritated. If the person before him weren't his favorite student, he would have sent him away long ago. After all, a mere genin was hardly worth his attention. Very well, have it your way. But do you need to pick 2 others from the academy to form a 3-man squad with him? That won't be necessary. I've observed this year's class. There aren't any ninjas with real talent. You? Fine. I'll have Yumbu deliver your assignment letter. Thank you, sensei. I'll take my leave now. Orochimaru, don't disappoint the hopes I've placed in you. Orochimaru paused for a moment, his expression complicated, but soon regained his composure and replied in a raspy voice, I won't, sensei. A door closed softly behind him. The Hokage's office was left in utter silence. Hiruzen couldn't shake the feeling that Orochimaru had changed. Was it because of Nawaki? Such a pitiful child. But then, why didn't Tsunade seem all that sorrowful? Could it be that he wasn't truly her brother? I'm sorry, I know this isn't right, but Guy won't cause any trouble. Please, let me join this mission, just this once. Mai Due stood anxiously before Chunin, a baby strapped to his back. His voice was thick with desperation. The Chunin frowned, a mix of anger and helplessness in his eyes. Why do you think we go on missions as ninjas? You were a burden before, and now you want to take a baby along? You'll hold us back even more. Maybe even put us all in danger. Sir, I know it's not right, but Guy's mother just passed away. He's only 5 months old. There's no one else to look after him. Bowing deeply, Mai Due bent at a perfect right angle before the other man, his posture humble as passers-by on the street watched. Please just give me one chance. I'll complete the mission. I won't let Guy get in the way. The Chunin hesitated for a moment, but finally said, Sorry, you'll have to ask someone else. With that, he hurried away. Mai Due watched as the man disappeared in a series of swift leaps, and slowly lowered the hand he'd raised to stop him. For a moment, disappointment clouded his face. But when his eyes fell upon the baby on his back, determination flared anew within him. For Guy, to see him grow up strong and healthy, I'll earn their recognition. Youth burned brightly. Lin Yu and the common folk stood by the roadside, witnessing the scene unfold. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped forward to greet him. You must be Senior Mai Due, right? Hello, my name is Uzumaki Lin Yu, and I'm also a genin. Mai Due turned around in surprise. For a moment, he thought his earnestness had finally moved one of the fellow shinobi, only to find himself facing a boy of about 10, still very young and inexperienced. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mai Due's face, but he quickly replaced it with a bright thumbs up. That's right, young man. I am Mai Due. Do you want to burn with the fires of youth alongside me? It was a casual remark on Dewey's part. Throughout the village, people viewed his passion as foolishness, believing something was a bit off about him in that regard. But he didn't mind. It was his youth, his fiery spirit. As long as his son could understand, that was enough. Lin Yu's expression betrayed a hint of interest. After all, Mai Due was one of the finest taijutsu masters in the Leaf Village. If he truly fought with all his strength, there was Hardly anyone in the current village who could match him. But with guys still so young, Dewey would never go to such extremes. Really? But Senior Dewey, it seems you're having some trouble? Might Dewey let out a heavy sigh. No one wants to team up with me. As a solo Genin, I can't form a squad, and without a squad, I can't take on missions. I see. Well, if that's the case, perhaps I can help you, Senior Dewey. Dewey looked at Lin Yu in mild surprise, a bit puzzled. You look like a recent graduate. Shouldn't you have your own Jonin instructor? Your four-man squad probably wouldn't let an outsider like me join. Lin Yu smiled slightly. My situation is a bit unusual. My team consists of just myself and my Jonin instructor. My instructor is rather lazy, so I'm in charge of picking missions, and, of course, choosing teammates as well. On hearing this, Dewey grew so excited he could barely contain himself. Is everything you said true? You'd really be willing to team up and take on missions with me? During wartime, prices soared. If you didn't go out on missions, it was almost impossible to make a living. Dewey could scrape by alone, but his young son Guy still needed to be fed. And as a mere Genin, there was no way he could take mission solo. The rules wouldn't allow it, and no one made exceptions for him. Who was my Dewey? The perpetual Genin. Nobody believed in him except those who truly knew his strength. No one would give him special treatment. When he saw Lin Yu nod, Dewey's excitement nearly made him leap for joy. The flames of youth were about to ignite. But for Guy's safety, he reined in his enthusiasm and, still a little unsure, asked Lin Yu, "We've never met before. Why are you going out of your way to help me?" "Because my health isn't very good. I heard that Senior Dai has a unique training method, and I'd like you to lead me in burning with youthful passion and celebrating our youth." Lin Yu forced himself to look at Might Dai with a sincere, excited expression. Might Dai's eyes lit up with dazzling enthusiasm. At last, finally, someone who truly understands his youth. He didn't know what this young man's real motives were, but if your purpose is to work hard and burn with the fire of youth, then you and I, Might Dai, are destined to be friends. Might Dai's nose tingled with emotion. Unable to hold back, he stepped forward and swept Lin Yu into a strong embrace, tears welling up as he said, "Thank you. Thank you. Even though this is our first meeting, your sincerity, your understanding of youth has already deeply moved me. Let us fight for our youth together. On this day filled with youthful energy, let's run 5,000 laps together." Lin Yu's mouth twitched. He had wanted to dodge, but after a moment's hesitation, he simply accepted it. Then, hearing Might Dai's passionate words, Lin Yu quickly interrupted. "Wait, Senior Dai, shouldn't we go accept a mission first? The number of available missions is limited. If someone else grabs the well-paid ones before us, we'll miss out." At his words, Might Dai immediately released Lin Yu, grabbed his arm, and dashed toward the mission assignment desk, calling out, "You're right, the missions are urgent, but youth waits for no one. Let's dash to the mission desk and seize the day together." Lin Yu was swept along, his body buffeted by the wind as they ran. He had thought this through. Going on a mission with Might Dai meant he didn't have to worry much about safety. The power of the 8 gates does vary from person to person, but for Dai, who was in his prime right now, opening the 6th gate should put him on par with elite Jonin, and the 7th gate could allow him to go head-to-head with Kaga-level opponents. He might not be quite as strong as the legendary Guy, but he was still an impressive force. The Konoha mission assignment desk was located on the first floor of the Hokage building. Missions and commissions. One represented the meaning of a ninja's existence, the other, the influence of the village. The importance of handling mission assignments needed no explanation, so placing the desk in the Hokage building was a matter of security. To accept missions of B rank and above, a ninja needed the Hokage's approval and a formal application. For C rank and D rank tasks, it was enough to have them recorded by the assignment desk staff, and the results would later be reported to the Hokage. Let's see, there are 13 D rank missions and 1 C rank mission. Lin Yu, which one should we take? Might Dai pulled Lin Yu over to a bulletin board in the hall, his eyes fixed intently on the lone C rank mission. This bulletin board displayed D rank and C rank missions. For tasks of B rank and above, one had to go to the front desk, verify their identity, and meet the qualifications before being allowed to view and accept them. D rank missions are usually things like clearing out river channels, looking for a noblewoman's lost kitten, helping villagers with their fields, or pulling up turnips. These tasks are mainly assigned to newly graduated ninjas, so they can get used to the mission routine. The pay is very low, generally ranging from 500 to 10,000 Ryo. Don't be fooled by that starting amount of 500 Ryo. It's important to know that the cost of living in the world of Hokage is quite high. For example, a simple bowl of Ichiraka ramen without any toppings already costs about 80 Ryo. After the team leader Jonin takes their cut, and the rest is split among the squad, A single D-rank mission's earnings are only enough to get by for 2 or 3 days. It's nowhere near enough to support a ninja's training. C-rank missions aren't all that different from D-rank ones. They mostly involve escorting people. Of course, these aren't anyone of particular importance. Usually just wealthy merchants transporting goods and supplies. There's no need to fight other ninjas, and the payment is around 10,000 to 50,000 ryo. Most Genin and Shunin will take on C-rank missions since, even without combat, the reward is dozens of times higher than a D-rank mission, making it a pretty good deal. That's why C-rank missions are very popular among Genin. It was just Lin Yu and his team's lucky day. There happened to be a C-rank mission still available. Huh. Might Dewey, you're here again? Didn't I already tell you that Genin, without a team, can't take missions on their own? The Chunin in charge of mission assignments noticed Might Dewey standing in front of the bulletin board and spoke with a hint of impatience. If you keep making a fuss like this, don't blame me for being harsh. Sir, I actually have a team now. Look, this is my teammate right here. Might Dewey looked a little embarrassed. He had already pleaded with this Chunin to let him take a mission solo, only to be sent away. Oh, the Chunin at the mission desk frowned, glancing at Lin Yu's rather youthful face, and said unhappily, Might Dewey, don't think you can trick us by bringing along a fresh graduate. Genin aren't allowed to form teams by themselves. Only Chunin have the right to assemble a squad. Now move along. Don't get in the way of others. Might Dewey was clearly uncomfortable. He hadn't realized that Genin weren't allowed to team up with other Genin. He glanced apologetically at Lin Yu. Lin Yu simply smiled to show he didn't mind, then stepped forward and spoke calmly. My name is Uzumaki Lin Yu. My supervising Jonin is Lord Orochimaru. As for Might Dewey here, he's currently one of my teammates. Uzumaki Lin Yu? Lord Orochimaru. The Chunin at the mission desk raised an eyebrow. Hold on. I need to check and confirm if what you're saying is true. He hadn't heard any rumors about Lord Orochimaru taking on a student, though the name Uzumaki Lin Yu did ring a bell. Or had he heard it before? It was exactly because the name Uzumaki Lin Yu sounded familiar that he decided to double-check. If it had been just some random kid claiming to be Lord Orochimaru's apprentice, he would have thrown him out without a second thought. Very soon, the Chunin at the mission desk quickly looked up the corresponding file using the ninja registration number. It had just been uploaded and was personally approved by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. When the Chunin saw the content, his expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Impossible! How could something like this happen? On the document, aside from Lin Yu's basic information, the supervising Jonin column actually bore Orochimaru's name. Most striking of all was a line at the bottom, My student, Uzumaki Lin Yu, is authorized to take on any mission I am eligible for, in my name. You have to understand, Orochimaru is an elite Jonin, recently acclaimed as one of the legendary Sanin by the so-called demigod of the ninja world. His reputation has never been greater. For someone of his stature, to allow an obscure Genin to take missions under his name was simply inconceivable to the Chunin at the mission desk. Wait a minute, Uzumaki Lin Yu? Isn't that the so-called jinxed prodigy of the ninja world? The Chunin's gaze circled Lin Yu with a peculiar look, but he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. His tone grew a touch more respectful as he said, Your identity is confirmed. You're eligible to take on missions of any difficulty. Would you like me to bring out the handbook for B rank and above? Seeing that the Chunin was so tactful, Lin Yu no longer had the urge to put him in his place. He replied calmly, No need. The C rank escort mission will do. Understood. Please wait a moment while I record this. The Chunin took the commission slip, checked the details, and registered it before saying, You'll be escorting a merchant caravan to the capital of the Land of Fire. The commission fee is 50,000 ryo, correct? The client is currently staying at the Konoha Inn. You can find him there. Lin Yu nodded, then called out to the excited Might Dewey, Let's go, Senior Dewey. Let's try to make it back by tomorrow. All right. This time, I swear I won't hold anyone back. Might Dewey was brimming with energy, practically bouncing with motivation. Watching Might Guy being jolted up and down in his father's arms, Lin Yu suddenly understood. No wonder Guy's head was a little off. It was all thanks to his dad's rough handling since childhood. Lin Yu paused for a moment, then turned back to the Chunin at the mission desk and said, From now on, Senior Dewey will be picking up missions on my behalf. I hope you'll treat him with the respect he deserves. Of course. The Chunin's expression stiffened as he nodded. When you've got the right connections, even a lifelong Genin can soar to the top. Lin Yu, I don't even know how to thank you. Really, thank you so much. Might Dewey, hearing Lin Yu's words, looked at him with big, watery eyes beneath his thick brows. His nose twitched. Other than his late wife, no one had ever been this kind to him. Biting his lip in determination, Might Dewey seemed to make up his mind and said, How about this, Lin Yu? Why don't I have Guy call you his godfather? What? Lin Yu was utterly baffled. Had he just become Kai's godfather? Was that really okay? Absolutely not. If it were someone like Hinata or Hanabi, he wouldn't mind in the least, but Might Guy? Linyu pictured himself in the future, dressed in a skin-tight green suit, sporting a bowl haircut and gleaming white teeth, as Might Guy flashed him a thumbs up and declared, "Godfather, let's burn with the fires of youth and run 1,000 laps around Konoha today." No way. Absolutely not. Linyu shook his head firmly, his expression grave as he turned to Might Due. "Due-senpai, I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm only 10 years old. If the girls find out I'm already a godfather, I might never get married." Might Due thought it over and seemed genuinely regretful, as if to say, "This opportunity won't come again, kid. What a shame for you." Out on the streets of Konoha, passers-by glanced curiously at the unusual trio. Well, more like one big, one small, and one tiny. One of them had a gentle, handsome face with features growing sharper and more striking by the day. The other wore the eternally unchanging green bodysuit, sported an eccentric hairstyle, thick eyebrows, and a prominent nose, his face marked by the traces of a hard life. This unlikely pair was none other than Linyu and Might Due, with little Guy bundled up in the pack slung over Dewey's back. The stares and whispers from people around didn't trouble Linyu in the slightest. After all, they had no idea of Might Dewey's true strength. Sure, apart from taijutsu, Due was hopeless in every other area, but you didn't care. What he valued most was Dewey's incredible solo combat skills. The 8 Gates technique was a trump card that could turn the tide of battle in an instant, catching even the strongest enemy off guard. As for Might Due, he was long used to this kind of attention. Over the years, he'd learned to turn people's criticisms into fuel for his youthful spirit, driving him to work even harder. At the Konoha Inn, "So, it's the two of you who took the commission?" A middle-aged merchant with a large belly stared in disbelief at the unlikely duo before him. There were 5 people in the merchant's party. The merchant himself and 4 guards, none of whom were shinobi. The goods they were transporting consisted of fairly ordinary local specialties, purchased from some outlying region and destined for the capital of the Land of Fire, where they hoped to make a tidy profit from the price difference. "Yes, we'll be handling this mission," Linyu replied. "What is this? Konoha actually sent a kid to take the job? And this man here? Sure, he looks sturdy enough, but why are you carrying a baby on your back? Are you people from Konoha playing a joke on me? How is a team like yours supposed to get the job done?" The merchant's voice grew more indignant with each word, as if his frustration alone was enough to make him visibly heavier. Might Due stepped forward, his tone unwavering and full of conviction. "Rest assured, sir, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety." It seemed that Might Dewey's earnest and resolute voice had struck a chord with the wealthy merchant. Left with no better option, the merchant could only swallow his frustration and accept the situation, refusing. The commission was out of the question. He had to reach the capital of the Land of Fire today. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee the freshness of his specialty goods, and the selling price would fluctuate wildly. "All right, let's set out right now," Might Due exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. At last, he could take on a mission again. As for preparations, Might Due, whose only skill was taijutsu, carried nothing but a single kunai. Linyu, on the other hand, required nothing at all. He only left a note for Kusha as they passed by his home. At the gates of Konoha, after showing their passes to the nameless gatekeepers, the group set off leisurely toward the capital of the Land of Fire. A C-rank escort mission, is it? Deep within a hidden base, Orochimaru had just received word that Linyu had accepted a mission. After all, the mission was taken in his name, so there was reason to notify him. Might Due, is there something special about him? Orochimaru mused. He knew Linyu never interacted with people without a purpose. After thinking hard, the only thing he could recall was that Might Dewey's taijutsu was decent, but only decent. The man had been a genin for over a decade. If he truly had potential, he wouldn't have stayed in obscurity for so long. Orochimaru shook his head and smiled, deciding to pay Might Due no further mind. As for whether there was anything suspicious about that C-rank mission, Orochimaru didn't think so. He suspected Linyu simply wanted an excuse to leave the village, and picking someone like Might Due, simple and straightforward, made it easier to cover up any unsavory activities, such as visiting the base of the Immortality Organization or secretly meeting with the man in black robes or other mysterious members. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile. He had already considered these possibilities when he first took Linyu under his wing. In fact, Orochimaru even hoped to use Linyu to probe deeper into the organization brazen enough to call itself Immortality. "Don't keep me waiting too long, Linyu-kun." Night fell on the capital of the Land of Fire. Nothing out of the ordinary happened on the road. There were no undercover operatives in the group, no special cargo to transport. Not even an ant crossed their path. They reached the capital without incident. Despite its name, the capital was only a small city on the outskirts of the central metropolis, part of the greater capital region. Without entering to marvel at the capital's splendor, Lin Yu and his companions bid farewell to the rotund merchant and set off back toward Konoha. Due-senpai, why don't you head back and report the mission? I have some personal matters to take care of. Orochimaru's guess had been right. Lin Yu hadn't left the village just to complete a C-rank mission. He had much more to do, such as finally dealing with Hanzo's severed head before it started to rot. But is that really all right? The two of us set out together, but if I return alone, won't that look bad? Might Due hesitated, his honest and straightforward nature making him uneasy about deviating from the rules. It's fine, Senior Dai. When the time comes, just say that Orochimaru gave me a special mission to carry out alone. Lin Yu replied, nonchalantly, selling Orochimaru out once again. Oh, so it's a personal mission assigned to you by Lord Orochimaru? That explains everything. I get it. Might Dai exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, then shot Lin Yu a comically exaggerated look of good luck. So, Lin Yu, how should we split the reward? Might Dai asked, cheeks flushing as he struggled with embarrassment. Oh, about that. My share can go toward buying formula for Kai, Lin Yu said, teasing the boy, who already bore a resemblance to his future watermelon-headed self. No, that won't do. I'll just take what's rightfully mine. I'm not that kind of person, Might Dai insisted, his tone resolute. Senior Dai, consider this payment for your future training sessions to help me temper my youth, for the sake of igniting my youthful spirit. What does material wealth even matter? Lin Yu replied, feigning an impassioned resolve, though he was clearly a bit exasperated. All right, then I'll accept this gift in the name of youth. Let's go and set our youth free together. At the very mention of youth, Might Dai's already questionable intellect seemed to vanish entirely, and his wide eyes sparkled with fiery enthusiasm. And what about Lord Orochimaru's share? That's my teacher's investment in my youth. Please, Senior Dai, you must accept it. Lin Yu could barely contain his laughter now, his face flushing as blood rushed to his cheeks. But in Might Dai's eyes, all this was simply Lin Yu's youthful passion boiling over, just the sort of thing that resonated with him. If not for Kai, he might have been tempted to pass on his own understanding and love of youth to Lin Yu right then and there. Lin Yu owed Kai a debt of gratitude for inadvertently saving him from that fate. If Lin Yu ever donned a green jumpsuit and got a watermelon haircut, Kushina would probably be mortified, and Lin Yu himself might die of embarrassment. Luckily, that was never going to happen. After parting ways with Might Dai, Lin Yu took advantage of the night, changing into a black cloak and donning a golden pattern mask. He slipped away toward the nearest bounty exchange. At dawn, the sun rose. I just don't get it. Why does it always have to be the bathroom? Lin Yu grumbled to himself. He'd been expecting this, but seeing it in person still left him deeply unimpressed. Who would ever want to conduct business in a bathroom? Not everyone was like Kakuzu, always wearing a mask to filter the air. Wait, maybe that was why Kakuzu always wore one. He must spend so much time in places like this that he needs the mask just to survive the stench. Feeling like he'd uncovered the truth, Lin Yu pinched his nose and walked into the restroom. But then he stopped, confused. Where was the hidden door? The underground exchange awaited. Sigh, I still can't believe that Hanzo, the so-called demigod of the ninja world, is really dead. It's been 3 months, and it still feels unreal. A burly man, his shoulders bare, flipped through the bounty list. When he spotted Hanzo's portrait among the top 5, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. 100 million Rio? If I had 100 million Rio, why would I bother being a ninja anymore? I'd find a small country, become the richest man there, and live surrounded by luxury and beauty. Wouldn't that be the life? The cashier at the exchange counter looked at him with utter disdain. With your barely tune-in level skills, you dare to even dream of targeting someone like Hanzo? What a ridiculous fantasy. This was the shadowy underworld, the underground exchange, not some mission desk in the Hidden Leaf Village. Every staff member here was a ruthless killer. You wouldn't find a friendly face unless you were a regular of Kakuzu's caliber or possessed overwhelming strength and a dangerous temper. Like the one who was about to arrive. Boom. The secret door bathroom connected to the underground exchange was suddenly blasted open. Blinding sunlight poured into the dim lair, illuminating every shadowy corner and striking the heads of those who lurked in the darkness. Many hadn't seen daylight in ages. The harsh light made them squirm in discomfort. Some, already on edge, nearly sprang into action. If the intruder didn't give them an explanation, it wouldn't be surprising if bounties were issued and claimed right on the spot. The cashier's face was the sourest of all. Their secret base had been blown open. Wasn't this the same as dancing on the boss's grave? To run an exchange in the ninja world wasn't something just any ragtag group could do. While their greatest strength lay in intelligence gathering, with branches spread across every nation and an endless stream of bounty hunters feeding them information, the organization's leadership included renowned ninjas and wealthy power brokers from across the continent. It was only this deep foundation that had allowed them to thrive in the ninja world for so long. Otherwise, why would anyone in the underworld bother to take missions and not simply destroy the exchange outright? Wouldn't it be easier to just rob them? A single branch might not hold much cash, but robbing several would be far faster than taking on missions. Clearly, it was fear of the power lurking behind the exchange that kept people in check. And now, someone had dared to challenge them head-on. Most of the ninja present grinned with bloodthirsty anticipation. They could already picture some naive rookie fresh out of nowhere, who'd heard tales of the underground exchange and, emboldened by a bit of skill, decided to make a dramatic entrance, unaware of the massive trouble he was about to bring upon himself and everyone connected to him. All right then, if I can't find a secret entrance, why bother looking? Just blast open the bathroom and everything will be exposed. Plus, it'll help clear out the nasty smell. Lin Yu finally didn't have to hold his breath anymore. He silently gave himself a mental thumbs up for the idea. Casting a quick glance at the now-revealed passage, Lin Yu strolled down the steps at a leisurely pace. The passageway was not long, shrouded in a dim gloom. Footsteps echoed rhythmically through the darkness. "Oh, I didn't expect such a grand welcome party." Lin Yu's voice rang out, raspy and mocking from beneath his golden pattern mask, reverberating through the underground exchange hall. Damn it, this guy's got some nerve. Usually folks like him don't last more than a second in here. Well, a second's up, and he's still standing. So, who's up first, you or me? Hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The boss hasn't said a word yet. Wouldn't be right to act on our own. You're right. I just hope this kid's got some skills. Wouldn't mind a little warm-up before my next job. The exchange hall's receptionist glared at Lin Yu, his expression turning grim. As one of the branch leaders, it was his responsibility to deal with provocateurs like this. His voice dropped, heavy with warning. "Who are you? To so brazenly challenge our underground exchange? Do you take us for fools? Can I just say, I only did this because I couldn't find the secret entrance." Lin Yu spread his hands, feigning helplessness. "You expect me to believe that?" The receptionist's face twisted in anger, convinced the man in black was toying with him. What a joke. Just because you couldn't find the door, you blew up half the outer base? That place cost a fortune to build. Whether you believe me or not is none of my concern. And as for provoking your exchange, so what? Lin Yu's tone shifted from innocent to taunting, brimming with confidence. "What did you say? Are you looking to die?" The receptionist could feel the mocking stares from those around him. If he didn't act now, the exchange's reputation would be in tatters. Without another word, he lunged at Lin Yu. A heavy thud resounded. A corpse flew from Lin Yu's hand, hurling straight at the receptionist. The force of the blow slammed him into the wall, leaving him nearly pinned there. He was only a mid-level ninja, not particularly skilled in combat. After his head hit the wall, he regained a sliver of consciousness and realized he was no match. Desperate, he shouted to the crowd. "Whoever kills the man in black, I'll cut your commission by 10%. And if you can capture him alive, I'll throw in a personal bonus of 100,000 taels." The crowd of bloodthirsty ninja instantly erupted in excitement. The reduced commission was tempting enough, but the extra 100,000 taels was enough to live in luxury for over half a year. Sure, the man in black looked formidable, but there were plenty of elite and special-grade ninja present. With their numbers, even if they had to wear him down, the job was as good as done. Underneath his golden pattern mask, Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold, merciless smile. Before the mob of would-be killers could react, the too dark, eerie Tomo and his mask began to spin wildly. In an instant, a golden magic circle flared to life, a streak of golden light blazing in his eyes. Conqueror's Haki. The ninjas surrounding him collapsed one after another, their eyes dull, bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Of course, this wasn't Conqueror's Haki. It was simply a genjutsu cast by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Using such a powerful illusion on a bunch of wandering ninjas who weren't even elite jonin was a serious case of overkill. Any other Mangekyo user wouldn't have bothered. Why show off with a Mangekyo when a regular 3-tomo Sharingan would have sufficed? He wasn't like that drama king, Sasuke. Relying on his rechargeable Mangekyo, Lin Yu squandered his ocular power without restraint. After all, he had nothing to fear. He strode toward the bounty office's receptionist, deliberately refraining from casting a genjutsu on him. After all, who would give him his reward if the guy was out of commission? "Take a look at the bodies in your hands. I'm here to collect the bounty," Lin Yu said, his otherworldly gaze fixed on the receptionist, who broke out in a cold sweat, terror written all over his face. For a long moment, the receptionist seemed frozen. Then, glancing at the corpse pressed against him, he stammered in shock. This is Salamander Hanzo's body. Ignoring the pressure of the black-robed figure before him, the receptionist examined Hanzo's corpse over and over, his expression growing more and more excited. Yes, there's no doubt about it. This is the real Hanzo. I never imagined I'd one day be able to toy with the body of the god of the ninja world. Ugh, why do I always run into such oddballs? Lin Yu felt a chill crawl up his spine and took a few steps back, putting a bit more distance between himself and the bounty officer. Now that you've confirmed it, it's time to hand over my reward, Lin Yu said coldly. This bizarre turn of events had completely killed the joy of earning a massive bounty. But, sir, you didn't officially accept this mission, huh? My mistake. I'll fix that right away. Tears welled up in the receptionist's eyes as he stared at the kunai pressed to his throat, a thin line of blood already trickling out. After a while, Lin Yu hefted the heavy case in his hand, full of crisp, high-denomination bills. I never would have guessed your branch had 100 million Rio in reserves. Looks like I underestimated you. I'll be making more visits in the future, he said with a sly grin, thinking he'd have to seek out another office for the full payment. Visit again? Are you kidding me? I nearly wet myself in fear. Just take your money and go, please. The receptionist screamed inwardly, though his face was plastered with a diplomatic smile. He prayed this harbinger of death would leave quickly. With Hanzo's corpse, he might even snag a double promotion. Are there any other staff in this bounty office? Lin Yu suddenly asked. Yes, there's a supervisor above me. He's gone to headquarters to report our results. When he returns, he'll send this year's profits to the main office. I never expected you. The receptionist trailed off. Still, Hanzo's corpse was worth even more, so he'd made a tidy profit. Oh, so it's just you and a few others here, then? Well, safe travels. After destroying a branch of the underground money exchange, Lin Yu didn't linger. He thoroughly ransacked the place, then vanished into the night sky. There was still somewhere he needed to be. Gazing at Hanzo's corpse, now once again sealed inside a scroll, Lin Yu wore a troubled expression. Sighing, he muttered, Hanzo, it seems our fates are still entwined. Looks like we'll be spending a bit more time together. Salamander Hanzo. Seriously? Can't you just be a decent person? Even in death, you refuse to let me go, always thinking about reusing me. Lin Yu, you really are something else. Of course, Lin Yu couldn't hear Hanzo's grumbling. Or perhaps, who knows, if Hanzo were to be resurrected by someone's forbidden jutsu someday, Lin Yu might just have a chat with him about how he once made a fortune using Hanzo's body. Would Hanzo be so furious that he'd dissolve his resurrected form and let his soul ascend right then and there? But Lin Yu wasn't thinking about any of that right now. He was hurrying towards the land of rain. Yes, he wanted to see Conan, even though only a few days had passed. What? You came back alone? Where's Lin Yu? Did he sacrifice himself? No, that can't be. C-rank missions don't usually involve ninja combat. Did something go wrong? Some unknown gate guard, after seeing Might Dewey return by himself, started weaving his own theories aloud. Might Dewey's rugged face flushed a little, but as Lin Yu had instructed, he explained the situation. It took him half a day to finally get rid of the persistent gate guard. With a sigh of relief, Might Dewey took the bundle off his back and hugged it to his chest, his eyes full of tenderness and hope. Kai, I promise. I'll pass all my fiery youth on to you. If your understanding of youth can't surpass Lin Yu's, I'll make your daily training 10 times harder. Kai, thank you so much, Dad. No wonder I've always been a little slow. Turns out, it's been your doing since I was a kid. Hey, Dewey, long time no see. Are you out running errands with your kid too? A white-haired man, also cradling a baby, called out to Might Dewey. Lord Tsukumo, what a stroke of luck to run into you, Dewey exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as if he'd just spotted his idol. Tsukumo Hatake gave a helpless, wry smile. Dewey, we were classmates back in the day. There's no need to be so formal. Lord Tsukumo, it's not about being formal. It's about respect. Thank you for everything you've done for the Leaf, Dewey said earnestly. All right, let's not talk about that today. The third Hokage finally granted me 2 days off, and I just want to spend some time with Kakashi. Your child's name is Kakashi? I'm sure he'll grow up to be an amazing ninja, just like you, Dewey said, glancing at the white-haired baby in Tsukumo's arms, then looking at Kai beside him. In a soft voice, he added, My Kai will become an outstanding ninja too. Is this child named My Guy? What a sturdy kid. He's bound to be as brimming with youthful energy as Dai one day. Tsukumo Hatake sighed inwardly, knowing well some of Might Dai's peculiar traits. Ha ha, thank you for your kind words. Guy, well definitely. In Might Dai's arms, Guy stared wide-eyed at Kakashi, who stood across from him with his eyes half closed. Guy's tiny hands waved enthusiastically, as if he wanted to challenge Kakashi to a playful contest. Kakashi, ever the aloof one since childhood, turned his little face away, showing the back of his head to Guy. Truly, he was born with that prideful air. No wonder he could stand toe-to-toe with anyone. Somewhere beneath the hidden leaf village, in a secret underground base. Orochimaru, have you decided to work with me yet? Danzo Shimura, dressed in a loose kimono, regarded Orochimaru coldly, a hint of impatience in his tone. Not yet. The time isn't right. Orochimaru rasped, his voice hoarse. How much longer are you going to wait? Are you planning to hold out until the third great ninja war begins? What do you think, Danzo? Orochimaru, you're truly mad, but I like that about you. A fleeting trace of regret flickered in Orochimaru's cold, golden, serpent-like eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. There was still a chance to turn back, but Orochimaru had never been one to retrace his steps. At the Senju clan's training grounds, a golden-haired girl with twin ponytails was drenched in sweat, her perfect figure faintly visible through her soaked clothes. A sight, unfortunately, unseen by anyone. Determination set firmly on her delicate features, Tsunade muttered, I will. I absolutely will beat that damn man in the black cloak. And Uzumaki Linyu, that infuriating brat. As she spoke Linyu's name, a faint blush swept over Tsunade's face. She glanced down and grumbled softly, well, he's not that little, I suppose. He's at least average. She quickly regained her composure and resumed her rigorous training. Uzumaki Linyu's rapid growth had sparked a sense of urgency within her, let alone the power of that mysterious figure in black. Her goal was to defeat both Linyu and the man in the cloak, and she was willing to devote every spare moment to surpass them. 2 nights later, deep in the forest on the outskirts of the Land of Rain, a lone figure stood atop a pine's crown, silently observing a distant, small cabin. Only when the firelight beside the cabin finally went out did the figure approach, as quietly as a shadow gliding across the ground. The door creaked, so softly it was barely audible. Linyu's heart skipped a beat. Curse this shoddy construction. Couldn't they have bothered to fix it up? He glanced at Conan, still sleeping soundly and peacefully, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't woken her. Otherwise, he'd have some explaining to do, and he wasn't ready to reveal his identity yet. He reached out, tempted to gently stroke Conan's indigo-blue hair, but hesitated and withdrew his hand. There was no time to linger. Golden patterns flickered. In Linyu's eyes, a delicate white and blue, ghostly flame appeared, drifting soundlessly to Conan's chest and slowly sinking in until it vanished completely. A rosy flush crept across Xiao Nan's sleeping face, making her look irresistibly adorable. The undying nether flame was working its magic, burning away the impurities within her body. It had a strengthening effect, painless and harmless, and brought with it a soothing comfort akin to a luxurious massage. Xiao Nan shifted shyly in her sleep. Though no visible impurities were expelled, her sensitive nature as a girl made her feel as if her body needed a good bath. Linyu gently pulled the blanket up over Xiao Nan and whispered softly, Good night, my angel. With a flicker of movement, Linyu vanished from the room. The corners of sleeping, Xiao Nan's mouth curled up in a faint smile, as if she were dreaming of something joyful. Linyu darted through the forest, when suddenly, a figure with white hair barred his path. As expected, he'd been discovered. A slight smirk played beneath Linyu's mask. He had come wearing the mask precisely to remind Jiraiya to be on guard. Someone had already taken notice of Nagato's renegon. This was a chance to warn him about Black Zetsu. Who are you? Why are you near our camp? Are you the one in the black robe? Jiraiya stared at the masked figure clad in a black robe with golden patterns, astonished and incredulous. But in the next moment, realization struck him, and his expression darkened. Did you come here for Nagato's renegon? Linyu shrugged lightly and replied, Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just passing by. I have no interest in child's eyes. Jiraiya's face was grave. Would the great lord of immortality really use such a flimsy excuse to fool a child? He didn't believe a word Linyu said, but he was already prepared for the worst, ready to stake his life to delay Linyu and give Nagato and the others a chance to escape. He didn't know how many seconds he could buy, but at least he could face his conscience. You should know you're not my match. If I want to take the renegon, I could do so in an instant. You wouldn't be able to stop me. Hearing the casual tone in Linyu's voice, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder if the man really was just passing by. Still, he kept his guard up, not relaxing his fighting stance for a moment. In a flash, Linyu disappeared, leaving only a few words behind. I have no designs on the renegon, but others might. You'd better watch over it carefully. Jiraiya watched the departing figure and finally dropped his fighting stance, frowning. Was it possible there were others after Nagato's renegon? He then gave a wry, self-deprecating laugh. Seems being a teacher isn't as easy as I thought. I'd better work harder to master that jutsu as soon as possible. The shinobi world is growing ever more dangerous. Phew, at least Kushina is already asleep. Suddenly, a figure appeared soundlessly at Kushina's bedside. It was Linyu, using his Mangekyo ability from the Land of Rain. After shaking off Jiraiya, he found a quiet place to test out another of his ocular techniques, unsealed teleportation. The name might be a bit dubious, but thankfully, it's quite practical. With no cooldown and no distance restrictions, he was able to teleport directly from the Land of Rain. To Konoha, Lin, you could still faintly sense a teleportation marker in the direction of the Land of Rain, which meant he could use this connection to return there anytime. This realization put Lin Yu's mind at ease. Without sparing another glance at Kushina, who was sleeping in a rather touching position, he gently pulled her blanket up. Then, as quietly as he could, he slipped out the door. He still needed to check in with the gatekeeper. What a hassle. On second thought, maybe it was better to leave this sort of thing to Orochimaru. Honestly, ever since having Orochimaru as a backing, he now had a perfect excuse for everything. Whatever happened, he could just pin it on Orochimaru. It was a pity, though, that Orochimaru was destined not to stay in Konoha for long. Linyu realized he'd need to cultivate a second scapegoat. Danzo was definitely out of the question. How could he trouble the king of scapegoats with such trivial matters? Only the truly rotten deeds that would ruin someone's reputation could Linyu offload onto Danzo without a second thought. Enough of that. It was time to get some sleep. He needed to pay a visit to Might Dewey's house tomorrow. Early the next morning, Kushina groggily got up and washed her face. As she came downstairs and entered the living room, her beautiful eyes were a bit unfocused as she stared at the busy figure in the kitchen. She paused, slightly dazed. Oh, it's Brother Linyu. Suddenly realizing what was happening, she strode over with her long, slender legs and hugged Linyu from behind, her voice sweet and lively. Brother Linyu, you're back. What did you get back? How come I didn't even notice? Linyu, a little helpless, untied his apron and turned around, giving Kushina's little nose a gentle squeeze. You sleepyhead, you were out cold last night. How could you possibly know I'd come back? You're the pig. I ate your rice. Wait, I think I really did. Ha! Kushina, still a bit muddled from sleep and never the sharpest thinker, ended up making herself laugh. Linyu couldn't help but laugh along. There was never a dull moment with Kushina around. All right, go eat your breakfast now. And don't forget to head off to school after. Kushina pouted, her voice filled with annoyance. Today's the weekend. Ninja school is on holiday, you dummy. You don't care about me at all. Linyu was momentarily taken aback. Ninja school had weekends? That was news to him. He vaguely remembered that Boruto's generation had them, but that was during peacetime. Now was the height of war. It just wasn't the same. Oh well, weekend or not, he'd skip visiting Might Dewey today. With a hefty sum of money in his pocket, he decided he'd take Kushina out for a proper shopping spree and a big meal. Linyu ruffled Kushina's silly little head and said warmly, to make up for it, I'll take you out today, shopping and a feast. How does that sound? Kushina's eyes sparkled instantly when she heard that, but then she pouted, a little regretful. Ah, if I'd known, I wouldn't have asked Mikoto-senpai out today. It's so rare for you to spend a whole day with me, Brother Linyu. At the mention of Mikoto, Linyu immediately thought of Uchiha Mikoto. In the original story, Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina were close friends, but that was after they'd grown up. He hadn't expected them to become friends while still at the Ninja Academy. Linyu feigned curiosity. Mikoto? Is she your friend, Kushina? I definitely want to meet her. Kushina was about to say Mikoto's full name, but suddenly remembered that the Uchiha clan didn't have the best reputation. Most of them were notoriously proud and difficult. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke earnestly. Mikoto is such a kind and thoughtful girl. Even though she's from the Uchiha clan, I've never sensed any of that arrogance from her. She's my very best friend. As she spoke, Kushina grew a little anxious. She worried that Linyu might have some prejudice against the Uchiha, and she didn't want that to affect how he saw Mikoto. Mikoto was her only friend at school, and she couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Linyu gave a helpless smile. Why would you think I have anything against the Uchiha? Sure, most of them are aloof and unfriendly too. Outsiders, but it's not like they've ever done anything to me. I'm not the type to judge people based on rumors or slap labels on them. Besides, he had a mission to invite Uchiha Mikoto to a meal. Even if she had a terrible temper, like that arrogant Uchiha Madara, he'd still have to grit his teeth and treat her to lunch. Not to mention, Mikoto was considered an outlier among her clan. Gentle, considerate, well-educated, a great cook, and someone who cared about family. She practically embodied the perfect wife. Not that Linyu was the kind of guy to fall head over heels for every pretty face. Conan was a special case, more like raising a companion than anything else. Phew, that's a relief. I've already made plans with Mikoto for lunch, so I won't be home at noon. You rascal. Kushina patted her chest, visibly relieved, though her face showed a hint of disappointment as she turned to Linyu. What? Kushina, that's not fair. You're using my money to treat someone else to a meal, leaving me all alone at home. You really don't feel bad. Linyu teased her with a playful grin. Kushina blushed, her eyes flashing with determination. Then you should come too, but we'll have to eat somewhere cheap. It's hard for you to make money, and we don't have much saved up. She squeezed her freshly cleaned yellow purse, which looked rather thin. A shadow of disappointment and embarrassment crossed her face. She wished she could help Linyu earn money too, but she still had school. After all, they were the same age, yet Linyu had practically raised her single-handedly. Linyu thought Kushina was worried there wouldn't be enough money, and that it might affect their future life. He lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, whispering softly. Kushina, gazing at his face so close to hers, felt her fair earlobes flush with a hint of pink. Blushing, she whispered back, but soon set aside her embarrassment. Her rosy lips parted slowly in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. It wasn't until Linyu took out 2 heavy chests from the sealing scroll and handed them to her that Kushina stared at him in wide-eyed confusion. So, does this mean I'm rich now? She asked, almost in a daze. That's right. Linyu nodded earnestly. Then his expression softened with guilt. I'm sorry, Kushina. All these years, you've suffered so much with me. That's not true at all. Tears welled up in Kushina's eyes and began streaming down her cheeks. Choking up, she cried. I'm the one who's been a burden to you, Linyu. I haven't been able to help you with anything, and instead, you've had to take care of me. Boo-hoo. How could you say that? You've been managing our money for so long. If it weren't for you keeping an eye on things, who knows? By now, I might have picked up all sorts of bad habits like smoking and drinking. You wouldn't dare. Kushina's eyes went wide, making her look like a feisty little wife. She pouted and declared, Humph. Don't even think about it. From now on, all your money stays with me. If you want to buy anything, you'll have to get my approval first. With that, Kushina reached her small hands over and began searching Linyu, pouting as she demanded, Is that all? Hand over everything else. Linyu could only watch helplessly as his little money grubber searched him and managed to find 2 more sealing scrolls. Her bright eyes fixed on him, as if convinced that having money would surely lead him astray. Of course, Linyu had hidden away the scrolls containing Hanzo's body and some special items very carefully. Those Kushina would never find. This time, that's really all I have, Lady Kushina. Won't you let me keep just a little for myself? I worked so hard to earn all this, even if I don't have any great achievements. It's still been tough. Linyu exaggerated his tone, putting on a pitiful act. Humph, you can only keep a tiny bit. Men with too much money are bound to go bad, so I have to watch over you. But, did you really earn all this outside without any costs? Kushina still felt as if she were dreaming, struggling to believe it was real. I promise, from now on I'll only keep a teeny bit for myself. The rest, you'll hold on to for safekeeping. Linyu mused inwardly that the small sum he'd keep for himself should be more than enough. Right now, he had nothing he really needed to spend on anyway. In the future, once the organization was up and running, with people gathered, Kushina wouldn't be able to escape her role, so she might as well be in charge of the finances. Sure, this will be our little secret. When you're older, Kushina, I'll tell you the secret trick to getting all this for free. Linyu flashed her a mysterious smile. It's a promise, then? Kushina replied brightly. That afternoon, they headed to the most popular barbecue place in Konoha, Grilled Meat Q. Linyu couldn't help but marvel at the luck of this barbecue restaurant. It had survived from the war-torn days all the way to the Boruto era, enduring even the devastation caused by pain without ever closing down. Its history was even longer than the famous Ichiraku ramen. Too bad the legendary handmade ramen uncle hadn't opened his shop at this time yet. According to the original story, there were still 4 or 5 years to go before that. Yet Linyu was growing impatient. He was especially curious to try the legendary Ichiraku ramen that, as the story went, Hinata once devoured 46 bowls of in just 30 minutes. Linyu thought that perhaps, if he had the time, he could ask around Konoha for news about Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Hey, Makoto, over here, we're right here. Kushina waved her delicate hand at the graceful figure entering through the door, calling out loudly. Kushina, keep your voice down, Linyu said, slightly embarrassed as he heard people nearby whispering about them. What's the big deal? There's no rule against being loud here. Despite her words, Kushina did lower her voice, blaming it all on that troublesome Linyu. She was still basking in the joy of becoming a little rich girl, so even her voice had gotten louder. Linyu cast apologetic glances at the other diners before turning his attention to the beautiful girl walking toward them. Uchiha Makoto truly was a beauty, even now. Though she was only 2 years older than Kushina, her figure was already far more developed by comparison. Today, Mikoto wore a purple crewneck sweater, paired with a light yellow fitted skirt that accentuated her perfect curves. Like Kushina, she wore black, thigh-high stockings, but her slender legs were even straighter and more alluring. One could only say that Kushina still had some growing to do. Sorry, Kushina, I hope I'm not late. And this is... Uchiha Mikoto smiled apologetically at Kushina, then glanced curiously at Linyu. He had the same hair as Kushina. Could he be her real brother? Oh, we just got here too. As for him, that's just stinky Linyu, don't mind him. Once we're done eating, let's go shopping. Kushina pursed her lips and gestured for Mikoto to sit next to her. Ah, I'm Uzumaki Linyu. You must be Uchiha Mikoto. Thank you for always looking after Kushina at school. It's a pleasure to meet you. Linyu laughed it off, putting on a warm smile. Oh, it's nice to meet you too. But I haven't really looked after Kushina. If anything, she's always the one helping me out, Mikoto said, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. Linyu looked at Kushina, puzzled. Kushina's cheeks reddened, and she muttered, those annoying pests are always buzzing around Mikoto, bothering us when we're trying to study. So I had to teach them a lesson a few times. Now, whenever they see me and Mikoto, they make sure to steer clear. Linyu felt a bit embarrassed. He wasn't exactly a violent person. So where had Kushina picked up this fierce streak? Weren't people supposed to be shaped by their environment? Why hadn't Kushina learned his gentle temperament instead? If Kushina knew what he was thinking, she'd surely put her hands on her hips and huff. That's genetics. You just don't get it. Mikoto gave a soft laugh. It's not so bad, really. They haven't done anything terrible, though they can be pretty annoying. Oomph. That's just because you're too gentle, Mikoto. That's why they keep bothering you. Look at me. Who dares to mess with me? Kushina clung to Mikoto's arm, her face full of pride. With how fierce you are, anyone who comes your way must have a wish to be scolded or worse. Linyu muttered under his breath. Hey, Linyu, what did you just say? Kushina's ears twitched. She seemed to sense that Linyu was talking about her behind her back. Linyu curled his lip and said, it used to be all Big Brother Linyu this and Big Brother Linyu that. Now that you've got some confidence, it's just stupid Linyu. Women really are fickle. You were only born a few days before me. I only called you that because you worked so hard. Now that you're getting naughtier, of course I had to change what I call you. Kushina puffed out her round cheeks, looking quite displeased. Huh? I'm getting naughtier? Why am I the last to know? Linyu was genuinely baffled this time. Had he ever done anything bad to Kushina? You should think about it. Kushina, for reasons of her own, blushed and turned away, refusing to meet Linyu's eyes. She took Mikoto's hand and started looking at the menu. There was no way she'd say it in front of Mikoto, but Kushina knew exactly what she was thinking. She was well aware of her own sleeping habits. However, these past 2 mornings, she'd woken up to find her blanket neatly tucked around her. Once might be a fluke, but twice in a row? There was only one explanation. Stupid Linyu must have tiptoed over and covered her up. Stupid Linyu. How could he sneak a peek at a girl while she's sleeping? He was just the worst. Meanwhile, Linyu was completely in the dark, racking his brain, trying to figure out what misdeed Kushina might have discovered. Could his secret identity as the mysterious black-robed figure have been exposed? Maybe Kurama had said something? But that didn't make sense. Kurama didn't know about the black-robe persona, and besides, the proud Kurama would never spill his secrets. Could Kushina have found out about Konan? Impossible. They lived in different countries. Linyu felt like he was losing his mind. How on earth was he supposedly getting naughty? Kushina had no idea that Linyu was practically digging through every memory since he was born, searching for an answer. But a girl's thoughts, how could Linyu ever hope to understand them? This one, and this one. 10 orders of each, please. Kushina said to the waitress, cheeks puffed out, as if determined to vent all her little frustrations on the grill. Mikoto, sitting quietly to the side, looked somewhat stunned. A slight sheen of cold sweat appeared on her gentle face as she said, Kushina, we can't possibly finish all this food. Besides, this place is really expensive. Don't worry, Mikoto. We got a generous fool footing the bill tonight. No sense in wasting a free meal. Kushina's large eyes sparkled mischievously as she shot Linyu a sly grin, brewing up some mischief in her heart. After all, Linyu's stash of money was in her hands. She wondered how he'd manage to pay when the check arrived. Linyu snapped back to reality. Oh, well, it be. He recalled the old saying, the stronger you are, the more bad ideas you get. Who said that, you ask? Well, he just made it up on the spot. Don't worry, Mikoto. Tonight's on me. Kushin is picking up the tab. Linyu smiled at Mikoto as he spoke. I just think it's not very cost-effective, Mikoto replied, her beautiful brows drawn together in concern. For the same amount, we could buy much more meat at the market and cook it ourselves for less. Mikoto really was good at managing a household. What a pity for Fugaku to have landed such a frugal wife. Lin Yu gazed at Mikoto with genuine admiration. How about this? Next time, we'll buy our own ingredients and cook at home. Mikoto, how's your cooking? A touch of pink colored Mikoto's fair cheeks as she grew a little shy. I'm all right, I suppose. I can cook a bit of everything. That's wonderful. I've been hoping someone could teach me a few cooking tricks. Kushina always complains about my food, Lin Yu said, determined to learn a thing or two from Mikoto. Hey, are you two ignoring me and flirting right in front of me? Kushina's pouty little face popped up between them, and she grabbed Lin Yu's head, turning it away from Mikoto so he couldn't look at her. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. He genuinely just wanted to improve his cooking. Even he couldn't stomach his own food anymore. A faint blush lingered on Mikoto's face. She actually had a pretty good impression of Lin Yu. He was a bit handsome in a gentle way, with a mild temperament, the kind she liked. And he was interested in cooking too. The more Mikoto thought about it, the redder her face became. She could only lower her head, barely daring to meet Lin Yu's eyes, her chin almost touching her chest. Hey, Lin Yu, why did you say you were treating, but then made me pay? Kushina demanded, eyeing Lin Yu and waiting for an explanation. Oh, my dear Lady Kushina, have you forgotten? I already handed over my entire stash to you. I'm penniless, unless you want to see me working here to pay off the debt. Kushina couldn't help but burst out laughing. In her mind's eye, she pictured Lin Yu in a janitor's uniform, head wrapped in a bandana, scrubbing toilets with a look of utter despair, getting barked at by gruff, burly customers. The thought filled her with glee. Noticing the odd looks Lin Yu and Mikoto were giving her, Kushina quickly wiped the silly grin off her face and put on a stern expression. Well, since you're begging so nicely, I, Lady Kushina, will reluctantly cover the bill this time. In front of her best friend, Kushina still wanted to save some face. As for what might happen between Lin Yu and Mikoto, she wasn't worried about guarding against thieves or fire. She should have been wary of her own best friend. One day, she would have plenty to regret. Lunch passed amidst bursts of laughter and cheerful conversation. Afterward, Kushina, rubbing her little belly, insisted on dragging Mikoto out shopping. Lin, you had planned to head home, but Kushina tugged him along as well, calling him their gallant escort, though in truth he was just there to carry their bags. So it was that Kushina walked in the middle, a small hand holding each of Lin Yu and Mikoto. Seen from behind, they looked just like a family out enjoying a day in town. By the way, Mikoto, you must be graduating soon, right? Lin Yu, carrying a small bag, sat chatting with Mikoto on a bench. As for Kushina, she'd gone off to the restroom, a look of distress on her face. Perhaps she'd eaten a bit too much for lunch. Mikoto replied softly. Then, with a gentle parting of her lips, she said, in a few days, the school will let us know which teams we're assigned to. I have no idea what class I'll be in or who my instructor will be. Mikoto's voice held a note of worry. She was a genin now, but she didn't know if she'd end up on the battlefield. Her temperament was gentle, not suited to violence, let alone the killing that came with war. So, the team assignments are happening in the next few days, Lin Yu murmured. As he recalled, there weren't any particularly outstanding students in this cohort. Minato Namikaze wouldn't graduate for another 2 years, and Jiraiya was still in a land of rain. If the story played out as expected, Jiraiya would eventually take Minato as a student, though of course things could always change. Noticing the concern in Mikoto's expression, Lin Yu spoke gently. Is there something on your mind, Mikoto? If it's something I can help with, don't hesitate to tell me. Mikoto glanced at Lin Yu, a shy blush coloring her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes flickered aside as she answered softly, it's nothing too serious. It's just that I'm not ready to face all of this. Sometimes, I feel like I don't want to be a ninja at all. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment. Truthfully, Mikoto wasn't suited to the life of a ninja. She was far too gentle. She was the kind of person best suited to being a loving wife and mother. Yet in the world of shinobi, that only made one more vulnerable. Without strength, your life was never truly your own. Even being born into a great clan like the Uchiha was no protection. They too could be wiped out in an instant. Mikoto, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help with that. Becoming a ninja means you're bound to face danger, sometimes even death. It means becoming an executioner, staining your hands with blood. There's simply no avoiding it. Lin Yu let out a quiet sigh. Mikoto was not like Yahiko. He couldn't just use a Jinjutsu to change her mind. Yahiko's circumstances had been unique. Nagato and Konan were his soft spots, and the clash between his dreams and reality had shattered his idealism. Even so, it wasn't so much a change as it was a slight correction to his dream. The core hope remained the same, to see an end to war and peace in the shinobi world. But Mikoto was different. Her nature was gentle and mild by default, so trying to turn her into the opposite was impossible for any illusion except Kotoeme Tsukumi. A hint of gloom clouded Mikoto's face, She knew full well that this simply wouldn't work. Forcing a smile, she said, I know it's not possible, but I'm just not ready to step onto the battlefield yet. I've never killed anyone before. If only I could have a little more time. Linyu looked a bit embarrassed. It seemed he had misunderstood what Mikoto meant. He tried to clarify, Mikoto, do you mean that you just can't face it right now, but after you gradually get used to it, you'll be able to, right? Yes. Mikoto nodded with resolve in her eyes. She, too, wanted to help protect Konoha. Linyu chuckled, trying to reassure her as he rubbed his nose helplessly. Don't worry, Mikoto. Freshly graduated ninja aren't sent straight to the front lines. Usually, a Jonin instructor will lead you for a while, and only then is there a small chance you'll get assigned to battlefield missions. But I heard from an upperclassman who just graduated that they were sent to the battlefield right away. Were they lying to me? Mikoto's beautiful eyes were full of confusion as she stared unblinkingly at Linyu. This question clearly meant a lot to her. Linyu gave a wry smile and explained that was because the second great ninja war had broken out. The circumstances were special at the time, so even new genin had to go to the front. But now the war has temporarily ended. There are still some minor skirmishes here and there, but things should be peaceful for a while. Inwardly, Linyu thought to himself, there will probably be a year or two of peace before the third great ninja war erupts, but with that mysterious black-robed figure meddling. Who knows if it'll happen sooner or later. Really? That's a relief. Mikoto's face lit up with a hint of delight, and the worry she had been carrying eased a little. Well, probably, Linyu said, hedging his answer. But Mikoto, I have another idea that's even safer. You could team up with me. My Jonin instructor pretty much leaves me to my own devices and rarely checks in on us. That way, you'd have time to adjust at your own pace. Linyu thought it wise to play it safe. After all, with him being a transmigrator, anything could happen. For all he knew, the third great ninja war could break out any day now. Team up with you, Linyu. Mikoto sounded intrigued. That actually sounds pretty good. But will the school approve? She was genuinely tempted, placing her hope in an unknown. Instructor seemed far less reliable than trusting Uzumaki Linyu. Even though it was their first meeting, something about him felt trustworthy. Maybe because they both loved to cook. You don't need to worry about that, Linyu said breezily. If you agree, I'll talk to my Jonin instructor about it. Once again, he was more than happy to leave things up to Orochimaru, looking completely unconcerned. That's wonderful. Thank you, Linyu. Oh, it's nothing. Just teach me a few more dishes next time, and we'll call it even. Linyu was perfectly content, since he wouldn't have to put in any real effort. Meichin couldn't help but think how lucky Kushina was to have a brother like Linyu. He looked exactly to her taste, his temperament matched hers, and even their interests seemed fated to align. Heavens, how could I be thinking such things? You too. Are you flirting again while I'm not around? Suddenly, Kushina's indignant little face popped up between Linyu and Meichin, her cheeks puffed out into perfect little circles, eyes fixed accusingly on Linyu. She was convinced he was after her best friend. No way. She absolutely couldn't let him succeed. It's not like that, Kushina. Linyu just did me a favor, and I was thanking him. Busted by Kushina again, Meichin's cheeks flushed instantly. But then she caught herself. Why did I say again? And why am I so worried Kushina might find out, when there's nothing between Linyu and me? Linyu scratched his head, feeling completely wronged. He really hadn't had any thoughts about Meichin. He just wanted to learn a few more dishes, so he could cook for Kushina. Oh, is that so? Since when did someone get so capable? Kushina's expression was all skepticism. If anyone knew Linyu's abilities, it was her. She'd even taught him the clone technique herself. How skilled could he really be? Of course, I never exaggerate. Oomph. As if I believe that. By the way, Linyu, who's your Jonin instructor? Orochimaru. Linyu, is your teacher really Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin? Kushina's eyes went wide as saucers. Even after Linyu confirmed it, she still looked like she couldn't believe her ears. Linyu felt a bit helpless. Ever since he parted ways with Meichin, Kushina had been peppering him with questions nonstop. Some things, though, he truly couldn't tell her, so he could only dodge and brush her off. Thankfully, Kushina was naturally carefree and rarely overthought things. He remembered the slightly wistful look Meichin gave him before she left, as if to say, why didn't you tell me sooner, your instructor? Was Orochimaru. Still, since she'd agreed, she could only accept it now, and just hope Orochimaru wouldn't meddle with them. It's true. I've already answered you 100 times, Kushina. But Orochimaru is one of the Sanin. Why would he take on a nobody like you? Linyu nearly tripped and ran straight into a lamppost, his face indignant. A nobody? Hey, your brother Linyu is a hidden genius. Really, Orochimaru's lucky to have landed me as a student. Kushina gave him a look that said she wasn't buying it for a second. She muttered, "Who do you think you're fooling? I know exactly what you're capable of. I had to teach you the clone technique, and it still took you half a year to get it right." Lin Yu was instantly a loss for words. That was a stain on his record he'd never lived down. Lin Hua simply ignored Kushina, his face dark the entire way. Noticing that Lin Hua seemed genuinely upset, Kushina quickly grabbed his arm and shook it playfully. The setting sun cast their shadows on the ground, stretching them longer and longer with every tug. The next day at noon, at Might Dewey's house. "Lin Hua, I really can't thank you enough for what you did on the last mission," Might Dewey said gratefully, handing Lin Hua a cup of freshly brewed green tea. "There's no need for this, Uncle Dewey. It was your passion for youth that inspired me," Lin Hua replied. "Hey, just call me Uncle Dewey. Senior sounds way too formal." "Huh, I might not be great at much else, but when it comes to understanding the spirit of youth, I'll claim second. No one in Konoha dares claim first." Dewey laughed heartily. Of course, who else but him would run more than 1,000 laps around the village every day, weighed down by heavy training gear? Even an ox would collapse from exhaustion. Lin Hua could only give a wry smile. "Uncle Dewey, the reason I came today is to let you know we have a new member in our team. I'd like to introduce you sometime." Might Dewey let out a hearty laugh. "That's no big deal. Young people should seize their youth and do as much as they can. Besides, I only joined you temporarily. I've been thinking it over these past few days. After a couple more missions with you, I'll step back from the team and devote myself to training Guy." Lin Hua's brow creased slightly. "Guy's still very young, Uncle Dewey. There's no need to rush. I just wanted to let you know about the new member, nothing more. Please don't misunderstand." Might Dewey looked down at Guy nestled in his arms, his expression softening. "I'm getting old. I know my own limits. I won't get any further at this rate. So, I want to put all my remaining energy into Guy. Once I've saved up enough in the next few years, I'll stop taking missions and focus on raising him right. A few years from now, when Guy is grown and can stand on his own, I'll put whatever strength I have left into inspiring the next generation, so they never forget the passion of youth." Lin Hua fell silent for a moment. He couldn't make decisions for Might Dewey, nor could he stop him. All he could do was offer what help he could. Reaching into his robes, Lin Hua took out a bundle and pushed it toward Might Dewey. "Uncle Dewey, I'd like to ask a favor. This is a commission fee." Might Dewey frowned, displeased. "Lin Hua, what's this about? If you need help, of course I'll give it. There's no need to talk about money." Lin Hua's expression was firm, his voice resolute. "Uncle Dewey, please consider this a simple transaction, a payment for your secret taijutsu techniques." Might Dewey was taken aback, his thick brows furrowing as he stared at Lin Hua for a long moment. At last, he forced a smile. "Lin Hua, must you insist on this? You know, even if you gave me nothing, I'd still teach you. I always keep my promises." "Uncle Dai, maybe you don't need it, but Kai does. The medicinal ingredients for body training, the injuries caused by pushing the limits, these all require a great deal of money. What I've given is just a drop in the ocean." Might Dewey gave Lin Yu another long, searching look. Then he stood and headed back into his room. Before long, he returned, holding a worn, yellowed diary in his hands. His expression was tinged with nostalgia and a hint of reluctance, but he still handed the diary to Lin Yu. His eyes reddened as he spoke. "This contains all my cultivation. Insights from over 30 years. The medicinal baths I used after each breakthrough gradually became more refined, so you can skip my early trial and error and start directly with the final bath recipes. This diary is the testament to my youth. There are even some daily stories about me and my wife. Please take good care of it." Lin Yu was touched by the first part, but as he heard the rest, the corners of his mouth twitched. Was he really supposed to savor the bittersweet taste of love while training? Suddenly, this precious diary didn't seem quite as appealing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu replied earnestly, "Don't worry, Uncle Dai. I'll memorize everything in it and return it to you, unharmed." "Sigh, never mind. Looking at it again only brings more sorrow. When Kai's older, pass it on to him. Let him see how hard his father worked in his youth." Might Dewey waved his hand, as if he didn't want to dwell on the past. All right then." Lin Yu felt awkward. It was bad enough having to endure all this public display of affection alone, but now he'd have to make Dai's son experience it too? That was just cruel. "By the way, this taijutsu's secret art is called the 8 Inner Gates." "Yes, I know. Ahem. So, what was it you wanted to ask me earlier?" Lin Yu blushed slightly and said, "Well, a new girl has joined our team. Her name's Uchiha Mikoto. She's rather gentle by nature and isn't used to the life of a ninja. Yet, I'd like to ask you, Uncle Dai, to take her along for a few D-rank missions, help her ease into things. You could just split the mission rewards between you." "Uchiha Mikoto, from the Uchiha clan? That's a proud family. Didn't expect to find a gentle girl among them." "That's rare. All right, I'll do it. I want to." Earn some extra money for Kai's formula in these final days. Might Dewey's eyes blazed with determination, as if he was burning up the last of his youth. Linyu felt a headache coming on. He worried that the D-rank missions in Konoha might face a crisis. Surely not, though. After all, there were D-rank missions every day, but not that many in total. Nothing major should happen. Little did Linyu know that his actions today would add hundreds of completed D-rank missions to Orochimaru's record, and of course, to his own as well. Although Linyu and Orochimaru weren't the ones carrying out the mission, all four of their names were listed as having accepted the assignment. That meant the achievement would be recorded in their resumes. A case of sitting at home while glory falls from the sky. By the way, is that little girl named Uchiha Mikoto pretty? She's quite pretty. You sly dog, you've got the charm I had back in my day. Ha ha ha. Linyu made a hasty escape from Might Dewey's house. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid the middle-aged man would start asking him when he planned to get married. Middle-aged uncles are truly terrifying. But in the end, his goal was accomplished. He had obtained the 8 Gates Released formation, the most powerful taijutsu in Naruto. This was the ultimate martial art that could pin even Madara of the 6 Paths to the ground. Its might varied from person to person, and so did the difficulty of mastering it. The older you are, the harder it is to train, but if you're too young, you can't endure the pain of pushing the human body to its limits. That's why so few have ever mastered this ultimate technique. Only Might Guy and his father ever opened the final death gate. You really have to be a single-minded musclehead, turning sheer determination into gold. At 10 years old, Linyu was already a bit past the prime age for learning the 8 Gates. With his unique constitution, smashing through his own limits would be even tougher. So, Linyu didn't really expect to fully master the 8 Gates. He just wanted to use the training method to force out his potential, so he could quickly adapt to his sage body and unleash his full power. If he could open even 1 or 2 gates, that would already be a lucky bonus. No matter how you looked at it, this deal was worth it. Meanwhile, Might Dewey stared at the stack of bills before him, a bit dazed. That old diary was worth this much? It actually sold for 1,000,000 ryo. Of course, the money had come from Kusha, who'd felt a sting in her heart as she handed it over. She'd given Linyu a few playful slaps with her little hand, grumbling, "You really don't know how to save money. Earning it isn't easy, and you just go and drop 1,000,000 ryo like that. Don't let me find out you're using this for anything bad, or I won't let you off." Linyu could only shake his head with a wry smile. He'd worked hard for every bit of that money, but now it felt like he was spending Kusha's hard-earned savings. Still, what's his is hers, and there's nothing wrong with that. After all, Kusha belonged to him. Linyu wandered left and right through Konoha village, soon arriving at a secluded dead end. He tapped 3 times on a serpentine pattern stone, then stepped back a few paces. A hidden door swung open before him, and he slipped quietly inside. This was Orochimaru's secret base in Konoha, only recently completed. Of course, it had the approval of the higher-ups. Orochimaru hadn't begun his human experiments yet, so there was nothing to be afraid of if it were discovered. In a quiet, dimly lit room, only a single surgical lamp cast its glow. Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, was bent over a white mouse, scalpel in hand. His brow was furrowed, as if he had run into some difficulty with his experiment. Footsteps echoed softly in the corridor. The sound drew near, but Orochimaru did not pause his work. The newcomer made no move to interrupt, choosing instead to stand silently to one side and observe. Linyu's expression was composed as he watched Orochimaru, who, at this stage, was still only at a graduate student's level of expertise. Thoughts churned quietly in Linyu's mind. Orochimaru already had a certain scientific spirit, but it was still too early. There were techniques he had yet to master. More time was needed, and, as it happened, Linyu himself required time as well. After a long while, Orochimaru finally peeled off his white gloves, disposed of the mouse's body, and washed his hands. He turned, his lips curling into a sly smile. "What brings you here, Linyu? Don't tell me you've developed an interest in science." Linyu waved his hand dismissively. "It's all far too complicated for me. I can never master it. I actually came because I have a favor to ask of you, Orochimaru-sensei." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. What a shame. Science is such a mysterious and alluring pursuit. I thought you and I might be kindred spirits, Linyu. In a way, we are kindred spirits, but not in science. What we share is, Linyu looked Orochimaru straight in the eye, his voice calm, immortality. He made no attempt to hide his intentions any longer. Orochimaru's golden, serpentine pupils narrowed ever so slightly, though he kept his tone neutral. "So, Linyu, you're finally willing to admit your connection with that organization?" Linyu ignored the question, steering the conversation back. I've invited Uchiha Makoto from the Uchiha clan to join my team. I'd like you to help me sort things out. The Uchiha clan? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. That won't be easy. She must be a recent graduate of the Ninja Academy, right? Team placements are decided by the third Hokage himself. I don't have the authority to interfere. He couldn't help but wonder why Lin Yu kept bringing such unusual people into his team. First Might Dewey, the Eternal Genin, and now a troublesome member of the Uchiha. But I've already promised Makoto, and you wouldn't want your student to lose face in front of a girl, would you, Orochimaru-sensei? Lin Yu teased, flashing a playful smile. Orochimaru chuckled, a low, rasping laugh. A girl, you say? Is she someone you fancy, Lin Yu? I'll have to take a closer look. But if I recall, you already have someone at home. Or is it? For once, even Orochimaru found himself curious about Lin Yu's openness at the tender age of 10. Lin Yu's cheeks reddened. He stammered, then quickly corrected himself. I only want to learn how to cook for Makoto. What's wrong with you people? Why do your minds always go there? Orochimaru's laughter was soft and knowing. I see. Still, Lin Yu, the Uchiha clan really is a complicated matter. His tone grew hesitant, and this time, it did not seem to be an act. Lin Yu suddenly seemed to remember something and said, Oh, I forgot to mention, Lord Orochimaru, I went out of the village this time to visit the Immortal Organization's base. We've agreed to your request, but the reward you offered is too low. We'll need a bit more. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with sharpness, but when he recalled that lawless man in the black robe and his godlike strength, a hint of longing flickered in his heart. He looked at Lin Yu with a trace of resignation and said, Fine, I agree, but my responsibility is only to assign Uchiha Makoto to my squad. As for any problems that arise afterward, Lin Yu, you'll have to handle them yourself. No problem, Lin Yu replied, turning and heading toward the door. As he was about to leave, his steps slowed, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, Lord Orochimaru, just do what you think is best. As long as you don't forget that you're human too, the Immortal Organization will take care of anything that worries you. Orochimaru watched Lin Yu's departing figure, his emotions tangled and unable to settle. Uzumaki Lin Yu, what kind of man are you? Is the Immortal Organization truly that powerful? To disregard even the mightiest of Konoha? This is getting more and more intriguing. Honestly, Konoha right now, aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsukumo Hatake, and the three Sanin who can barely be called impressive, the rest are just small fry, either still untrained or yet to be born. Konoha at this stage is far from formidable, or they wouldn't be getting pushed around so easily. Lin Yu had no idea what Orochimaru was thinking, nor did he care. He was now sinking into his own thoughts, as his monthly missions had just been refreshed. Monthly missions. Mission 1. Complete 100 Durang tasks, 0 out of 100. Reward. 8 gates release formation. Gate of opening, gate of rest. Mission 2. Help an elderly lady cross the street once. Reward. Chakra recovery speed increases by 0.1%. Mission 3. Learn to cook 10 homestyle dishes. Reward. Uchiha Makoto's favorability +1. Accumulated missions, 2 out of 10. Mission. Obtain a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect sage body. Mission. Bump fist with Kurama. Reward. Refined yang power. Limited time rewards. Unlimited renegon usage, 1 hour 39 minutes 39 seconds remaining, currently frozen. Unlimited Tensigen usage, 2 hours remaining, currently frozen. Damn system. If you'd released the 8 gates mission earlier, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble begging my Dewey. But at least I've gained the friendship of 2 people who may one day open the gate of death, so it wasn't a total loss. But these next 2 missions... Lin Yu, system, are you running out of ideas? Why don't you just hand out missions for things like Permanent Renegon, 6-Path Sage, Art, Kekiai Mora, 9 Tomo Renegon, or Yomi no Kuni while you're at it. Then you can retire and go back to the drawing board. Unnamed system, meow, you little rascal. Lin Yu let out a sigh. Perhaps this was for the best. Ever since he awakened the mission system, he'd been running around non-stop, completing one task after another. A break would do him good. Besides, he could vaguely recall that nothing major was supposed to happen in the near future. Could it be that the system only issued missions based on certain time nodes? He wasn't sure, but the thought lingered in his mind. Still, if even the system suspected his intentions toward Makoto Uchiha were less than pure, he might as well play along with their assumptions. Fugaku, you'd better find yourself another wife. Itachi, you'd better pray your mother stays as gentle and kind as she is. As for Sasuke, well, go eat dirt. Snapping back to reality, Lin, who couldn't help but frown. 100 D-rank missions, how long would that take? He'd probably still be at it when the third great ninja war broke out. Thankfully, he had Might Dewey and Makoto by his side. He wondered if the missions they completed would count toward his own tally. If they did, that would be perfect, a nice little loophole in the system. With so many D-rank missions listed on his record, surely the system couldn't just ignore them. Feeling secretly pleased with himself, Linhu wasted no time lingering outside. He hurried home to cook for Kushina. He hadn't forgotten the storyline where Kushina was kidnapped by the Hidden Cloud. Honestly, what were the Leaf Sanbyu doing? They all knew Kushina was the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, yet they still let a few Cloud ninjas waltz in and snatch her up. Useless. He wondered if the Hidden Cloud in this world would stick to their old tricks. The thought made him a little excited. He could use the extra cash. Late at night, once again, Linhu snuck quietly into Kushina's room. He planned to visit Kurama, the Nine-Tails, for another chat and maybe deepen their bond. The familiar spot, the familiar sensation. Linhu's consciousness grew hazy, and the world around him shifted into the swirling landscape of Uzumaki Village. HM, kid, you're back again? And always in the middle of the night, disturbing my sleep. Kurama's voice rumbled from behind the sealed gate, clearly annoyed by the familiar scent. Sorry. I don't really have a choice. I can't let Kushina find out about this, so sneaking around at night is the only option. Linhu sounded sheepish. Even he felt guilty for interrupting Kurama's rest. But in the next instant, Linhu realized something. Did Kurama even need to sleep? And even if it did, why not sleep during the day? Besides, locked up in there, what else did it have to do but sleep? He wasn't really disturbing it. If anything, Kurama was probably glad for the company. A touch of irritation crossed Linhu's face. He'd almost been fooled by a fox. Try not to sound petty, he asked. Can I come inside and take a look? Kurama gave him a strange look. This kid wanted to come in? If only it could get out. It daydreamed about escaping every day. Don't bother. Unless you have the key to unlock the seal, or you break entirely, there's no way that door is opening. Linhua paused for a moment, wanting to give something a try. So if I don't open the door, can I just go in directly? Kurama couldn't help but find this amusing. Was this human here in the middle of the night just to make it laugh? With a teasing tone, it replied, I'd like to know how to get in without opening the door too. Maybe you could squeeze through that crack beneath the door, haha. Ignoring Kurama's sarcasm, Linhua's eyes glimmered with golden magical patterns, flickering with tiny white-blue flames. He reached out, and a peculiar white-blue flame appeared at his fingertip out of thin air, eerie and enchanting. What kind of fire is that? Even I have never seen it before. Surprise flashed in Kurama's demonic eyes. With its vast experience, it had never seen this kind of white-blue flame. This is called Ignite. No, it's called the Undying Nether Flame. It's one of the ocular techniques of my kaleidoscope, Linhua. Almost blurted out the truth, but fortunately Kurama had no idea what Ignite meant. No one in the ninja world possibly could. Undying Nether Flame? Never heard of it. How powerful is it? Kurama eyed the tiny flame with clear disdain, not taking it seriously at all. Linhua felt a bit awkward and could only defend himself. It's incredibly powerful. Everyone who's experienced it says it's amazing. Kurama's curiosity was piqued. Everyone says it's amazing? It's so powerful that people actually praise it? Are you sure you didn't come here just to make me laugh? Haha, come on, let me see what it can do. Linhua blinked and replied, Really? It's extremely powerful. Come on, if I so much as make a sound, you could take my place as the head of all-tailed beasts. Linhua curled his lip in disdain. This sly fox clearly had nothing better to offer. And what use would that be to me? I'm not even a tailed beast. Who are you trying to fool? Still, Linhua tossed the undying nether flame through the crack beneath the door, his heart pounding with anticipation. The white-blue flame drifted slowly through the sealed gate, causing not the slightest disturbance. It worked. Huh, it really did get through. Well, let me see what this thing can do, Kurama remarked nonchalantly, poking the white-blue flame with a claw. In a flash, the undying nether flame seemed to come alive. Before Kurama could even react, it vanished into his chest, entirely painless and without sensation. What was that? I didn't feel a thing. This little spark of yours is pretty pathetic, Kurama said, examining himself to find not the slightest difference after the flame disappeared without a trace. Oh, why don't you check again? Came a voice from behind Kurama. Before Kurama could even turn around, a wave of comfort surged through him, spreading from deep within his soul, so soothing that he couldn't help but exclaim, Ah, incredible! I can feel every bit of chakra in my body boiling over. I haven't felt this kind of pleasure in years. Kid, how did you manage this? In Kurama's enormous eyes, a wave of contentment and ease flickered. He glanced briefly toward the door, but Linhu was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he whipped his head around and spotted a small figure sprawled comfortably on his tail, a look of pure delight on his face. Kurama stared in disbelief. Impossible. How did you get in here? Was it because of that flame? Bingo. Right answer, but no prize. Lin Yu lounged luxuriously on Kurama's fluffy tail, resting his head as if on the softest pillow. He'd only meant to give it a try, never expecting he'd actually make it inside. Now he wondered, when he teleported to Kurama's domain in the future, would he appear directly inside the sealed gate, or next to Kushina? If he materialized within the gate, would it be his physical body entering, or like now, just his consciousness carrying chakra inside? All these questions would require Lin Yu to experiment and unravel them in his own time. Fortunately, time was the one thing he had in abundance. There was no need to rush. Kid, that flame isn't ordinary, is it? It pierced through the seal, and I can feel it. There's a flame dancing in my chest, pulsing with the breath of life. It's invigorating. Kurama's gaze grew deeper as he regarded Lin Yu. That's right. The undying nether flame burns away impurities inside the body. Since you're a being of chakra, it refines your chakra itself, making it even purer. But the real magic is that as long as the flame endures, so does life. Of course, for-tailed beasts like you, immortality isn't exactly a novelty. Think of it as a down payment for protecting Kushina. Lin Yu replied with a casual shrug. In his mind, gifting Kurama a nether flame was no more than offering a relaxing massage. Nothing of consequence. Kurama narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yu before curling his lips into a sly grin. Thanks, kid. I'll accept this deposit. Kurama didn't mention that tailed beasts could, in fact, die, and that there was more than one way for it to happen. Oh, right. Kushina may face a calamity, not immediately, but perhaps in a year or two. When the time comes, I'll be counting on you to look out for her. With that, Lin Yu's figure faded and disappeared. All that remained was Kurama, deep in thought. A prophecy, huh? This kid really knows a lot. But who cares? Settling back on the ground, Kurama stretched out comfortably and soon began to snore. Morning. At the breakfast table, Lin Yu pondered how to complete his accumulation tasks. His strategy with Kurama was taking shape. Success was only a matter of time. But as for Uchiha Madara, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the man yet, let alone figured out his whereabouts. Even if they did cross paths and sparred, there was no way Madara would grant him a title out of the blue. In the entire world of Naruto, only Might Guy had ever been given that kind of special privilege. So when it comes to fighting, the best bet would be to pray the system refreshes with a quest for the 8 gates, then give Madara Uchiha a foot massage, thus achieving Might Guy's future glory. But looking at old man Madara's current state, he might just get kicked straight into the Pure Land with a single blow. That method isn't going to work. Oh, what a headache. Every Uchiha is so stubborn and proud, it's nearly impossible to earn their approval. It'd be so much easier if there were more quests like Nagato confesses to Yahiko. All you need to do is talk your way through it. Wait, what am I thinking, saying these things out loud? What if Jiraiya gets a quest to confess to Orochimaru? That would be a disaster. Then again, who knows? Maybe Orochimaru would become Lady Orochimaru. Kushina's cheeks flushed a little. She glanced at Lin Yu, who seemed lost in thought at the dinner table, and remembered how her blanket had been neatly tucked in again this morning. She didn't need to guess. It had to be that annoying Lin Yu's doing. Could it be that Lin Yu has feelings for me? No, that can't be. We're still so young. Things like that are much too early. Kushina shook her little head, trying to clear her thoughts. Then she looked up and earnestly said to Lin Yu, Brother Lin Yu, some things just can't be rushed. You have to take your time. Lin Yu was caught off guard by Kushina's words. What's going on here? Does Kushina somehow know I'm stressing about how to deal with Madara? Uchiha, impossible. Still, Lin Yu replied, You're right, this really isn't something that can be rushed. But I won't give up. I'll keep working at it. What? You're going to keep sneaking in to watch me sleep? Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Yu, as if she were seeing him for the first time. She murmured, Is that really so important to you? It's extremely important. It concerns my entire future. Lin Yu replied with conviction. He had to complete his missions. Otherwise, they'd pile up until eventually he lost his abilities and became just an ordinary person, a fate he couldn't accept. How could spying on me sleeping possibly have anything to do with your future? That Lin Yu is getting more and more shameless. Could it be that Brother Lin Yu really does have feelings for me? Kushina felt as if she'd made a major discovery. But this kind of behavior just isn't right. She was a girl, after all. How could she let someone watch her sleep every day? Kushina's little face grew serious as she continued to persuade him. Brother Lin Yu, don't you know that what you're doing is really wrong? Lin Yu thought about it and realized she had a point. Old man Madara was just that, an old man. For a young guy like him to go beat up someone who's half in the grave, that really does send the wrong message. He could only nod and say, Yeah, you're right. It's not the best thing to do, but I just can't think of any other way. Kushina was on the verge of losing her temper. If you can't think of any other way, does that mean you have to sneak in and watch me sleep? Isn't it easy to win my favor? All you need to do is make delicious food for me every day, say sweet things, praise me more, let me hit you without fighting back, go east when I say east, and never go west if I say not to. I'm such an easy person to win over, yet you chose to spy on me while I'm sleeping. Kushina felt helpless. Her brother Lin was probably hopeless when it came to romance. But that annoying Lin got along just fine with Mikoto. She couldn't let them have any chances together. After thinking for a moment, Kushina decided to give Lin a little advice. You should be gentler with girls, praise them more. Who knows, maybe you'll actually win them over. Huh? Lin was dumbfounded. Lord Madara is a girl? I'm supposed to praise him? No, wait. They weren't even talking about the same thing at all. How did she suddenly lead him around in circles? Lin felt awkward. His cheeks reddened as he replied, Kushina, you're right. Kushina's face lit up with delight. At last, this blockhead had come to his senses. Finally, he realized how great Kushina was. She finished breakfast in high spirits and bounced off to school, thinking, I'm in such a good mood today, maybe I'll go easy and only rough up a few people. Lin, meanwhile, had no idea why Kushina's mood had suddenly improved, but it wasn't a bad thing, as long as Kushina was happy. After quickly tidying up and locking the door, he planned to introduce himself to Mikoto and might do way today, and then test if the system would count missions he didn't participate in. If it worked, he could finally enjoy a laid-back life. At the Hokage Tower, in Hiruzen Sarutobi's office, Hiruzen was at his desk, reviewing documents. On either side of him sat Hanzo Midokado and Koharu, who seemed to be chatting idly. Bang! The office door burst open. There was only one person who would enter without knocking. Danzo, of course. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, his tone unmistakably displeased. Danzo, how many times have I told you? This is the Hokage's office. You need to knock before coming in. Though the last part he kept to himself. Are you deaf? Danzo ignored Hiruzen's words, striding in with a grim face. Hiruzen, I heard you're planning to return the One-Tails Jinchuriki to the Sand Village. Is that true? Hiruzen looked at Danzo without a trace of emotion and nodded slowly. Yes. One of the Sand's conditions for signing the ceasefire agreement is the return of their tailed beast. Bang! Danzo slammed his hand on the table in frustration, his eyes fierce. I disagree, Hiruzen. Hand the One-Tails over to me. I can train it into a weapon of war. That would give us, Konoha, even more strength. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately stood up, facing Danzo head-on, and declared, Danzo, this is the Hokage's office. I won't tolerate any of your insolence here. And, are you sure you want to become Konoha's foundation, and not just build up your own power? Don't think I'm unaware of what you've been up to in the shadows. Oomph. Even so, we can't just let the One-Tail go back like this. It's still a tailed beast, a weapon of war. Danzo showed no sign of letting go of his obsession with the tailed beast, locking his gaze directly onto Hiruzen. Hiruzen slowly sat down again, glancing at the stack of documents on the desk that had toppled over from the commotion. He looked troubled as he spoke. You think I don't want that too? But Tsunade has made it clear. If we don't return the One-Tail, they won't stop the war. Too many of our ninja have already shed blood. I can't send more of them to the battlefield just for the sake of a single-tailed beast. Mercy, that's nothing but soft-heartedness. Danzo looked at Hiruzen with open contempt. Danzo, Amura, and I agree with Hiruzen on this. Koharu interjected from his side. The village has only just managed to escape the grip of war. Now is not the time for further conflict. A bit of compromise is the wiser path. Oomph. Hiruzen, someday you'll pay the price for your naivety. Danzo realized that with both Hanzo Midokado and Koharu siding with Hiruzen, he had lost his chance. He flicked his sleeve in irritation and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Danzo is as extreme as ever. But Konoha truly can't afford another war right now. The new generation of green leaves has yet to sprout, while the old ones are already withering away. Compromise is our best option, Hiruzen said, knowing full well that for a victorious nation to bow to the defeated felt humiliating. Before becoming Hokage, he would have said, if it's a fight they want, then a fight they'll get. Konoha fears no one. But now, as Hokage, he could no longer act on impulse. He bore responsibility for everyone in the village. The ambition he once held had gradually dimmed, replaced by caution and diplomacy. Hiruzen, we did nothing wrong. Yielding is the best choice for us right now, Hamura said as well. Yes, I know. Let's set this aside for now and return to our previous discussion. Regarding my proposal to have Orochimaru oversee Uzumaki Hade and Uzumaki Kushina, what are your thoughts? I think it's a good plan. Orochimaru is your disciple, and we trust him completely. That's right. Having one of the legendary Sanin supervise a Jinchuriki and a prodigy who can subdue the One Tail is a wise decision. Both Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane nodded in agreement. They had met Orochimaru as well, though he had a certain coldness about him. His talent was undeniable, perfect in every respect, and he had never made a serious mistake. He was well worth nurturing. Hiruzen Sarutobi's slightly wrinkled face broke into a gentle smile as he saw his two old friends approve of Orochimaru. Full of relief, he said, "Then it's settled. Withdraw the Umbu around Kushina. As long as she doesn't leave the village, let Orochimaru supervise the two of them. After all, Linyu is also Orochimaru's student." "What? Uzumaki Linyu is Orochimaru's student? Since when?" Mitokado Hamura was visibly surprised. He hadn't received any notice about this. He glanced at Koharu Udatane, who shook her head, equally in the dark. "Huh, I just haven't had a chance to inform you both yet. It only happened in the past couple of days. So Uzumaki Linyu is Orochimaru's apprentice now. Doesn't that make him your grand disciple? I never thought you'd have a grand disciple already. Time really does fly," Koharu said with a sigh. Linyu is only 10 this year, isn't he? To be able to subdue the One Tail at that age. He's quite the prodigy. Hiruzen, you found yourself a fine grand disciple." Hamura looked at Sarutobi with a hint of envy. Sarutobi let out a hearty laugh, his old face glowing with pride. Yet, as he recalled the intelligence Jiraiya had sent him a few days before, his brow creased with worry. He hadn't expected Uzumaki Linyu to have ties to the Uchiha clan. After a moment's hesitation, Sarutobi spoke up. "It's just that the boy Linyu seems to have some connection to the Uchiha. Apparently, he's even awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan." Hamura and Koharu both gasped in shock. "What? The Sharingan? And the 3-tomo, no less. How is that possible? Linyu is only 10, and isn't he from the Uzumaki clan? How could he awaken the Sharingan?" Sarutobi pulled a file from his desk drawer, brushing away the dust. The cover bore the name Uzumaki Linyu. Linyu is actually the illegitimate child of an Uchiha and an Uzumaki. Both his parents have passed away, and he's grown up among the Uzumaki with no ties to the Uchiha of Konoha whatsoever. Koharu breathed a sigh of relief, though she still frowned. "That's better, I suppose. But he does have Uchiha blood, and on top of that, he's awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. Such talent. If the Uchiha clan were to find out, would they try to reclaim him? That clan only ever acknowledges those with pure Uchiha blood. They're arrogant towards outsiders, but I can't deny they revere strength and adore geniuses. If they discover Linyu awakened the 3-tomo at just 10, you can be sure they'll want him back in the clan." Hamura said, his tone laced with disdain for the Uchiha, though his words rang true. Sarutobi's frown deepened. Right now, he wished he could light a cigarette to clear his mind, but he could only sigh inwardly. The rift between the Uchiha and Konoha has existed since ancient times, and it's almost impossible to resolve, unless one day an Uchiha becomes Hokage. Impossible. Mito Minyan and Koharu Udatane blurted out at the same time. If the Uchiha clan were to become Hokage, would they still have the power they do now? There was no need to even think about it. "That's why this is an irreconcilable problem," Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a bitter smile. "What about Uzumaki Linyu?" "Well, that depends on what the boy decides. Let's leave it to Orochimaru." "Yes, that's all we can do." The Uchiha compound. The Uchiha clan was never fond of outsiders entering their territory. They wouldn't stop you, but they certainly wouldn't welcome you. At best, they'd give you the cold shoulder. It was no different with Linyu. The gazes of the Uchiha people around Linyu brimmed with hostility, but he didn't care at all. He was only here to see Mikoto. To him, these short-lived fools were hardly worth a second thought. After their last farewell, Linyu and Mikoto had exchanged addresses. But Linyu was a stranger to the Uchiha district, and he wandered for quite a while before finally locating Mikoto's house. Mikoto Uchiha had yet to awaken her Sharingan, so her home was modest, but it was still much larger than Linyu's. In front, a small courtyard bloomed with flowers and fruit trees, all thriving, a clear sign of Mikoto's constant care. The house had been left to her by her parents, who lost their lives in the war. The village had granted her a generous pension, enough for her to grow up without worry. That's why she and Kushina, who was also orphaned, became such close friends. They shared the same fate, and that brought them together. "Mikoto, I heard you're about to graduate. So, can you accept my invitation for a date now?" Linyu felt his timing couldn't have been worse. Judging by the atmosphere, if he turned around and left, it would probably stir up even more trouble. But Mikoto had already seen him, so Linyu could only force a wry smile and walk over. As for the present Uchiha clan, Linyu couldn't help but look down on them. They really were a sorry lot. "Fugaku, I'm sorry, but I've already promised someone else I'd go out with him today. Mikoto glanced at Linyu as he approached, a faint blush coloring her fair cheeks. She didn't spare Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, a single glance. How beautiful! Even Fugaku was stunned, never having seen this side of Mikoto before. He vowed to himself, I must make her my wife. Hey Mikoto, I'm not late, am I? Linyu walked up to her, flashing a perfect smile. Linyu immediately recognized the dashing young man nearby. Uchiha Fugaku, his biggest rival. But for now, Fugaku had only awakened a 3-tomo Sharingan, and he was already 18. Linyu couldn't understand why Fugaku would pursue Mikoto, who was 6 years his junior. Then again, Mikoto did look mature and beautiful for her age, her figure perfectly proportioned, and, well, she truly was someone worth pursuing. Linyu didn't spare the slightest thought for Fugaku. Without even a Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't pique Linyu's interest at all. Come back to challenge me when you've awakened your Mangekyo in your 30s. You're right on time, Linyu. I was just about to head out to meet you. Mikoto greeted Linyu with a dazzling smile. Damn it, who is this brat? How dare Mikoto smile at him like that? This is infuriating. Uchiha Fugaku's expression twisted with jealousy, but he forced himself to remain composed. Putting on a facade of sophistication, he said, Mikoto, who is this child? Aren't you going to introduce him to your dear Fugaku? Mikoto furrowed her pretty brows in mild annoyance. Your dear Fugaku? Who does he think he is? Of course, her gentle nature kept her from voicing such thoughts, especially since Fugaku was the clan leader's son. With a trace of resignation, she replied, This is Uzumaki. Linyu didn't even acknowledge Fugaku. Instead, to Mikoto's astonishment, he took her delicate hand and dashed straight outside, calling back to Uchiha. Fugaku with a playful grin. Mikoto and I are off on a date. Maybe you should head home and take a good look at yourself in the mirror, old man. Uchiha Fugaku was left standing there in shock. Old man? Do I really look that old? Snapping out of his daze, Fugaku's face clouded with anger. He made a quick hand gesture to the side and spoke in an icy tone. Within half an hour, I want every detail on that brat, down to how many times he goes to the bathroom a day. Understood. Hidden nearby, the Uchiha Jonin assigned to protect the clan leader's son was momentarily baffled. Why would the young master want to know even such trivial things? Could he have unusual interests? No. As a die-hard supporter of the clan leader, I, Uchiha Taichi, cannot let the young master stray down a dubious path. I have to set him straight. Still, orders were orders. After relaying Fugaku's instructions, Uchiha Taichi melted back into the shadows. Watching the young master chase after the couple, he muttered to himself, I remember I have a distant cousin who's quite taken with the young master. She's quiet, not picky with food, and just looking at her, you can tell she's built for childbearing. I really should find a chance to set them up. So heavy she can barely waddle. No wonder she's quiet and good for raising children. On the streets of Konoha. Linyu, where are we going? Mikoto asked, a little breathless. They had run all the way from the Uchiha compound to the commercial district. Even though Mikoto was already a genin, she was lightly flushed and glistening with sweat, her lips rosy and fragrant, a gentle blush coloring her cheeks. Of course, she would never admit that it was holding Linyu's hand and walking down the street together that made her nervous and a little shy. She was, after all, a reserved and gentle girl. Meanwhile, Linyu remained perfectly composed, not the least bit winded, as if this was nothing more than a warm-up. He noticed Mikoto was slightly out of breath and realized he had been a bit too hasty, eager to try out the bug in the D-rank mission without considering that Mikoto was a girl. He quickly apologized. Sorry, Mikoto, I was in such a rush to shake off that old guy that I completely forgot. Mikoto burst out laughing, her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy blush, making Hei momentarily lose himself in her smile. Covering her mouth, she giggled, What old guy? Fugaku is only 18, you know. He just looks a bit too mature for his age. Hei felt a little embarrassed. So even beautiful girls like to poke fun at people. Feeling the softness of the small hand in his, he subconsciously tightened his grip and said, I've arranged to meet Guy Senpai at the Hokage building. That's where we're headed now. Uncle Guy is actually one of our teammates, too. Guy Senpai, I've heard of him. He's a very experienced, elite genin. Mikoto seemed surprised, not expecting Guy to be Hi-8's teammate. Elite genin. Hate couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. That was probably Mikoto putting a positive spin on things. He was sure most people called Guy the eternal genin. Still, there was no denying. Guy had a wealth of experience, even if most of it was in making mistakes. Compared to the other eternal genin, Mariboshi Kosuka, Guy's true combat strength was on a whole other level. Hate scratched his head helplessly and smiled. Uncle Guy really does have a lot of experience. Mikoto smiled softly at the corners of her mouth, picking up on the slight awkwardness in Hayate's tone. She rather liked seeing him. Flustered, feeling the warmth of his hand around hers, the shyness on her face flickered and vanished, and her steps grew lighter. The Hokage building sat at the heart of Konoha, no more than a short walk from any direction. By the time Hayate and Mikoto arrived, Guy was already chatting enthusiastically with the Chunin at the mission reception, looking as though he'd done it 100 times before. Jaiden, I had no idea you were from the Moonlight Clan. You've really kept that hidden, Guy exclaimed, his wild grin spreading across his face as he looked at Tsukikage Jaiden. He hadn't expected that this new friend of his was actually from a ninja family. Jaiden gave a wry smile and replied, Guy, the Moonlight Clan is just a small family. Counting the newborns, we barely have a dozen people. We can't compare to the Yamanaka or Akimichi, let alone the Hyuga or Uchiha. Hey, don't say that. Big clans have their troubles, and small clans have their perks. Me, I'm just a regular guy. I've got nothing but the fire of youth to keep me going. So, Jaiden, what do you say? Want to join me and power the world with our youth? Guy's eyes blazed with passion beneath his thick eyebrows, his words carrying a hint of infectious enthusiasm. Was he really suggesting powering things with youth, and not with love? Just as Lin Yu arrived, he overheard Might Guy passionately trying to convince others to burn with the fire of youth alongside him. Unfortunately, his approach was a little off, and with his scruffy, uncle-like appearance, who would dare agree to join him? If a beautiful girl like Mikoto were to invite him to channel his energy for love, Lin Yu wouldn't hesitate for a second. He'd agree without a second thought. Under Mikoto's curious gaze, Lin Yu let go of her delicate hand, stepped forward, and said, Uncle Dai, we're here now. Don't go scaring people. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Might Guy turned around. The corners of his mouth, usually straight, curled downward in excitement, forming a dramatic frown. See, this is one of the leading figures of my school of youth, Lin Yu of the Uzumaki clan. His understanding of youth is no less profound than mine. So why not join us? Lin Yu's face darkened. This was yet another stain on his record. With a helpless sigh, he replied, Uncle Dai, everyone understands youth in their own way. We can't force others to burn with us or strive for youth alongside us. Forcing them would only be an insult to the very spirit of youth. Might Guy's expression suddenly cleared, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him. Tears welled up in his eyes as he declared dramatically, Lin Yu, listening to your words is truly enlightening. Why should I insist others understand my version of youth? I'm content to devote myself to it, as I always have. With that, Might Guy cast a regretful glance at Moonlight Gale, as if to say, what a pity, kid. You just don't get the true meaning of youth. Moonlight Gale, meanwhile, shot Lin Yu a grateful look. He just couldn't handle Might Guy's fervent gaze. In the past, he could at least use work assignments to keep Might Guy quiet, but now that the man had all the tasks he could ever want, there was no stopping him. And it was all Lin Yu's fault. Thinking of this, Moonlight Gale looked at Lin Yu with a hint of resentment. Lin Yu was baffled. What's with you? One moment you're grateful, the next you blame me. Careful, or I'll introduce you to Might Guy myself. Come to think of it, wasn't Moonlight Gale probably Moonlight Hayate's father? From what Lin Yu remembered, Moonlight Hayate hadn't had much story time. He was a tragic figure, frail and short-lived. Suddenly, Lin Yu looked at Moonlight Gale with a touch of sympathy. Should he really introduce him to Might Guy? That way, Hayate might never be born, never be killed off in a flash by Baki, and his lovely girlfriend wouldn't be left behind. Moonlight Gale felt a chill from the way Lin Yu was eyeing him. Was this kid plotting? Why, oh why, did I have to be cursed with such a handsome face, admired by young and old alike? It's just so troublesome. Mikoto stepped forward and tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve. She couldn't understand the complicated glances being exchanged between these three. She was pure and innocent. Lin Yu snapped out of his thoughts, took Mikoto's hand, and said to Moonlight Gale, Sir, we're here to accept a mission. Could you please bring out all the D-rank ones for us? All of the D-rank missions? Are you sure about that? Moonlight Hayate was taken aback by Lin Yu's request. He knew that the tasks posted outside were all the latest D-rank missions, but there were still many old, accumulated D-rank assignments that no one had taken or finished. Those had all been sorted together. Some had even been canceled, but a substantial number remained, simply because the commission fees were so low, just a few hundred or a couple thousand ryo. I'm sure. Please help us organize them. If you would, senior. We should be able to take them, right? Lin Yu sounded a bit anxious. Moonlight Hayate hesitated. You can technically, but you. Please do us this favor, senior. We'll do our utmost to complete them. Lin Yu's tone was sincere. He was determined to get these missions, even if it meant hardship for Mikoto and Might Dewey. All right. Sighing, Moonlight Hayate couldn't resist Lin Yu's earnest gaze. He turned and headed for the archives. After quite a while, Hate returned, lugging an old wooden chest. He pulled out stack after stack of mission request forms, gave them a quick breath to clear the dust, and slapped the covers to shake off what remained. Mikoto wrinkled her nose, visibly bothered by the musty smell, and took a couple of cautious steps back to hide behind Linyu. Hate, realizing too late that there was a girl present, glanced apologetically at Mikoto before purposely dusting off the papers in Might Dewey's direction. Might Dewey coughed. Ahem, I counted. There are 168 D-rank commission requests here, all built up over the years. Some are about missing cats or dogs that are probably long gone, maybe even dead. The ninja couldn't find them, but their owners refused to withdraw the requests, so they've piled up until now. Honestly, you shouldn't set your hopes too high. Hate fanned the dust away, coughing himself as it tickled his throat. Might Dewey, his face now covered in dust, blinked. Linyu frowned. If all the missions were like this, it would be impossible for anyone to finish them. Was he really going to have to take things one slow step at a time? He realized he might have been a bit greedy, hoping to complete 100 D-rank missions in just a few days. That was wishful thinking. 4. Now he'd have to test things out. If it worked, then who cared how many days it took, since he wouldn't be doing the tasks himself anyway. After a moment's thought, Linyu said, then remove the request for finding cats and dogs. We'll take the rest. In that case, after sorting, there are only 24 left. Linyu couldn't help but sweat. Was Konoha's pet loss rate really this high? Out of 168, 146 were about lost pets. Wouldn't the Pet Association come knocking on their door at this rate? Can we take the D-rank commissions posted outside as well? No way. I'm already pushing the rules by handing you these old requests. Don't even think about the ones outside. Moonlight Hate protectively clutched the bulletin board, as if afraid Linyu would snatch away his bread and butter. All right, that's it. Let's get registered, Linyu said with a resigned sigh. It seemed there was no way to take advantage of any loopholes. As they walked out of the Hokage's office building, Mikoto glanced at Linyu, curiosity in her eyes. Linyu, is there a reason you're taking on so many D-rank missions? Mikoto knew Linyu wasn't short on money. There was no way he'd be doing all these D-rank missions just for the reward. He must have his own reasons. Linyu turned around, gently taking Mikoto's hand in his, gazing into her beautiful eyes. Mikoto, the reason I'm taking on so many missions is to help you gradually adapt to the life of a ninja. We'll start with D-rank missions, then move up to C rank and B rank. Step by step, I know you'll become an outstanding ninja. Suddenly, with Might Dewey standing right there, Linyu took her hand. Mikoto tensed up instantly, quickly pulling her hand back, her cheeks flushing red. Is it really because of me? Linyu, you don't have to do this. I can get used to it on my own. Linyu didn't mind her withdrawing her hand. He understood a girl's reserve. It was only natural. Your name is Uchiha Mikoto, right? I think Linyu's got a point, said Might Dewey, his graying beard twitching as he gave Linyu a conspiratorial wink. There's no better way to adapt to the ninja life than doing missions. But Mikoto's cheeks were still flushed. If it were just her and Linyu, she wouldn't be so flustered. But in front of someone old enough to be their parent, like Might Dewey, she felt too embarrassed to act naturally. Nobu about it. I've already promised we'd do these D-rank missions together, Might Dewey declared. He remembered his promise to Linyu, to help the new teammate get a taste of ninja life. He might be the weakest in tougher missions, but when it came to D-rank jobs, he was in his element. With a look that could only be described as that of a father-in-law eyeing his future daughter-in-law, Might Dewey gazed at Mikoto with satisfaction. What a wonderful girl. The two of them were a perfect match. If only Might Dewey knew that there was another girl, Kusha, back at Linyu's home, who had given her heart to him. Then no doubt he'd be thinking, all the good girls are getting snatched up? Linyu, you ungrateful brat. All right, let's not waste any more time. Let's get started right away. Seeing the situation, Mikoto could only agree, though her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, she was a real ninja. Her first day on a mission. She felt a little nervous and excited, wondering if her outfit was appropriate. Maybe she should say something and go home to change before they started. Let's see, the first mission is searching for the missing Wong, ergo. Linyu nearly dropped the mission request slip on the ground. Come on, Konoha. If it's not lost pets, it's missing people. Can't they come up with anything new? Why not send us to look for old man Hiruzen Sarutobi while you're at it? Unbelievable. As for farming or pulling up radishes, those missions obviously didn't count. Linyu had no choice but to keep flipping through the list, hoping to find something a little easier. Cleanup task. Clear out the clear water ditch 10 miles outside the village, and help old Lu find the engagement ring he's treasured for over 20 years. Linyu grumbled inwardly. You've got to be kidding me. You say it's a cleanup job, but it's really just a glorified item hunt. What ripoff. Linyu knew full well about clear water ditch. Despite its name, it was actually the largest garbage dump and drainage canal in the entire village. The stench was truly unforgettable. Spend a day inside, and you'd need 10 days' worth of baths to get the smell off. No wonder these ancient tasks had gone untouched for years. Staring at his two teammates, Linyu felt a bit uneasy. Maybe we should just go back and take one of those newly posted rank missions instead. Meichin shot back, "Don't kill my fighting spirit." Might Die protested. "All this dust on my face would have been for nothing." In the end, Linyu gave in to reality. Under the openly scornful gaze of Moonlight Jidian, he picked a D-rank mission from the bulletin board. Find Mrs. Wang's lost pet cat, Xiaoju. Reward 1,000 coins. Uchiha Fugaku had been tailing Linyu the whole way. When he saw the group enter the Hokage's building, he waited nearby for them to come out. Watching Linyu and his team shuttling in and out for quite some time, his expression grew puzzled. But when he caught sight of the commission slip in Linyu's hand, his face darkened. Why is Meichin doing missions with that brat? Is he part of her squad? Is that older guy their instructor? No, wait, that's Might Die, that blockhead. Why would Meichin team up with him? That makes no sense. Fugaku felt a surge of resentment. If Meichin and that kid were on the same team, they'd see each other every day. He understood the advantage of being close at hand. He couldn't let Linyu get ahead. He needed to come up with a plan. Slowly, Fugaku slipped away into the shadows. He needed to find a fool. No, a helper. As the sun set, Linyu, Meichin, and Might Die sat together in a barbecue restaurant. Linyu was all smiles. After accepting the mission, he'd slipped away on the pretense of other business, leaving Meichin and Might Die to handle the task themselves. Meanwhile, the system's progress bar had already ticked up from 0 out of 100 to 1 out of 100. Linyu was in high spirits. To make up for ditching his teammates, he'd invited them out for barbecue as an apology. Might Die didn't mind at all. He was busy devouring huge mouthfuls of meat. As a taijutsu ninja, he needed a ton of protein just to keep up his strength. Meichin, on the other hand, was a bit sulky. She'd been hoping to do the mission with Linyu, but he'd bailed on her without warning. Now she was staring at Linyu with a hint of resentment, barely touching her food. She rarely ate much meat to begin with, and tonight she had even less appetite. Linyu noticed the rather resentful look in Meichin's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Still, the thought of doing 100 D-rank missions made his head spin. There was no way he was going through with that, so he could only make it up to Meichin in other ways. Might Die, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. He regarded Meichin as a daughter-in-law, and while they did missions together, he earnestly shared his own experiences with her. Admittedly, much of his advice was questionable, but Meichin was attentive. Whenever something didn't feel right, she'd simply choose to forget it. Linyu debated how to bribe Meichin. Should he give her a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to play with? He wondered if she could handle the thrill, or if she'd end up overwhelmed by it. Forget it, he thought. Better to wait until Orochimaru joined them. Maybe he'd have some experimental results to offer. Orochimaru, hurry up and grow stronger. But Orochimaru couldn't hear Linyu's fatherly urgings in his heart. At that moment, he was completely absorbed in his research, his golden, slit-pupil eyes shining with obsession. Science is truly irresistible, fascinating beyond words. Suddenly, a swaggering young man wearing the Uchiha clan crest stumbled toward them, his tone arrogant. Well, if it isn't Meichin, why are you hanging out with such shady characters? Are you trying to disgrace the Uchiha name? His intent to stir up trouble was obvious. Even Might Die picked up on it. Linyu frowned slightly. Uchiha Fugaku, what did he be after? Was it because of Meichin? Linyu smiled faintly, quietly watching the Uchiha clansman put on his performance. He was curious to see just what sort of petty clown he was dealing with. Brother Tianni, what brings you here? Meichin looked at Uchiha Tianni, her already sour mood turning even more irritable. Even someone as mild-tempered as she was felt angry, let alone anyone else. Yet, the three of them responded in their own way. One sat calmly and gave nothing away. Another pretended not to hear a thing and focused on his food. Meichin gave Linyu an apologetic smile and stood up. Brother Tianni, if you have something to say, let's talk outside. We shouldn't disturb the business here. Outside? No way. Tianni objected. Meichin, what's your relationship with this guy? Don't tell me you don't like Brother Fugaku anymore. He shot Linyu a look of contempt, all but making a throat-slashing gesture. Tianni, what nonsense are you spouting? I've never liked Fugaku. Meichin's face flushed with anger at the accusation. Even her way of addressing him changed. Meichin, Brother Fugaku treats you so well. How could you not like him? Tianni's face was full of pain, as if Meichin's lack of affection for Fugaku was utterly incomprehensible. How ridiculous! Do you really think that if I treat your mother well, she'll marry me? Linyu, standing off to the side, burst out laughing. He had always thought the Uchiha clan was mostly just arrogant, but it turned out there were some with questionable logic as well. What nonsensical reasoning was this? You brat, what did you just say? I was already planning to teach you a lesson, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Don't even think about. Walking home today, Uchiha Tani's face twisted in anger, and the way he glared at Linyu, it was as if he wanted to devour him on the spot. Linyu almost wanted to crack open this guy's skull to see what was inside. Did the Uchiha clan specialize in producing fools? Had all the clan's brain cells gathered in just a few select individuals, leaving the rest with nothing but bacteria swimming around in their heads? With a helpless sigh, Linyu said, "So what do you want to do? This isn't the right place for this. Follow me. We'll settle this at the training grounds." Uchiha Tani said with utter disdain, then turned on his heel and strode out. Fine, fine, have it your way. Whatever you say today." Linyu stood up and followed after Uchiha Tani. "Linyu, don't go with him. He's a chunin, when not on the same level." Mikoto hurried forward and grabbed Linyu's arm, her face filled with worry. She didn't want to bring trouble to Linyu. Linyu wanted to tell her, "Silly girl, he's targeting me anyway. How could I not go?" But instead, he gently held her soft hand in his and spoke quietly. "Then let's go together. He's just a chunin, hardly anything to worry about." A light laugh escaped. "Linyu, aren't you a medical ninja? How could you possibly beat a chunin, especially one from the battle-hardened Uchiha clan?" Mikoto's beautiful eyes were full of doubt, but since Linyu was willing to take her with him, at least she could be there to keep an eye on things. She didn't want Linyu getting hurt because of her. Linyu said nothing, simply leading Mikoto by her delicate hand as they followed along. I'm already getting on in years, and still I have to worry about things like this." Might Due, clearly uneasy about Linyu, patted his rounded belly and slowly shuffled after them. Linyu followed Uchiha Tani all the way to training ground number 7. It was a public training field, so there were plenty of civilian ninjas practicing there, a fact that suited Uchiha Tani just fine. His aim was to stomp Linyu into the dirt in front of everyone, utterly humiliating him. He had already gotten the information he needed from Brother Fugaku. Linyu was just a survivor from the Uzumaki clan, skilled in medical ninjutsu and little else. Wasn't that the perfect punching bag? Tough enough not to die easily, but weak enough to bully at will. Exactly the type Tani loved to pick on. But the intel Fugaku had dug up was only the most superficial information about Linyu. After all, the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha didn't get along, so it was impossible for them to access much about other ninjas. What they had could only be whatever was in the Konoha police force files. Uchiha Tanichi loudly cleared an open space, his voice ringing out as he made room. Curious ninjas gathered around, forming a circle to watch. They pointed and whispered about the two figures in the ring, Uchiha Tanichi and Uzumaki Linyu. This was exactly the effect Tanichi wanted. He knew that Big Brother Fugaku was surely observing him from the shadows, and he couldn't afford to let him down. Tanichi crooked his finger at Linyu, beckoning him forward. "Come on, you make the first move. Otherwise, if I finish you in one blow, it won't even be fun." But before he could finish his sentence, darkness swept over him. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Linyu's figure appeared behind Tanichi, his chopping hand still poised in the air. Scratching his head with the other hand, he muttered, "How is this chunin so weak? Can't even take a single hit." From his hidden vantage point, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply. He thought to himself, "What incredible speed. Even I didn't catch that movement. Has Uzumaki Linyu been hiding his true strength all along?" It was a long while before Tanichi finally struggled to his feet, clutching his neck and looking dazed. When he saw Linyu standing before him, his mind reeled, and he shouted in frustration, "You ambushed me. That's not fair, not fair at all. I demand a rematch." "All right then, but you'd better stay sharp this time." Tanichi took a big step back. His jet-black pupils turned a deep crimson, with a single tomo swirling within. He had activated his Sharingan. Now he meant business. With his Sharingan awakened, Tanichi locked his gaze on Linyu, the single tomo fixed intently on his opponent. This time, he was sure he could follow Linyu's movements and finally spot an opening to defeat him. But Linyu had no intention of using his body flicker technique. He glanced around at the growing crowd, knowing that any move he revealed today would be scrutinized and dissected by someone tomorrow. He didn't mind letting them know he could use some C-rank and B-rank jutsu, but against someone like Uchiha Tanichi, there was no need to go that far. What Linyu really wanted was to test his own body, its endurance, agility, and vitality. In the past 10 years, no one had ever pushed him to his limits. In the first 9 years, no one had the qualifications to do so. This year, he simply hadn't encountered a worthy opponent. It was always a matter of overpowering or being overpowered. To Linyu, Tanichi was just a stepping stone. He was certain that if he defeated Tanichi today, The Uchiha clan's pride would ensure that more challengers would come, eager to restore their lost honor. You dare to daydream in a fight with me? Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Seeing Lin Yu so distracted, Tanichi erupted in fury. How dare he look down on Uchiha Tanichi, just because of a sneak attack? In a flash, Lin Yu faced the oncoming fireball head-on. He was determined to take the jutsu's full force with nothing but his own body. Is this kid out of his mind? He's charging straight into a grand fireball jutsu head-on. Sigh, I thought he was a genius, but it turns out he's just reckless. Trying to block a jutsu with his bare body. What a foolish move. Looks like this match is over. Should we call for medical staff? He's probably going to suffer some serious burns. The surrounding civilian shinobi watched Lin Yu's actions in confusion and disbelief. They all knew one thing. No one's body could withstand a jutsu head-on. Not even a jonin would try to take a chunin, or even a genin's technique with their bare flesh. Only a fool would do that. Mikoto stood alone behind Lin Yu. Unlike the others, she wasn't swept up in the crowd's panic. Though worry flickered in her eyes, she chose to believe in Lin Yu. He wasn't the type to act rashly. If he did this, he must have a reason. Watching Lin Yu's small but unwavering figure pressing forward, Mikoto felt an unexpected sense of security well up inside her. In Lin Yu's eyes, the blazing fireball surged toward him, its scorching wave of heat rolling over his skin, stinging and uncomfortable, like being caught in a sauna. This level of jutsu? Not enough. Far too weak. Blood surged through Lin Yu's veins as he drew back his right fist, energy gathering at his knuckles. He lunged forward like an arrow shot from a bow, and unleashed a punch. A thunderous shockwave erupted. Lin Yu's punch shattered the fireball, scattering its flames. The force didn't diminish. It barreled forward with unstoppable momentum and collided directly with Uchiha Tanichi. There was a heavy thud. In Uchiha Tanichi's terrified eyes, an invisible wave of force tore through his body. He was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, a bright line of blood spurting from his lips. His eyes were wide with shock. How could he obliterate my grand fireball with a single punch? Impossible. It defies reason. As the thought flashed through Tanichi's mind, he crashed to the ground, drawing startled cries from the crowd. Did I see that right? He punched out the grand fireball jutsu. Unbelievable. That was the Uchiha clan's grand fireball. Not only bigger than a regular ninja's, but even that got blasted apart. TCH, that just means Uchiha Tanichi was too weak. Any jonin with solid taijutsu could have punched out a fireball like his. Sigh. Guess the Uchiha clan isn't what it used to be, getting their genius chunin beaten by a 10-year-old genin. What a shame. There it was. Those last two comments were clearly spoken on purpose, meant to stir up the Uchiha's resentment toward Lin Yu. No one knew exactly who planted those words, but whether it was the Hokage's covert agents or people placed by Uchiha Fugaku, all of them wanted to keep Uzumaki Lin Yu from getting too close to the Uchiha clan. As soon as today's events spread, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly come to reclaim their honor. As for whether Lin Yu's display of the Sharingan in future battles will spark Uchiha's interest in nurturing him. Uchiha Fugaku, you've crossed me, the heir of the clan, and you still expect us to train you? Huh, shameless brat. Uchiha Tanichi, you beat me up this badly, and you should count yourself lucky if my brother Taichi doesn't come to teach you a lesson, and you still dream of competing for our resources. 3 Tomo, that's all. Right now, the Uchiha don't lack elite jonin. What they need are Kaga-level powerhouses, and they must be Uchihas by blood. After all, Lin Yu carries the Uzumaki name, not Uchiha. Even if he awakens the 3 Tomo Sharingan, the Uchiha clan will never swallow their pride to beg him to join their ranks. On the contrary, if the Uchiha learn that Lin Yu has their bloodline, and has already awakened Sharingan, they might not hesitate to imprison him or even strip him of his eyes, just to prevent their blood from being spread outside the clan. Both outcomes are quite likely. The Uchiha are proud. Allowing their bloodline to leak is forbidden for any great clan. Wait, by your account, doesn't that mean this Lin Yu, a mere genin, can already rival a jonin? He's only got the physique of a jonin. That's nowhere near enough. Remember, most jonin have mastered chakra nature transformation and know several A-rank jutsu. Trying to brute force your way against an A-rank jutsu? That's just asking for death. Red hair, huh? Then the kid must be from the Uzumaki clan. No wonder his body can match a jonin's. Now it all makes sense. TCH, I thought we had a new prodigy on our hands. Turns out he's just another big clan noble. Still, watching the Uchiha fall flat on their faces, worth every minute. Most of the onlookers were ninja. If they were civilians, perhaps someone would have said a few kind words for Lin Yu. Not that Lin Yu cared. With a defiant glint, he glanced in a certain direction, then ignored the unconscious Uchiha Tanichi. He had held back. Otherwise, the force of that punch would have been enough to kill him. The fight ended so quickly. Not because Linyu was too strong, but because Uchiha Tanichi was too arrogant. As a Chunin, he should have at least managed a couple of moves before going down. Linyu felt a pang of disappointment. Chunin were still too weak to give him the thrill of real combat. Hopefully, the next Uchiha challenger would put up more of a fight. With a flourish, Linyu turned and took Makoto's small hand, leading her away in style. In a shadowy corner, a young figure glared after them, his face ashen. And when Linyu took Makoto's hand, a dark surge of killing intent welled up in Uchiha Fugaku's heart. This boy is my true rival. Uchiha Fugaku slowly restrained his emotions. As the son of the clan leader, he could not possibly strike out and kill Linyu in public. He wasn't foolish. If he were, he never would have sent the simple-minded Uchiha Tanichi to test Linyu in the first place. Fugaku harbored an ambition. He wanted to become Hokage. He had never spoken of it to anyone, yet he was keenly aware of what some in the clan desired. The Uchiha lacked an opportunity, and more importantly, a strong leader to seize it. He wanted to be that leader. Fugaku ordered 2 of his subordinates to take Tanichi back for medical treatment. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, followed in the direction Linyu had left. Fugaku was a man destined for greatness. When it came to matters of the heart, he could endure. He considered, could this Uzumaki Linyu be of use to him? And as for how to make use of him, of course, the answer lay with Uchiha Makoto. After all, she was one of their own, deeply familiar with the clan's strength. Crushing a ninja like Uzumaki Linyu would be effortless. Fugaku trusted that Makoto would make the right choice. With a silent leap, Fugaku raced toward the Uchiha compound. It was time to speak with his father. He was an adult now, and it was time to prepare for what lay ahead. Uchiha compound, Fugaku's residence. As the clan leader's son, Fugaku naturally lived in a grand estate, sprawling grounds, even an indoor training hall, a display of true affluence. The Uchiha clan leader returned home, dragging a slightly weary body. Though age showed in his features, his eyes remained sharp. Outside these walls, he was the infamous head of Konoha's police force, upholding Uchiha dignity with an iron will. At home, he was even more so the head of the clan, always working for the good of his people. Whether inside or out, in his heart, there was only the Uchiha clan. All others were outsiders. He stepped in the main hall, switched on the light, and found Fugaku already seated on a floor cushion waiting for him. The clan leader's eyes flickered with a subtle change as he silently pondered. So, the child has grown up. Sitting there quietly in the dark, waiting without even turning on the light. Clearly, this was intended as a private father-son conversation. The clan leader fetched some tea leaves and brewed a pot, placing it on the table. Fugaku immediately took the teapot, poured his father a cup, and returned to his cushion, sitting upright. His upbringing was strict, and he held deep respect for his father. After taking a sip of the hot tea, the clan leader exhaled a heavy breath and glanced at Fugaku. It's late. Why aren't you asleep? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Fugaku hesitated for just a moment before his resolve hardened. Father, I wanted to ask, what is your plan for the future of the Uchiha clan? It seemed the clan leader had anticipated this. He took a casual sip of tea and replied, You're asking when the Uchiha will finally be ready for rebellion, aren't you? Uchiha Fugaku's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected his father to be so forthright. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Father, there's no need to worry. There are no spies here. This is Uchiha territory. The MBU can't infiltrate so easily. The Uchiha patriarch saw Fugaku's concern and explained gently. Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. After all, he was still young and couldn't always remain composed no matter the situation. When it came to something as dangerous as rebellion, a matter that could mean the clan's annihilation, he would never dare say it aloud. At this, he hesitated for a moment before asking, Then, Father, when do we plan to make our move? The Uchiha patriarch sighed at his words, unable to maintain his earlier calm. This was his deepest regret, and he spoke with a trace of helplessness. The time isn't right yet. We have to keep waiting. Wait for the moment when everything is truly in place. Fugaku was puzzled. Everything in place. Could it be that his father had already made preparations? The patriarch ignored Fugaku's confusion, paused briefly, and continued. I won't live to see that opportunity. All I can do is entrust my ideals to you, Fugaku. Father, I believe we will welcome that moment together. One day, Konoha will surely fall into the hands of our Uchiha clan. Fugaku's eyes blazed with fervor, as if he could already see the dawn of an era ruled by the Uchiha. The patriarch didn't answer Fugaku's declaration. Instead, he changed the subject. Fugaku, do you know why the Uchiha clan is so determined to claim the Hokage's seat? Fugaku's expression shifted. He was curious, but he didn't interrupt. He simply listened intently to his father. Seeing Fugaku's silence, the patriarch continued on his own, because the title of Hokage was meant to belong to us Uchiha. It was stolen away by that damned Senju clan. What? Fugaku's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. He had never imagined that the position of Hokage was originally meant for the Uchiha. How could that be? There's no need to be surprised. That's the truth. Once you become clan head, you'll understand everything. The patriarch went on. At the founding of Konoha, Hashirama Senju invited our leader, Madara Uchiha, to become the first Hokage. It should have been a joyous outcome for both clans. Yet it was ruined by that man, Tobirama Senju. He claimed that the Hokage should be chosen by democratic vote, with the approval of all the village's ninja. That was a scheme aimed directly at the Uchiha. Everyone knows our clan is united and powerful, and we've inevitably made enemies. They used this against us, making sure the title of Hokage slipped away from the Uchiha's grasp. Hearing this secret, Fugaku Uchiha was momentarily stunned. He murmured, "I never expected such a thing." So the position of Hokage was originally meant for us Uchiha. The clan leader grew more agitated as he spoke. Otherwise, why do you think so many in our Uchiha clan harbor rebellious thoughts? We were driven to this point, especially because of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He made things difficult for us at every turn, squeezing us out and leaving us no space to survive. If not for him, the title of Hokage would have always remained firmly in Uchiha hands. In that case, we would have stood at the very summit of Konoha. Who knows, perhaps by now we would be the foremost clan in the entire shinobi world. Fugaku's eyes shone with longing at these words. The foremost clan in the ninja world. What an honor that would be. He clenched his fist, excitement flooding his face. Father, rest assured, I will see to it that this glory shines once again upon the Uchiha. The clan leader gazed at Fugaku with satisfaction, his expression tinged with a fervent determination. Fugaku, I leave everything to you. Now, you must fight for the honor of the Uchiha. There is one more secret that only the clan leader knows, a secret unique to our Uchiha. There's an even more powerful eye beyond the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku was taken aback. Then an intense desire surged through him. To possess the Mangekyo was to reach the rank of Kage-level strength. This was the key to restoring the Uchiha's former glory. How could he not be thrilled? Fugaku immediately rose and knelt, his voice earnest. Father, please tell me how I can obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. A glimmer appeared in the clan leader's clouded eyes, as if he already had Fugaku's future path mapped out. Fugaku could only follow the road laid before him. There could be no failure in his dream. He took another sip of tea, now somewhat cold, moistening his throat before continuing. You'll learn that secret once you become clan leader. I'll be retiring in a few years, and when the time comes, the entire clan will be in your hands. Guard it well. Fugaku accepted the charge with utmost respect. He could afford to wait a few more years. When the time came, he would bear the honor of the entire Uchiha and fight against all of Konoha. The very thought made his blood surge with heat and passion. As for the insignificant Uzumaki Linyu, he had long since faded from Fugaku's mind. His father's words today had shifted his entire perspective. No longer fixated on any one person or thing, his gaze now encompassed the whole Uchiha clan. As for Uchiha Makoto, a clanswoman who had yet to awaken her Sharingan, he found her unworthy now. As the heir of Fugaku Uchiha, his descendants must possess the purest and most noble bloodline. As his woman, beauty is optional, but talent is a must. Uchiha Fugaku decided that tomorrow, he would see if any women in the clan had awakened the Sharingan. The requirement was simple. Only those with exceptional talent would be considered. Speaking of the Uchiha clan's philosophy, Itachi put it best. The Uchiha are a people whose vision has been trapped by the very concept of family. Narrow-mindedness clouded their eyes, and even the most powerful Sharingan, when blinded by dogma, was no more than the vision of a frog at the bottom of a well. Unbeknownst to Linyu, Fugaku had already begun to let go of his interest in Mikoto, and, in fact, had forgotten all about him. After escorting Mikoto home, Linyu waited for the Uchiha to show up at his door, ready to throw down. But days passed with no sign of them, leaving Linyu to wonder if the Uchiha had suddenly changed their ways. Had they really lost all sense of pride? What Linyu didn't know was that, during these days, Uchiha Fugaku was staging a grand beauty contest within the clan. The top priority was talent, followed by looks. Fugaku certainly had a soft spot for beautiful women, but talent was the real prize. As the young clan leader, Fugaku's favor was a ticket to the top. So the Uchiha household was thrown into chaos. Families were busy promoting their daughters, or even their sisters and cousins, leaving no one with time to pay attention to Linyu. Even Uchiha Tiani's older brother, Uchiha Taichi, joined the fray. He had his distant cousin, Uchiha Taimei, carried over in a sedan chair. She wasn't much to look at, but her talent ranked among the best, making her a hot contender. Compared to his cousin's happiness, Uzumaki Linyu was barely a blip on Taichi's radar. At worst, he'd find an opportunity to deal with him later. But if his cousin missed her chance at happiness, now that would be a real shame. He had high hopes for the young clan leader and his cousin. With the spotlight elsewhere, Linyu resigned himself to a laid-back, idle existence. From time to time, he'd join Mikoto and her friends on missions. He couldn't keep making excuses to sneak off. After all, a gentle Mikoto was one thing, but an angry Mikoto was downright terrifying. Life wasn't bad at all. At home, he had the adorable Kushina. Outside, the gentle and considerate Mikoto. It almost made him forget about a certain blonde girl. He hadn't visited her in a long while. One day, Linyu received a message from Orochimaru, who wanted to meet him. Apparently, there was something important to discuss. He returned to the same gloomy, damp underground base. Orochimaru, as always, was dressed in that oversized white coat. Who knew if he'd ever washed it? When Linyu appeared, Orochimaru greeted him with a sly smile. It's been a while, Linyu-kun. Linyu couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration toward Orochimaru. Why couldn't he just focus on his research? Why did he always have to drag him into these schemes? It had only been a few days since their last meeting, and here he was again, summoning him like clockwork. Linyu was in no mood for this. He had no desire to linger in a base that reeked of chemicals. His tone was curt. What do you want? If it's nothing important, I'm leaving. I've got goals to chase, you know. Orochimaru asked with genuine curiosity. Linyu-kun's life goal? Can you share it with me? I'm quite intrigued. He licked his lips, eager to know what Linyu's life ambition could possibly be. Was it one of the objectives of the Immortality Organization? Immortality, perhaps? Or was he seeking the ultimate pinnacle of power? If Linyu knew what Orochimaru was thinking, he'd definitely retort. Hey, that's your own personal obsession. Don't project it onto me. Linyu felt it was necessary to clarify things for Orochimaru. He was a busy man, after all. With a serious look, he replied, My life goal is truly grand. To sum it up in one sentence, since I plan to win over all the beautiful girls, the rest of you will just have to make do with each other. Orochimaru was completely baffled, unable to process Linyu's answer. Was Uzumaki Linyu really that shallow? He didn't believe it. Could this be some kind of code? Was there a hidden meaning beneath the surface? That had to be it. Maybe it was a secret of the Immortality Organization, something Linyu couldn't reveal openly. But then, why would he tell me? Orochimaru realized he was starting to get a headache. He simply couldn't make sense of Linyu's intentions. All he could do was respond. Linyu-kun, your goal is certainly profound. I look forward to the day I finally understand it. A glint flashed in Linyu's eyes as he replied in an ambiguous tone. Really? You truly hope that day arrives? Ahem. Anyway, let's get back to the point. Why did you come looking for me? Although Orochimaru didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Linyu's slightly excited expression, he decided to chalk it up to Linyu's eagerness to achieve his life's ambition. Composing himself, he teased, I just received word. The third Hokage plans to withdraw the ANBU surveillance from around the Jinchuriki. As long as she stays in the village, I'll be solely responsible for your safety. What? Withdrawing the ANBU? When did that old man Sarutobi get so generous? And Danzo didn't object. Linyu was skeptical, firing off question after question. Orochimaru shrugged, somewhat helplessly. That's the order I received. From now on, anything that concerns you is my responsibility. Linyu-kun, looks like we can finally collude without restraint. Hey. What do you mean, collude? Linyu retorted indignantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's new arrangement had completely thrown off his plans. If Orochimaru ever defected from the village, Linyu could hardly avoid being interrogated himself. Still, it wasn't too much of a problem. He'd already prepared for this possibility when he agreed to let Orochimaru become his mentor. After all, there was a precedent in the original story, Anko Mitarashi. When Orochimaru defected, most of his subordinates were purged, but those with close ties to him were spared, and Anko was just one example. Then there was Kabuto Yakushi, a double agent, or perhaps even a triple agent. Despite being subordinate to Orochimaru, he continued to operate in Konoha without issue. And let's not forget Orochimaru's closest teammates, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen never questioned them at all. But why was that? Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi fully trusted Jiraiya and Tsunade. He knew they would never betray Konoha. Besides, they were formidable, and Konoha couldn't afford to lose them. So, all things considered, Linyu wasn't the least bit anxious about making a deal with Orochimaru. At worst, He could just take out Hiruzen and claim the Hokage's seat for himself, with Orochimaru as his advisor. But truth be told, Linyu had no interest in being Hokage. What a dull job. He wouldn't even have time to do missions. That was the last thing he wanted. Besides, there were still at least a dozen years before Orochimaru's defection. By then, who knew what would happen to Konoha's leadership? Some might say the Hokage holds the highest authority in the village, and his word is law. But is that really true? No, you're mistaken. By that time, all the major clans of Konoha would have leaders who were Linyu's old friends. Would the Hokage really dare to pass judgment on Linyu, risking the wrath of the entire Konoha elite? Would he risk being overthrown? And in all likelihood, by then the elderly third Hokage would have stepped down, and Minato Namikaze would have succeeded him as the fourth Hokage. At that point, even the Hokage would be one of Linyu's own people. So, Orochimaru defected? No, he was just on vacation outside the village. Looks like it's time to find an opportunity to get closer to Minato and earn some favor points, Linyu thought as he turned to bid Orochimaru farewell. I hear that Kimogakure will be coming to Konoha soon to sign an agreement. Linyu, you'd better be careful. Orochimaru's airy voice drifted over. Linyu frowned. Was something going to happen ahead of schedule? As for the original story, where Kushina was supposedly kidnapped by 3 Kimogakure Jonin who sneaked into the village as she was walking home from school, Linyu just scoffed. How could 3 enemy Jonin slip into Konoha without a trace and kidnap a student from its ninja academy? And how could a student take down those Jonin? That was clearly just plot convenience. Konoha wasn't in peacetime. The war had yet to end. There was no way the village's defenses would be so lax. Only with the pretext of treaty negotiations could Kimogakure's ninja enter the village openly and avoid suspicion. Looking at what happened later with the attempted kidnapping of Hinata Hyuga, it all made sense. Kimogakure was practically the central den of thieves in the shinobi world. It seemed about time to see how Kushina and Kurama worked together. Tonight, he'd loosen the seal a bit. Of course, it definitely wasn't because he wanted to spy on Kushina while she slept. The next morning, under Kushina's look of heartfelt grief and disappointment, Linyu hurriedly finished his breakfast and dashed out the door. He simply couldn't stand that judgmental look she gave him, as if he were the bad uncle. Today, he planned to visit the Konoha hospital and check in on Hinata Gakusei. Kushina propped her chin in her small hand, watching Linyu's rather flustered retreat with a quiet sigh. Oh, Linyu, why can't you ever learn your lesson? Could it be that I really do look much cuter when I'm sleeping? Kushina remembered how last night Linyu had come by again to watch her sleep. Her round little face flushed, tinged with a hint of annoyance. She pouted her rosy lips and muttered, "That Linyu, he never learns. He keeps making the same mistake, even when he knows it's wrong. If he dares to sneak a peek at me sleeping again, I'll give him a good punch. Isn't my daytime look beautiful enough? You can look all you want during the day, but you just have to sneak around at night." Oof. The more Kushina thought about it, the angrier she became. She grabbed her little bag and headed off to school. Today, she was definitely not a happy Kushina. When I get to school, I'll teach that green-haired guy a lesson to blow off some steam. Otherwise, I won't be able to concentrate at all today. Green hair, huh? What did I do? Konoha Hospital. It had been almost half a year since Linyu last visited Hyuga Gakushin. Linyu still held great respect for this elder who had selflessly devoted himself to Konoha. Hyuga Gakushin had helped Linyu many times before and was an important partner who made it possible for Linyu to complete his very first mission. Compared to half a year ago, Linyu had changed dramatically. The most obvious difference was his aura. In the past, Linyu was gentle and approachable on the outside, known throughout the village as a good-natured soul. But now, he exuded a new confidence. That's right, his former gentleness and easygoing manner actually stemmed from his own insecurity. He was afraid of offending others, even more afraid to reveal what he truly thought inside, so he often wore a mask in front of people. But now things were different. He had found his own strength, and with it, the confidence to walk freely in Konoha. Of course, that didn't mean he'd become arrogant or look down on others. By nature, Linyu was a gentle person. At most, he had a bit of a sly streak. Now, with real power to protect himself and the system amplifying his potential, those qualities only grew stronger. "Linyu, you finally came to visit these old bones of mine," Hyuga Gakushin said, stroking his short beard. His words sounded reproachful, but the broad smile on his face made it clear just how pleased he was with Linyu's achievements. "I've heard all about your exploits on the battlefield. Have you gained so much power now that you've forgotten about your old mentor?" "Please, Gakushin-sensei, don't tease me," Linyu replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I was just doing odd jobs in the logistics unit, nothing impressive at all. I came to visit you as soon as I had a break. I'm still hoping to learn a few more things from you." Linyu really had almost forgotten about Gakushin, Not because he was ungrateful, but simply because he'd been so busy with missions that it honestly slipped his mind. You Gakushin chuckled. I've even heard from Lord Hokage himself that you single-handedly subdued a tailed beast. Still, I hope you'll devote more effort to medical ninjutsu. After all, saving lives is far harder than taking them. A brighter smile spread across Nika Gakusho's face. He truly admired Linyu. Seeing Lin Yu's willingness to continue learning medical skills filled him with heartfelt satisfaction. Here was a ninja whose true self had not been swayed by his own strength. Of course, that was only Nika Gakusho's impression. In his mind, Lin Yu's 3 years of diligent hard work had all been in pursuit of becoming a medical ninja. But the real story was far simpler. Lin Yu just wanted to make a living. After all, he didn't know how to do much else. Relying on memories from his past life, he made it a point to learn about herbs in the ninja world and treat the common cold for ordinary people. Who would have thought that one study session would stretch on for more than 3 years? Suddenly, an anxious figure burst into the hospital, clutching a blood-soaked person in his arms, shouting frantically, "Doctor! Where's the doctor? Please, save him, hurry!" Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Why did things like this always happen the moment he set foot in the hospital? Granted, in the world of ninja, injuries were part of daily life, but when such emergencies kept landing in his lap, it was more than a little exasperating. He'd hoped to take Nika Gakusho out for a meal, but now it was clear that plan was off the table. For Nika Gakusho, saving lives was his life's mission. Everything else could wait. He didn't even spare a glance for Lin Yu, the student he had so highly praised just moments before. With a grave look, he hurried to the injured man's side and began a quick assessment. This is bad. The patient's internal organs have suffered severe trauma, and one kidney has already ruptured. We have to start emergency treatment immediately. What are you all standing there for? Move it. Get over here and help carry him. Nika Gakusho roared at the dazed nurses nearby. Did they think he was giving a demonstration here, of all places? A new nurse snapped out of her shock at the sight of so much blood, quickly calling over her colleagues. Together, they lifted the wounded man onto a gurney and rushed him into the emergency room. That injured man looked oddly familiar, wasn't he Dan Kato? But hadn't Dan died on the battlefield? Lin Yu's mind raced with questions. He didn't know much about Dan Kato, only that he was Tsunade's lover in the original story, a ninja brimming with a sense of justice. Could it be that the intervention of the Immortality Organization had somehow saved Dan from his fate? Lin Yu pondered this for a moment, but his real interest in Dan was limited. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was Dan's spirit transformation technique. If the chance arose, he'd love to get it for Orochimaru to study. He certainly didn't have the talent to use it himself. Hurry, go fetch Lady Tsunade. I can't save this patient alone, came Nika Gakusho's urgent voice from the emergency room. In the next instant, a young nurse dashed out, heading off to notify Tsunade. Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder. In the original story, Dan Kato died from having his internal organs smashed, and now it seemed he was gravely wounded in the same way again. Why did trouble always seem to target Dan's insides? Lin Hu let out a sigh. Normally, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing, especially since he held no real grudge against Dan Kato, and the man certainly wasn't Tsunade's lover. Yet, Lin Hu couldn't shake the feeling that he was saving his own rival, which irritated him. Still, he stepped into the emergency room. After all, he did have an image to maintain. You're here, Lin Hu. Quick, help me stabilize the patient's breathing. His lung's been pierced, but thankfully, he's holding on for now. Take over for me. Seeing Lin Hu arrive, Su Cheng didn't care whether he was officially part of the Konoha hospital staff. He immediately called on him for help. Su Cheng knew full well what Lin Hu was capable of, and trusted him to at least keep the patient breathing. Lin Hu frowned slightly, not because the task was difficult, but because he noticed how dire Dan Kato's condition really was. Nearly all his internal organs had sustained damage. His lung was punctured, his kidney was split, and worst of all, there was a gash on his heart. By all rights, he should have been dead by now. Dan Kato's luck was incredible. He'd been brought in by a medical ninja who had used chakra without pause to protect his heart all along the way. Otherwise, the corpse would have grown cold long ago. Lin Hu took Su Cheng's place. Green light shimmered over his hands as he slowly worked to keep Dan Kato's lungs functioning. The healing was painstakingly slow, and he noticed a thin trickle of black liquid corroding the surrounding tissue. Lin Hu frowned again. Was this poison? He could save Dan Kato in an instant, if he wanted. One undying underworld flame would do the trick. Even if his organs were blown to bits, as long as there was a breath of life left in him, Lin Hu could save him. But should he? Thud. Dan, I'm here. Hang in there. A striking figure with golden twin tails burst into the operating room, her lovely voice tinged with panic. Lin Hu thought, well, that settles that. For a moment, he even considered letting his hand slip and sending Dan Kato straight to the afterlife. Huh, Linhu, why are you here too? Of course, the newcomer was Tsunade. She wore a pale green coat, an early version of her future gamble cloak. Beneath it, she had on a light yellow training outfit. It was clear she'd been in the middle of a workout, rushing over with the summoned ninja without even changing clothes. Tsunade was one of Konoha's top medical ninjas, after all. Saving lives was part of her calling, though her most famous role in the future would be as the big gambler. Linhu, though a little disgruntled inside, had to admit Dan Kato was once Tsunade's teammate, so her concern was only natural. He pursed his lips and said, I am a medical ninja. Isn't it normal for me to be at Konoha Hospital? Tsunade looked at him curiously. She could tell there was a hint of annoyance in his voice and asked, What's wrong, Linhu? Did Kushina rough you up again at home today? Tsunade seemed to have forgotten the reason she came to Konoha Hospital, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. She was well aware of Kushina's fiery temperament, so much like her own. In fact, she'd already made up her mind to take Kushina on as her personal disciple after graduation. Hi-8's expression darkened, his hands pausing mid-action. He gritted his teeth and retorted, Kushina has never hit me. But if I remember right, hey, last time you were here, didn't you say Kushina gave you a pair of black eyes? A light, almost airy voice suddenly cut in, landing a heavy blow on Hate. It was Hinata Kushu, wiping the sweat from his brow as he recalled Hate mentioning this incident to him. Ha ha, black eyes. Now that's hilarious. Tsunade threw back her head and laughed without a hint of restraint, hands planted on her hips. Her two golden ponytails swung playfully behind her, making Hate want to reach out and grab them. Still, Hinata-sensei could be a bit much. Hate had just been making an offhand remark at the time, but somehow the teacher remembered every detail. Now, all Hate could do was scowl, taking his frustration out on his work, so much so that Kato Dan, lying in a daze, let out a groan of pain. Luckily, that groan snapped both Hinata and Tsunade back to reality. Otherwise, Kato Dan might have been a goner. Ahem, let's not forget we're in the middle of saving someone, Tsunade said, regaining her composure. His internal organs are still laced with residual poison. I'll need you to help extract the toxins and prepare the antidote. Leave it to me. I think he's a lost cause. Why don't we step out for a drink and chat instead? Kato Dan, I think I might still be salvageable. With Tsunade joining the effort, Kato Dan's life was finally out of danger. But as for a full recovery, that was out of the question. Unless he underwent an organ transplant, he'd likely be bedridden for 3 to 5 years. Unfortunately, transplant technology was still in its infancy. There were too many hurdles to overcome. Something minor like an eye transplant could be handled by any experienced medical ninja, but major organs were another story entirely. Compatibility was always a big concern. If only research on the first Hokage cells had advanced as much as it would in the future, then these surgeries would be child's play. But Hate didn't need such techniques anyway. Once he mastered the power of yang release, wounds like these would heal in the blink of an eye. There'd be no need for complicated surgery at all. After the successful operation, Hate had no intention of hanging around. But Tsunade grabbed his arm and started firing off all sorts of gossipy questions. For example, why is your mentor Orochimaru? Shouldn't a medical ninja like you have chosen me instead? She only let him go after prying out every detail she could about the Land of Rain. Hate answered what he could and even took the opportunity to invite Tsunade out for a meal. After all, it had been ages since they'd seen each other. They could even pick up Kushina after school on the way. Perfect. I'm not dead yet. Where is this a hospital? Cough, cough. Kato Dan slowly awoke from unconsciousness, only to find himself wrapped head to toe in bandages, lying motionless on hospital bed. His lower abdomen felt strangely empty, as if he had lost something vital. Kusaka Gakusei stepped forward to check on him. After a brief examination, he spoke softly, You're at Konoha Hospital. Your condition has stabilized, and your life is no longer in danger. Asterisk cough, cough, asterisk. Thank you, doctor. But why does my body feel so strange? It's this weird kind of feeling. Kato Dan's face was utterly pale. If he weren't so immobilized, he would have checked to see if that part of him was still there. How is that possible? Both of those things are gone, yet you can still tell you're lacking in vitality. Linyu looked genuinely shocked this time, not feigning it, but truly surprised. After all, he had been the one to remove those organs with his own hands. They were completely destroyed. There was no point in leaving them. Lacking in vitality? Yes, that's exactly how I feel. Wait, what did you just say? My kidneys are gone. Kato Dan's already pallid face grew even more ashen, but he managed to accept it. Being alive was already a blessing. Although you've lost your kidneys, the rest of your internal organs can gradually recover. That's already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. As long as you recuperate well, you can still become a ninja, though you might feel a bit weak, Kusaka Gakusei said, flipping through the medical report. To still have the chance to become a ninja was truly remarkable. After all, countless ninja lose their qualifications every year due to injuries. In comparison, Kato Dan was rather fortunate. Really? I can still be a ninja? Kato Dan's face lit up with excitement. He didn't care about his kidneys. What mattered was whether he could still pursue his path as a shinobi, for he still harbored the dream of becoming Hokage. Even if he became the first Hokage in history to suffer from chronic fatigue, he would gladly accept it. It's true, Dan. You need to rest and recover well. But what happened to you? How did you get so gravely injured? Tsunade stepped forward, concern in her voice. This was AMBU business, wasn't it? Maybe it's not our place to ask too much. Linyu stood behind Tsunade, his gaze lingering mischievously on her twin golden ponytails. Kato Dan gazed dreamily at Tsunade's delicate features. He hadn't seen her for some time, and she appeared even more beautiful than before. He had always held feelings for her, and now, being saved by her yet again, he couldn't help but feel that fate was at play. Tsunade, thank you for saving me again. I've lost count of how many times you've saved my life. I honestly don't know how I could ever repay you. Tsunade waved her fair hand dismissively, her manner easy and confident. Saving lives is what medical ninja do. It's our duty. You owe me nothing. Kato Dan took a deep breath. He no longer wished to hide his feelings. He wanted to seize this moment to confess to Tsunade. His voice was a little rough as he began. Tsunade, actually you little brat. What do you think you're doing? Tsunade suddenly let out a startled cry, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She spun around to glare at Linyu, her eyes burning with indignation. As it turned out, Linyu just couldn't resist any longer. He had quietly reached out and grabbed the two golden pigtails hanging down Tsunade's back. He even gave him a little tug, enjoying the soft and silky feel. Of course, Tsunade wouldn't let Linyu off the hook so easily. Her small hand shot out, aiming to twist his ear. This little rascal hadn't been disciplined in a while. Clearly, he was asking for it. But Linyu wasn't about to let Tsunade catch him. He darted and dodged, leaping out of reach as Tsunade chased after him in hot pursuit. Just moments earlier, he noticed a strange look in Kato Dan's eyes as he gazed at Tsunade. That's why he deliberately tugged on her beautiful pigtails, hoping to distract her attention. Linyu had no intention of letting Kato Dan, that weakling, succeed. He was only thinking of Tsunade's future happiness. Tsunade was thoroughly exasperated. That little brat Linyu actually dared to grab her braids. He always acted so mature. She had nearly started thinking of him as a peer. But in the end, a brat is still a brat. How childish. The thought left Tsunade with a sudden pang of disappointment. What was happening to her? Why did Linyu's childishness make her so angry and disheartened? He was just a teenager. After all, wasn't he supposed to be like this? Tsunade didn't dwell on it. By now, she had already pinned Linyu to the ground, ready to give him a long-overdue lesson. Linyu, for his part, didn't mind at all, with the strength his body had now. As long as Tsunade didn't use her monstrous power, her tiny fists thumping down on him felt more like a relaxing massage, and, truth be told, it was rather pleasant. Kato Dan watched the two of them roughhousing on the floor, and whatever mood he'd been trying to set was completely gone. Swallowing nervously, he thought he'd better wait until he was healthier before trying to confess to Tsunade again. For the first time, Kato Dan looked closely at Linyu. At first, he just assumed the boy was an intern at the hospital and paid him little mind. But now seeing how comfortably Linyu could play around with Tsunade, and the fact that even Shigeru Kusaka didn't try to stop them, Kato Dan couldn't help but feel puzzled. This boy was clearly unusual, though Kato Dan had no other thoughts about it. Linyu was still so young, no threat to him at all. He just assumed that Linyu and Tsunade had a sibling-like relationship. And as soon as he thought of siblings, Kato Dan suddenly remembered Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, who had died in battle. No wonder. That explained everything. So Tsunade saw this boy as a stand-in for her brother. Oh, poor Tsunade. Linyu had no idea that Kato Dan had already cast him in the role of Nawaki's replacement. He was still pondering how to quash any hope Kato Dan might have. It wasn't that Linyu wanted to play the villain. It's just that Kato Dan was far too weak, and Linyu had to think about Tsunade's future. There was no way the two of them could end up together. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Linyu's mind. He turned over in a swift motion and pinned Tsunade down. Tsunade never would have expected that Linyu, who usually let her do as she pleased, would dare to resist her. Caught off guard, she found herself swept into Linyu's arms, her face etched with a look of astonishment. Seeing Tsunade momentarily stunned, Linyu knew this was his chance. He quickly called out to Nika Gakusei, Teacher Gakusei, Tsunade and I are going out on a date. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Without waiting for a reply, Lin Yu whisked Tsunade away, slipping through the door right before Kato Dan's bewildered eyes. Tsunade didn't resist. She actually didn't resist. At that moment, Kato Dan's mind was filled with the image of Tsunade, looking a touch bashful as she lay in Lin Yu's embrace. In truth, Tsunade was simply furious. Her cheeks flushed from a rush of emotion. Her lack of resistance was due to being utterly stunned. Kato Dan cast a bitter glance at Nika Gakusei, a trace of hope in his voice as he asked, Dr. Gakusei, aren't those two supposed to be siblings? How could they be going on a date? Siblings? I only recall that Lin Yu has a younger sister, but his relationship with Tsunade seems a little more complicated than that. Nika Gakusei replied, with a meaningful look. If a medical prodigy and the princess of medical ninjas were to come together, imagine the talent their children would inherit. Perhaps he, Nika Gakusei, could even help guide their growth. What a story that would be in a ninja world. So he was more than happy to give things a little nudge. In fact, he was very optimistic about Lin Yu's future. Kato Dan's face grew even paler at these words. How could this be? Am I really losing to a kid? Unless, could Tsunade have some unusual preferences? Besides that, Kato Dan couldn't think of any other explanation. Nausea churned in his stomach. So this is the kind of woman you are, Tsunade? Still, the position of Hokage is better than you. With that thought, Kato Dan turned to Nika Gakusei with genuine earnestness. Dr. Gakusei, could we have a proper talk? I'd like to know how long it'll take me to recover. While your condition has stabilized, we'll still need to keep you under observation to see how well you recover. Dr. Gakusei, if you don't mind, I'd really appreciate a heart-to-heart conversation with you. Nika Gakusei thought to himself, I'm almost 50. Don't go scaring me like that, will you? Let go of me. Outside the hospital, Tsunade came to her senses and broke free from Lin Yu's arms. Her beautiful eyes locked onto his, lips parting to ask, just now, why did you say that? What do you mean? Lin Yu's lips curled into a mischievous grin. He was nothing like a boy now. He was more like a sly wolf. Tsunade's cheeks turned rosy as she stammered. Why you said we were going on a date? Damn it. How could I get so flustered in front of kid? Tsunade patted her flushed face, wondering if her age was to blame. Could it be that even a child's words could make her heart flutter now? Lin Yu pursed his lips and said, Oh, that? Of course it's fake. I said it on purpose for Kato Dan to hear. Wait, don't tell me you actually want to go on a date with me. Seeing Tsunade's face grow darker by the second, Lin Yu began to feel uneasy. Oh no, did I take the joke too far? Tsunade's delicate fists clenched tight, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. She spoke each word through gritted teeth. You lied to me? And what does this have to do with Kato Dan? Lin Yu spread his hands helplessly, looking a bit innocent as he replied. I was helping you, you know. Didn't you notice the way Kato Dan was looking at you? Like he was about to devour you. I'm looking out for your future. Someone as weak as him isn't good enough for you. Kato Dan, that was the look of deep affection. Besides, my weakness is your fault. You're the one who operated on me. Tsunade looked doubtful, loosening her fists a little, and said with some disbelief, I didn't notice anything wrong with Dan's gaze. For a kid, you sure know a lot. Tisish, you say his name so intimately. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little irked at how familiar Tsunade sounded when she addressed Kato Dan. HM? But his name's only one character. What, should I call him Jonin Kato instead? He was my teammate back in the day after all. Speaking of which, are you jealous or something, kid? Tsunade gave Lin Yu a teasing look. In truth, she had no special feelings for Kato Dan. They were just ordinary teammates. But I suppose I can't blame you. Who asked me, the princess of Konoha, to be so charming? Even a little brat like you can't help being attracted. Haha. Tsunade tried to play it cool, though a blush crept up her cheeks. Lin Yu's own face flushed with embarrassment. To say he had no feelings would be a lie. Who could stay indifferent to the princess of Konoha? But the truth was he was still too young. All he could do was nip any potential threats in the bud, so he could wait in peace for the day he was grown up. Pushing aside other thoughts, Lin Yu looked at Tsunade seriously and asked, So, will you go on a date with me? A meal invitation is just a meal invitation. What do you know about dating anyway, kid? As it happens, I'm hungry too, so I guess I'll reluctantly eat with you. Don't get any ideas, though. I really am just hungry. There's no way anything could happen between us. The age gap's too big. By the time you're grown, I'll already be old. Why so quiet, kid? Lin Yu, you've said everything there is to say. What's left for me? A date for two? Impossible. Just then, as Tsunade shot him a rather resentful look, Kushina scampered over and plopped down beside her, flashing a sweet smile. Hi, Tsunade sis. It's been ages since we last saw each other. Tsunade gave Kushina a somewhat awkward greeting. Why, yeah, it's been a long time. You're getting cuter by the day, Kushina. Oh, no way. You're the real beauty here, Tsunade sis. The atmosphere was just right. Lin Yu thought this feeling was wonderful, and he hoped it could always be like this. Only then could he truly become the winner in life. But fantasies always get shattered by reality. Lin Yu, don't you think Sister Tsunade is getting prettier and prettier? Kushina blinked at Lin Yu as she spoke. Tsunade's beautiful eyes also glanced over, as if she was genuinely curious to hear Lin Yu's opinion of her. Of course, Lin Yu replied honestly. Tsunade really is much more beautiful without her ninja outfit. He spoke the truth. Tsunade's beauty was truly the best in Konoha. Lately, it seemed, she had blossomed a second time. She no longer looked like a cute little girl, but had matured into a striking young woman. TCH, so you're saying I'm not pretty when I wear my ninja clothes? Tsunade picked up her cup and took a sip, a faint flush coloring her cheeks. But don't get the wrong idea. It was the alcohol that made her blush. No matter how much she liked Lin Yu, he was still just a teenager. He couldn't even share a drink with her, so it was impossible for her to blush just because he'd paid her compliment. What about me? What about me? Lin Yu, look at me. Haven't I gotten prettier too? Kushina leaned her face close to Lin Yu, hoping he'd notice how much she'd changed recently. Lin Yu felt a bit helpless. He saw Kushina almost every day and honestly hadn't noticed any difference, but that was certainly not something he could say out loud. No matter how skilled he was, he still feared the legendary twist attack from an angry girl. Kushina, I think you're even cuter than before. Makes me want to give your cheeks a gentle squeeze. Oh, stop it. Tsunade's right here. Kushina's cheeks turned bright red, and she mumbled, almost inaudibly, At most, you can squeeze them when we get home. But everyone at the table was a ninja, their hearing sharp as ever. Lin Yu kept his expression steady, but inside, he felt a strange excitement. Looking at Kushina's round, adorable face, he suddenly realized he'd never noticed before how charming she could be. Hey, Lin Yu, didn't you say you were coming here to go on a date with me? What's all this about, huh? I'm not going to play third wheel. Tsunade shot Lin Yu a disgruntled look. What's the use of being cute anyway? Kids will be kids. They just don't understand a woman's allure. Someone mature and confident like me. Now that's truly attractive. How could Kushina, this little girl, ever compare? She might as well have said, Lin Yu, is there something wrong with your eyes? A date. Kushina's big eyes narrowed, her expression shifting in an instant from shy to guarded, then to sharp scrutiny. Her gaze darted back and forth between Lin Yu and Tsunade, her eyes spinning with suspicion. Suddenly, she pouted and asked, Lin Yu, is what Tsunade said true? Are you really on a date with her? Well, she didn't even call her sister Tsunade anymore. Kushina's mood swings were really something. Lin Yu scratched his head, looking awkward and unsure of what to say. This was exactly what he'd been afraid of. He regretted inviting Kushina along. If he'd known this would happen, he'd have thought twice. Well, the thing is, Tsunade, listening to Lin Yu's hesitant and faltering reply, Kushina's lips pursed in a pout. So, it was true. They really were on a date. But why would they bring me along on their date? Am I just here to be the third wheel? Kushina's eyes grew red, and tears threatened to spill over. But just then, a light bulb seemed to flicker on above her head. Of course, if the two of them are on a date, why would they invite me? That makes no sense at all. I get it now. It must be that old woman who forced my Lin Yu into this. Lin Yu is gentle and too polite to refuse, so he called me along to disrupt things. Once again, Kushina felt like she'd uncovered the truth. She glanced at Lin Yu with a changed expression, as if saying, You've got some sense. You knew to call me in to back you up. Just watch how formidable I can be. Lin Yu, oblivious to Kushina's rapid shifts of emotion, only saw her teary eyes suddenly sharpen with fierce determination as she stared straight at Tsunade beside her. Kushina, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that, all of a sudden? Tsunade was taken aback. Why did things shift faster than on a battlefield? Wasn't Lin Yu the target just a moment ago? How did Kushina's hostility suddenly turn on her? Kushina sniffled, her round little face now solemn. Tsunade, sis, you're already an elite jonin, and there are countless ninjas in the village who admire you. Shouldn't you leave someone like Lin Yu, a promising young seedling, to us juniors? You can't just compete with us for the boys, can you? Besides, you and Lin Yu are over 10 years apart. No matter how anyone looks at it, you two just don't match. You should give up on him. Oof. Someone dares to compete with me for Lin Yu, and that someone's the famous beauty of Konoha, no less. Honestly, I can't see what about Lin Yu could possibly catch Tsunade's eye. Kushina had always assumed Lin Yu was hers for the taking. Who would have thought she'd have rivals for this dish? Suddenly, a sense of crisis welled up in her. Lin Yu stared at Kushina in a daze, stunned by her words. Since when was Kushina so eloquent? She went from calling Tsunade sis to just Tsunade, and was just a step away from outright calling her an old woman. A seedling, huh? Where did Kushina even pick up that term? And really, wasn't I the one helping her grow? How did it turn to me being the one raised? Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief. In her mind, Kushina had always been a strong-willed, adorable girl. Yet here she was, ready to go to war over Linyu, and she called her old. That was the one thing Tsunade couldn't forgive. Old? She was in the prime of her youth. Tsunade had been planning to go home and reflect on whether her feelings for Linyu were just a sisterly affection. But now, there was no need to think it over. This boy, she was going to win him. She was Tsunade. She never backed down. Not when it came to drinking, gambling, or fighting for a man. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and said to Kushina, as far as I remember, there's no rule in Konoha that says you can't like someone younger than yourself. Besides, I can always wait for Linyu to grow up. My Shinju clan lives much longer than most people. Waiting is no trouble for me at all. You? How can you say that? Linyu is clearly mine. Kushina pouted, her lips trembling. After all, she was only 10 years old, and that earlier exchange had already drained all her mental energy. Now, faced with Tsunade's shameless logic, her little face turned bright red in a hurry. She looked just like a ripe tomato. Well, Linyu isn't your private property, you know. I'd say his ownership belongs to all of us. Tsunade, noticing Kushina's anxiety, felt a surge of satisfaction. Teasing a little girl like this was unexpectedly entertaining. Hearing the first part of Tsunade's statement, Linyu felt she made some sense and nodded his agreement. Linyu, didn't belong to anyone. If anything, they all belonged to him. But when he heard the second part, Linyu's expression darkened like a pot of burnt syrup. What did she mean by ownership? He was a person, not some piece of merchandise. Feeling the need to clarify, Linyu cleared his throat and began, Ahem, I think. Shut up. Tsunade and Kushina shouted at him in unison. Linyu was left completely baffled. Weren't they just fighting over me a moment ago? This is all your fault. If you're going on a date, then just focus on the date. Why bring a little girl along? Stupid Linyu. If you just rejected this old woman outright, none of this would be happening. Tsunade and Kushina glared at each other, both huffing and turning away with a snort. While that brief sisterly bond barely lasted a minute. So much for friendship. Was this what people called a plastic friendship? Linyu felt as if his future had turned pitch black, like the bottom of a pot that had been scorched for 30 years. Dinner was, of course, out of the question. Tsunade, bottle of sake in hand, sauntered home in high spirits. She wasn't really upset. In fact, she felt rather delighted. Bickering with a little girl had swept away the frustration built up from days of hard training. Now she felt relaxed and at ease, though her feelings about Linyu were growing ever more complicated. As for Kushina, she wasn't so easily appeased. Her cheeks puffed up, she clung tightly to Linyu's sleeve, determined to drag him home for a proper interrogation. All the way home, Linyu tried every sweet word he could think of, but Kushina wouldn't listen. She gripped his arm like a vice and hauled him along without mercy. Linyu dared not resist, worried he might accidentally hurt her, so he let her have her way. Once home, Kushina gave a dramatic wave and tossed Linyu onto the sofa. She planted her hands on her hips, scowled fiercely, and fixed him with an unwavering glare. If things went as they usually did, Linyu figured he should now cross his arms, put on a terrified face, and stammer, Don't come any closer. Of course, if it were Minato Namikaze, that softy, he might really do something like that. Huh, why am I starting to think Minato is a softy too? It must be Kushina's influence. Linyu straightened his clothes, sat up, and walked over to Kushina. He reached out and pinched her puffed-up cheek, his voice gentle. All right, it's just an ordinary meal. We haven't even gotten to eat yet. If you keep pouting, Kushina, your face will be as round as a ball. Kushina scrunched up her little face, pushed Linyu's mischievous hand away, and stared at him without blinking. After a moment, she suddenly threw herself into Linyu's arms, her eyes red as she spoke. Stupid Linyu, you're mine. I won't allow you to go on a date with anyone else. Stupid Linyu, you're the only family I have left. I don't want to lose you again. Linyu, how about we get married right now? Kushina whispered in his ear, her cheeks glowing red. Linyu's face darkened. He pulled Kushina out of his arms and looked at her adorably blushing face, pretending to be angry. Kushina, where did you learn all this? I don't remember the ninja academy teaching anything about wedding nights. Kushina shuffled her feet shyly, unable to meet Linyu's gaze, and murmured, It was Mikoto. She told me their young clan leader is choosing a bride in the clan. Lately, and soon he'll get married and spend the wedding night together. After that, they'll always be together. Mikoto was really happy about it for a while. Fugaku is choosing a bride in the clan? Fugaku's given up on Mikoto? What's going on? Lin Yu suddenly understood. No wonder the Uchiha haven't been bothering him these past few days. So that's the truth. Turns out Fugaka's moved on to someone else. That's quite a change. And Lin Yu hadn't even done anything wrong. Why would Fugako suddenly lose interest in Mikoto? Could it be Fugako likes men now? Lin Yu was instantly horrified. No way. Anyone could end up together. Jiraiya and Orochimaru could pair up. Even Hashirama and Madara could get married. But Uchiha Fugako absolutely cannot. Otherwise, how will my Itachi be born? Wouldn't Naruto be doomed to grow old alone? And how would I ever gather the ultimate trio, Obito, Shursui, and Itachi? No, I have to get to the bottom of this. Is Fugako picking a bride or a groom? What if it's a guy? There's no one in the Uchiha clan who matches Mikoto's looks and personality. There's no reason for Fugako to pick someone else. Lin Yu didn't dare take the risk. If he lost this bet, he'd be losing a key ally. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu decided to investigate the Uchiha compound. He turned to Kushina and said, Kushina, getting married is something only adults do. Mikoto really should have explained that to you more clearly. Kushina pouted her lips, but she wasn't ready to give up. Her small hands clung tightly to Lin Yu's clothes as she declared with determination, I don't care. I want to be with you forever, Lin Yu. I want to consummate our marriage. Lin Yu could only look on helplessly, gently stroking her crimson hair as he replied, We don't have to consummate our marriage to stay together. I promise I'll never leave you, Kushina. Not in this lifetime. Really, Kushina's eyes sparkled, though she still muttered with her lips pursed, but I feel more reassured if we do. Mikoto told me if you consummate the marriage and still break up, you're allowed to beat him to a pulp. With that, Kushina waved her little pink fist, narrowing her eyes as she threatened in the sweetest tone. If you ever dare abandon me, Lin Yu, I'll make sure you're picking your teeth up off the floor. Her words, though adorable, sent a chill down Lin Yu's spine. Internally, Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. Mikoto, what else have you been teaching Kushina? She's practically corrupted now. He resolved to have a word with Mikoto later, but right now, comforting Kushina was more important. He leaned down, pressing his forehead to hers, and promised softly, I will never leave you, Kushina. You have my word. Okay, but will you still go on dates with Tsunade? And what about Mikoto? Are you going to date her too? Kushina's cheeks were flushed, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Yu with anticipation. Oh wait, Mikoto, when did you get here? Kushina's expression tightened, her little head turning awkwardly, only to find no one behind her. When she turned back, Lin Yu had vanished. Kushina's fiery red hair whipped through the air, her eyes blazing with fury as she gritted her teeth and shouted, Lin Yu, you scoundrel, don't let me catch you, or I'll drag you straight to the bridal chamber. Phew, finally made it out. Looks like I can't go home for a few days, not until Kushina cools off. Taking advantage of the moment when Kushina turned her head, Lin Yu had used his fastest body flicker technique yet to escape. He nearly lost his sense of direction and almost ran straight into a utility pole. Maybe I should hole up at the Konoha Inn for a few days? Or go talk about lofty ideals with Orochimaru. Forget it. All of that can wait. First, I need to check on the Uchiha compound. I want to have peace of mind until I confirm Fugaka's situation. Normally, I wouldn't worry about something like this. It's practically impossible. But this system is getting more and more unpredictable. Lin Yu didn't fear the impossible. He feared that 1 in a million chance. Please, don't give me some ridiculous task like making Uchiha Fugaka fall in love with another man. No, don't even think about it. Of the entire Uchiha clan, Lin Yu only really knew Mikoto. Well, and there was Fugaku and that Uchiha Tanichi guy. Those two together barely counted as a single person. He didn't even know if Shursui had been born yet. According to the original story, Itachi wouldn't be born for another 10 years at least, but for some reason Fugaku was choosing a spouse early. Who knows? Maybe Itachi would be born ahead of schedule. Forget it. With Fugaku's sorry performance, there's no way he could hit the mark on the first try. Maybe he kept missing again and again, and that's why Itachi was born a whole decade late. Lin Yu, completely familiar with the route, made his way to Mikoto's house and knocked on the door. He waited quite a while, but no one answered. Lin Yu frowned. Could it be that Mikoto wasn't home? He glanced up at the house, noticing the lights were on. Maybe Mikoto was taking a bath? Should I just go wait for her in the living room? That didn't seem quite proper. No, I can't do that. Sigh. Hey, legs, why are you moving on your own? If Mikoto questions me later, you'll have to take full responsibility. Lin Yu's legs seemed to protest. Try acting like a decent person for once. With a nimble leap, Lin Yu vaulted over the gate and headed for the living room. He definitely wasn't some petty sneak. As he entered the living room, what he saw made his eyes widen in shock. He blurted out, Whoa, Mikoto, what are you doing? Lately, Mikoto had been in excellent spirits. She'd even started humming to herself while out on missions, because the ever-persistent Uchiha Fugaku seemed to be on the verge of getting engaged. It wasn't an official wedding, but at last the problem that had troubled her for so long was finally drawing to a close. Rumor had it his fiancée was one of Fugaku's trusted aides, Uchiha Taime, a distant cousin of Uchiha Taichi. Mikoto had never met Taichi's cousin, but she already felt a fondness for the clan member who'd rescued her from suffering. She was grateful that Taime had managed to win Fugaku's heart. Today Mikoto was especially happy, since the engagement ceremony was tomorrow. She couldn't help but wonder why their young clan leader was in such a hurry. Was this Uchiha Taime really that beautiful? Well, who cares? Either way, tonight called for a proper celebration. Should I invite Kushina over? But she probably still has school. Then, maybe I'll go find Linyu. Mikoto had just finished 2 D-rank missions. Her fair cheeks were still tinged with pink, the after effect of chasing cats. Sigh, who would have guessed that chubby orange cat could be so agile? It took all her effort to finally catch it. Lately, she and Might Dewey had been teaming up to handle D-rank missions, usually splitting them 2 per day, 1 for each of them. With Dewey's help early on, Mikoto had now become a true novice D-rank mission ace. And today, Lin, you didn't even come with me for missions. Mikoto made a mental note to scold Linyu for slacking off again. He was supposed to be the leader of their little squad, and yet he left all the work to her, while he went off doing who knows what. Before she realized it, Mikoto had wandered to Linyu's front door, only to find a closed sign hanging on it. She felt a pang of disappointment. Not home, but Mikoto had no intention of lingering. She was already used to spending her days alone, and besides, today was an occasion for celebration. She returned home and rummaged through her fridge to see what ingredients she still had left. Let me see eggs, flour, butter. Should I make a cake? Mikoto's eyes sparkled. She hadn't had cake in ages, and it was high time to reward herself after a long day of hard work. I remember we used to have a cake decorating turntable at home. I think it's stored in the warehouse. Mikoto dashed into the small, pitch-dark storage room next door, rummaged around, and soon found the turntable. It was a bit dusty, but still perfectly usable. What's this? Some wine my father left behind. Mikoto's fair hands were speckled with dust as she lifted a small wine jar, its lid sealed with a piece of red paper, much like the traditional Daughter's Red rice wine. It must be the ninja world's version of Daughter's Red. Mikoto's eyes stung with the ache of memory. Seeing the wine jar made her think of her parents again. After standing there for a long while, she hugged the little jar to her chest, grabbed the turntable, and closed the warehouse door behind her. Tonight, she decided, she would allow herself a bit of indulgence. Wow, it smells amazing, she exclaimed as she gently peeled off the red paper and twisted open the cork. A rich, heady fragrance immediately filled the air. Who knew how many years her father had left this wine to age? The aroma was mellow and deep, and just a whiff brought a rosy flush to Mikoto's cheeks. In Konoha, whether civilian or ninja, underage drinking was strictly forbidden. Mikoto, a model student at school, knew this perfectly well. But today, she just wanted to break the rules a little. Maybe it was disappointment that Linyu hadn't come to do missions with her, or relief that Fugaku had finally stopped pestering her, or simply the sorrow of remembering her parents and not wanting their wine to gather dust forever. Just this once, she told herself. Just for today. Mikoto carefully poured herself a cup. The white liquid flowed from the jar, thick and fragrant. Up close, the scent was almost overpowering, making her wrinkle her lovely brows. She didn't really like the smell, but curiosity got the better of her. Why did so many adults enjoy drinking? Just a little taste. She brought the cup to her lips and sipped delicately. The liquor slid down her throat. Cough, cough. The fiery liquor caught her off guard, burning her throat and turning her pale cheeks bright red. She patted her chest, trying to catch her breath, finally recovering after a good while. I didn't taste anything that first time. Okay, just one more sip. Gulp, gulp. Cough, cough. My tongue's tingling, and it feels warm all the way down, but I still can't taste anything. One last try. Gulp, gulp. Linyu leapt over the wall into Mikoto's yard and stepped into the living room, only to be greeted by a wave of strong alcohol. He frowned in surprise. Why was there such a heavy scent of wine here? Mikoto was a young girl. There was no way she'd be drinking. She wasn't even of age yet. Could it be? There was a man in Mikoto's house? At this thought, Linhu's face darkened. Could it be that damn Fuyue was deliberately playing tricks, mixing truth with falsehood to make Linhu believe he'd really given up on Mikoto, only to show up drunk now and force his hand? How could anyone tolerate that? In a flash, Linhu entered the living room. What he saw made his face change dramatically. He stared unblinkingly at Mikoto, swallowed hard, and called out, "Mikoto, what are you doing?" Mikoto had just returned home and hadn't had time to change in her loungewear. She'd already taken off her coat and was wearing only a light lavender blouse that accentuated her alluring figure. Her lower half was still clad in black, form-fitting stockings, but they had slipped down to her calves, exposing smooth, fair skin. On the table nearby, a small wine jar had rolled aside, now completely empty. Mikoto's beautiful eyes shimmered with a watery glow, her cheeks flushed, her whole face radiant and almost intoxicating. She looked uncomfortably warm, and her delicate hands kept trying to take off her stockings, but her body seemed soft and powerless. Each time she tried, her hands would slide instead to her pale, rosy thighs. Lin, who swallowed again, his throat tight. He'd never seen anything like this. Even before he traveled to this world, he'd just been a geek. This kind of situation was beyond his experience. Mikoto felt her mind growing sluggish and even started seeing things. What did she see? Lin who? Lin, who was actually standing in her living room. How could that be? Surely, she must be drunk. She'd promised herself just a small sip, but now she couldn't even remember how much she'd drunk. Oh, her head was spinning. Mikoto murmured softly, her words indistinct. Lin, who couldn't make out what she was saying. For once, he found himself at a complete loss. He could hold his own even against Uchiha Madara, but facing Mikoto in this moment, she was far more terrifying than Madara could ever be. He watched as Mikoto wobbled off the sofa and walked unsteadily toward him. He reached out, intending to steady her, but to his surprise, Mikoto caught his hand instead. Her enticing lips brushed lightly against his cheek, her breath warm and sweet, tinged with the scent of wine. She gently stroked his handsome face with her soft, delicate fingers, her voice fragrant and teasing. Feels pretty real, doesn't it? Maybe I should kiss you, just to see what it's like. Lin, who was at a complete loss. He couldn't move away, but staying put felt impossible too. Did Mikoto really like him that much? Even drunk, surely she wouldn't take things this far? In this moment, was Lin who supposed to become the wolf, or become the wolf? The space between Mikoto and Lin who shrank with every breath. He could feel her breath lightly caressing his face, making his heart stir restlessly, but now wasn't the time. Figuring out what Fuyua was up to was more important. Lin, who turned his head slightly, then swept Mikoto up in his arms, drawing a startled gasp from her. Mikoto buried her face in Lin Yu's chest, her cheeks flushed crimson. Now she was certain this was the real Lin Yu before her. Oh no, he had seen all her embarrassing antics. How would she ever face Lin Yu again after this? Mikoto was furious with herself for indulging in too much wine. People always said drinking leads to trouble, and now she couldn't clear her name even if she danced on the Hokage's desk. Would Lin Yu think she was a frivolous girl, that all her usual gentleness was just an act? What was she going to do? With her petite face still hidden in his embrace, Mikoto didn't dare look at him. Maybe she could just pretend to be asleep, treat it all as a dream, and then simply deny everything in the morning. Yes, that was the plan. Already tipsy and drowsy, Mikoto quickly drifted into a deep sleep under the subtle suggestion of her own mind. This was a relief for Lin Yu, who'd been anxious about how to face Mikoto once she woke. Holding her soft, warm body, Lin Yu's delicate features reddened as well. He hurriedly carried her to her room and tucked her in with a light blanket. As her fragrant warmth left his arms, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Watching her sleep peacefully, sweetness on her face, he finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. With Mikoto sound asleep, Lin Yu couldn't ask her about Fugaku, but something puzzled him. Why would the gentle, dignified Mikoto secretly sneak a drink? If it were Kushina sneaking alcohol, Lin Yu wouldn't be surprised in the least. Strange, he thought. Why is it that nothing seems out of place when it comes to Kushina? Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Lin Yu wondered, did he really see Kushina as a little troublemaker, capable of anything? In his mind's eye, he pictured Kushina puffing out her round cheeks, flashing those tiny tiger-like fangs, and baring her claws at him in mock fury. The thought made him chuckle. But then, glancing at the sweetly sleeping Mikoto before him, Lin Yu gave himself a sharp slap. Seriously? Mikoto's right here, and I'm thinking about Kushina? Lin Yu, you're such a scoundrel. Shaking off these wandering thoughts, Lin Yu quietly slipped out of Mikoto's room. He tidied up the messy house a bit, then with a swift leap, vaulted onto the rooftop and melted into the night. He was headed to investigate the Uchiha Fugaku household. As for where that was, well, the biggest house, it had to be theirs. Lin Yu needed to prove himself to others. He wasn't a scoundrel. He was a true believer in bringing soulmates together. Take, for example, the friendship between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, ruined by Tsunade, the third party. Lin Yu was determined to deal with Tsunade, that troublemaker. Or consider the deep bond between Yahiko and Nagato. Konan was always an unpredictable element. Lin Yu had to nip that in the bud. And then there was Kushina and Mikoto. Minato, in Lin Yu's view, becoming Hokage shouldn't be hindered by women. If he'd been a bachelor, surely he wouldn't have perished in the Nine-Tails attack. Congratulations on finding true love, Fugaku. Lin Yu's figure flickered through the darkness. Unlike the Hyuga clan, who kept their Byakugan activated in constant vigilance against intruders, the Uchiha did not fear for their territory so much. After all, the Sharingan was more suited to combat than surveillance. If he were sneaking into the Hyuga compound tonight, Lin Yu would never be leaping so freely from rooftop to rooftop as he was now. He had disguised himself, if only slightly, not with his usual golden mask, but with a fox-faced mask he'd borrowed from a street corner. Of course, he paid for it. It wasn't yet the deep of night, and the Uchiha clan leader's residence was still ablaze with light. Clan members bustled to and fro, busy with preparations. Tomorrow was the day their young master's betrothal would be officially announced. A betrothal was not the same as a wedding. There was no need for grand decorations, no invitations sent far and wide. All that was required was for the elders of both families to gather, exchange tokens, and set a wedding date. A simple formality. Perched on the rooftop, Lin Yu marveled at the opulence of a great clan. The house was massive, with more than a dozen guest rooms. But which one belonged to Fugaku Uchiha? He lay flat on the roof, preparing to take his chances and investigate below when his ears suddenly caught voices from one of the guest rooms. I don't want to cousin. I don't want to go back. I want to stay at Fugaku's house. Uchiha Taime, her plump face caked in thick foundation, put on an exaggeratedly coy expression as she wheedled Uchiha Taichi. Ah, cousin Taime. According to tradition, the bride-to-be isn't supposed to stay at the groom's house before the betrothal. It's simply not proper, Taichi replied, his stern face tinged with helplessness. He doted on his cousin, indulging her in everything. With a sigh, Uchiha Taichi added, I'll go discuss it with the clan leader. Compared to the young master's happiness, I'm sure the clan leader won't let such trivial customs get in the way. At these words, Taime's face erupted in waves of emotion, her eyes narrowing to slits as she exclaimed in a booming voice, I knew you cared about me, cousin, just like Fugaku does. Uchiha Taime. So this was Fugaku Uchiha's betrothed? Lin Yu gently lifted a roof tile and peered down for a better look. He nearly choked in shock. His face froze in a look of horror that wouldn't fade. In his heart, he muttered, impossible. There's no way this woman could be Itachi's mother. How could she possibly give birth to Itachi? Could all of Itachi's good genes have come from Fugaku? If even a trace came from Uchiha Taime, wouldn't Itachi's cold and handsome features be utterly ruined? Suddenly, inspiration struck Lin Yu, and everything became clear. No wonder Fugaku was getting engaged now, yet Itachi wouldn't be born for another 10 years. What did this mean? It meant that Fugaku and this Uchiha Taime wouldn't be together for long. He'd surely end up divorcing her. Then Fugaku went on to marry other women, one after another, until he finally found someone who met his expectations. That's why Itachi was born 10 years later. Lin Yu felt as if he had uncovered the truth. Fugaku was the real scoundrel here, not him. At this moment, Lin Yu was truly relieved that Mikoto hadn't developed any feelings for this playboy, Fugaku. No, wait. If this theory was right, then Fugaku still hadn't given up on pursuing Mikoto. Lin Yu just didn't know that Fugaku's top criterion for choosing a wife was talent. If he did, perhaps his opinion of this Uchiha too. Handsome would shift a little. After all, to stand out among all the Uchihas, there could be no doubt about Mikoto's bloodline and talent. Still, Lin Yu found Fugaku's behavior utterly detestable. Just because you're the young clan leader, does that mean you can act like this? Does being part of the Uchiha, the most powerful clan in Konoha, give you license to do whatever you want? Who's there? Uchiha Taichi, after all, was a seasoned jonin. Even Lin Yu's faint gasp of surprise didn't escape his notice. He drew the long sword from his back, and in a flash his silhouette appeared on the rooftop. An umbu in a fox mask? Uchiha Taichi was still a step too late. The intruder was already gone. In the briefest moment, he thought he caught a glimpse of a fox mask as the figure turned back, but he couldn't be sure. Gripping his sword tighter, a cold glint flashed across his face. Has the umbu grown so brazen? Daring to spy on the Uchiha clan leader's home. Oomph. Uchiha Taichi turned and went back inside. He was preparing to report this to the clan leader. Hokage was getting more and more reckless with the Uchiha. Of course, Lin Yu had deliberately let Taichi catch sight of the fox mask, shifting the suspicion onto umbu. After all, he hadn't been particularly careful about covering his tracks during this infiltration. Pinning the blame on umbu meant the Uchihas were less likely to probe further. Even if the Uchiha did confront the third Hokage, knowing Hiruzen Sarutobi's temperament, he'd certainly suspect Danzo of spying on the Uchiha again. He knew his old friend all too well, and his hostility toward the Uchiha ran deep. It wouldn't be impossible for him to send someone to sneak into the clan leader's house. In the end, the matter would be quietly dropped. Once again, Danzo would unwittingly take the fall for Linyu. Of course, whether things would play out exactly like this would depend on just how imaginative our Hokage could be. By now, Linyu had already returned to Makoto's house, having snuck in stealthily without being noticed. He didn't dare go back to his own home, nor did he want to sleep on the streets, so he could only make do with a night at Makoto's place. He would never admit he was captivated by Makoto's drunken charm. Lying on the sofa in the living room, breathing in the faint scent of Makoto lingering in the air, Linyu found it hard to fall asleep. His mind was racing, pondering what the future might hold. First and foremost, the missions. Those were his top priority, the key to growing stronger. As for the Eternal Life Organization, that could wait. Just letting the man in black cloak show up occasionally would suffice for now. Building connections and nurturing talent would be the next crucial steps. It was still too early. He would have to wait another 5 or 6 years until Kakashi and Obito grew a little older. Then Linyu's real troubles would begin. He sighed. White Fang's suicide, Might Do Wei tearing through the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Battle of Canopy Bridge. The road ahead would be long and full of deceptions. The first 2 events were manageable, not too much pressure, but after that, when Obito turned to darkness, you felt this transformation was necessary. Otherwise, who knew when he'd awaken the Mangekyo? But when the time came, how would he face Uchiha Madara? And how could he win Obito's trust, keep him from believing in a world created just to bring Rin back? Should I let Obito become another Nagato? If so, Kakashi would have it rough, caught between Obito and Might Guy. With these questions swirling through his mind, Linyu drifted off into a deep sleep. At the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Yusei and Umbu agent infiltrated our Uchiha territory to gather intelligence. Yes, clan leader. Just now I saw it with my own eyes, a man in black, wearing a fox-faced mask, slipping across the rooftops. Judging by his speed, at least Jonin level. I wasn't confident I could catch him, Uchiha Taichi replied, bowing slightly. Even you couldn't keep up? Seems the Hokage really has assembled quite the talented team. The Uchiha clan leader rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Why would Umbu show up now? The Uchiha hadn't even started their plans yet. Could it be that one of their clan had caused trouble recently? Enough to catch Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention? He turned to Taichi and asked, has anything happened in the clan recently? Taichi paused for a moment before replying. Clan leader, everyone's been preoccupied with finding a bride for the young master. Nothing major has happened. In Taichi's eyes, the scuffles between his little brother and Uzumaki Linyu were just childish fights. Not even worth mentioning to the clan leader. Ah, what a troublesome time. The Uchiha leader paused, then said to Taichi, no need to tell Fugaku about this. I'll find an opportunity to question the Hokage myself. Tell everyone to keep a low profile these next few days. Yes, sir. At the border of the land of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures in gray cloaks landed one after another on the jagged rocks flanking the mountain road. Their attire was nothing like Konoha's. From their exposed, dark brown arms and the headbands marked with 3 clouds, it was clear this was the envoy from Kimobikure, here to negotiate a ceasefire with Konoha. ISS, slow down. We're already on Konoha's turf. TCH, what's so special about Konoha? They're just a bunch of opportunists who lucked out. Any small nation could have done the same. Why should the Cloud have to come all the way here to negotiate? ISS, remember, we're not here just to negotiate this time. Don't forget your mission. All right, Chief Teloda. But when exactly will the others meet up with us? Asked is the shortest of the 3, with a slight shrug of his shoulders. We won't be meeting with them. After all, our goals are different, even if our target is the same, the hidden leaf. Teloda's arm muscles bulged, frighteningly as he spoke, his piercing gaze fixed in the direction of Konoha village. In a flash, his figure had already darted a dozen paces ahead. On the narrow, winding path beneath their feet, a carriage approached, accompanied by a dozen ninja guards. These were ninja from the hidden cloud, here to negotiate, supporting Teloda and his group by buying them time. Konoha, Hokage's office. At that moment, the Hokage's building was ablaze with light. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the prime of his life, worked late into the night, as was his habit. After finishing the last document for the day, he rubbed his bloodshot eyes and took a brief rest, sitting quietly and gazing at the photos of the first and second Hokage hanging above to his right. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, First Lord, Sensei, I swear I will carry on your will of fire, ensuring that wherever the leaves dance, there will be inheritors of that will. Knock knock. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen steadied himself. For someone to come looking for him at such a late hour, it had to be something important. An AMBU agent wearing a mask entered, produced a scroll marked confidential from his robes, and handed it to Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, this is the latest information discovered by the AMBU. Combined with testimony from Jonin Kato Dan, we have reasons to believe that Sand Ninja have infiltrated the Land of Fire. Kato Dan, the practitioner of the Kato clan's spirit transformation technique, he was attacked by Sand Ninja. What purpose would Sand have in infiltrating the Land of Fire? Hiruzen unrolled the scroll and examined it closely. There's nothing concrete yet, but the AMBU will get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. As soon as possible isn't good enough. I want this uncovered no matter what. Anyone capable of nearly killing a Konoha Jonin is no ordinary Sand Ninja. Notify Danzo. Have him drop everything. And confirm both the location and head count of the infiltrators immediately. Hiruzen's voice was stern as he issued the orders, unable to guess what the Sand's true objective might be. Yes, sir. Once the AMBU had withdrawn, Hiruzen leaned back in a chair, lost in thought. Were the Sand after in a Land of Fire? Are they here to steal the One Tail? But the treaty clearly states that Konoha will return the One Tail. Could it be Chiyo, coming for revenge against Tsukumo? No, unlikely. Even if Chiyo wanted revenge, her younger brother Ebizo would never allow her to act recklessly. Sigh. The delegation from the Hidden Cloud will be arriving in a few days. I wonder if there's any connection between them and the Sand. I can only hope everything proceeds smoothly. But if anyone dares to underestimate Konoha, I won't show them any mercy. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes and lit a cigarette. It was already time to clock out for the day. Sigh, what a troublesome and restless time this is. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Mikoto Uchiha turned over slightly, rubbing her eyes that were a bit puffy from crying. She looked around in a daze. The bed, blanket, wardrobe, and pillow were all from her own room, so nothing seemed amiss. But why did she have the feeling that she'd forgotten something? Ugh, her head throbbed with pain. If only she hadn't indulged herself and drunk so much last night. Wait, alcohol? Did I drink last night? I remember finding a jar of sake my father left in the storeroom, and then, before I knew it, I'd finished the whole thing. After that, I think I saw. Suddenly, Mikoto's fair cheeks flushed crimson as the memories rushed back. She remembered that, mistaking Lin Yu in front of her as a figment of her imagination, she'd reached out just to test if he was real, and ended up touching his cheek. And then, she even tried to kiss Lin Yu. Oh no, how mortifying. How could I do something so embarrassing? Beyond that, her memories were a blur. Thinking of this, Mikoto quickly checked her clothes. Phew, everything was still in place, and her body felt fine. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. And just knowing it was Lin Yu who had carried her back to her room made her feel both shy and flustered. But, to think he didn't do anything at all. Along with her relief, Mikoto felt a tinge of disappointment. Did she really have no charm for Lin Yu? She stood up and stretched, showing off her flawless figure, still a bit youthful, but already taller than Kushina by several notches. For once, Mikoto pouted, feeling a little miffed that Lin Yu hadn't tried anything with her. No wonder they say boys are late bloomers when it comes to feelings. Last night was the perfect opportunity, and Lin Yu just let it slip by. Mikoto almost felt sorry for him. Lin Yu, Mikoto, you're really trying to lead me into temptation. I'll end up locked in a dark room at this rate. Mikoto changed in her casual home clothes. After the heavy drinking last night, she was still a bit dizzy. She decided to take the day off and let Senior Dai know later. After all, they were all old acquaintances now. After freshening up, she tiptoed to the living room, ready to clean up the aftermath of last night. Huh, why is it so spotless? Did Lin Yu tidy up before he left? What a thoughtful man. Seeing the table looking immaculate, Mikoto couldn't help but give Lin Yu a mental thumbs up for his attention to detail. I just cleaned up a little on my way out. Mikoto spun around and saw Lin Yu lying on the sofa. Her expression looked as if she'd seen a ghost, and she let out a sudden, shrill yelp. Mikoto, let me explain. It's not what you think, Lin Yu was instantly wide awake from her screaming. He hurriedly jumped up, covering Mikoto's mouth, afraid the neighbors might hear, and he'd be in big trouble. Mikoto's rosy little mouth was suddenly covered, and, as the two of them pressed skin to skin, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly raised her hand to push away Lin Yu's palm, feigning anger. Not on purpose, huh? Then why did you sleep at my house without even saying a word? And you were holding me in your sleep. You were drunk last night. How could I have had a chance to tell you? Lin Yu gave a wry smile, then paused, realizing his words sounded wrong. He quickly corrected himself. What do you mean, holding you in my sleep? I just carried you to your room to sleep. I didn't do anything inappropriate. I swear. Mikoto's face was still tinged with red, and she couldn't even bring herself to look at Linyu. In a soft voice, she asked, "Really?" Linyu, suddenly adopting a priestly air, replied solemnly, "I absolutely did not touch you." Even though she knew this was the case, hearing Linyu say so himself didn't make Mikoto happy. Instead, deep down, she felt a faint pang of disappointment and irritation. "Oomph." Mikoto gave a haughty little snort, turned her back on Linyu, and walked away without another word. Did I say something wrong again? Linyu scratched his head, completely at a loss as to why Mikoto had suddenly gotten upset. If only he knew the real reason for her anger, he would have cried out in exasperation. Seriously? Even in the ninja world, kids don't mature this early. This is beyond the limit, way beyond. Realizing he'd be staying at Mikoto's house for a few more days, Linyu decided it was best not to upset his host. He quickly jogged over to her, grinning. "Mikoto, didn't we agree you'd teach me how to cook? How about today? I honestly think I'm a genius in the kitchen." Mikoto glanced at him, responding coolly, "But I'm not in the mood today. I still have to let Senior Dai know I'm not feeling well, so we'll have to postpone the mission." "Oh, come on. My head's a little dizzy today. I don't want to overexert myself. I'm a doctor. I know massage techniques. Let me help. I don't want to go to the market for groceries. That's heavy lifting. I'll handle it, of course. I want to take a shower first. I'll help you." "Oh, wait, no, you go ahead, you go." Under Mikoto's playful, teasing gaze, Linyu dashed out of the house without missing a beat. Meanwhile, Mikoto hummed a cheerful tune, clearly in a much better mood. Sometimes, a little bit of willful mischief really did feel nice. At the Uchiha clan leader's residence. "Fugaku, dear Taime's here to bring you breakfast." Uchiha Fugaku looked a bit pale as he stared at the massive figure before him. Taime was younger than him, but her build was even sturdier. "All right, I'll get up now. Thank you, Taime." "Oh, don't call me Taime like I'm your little sister. Just call me Taime. We'll be family soon anyway. Oh ho ho." Fugaku felt a headache coming on. He couldn't figure out what possessed him. Why did he let talent be the only criteria for an arranged marriage? Was it really impossible to find someone who had both talent and beauty? However, the remarkable talent and status of Uchiha Taime were all in his favor. His cousin was a trusted aide to his father, and his grandfather was an elder of the Uchiha clan. All of this would be a great advantage for him in becoming the clan leader one day. He would just have to bear with it for now. After all, it would only last a moment. "Oh, Mikoto, if only you could awaken your bloodline too. How wonderful that would be." As Uchiha Fugaku recalled the beautiful face of Uchiha Mikoto, and then looked at the gaping maw of Uchiha Taime right in front of him, tears began to flow down his cheeks before he realized it. "Fugaku, are you moved to tears by the deep love I have for you? Roar, 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 I'm so happy." With that, Uchiha Taime threw her arms around Fugaku's rather slender frame and squeezed him tightly. Fugaku was suffering terribly inside. Why is it that everyone in the Uchiha clan is blessed with striking looks, but Uchiha Taime turned out like this? Did the heavens give her such talent only to take away her beauty? If that's the case, then please, at least give her a better figure. That way, at least turning off the lights wouldn't be so unbearable. Fugaku felt that the great mission of revitalizing the Uchiha clan was still a long way off. He wasn't sure he could hold out until then. Her physique might just be the death of him. But for the sake of the purest and noblest bloodline for his future descendants, Fugaku was willing to give it his all. For the future glory of the Uchiha clan, what did this small sacrifice of his matter? For the past 2 days, Linyu had been staying over at Mikoto's house, completing his system tasks, learning to cook with Mikoto, and thoroughly enjoying himself. Mikoto was truly a woman who embodied the perfect wife. Other than a slight moodiness on the first day, she spent the rest of the time taking care of him, giving him a taste of what it was like to be treated like royalty. When Linyu compared this to his previous life, he suddenly found he didn't want to go back home. At home, he was Kushina's workhorse. Though, to be fair, Kushina did have her good points, but what those were he'd have to think about after a couple more days away. Click. Dressed in her ninja attire, Mikoto pushed the door open and entered. Her beautiful eyes landed on Linyu, who was sipping iced tea and snacking on desserts, and her gaze was tinged with resentment. Why did she have to go out on missions while Linyu got to lounge around her house and enjoy himself? It just wasn't fair. Even her footsteps sounded heavier as she walked up to Linyu and said, clearly displeased, "Linyu, you didn't come with me on my mission again today." Linyu's hand, midway to his mouth with a sweet treat, paused. Turning to her, he replied awkwardly, "Oh, Mikoto, I actually meant to join you for your mission today, but as soon as I stepped outside, I got a stomachache. I think it was the cake from yesterday. I must have eaten something bad. So I decided to finish them all off, just make sure you don't end up with a tummy ache too." "Is that so?" Mikoto's face was full of disbelief. "If you want to slack off, just say so. Don't bother making up such a flimsy excuse." I'm not Kushina. You can't fool me that easily. Kushina, do I really seem that easy to fool? Ahem, Makoto, how did your mission go today? Seeing that Makoto wasn't as easily distracted as Kushina, Linyu quickly coughed and changed the subject. It was the same as usual. At first, it felt kind of interesting, but after doing so many, I can finish some missions with my eyes closed. Makoto cast a resentful glance at Linyu. It was all his fault for not keeping her company. Makoto, this is your time to gain experience. When ninjas go on missions, the most important thing is patience. If you're already losing patience at D-rank missions, how can I trust you with B rank or even A rank in the future? Linyu advised her earnestly. But yesterday you said that the most important thing for a ninja is strength. And before that you said it was teamwork. Are you messing with me? Makoto pouted in exasperation. She was starting to feel like nothing Linyu said could be trusted. Linyu gave an embarrassed laugh. He honestly couldn't remember claiming so many things were the most important. Had his memory really started to fade? Ahem. Well, all of those are important for ninjas anyway. Makoto, I just want you to understand. I really don't want anything to happen to you. Linyu looked at Makoto with genuine concern. This last sentence was heartfelt. He didn't ever want to have to use the samsara of reincarnation on her, let alone on a reanimated version. He liked Makoto just as she was. Makoto could hear the care in Linyu's voice, and her heart softened. She replied shyly, "All right, I understand. I'll do my best on the missions." After tidying up the table, Makoto tilted her head in thought for a moment before saying, "When I was handing my mission today, I think I overheard Uncle Geku," Jiden mentioned, that a delegation from a hidden cloud arrived. He said we should pause our missions for a few days. Linyu, why don't we invite Kushina to hang out with us and take a real break? The hidden cloud is here? Already? Linyu narrowed his eyes. Although he had prepared for this, their target was Kushina. To say he felt no worry at all would be a lie. Those meant to be mere stepping stones had better stay in their place and not cause trouble, or else. A fleeting trace of blue flickered deep in Linyu's eyes. In fact, he'd been wanting to test the power of his Tensigen anyway. How would it compare to the renegon? Of course, using the Tensigen against a few hidden cloud jonin would be like splitting firewood with a battle axe. But if they dared to harm Kushina, Linyu wouldn't mind paying the hidden cloud village a visit himself to meet the so-called strongest spear and strongest shield, the third Reikage. Linyu reined in the sharp glint in his gaze and let out a soft sigh. Let's forget it for now. Kushina is still mad at me. I think I'd better go home and make things right with her first. Once that's settled, we can make plans together. Makoto covered her mouth and chuckled softly. All right, but do you need my help, Linyu? Kushina isn't that easy to appease, you know. No worries. Just wait for my good news. Linyu gave Makoto an okay gesture with his hand. So, when are you heading back? Why not stay for dinner? I was thinking of making braised beef brisket, char siu, and sizzling tofu tonight. Want to learn how to make them? Slurp. Ahem, well alright then. I suppose I'll just have to try your cooking, for better or worse. So, you've been staying at Makoto's place these past few days? Kushina looked at Linyu, her tone and gaze calm, betraying nothing. Feeling a bit full, Linyu patted his stomach, seemingly oblivious to Kushina's expression, and replied contentedly, That's right. Makoto's cooking is really something. I bet you've never tried it, Kushina. Don't worry. I'll bring you along next time so you can have a taste. A vein popped on Kushina's forehead. She had planned to give Linyu the cold shoulder, just like she'd read in a book, but with that one sentence, he broke through her defenses completely. Next time bring me along, as if she was desperate to try it. Grinding her little canine teeth, Kushina shot back fiercely. I can go to Makoto's myself. Thank you very much. You should be more worried about whether you'll get to eat her food again. MMPH. Kushina lunged, her small hands flailing, and bit Linyu hard on the shoulder. After a long moment, seeing that Linyu didn't react, she loosened her bite just a little and looked up at him. Why aren't you fighting back? Her beautiful eyes shimmered with unshed tears, making her look heartbreakingly vulnerable. Linyu gently stroked Kushina's long hair, his expression softening further, guilt flickering in his eyes. Kushina's cheeks turned bright red as she waited for Linyu to say something sweet. She'd already decided. No matter what he said, she wasn't going to forgive him that easily. She wanted Linyu to coax her a little more. Linyu ran his fingers through Kushina's hair, near her ear, and whispered, Come on now. Don't be naughty. Give me a bark. Let's hear it. Silence. Kushina stared blankly at Linyu, frozen in place. It took her a long moment to realize what he meant, and then, like a fiery chili pepper, she was instantly ablaze. Linyu, you're dead meat. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Lin household shook 3 times, as if it had just been renovated from top to bottom. At the Konoha Inn, room 308, a figure stood by the window, surveying the surroundings. After a moment of sensing, he turned to the two other figures in the room and said, "Boss, there's no sign of Konoha's Umbu for now." "Good. Don't let your guard down. That old fox Hiruzen is cunning and treacherous. We can't afford to let this mission fail." "Boss, relax. We're only after a student who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet. Do we really need to be this cautious? Even if Konoha finds out, so what? Would they really go to war with the Hidden Cloud just for one student?" "Ha ha ha, is this right? Even if Konoha finds out, so what? Who knows, maybe they'll obediently hand that little girl over to us, the Cloud Ninja." "Wentai, don't underestimate Konoha. Still, that possibility isn't entirely out of the question." Trota cast a glance from the window toward the Hokage building, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. The Cloud Ninja weren't afraid of Konoha in the slightest. Kushina becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a closely guarded secret of the village. Aside from a handful of higher-ups, barely anyone in Konoha knew. Linyu only knew because he was the person Kushina trusted most. Even so, Hiruzen Sarutobi had arranged for Orochimaru to keep an eye on him. The schemes of these Cloud Ninja were doomed to fail, and their end would be disastrous. The next morning, at the Hokage's office building, the delegation from the Hidden Cloud pressed for immediate negotiations at the crack of dawn, clearly eager to spend as little time in Konoha as possible. Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice in the matter. Negotiations between the two great nations demanded caution and care. Hiruzen donned his Hokage hat, dressed impeccably. Standing by his side were Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, both senior advisors qualified to participate in the talks and, incidentally, to protect the Hokage, just in case the Cloud Ninja tried something as bold as capturing the king first. Of course, that was highly unlikely. Hiruzen Sarutobi was recognized as the strongest in Konoha. These few small fry wouldn't stand a chance against him, even if he fought them single-handedly. "You want us to increase the supplies tenfold?" Hiruzen's face darkened. Their opening demand was 10 times the original amount, an obvious show of disrespect to Konoha. "That's right. The Hidden Cloud has suffered no losses, so why should we sign a ceasefire agreement? That's not just my opinion. It's also the will of our greatest Raikage in history, the Third Raikage." The Hidden Cloud envoy spoke with blatant arrogance, certain that Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't dare do anything to him. He knew the Hokage would never wager the lives of his own ninja. This was something every nation had studied about Hiruzen Sarutobi. They all understood his character. If Danzo were Hokage instead, and someone demanded 10 times the compensation, he'd cut your head off. You'd be lucky to get anything from him, let alone 10 times the supplies. Danzo was a man who wouldn't get up without profit. He might not even deign to meet with the Hidden Cloud delegation at all. Hiruzen fell silent. Beside him, Mitokado Hamura spoke in a low, firm voice. 10 times is far too much. Besides, there's no real animosity between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. A ceasefire benefits both of us. The Hidden Cloud envoy let out a mocking laugh and said, "No animosity? As I recall, your second Hokage, what was his name, Tobarama Senju or something? He was killed by our very own gold and silver brothers. What a miserable way to die." Hamura glared furiously at the envoy, barely able to restrain himself from lashing out. Beside him, Koharu Udatane quickly grabbed Mito Minion's sleeve, shaking her head. Then her gaze turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. They had to await the Hokage's command. Since the other party had shamelessly demanded 10 times the supplies, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression had remained calm, even when his teacher was insulted. Moments ago, he hadn't so much as blinked. His hands, clasped tightly together with veins bulging, revealed the effort it took to restrain his killing intent. 10 times the supplies is impossible. Twice the amount. At most, Konoha can give double. Hiruzen wrapped his fingers on the table to distract himself from his anger, never once looking up at the envoy from the village hidden in the clouds, for fear he might lose control and do something drastic. Hiruzen, Mito Minion's face changed, unable to understand why Hiruzen would compromise. "Twice as much? Are you trying to fob us off like beggars? Or do you look down on Kyumogakure and want to start a war?" The envoy refused to back down, pressing Hiruzen even harder. He knew that the more he pushed, the less likely Hiruzen was to act rashly. "You Cloud Ninja are far too arrogant, Before Mito Minion could finish, Hiruzen interrupted sharply. "Enough, Minion." For the first time, he fixed the envoy with a direct gaze. "This isn't a decision that can be made lightly. Here's what I propose. Shortly, I'll call together representatives from all the Konoha clans. If 2/3 or more agree to your demands, then we'll proceed as you wish." The Cloud envoy concealed his delight. He had never expected things to go so smoothly, If he could tie up the majority of Konoha's forces here, his original plan, to cause a commotion and draw the ANBU's attention to the Hokage's office would be a brilliant success. Things were turning out even better than he'd hoped. Feigning indifference, the envoy cleared his throat. Ahem, since Konoha is showing such sincerity, before we leave, we'll be sure to send you a special gift from Kimobikure. How generous of you. This is outrageous. Once the Cloud delegation had left for the reception room, Mito Minion slammed his fist into the wall, his fury plain to see. A special gift from Kimobikure? Is that supposed to mean we're country bumpkins who've never seen the world? Koharu's face was dark as well. This was the first time Konoha had been looked down upon so brazenly. Hiruzen, don't you have anything to say? Have you really grown so soft? Mito Minion demanded, his voice thick with anger. Hiruzen gently took off the Hokage's hat and picked up the pipe on the table, turning it slowly in his hands. It was new, and he hadn't used it much yet. The Cloud envoy's arrogance, their impossible demands. It's all too obvious they have another agenda. This is a bold move, and we can't exactly retaliate against them. If we did, the consequences would be far worse than what we face now. So we just stand by and do nothing? Mito Minion's voice was tinged with bitter frustration. Of course not. If we're going to make a move, we need a proper reason. I'm sure I don't need to explain the advantage of standing on the side of justice. You all know it well enough. To press the advantage and not let up? A snort of laughter escaped from Koharu, who was sitting nearby. She looked at Hamura with a curious expression. She had no idea her old friend had this side to him. Sorry. I was just so angry that this was the only phrase that popped into my head, Hamura said, adjusting his glasses to hide his embarrassment. He prided himself on being a scholar, after all. Hiruzen Tsurutobi was taken aback for a moment, then gave a resigned smile. So now, it all depends on what purpose they have in coming to Konoha. The reason I've gathered the representatives from each clan is to make it easier for them to act. Drawing the snake out of its hole? That's a good phrase. You're improving. Hamura grinned smugly. After all, he was a learned man. Hiruzen ignored his two old friends' banter, his expression growing serious. Notify the Umbu to keep a close watch on the Cloud Ninja delegation. Report any developments immediately. Also, call in the clan representatives. If we're going to put on a show, let's do it thoroughly. Once Hamura and Koharu had left, Hiruzen's face darkened, and he muttered to himself, specialty goods, huh? I wonder who's taking advantage of whom. Konoha may not want war, but we're not afraid of it either. They had already been bullied to their very doorstep. No matter how much Hiruzen wished to avoid diplomatic fallout, he would never let Konoha's spirit be trampled underfoot. He was certain the clans of Konoha would feel the same. Hiruzen let out a sigh. He knew he was a bit soft-hearted. Even if they truly caught the enemy red-handed, would he really dare to kill? Hiruzen asked himself honestly. He could do it, but as the third Hokage, he could not. Lighting his pipe, Hiruzen took a deep draw. For a moment, something seemed to ease in his furrowed brow. Danzo, you really are a useful man. With a sudden squeeze, the pipe snapped in his hand. Embers scattered, but Hiruzen was unfazed. His resolve was set. Good morning, Lady Kushina. Kushina rubbed her eyes and gave a soft reply, her beautiful eyes darting a quick glance at Linyu before she quietly headed into the bathroom. Your toothpaste and towel are ready and waiting. Please take your time. Linyu, sporting a pair of panda-like dark circles under his eyes, managed a beaming smile. For breakfast, I want savory tofu pudding. I'll get right on it. And a cup of hot milk. No problem. His stomach rumbled. Linyu wiped imaginary sweat from his brow as he watched Kushina wash up. Yesterday, he had paid the price for his reckless actions. Not only did he now have 2 big black eyes as physical punishment, but he'd also been forced to sign dozens of unequal treaties. For example, from now on, I can't meet Mikoto alone behind Kushina's back, can't eat the food Mikoto cooks by myself, and can't spend the night at Mikoto's house. With her little mind, these were the kinds of rules Kushina could come up with. After forcing Linyu to write down a contract she was satisfied with, Kushina happily hugged the evidence and ran upstairs. She had to hide it. She couldn't let a certain rascal steal it. Linyu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looked rather bitter, but inside he was secretly amused. Did I sign it? Did I put my fingerprint on it? Nothing at all. I don't acknowledge it. Even if I wrote it myself, so what? I'll just say I was sleepwalking and scribbled nonsense. Still, for the next few days, he should take extra care of Kushina. Knowing her memory, as long as he treated her well for a few days, she'd soon forget all about today's incident. Linyu, I almost forgot. I want some of Grandma's soup dumplings, too. Kushina's slightly smug voice drifted from the bathroom. Linyu snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly replied, grabbing his jacket as he headed out the door. He remembered the place, Grandma's soup dumplings over by the shopping street. It was a bit of a walk, but their dumplings really were delicious. Stuffed full of meat and bursting with savory juices, the kind that would splash all over your face with the first bite. Despite the name, Grandma's Soup Dumplings was actually run by a middle-aged woman. Linyu didn't know her, and she hadn't appeared in the original story, but with dumplings this good, it would be a shame for the shop to go unnoticed. Kushina hummed a cheerful tune as she brushed her long hair, clearly in a great mood. If only Big Brother Linyu could be this obedient every day, she thought, her little face scrunching up. Linyu was always nice to her, but she liked it even better when he gave her his full attention. What should I do? Kushina frowned, biting her finger in a moment of indecision. At school, she'd overheard some girls gossiping. If a man doesn't listen, you have to lay down the law at home. Do it enough times, and he won't dare step out of line. She still remembered them saying there was a boy at school whose father was like that, a classic case of henpecked husband. His name, she thought, was Narashikaku. She'd have to find him one day and ask how his mother laid down the law at home. Kushina tucked this idea away, intending to ask about it during the next school activity. She didn't know which class Narashikaku was in, or what he looked like, just that he was a can't-be-bothered boy with pineapple-shaped hair. Lost in her daydreams, Kushina didn't notice as a shadow flickered past the window. Yes, that's what I'll do. From now on, Kushina, will be the one to tame Linyu. With sparkling eyes, Kushina set her life's goal that day, as if she could already see a bright, happy future ahead. Bang! A sharp pain shot through her neck, and the world went black before Kushina's eyes as she collapsed onto the table. He sneered, curling his lips in disdain. With vigilance this poor, does the village really need a little girl like her? Shut up, hurry up, and take her away. The chakra in this girl is special. Our village might need to study her unique chakra. Tisk, TSK. So she's just for experiments? That's a miserable fate, is muttered, though his tone betrayed not the slightest hint of sympathy. He grabbed Kushina and stuffed her into a burlap sack. After all, it was broad daylight. A little girl would be far too conspicuous. What about the other one? Weren't there supposed to be two living together? Trota searched the room, but found no sign of Linyu, his voice tinged with confusion. Boss, could the intel have been wrong? Absolutely not. Never mind. Our target is only the girl. The other doesn't matter. Let's get out of Konoha first. Trota decided not to bother with Linyu. After all, their only objective was Kushina. Boss, hurry up. The ANBU are closing in, came Wantai's urgent voice from outside, where he was keeping watch. Move. The negotiation team won't buy us much time. We withdraw now, head straight back to the land of lightning. TCH, and here I thought we'd get a tangle with Konoha's ANBU. Turns out they can't even spot us. What a disappointment. With that, the three shadows vanished swiftly from the house. Kushina, unconscious and sealed inside the sack, felt nothing. But deep within her, behind the gates of the seal, a pair of blood-red, monstrous eyes flickered open, ferocious and otherworldly. Swish, swish. Two figures in black cloaks landed on the rooftop of Linyu's home. One of them frowned. Are we too late? The other, wearing a cat-faced ANBU mask, spoke up. Their only target was a little girl. He was puzzled. Would the Cloud Village really launch such an operation just to kidnap a child? In any case, we need to report to Lord Hokage first. But what about the safety of the girl? The cat-masked ANBU hesitated, his voice laced with concern. Perhaps there was still time to catch up if they gave chase now. You keep pursuing them. I'll report back. Remember, all three are Jonin. Don't risk exposing yourself. Understood. Once both ANBU had left, Linyu's figure emerged from the shadows, his face expressionless. The ANBU's actions were by the book, confirming that Danzo's root had not monopolized authority, at least not yet. If both ANBU returned to report, Linyu might just have to send them to the Pure Land himself. This had nothing to do with their mission. This was Linyu acting as Kushina's kin. He cared little for what others thought. He would do whatever he believed was right for those dearest to him. As for the fate of the Cloud Ninjas, that was already sealed. Kushina bore Linyu's immortal dark flame, a mark only he could control. If he wished, he could save her at this very moment. But his plans reached far beyond simply rescuing Kushina. Otherwise, those three Cloud Ninjas would never have been able to take her in the first place. Linyu wanted to see just how trustworthy Kurama really was. After all, the original story was just that, a story, and couldn't be compared to the reality he now faced. And then there was the question, had Konoha truly grown so rotten, so weak, that could be bullied right inside its own home and still remain silent? Though he felt a twinge of pity, if Konoha truly disappointed him, Linyu would take Kushina and leave without hesitation. No mission could ever be worth more than a single strand of Kushina's hair. But for now, things seemed to be moving in a better direction. All that remained was to see how Hiruzen Sarutobi would choose once he received the news. Linyu couldn't help but look forward to it. In the original story, the old man was a chain-smoking grandpa, but now, in his prime, would he choose to compromise, or to stand firm for once? If he chose compromise, Linyu wouldn't mind joining forces with Orochimaru to stage a collapse of Konoha. Kushina's importance to the village went without saying. She was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha's ultimate weapon. Weapons might be cold, but they were still far more valuable than an ordinary little girl. At the Hokage's office, the meeting was still underway. What? 10 times the supplies? Impossible. We'll never agree to that. The head of the Akimichi clan bellowed upon hearing the outrageous demand from the envoy of Kumogakure. Beside him, the head of the Nara clan frowned deeply, pondering Kumogakure's true intentions. Were they trying to stall for time? But for what purpose? To steal Konoha's classified information? All the village secrets were locked up in the Hokage's building, and with so many clan heads gathered here, there was no chance for Kumogakure to make a move. Perhaps to snatch away Konoha's new generation of young talent? But even the Ninja Academy wasn't so easy to infiltrate. Or maybe they were simply waiting to cause chaos within Konoha. What a headache. The heads of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans remained silent, their eyes half closed, clearly uninterested in getting involved. They were only present to make up the numbers. 10 times means 10 times. There's no room for negotiation. The envoy from Kumogakure's tone was resolute, refusing to give an inch. This is blackmail. We are the victors here. Konoha is the one who. The Akimichi clan head was practically fuming, fists raised as if ready to land a few punches and teach the envoy a lesson. Huh, if you hadn't reminded me, I almost forgot. You just lucked out and picked up the spoils of victory. Do you really think Konoha could have one if we the Cloud Shinobi had truly entered the field? The Kumogakure envoy seemed to have lost all sense, daring to utter such words right in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. What did you say? This time, the heads of all the Konoha clans couldn't hold back. They sprang to their feet, glaring furiously at the Kumogakure envoy. Even the usually silent Hyuga clan head's eyes flashed, his presence growing more and more imposing, as if ready to act if the envoy didn't explain himself. Did I say anything wrong? Didn't Konoha win only by taking advantage of others' misfortune? Can you even call that a real victory? The envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village had dared to come to Konoha precisely because he was certain Konoha wouldn't risk offending Cloud. As long as he completed his mission, he could leave in high spirits, boasting later that he, too, had shown off in front of the Hokage of Konoha. Urgent report. A member of the Umbu burst through the door, cutting off the envoy's tirade. Do you people in Konoha have no manners? Don't you know how to knock? With manners like yours. The Cloud envoy, his words interrupted, immediately launched into a tirade. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been listening with downcast eyes, suddenly sharpened his gaze as the Umbu arrived. Ignoring the envoy, he spoke in a grave voice. What's happened? Reporting, Lord Hokage. The Umbu have discovered 3 Cloud Ninja from the envoy's group sneaking into Konoha and abducting a young girl. Unit 23 has begun pursuit. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a pang of disappointment. Just abducting a young girl? Was this really the extent of Cloud's ambition? How was he supposed to make a big deal out of this? You're sure it's only one girl? He asked, a note of reluctance in his voice. Yes, I'm certain. She's a student at the academy. Uzumaki Kushina, the Umbu replied truthfully. What? Uzumaki Kushina? At that moment, not only did Sarutobi Hiruzen pale in shock, but several senior officials privy to the secret war expressions of fear and anger. Who was Kushina? She was Konoha's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the most powerful of all tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of the monster's terrifying strength. Sure, the first Hokage had subdued the Nine Tails with ease, but that was the first Hokage. There was only one of him, and to put it bluntly, the Nine Tails could flatten everyone present without breaking a sweat. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at the Cloud envoy. You Cloud Ninja are audacious indeed. You dare to kidnap our village's Jinchuriki. Are you declaring war on Konoha? The Cloud envoy was bewildered. Wasn't she just a girl with unusual chakra? How did this escalate to the Jinchuriki? He understood how. Important a Jinchuriki was a village's trump card. Cloud itself had 2 Jinchuriki, and if anyone dared lay a hand on them, it would mean war. In a panic, the envoy stammered. This must be a misunderstanding. How can we possibly kidnap Konoha's Jinchuriki? Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll soon find out. Pass my order. Pursue those 3 Cloud Ninja with everything we have. Retrieve Uzumaki Kushina no matter what. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his voice resolute. If they resist, Use any means necessary. Their lives are forfeit. You can't do this. We didn't know she was your village's Jinchuriki. We can renegotiate the terms. 8 times the compensation. How about that? 5 times? 2 times. We'll agree to 2 times. The Cloud Envoy tried desperately to buy time. As long as the Cloud Ninja made it out of the Land of Fire, they'd have the upper hand once again. Even if that Uzumaki Kushina were just an ordinary little girl from Konoha, she's not someone you Cloud Ninja can just snatch away as. You please. This is the dignity of Konoha. After holding his anger for so long, the Akimichi clan leader finally felt a sense of relief. Hiruza and Sarutobi didn't object to the Akimichi leader's words. Off to the side, the Nara clan leader looked at him as though he were seeing him for the first time, his eyes brimming with admiration. Indeed, only the Akimichi leader was suited to say such words, though in truth, the most suitable was someone else. The Nara clan leader cast a glance at the third Hokage and sighed softly in his heart. The Cloud Envoy was so overwhelmed by the Akimichi leader's imposing aura that he could barely speak, stammering and fumbling for words. The truth will become clear soon enough. For now, we ask that the Cloud delegation not take a single step from this place. Otherwise, don't blame us for abandoning diplomatic courtesy. The Nara clan leader rose and spoke with calm authority. The Cloud Envoy's face turned ashen as he bowed his head in resignation. Now, all he could hope for was that Toroda and the others might shake off Konoha's pursuit and make it safely back to the Land of Lightning. If they did, not only would he be safe, but he'd have performed a great service. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Konoha, 3 figures darted swiftly among the trees, startling flocks of birds into the air with their passing. Boss, we're already out of Konoha. Do we really need to hurry like this? YS grumbled, thinking their leader was making a fuss over nothing. Was Konoha really that formidable? They'd slipped in and out just fine, hadn't they? It never hurts to be careful. Let's wait till we're out of the Land of Fire before relaxing. Toroda couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding, as if some ancient beast were stalking them from the shadows. In the sack slung over Toroda's shoulder, Kushina had already regained consciousness, though there was a blankness in her eyes. Kurama had called her away for a chat. Within Kushina's inner world, Kushina stood primly before the Great Seal's gate, looking at Kurama in annoyance. Stupid fox, why do you keep bothering me? I still have to teach those scoundrels who ambushed me a lesson. A snort of laughter. With that little body of yours, you think you could take on anyone? I'll have you know, those 3 outside are all Jonin level. You're not. Even a Jinin. What could you possibly do to resist? Kurama scoffed, muttering inwardly that not everyone was like that brat Linyu, willing to let her win. Kushina puffed out her cheeks in frustration, knowing deep down she was no match for those 3. Still, she had her pride. She couldn't lose face in front of this fox. Irritated, she demanded, "Then why did you call me here? Just to watch me make a fool of myself? I can help you. If we work together, there's no need to worry about those 3 at all. But I have a condition." Kurama's voice became low and persuasive, whispering in Kushina's ear. "What? Are you serious?" Kushina's eyes flew wide in disbelief. Suddenly, Kushina seemed to remember something. She turned her face away and said, "Grandma Mito once told me that you use evil chakra to corrupt people's hearts. I won't fall for that." Kurama was left speechless. That woman, Mito, what she said was not entirely wrong. Kurama's chakra indeed had that property. But if it willingly passed its chakra to a Jinchuriki, there wouldn't be a trace of malice in it. Still, how could explain this? No, the great Kurama would never stoop so low as to explain itself to a human girl. What is it? Are you really willing to be taken all the way to the Land of Lightning? If that happens, you'll never see Uzumaki Lin. You again. You might even get sold to a rich merchant as a servant, Kurama said, drawing out each word with a wicked, menacing tone. Kushina's face instantly drained of color. Of course, if she ended up in the Land of Lightning, she might never see that annoying Linyu again. She couldn't let that happen. Why hasn't that stupid Linyu come to save me yet? She sniffled, fighting back tears, and thought regretfully, if only I hadn't eaten those soup dumplings today. Kushina pouted, remorse written all over her face. Her eyes grew misty as she looked at Kurama, pleading, "Stupid fox, can you not use your evil chakra on me? I don't want to turn bad. I have a name. It's Kurama. If you call me stupid fox again, I won't help you anymore. And besides, I have no interest in little human brats." "I can't be bothered," Kurama huffed, its voice carrying a rare hint of exasperation, as if it could truly understand how much trouble Linyu had in looking after this girl. Kushina wiped away her tears, her eyes still red. "Then, what should I do?" "Just hold out your fist. Like this." Kushina extended her small, pale fist toward the gate of the seal, mirroring Kurama's gesture on the other side. Though separated by the barrier of the seal, their fists didn't quite touch. Yet, an immense surge of chakra flowed from Kurama to Kushina. Lin, you could never have imagined that Kushina would be the first to fist bump with the Nine Tails. There was still a long way to go before they reached the border of the Land of Fire. Toroda and his two companions moved at a steady pace through the woods. Sensing no pursuers behind them, the ever-cautious Toroda finally began to relax a bit. TCH, so this is all Konoha's got. Guess they're too scared to cross us from the hidden cloud, he thought, a smug edge to his inner monologue. Just then, is the most perceptive among them, furrowed his brows and turned to Toroda. Boss, there's several ninja up ahead on the left. Judging by their chakra, I don't think they're from Konoha. Toroda stopped, his brows knitting together. He seemed to know who these newcomers were, but he had no wish to get involved with them. After all, the Hidden Cloud's mission was already complete. There was no need for further cooperation. But the other group clearly had sensory ninja of their own. They'd already noticed Toroda's team and were closing in fast. There was no longer any chance to avoid this encounter. Before long, dozens of ninja clad in brown robes appeared ahead of Trolda and his companions, blocking their path. Leading the group was a man with his face painted in war colors, a heavy burden strapped tightly to his back with thick bandages. The hourglass symbol on his forehead protector revealed their identity. They were a squad of sand ninja. The painted man stepped forward and addressed Trolda. Trolda, where's the person we need? Trolda's expression didn't waver as he replied. We, the Cloud Ninja, don't seem to be under any obligation to assist you, Kankuro. Kankuro, the man with the painted face, shrugged off the remark. The intelligence your Cloud Ninja rely on was provided by us. Is it really too much to ask you to grab a brat for us while you're at it? Or is it that you Cloud Ninja just aren't up to the task? At this Ever the hothead couldn't restrain himself and shot back. What did you say? You freak, how dare you insult the Cloud Ninja? Trolda raised his hand to stop then turned to Kankuro. We're not enemies here. Besides, that boy you're after, Uzumaki Linyu, isn't even home. If I'm not mistaken, Konoha is probably sending out a large force to hunt us down as we speak. Wouldn't this be a perfect chance for you Sand Ninja to make your move? Are you sure you want to waste time tangling with us here? Kankuro let out a sharp, dismissive snort. He had to admit, Trolda had a point. Now is hardly the time to be picking a fight with the Cloud Ninja. They had their own mission to accomplish. Count yourselves lucky. This time, we Sand Ninja will let you off the hook. Let's move. Kankuro waved his hand, signaling his team to skirt around Trolda's group and head off in another direction toward Konoha. After all, they had no intention of helping the Cloud Ninja hold off Konoha's pursuers. Leaving already? Weren't you looking for me? Just then, a cold, clear voice rang out. Both Trolda and Kankuro's faces changed subtly. Someone had been lurking nearby, without their notice. Lin Yu's figure slowly emerged from the shadow of a tree, curiosity in his gaze as he addressed Kankuro. So, I'm the target of the Sand Ninja? Mind telling me why? There was a strange look on Lin Yu's face. It was beyond his expectations that he, too, was a kidnapping target. Could it be that the Sand Ninja were resorting to such tactics now? So, you're Uzumaki Lin Yu? Kankuro pulled a sketch from his cloak and compared it to Lin Yu. His eyes lit up. This was indeed their target. The mission was as good as done. Excellent. Who would have thought we wouldn't even have to hunt you down? You delivered yourself right into our hands. Such an obedient child. Kankuro beckoned to the Sand Ninja behind him, signaling them to seize Uzumaki Lin Yu. As for resistance, the Sand Ninja had come prepared for this infiltration. 2 Jonin, for special Jonin, and 6 Chunin were among their ranks. Kankuro himself was an elite Jonin. If Uzumaki Lin Yu hadn't managed to subdue Shikaku on his own, the Sand Ninja wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Hey, you still haven't answered my question. Why did the Sand Ninja want to capture me? Lin Yu felt the other side was dodging the issue and being ignored. Like this really irritated him. Whenever he was annoyed, he just wanted to hit someone. And it was definitely not because he was copying Kushina. You think you're qualified to question us? The 2 Sand Ninja who stepped forward wore smug grins. Just a brat after all. They'd heard rumors. He could subdue tailed beasts, but who would believe that? No one had seen it with their own eyes. Maybe it was just a story Konoha made up. Then let me guess. It's because of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, isn't it? Lin Yu didn't pay the slightest attention to the Sand Ninja in front of him, rubbing his smooth chin. The only reason he could imagine was that the Sand Ninja coveted the Uzumaki clan's seal arts. After all, the Sand's methods for sealing tailed beasts were notoriously crude. Kankuro's eyes flickered, but he didn't answer whether Lin Yu's guess was right. Instead, he barked, "Grab him! Don't let that brat get away." Run? Who said anything about running? I was just thinking I'd like to test my taijutsu on someone. Don't come crying if you get beaten up. Lin Yu flashed a wicked grin at the two sand ninja before him. The two sand ninja didn't quite understand, but they had to follow Kankuro's orders. The pair lunged at Lin Yu from both sides, one aiming for his chest, the other trying to seize his arms. Hey, you know I could accuse you of assault and molesting a minor, right? The two sand ninja grabbed at thin air. Lin Yu was already gone from where he'd been standing. Suddenly, his voice came from above. The sand ninja snapped their heads up, only to see the sole of a shoe growing rapidly larger in their vision. Wham! Wham! With a single kick, Lin Yu sent the two sand ninja flying, then dusted off his shoe with a frown. You got my soles dirty. Do sand ninja never bathe? Or is your skin just that thick? In the depths of the dense forest, 3 different groups converged. On one side, led by Trolda, 3 Cloud Ninja watched the scene with keen interest. In the center, dozens of elite sand ninja faced off against a boy barely 10 years old, while 2 more sand ninja were just now dragging themselves up, looking battered and humiliated. Kankuro hadn't expected Lin Yu to actually resist. Could it be the boy couldn't see how outmatched he was? Resistance would only bring him more pain. Useless. Kankuro's veins bulged with fury as he spat the word at the 2 sand ninja. Defeated in a single move by a mere kid. What a disgrace for the sand. He'd heard the rumors too, that this boy, Uzumaki Lin Yu, had defeated Shikaku single-handed. But unless he'd seen it for himself, Kankuro refused to believe it. Besides, their own Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, hadn't returned to the sand village yet, so the truth of the reports was still uncertain. Uzumaki Lin Yu, are you sure you want to defy us? If you end up crippled, don't blame us for it. Kankuro's words sounded like a warning, but his hand was already inching toward the bandages on his back. As an elite jonin, he would never underestimate any opponent in battle. Lin Yu bared his teeth at Kenrokaru and smiled. Please, don't hold back. Beat me up as much as you want. Make me cry if you can. You little brat, you're asking for it. Secret black technique, poison needles. Kenrokaru's face flushed visibly with anger. He could no longer restrain himself. With a flick of his hand, he unraveled the bandages on his back, releasing his puppet, first-generation crow. A pitch-black figure soared towards Lin Yu. Under Kenrokaru's control, the puppet crow spat out dozens of poison needles from its beak, all aimed at Lin Yu. The needle tips gleamed with a sinister dark hue, coated in deadly venom. Lin Yu eyed Kenrokaru's puppet crow with curiosity. Its beak and face resembled a bird's, but it had 2 human-like arms and 4 claws, a bizarre and rather comical design. So, this was what puppets looked like before Sasori of the Red Sand rose to power. Honestly, it was a bit pathetic. And why did everyone in the Kanin clan seem so obsessed with using crows as puppets? The Kenrokaru before him had absolutely nothing to do with the future Kanjuru. At most, they were both puppet masters from the same lineage. Lin Yu felt no inner conflict. Kenrokaru, or not, even if Raza himself had offended him, he wouldn't hesitate to take him down. The Sand Ninja had nothing to do with him. He certainly wasn't about to go around playing the saint. Just as Lin Yu was about to use wind style to blow the poison needles back, his hands not even halfway through the hand signs, a surge of blood-red chakra erupted from the Cloud Ninja camp, shooting into the sky. At the same moment, a defiant feminine cry rang out. No one is allowed to bully my stupid Lin Yu. As soon as Kushina heard the Sand Ninja were about to attack her Lin Yu, she didn't care in the slightest what Kurama might be plotting. Her entire body became enveloped in crimson chakra, and the wild energy instantly shredded the burlap sack around her, bursting up into the sky. Luckily, for the sake of enjoying the show, Troda had tossed the sack onto the ground. Otherwise, he would have been caught in the blast of that furious red chakra and might have been seriously injured. Troda regarded the crimson chakra soaring skyward with a dark expression. He'd been standing too close just now, and his arm had been grazed by the Nine-Tails chakra. The energy felt corrosive, creeping inch by inch into his body. Thankfully, there hadn't been much, and he managed to suppress it. But watching the Nine-Tails chakra swirl wildly through the air, the 3 Cloud Ninja were left bewildered. Just what kind of monster had they captured? Lin Yu was stunned as well. Kushina could control the Nine-Tails chakra already, but why was it red? Wasn't that the chakra tainted with Kurama's hatred? Lin Yu couldn't help but worry about Kushina. In the original story, when Naruto tapped into the Nine-Tails chakra, there were always side effects. The power came at a heavy price, harming his body deeply, even burning his skin. However, seeing Kushina standing triumphantly before him, her face glowing with pride and satisfaction, showing not the slightest hint of pain, Lin Yu finally felt a bit more at ease. He didn't bother to question whether this was truly the Nine-Tails chakra mode. As for the poison needle, it had already been dissolved by the Nine-Tails chakra. If Kurama knew what Lin Yu was thinking, he would have exploded with rage. You haven't even broken the seal. And you're dreaming of using the Ninetales chakra mode? What nonsense! You think you can control it that easily? For now, Kurama could only take advantage of the access Kushina had granted him, channeling a portion of the Ninetales chakra into her. Thanks to Kurama's deliberate restraint, his usually wild chakra behaved gently within Kushina, causing no harm or disturbance. Kushina planted her little fists on her hips, 3 crimson chakra tails swirling behind her. She glared at Kankuro and boasted, "So, you, the man with the painted face, want to bully my dear Linyu? Watch how I, Kushina, teach you a lesson you'll never forget." With that, Kushina rubbed her delicate nose, then swung her fists at Kankuro. Linyu could only give a helpless, wry smile. His usual role as the human punching bag had been stolen by Kushina, watching the feisty girl flailing at her opponent. With wild abandon, Linyu shook his head. Kushina simply couldn't control such a vast amount of chakra. Her punches were all over the place, lacking any technique. Yet, thanks to the protective cloak of the tailed beast chakra, the attacks of the Sand Ninja were so feeble to Kushina that they barely even registered. All they could do was scramble away from her wild punches, constantly on guard against even the slightest touch from that raging Ninetales chakra. Otherwise, they might end up like that hapless fool nearby, accidentally struck by Kushina's fist tainted by the Ninetales chakra. His consciousness was instantly consumed by hatred. Eyes blazing red, he turned savagely on his fellow Sand Ninja. For a moment, the Sand Ninja were at a loss against Kushina. With that, Linyu felt a bit more relieved. He turned his gaze to the 3 Cloud Ninja, a sinister grin tugging at his lips. Waving them over, he called out, "Being a cold and distant onlooker isn't very sporting, is it? Why don't you join the fun as well?" Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Hiruzen Sarutobi had dispatched a pursuit squad led by Orochimaru. Guided by the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, they were hot on the trail of the Cloud Ninja. "Stop! Something's up ahead. Is that the ANBU?" After a couple of leaps, an ANBU operative wearing a cat-faced mask landed in front of Orochimaru and nodded, a trace of embarrassment in his voice. "I lost them. It seems the enemy is highly skilled in counter-surveillance." Orochimaru's expression was cold as ever. Whether that was because Hiruzen had interrupted his experiments was anyone's guess. "Don't worry about it. We've got members of the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans with us. They can't get far. No more wasted words. Let's move quickly. I'm still waiting on the results of my experiments. And Lord Hokage is expecting my report." "Understood, Ja," replied the subordinate. Inuzuka, Ja nodded, reaching out to stroke the brown-furred dog beside him. "I've already had Marumaru memorize the scent they left in Konoha. They won't be able to get away. Then let's not waste any time. After them." A rush of wind swept by. At this moment, the battlefield had split into 2 fronts. On one side, Kushina was single-handedly chasing down the Sand Ninja. On the other, Linyu faced off against the trio from the cloud. Linyu caught his breath and rubbed his reddened palm, flashing a wry grin. "You Cloud Shinobi sure have tough bodies. My hands are aching from hitting you." Teleoda's face was grim, betraying not a hint of weakness. Though the boy before him looked delicate, he had managed to hold off all 3 of them, using a blend of taijutsu and some unknown golden chains, never once losing ground. In fact, the physically friliest among them had already been badly wounded and lay on the ground, leaving only Teleoda and Wentai still standing. As a jonin from the hidden cloud, Teleoda couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't fighting a 10-year-old boy, but rather a seasoned veteran keeping his true power hidden. The boy showed no signs of panic, as if he had the entire battle under control from start. A cold bead of sweat slid down Teleoda's cheek. In his eyes, Linyu's presence only grew more unfathomable. He doubted he'd make it home alive. Linyu kept his eyes locked on Teleoda. Without revealing any other abilities, he could just barely hold his own against the 3 using taijutsu and the flexibility of his adamantine sealing chains, even managing to land the occasional surprise attack. But his opponents had learned their lesson. They showed no intention of engaging him up close again. The Cloud Shinobi might all look like hulking powerhouses, but not all of them specialized in hand-to-hand combat. They excelled at lightning release. Teleoda turned to Wentai, voice low and serious. "Wentai, stall him for 5 minutes. Can you hold out?" Wentai, nearly 2 meters tall, stood with the imposing muscles reminiscent of the 4th Raikage. Yet, facing the red-haired boy who barely reached his chest, he looked as wary as if confronting a deadly threat. He rumbled, "I can hold him for 10. Teleoda said no more, slowly stepping back. He cast a subtle glance at the wounded as collapsed on the ground, then began to form a chakra barrier. "Oh, are you preparing some secret technique?" Linyu's lips curled into a playful smirk. I'll give you all the time you need. No need to keep me busy. Tello Oda ignored him, focusing on gathering chakra. Meanwhile, Wentai charged straight at Linyu. His hulking frame didn't slow him down in the least, a testament to the Lightning Village's reputation. Take this. Wave-stacking fist. Wentai closed the distance in a flash, eyes blazing. His fist shot towards Linyu's small frame with all his might. Linyu felt a blast of wind rush toward him, and the massive fist seemed to fill his entire vision. Not daring to take it lightly, he brought up his right palm to block the oncoming blow. A thunderous impact rang out. The force behind this punch caught Linyu by surprise. The instant their hands made contact, a sharp, tingling sensation shot through his palm. Linyu immediately stepped back to dissipate the force, glancing down at his right hand only to find it flushed red and slightly numb. Shaking out his wrist, Linyu asked in astonishment, "What kind of martial art is that?" "Double wave strike." Wentai didn't bother to answer Linyu directly. Seeing that his first punch hadn't done the trick, he unleashed his readied left fist, launching it straight at Linyu. One punch after another came raining down, each heavier than the last. This was Wentai's own creation, the overlapping wave fist. Linyu had no time to dodge and could only block with his already numb right palm. A sickening crack split the air. The force shot straight through. Linyu's right wrist snapped under the immense power, his palm instantly turning crimson. This punch was even fiercer and heavier than the last. Triple wave. Wentai gave Linyu no chance to catch his breath. The third punch came right on cue, slipping through the gap left by Linyu's broken right hand and barreled straight toward his chest. The massive fist slammed toward Linyu's chest. He barely had time to react, managing only to shift his body slightly, so that the blow, meant for his heart, landed instead on his ribs. Another thunderous impact echoed out. Pain flashed in Linyu's eyes, but remembering that Joshinai was still fighting nearby, he didn't so much as grunt. He braced himself, subtly shifting his foot, channeling the force downward until it left a deep pit beneath him, but not taking a single step back. Ignoring how many ribs might be broken, Linyu didn't hesitate. Using Wentai's knee as a foothold, and taking advantage of the brief pause while Wentai's next strike was still gathering, Linyu sprang forward and slammed a fist into Wentai's face. Though his fist was small, the force behind it matched Wentai's initial attack, especially since it was aimed straight at his opponent's face. Cold sweat broke out across Wentai's brow. He tried to dodge, but caught between the third and fourth punches, his body simply wouldn't respond in time. With no other option, he lowered his head and met Linyu's fist head-on. A resounding clang rang out. It was like punching an iron pot. Linyu withdrew his left fist, nimbly retreating out of range of Wentai's fourth punch, and rubbed his knuckles. "What is your head made of anyway? That's one tough skull." Despite his shattered right hand and who knows how many broken ribs, Linyu remained as calm and composed as ever. By contrast, Wentai, who hadn't even thrown his fourth punch yet, was trembling all over, his muscles swelling and his face reddening at an alarming rate, until suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees. "Hey now, don't play the victim. You're the one who threw the first punch," Linyu said with a wry twist of his mouth. Green light surged from his hands as he began to heal his wounds. After all, if Joshinai saw him like this, she'd never let him live it down. In no time, Linyu looked as good as new, save for a few wrinkles in his clothes. Watching Wentai kneeling in the distance, Linyu mused aloud. "So that's the aftermath of your martial art? Seems like the costs outweigh the benefits." Linyu was initially somewhat intrigued, but when he saw the aftereffects of the technique, which were almost as severe as opening the fifth or sixth gate of the eight gates formation, leaving the user nearly incapacitated, he immediately lost most of his interest. More importantly, the stacking wave fist wasn't even that powerful. It couldn't even compare to Tsunade's monstrous strength punch. "Hey, that punch of yours, how many times can you stack it? Can you reach 100? Linyu asked, thinking he might study it if it could go that far. Wentai, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, managed a bitter smile and replied, 100? You really think big. I only created 5 levels. If I use the 5th, my body collapses under strain. 100 punches? Only gods could manage that." Linyu became even more dismissive when he heard this. "The 5th punch? That's probably just on par with the 4th gate of the 8 gates formation, but the side effects are as bad as the death gate. Useless. Not worth having at all." His interest evaporated. He rolled his wrist, turned, and started to walk away. All right, time to send you all on your way. The sooner I get home, the better. Maybe the soup dumplings are still warm." Glancing around, Linyu saw that Kushina and the Sand Ninja had already fought off to who knows where, but the towering pillar of Nine-Tails chakra was still visible, making it easy to find them. Through this battle, Linyu had gauged his own taijutsu strength, roughly on par with an elite jonin. But if he came up against someone with monstrous strength like Tsunade, he'd have no chance of holding out. What's that? You say even Yun ninjas stacking wave fist can break ribs and rivals an elite jonin? Lin Hu scoffed. I let him hit me on purpose. Didn't you notice I didn't even activate my Sharingan? If I'd used that, could he have touched me at all? Taijutsu isn't about brute strength. If you can't land a hit, all that power is useless. He approached Wentai, ready to send him on his way. Just then a loud, brash voice rang out. At last it's done. Not a perfect version, but it'll do. Wentai, get into position. Though he'd been gravely wounded and collapsed, Wentai's eyes suddenly shone with fierce determination. With a powerful leap, he grabbed Lin Hu's ankle and hurled him into the air, then darted swiftly in a specific direction. In two other directions, Trelota and his stood ready. His glared at Lin Hu, his face twisted in anger. Being thrashed by a mere kid had utterly humiliated him, and only by killing Lin Hu could he wash away that shame. Trelota had had a plan from the very beginning, which was why he'd barely used any lightning release ninjutsu during the fight. Ordinary techniques were useless against Lin Hu, and besides, he was saving his chakra for this very moment. Wentai hadn't used lightning release during his fight with Lin Hu either, not because he couldn't, but because he knew about Trelota's plan and deliberately saved his chakra. Now, everything was in place. All that was left was for Lin Hu to be reduced to ashes. Lin Hu was carelessly caught by Wentai, who grabbed his ankle and tossed him high into the air. Down below, Trolda and his two companions watched with twisted, triumphant grins, as if Lin Hu had already been defeated. Trolda barked at Iz and Wentai in a harsh tone. There's no time to lose. While he's helpless in midair, let's finish him off with our ninjutsu. Iz and Wentai both nodded in agreement. The three exchanged glances, then chanted in unison. Lightning release, Thunder Dream. 3 arcs of lightning coiled around each of them, rising upward and joining together to form a glowing, semicircular sphere of electricity. Directly beneath this sphere was Lin Hu. Lightning release, Thunder Dream? Isn't that a technique that requires 4 people? Lin Hu knew something about this particular ninjutsu. It had nearly destroyed Konoha, and its power was legendary. Trolda caught Lin Hu's muttered words. Confident that Lin Hu was as good as dead, he didn't mind explaining. The full version of Thunder Dream does require 4 people, and it's not something just any jonin can perform. You need at least Kaga-level chakra to pull it off. This is our improved Cloud Ninja version. We're not limited by the number of people anymore. The power depends on how much chakra we put in. Sure, it's not as strong as the real Thunder Dream, but with the 3 of us barely spending any chakra, even a Kaga-level opponent would be worn down and finished off. Iz burst out laughing. Huh, kid, don't blame me when you end up in hell. I'll even leave you a grave. Wentai said nothing, not because he didn't want to, but because he was gritting his teeth through the backlash from his self-created taijutsu. So, it's just a makeshift version. Are you sure this jutsu is enough to kill me? Lin Yu's face lit up with sudden understanding, but he still sounded skeptical. Why don't you try and see for yourself? Trolda was no longer on guard. Lin Yu had entered the lightning zone. There was no escape now. Lin Yu looked up as the lightning closed in around him. In an instant, a surge of electricity ripped through his body, sending a violent shock that made him reel in. Pain. And this was only from the arcs themselves. If he were to be completely engulfed by the storm of lightning, Lin Yu thought he might actually be burned to ash. The electrical storm wrapped around him, crackling violently. Lin Yu's pained cries echoed from within. Stop. I'm going to be fried alive. Please, brothers, have mercy on me. Iz was exhilarated by Lin Yu's screams. Now you want to beg for your life. Too late. Damn it. I never thought I'd... Lin Yu's voice faded, swallowed by the roar of thunder, as if he'd already been reduced to ashes by the storm. Phew. Finally dealt with that brat. Boss, when are we stopping? I'm almost out of chakra, Iz said, his excitement tinged with exhaustion. Hold on a bit longer, Trolda replied. Hearing Lin Yu's voice go silent, he unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But just to be safe, he decided to hang on a while more. Wentai stared at the area shrouded in lightning, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Recalling what Lin Yu had said earlier, it didn't sound like someone who was afraid. Instead, it almost felt like he was teasing them. Not good. Wentai's pupils contracted. He turned to Trolda and said, Boss, he's not dead yet. Quick, pour in more chakra. Oh, so you figured it out? In that case, I won't play with you any longer. In an instant, a golden light tore through the lightning, severing the arc of chakra that the 3 of them had been channeling. With a thunderous crash, the golden light struck the ground and slowly condensed into the shape of a half-formed skeleton. Inside the glowing bones stood Lin Yu, completely unscathed, his clothes not even so much as ruffled. It was plain to see he'd only been pretending earlier. The Mangekyo Sharingan's ultimate technique, Susanu's defense. How could some half-baked lightning dream jutsu hope to break through? Even the skeleton form of Susanoo in its second stage could withstand much greater attacks, so Linyu hadn't even bothered to summon the samurai armor. No point in wasting his eye power. What? What is that thing? It actually withstood the lightning dream technique. Troldus sank to his knees, chakra all but depleted, but his mind was entirely fixated on the golden skeleton. He had never witnessed a jutsu like this before. It defied belief. Wentai's eyes held the same astonishment. He lowered his head and sighed, already resigned to his fate. Only his glared with venom and disbelief. Impossible. This is all just an illusion. There's no way that brat broke through our jutsu. Boss Wentai, this is all a trick. Get up, both of you. Linyu raised his hand slightly, and the golden Susanoo mirrored the gesture, grabbing as like a chick and dangling him in front of Linyu. Linyu looked at his with a mocking grin. So, do you still think this is an illusion? No. Impossible. You can't be this strong. I refuse to believe it. He screamed, utterly frantic, his mind unraveling. Pathetic. What a clown. Linyu sneered, and with a flick of Susanoo's massive hand, hurled us to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Do what you want, kill us, or whatever, but don't insult us. Trolda snapped angrily. He couldn't believe that the three of them, all elite jonin, could lose to a 10-year-old boy. Insult you? Weren't you the ones sneaking into Konoha as thieves? Why is it that I, the victim here, am suddenly the villain? Do you really think I'd respect someone like you? No, all I feel is disgust, Linyu replied coolly. Aren't you afraid that our hidden cloud will declare war on your Leaf Village? Troy ground his teeth, desperation flickering in his eyes. He didn't want to die. He was still trying to claw his way out. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. But that's not my problem, is it? You'll have to take it up with the third Hokage. What can a 10-year-old brat like me possibly understand? Though, it seems you won't get the chance to meet the third Hokage. Linyu replied, a playful glint in his tone. No, you can't do this. I demand to see your Hokage. You have no right to deal with us, Cloud Nin. Taro clung to this hope like a drowning man to driftwood, barking desperately at Linyu. Why haven't Leaf's reinforcements arrived yet? I want to see the Hokage. I can give you information about the hidden Cloud Village. Taro shouted into the surrounding woods, but his words were swallowed by an unsettling silence. There wasn't even a single bird singing. Linyu had activated his Kagura's mind eye. Within a 10-kilometer radius, nothing escaped his perception. There was no way he would give the Cloud Nin a chance. Anyone who had witnessed his Susanoo had to die, at least until he mastered the eternal Mangekyo. Either you became one of his, or he'd send you to the Pure Land as his guest. Clearly, the three before him were destined for the latter. A cold light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as his golden Susanoo extended a massive hand. In a voice as soft as a whisper, he pronounced their fate, die. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Leaf pursuers attracted by the Nine-Tails chakra finally arrived, barely in time to find there was nothing left for them to do. While at the very least, they could help clean up the aftermath. Orochimaru stood amidst the wreckage-strewn clearing, surrounded by Sanin whose eyes gleamed red with exhaustion and rage. Though their strength was spent, guttural snarls still tore from their throats as they tried to lift their shuriken for one last attack. Kushina stood behind Orochimaru, wearing the face of an innocent child. She fiddled with her fingers, as if to say, they did all this themselves. It has nothing to do with me. Orochimaru glanced at the wide-eyed, seemingly blameless Kushina and spoke softly. Your name is Kushina, right? We've met once before. You remember, don't you? I am Orochimaru. Kushina nodded her head, unable to meet Orochimaru's chilling gaze. She lowered her eyes and murmured, yes, I know. You're Lin Yu's mentor. Oh, Lin Yu told you about me? What did he say? Orochimaru, never good with children, forced himself to keep the conversation going. Kushina tilted her head, pondering for a moment. With a puzzled look, she said, once I heard Lin Yu say that his mentor was his scapegoat, that whenever he got in trouble, he could just blame it all on you. But I don't really know what scapegoat means. Could you tell me, Lord Orochimaru? Orochimaru stared at the innocent light in Kushina's eyes. The icy corners of his mouth twitched violently. For a moment, all his composure deserted him. Well, Uzumaki Lin Yu, so that's how you see me, as your scapegoat. If Kushina hadn't let it slip today, he might have spent his whole life in the dark about it. I've always treated you like my own student, one of our own, and yet you keep expecting me to take the fall for you. Don't tell me you've secretly wished for me, Orochimaru, to betray the hidden leaf all along. Honestly, this is absolutely infuriating. Orochimaru let out a slow breath and said to Kushina, Lin Yu is my student. If he's made a mistake, it's only right that I, as his teacher, Help him handle it. Yes, that's what I mean. Wow. Lord Orochimaru, you're so kind. Can you be my scapegoat too? Kushina's eyes sparkled as she looked at Orochimaru, and for a moment, even his cold, expressionless face seemed to lose its effect. Right then, Orochimaru truly wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to be so honest? With a helpless sigh, Orochimaru replied, "Let's discuss this after you graduate from the Ninja Academy." After all, he was already the supervisor for both Lin Yu and Kushina. Taking on one more or one less hardly made a difference. He was only their guardian in name, and with Lin Yu around to keep an eye on Kushina, Orochimaru had no intention of spending extra effort. Awesome. That means once I'm at school, I'll have someone backing me up if I get into a fight. Kushina put her hands on her hips, already picturing a future where every student at the Ninja Academy bowed before her fist of justice. Orochimaru told himself never to chat with little girls again. At this point, he'd rather face the idiotic Jiraiya than exchange another word with Kushina. Still, he needed to get a handle on the current situation. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Kushina, is all of this you're doing? Can you explain it to me in detail?" Kushina snapped out of her daydream of ruling the academy, resting her chin on her hand with a serious expression. "This is a long story. Please, allow me to explain it from the beginning." Orochimaru thought to himself, "I'd rather go back to my experiments. Human girls change their moods faster than I can track." "So, you were knocked out and kidnapped by the Cloud Ninja at home," he recapped, "and when you woke up, you saw the Sand Ninja bullying Uzumaki Lin Yu. Then you sensed a power rising inside you, acted without thinking, and the result is what we see now." Orochimaru had the sneaking suspicion he was being tricked by this little girl, but he had no proof. Yes, that's exactly it. Orochimaru-sensei, you summed it up perfectly." Kushina had already started calling him sensei. She really wanted her own scapegoat. As for Kurama, Kushina would never mention it. That was a secret pact between the two of them. Kushina prided herself on being true to her word. Orochimaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He'd never sweat in battle with Kage-level opponents, but here he was sweating just from talking to Kushina. "Lin Yu, just what kind of torment have you endured? Lin Yu, you all just don't understand how wonderful Kushina is. She's so adorable. How could you say such things about her?" "Kushina, that's right. So where is Uzumaki Lin Yu? And what about the 3 Cloud Ninja who kidnapped you?" Orochimaru glanced around, but saw no sign of Lin Yu or the Cloud Ninja. "Oh no, I got so carried away with the fight, I completely forgot about Brother Lin Yu," Kushina exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Was she really this kind of girl? She absolutely loved it. But would that rascal Lin Yu be in any danger? Kushina grew a little worried. Maybe she should borrow some more chakra from the Grumpy Fox? Behind the sealed doors, Kurama's ears twitched, as if he'd heard Kushina's muttered complaint. With a roar, he bellowed, "How many times do I have to tell you? I have a name. If you call me Grumpy Fox one more time, I won't help you next time. That brat Uzumaki Lin Yu is just fine. He's way stronger than you." Kushina's heart skipped a beat. She'd been overheard. No way. She hurried to reinforce the seal. But once she heard Lin Yu was safe, she finally felt at ease. She muttered under her breath, "That idiot Lin Yu's sneaking off to train without telling me. Looks like I'll have to work harder too, or else I won't be able to beat him up anymore." Orochimaru was a loss for words. He wanted to ask where Uzumaki Lin Yu was, not how strong he was. If you want to beat him up, just go ahead, give it your all. Honestly, seeing that kid makes me want to smack him too. How infuriating. Report, Lord Orochimaru. We found signs of battle several dozen miles to the west. Among those involved was Uzumaki Lin Yu, our Konoha ninja. The other 3 were Cloud Shinobi, confirmed members of the Kumogakure delegation. All of them are dead. A member of the pursuit team ran up to deliver the message. "Oh, are you sure about this intel?" Orochimaru's smile grew darker. Such ruthless efficiency didn't even leave a single survivor. "What secret are you trying to hide, Uzumaki Lin Yu?" "Impressive. The information is accurate. Uzumaki Lin Yu is already on his way here. When he arrives, you can confirm it yourself, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru waved his hand to show he understood. Once the ninja retreated, Kushina said gleefully, "Lin Yu's coming? He's not hurt, is he?" Probably not." Orochimaru really didn't want to talk to this little girl right now. She was giving him a headache. But Lin Yu is just a genin. How could he possibly beat 3 other ninjas? "Lord Orochimaru, should we go meet Lin Yu on the way?" "Lord Orochimaru, I'm worried Lin Yu might be hurt. Should we call for a medical ninja?" "Lord Orochimaru, is there any dust on my face? Do you think Lin Yu will mind when he sees me?" "Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru, someone, please end my misery." After sending the 3 Cloud Shinobi to the Pure Land, Lin Yu was about to go look for Kushina when he was discovered by a squad of Konoha ninja. Searching the area, Linyu had no choice but to lead them to where the Cloud Ninjas were buried, and then followed their lead to find Kushina. It turned out Orochimaru was in charge of this mission, which made sense. After all, both he and Kushina were technically under Orochimaru's watch, even if it was mostly in name only. Kushina had been taken, but Linyu didn't blame Orochimaru in the slightest for failing to protect her. After all, this was the agreement between him and Orochimaru. Orochimaru wouldn't restrict their freedom, nor would he monitor them. If Orochimaru had interfered with the Cloud Ninja, then Linyu would have truly seen him in a new light. When Linyu arrived at another battlefield, he rubbed his eyes, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Orochimaru was crouched on the ground, seemingly drawing circles, his face the very picture of despair, as if life had lost all meaning. Not far from him stood Kushina, chattering away endlessly, beaming with joy. She was absolutely delighted. Kushina had shown great restraint. Not a single Sand Ninja had been killed or seriously injured. In her eyes, Linyu had just been bullied by the Sand Ninja, much like a student harassing Mikoto at school. They'd all have to taste Kushina's fist. But it was only a beating, a lesson to be learned. Kushina had never intended to kill anyone, nor could she have. Ironically, it was the Sand Ninja corrupted by Ninetail's chakra who had nearly killed several of their own teammates. Now, those affected were tied up together, their eyes full of resentment, to think that a whole squad of Sand Ninja had been defeated by a little girl. Kenkuro's face was marked by several bruises, each the size of an adult's fist. It was hard to tell just how many of his own teammates had ganged up on him. As a puppeteer, close combat was his weakness, and since it was his own people, he couldn't go all out. He'd nearly been beaten into a coma. Still, he managed to keep his life. Glancing at the three figures covered with white cloth nearby, Kankuro felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness the little girl hadn't been truly vicious. Though Sand and Cloud weren't allies, it was a strange twist of fate. One moment, two sides were fighting fiercely. The next, one was captured, the other sent directly to the Pure Land. Fate sure has a sense of irony. 3 against 1, and they ended up defeated. What kind of game are they playing? Were these so-called jonin just imposters? Kankuro couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then vented his frustration at the third Kazekage. What kind of ridiculous mission is this? A 10-year-old kid single-handedly beats 3 jonin. You've got to be kidding me. As Kankuro watched Konoha village draw nearer, his heart sank to rock bottom. He'd never expected his first visit to Konoha would be in such disgrace. Curse you, third Kazekage. We're finally back. What a full and eventful day. Kushina stretched lazily in front of Konoha's gates, her face shining with pride. Today, she was on top of the world. She'd shown off in front of Linyu and, with a bit of luck, even found herself a scapegoat. From now on, Kushina was on a rise. If anyone deserved to be Konoha's first female Hokage, it was her. Linyu and Orochimaru watched Kushina's spirited figure striding ahead. Both let out a sigh. They glanced at each other, and Orochimaru was the first to speak. Taking care of a little girl is exhausting, isn't it? Linyu nodded and said, at first it was pure torture, but later on I got used to it. To be honest, Kushina isn't someone who brings much trouble. By the way, I heard from Kushina that you've been using me as your scapegoat. Is that true? Orochimaru suddenly changed the subject, his voice turning rather cold and menacing. A what? Linyu felt a prickling discomfort under Orochimaru's piercing gaze. He averted his eyes awkwardly and stammered. Did that really happen? Maybe Kushina heard wrong. I actually said hero of good deeds. It was meant to praise you, Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru gave a chilling, sinister smile. Do you really think you can fool me? Uzumaki Linyu, I'll remember this. With that, Orochimaru didn't linger any longer. He led his team straight into Konoha. He still had to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for Uzumaki Linyu, there would be plenty of time to deal with him later. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Linyu shuddered as Orochimaru's laughter sent a chill down his spine. I'm pretty sure I never spoke ill of Orochimaru to Kushina. Did I mutter something in my sleep? Or did Kushina overhear me talking to myself? Well, it's not really a big deal anyway. Linyu stepped forward, gently taking Kushina's small hand in his. He said softly, let's go. The soup dumplings should still be warm. Soup dumplings? Are they from the old lady's shop? I want some. I'm so hungry right now. Come on, Linyu, let's hurry home. Kushina patted her tummy, grabbed Linyu's hand, and tugged him eagerly along. Smoke curled up from various corners of Konoha, carrying the tantalizing aromas of food. So much had happened, yet not much time had passed. It was still noon. That's the situation, Orochimaru reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of the Cloud Envoy. Uzumaki Linyu and Uzumaki Kushina have safely returned to Konoha. The 3 Cloud Ninja resisted fiercely and were killed on the spot. He made no mention of the Sand Ninja incident, not wanting the Cloud Envoy to lay the blame at Tsunade's feet. I see. I have a general grasp of what's happened, Hiruzen said, his gaze sharp as a blade. Now, Envoy, can you tell me, did you come to Konoha to negotiate, or to kidnap people? The Envoy from Cloud broke out in a cold sweat under Hiruzen's piercing stare, nerves stretched taut. Still, he would never admit to the kidnapping. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Do you have any proof? I suspect Konoha plotted to murder our elite shinobi. When I return, I will report this to Lord Reikage. We will demand a full explanation from Konoha. Proof? An explanation? A cold laugh broke the tension. Yamanaka clan's leader stood up, eyes glinting with icy resolve. Shall we have the Yamanaka clan extract the memories of the dead? That's something we're very, very good at. You all. The Cloud Envoy's face turned ashen. He had forgotten that in the Leaf Village there was the Yamanaka clan, masters of mental techniques. For them, extracting memories was a trifling matter, especially with Toyota and his companions still freshly captured, which would make the process even easier. This whole affair is unknown to the Cloud Village. Toyota and the others acted entirely on their own initiative, and their actions have nothing to do with us. Just now you wanted an explanation, didn't you? How is it that now you claim it has nothing to do with your Cloud Village? The massive Akimichi clan leader loomed over the Cloud Envoy, relishing the chance to kick someone when they were down. The Cloud Envoy's body trembled as he spoke. I am an envoy of the Cloud. You cannot kill me. Let's not frighten our honored guest. Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected gently, coughing once and signaling the Akimichi clan leader to stand down. The Leaf Village is a land of friendship. We do not bully or stoop to petty tricks. I have faith in the character of the Cloud Shinobi, but, as in any village, there are bound to be a few rotten apples. Fortunately, this time we were able to help clean things up. I trust there won't be a next time. Yes, Toyota and his group acted despicably. They're unworthy to be counted among us. When I return, I'll report this to Lord Reikage and recommend they be declared rogue ninja. The Cloud Envoy wiped sweat from his brow, forcing a smile across his face. Very good. Then, about our previous negotiations. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, watching him closely. We'll abide by Leaf's terms, double the reparations. Or, no reparations at all. The Cloud, too, is a peace-loving village. There's no need for compensation. Suddenly feeling a chill in the air, the Cloud Envoy hastily corrected himself. That's wonderful news. Would you care to stay a few more days? I could arrange for someone to show you around and let you fully enjoy the sights of Konoha. Sarutobi offered graciously. No, that won't be necessary. I must hurry back to report to Lord Reikage. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, plenty. The Cloud Envoy waved his hands repeatedly. Right now, all he wanted was to return safely to the Land of Lightning. The mission had already failed. He wasn't about to risk his life as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen put on an expression of regret. What a pity. Someone, see the Cloud Envoy out. No, we wouldn't dare trouble you. We can manage ourselves, the Cloud Envoy replied hastily. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Cloud Envoy, with over a dozen guards in tow, fled from the Hokage's office, making straight for the gates of Konoha. Ha. Look at those burly fellows running for their lives. What a sight. The Akimichi clan leader threw his head back in hearty laughter, thoroughly enjoying the Cloud delegation's disgrace. The representatives from the various Leaf clans could not help but smile wryly. It was the first time they had seen the Cloud Shinobi in such a sorry state, and the mood in the room lifted considerably. Only the Nara clan leader frowned slightly, turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen and murmuring, Lord Hokage, are we really going to let them go like this? I doubt the Reikage will honor such a verbal agreement. They never came here with any real intention to negotiate. So why should we, the Hidden Leaf, keep trying to please them when they just turn? A cold shoulder. Hiruzen Sarutobi clasped his hands behind his back, gazing out the window at the smoke-filled sky, murmuring to himself. Lord Hokage, the Nara clan head, sounded a bit taken aback. Shikaku, I haven't grown so old that I can't tell right from wrong. I would never do anything that would chill the hearts of Konoha's shinobi. Hiruzen's tone was firm and resolute. All right, I know you're all busy. Let's adjourn for now. Once the clan leaders had left, Hiruzen turned toward the shadows and spoke, Send for Danzo. I want to see him. Looking for me, Hiruzen? You'd better make it quick. I'm a busy man. Danzo stood tall and rigid before Hiruzen, still dressed in his kimono, not bothering with a hint of respect. Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, and the more he looked, the more he found him agreeable. He said, Earlier, the Cloud Shinobi said they wanted to give Konoha a special gift, mocking us as country bumpkins who've never seen anything good. You call me here just to talk about this? Hiruzen, you're getting more childish by the day. Danzo sounded annoyed, certain Hiruzen was just toying with him. Just hear me out. No matter what, Konoha is still one of the 5 great nations. We must show some hospitality, since they gave us such a grand gift. Even if we're poor, we ought to return the favor with a special Konoha present. There was a deeper meaning in Hiruzen's words. Danzo frowned, as if he hadn't quite understood, and asked, a grand gift? Hiruzen, just say what you want. What do you need from me? Hiruzen felt a bit exasperated. Must I spell out everything? Why does Danzo seem so dense at a time like this? Helplessly, he replied, I want you, Danzo, to use your own methods to deliver them a grand Konoha gift. My methods? Danzo was taken aback, then gave a sinister smile, as if seeing Hiruzen in a new light. What's this? Hiruzen, are you finally coming around to my way of thinking? Hiruzen replied coolly, just this once. And I don't want anyone to know that Konoha shinobi are behind it. When I handle things, you have nothing to worry about. With the 2 of us working together, before long the shinobi world will. He didn't get to finish before Hiruzen waved a hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in hearing any more of Danzo's grand plans. Danzo snorted. That's what he hated most about Hiruzen. Using him, then tossing him aside, just like a heartless man. Remember to leave one alive to deliver the message. A promise, even if only given in words, is still a promise. Who knows? Maybe the Reikage will lose his mind and actually agree. Danzo flicked his sleeve and left without so much as a backward glance, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen pulled a new pipe from his drawer, admiring it more the longer he held it. Tonight, I'll indulge in a few extra puffs. Night fell, and with it came a darkness thick with danger, the perfect night for killing. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, the Cloud emissary party hurried through the woods, panic written all over their faces, as if some ancient beast was hunting them down from behind. Hurry up, faster. We're almost in the Land of Lightning. Once we make it, we'll be safe. Damn those Konoha dogs. Once I'm back in the Hidden Cloud Village, I'll make sure the Reikage declares war on them. Sure, let's get out of the Land of Fire first. We'll make them pay for this humiliation sooner or later. Every member of the Cloud delegation wore an anxious expression, but no amount of talking could shorten the distance. From Konoha to the border of the Land of Lightning was at least a 3 or 4 day journey. Given their strength, none of them, even Jonin, it would take at least a week. A dozen Cloud ninja raced wildly through the woods, panic overriding all the bluster and discipline they had shown on their way here. Suddenly, arrows shot out from the shadows. Taken completely off guard, several Cloud ninja cried out in agony before collapsing, lifeless, their bodies quickly turning black. The arrows had been laced with deadly poison. Who's there? The Cloud envoy cried, his voice trembling as he heard the screams. Was Konoha really planning to wipe them out completely? Did Sarutobi Hiruzen truly have the nerve for such ruthlessness? You Cloud folk are in such a hurry. You've forgotten to take a little something home, a Konoha specialty. Danzo's voice came from the darkness. He couldn't care less about Sarutobi's order for secrecy. Danzo always did things his own way. Konoha? So it is you. Are you really trying to start a war with the Hidden Cloud? The envoy knew escape was impossible now that his attackers had revealed themselves. Still, a desperate hope lingered. Surely Konoha would fear the Reikage's retaliation. Start a war with the Cloud? We're just here to deliver a gift from Konoha. How could things escalate to war over that? A gift? What kind of gift? We don't want it. If you leave right now, I might consider not reporting your murders to the Reikage. The envoy stammered, his voice shaking. Danzo's eyes were icy as he fixed his gaze on the Cloud ninja, mocking them. Konoha's gifts aren't something you can just accept or refuse on a whim, especially when they're death packages hand-delivered by me. Danzo, you Cloud ninja are so naive. Even more naive than Sarutobi, that fool. What do you mean, Sarutobi, that fool? The envoy was momentarily baffled, unable to grasp Danzo's meaning. Damn, that slipped out. Danzo cursed himself for voicing his thoughts. But it didn't matter. These people were as good as dead anyway, so he hardly cared. Leave the leader alive. As for the rest, leave no one standing. Danzo decided to heed Sarutobi's suggestion after all, keeping one survivor just to spite the Reikage. Danzo relished these kinds of shadowy dealings. Yes, sir. The screams rang out one after another. The members of Danzo's route moved without a shred of mercy, blood spraying, bodies falling everywhere. Soon, only the Cloud envoy was left, kneeling on the forest floor, shaking uncontrollably, terror etched on his face as he pleaded over and over, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." In the mountains, can you destroy his mind so he only remembers the outcome of the negotiation and implant a memory where Sand Shinobi ambushed them? Danzo spoke to the root ninja behind him, whose hair was a bright orange. The root ninja from the Yamanaka clan replied expressionlessly. Erasing his memories is easy, but to fully implant a memory that doesn't belong to him, I can't do that. At best, I can alter things slightly so that he recalls the attackers wearing the sand shinobi forehead protectors. That's good enough. It's not as if I expect this alone to make the cloud and sand go to war. Clean up the battlefield, then we all disperse. Danzo turned and melted back into the shadows. He had no time to linger for what came next. There were more important matters awaiting him. Would release, truly irresistible. Konoha. I'm so full. Kushina put down a giant bowl of ramen, her little hand wiping the oily corner of her mouth, her face radiant with happiness. Linyu, a little helpless, pulled out a few napkins to gently clean the grease from Kushina's hands, then used a few more to wipe the corners of her mouth. Kushina gazed at Linyu, not blinking once as he cleaned up after her. Wow, he's so sweet. Linyu, keeping his expression neutral, remarked, You really can eat. Her empty bowls sat beside Kushina, and he still couldn't figure out how her tiny stomach had managed to hold so much ramen. At that, Kushina instantly became indignant. So much for Mr. Nice Guy. Her fair little hand reached toward Linyu's waist, clearly threatening him with, Say that again, and you'll regret it. A gentleman speaks, not fights. A good woman fights, not speaks. That was a wise saying Kushina had picked up from her books and taken to heart. Linyu quickly shifted in his seat to put some distance between them, changing the subject. Is this ramen really that good? Tonight, Linyu didn't feel like cooking and had planned to take Kushina to Granny's dumpling house for dinner. By chance, they arrived just as the shop had launched a new ramen menu. It was odd, it was novel, exactly the kind of thing Kushina loved. She couldn't wait to try it, and once she started, she couldn't stop, polishing off 5 huge bowls in a row. Super delicious. If it were just a bit saltier, it'd be perfect. Kushina patted around, full belly, her adorable face brimming with contentment. Is it really that good, young lady? The shop owner, a middle-aged woman with gentle features, couldn't help but ask upon hearing Kushina's glowing praise for the ramen. Certified by me, Uzumaki Kushina. This is the best ramen I've eaten in all of Konoha. Kushina stuck out her little tongue and licked her lips, still savoring the taste. The middle-aged woman's face lit up with delight. She waved to the young man making noodles behind the counter and called out, Handmade. Your ramen's a hit with the customers. Linyu never would have imagined that the squinting young man before him would one day become the famed Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Here he was, working a temporary job under the name Tuchi, making ramen. Yes, that had to be him. Really? Young lady, do you truly like the ramen I made? The youthful Tuchi squinted his eyes, a hint of excitement in his expression. Kushina nodded emphatically, completely satisfied with this bowl of ramen. That's wonderful. I've finally taken another step forward on the path to becoming a ramen master. Tuchi's eyes brimmed with tears. For him, having his ramen recognized and loved by customers was the greatest praise he could receive. Wiping away his tears, Tuchi turned to the middle-aged woman and declared, Auntie, I want to open my own shop. I want to have a ramen shop of my own. Owning a ramen shop had always been Tuchi's dream. Winning the hearts of customers with his noodles was his greatest ambition. The middle-aged woman's cheerful face showed a flicker of concern. She wasn't opposed to Tuchi opening a ramen shop, but there were many things to consider. The choice of location, the high cost of streets with heavy foot traffic, and, most importantly, what makes a shop truly succeed. Was it the taste and quality of the noodles? No, Tuchi had already mastered that part. For him, the real key now was the customers, the flow of people. Right now, hardly anyone in Konoha had tasted his ramen, and without connections, starting a business like this could easily end in failure. A hint of worry crept onto Tuchi's aunt's face. Her plan was for him to make a name for himself working here, gradually save up enough money to rent a place, and only then start his own ramen shop. Step by step, the safest path. At this, his aunt advised him, Tuchi, you're still young. I won't comment on your ramen for now, but the most important things in opening a shop are capital and connections, and you don't have either yet. The choice of location will determine your shop's future. My advice is to save up a bit more, build your reputation, and in a few years when I close down this bun shop, I'll give you the capital to start your own business. Tuchi knew that opening a ramen shop right now would hardly be a wise move. Even if his ramen tasted great, no one knew about it, and he wouldn't even be able to cover the costs. Still, he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Opening a ramen shop had always been his dream. He had poured his heart into perfecting his noodles, yet he would still have to wait another 3 or 4 years. Listening in on the gossip from the side, Linyu found himself agreeing with Tuchi's aunt. Tuchi was probably just over 20 now. If he saved up for 3 or 4 years, and built his reputation in that time. When he finally opened his own place, it would surely be a sensation. He remembered in the original story's flashback, Kakashi, Obito, and Minato Namikaze all came to celebrate Tucci's grand opening, and the line of customers stretched as far as the eye could see. However, Linyu did have connections. Even if they were still few, he could use Uncle Tucci's ramen shop to make friends with many of Konoha's rising stars. Take, for example, the Inoshikicho trio, the Hyuga brothers, the little son Minato Namikaze, and so on. What does it take to become friends? Just treat them to a meal. And if the food is good, well, they become your closest buddies in no time. Of course, that only really applies to food lovers like those from the Akimichi clan. Lin Yu's recent plan was to win over, to befriend, the future pillars of Konoha, maybe even a few Hokage candidates. And where better to forge these connections than at Uncle Tucci's ramen shop? As for money, Lin Yu didn't have any, but Kushina sure did. She was, after all, a little heiress. Just this morning, the 3 spoils of war Lin Yu had taken from some cloud ninja were snatched away by Kushina's mischievous little hands. Now, he didn't have a single cent left, and even his meals depended on Kushina footing the bill. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then spoke up. Uncle Tucci, big brother Tucci, I know quite a few people. I can introduce them all to you. With ramen as tasty as yours, you'll win them over for sure. Really now? But you haven't even tasted my ramen yet. How do you know it can win them over? Humph. Tucci eyed the basket of Xylong Bao in front of Lin Yu with clear suspicion, as if certain the young man was just trying to take him for a ride. Lin Yu gave an awkward chuckle. Well, I have faith in Kushina's palate. Just look, she's already eaten 5 big bowls. That alone proves how amazing your cooking is, big brother Tucci. Tucci squinted and laughed. Well, when you put it that way, huh? So, if you ever want to open your own shop, maybe we could help you. Lin Yu finally got to his point. Tucci looked tempted, but after patting his pockets, he admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Thank you for your kindness, but I just don't have enough capital. Lin Yu shot Kushina a look. Her big eyes spun mischievously as she gestured a 3 with her fingers, hidden where only Lin Yu could see. Her lips formed a silent message. I can help, but you owe me 3 days of pampering. Lin Yu's face darkened. First, she took his money, and now she wanted him to serve her? What a devious little landlord. Still, with a grim nod, he resigned himself. Uncle Tucci, you have no idea how much I'm sacrificing for your dream. Ahem, leave this little matter to me, Kushina declared, slapping the table with a feisty confidence far beyond her years. I can lend the money to big brother Tucci. You, Tucci and his aunt stared at the little girl, disbelief written all over their faces. Tucci replied, I can't accept that. If I'm going to open a ramen shop, I want it to be mine alone. If someone else. Lin Yu quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Handmade big, brother, listen to us first. We're not borrowing money from you. We're planning to pay in advance for 50 years' worth of ramen. That's not the same as a loan, right? Handmade felt his mind spin. Paying in advance for 50 years of ramen? Was that even a thing? He was thoroughly bewildered and could only mutter, a bit dazed, that doesn't count as borrowing money. See? That settles it. It's decided then. Kushina, pay up. Kushina, a little annoyed, reached her small hand into her bag. Another large sum was about to slip through her fingers. But the thought of eating ramen for free for the next 50 years almost made her mouth water. Lin Yu did a quick calculation in his mind. 1 bowl of ramen averaged 80 taels, and with extra toppings, let's call it 100 taels per bowl. 3 bowls a day, 365 days a year. Over 50 years, that's over 5 million. Taels. And that's just for 1 person. For 2, that's 10 million taels. Of course, he'd eat 1 bowl, and Kushina would have 5. Lin Yu leaned in close to Kushina's ear and quietly told her the total cost he'd figured out. So expensive? Kushina squeezed his thigh with her small hand, clearly a bit upset. She'd never spent so much money at once in her life. 50 years of free ramen. As much as you can eat. Lin Yu tempted her, his voice full of mischief. Kushina's little face showed a hint of struggle, but she was never one to go back on her word. Wasn't it just 10 million taels? She had plenty to spare. She rummaged in her bag and pulled out a sealing scroll. With a soft thud, a large chest appeared out of thin air. Handmade and his little. And were both taken aback. Were these two actually ninja? They didn't dare look down on them anymore, their expressions turning serious. A cascade of crisp silver notes spilled out as Kushina pushed a pile of money toward Handmade with an air of a big spender. Here's my 50 years' worth of ramen fees. Please keep it safe. Handmade was utterly stunned by the mountain of silver notes before him. He had never seen so much money in his life. Just how many taels was this? Lin Yu quickly answered that question for him. There's 10 million taels here. That's for both Kushina and me, covering 50 years of ramen. Pay 10 million taels. Handmaid was shocked. These two kids, who looked like siblings, could come up with such a staggering sum on the spot. He never imagined his ramen could be worth that much. Ahem. To be honest, we're actually getting a deal. If I calculated it precisely, it would be closer to 11 million taels, Linyu admitted, blushing a little. His math wasn't the best. Enough. My ramen isn't worth that much. Thank you, truly. From now on, you're welcome to eat at my shop whenever you like. Eat until you can't eat anymore. Handmaid said, gratefully to Kushina. As for Linyu, who hadn't even tasted his ramen yet, well, it was the little girl in front of him who really matched his appetite. Now here was someone who could eat. Kushina giggled at Linyu, her eyes sparkling as if to say, see, I'm so popular. Aunt Shouda smiled gently. Well, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to stop you anymore. Young people should be a little impulsive. Sometimes, she had decided not to persuade Shouda against opening his ramen shop. If this was his fate, then she would support him. Auntie, thank you. Thank you for always looking after me. Shouda bowed deeply, eyes brimming with tears. His aunt had always been so good to him. Though he could be stubborn, he understood gratitude and how to repay kindness. Go on, child. I hope to see the day you become Konoha's #1 ramen chef. I'll make it happen. I promise you. Linyu took Kushina's hand, and together they left Granny's soup dumplings. As for the choice of shop location, Linyu didn't interfere. He just told Shouda to let him know a couple of days before the opening. He'd be there, bringing a big crowd to support him. Evenings in Konoha were peaceful. There weren't many entertainment options in these days, just a few shops still open, but little in the way of nightlife. Linyu and Kushina strolled along a quiet path toward home. Kushina skipped and hopped, her mood light as air. The thought of 50 years' worth of free ramen made her feel like her usual fiery temper had softened a bit. As they rounded a corner, Kushina's eyes lit up. She pointed her lips toward a spot ahead. Linyu, I want to play on the swings. Linyu glanced over and recognized the place. A small park with benches, a slide, a sandbox, and several swings gently swaying in the breeze. All right, it had been ages since Linyu played on a swing. Perhaps he was already too old for such childish things. But why not have a little fun? Higher. Linyu, push me harder. In the end, Linyu never got to sit on the swing. He'd been drafted as Kushina's workhorse, pushing her from behind with a dark look on his face. There goes my childhood, he thought. If it were Conan sitting on the swing, he'd surely be holding her in his arms, swinging together. If it were Tsunade, well, he'd be the one sitting, no, don't go there. If it were Makoto, they'd be sitting side by side. But with Kushina, he, a dignified time traveler, was reduced to pushing her from behind. Unbelievable. Suddenly, a figure in a cat-faced mask landed silently in front of them. Even as an AMBU operative, he was speechless at the sight of the two kidnapped victims happily playing on the swings. He spoke in a low, serious tone. Uzumaki Linyu, Uzumaki Kushina, the Hokage requests your presence. Linyu steadied himself, then took the hand of pouting, reluctant Kushina, and followed after the AMBU agent. Why would Hiruzen Sarutobi summon us at this hour? Could it be about the Nine Tails chakra leaking out? Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat composedly in his office chair, his tone gentle as he addressed Kushina, who stood before him. Kushina, I heard that during your battle with the Sand Ninja, you used a chakra that wasn't your own. Can you tell me how that happened? Kushina looked a bit nervous. She glanced at Linyu, who offered her a reassuring look. After a moment, she replied slowly, I'm not really sure what happened. All of a sudden, a powerful chakra surged out from within me, and then things just happened that way. Hiruzen frowned and said, from what I know, that wild chakra belongs to the Nine Tails. Did you communicate with it in some way? Are you saying that chakra came from that pesky fox? But every time I go to see it, we end up arguing. Why would it ever help me? Kushina blinked her big eyes, her voice filled with innocent confusion. Pesky fox? Arguing? The corner of Hiruzen's mouth twitched. To call the Nine Tails something like that, either you're far stronger than it, or you simply have no idea what you're dealing with. As for Hiruzen himself, he'd never dare call the Nine Tails a pesky fox to its face. Could it be that the Nine Tails lent Kushina its chakra for its own self-preservation? After all, if the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast would disappear as well. That wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Kushina, are you able to communicate with the Nine Tails? Or maybe persuade it to lend you its chakra again? Hiruzen was eager to know the answer to that question. Kushina hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Every time I see that fox, we just end up fighting. It's mean and stingy. Hiruzen sighed. All right, I understand. You can head home for now. I'd like a word with Linyu alone. Even so, the fact that Kushina could speak with the Nine Tails at all was a good sign. All he could do now was wait and see how things developed as she grew older. Linyu, Kushina started, a trace of worry in her voice. Go on home. And don't lock the door, or else I might just, well, you know what I mean? Oomph. Just you try it. I'll knock your head sideways. Kushina huffed angrily, slamming the door behind her as she left, not even bothering to say goodbye to Hiruzen. Bang! Hiruzen stared at Kushina's departing figure, muttering to himself, "That's the second person bold enough to slam my door." Linyu felt a bit awkward. Should he ask who the first person was? Hiruzen snapped out of his reverie and fixed his gaze on Lin Yu's youthful face. After a long moment, he spoke, "How much of your true strength have you been hiding?" Lin Yu gave a wry smile. The moment he'd been avoiding had finally come. Still, he didn't want to hide anything anymore. After all, the stronger he became, the more he could be trusted with. And besides, wasn't he, in a way, Hiruzen's grand disciple? Lin Yu made up his mind to reveal everything he could to Hiruzen and put his mind at ease. Otherwise, he'd go mad knowing that this old fox was constantly spying on him with his crystal ball technique. The black pupils in Lin Yu's eyes vanished, and in the blink of an eye, his gaze turned a deep blood red. 3 black tomo dotted his irises, slowly turning within. Even though Hiruzen Sarutobi already knew that Lin Yu possessed the 3 tomo Sharingan, seeing it with his own eyes still left him unable to hide his astonishment. To awaken the fully evolved Sharingan at just 10 years old, such a thing was almost unheard of. And what else? He pressed. The Sharingan alone isn't enough to deal with 3 Jonin. Lin Yu could only sigh inwardly, a bit helpless. He proceeded to demonstrate some of the C-rank and B-rank jutsu he had copied, showing Hiruzen each one, though only forming the hand seals and describing the chakra flow aloud. With his future reputation as the professor of ninjutsu, Hiruzen would immediately know whether Lin Yu had truly mastered them. After Lin Yu had displayed some 20 or 30 different techniques, Hiruzen's brow remained furrowed. He spoke slowly, "It's not enough. These alone couldn't possibly kill 3 Jonin. At most, they might keep you alive." Seeing that Hiruzen was still not satisfied, a wild thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Why not just use the renegon and send the old man straight to the heavens right now? Of course, Lin Yu would never truly harm Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, in name, the man was his grandmaster, and some ties, no matter how distant, were hard to sever by force. Lin Yu then performed the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan. Watching 4 golden chains dance through the air, Hiruzen's eyes grew wistful, memories of the late Mito Uzumaki, who had cared for him like a son, rising unbidden. Reminded of days past, Hiruzen's expression softened somewhat, but he pressed on. Anything else? At best, those would end in a draw. They're not enough to kill them. A sharp glint appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. With nothing left to lose, he decided to unveil his trump card. Crossing his hands before him in a gesture reminiscent of a cross, he caught Hiruzen's attention. The old man's pupils narrowed in alarm as he exclaimed, "That technique, could it be? Shadow Clone Jutsu, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique." There was a sudden burst and a thunderous commotion. Feet stomping, bodies bumping, the room erupting in chaos. In an instant, the spacious Hokage's office was packed wall-to-wall with people. Not a single gap remained. Over 100 Lin Yu clones spoke as one. "What do you think, Lord Hokage? With this technique, could I defeat them?" Hiruzen, brushing aside a stray foot that had landed squarely on his face, tried to speak, only to be silenced by another shoe pressing down. His muffled voice came out. "All right, I believe you. Just in the jutsu already." With a series of pops and wisps of white smoke drifting away, the roomful of Lin Yu clones vanished, leaving only the original Lin Yu standing in the center, scratching his head with an embarrassed, sheepish grin. Hiruzen pulled out a mirror to inspect his face. 1 shoe print, 2, 3, 6 shoe prints in all. As for his Hokage robes, there was no need to count. They were covered in scuffs and soot. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted nothing more than to hurl his pipe at Lin Yu's annoying face. But since it had been his own idea to test Lin Yu's abilities, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his frustration, silently cursing himself for not putting a stop to things the moment he saw that infamous hand seal. With the power of the multi-shadow clone jutsu combined with the vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, he could indeed wear down 3 Jonin, even though this kid was clearly holding back. Some tricks, what he'd shown was already impressive enough. At most, anything left up his sleeve would just be a few more A-rank jutsu. Well, fine, I suppose he barely qualifies as an elite Jonin. Why only barely? Because Hiruzen Sarutobi could see that Lin Yu hadn't fully mastered chakra nature transformation yet. Of course, Lin Yu was still young, there was no rush. That thought flashed quickly through Hiruzen's mind. With a stern expression, he turned to Lin Yu and said, "What happened today must never leave this room. If word gets out, I'll have you cleaning every restroom in the entire Leaf Village for a month. Yes, sir, Linyu replied crisply, standing at attention. You may go now. Hiruzen waved him off, unwilling to see Linyu anymore. In fact, he didn't want to see him again for the rest of the year. Linyu turned to leave, secretly feeling rather pleased with himself, not the least bit embarrassed. Oh, and by the way, Hiruzen's voice floated after him, as if telling a story. There are plenty of wild beasts roaming outside the village. It took a great deal of effort, even for our ninja, to safely escort a single envoy from the hidden cloud. You kids better not wander off outside. If you get eaten by wild animals, don't come blaming me. Without missing a step, Linyu walked out of the Hokage's office, casually closing the door behind him. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sly grin. A cloud envoy, huh? That's not the Sarutobi Hiruzen I used to know. Looks like things are about to get interesting. In the days that followed, Linyu went all out to boost business at Tuchi's ramen shop, pulling strings everywhere to stir up some excitement. He even roped Kusha in to help spread the word at the Ninja Academy. Tuchi himself was nothing if not proactive. Not only had he already picked out the location for the shop, he had even had a stack of business cards printed for Linyu to hand out. The shop would still be called Ichiraku Ramen, though this time the place was a bit bigger than in the original story. After all, Tuchi was full of youthful energy now. No wonder, when he was older, the shop would shrink down to a single row of seats. He was just making trouble for his future self. A little remodeling was needed, so Tuchi told Linyu the shop would officially open in 10 days. When he said this, Tuchi looked a bit nervous. After all, if they couldn't fill even 10 seats on opening day, it wouldn't crush him, but it would certainly be disappointing. Linyu slapped his chest in reassurance, promising Tuchi that the line would stretch from the shop door all the way to the Hokage building. Tuchi walked away with a look of regret, thinking he never should have believed Linyu's wild promises. In a moment of impulse, he'd agreed to open the shop. What was he going to do now? Linyu felt his reputation was on the line. He was determined to prove himself to Tuchi. He, Uzumaki Linyu, had plenty of friends. That's the situation, Orochimaru-sensei. Will you have time to come by for some ramen when we open? Linyu had even put Orochimaru on the guest list, which showed just how determined he was. Eating ramen? No way. Orochimaru seemed to still be holding a grudge over Linyu making him the scapegoat earlier and rejected coldly. Linyu's expression froze in embarrassment, but he ventured, I could arrange for you to meet with members of the Immortality Organization. Deal. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been trying to gather information on the Immortality Organization for a long time, but hadn't managed to learn a thing. Now, just the promise of ramen could get him a meeting. What a bargain. Linyu hadn't expected Orochimaru to agree so easily. To put it nicely, it was just a meeting with the organization's members, but to be blunt, it was more like letting the Immortality Organization give Orochimaru a good thrashing. Would someone like Orochimaru really just have a friendly chat with the Immortality Organization? Would he not try to pry into their secrets or uncover the mysteries of immortality? Impossible. When the time came, a beating was inevitable, and Linyu would show no mercy. If he said it would be a beating, then it would be a thorough one. Ah, you wouldn't just come eat ramen when invited, but insist on trading a beating for it instead. Honestly, you must be itching for trouble. Seeing that Orochimaru was still basking in his happiness, Linyu didn't want to disturb him. He quietly left a business card on the table, slipped out of the room, and hurried away. If he stayed any longer, he probably wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. After leaving Orochimaru's hideout, Linyu walked down the street, counting on his fingers. Mikoto, Uncle Dai, Tsunade, Uncle Shinobu, Teacher Gakushin, and Orochimaru. Only 6 people. Linyu ticked them off one by one. He'd only invited 6 so far. That simply wouldn't do. When Linyu made an appearance, he needed to do it with style. He glanced in one direction, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was hard at work. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. Come in. Hiruzen set aside his paperwork, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. When he looked up and saw who it was, he nearly spat out his tea, swallowing hard with a flushed face, then coughed and said, it's me again, Lord Hokage. Right now, the last person Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to see was Linyu. Whenever he saw him, he thought of those 6 pitch-black footprints on his face. That night, when he returned home, his wife, Buwako, had asked if he'd fallen into a ditch while walking at night. His clothes were filthy. He, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the wise and mighty 3rd Hokage of Konoha, actually got mistaken for falling into a ditch by his wife. He couldn't even explain himself. It was all Uzumaki Linyu's fault. What? Ramen? Hiruzen was completely baffled. He hadn't expected Linyu to invite him out for ramen. But as Hokage, he barely had any free time, let alone time to take a kid out to eat. If he had a moment to spare, he'd rather go home and spend it with his wife. Danzo, You scoundrel, Saratobi. I devote myself to Konoha 24 hours a day, and you're thinking about slacking off to spend time with your wife? Sigh. I just knew the Hokage wouldn't agree. Tsunade, Orochimaru-sensei, and I have already made plans anyway. Never mind, Hokage-sama, I'll let you get back to work. Lin Yu's face was clouded with disappointment, and the way he glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi was exactly how one would look at a heartless scoundrel. Tsunade and Orochimaru are going too? A gathering of master and apprentices? Come to think of it, it's been ages since we shared a meal. Perhaps it's a good idea. There aren't any pressing matters these days. Reliving our youth with my students over dinner sounds nice. With that thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated for a moment, then called out to Lin Yu, who was already turning to leave. Well, it's not entirely impossible. Did you all decide on a date? Let me see if I can make some time. 10 days from now, at Ichiraku Ramen. Lin Yu swiftly slid a business card onto the Hokage's desk. Without giving Hiruzen a chance to protest, he vanished in a flash, leaving as quickly as he'd come. Ichiraku Ramen? Is it a new place? 10 days from now, I shouldn't have anything scheduled. I may as well drop by, see if Tsunade and Orochimaru have made any progress lately. Hiruzen quietly took a puff of his pipe, pocketed the business card, and tucked it into his sleeve. At the Konoha Ninja Academy. It was lunchtime. In a corner of Class 2B, a mixed group of students had gathered, some tall, some short, blending second, third, and even fourth years. Standing out among them were the pineapple-headed Shikaka Nara and the spiky-haired Choza Akimichi, both instantly recognizable. The third, member of the Inoshikacho trio, Inoichi Yamanaka, was there too, though his long blonde hair was less striking compared to the first two. That was because right beside him stood another blonde boy, a sunny, handsome kid with an easygoing demeanor, Minato Namikaze. There were also the two Hyuga brothers, for story reasons. Let's say they were born a few years later than in the original. So, they're closer in age to the Inoshikacho trio. Please forgive this artistic liberty, along with some other background students. The group huddled around a podium, where a little girl with long red hair sat with an air of authority well beyond her years. Her pretty face was set in stern lines. She looked every bit the boss of a small-time gang. Shikaka Nara, looking exasperated, spoke up. Hey, what did you call us all here for, anyway? That's right. If this isn't about food, I'm leaving, Choza Akimichi said as he stuffed a handful of snacks into his mouth, making Kushina's stomach rumble with envy. Kushina swallowed hard, then waved her hand grandly. Fixing her gang with a look, she announced, Of course it's about food. I'm treating you all to lunch. No to ramen. The most delicious ramen you've ever tasted. The most delicious ramen ever. Are you serious? Choza's eyes lit up like he'd just discovered a whole new world. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. It's a flavor you've never experienced before. But on opening day, each person can only order one bowl. Just thinking about the delicious handmade ramen made Kushina's mouth water. But as the boss of the group, she had to keep up appearances in front of her friends. TCH, sorry, I'm not interested in food. I'll head off now. Shikaka Nara looked as unwilling as ever, clearly preferring to go home and take a nap. Don't go, Shikaku. You know I spent all my allowance this month on snacks, so well. Shikaku could only sigh at his friend's antics. He reached into his pocket. After all, this wasn't the first time. By now, he was used to it. Choji Akimichi grabbed Shikaku's hand in a hurry, chuckling awkwardly. Shikaku, you know how much I eat. A single serving just isn't enough, so, you know. Shikaku's face darkened, but he relented. All right, I'll go with you. Hayashi, I want to share too. Fine. Kushina finally let out a sigh of relief. The Inoshikacho trio was on board. Her bright eyes turned to the Hyuga brothers. Hayashi Hyuga curled his lip. I'm not interested in ramen, so I'll pass. His younger brother mirrored him. Whatever big brother says. Kushina frowned slightly. She wasn't close to these two, and it wouldn't be easy to persuade them. Just then, Minato Namikaze chimed in. Is this a class reunion? Sounds fun. Count me in. I'm a fan of ramen too. With that, Minato gave Kushina a sunny smile. Kushina grumbled inwardly, what a pretty boy. But on the outside, she just nodded back politely. Anyone else? This ramen is out of this world. Count me in. A class get-together? Sounds interesting. I'll join too. All the school stars are going. I want to be there. Seeing so many people support her, Kushina almost burst out laughing with excitement. This time, she was going to make Lin Yu see her in a whole new light. After all, Kushina had plenty of connections too. And here I thought it was something special. Just a bunch of kids playing make-believe. A student wearing the Uchiha clan's fan insignia happened to walk by and scoffed at their conversation. What did you say? Kushina puffed out her cheeks and clenched her fists. She'd never seen this Uchiha before. He probably hadn't tasted the power of her fists yet, or he wouldn't dare talk so big. Uchiha Udai gave a dismissive laugh. Well, isn't it true? Do you really think the heads of the great clans will show up for ramen? Or the legendary Sanin? Maybe even the Hokage? Huh, what a joke. Kushina's face turned bright red with anger. She was ready to start swinging. Who says the clan head won't go? I'll go back and talk to my father right now. Choza Akimichi declared loyally, standing up for Kushina. What use is a clan of gluttons? A noble clan like the Uchiha would never stoop so low as to join forces with you. Uchiha Udai sneered. I've changed my mind. The Hyuga clan will go as well. Hayashi Hyuga fixed Uchiha Udai with a piercing gaze. After all, the Hyuga always enjoyed going against the Uchiha. Whatever Big Brother says, goes. Hizashi Hyuga chimed in. Everyone thought, that line sounds oddly familiar. Thank you all. Kushina was a little moved. Her little brothers really came through for her. See you then. The air's getting thick in here. Some bugs must be around. The Hyuga brothers waved goodbye. It really does stink. I've totally lost my appetite. Shikako, Inoichi, let's get out of here. The Ino Shikacho trio left one after another. Are you all looking down on the Uchiha? Stop right there and say to my face. Uchiha Udai's face flushed red with anger, his voice cracking with frustration. But no one paid him any mind. The crowd of students scattered in an instant, and soon, only Minato Namikaze was left standing there. He smiled gently at Uchiha Udai, then walked past him and returned to his seat. After all, this was his classroom, and class was about to begin. Hey you, Blondie, did you just ignore me? Uchiha Udai, with everyone else gone, zeroed in on Minato, who looked like an easy target. Me? Minato was a bit at a loss for words. He hadn't wanted to argue, but somehow he'd been singled out as the pushover. If you got any guts, meet me outside for a one-on-one. In the Uchiha clan, only the strong get to speak. Uchiha Udai challenged, his tone full of provocation. If you insist, I wouldn't mind a friendly match, Minato said, spreading his hands in a gesture of goodwill. Then let's go. Meet me on the training field. And don't you dare cry when you lose. This was destined to be a one-sided rout. That afternoon, after school, a boy with a bruised and swollen face walked past Kushina. He looked familiar, so she gave him a second glance. Unexpectedly, he spun around and shouted at her. What are you staring at? I just tripped, that's all. And tell that little blonde brat to watch himself. Or he's going to get it from me. Ow. Kushina saw him run straight into a pillar while yelling, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She didn't recognize who he was, but she suddenly felt in high spirits and skipped all the way home, eager to tell Linyu all about it. That evening, at Linyu's house, Kushina sat on the sofa, cheeks puffed out in a pout, clutching Linyu's hand. The sweet scent of a young girl drifted from her, and Linyu instinctively scooted a little farther away. It wasn't that he wanted to play the gentleman. He simply had a feeling Kushina was up to no good. Ahem. Kushina, do you need something? Kushina hesitated a little, then asked, Brother Linyu, who did you invite to have ramen? As she spoke, her big eyes sparkled, clearly hoping to hear a few particular names from Linyu. Linyu let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried Kushina might ask him to do something truly awkward, but this was no big deal. After thinking for a moment, he counted on his fingers and replied, Mikoto, Uncle Dai, Tsunade, Uncle Shin, Teacher Kusiai, and Orochimaru. That's 6 people confirmed so far. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, his schedule was always packed, so Linyu couldn't be sure if something unexpected might come up and decided not to mention him. The Uchiha, the civilian uncle, the 3 legendary Sanin, an elite Jonin, and a medical ninja. Wow, Brother Linyu, you're amazing. Kushina's eyes curved into delighted crescents, feeling so proud that Linyu managed to invite so many important people. She leaned in close to Linyu, her breath warm against his ear, and whispered, Brother Linyu, do you think you could invite the Hokage as well? The gentle warmth in his ear made Linyu a bit ticklish, but hearing Kushina ask him to invite Hiruzen Sarutobi for ramen struck him as odd. Was it really necessary to invite the Hokage just to show support? Puzzled, Linyu asked, Kushina, are you hiding something from me? Blushing, Kushina fidgeted with her fingers, then blurted out everything that had happened at school that day. Frustrated, she said that Uchiha Udai is just too arrogant. I almost couldn't stop myself from giving him a good beating. Brother Linyu, help me out, please. Pretending to be helpless, Linyu spread his hands and said, The Hokage is incredibly busy. How could I possibly manage to invite him? Kushina threw herself into Linyu's arms, acting spoiled. She hugged his waist tightly and looked up at him, pleading, Brother Linyu, please help me. Aren't you Orochimaru's student? By association, you're practically the Hokage's grand disciple. You must have a way. At worst, I'll serve you for 3 days. As soon as she finished, Kushina buried her face in Linyu's chest, too embarrassed to lift her head. Her mind was already running wild, imagining how Linyu might ask her to serve him. Would she have to bring him tea and water, or even warm his bed? Oh, how embarrassing. Kushina kicked her slender legs in flustered frustration, burrowing deeper into Linyu's embrace. Linyu felt as if he'd been hit with a bolt of lightning, his heart crawling with 1,000 restless ants. Struggling to keep his composure, he said, "Let me think about it." But Kushina, seeing he still hadn't agreed, pouted and lifted her head, suggesting tentatively, "How about I let you stay at Mikoto's house for 3 days?" "Deal." Linyu agreed on the spot, not hesitating for a second. Kushina was stunned by how quickly he accepted, her earlier embarrassment instantly replaced by a surge of indignation. Beep, blackout mode activated. Kushina seemed to be possessed by the Susanoo. Blood-red chakra swirled around her. Her eyes flickered with a dark light, and her long hair floated as if caught in an invisible breeze. To Linyu's eyes, at that very moment, Kushina looked as though she had just walked out from the depths of hell itself. Hell, as her backdrop, blood-red, ghostly flames dancing around her, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind her. Of course, all these details were conjured up by Linyu's own wild imagination. Barefoot, Kushina stepped right onto Linyu, her delicate white hand gripping his chin. With a teasing laugh, her red lips parted. "My dear Linyu, have you decided how you want to meet your end? If I have to go, let it be under the peony flower. Just don't hit my face." Thud, 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 smack. It was as though the Hidden Leaf Village had just endured another earthquake. The next morning, Kushina strode cheerfully out of the house, a small backpack on her back. Behind her stood Linyu, tissue wads stuffed up his nose, smiling and waving goodbye, blinking with one blackened eye in an utterly comical sight. "I'm off to school. Linyu, you have to do your best today." Kushina waved her tiny hand as she spoke. Linyu decided he'd better spend the next couple days loafing around the house. Looking like this, there was absolutely no way he'd let anyone see him. No way. Maybe he should go find Mikoto for some comfort? Or perhaps drop in on Tsunade for a little distraction. Ninja Academy, 2nd year, Class B. "What did you say?" "Even Lord Hokage is coming to eat ramen that day." Hinata Hayashi exclaimed, incredulous. "Whatever my big brother says is always true." Kushina shot a look of pure disdain at this broken record, Hayashi, wondering if something was a little off with him. She cleared her throat and announced, "Quiet now. This is top secret. Not just the Hokage. Even the 3 legendary Sanin and the elite Jonin of the Leaf will all be there. Just think, you'll be eating ramen with the heroes of the village, maybe even sitting right next to the Hokage himself." To sit and eat ramen with the Hokage. Minato Namake's eyes shone with longing. Becoming Hokage was the goal of his life. If he could sit and share ramen with the 3rd Hokage, maybe he'd even get a chance to ask for advice on how to achieve that dream. He had to seize this opportunity. With utmost seriousness, Minato turned to Kushina and pleaded, "Please let me know the moment the ramen shop opens. No, better yet, could you tell me where it is? I'll go line up a day early." "A day isn't enough. I'm planning to go 2 days in advance." "I'll go 3 days early." "You're all amateurs," a voice suddenly piped up from the crowd. Choza Akimichi, face flushed with excitement, declared, "If even the Hokage is coming to taste this ramen, it must be out of this world. I've decided. I'm setting up camp at the shop entrance right now." Hey, Choza, you're overthinking it. We still have to go to school, you know. Are you planning to skip class?" Narashikaku was exasperated, though. He hadn't expected that the Hokage himself and so many elite Leaf Jonin would show up for the opening. That ramen shop must be something special. For great food, what's skipping class, really? Akimichi Choza was completely unfazed by the idea of skipping school. After all, it wasn't his first time. "Careful, or your dad might hang you up and give you a good lesson." Yamanaka in Noichi's voice drifted over, light as a breeze. "Come on, even my dad stands in the way of my culinary dreams." Choza grumbled, half angry, half resigned. Still, he set aside the idea of sneaking off to camp for now, unless he could talk his father into going too. Maybe that could actually work. The news that the Hokage would be going to try the new ramen shop spread like wildfire through the school. Of course, it didn't become public knowledge. Most of those in the know were the same students who joined the classmate mixer last time, kids from the big families like the Inoshikacho trio, the Hyugas, and others. They wouldn't blab at school, but they'd definitely be telling everyone at home. Kushina watched as her little brothers scattered to spread the word and rally the troops, a look of pride lighting up her face. I'm not one to be outdone. If Hi-8's got quality, then I'll win with sheer numbers. Just wait. He's in for a big surprise. That day, the teachers at the Ninja Academy were puzzled. The students all seemed distracted, even the top student, Minato Namake's. He wasn't fidgeting like the others, but his face was marked with tension and anticipation. Sensei Yumino gripped his chalk, trying to make sense of it all. As both teachers and students drifted in their thoughts, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Ring, ring, ring. Goodbye, Sensei Yumino. Hurry, go home and tell your parents the big secret. Don't say out loud. If too many people find out, we might not get a spot. Sensei Yumino blinked, and before he could announce the end of class, the room had cleared out. Just a handful of students remained. Even his star pupil Minato had quietly slipped away with his bag. Yumino caught one of the stragglers still lingering in the classroom, his gaze sharp. Has something happened in class lately? Why did Takuya and the others bolt so quickly? Even Minato left without a word. I don't know. I don't really hang out with them. Yumino's voice grew stern. You should get along with your classmates. I can't stand cliques. From tomorrow on, I expect you to join in, understand? Why, yes, sir. The Akimichi clan compound. Father, hurry. I found an incredibly delicious ramen shop. Let's go set up camp and get in line right now. Choji Akimichi tumbled into the living room, using both hands and feet, shouting loudly to his father. What? Incredibly delicious ramen? In Konoha? Is there really food I haven't tasted yet? The Akimichi clan leader swallowed down a giant chicken drumstick in a single gulp, barely chewing before it disappeared. The clan leader was a little skeptical. Was there any delicacy in Konoha he hadn't tried? No matter what, wherever in the village something delicious appeared, the Akimichi clan was always the first to know. It's true, father. Let's hurry and set up camp in line. Choji was already gathering his gear, his passion for food even greater than his father's. I'm fine with lining up, but what do you mean by camping? Is it in the middle of the wilderness? Because if so, I'm not going. The clan leader hesitated. He loved fine food, but meat was his true passion. To be honest, ramen didn't excite him that much. The shop isn't even open yet. They say it won't start business until 10 days from now. If we go line up now, we'll definitely be the first to try it. Choji's eyes were alight with enthusiasm, completely missing the deepening frown on his father's face. Choji, have I spoiled you too much? How could you come up with such a foolish idea? The clan leader was deeply disappointed in his eldest son, feeling he showed none of the Akimichi spirit. But I heard all three of the legendary Sanin will be there, and Shikaku and Inoichi too. Rumor has it even Lord Hokage will attend. Choji mumbled, his voice soft. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Your father's already packed and ready to go. Choji was stunned. In the brief moment he'd been talking, his father was already strapped with bags and bundles, looking every bit the seasoned traveler about to set off. A fire was kindling in Choji's eyes. No wonder he admired his father so much. His father's love for food was every bit as fierce as his own. No wonder he's my son. He has all the makings of my younger days. The clan leader thought to himself with pride. Food that could attract the Sanin and the Hokage. Just how delicious must it be? The Nara clan. Lord Hokage is going to try ramen, and the Sanin will be there too. Shikaka Nara looked a bit bewildered. How was it that, as the Hokage's secretary, he hadn't heard a thing, yet his own son Shikamaru knew ahead of time? That's the situation, father. Do you think this could be some kind of special mission? Shikamaru mused, stroking his chin. A special mission? Are you suggesting there's something suspicious about this ramen shop? Shikaku mirrored his son, rubbing his own chin thoughtfully. With all the clans of Konoha, the Sanin, and even the Hokage showing up, that ramen shop has to be extraordinary. Father, have you heard of any dangerous figures appearing in a ninja world lately? At this moment, Shikamaru's expression was nothing like a 12-year-old's. He had the mind of an adult in a child's body. They're saying the entire Nara clan must be transmigrators. Shikaka Nara's expression changed instantly, and he blurted out, the man in the black robe? Shikaku's son, Shikadai, asked, is that the mysterious black-robed man you told us about? The one who dominated the battlefield? That's right. He did far more than dominate the battlefield. He was almost godlike. Ordinary shinobi didn't stand a chance against him, and numbers meant nothing. In his presence, just hearing the clan leader of the Akimichi recount that battle, even through mere words, made Shikaku feel how fearsome this man truly was. Then, father, do you think this might be a trap set by the Hokage? Hello, father. Shikadai waited a long while without hearing a response from Shikaku, so he looked up, utterly exasperated, and pressed his hand to his forehead. Dad, you can't just take back your move. Aren't we supposed to be discussing something important? Oh, you caught me. Shikaku didn't look the least bit embarrassed. In fact, he shamelessly slid his piece across the board right in front of Shikadai and said, these are things you don't need to worry about for now. Just focus on your studies. The ninja world is about to be thrown into turmoil again. Shikadai drooped his head, clearly showing, you can talk all you like, but I'm not listening. Shikaku gave Shikadai's hair a vigorous ruffle and said, "Why overthink it? When the time comes, we'll just go and see for ourselves." "Dad, you want ramen too? Who doesn't love good food? Hey, hands off my pieces." Nearly a tenth of all the clans in Konoha received word that the Hokage planned to eat ramen. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but behind the scenes, everyone was scheming about how to win the Hokage's favor. Even if the third Hokage wasn't interested, earning the goodwill of one of the legendary Sanin would bring immense honor to the family. All the major clans in Konoha were in on the news, except for one, the Uchiha. "Fugaku, you gotta help me get revenge. That little blonde brat beat me up so badly." Yuta Uchiha wailed miserably, snot streaming as he pleaded. Fugaku couldn't help but step back 2 paces, a look of clear distaste on his face. As a proud member of the Uchiha, to be bullied like this by a mere commoner was a disgrace to the whole clan. Fugaku's face darkened. "Do you know the name of the one who did this to you?" "I do. His name's Minato Namikaze, and he's a second year at the Ninja Academy." "A student at the academy? That complicates things." The Ninja Academy was a vital Konoha institution. There was no way the Uchiha could simply do as they pleased there. Fugaku gave Yuta a withering glare. "You're a 4th year, and you got thrashed by a 2nd year? Honestly, you're useless." "I know I messed up, Fugaku, but that Minato Namikaze showed us Uchiha no respect at all. He was ruthless. By the time I got home, even my mom could barely recognize me." An idea suddenly struck Yu Uchiha, and he quickly said, Fugaku, I heard they're organizing some kind of classmates get-together, planning to go out for ramen together. When that happens, we could." "Enough. Just keep this to yourself. If anyone dares bully the Uchiha, we can't let it slide. By the way, who else is going?" "I think the Inuzuka clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Akimichi clan, and the Hyuga clan are all in." Fugaku Uchiha thought to himself, "Is it too late to back out now?" Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The ninja world remained relatively calm, with no major wars erupting. All 5 great nations were wary of the mysterious immortal organization and the black-robe figure. Unwilling to be the first to act without understanding the situation, each nation kept its distance. Though peace reigned over the ninja world for now, within the Hidden Leaf Village, a storm was quietly brewing. Beneath the village and root base, Danzo, having spent 3 days and nights in his laboratory, dragged his weary body to the door and opened it. A stench, a sickening mix of rotting wood and fresh blood, drifted out, making one's stomach turn. "Has anything happened in the Leaf Village these past few days?" Danzo's hoarse voice echoed through the underground chamber. The space was empty, and his words bounced back to him. Though no one was visible, Danzo acted as if nothing were amiss. At his question, a wraith-like figure peeled itself from the shadows. Its entire body was shrouded in black, not a single patch of skin showing. When it spoke, its voice was mechanical, devoid of any emotion. "Reporting, sir. Nothing unusual has happened in the Leaf Village recently. And the information I wanted about the mysterious black-robed figure who appeared on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Have you found anything?" "Reporting, sir." The black-robed figure seemed to appear out of nowhere in the ninja world. There had been no prior trace of him. However, over a month ago, one of our bounty branches in the Leaf was destroyed, possibly by this black-robed figure, though the cause remains unclear. "And what about the Immortal Organization? Any new findings?" "Reporting, sir." The Immortal Organization, like the black-robed figure, hadn't revealed itself in the ninja world prior to the war in the Land of Rain. In fact, this is the first time we've even heard the name Immortal Organization. They are even more enigmatic than the black-robed figure. Useless fools. Aside from a few scraps of public information, you've uncovered nothing these past months. What am I keeping you around for? If you're this worthless, you might as well become test subjects in the lab. Danzo was clearly infuriated. After months of investigation, they still hadn't traced the origins of a single individual. His wariness toward the black-robed figure and the so-called Immortal Organization only deepened. No leads, no clues. This was the last thing Danzo wanted. He prided himself on keeping everything under his control, never allowing any surprises. The Root Ninja noticed Danzo's shifting moods, as if he might be sent off to the lab for human experimentation at any moment. Even he, trained to be an emotionless machine, couldn't help but swallow hard. He knew all too well what kinds of experiments were conducted there. Some of the prisoners and criminals sent and had been brought in by his very own hands. Death didn't scare him, but some things were worse than death. He had once witnessed a prisoner fall victim to an experiment gone wrong. A tree had sprouted from within the man's body, using his flesh as nourishment, growing rapidly until it drained every last drop of life from him. No, I absolutely cannot become a tree. I have to save myself. Racking his brains, the root ninja suddenly recalled a piece of information he'd overheard in recent days. After a moment's thought, he bowed respectfully and said, Lord Danzo, something strange has happened these past few days. A strange event? Let's hear it. Danzo replied with indifference. Who decides what counts as strange in the Leaf Village? He does. I happen to hear that the Hokage is planning to go out for ramen. Even Danzo, with all his composure, was taken aback by this. That's supposed to be a strange event? Since when is Hiruzen eating ramen newsworthy? Has my root ninja been trained into an idiot? Danzo took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. That's the strange event you're talking about? You'd better have a good reason, or else. The root ninja's expression changed, and he quickly added, From what I've gathered, it seems that all the major clans of the Leaf will be attending as well. Apparently, it's a new ramen shop that just opened. Oh, a new ramen shop? Are you telling me even major clans like the Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, and Hyuga are going to show up? Yes, sir. It seems even the Uchiha are making some moves. They're planning to check out the ramen place, too. Oof. Uchiha. Whenever they're involved, trouble follows. Seeing that Danzo's interest was piqued, the root ninja embellished the story a little. Sir, do you think the Hokage might be inviting all the clans for a gathering? A gathering? That's possible. Did Root receive an invitation? Danzo picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, certain that Hiruzen wouldn't forget about him. We haven't received any notice, sir. What do you think? Crash. The teacup shattered in Danzo's grip, his bloodshot eyes going wide with fury as he bellowed. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I've dedicated so much to Konoha's future, and you hold a banquet without inviting me? I, Danzo, may not care to attend such gatherings, but I should be able to refuse. You don't even give me that choice. You may go now. Once the root ninja had left, Danzo departed the base and made his way toward the Shimura clan compound. Hiruzen, you scoundrel. Sneaking around, inviting everyone for ramen except me. Just wait. I'll make sure you don't get a single drop of soup. This is the price for betraying me. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hey, I'm a married man. Meanwhile, Linyu had been in low spirits these past few days. His monthly mission had reset, much to his dismay. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Help elderly ladies cross the street 100 times. 0 out of 100. Reward. 8 gates technique, life gate, injury gate. Task 2. Become a jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Reward. Chakra nature fusion, any 2 types at once. Task 3. Be the first customer to taste Ichiraku ramen, limited to 3 days. Reward. Hand seal speed doubled. Cumulative tasks, 3/10. Task. Earn a title from Madara Uchiha. Reward. Perfect sage body. Task. Fist bump Karama. Reward. Yang power refinement. Task. Complete 100 D-rank missions, 18 out of 100. Reward. 8 gates technique, opening gate, rest gate. Limited time rewards. Unlimited renegon usage, 1 hour, 39 minutes, and 39 seconds remaining, currently frozen. Unlimited Tensigen usage, 2 hours remaining, currently frozen. Linyu looked at the freshly updated monthly tasks, nearly in tears. He hadn't even made a dent in those 100 D-rank missions, and now he had to help 100 old ladies cross the street? This was outrageous. Where on earth was he supposed to find 100 grandmas needing to cross the road? Did the system want to force him into becoming Konoha's resident Good Samaritan? He wasn't Uchiha Obito. He didn't just happen to run into old ladies at crosswalks every day. Linyu was a busy man. With a sigh, Linyu realized there was no way he'd finish this task in less than 2 or 3 years. Was he supposed to stake out the roadside every day? And for what? The reward wasn't even the Rinnegan with 9 Tomo, or the ability to open the Death Gate without consequence. Hardly worth his time. Linyu decided to stop thinking about this task, and just let fate take its course. As for the next task, becoming a jonin, that shouldn't be too hard. Hiruzen Sarutobi already knew he had the skills for it. With a word to Orochimaru to pull some strings, he'd had it wrapped up in no time. A 10-year-old jonin of Konoha, 2 years earlier than Kakashi, who became a jonin at 12 and was made head of the Umbu at 15. When you looked at it that way, Linyu definitely had some bragging rights. As for the last task, Linyu figured if he went to line up now, he could still make it. The system required him to be the first customer to eat at Ichiraku Ramen. But he knew if he went now, the shop wouldn't even be open yet. Better to show up a day early. Surely no one else would be crazy enough to do that. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Tucci was making the final adjustments to his shop. This was the most important milestone of his life, and he couldn't afford to cut any corners. He carefully inspected every little detail, determined to give his customers the best dining experience possible. In the deep hours of the night, Tucci finished his last round of checks. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a gentle motion, finally at ease, ready to welcome the grand opening day with peace of mind. Handa was just about to close the door when a sudden clap of thunder rumbled overhead, startling him so much that his hands trembled and he nearly jammed the key into the lock the wrong way. His face wore a look of resignation, as if this wasn't the first time he'd heard such a sound. He turned his head to glance at the two tents before him, bulging like small hills. From inside came the thunderous sound of snoring, echoing through the quiet night. Rumble, rumble. Snort, snort. The two snores weren't even the same. How infuriating, yet somehow endearing. Of course, the two tents belonged to Choji Akimichi and his father. They'd staked out this spot days ago, determined to be the very first to taste the new ramen. It was their sincere passion for good food that had moved Handa, and in a moment of weakness, he'd let himself be swept along by their enthusiasm. Now, he was starting to regret it more and more, completely at a loss about what to do. Maybe he should go and ask Linyu for advice tomorrow. Rumble, rumble. Snort, snort. Oh, forget it. He'd worry about it tomorrow. He couldn't stay here another minute. Handa's figure slipped into the darkness, vanishing as if fleeing for his life. Tap, tap, tap. Who could that be, knocking so early in the morning? Linyu, eyes bleary with sleep, shuffled to the door, blissfully unaware of the blazing sun shining outside his window. Huh, Handa, big bro, what brings you here so early? Is a ramen shop opening ahead of schedule? Linyu patted his cheeks to shake off the last traces of sleep. If the shop was opening early, it would throw off all his plans. He had to know for sure. Oh no, it's nothing like that. The opening date hasn't changed. Handa pointed up at the sun and remarked, it's already well into the morning. You're really sleeping in today, aren't you? Linyu scratched his chest, feigning innocence. Ahaha, yesterday's mission wore me out. I must have overslept. He felt a pang of guilt, but surely it wouldn't be the end of him. Handa's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at Linyu. I didn't expect you to have such dedication. Well, I won't keep you. Just remember, be sure to come on opening day. Seeing that Handa was about to leave for real, Linyu quickly stepped forward to stop him. Handa, if there's something you need, just tell me. Besides, I'm totally rested up. 7 or 8 more missions today would be no problem at all. Sorry, Mikoto, but I got to keep pushing myself. Seeing that Linyu truly didn't look tired, Handa hesitated for a moment, searching for the right words. Finally, after a long pause, he said, I don't really know how to put it. Just come with me and see for yourself. Linyu thought. Then why did you stand there pondering for so long? With a sigh, he followed after Handa. He didn't have much choice. He was counting on Handa to help him with his next mission, after all. Doubling his hand sign speed would give a real boost to his combat abilities, even if he rarely needed seals for his strongest moves. Handa's ramen shop was a bit of a walk from Linyu's house. But the Hidden Leaf Village wasn't that big, so no distance here was much trouble for Linyu. For Handa, though, it was a bit of a trek for an ordinary man. Linyu couldn't help but wonder why, in the world of ninjas, they had computers, radios, and all sorts of precision instruments. Yet there were no telephones at all. It seemed he'd have to urge Orochimaru to look into it more often in the future. Orochimaru would probably protest. I'm a scientist, not a technologist. Arriving at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, Linyu was momentarily stunned by the 2 small mountains before him. What on earth was going on? Had people really gone as far as to pitch tents just to wait in line? As for who it could be, Linyu figured that, aside from the Akimichi clan, there was no one else in the Leaf Village with such enthusiasm. But then, how was he supposed to complete his task? Handa, noticing the thoughtful look on Linyu's face, stepped forward and quietly asked, So, have you come up with any way for them to enjoy ramen without having to wait in line? If only I knew the answer. I'd be first in line myself. It's not like we're buying tickets to a concert. Tickets. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Linyu's mind. If this worked, not only would his mission be accomplished, but the current problem would also be solved. Leaning close to Handa's ear, Linyu whispered, All we have to do is this, and the whole queue problem will disappear. Handa's eyes lit up as he listened to Linyu's suggestion. It really was a great idea, one that would not only deal with the 2 mountains outside, but also prevent the crowding caused by people lining up. It was a win-win. Handa clapped Linyu on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Kid, who knew you could be so resourceful? Heh, maybe it's just because I didn't order your ramen last time. Linyu grumbled inwardly. Brother Handa, how many seats do you have here? There might be a lot of important guests coming, Linyu said. Important guests? Handa chuckled, assuming Linyu was just bringing some ninja friends. There's room for about 15 people inside. Don't worry, that should be plenty. If it were only the people I invited, that would be enough, Linyu thought. But then there's Kusha and his side, potential stars in the making. Besides, Linyu had a nagging feeling that the grand opening of Ichiraku Ramen would be a much bigger event than anyone expected. Linyu, still uneasy, said, Brother Handa, there may actually be a lot of people. I suggest you rent out this open space out front, and set up some extra tables and chairs. Really? That many? Hanzo was surprised. The rental fee wasn't expensive, but what shocked him was that Lin Yu apparently had so many ninja acquaintances. Well, probably. Lin Yu guessed there would only be more people as time went on. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have told Kushina that Hiruzen Sarutobi would be coming too. Oh well, hopefully, nothing will go wrong. Lin Yu was genuinely optimistic about Ichiraku Ramen's future. TCH, Lin Yu, you're always optimistic about this or that. Why don't you ever doubt anything for a change? Lin Yu said, anyone can clear their name, but not Danzo. Danzo has to shoulder this blame. No one can save him, not even Sarutobi. That's my word. What? We don't have to stand in line anymore. What's this about a number card? Choji Akimichi was woken up from the tent by Tucci. As for his father, he was long gone from the tent. After all, as clan head, he didn't have much free time, but for the sake of good food, he had to let his son hold a spot for him. Tucci explained to Choji Akimichi what the seat number meant. Choji's eyes lit up as he asked, so as long as I get this number card, I won't have to wait in line? I'll be the first customer on opening day. Choji's eyes sparkled. Although skipping class was fun, he hadn't had a meal with Shikamaru in days and was starting to miss it. That's right. As long as you're among the first 10, you'll be in the first group of customers and can eat first, Tucci replied with a smile. He really agreed with Lin Yu's suggestion. This way, his workload wouldn't be too heavy. He would just need to focus on serving the first 10 people, and he could even take a breather in between. It was perfect. That's fantastic. I want one of those number cards now, and one for my dad too, Choji said, unable to hide his excitement. Oh, the number cards are still on their way. They should arrive tomorrow. Lin Yu stepped in with a reassuring smile to help Tucci out of the awkward moment. I see. Then I'll stay for another day, Choji replied. He looked Lin Yu up and down, then exclaimed in surprise. Red hair? Are you the Uzumaki Lin Yu that Kushina always talks about? The one she beats up every day? A vein throbbed on Lin Yu's forehead. Kushina. Lin Yu quickly sketched out the design for the number cards and handed it to Tucci, whispering a reminder to make sure the first card was reserved for him. Then, under Choji's curious gaze, he made a hasty retreat. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist storming the Ninja Academy to catch Kushina. She was just too much. After saying goodbye to Tucci, Lin Yu wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, watching the crowds rushing by. He couldn't help but feel like a true layabout. But lately, he really didn't have anything to do. Should he go hang out by the road for a while? Or maybe join Mikoto for a D-rank mission? Ugh, he didn't feel like doing anything. Honestly, he was only suited for a system where he could get stronger just by lying down. This second-hand system should just be sent back for an upgrade. Hey, Uzumaki Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned his head and caught sight of two shock white heads of hair. Startled, he said, Tsukumo-senpai, how do you have time to stroll around the village, and with Kakashi? Tsukumo Hatake had always liked this boy with Konoha in his heart. With a slightly helpless smile, he replied, I don't have much of a choice. Lord Hokage has put me on extended leave and asked me to be on standby in the village. So I thought I'd take Kakashi out for a walk. Lin Yu looked at Tsukumo Hatake with a meaningful gaze, his mind drifting into thought. It seemed that before long, Tsukumo would be tormented by the difficult choice between completing his mission and saving someone's life. In the end, he would choose to save a life, abandoning the mission, only to suffer the villagers' and fellow shinobi's scorn and condemnation. Even a comrade he saved would blame him for his mistake. With his unyielding nature, he would leave his only son, Kakashi, behind and end his own life. This left a deep mark on Kakashi's character. If it hadn't been for Obito and Rin's companionship, he would have never emerged from his grief so easily. But now that he thought about it, Kakashi's fate only grew more tragic. Obito would later give up his life to save him, and Kakashi himself would end up taking Rin's life with his own hands. Even if Rin chose to sacrifice herself, there was no denying her death came at Kakashi's hands. Considering all this, Kakashi's early life truly was a tale of sorrow. Lin Yu glanced twice at Kakashi, who had turned his back in a display of youthful pride. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Little guy, your peaceful days are numbered. Lin Yu, you know about my son Kakashi too? Did I mention him to you? Tsukumo Hatake looked a bit surprised. He didn't recall ever bringing up Kakashi with Lin Yu. Oh yes, Lin Yu scratched his head, feigning a bit of embarrassment. Uncle Dai told me during our last mission. He said that elder Tsukumo had a talented child named Kakashi. I was so curious and wanted to meet him, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Really? Haha, Kakashi isn't that gifted, honestly. I just hope he can grow up safe and happy, that's all. Tsukumo reached out and gently patted Kakashi's head, his face brimming with fatherly love. Sorry, but that wish is doomed to go unfulfilled, Lin Yu thought to himself. He didn't plan to interfere with the bond between Kakashi and Obito. At most, he might ask Might Due to counsel the future White Fang if he ever fell into despair. As for the deep ties between Obito, Kakashi, and Might Guy, well, Lin Yu was looking forward to seeing how that triangle, or rather, that strong friendship would unfold. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu turned to Tsukumo. Elder Tsukumo, do you have some free time the day after tomorrow? I'd like to invite you out for some ramen. Lots of familiar faces from the Leaf Village will be there, and even Lord Hokage might come. Lord Hokage too? Tsukumo was taken aback. Was there some special occasion coming up? He couldn't recall any tradition involving ramen, but his straightforward nature made him reluctant to refuse. So he nodded and said, sure, can I bring Kakashi along too? Of course. Lin Yu handed Tsukumo the business card for Ichiraku Ramen. After a few more words of friendly parting, the two took their leave in different directions. Land of Lightning, Cloud Village. High above the clouds, mountain peaks pierced the sky, shrouded in mist. Peals of thunder rolled through the air, shaking the heavens. This was Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds, one of the 5 great nations. Inside the massive, circular building crowned with a plaque inscribed with the character for Thunder, a crowd of cloud ninja gathered in the Great Hall. At the head sat the third Reikage, flanked by his trusted aide, Tutai. In the center, sprawled across a stretcher, lay a man with a wild, deranged look in his eyes, the very envoy Cloud had dispatched to Konoha. Tutai, what did the ANBU investigation uncover? The third Reikage's face was grim as he questioned his aide. Tutai, wearing a mask emblazoned with the thunder symbol, bowed respectfully and replied, Reikage-sama, Nakahira's brain has suffered severe trauma. His memory is in complete disarray, and there's no way to extract any concrete recollection of what actually happened. Nakahira was, in fact, the name of the Cloud envoy. They sent Nakahira back to us on purpose, confident we wouldn't be able to piece together what happened. But there's one thing for certain. This has everything to do with Konoha. The third Reikage didn't care who was behind it. The incident had occurred within the borders of the Land of Fire. Konoha could not be absolved of responsibility. What should we do, Reikage-sama? That's right. Reikage-sama, they left Nakahira in such a pitiful state. We can't let them off the hook. Why not send our forces straight to their doorstep and demand that Konoha hand over the culprit? The third Reikage's face was contorted with rage. Konoha was blatantly provoking the Cloud Village, but he wasn't one for subtle strategy. He turned to Tutai for counsel. Tutai, what's your take on this? The one-eyed Tutai pondered briefly before responding in a calm voice. First, we can't be certain Konoha is responsible. Second, our mission to Konoha failed, which means they've already discovered our intentions and thwarted our plans. In this, we are not in the right. He paused, then continued. Moreover, the scant fragments of memory the ANBU managed to extract show that the attacker wore a sand village headband. But that doesn't rule out Konoha's involvement. After all, the Yamanaka clan is adept at mental manipulation. Such a ruse would not be beyond them. And when it comes to strength, while Cloud does have the upper hand over Konoha, the gap is not significant. War between our two nations would be disastrous for both sides, and only invite the other 3 nations to seize the opportunity. I advise against declaring war on Konoha. So are we just supposed to swallow this insult? The third Reikage's voice trembled with frustration. Please be patient, Reikage-sama. According to reliable intelligence, the Sand Village has been experiencing some unrest lately. We can afford to wait a little longer and observe their situation. Once we have all the facts, we can turn suspicion toward Konoha. If we provoke Sand into starting a conflict, we can then drag Stone into the fray. That would be the perfect moment for Cloud to strike. Excellent. We'll do as you suggest. The third Reikage clenched his fists, barely able to contain his eagerness for a fierce, unrestrained battle. Sarutobi, Onoki, I hope you and your villages won't let me down. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting comfortably in the Hokage's office, leisurely puffing on his pipe. The room was thick with smoke, causing Tsunade's eyes to water almost to tears. One hand was clamped over her nose, the other waving frantically to fan the smoke away. If it weren't for the fact that the old man in front of her was her teacher, Tsunade would have knocked him flat with a single punch by now. Unbothered, Hiruzen took another drag, exhaled a smoky cloud, and remarked, It's rare for you to come looking for me. Is there something important you need? Tsunade steadied herself, her expression turning serious. I want all the information you have on the man in the black robe and the Immortality Organization. 2 days passed quickly, and at last, the grand opening of Ichiraku Ramen had arrived. Lin Yu held number tickets 1 through 8 in his hand, looking quite at ease. Yet another task was about to be completed with little effort on his part. As for the Akimichi father and son, They'd gotten tickets 9 and 10. After all, there were 10 people in a group, and whether you were first or 10th didn't make much difference. The rest would just have to wait until the doors opened to get their numbers. Counting heads, Lin Yu realized that, excluding himself, he had invited exactly 8 people. Kakashi and Might Guy weren't included, they were still too young. As for Kushina, she didn't even need to queue. Tucci had specially prepared a seat just for her. Lin Yu couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What a privileged dog. Early that morning, Lin Yu brought Kushina to the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. With a new shop opening, they wanted to lend Tucci a hand and see if there was anything they could help with. Of course, Lin Yu's top priority was to be the very first to taste the ramen. From a short distance away, Lin Yu spotted a blonde figure at the very front of the line. It was none other than the little son Minato Namikaze. He hadn't expected Minato to be the earliest arrival, aside from the Akimichi clan. Tucci had already set up a sign at the entrance explaining the purpose and rules of number tickets, so everyone could understand at a glance. Right now, they were all just waiting for Tucci to start handing them out. It was still early, and the only ones in line were the usual background characters from a ninja academy. Ino Shikacho and the Hyuga clan members hadn't arrived yet, let alone the Sanin or the Hokage. Minato, I didn't expect you to be the first one here, Lin Yu called out in greeting. Oh, you're Senior Lin Yu, right? It's a pleasure to meet you, Minato replied with a friendly smile. He'd seen Lin Yu once before, and often heard Kushina mention him at school, so he was already quite familiar with the reputation of the cursed prophet of the ninja world. Haha, so you're a ramen fan too, Minato? And here I thought you'd be less eager. Minato scratched his head a bit sheepishly. He'd only wanted to see the Hokage as soon as possible, but hadn't expected to be the first to arrive. The Hokage hadn't shown up yet. Sneaking a glance at Kushina and finding her not paying him any attention, he mustered his courage and quietly asked Lin Yu, Senior Lin Yu, do you happen to know if the Hokage is coming? Hush, don't worry, they'll come. And I'm about the same age as you, so just call me Brother Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised a finger, signaling to Shueimin to relax. Lin Yu, Kushina, you're here. Tucci spotted Lin Yu and Kushina arriving, and quickly craned his neck to look behind them. When he saw no one else, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. Catching Tucci's movement, Lin Yu immediately leaned in and whispered in his ear, Uncle Tucci, don't worry, they'll be here any minute now. Tucci stared speechlessly at Lin Yu. Uncle? Do I really look that old? Oops, that just slipped out. Never mind. Lin Yu, could you go and set off a firecracker for me? I still need to get the ingredients ready. As for Princess Kushina, I'll leave it to you to hand out the number cards, all right? Tucci gave Kushina a gentle smile. Hearing someone call her princess, Kushina was so delighted that she kept poking Lin Yu's waist, as if to say, See? Did you see that? Other people really know how to appreciate me. Lin Yu pursed his lips, feeling the sting of Tucci's favoritism. Taking the long string of red firecrackers from Tucci, Lin Yu found a spot with some space. With a quick flick of his finger, a small flame danced from his hand like a magic trick, lighting the fuse in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the firecrackers erupted with a series of sharp pops, echoing all around. Whoa, that's so loud. A group of ninja students waiting in line nearby covered their ears and scampered aside, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They'd soon get to see the Hokage up close. How amazing. Hey, who's the idiot setting off firecrackers so early in the morning? It's deafening. Across the street, the door of a dessert shop flew open, and someone's irritated voice rang out, thick with annoyance. Charging over with a scowl, Arata Shinji stormed up to Lin Yu, shouting, You little brat. Was it you who set off those firecrackers first thing in the morning? I swear I'll call the guards and have them lock you up for a few days. Sorry about that. We're just opening a new shop and wanted to celebrate with some firecrackers. I hope you can understand. Lin Yu felt responsible for disturbing the neighbor and spoke politely. Just a lousy ramen shop, yet you're going through all the formalities. Do you honestly think anyone will actually come? Shinji pressed on, not letting it go. It's our fault for disturbing you, and we apologize. But what you just said was a bit out of line. Lin Yu's smile faded, and his tone turned calm and cool. He'd already apologized and explained. If the man insisted on saying, if an apology worked, what would we need the Konoha guard for? Then Lin Yu wouldn't mind showing him a thing or two. Oh, come on now. It's just a grand opening. Setting off a few firecrackers is no big deal. Didn't you do the same when your place opened? The owner of a nearby fruit shop couldn't stand by any longer and hurried over to defuse the situation. He saw Shinji Sho harassing a young boy and quickly stepped in to mediate. He sensed that the boy carried an unusual air about him, likely a ninja, and since he and Shinji Sho had been neighbors for years, he didn't want to see him get into serious trouble. Making such a fuss over a tiny little shop. Do you really think people are going to flock here? Ridiculous. Shinji Sho grumbled as his neighbor dragged him away, cursing under his breath the whole time. What a clown. Linyu had no intention of making a scene. Today was the grand opening of Ichiraku Ramen, a day to celebrate, not to pick fights. Still, if Shinji Sho tried anything else, Linyu certainly wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. As he was pulled away, Shinji Sho scowled at the fruit shop owner and muttered, "Just watch. There's no way they're going to have much foot traffic today. Come on now, what's this about? They haven't done anything to you. Is all this really necessary?" The fruit shop owner sighed, clearly exasperated. "You know I have a nephew, right? He runs a ramen shop too. No way I'm letting that guy across the street steal his business. And besides, they're being a nuisance today," Shinji Sho replied, full of resentment. "We're all just out here trying to make an honest living. Don't go stirring up trouble. Relax. I'm no brute. I don't go in for knives and guns. Merchants have their own ways. Today, I'm putting all my pastries on a 30% discount. Who'd bother with their ramen when they can get a deal at my place?" Shinji Sho burst out laughing at his own scheme. "Is that really necessary?" The fruit shop owner tried to protest, but Shinji Sho cut him off. "Don't worry. It's just a little discount. I'm actually losing money on this. I bet you anything they won't get more than 20 customers today." Shinji Sho glanced at Ichiraku Ramen, where only 8 or 9 kids, probably students, were lining up. With a derisive snort, Shinji Sho declared, "If they get over 100 customers today, I'll eat my own shoe right here." Linyu, unaware of Shinji Sho's deadly oath, was waving enthusiastically at 2 striking figures approaching in the distance. Over here, Tsunade, Makoto. The 2 women, one mature and one youthful, were none other than Tsunade and Makoto. Both had graceful, enviable figures, though Makoto, at only 12, was still no match for the fully grown, stunning Tsunade, who exuded effortless charm and irresistible allure. "He looks like we made it in time," Tsunade said casually, her bright eyes sweeping over Linyu. Makoto stood quietly at her side, smiling warmly at Linyu and sneaking him a playful wink whenever Tsunade wasn't looking. "You're right on time. We're just about to open for business." Linyu took a moment to admire the 2 beauties in front of him, each dazzling in her own way. Makoto radiated youthful vitality, while Tsunade gave off an intoxicating, peach-like fragrance that was simply impossible to resist. "Then let's hurry up and get in line. By the way, is anyone else coming?" Makoto said sweetly. Tsunade also glanced at Linyu. She knew that both Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage were supposed to come, but she had no idea where they managed to find the time to join a kid for ramen. Orochimaru, in particular, was hard for Tsunade to believe. She knew her close friend's personality well enough. He'd never be interested in ramen, let alone accompany a child to eat it. Linyu must have had some unique way to invite him. If Tsunade knew that Linyu had traded a meeting with a member of the Immortality Organization by giving Orochimaru a beating for this ramen invitation, she would absolutely lose her temper. Yesterday, she'd gotten nothing from Hiruzen Sarutobi. No useful information at all. The Immortality Organization and the mysterious man in black were nowhere to be found. That left Tsunade feeling quite frustrated. If she realized that the very man in black she'd been dreaming of tracking down was standing right in front of her, inviting her out for ramen, she would probably dump the entire bowl of noodles on Linyu's head and smack him with a shovel for good measure. "You're supposed to be a mysterious villain, not eating ramen. Of all things, ramen. No need to wait in line. I already held your places for you. Here, these are your seat numbers." Linyu casually drew 2 tickets from the stack labeled 1 through 8, handed them over, and explained how the number system worked. "This is really convenient. I wonder who came up with such a great idea." Makoto thought it was a clever method. This way, people were much less likely to cut in line. "Ah, well, that's him. That's the blonde brat. Fugaku. Teach him a lesson for me." A furious voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Looking up, they saw a group of a dozen or so ninjas in Uchiha clan uniforms had gathered by the roadside, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Leading them were Uchiha Shionda and Uchiha Fugaku. Shionda's face was wrapped in bandages, and he was glaring at Minato Namikaze, who was standing in line. His expression was a storm of anger and wounded pride, as if Minato had gravely wronged him. He was furious because Minato had hit him so hard his own mother wouldn't recognize him, and he was resentful that Minato always aimed for his face. Was it jealousy of his good looks as an Uchiha? "Today, I swear I'll beat that blonde brat until even his mother won't recognize him," Shionda vowed silently, burning with thoughts of revenge. Minato's sharp senses caught the commotion and the feeling of being watched, and, "Blonde brat? Wait, are they talking about me?" He glanced around. "Well, I'm the only blonde here, so I guess it must be me. So, you're the one who bullied a member of the Uchiha clan, aren't you?" Uchiha Fugaku ignored Linyu and Makoto, striding straight over to stand before Minato Namikaze. Though he pretended not to notice them, A sharp pang tugged at his heart. After seeing far too many of the Uchiha clan's less-than-charming faces, encountering Makoto's beauty once more made Fugaku clutch his chest tightly. "Ah, my dear Makoto, damn that Uzumaki Linyu. Just you wait, I'll deal with you soon." Fugaku's anger at Uzumaki Linyu now spilled over onto Minato as well. He was determined to assert his authority here and now, to show Linyu exactly what happened to those who crossed the Uchiha clan. He also wanted Makoto to see just how imposing, heroic, and dashingly handsome her Fugaku truly was. Minato Namikaze heard Fugaku's words and studied Uchiha Yudai for a long moment, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Are you Uchiha Yudai?" he asked hesitantly. "Unbelievable. Minato Namikaze, you're insufferable. Look what you've done to me, and you still can't recognize me? This is outrageous." Uchiha Yudai, the very cause of this commotion, found himself scrutinized and nearly unrecognized. The indignity almost made him cough up blood. He was so furious it felt as if he'd suffered an internal injury. Sorry about that. Last time, I was in a hurry to get home and didn't hold back." "Senior Yudai, I really am sorry." Minato apologized with a sheepish smile. That Senior Yudai was the last straw for Uchiha Yudai. Was Minato subtly pointing out that a fourth-year senior had been bested by a sophomore? "Minato Namikaze, you've gone too far. I, Uchiha Yudai, challenge you to a duel to the death." Unable to contain himself any longer, Yudai felt a bitter taste rise in his throat. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. As he glared at Minato with bloodshot eyes, this wasn't the Sharingan at work. He was simply so enraged that his vision burned red. "Senior Yudai, you're coughing up blood. Maybe you're a bit too weak right now. How about eating a bowl of ramen to build your strength before we continue?" Minato said, looking genuinely concerned as he noticed the blood. Nobody try to stop me. Either Minato Namikaze falls today, or I, Uchiha Yudai, am carried out of here on a stretcher," Yudai shouted, losing all sense of reason. Fugaku grabbed the frenzied Yudai, holding him back. Frowning, he turned his gaze on Minato. This boy is cunning. He managed to defeat Yudai without even lifting a finger just by talking. Could he be as much my rival as Linyu? He guessed right. After all, Minato would become the fourth Hokage. Fugaku furrowed his brow and tested the waters. "Minato Namikaze, is it? You've injured a member of the Uchiha clan and just now spoke harshly to us. You owe the Uchiha an explanation." Minato knew that beating someone up this badly wasn't exactly right, but he felt his words had been reasonable. He replied softly, "Esteemed ninja elder. My name is Uchiha Fugaku." Elder Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself. Has this kid never heard of me? Doesn't he know I'm the young clan leader? Minato Namikaze continued. "Elder Fugaku, Yudai Senpai, and I were simply having a friendly sparring match, and it was actually Yudai Senpai who challenged me. If my control over my strength was lacking, that's my fault, and I'll take responsibility for his medical expenses. But everything I just said was out of genuine concern for him, not the slightest bit of mockery." "Medical expenses? Do you really think the Uchiha clan cares about a trivial sum like that? Kid, you'd better know your place. You think you can just walk away after hurting someone from the Uchiha?" Around them, a group of Uchiha shinobi began to speak up. "So, what exactly do you want?" Minato asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He wasn't looking for trouble, but he certainly wasn't afraid of it either. Fugaku fell silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "Here's what we'll do. We're not here to bully you. I brought 12 Uchiha Genin with me today. If you can defeat them, one after another, we'll consider the matter settled." 12 Genin? Isn't that going a bit too far? "Yeah, that's right. We're just students at the Ninja Academy. We're not even Genin ourselves yet. There's no way we could beat a Genin, let alone 12. The Uchiha clan is just too arrogant." The other students who had come along stood up for Minato. They also felt that the Uchiha were pushing things too far, expecting Minato to take on 12 opponents at once. If their parents were here, they would never dare to speak out like this. Crossing the Uchiha was never wise, but as spirited youngsters, faced with injustice, their sense of justice demanded they speak up. Minato's expression grew serious as he looked at the 12 shinobi before him. He spoke, "I accept, but I want to face them one-on-one 12 matches in a row." He relished the challenge of facing strong opponents, but he was well aware of his own limits. 1 versus 4 was already pushing it for him. Against 12 Genin, he was sure he'd be overwhelmed before long. "That's acceptable," Fugaku replied after some thought. He figured that, even one at a time, Minato stood no real chance, so he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out, "Come on, today's the grand opening of Ichiraku Ramen. If you all bully a friend I invited, aren't you making me lose face too? Why not count me in as well?" Hey, Uzumaki emerged from the crowd with a genial smile. He felt the timing was perfect. This was his chance to win some favor with Minato. Hey, Uzumaki, you dare show your face in front of me? You should be grateful I haven't come after you myself. And yet you still have the nerve to meddle in Uchiha affairs. Fugaku's temper flared the moment he saw Hate. The memory of Hate holding Mikoto's hand flashed in his mind, and he felt a dull ache in his chest, even though he no longer thought much of Mikoto, for reasons he couldn't explain. Recalling that scene always stirred a pang of jealousy and resentment. He wanted nothing more than to string Hate up and vent his anger. Linyu gave a gentle smile and said, "So, when your Uchiha clan members lose to others, you just run home to cry to your mothers? Is that really the dignity of a great clan? You sharp-tongued brat. The honor of the Uchiha is not to be insulted. Whoever bullies one of us, we will make sure to settle the score." Settle the score? Settle the score. The ninjas who had come with Fugaku looked at him with excitement in their eyes. With such a young leader at their side, what more could they ask for? They were proud to be born into the Uchiha clan. Enough talk. Come on, let's get this over with quickly. The ramen shop is just about to open for business. Is that all right, Minato? Linyu said. Minato shot Linyu a grateful look and said, "Senpai, I'll take on 5 of them myself." "I thought you were going to say you'd take on 7. Linyu couldn't help but tease in his mind. "Ip man, why not 10? Linyu and Minato Namikaze stepped aside to an open space. Couldn't let a bunch of red-eyed troublemakers wreck the grand opening of the ramen shop. Not far off, Arata Shinji swaggered up to the fruit shop owner and said, "Well, would you look at that? The Uchiha clan is here to cause trouble. What rotten luck for this new ramen shop." Ha ha ha. The fruit shop owner shook his head with a sigh. To run into something like this on the very first day. If this wasn't handled properly, the shop might not even see a second day. Fugaku led the Uchiha group after Linyu and Minato. They didn't care where the fight took place. Their only goal was to beat Linyu and Minato so badly they'd be unrecognizable. Just like what happened to Uchiha Shionda, whose own mother couldn't even tell who he was. Fugaku stood to the side, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. A great clan has its own way of doing things. I'll even let you pick your opponents first. The clans of Konoha don't act like the Uchiha, came a commanding voice. The crowd parted, making way for a group dressed in white training robes. The Hyuga clan had arrived. From among them stepped Hayashi Hyuga, who looked calmly at the Uchiha across from him and said, "We Hyuga have no taste for ganging up on the weak. 12 against 2, and one is a genin, the other just a student. Shameful. Hayashi Hyuga, go get your father to speak with me. You're not worthy yet." Fugaku's face darkened. Hayashi let out a cold, mocking laugh. If this were any other clan, the Hyuga might have hesitated to confront them so directly. But against the Uchiha, all bets were off. They'd go at each other with everything they had. The Konoha leadership never wanted the great clans to live in harmony. That would threaten their own power. The rivalry between the Hyuga and Uchiha was especially intense, and the higher-ups quietly encouraged it. "Fugaku Uchiha, what a big shot you are. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were already clan leader. But aren't we both just young heirs? Who's to say who's more important? Hinata Hayashi, this is an Uchiha family matter. Are you sure you want to get involved?" Fugaku's voice was cold. He had no fear of the Hyuga clan. When it came to overall strength, the Uchiha were undoubtedly the #1 family in Konoha. Hayashi replied, "I was invited here today to have ramen with my classmates. If you bully my classmate right in front of me, do you really think I'm someone you can push around?" Linyu glanced at Hayashi, surprised. That's odd, he thought. Hayashi was such a cocky kid. How did he grow up to be so timid? Even sacrificing his own brother just to save himself. Does becoming clan leader make people foolish? That's right. We came here together for ramen. If the Uchiha pick on Minato, you're looking down on all of us. Exactly. Besides, there's a big shot coming soon. You Uchiha had better watch yourselves. Fugaku sneered. A big shot? He was honestly curious to see just how important this person could be. Important enough that even the Uchiha would have to step aside. Well, I'd like to see who else is coming for this lousy ramen. Let me make myself clear. Anyone who eats at this shop today, Uchiha Fugaku. And what will you do, Uchiha? The crowd quickly parted in 3 directions, making way for the arrival of the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clan heads. The 3 great families aligned with the Hokage. It was the Akimichi patriarch who spoke. He had no filter around young Fugaku. With Shikaku right beside him, what was there to fear? Fugaku had heard from Uchiha Udai that the Inoshikicho trio might show up, but he never expected all 3 clan leaders to come out for a bowl of ramen. At most, he thought it would be Shikaku and chose his generation. Who brings their clan head just to eat ramen? Unbelievable, how outrageous. Fugaku's face darkened. Try and stay calm, he asked. Are you saying the Inoshikacho clan leaders are here for ramen too? Fugaku simply couldn't believe this little ramen shop could attract such a crowd. That's right. We waited in line for days. If we don't eat, all that waiting would be for nothing. Choza Akimichi darted out from behind his father's broad frame, proudly waving 2 numbered tickets. The Yamanaka and Nara clan heads didn't say a word. True to their personalities, they paid little mind to the squabbles of the younger generation, just nodded politely to Tsunade across the way, then joined the line for their tickets. Well, it's lively here, isn't it, Linyu? There was only one person in Konoha with a laugh like that. Orochimaru. Orochimaru sensei, if you'd come any later, your student would have been mobbed by this crowd. Linyu said, feigning the look of someone bullied. Is that so? Then I'd really like to witness Linyu's strength for myself. Orochimaru paid no attention to the strange looks from those around him. Compared to that, he was far more curious about Uzumaki Linyu's abilities. Curious enough to want to test them personally. Orochimaru. Fugaku's expression tightened. Of the legendary Sanin, it was Orochimaru he feared most. Tsunade, for all her power, still had the support of the Senju clan. Even if that clan was but a shadow of its former self, she was not alone. As for Jiraiya, that fool, he didn't even count. Orochimaru alone was formidable, ruthless, willing to use anyone, bound by no attachments. Making an enemy of such a person was the gravest mistake one could make. Yet he was the 3rd Hokage's student, and, on the surface, stood in open opposition to the Uchiha. Even the Sanin are getting dragged into a quarrel between juniors. Fugaku said, glancing sidelong at Tsunade, who watched the scene unfold with detached amusement, as if to say, even Tsunade, your peer, is content to be a bystander, and yet you would step in on Uzumaki Linyu's behalf. I'm just here for some ramen by invitation. Please, carry on. Orochimaru replied, then stepped aside. Instantly, the spot where he stood cleared out. No one dared come within 2 meters of Orochimaru. Strangers knew to keep their distance. You're here for ramen too? Fugaku gritted his teeth. The might of the Sanin was beyond his ability to challenge. He could only swallow his anger and accept the situation. Brat, looks like no one can save you now. Get ready for a beating. With no one else to vent his frustration on, Fugaku turned his ire toward Linyu and Minato Namikaze. Well, so many people here for ramen? Looks like I'm late to the party. Just then, another voice rang out. Fugaku, already at his wit's end, was about to explode in anger, but the sight of the newcomer froze him in place. The 3rd Hokage. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Wow, it's the 3rd Hokage himself. Greetings, Hokage-sama. I'm a student at the Ninja Academy. Linyu stifled a laugh and addressed Fugaku. What's the matter? I could have sworn I heard someone say that if anyone ate at this place, the Uchiha would... What was it again? You, Hokage-sama. I have something to discuss with you. Just now the Uchiha. Linyu waved to Sarutobi Hiruzen and called out loudly. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen turn toward them, Fugaku realized he had no time to weigh the consequences. He hurriedly shouted, the Uchiha are treating everyone today. Eat to your heart's content. Hooray, that's great. Free food for everyone. Of course, it was Akimichi Choza who said this, practically dancing with excitement as he fantasized about how many bowls he could devour. 10? 20? With that, any chance of fight was gone. Just as everyone thought the matter had ended, a raspy voice suddenly broke the silence. Wait, the Shimura clan has something to say. Ever since the arrival of the 3 great clans, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara, then Orochimaru, and finally even the Hokage himself, it wasn't just Fugaku whose expression shifted wildly. Not far away, Arata Niikyo's face also twisted as if he'd swallowed something foul. Arata Niikyo simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was certain he'd fallen into a Jinjutsu. No way. I must be dreaming. How could the Hokage possibly show up? This is impossible. Beside him, the owner of the fruit shop sighed and gently patted his old friend on the back. Arata, face reality. This is all real. Let's head back. No, I don't believe it. Even counting all the clans here, there are only about 50 people. Just half the total. I haven't lost yet. Arata Niikyo shook off the fruit vendor's hand, his eyes wild, half crazed. But no one was actually betting with him. This was all just his own wishful thinking. The fruit shop owner looked at Arata with a twinge of pity. They'd known each other for over 20 years, closer than family. So, he quietly stayed by Arata's side, not budging an inch. Wait, the Shimura clan has something to say. A raspy, deep voice rang out. At the horizon, Danzo Shimura's figure appeared first, followed by a great wave of Shimura clan members close on his heels. It looked as if the entire clan had mobilized. Danzo ignored everyone around him. In his cold gaze, Only Hiruzen Sarutobi existed. He strode forward to stand before Hiruzen. Dressed in a gray and white kimono, he faced off against the Hokage's flame-embroidered robe, two figures in stark opposition. System. Kiss him. Go on, kiss him. Linyu, smack. I knew you were nothing but a degenerate second-hand system. Get lost. Danzo stared at Hiruzen for a long moment before saying coolly, Hiruzen, you didn't expect me to come, did you? A question mark seemed to appear above Hiruzen's head. Of course I didn't know you'd show up. How could I know whether you want ramen? But still, he spoke up. What's this? Danzo, do you like ramen too? Like ramen? That's right. Today is ramen day for the entire Shimura clan. Everyone has to eat ramen. Danzo's tone grew more agitated as he saw not a hint of remorse in Hiruzen's expression. Ramen day? How come I never heard of such a special holiday for the Shimura clan? Another question mark danced above Hiruzen's head. Today, Danzo was acting strangely. Of course you don't know. You only pay attention to all those other Konoha clans. Nara, Akimichi, Hyuga, even Uchiha. You know every detail about them. But when it comes to me, Danzo paused, leaving the sentence hanging. But when it comes to you what? Hiruzen eyed him suspiciously, starting to wonder if the Danzo before him was an imposter. You don't need to know. All you need to know is, today I'm here for ramen, and I'm ordering a lot. You'd better watch out, or there won't be any left for you. Danzo, seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi pretending to play dumb, simply ignored him and called the Shimura clan over to line up. How odd. I haven't provoked him lately, have I? Hiruzen adjusted his Hokage hat and stopped pondering. With a light chuckle, he strolled over to Tsunade and Orochimaru, eager to catch up with the students. Senior Linyu, thank you so much for earlier, Minato Namikaze said after a brief pause, expressing his gratitude. He felt that things were changing. Faster than on the battlefield. One moment it was a fight, the next it became a feast. Was this the mysterious bond of friendship between men? You were invited by Kushina, after all, and besides, I've been itching to teach those Uchiha guys a lesson for a while now. Linyu lowered his voice for the last part, not out of fear that Fugaka might overhear, but because Ichiraka Ramen was officially opening, and he didn't want any more trouble. Business came first. He could settle things later. Linyu, we're not too late, are we? Mighty Guy's father, Might Dewey, arrived hand-in-hand with Hyuga Gakushin and Yuhi Makoto. Who knew how the three of them ended up together? No, bumped into each other. There's quite a crowd outside. The three of us barely squeezed in after meeting at the entrance. Did something happen? Hyuga Gakushin adjusted his glasses as he asked. Nearby, Might Dewey was looking around wide-eyed, like a country bumpkin visiting a grand palace for the first time. He muttered under his breath, Nara, Yamanaka, Hyuga, even the Uchiha are here. Wow, that's Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin. And, wait, the Hokage himself actually showed up. Might Dewey looked just like a starstruck fan meeting celebrities. On his back, Might Guy gazed around in curiosity too, as if searching for that aloof, white-haired boy he'd seen earlier. As for Yuhi Makoto, her face remained serious as always, but when she saw the Sanin and the Hokage present, a flash of excitement flickered in her red eyes. This trip was definitely worth it. Linyu glanced around but didn't spot Tsukumo Hatake. He probably hadn't arrived yet. Never mind, time to eat first. He led the trio over to Tsunade's group and handed them their tickets, briefly explaining how they worked. Hiruzen, holding his numbered ticket, instinctively reached for his pipe. Realizing he hadn't brought it, he stroked his beard and said, This queuing method is really quite innovative. I think it could be adopted by all the shops in the village. Hiruzen was an old capitalist at heart. He immediately recognized the benefits of the ticket system. Of course, that's no problem. But since I came up with it, shouldn't you, Linyu suggested playfully, hoping to squeeze a little benefit out of the old man. Hiruzen shot Linyu a look and replied gruffly, Go pick out a B-rank jutsu from the secret vault. Can I get cash instead? Linyu asked meekly. He already knew plenty of jutsu, and not many B-rank ones caught his interest. Now, if it was an A-rank or higher, that might be worth considering. Watch your tone when speaking to the Hokage, brat. Tsunade raised her hand and delivered a sharp flick to his head. This kid still wanted cash instead of a reward? If cash were that easy to come by, she wouldn't be scraping together every penny just to gamble. No way. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Linyu, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He was reminded of the 6 muddy footprints still marked on his face, and his expression darkened. It seems we can go inside now. If you don't hurry, I'll head back to deal with official business. Linyu understood this was impossible and took the lead, guiding Sarutobi and the others into Ichiraka Ramen. Yet, something felt off. There seemed to be one person missing. Where was Makoto? Meanwhile, Makoto was reluctantly handing out number tickets outside. Kushina had dragged her along as a stand-in. Makoto's beautiful. Eyes darted toward Linyu and the group entering Ichiraku, and she nearly wept inside. Did none of you notice someone was missing? Huh, Kushina, weren't you just outside? As soon as they stepped into the shop, Linyu spotted Kushina already seated, chopsticks in hand, ready to dig in, who then was handing out tickets outside. Hee. Growling, Kushina rubbed her little belly, scrunching her face as she explained, I asked Mikoto to help me out. Handing out tickets was exhausting, and when I got tired, I got hungry, and then I followed the delicious smell and snuck in ahead of you. So, the one outside is Mikoto? I'm about to start eating. With that, Kushina snapped her chopsticks apart and prepared to take the first bite. Wait a second. In that instant, Linyu seemed to transform into the Flash, Spider-Man, and Green Bean Man all at once. Moving faster than the blink of an eye, he snatched the very first bowl of ramen from Kushina's hands in a daring, split-second maneuver. Good thing I made it in time. Linyu cradled the first bowl of Ichiraku ramen in his arms, as if it were the most precious treasure, guarding it more carefully than he ever would Kushina herself. He hardly dared to move a muscle. Linyu, you stole my ramen. Kushina's hand was still frozen midair, holding her chopsticks, but the bowl on the table had vanished without a trace. She whipped her head around, cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at Linyu. Kushina, I was just so hungry. Let me have this bowl first, okay? Linyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he'd nearly failed the mission, and would have had one of his abilities erased by the system. Who would have thought a simple ramen-eating task could be so nerve-wracking? He'd almost blown it. Kushina puffed up her cheeks even more, but when she saw Linyu eating straight from the bowl without even using chopsticks, her face turned to one of utter distaste. Shameless Linyu. Tsunade and the others looked on in stunned silence. This wasn't the Linyu they knew, or rather, it was a side of Linyu they'd never seen before. Even Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, half suspecting that this was someone using a transformation jutsu. But in the entire Leaf Village, there was no one whose transformation jutsu was so masterful that they could fool his eyes, except for his own teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. So this possibility was quickly dismissed. Then what exactly was going on here? Could it really be that the ramen was just that delicious? Compared to Orochimaru's utter bewilderment, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained calm and composed. He'd already grown accustomed to Lin Yu's unpredictable ways, breaking. The rules seemed to be part of his character. Snatching a bowl of ramen was nothing. At least he wasn't using the multi-shadow clone jutsu to grab ramen. Clearly, Hiruzen Sarutobi still held a deep-seated grudge over the use of multi-shadow clone jutsu. What? No takeout allowed? And we have to queue outside for a number ticket? Do you even know who I am? A shinobi from the Shimura clan protested, his tone brimming with indignation. But then, recalling who was standing nearby, his voice lowered a notch. He leaned in closer to Tucci and whispered, Boss, can't you make an exception for us? We're willing to pay double. No exceptions. Tucci replied sternly as he prepared the ingredients. He had a big task today and no time for idle chatter. Bowing his head, he focused on his ramen, every movement precise and deliberate. Seeing this, the Shimura shinobi was fuming inside, yet dared not vent his anger. He could only stew in frustration. Never before had he encountered such a stubborn shopkeeper. The seating at Ichiraku Ramen was arranged in a familiar half-circle around a curved counter, with Tucci's open kitchen showcased. At the center, this way, every customer could see for themselves that every bowl was made fresh, never leftover from the day before. Off to one side of the round table sat a special children's seat, set face-to-face, reserved for Kushina. At this moment, Linyu was seated there, sharing a bowl of ramen with Kushina, the two facing each other. Everyone, please take your seats. Even in the presence of the third Hokage, Tucci showed not a shred of awkwardness. In front of his ramen, he was the unflappable Otsutsuki Tucci. No one could distract him from his craft. Hiruzen Sarutobi called for his two disciples to sit down. Only after the Hokage and the legendary Sanin had taken their seats did Might Due and his group find places along the other side of the curved table, leaving a few empty seats in between. At last, it's ramen time. Smells amazing. Choji Akimichi, accompanied by his father, the clan head, entered the shop. The tantalizing aroma made him lick the drool from the corner of his mouth in anticipation. Composure, Choji. The Hokage is here. The Akimichi clan head chided gently, tapping his son on the head before greeting Hiruzen Sarutobi and leading Choji to a seat. Phew, I'm not late, am I? Mikoto entered, cheeks flushed, her gaze settling resentfully on Linyu and Kushina, seated face-to-face. Unbelievable. Here I'm outside, handing out number tickets for you, and Kushina is just sitting there enjoying herself. And Linyu, you invite me out for ramen and then forget all about me, choosing to sit in the couple's seat with Kushina. The gentle and mild-mannered Mikoto was gone for good. Now, she looked every bit like a jealous girl. Her face clouded as she marched over, grabbed Linyu by the hand, pulled him up, and then sat herself down across from Kushina. In a heartbeat, her usual softness returned, and she smiled warmly at Kushina. Kushina blinked in confusion. Mikoto, are you here to steal my ramen too? Linyu was equally bewildered. Can't I just have a peaceful bowl of ramen? Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Back then, Jiraiya really was quite the troublemaker. They had just been reminiscing about the time during the bell test when Jiraiya ended up tied to a post. Sarutobi's Hokage hat was off, and the smile on his weathered face was genuine and bright. Here, he wasn't the third Hokage. He was just a teacher, just another ninja of Konoha. If Jiraiya the idiot hadn't always held us back, Tsunade would have. Orochimaru sat quietly nearby, listening as Tsunade and Sarutobi exchanged stories about the past. Even his usually indifferent eyes showed a flicker of emotion. Those days really were worth remembering. Haha, now you've all grown up and become true shinobi. As your teacher, Hiruzen, come out here right now. Danzo's voice cut through Sarutobi's nostalgia. Moments later, Danzo pushed open the door, dressed in a kimono, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Sarutobi. Danzo, you managed to get in line? Sarutobi turned his head, puzzled. Danzo gave a cold snort, offering no explanation. Only he knew what the Shimura clan had sacrificed to secure a ticket for seat number 12. As for why not seat 11, that brat with the yellow hair simply refused to sell, no matter what. What could Danzo do about it? Ignoring everyone else, Danzo cast a quick glance at Orochimaru, then instantly looked away. He strode over to the empty seat next to Sarutobi Hiruzen and sat down, fixing a piercing glare on this scoundrel. Sarutobi felt rather uneasy under Danzo's stare. Even outside, he'd sensed something was off. Today, Danzo was acting very strange. But he couldn't call out, so he simply smiled and turned to Tucci, the ramen shop owner. Boss, is it alright if he eats with us? No matter how stubborn Tucci could be, he had to show respect to the Hokage. Besides, there were plenty of seats in the shop. The limit of 10 at a time was only because he could cook 10 bowls of ramen at once. Any more, and the quality would suffer. Tucci was a man who put his whole heart into his ramen. If need be, he'd just make Danzo's bowl last. Humph. Danzo, seeing that Sarutobi was being sensible, even softened his huff a little, then sat beside Sarutobi, closed his eyes, and said no more. He too realized he might have gone a bit too far today. Why let himself lose composure over a scoundrel? He was Danzo, the shadow of the leaf. He had important things to do. Come on, you eat first, Danzo. Isn't today your Shimura clan's ramen day? You must have been looking forward to this for a long time. Hiruzen Sarutobi kindly placed his bowl of ramen in front of Danzo. The moment Hiruzen mentioned ramen day, even Danzo, whose face had weathered 30 years of stoic suffering, couldn't help but falter. What a foolish thing to say. How did those words ever escape my lips just now? For once, Danzo didn't respond with his usual cold scoff. Instead, he picked up the steaming bowl of ramen and took a sip of the broth. Danzo thought to himself, this broth is delicious. No wonder. Hiruzen handed it to me himself. This is the best ramen I've ever tasted. Akimichi Choza, sitting nearby, was so moved he began to weep. After days of patiently waiting in line, he was finally enjoying the reward of his efforts. It was truly delicious. No wonder even the Hokage himself had come to support the shop. Choza, let's see which one of us can eat more. All right, father. Boss, bring me 10 more bowls. Tucci, the owner, interjected, Ahem, since it's opening day, each person can order a maximum of 2 servings. He unconsciously rubbed his wrist, already sensing that the days ahead would be tough. His wrists were in for a lot of work. Both father and son sighed in unison. Still, considering it was opening day and there was a huge crowd waiting outside, they'd feel guilty if they ate all the ingredients themselves. Good food should be shared with everyone. Gunma, Gaku, Dai, are you guys only having 1 bowl each? Mind if I take your extra servings? Of course, I'll pay for them. Wait, almost forgot, the Uchiha family booked the place, Choza knew Gunma Shiranui and Gaku Hyuga fairly well, but Mato Dai he'd only met a few times and heard about in passing. But for the sake of great food, for the chance to eat his fill, he was willing to go to any lengths. The 3, Gunma, Gaku, and Dai, were momentarily stunned, but seeing the fiery determination in Choza's eyes, they all nodded without hesitation. At a moment like this, it was best not to refuse. Choza's gaze was a little bit intimidating. Meanwhile, young Akimichi Choza watched his father go on the offensive, his expression shifting uncertainly. He quickly turned to Linyu, Kushina, and Mikoto, clearly indecisive. Should he ask them to? Damn it. If only Shikaku and Hayashi were here. You guys. I'm full after one bowl. You can have my second serving, Linyu said with a smile. Having completed his task, Linyu was relaxed. Although Ichiraka ramen was indeed delicious, to be able to befriend the future Akimichi clan head with a single bowl. Now that was a bargain. Mine's available too, Mikoto said quietly. She didn't eat much. One bowl was more than enough. I'm not giving mine up. I was hoping to have 5 bowls. Kushina turned her head away with a pout as Choza looked at her. You greedy little glutton, trying to snatch food from me, Kushina? No way. Upon hearing this, Choza Akimichi looked a bit dejected. Sigh, in the end, I still lost to my father. Hey kid, you can have my share. Tsunade's hearty voice came from the next seat. She was never that interested in ramen. What she loved was a good drink. Really? Thank you so much, Lady Tsunade. Ha ha. Well then, you can have my share too. Choza, I have high hopes for you. Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed loudly. He was well aware of how much the Akimichi clan could eat. Turning his head, Hiruzen said to Danzo, Danzo, is one bowl enough for you? Or maybe you'd like to give yours up as well. Do as you please. Danzo hadn't come for the ramen anyway. He just couldn't get over the fact that Hiruzen had invited so many others, but had almost forgotten him. That scoundrel. If Hiruzen had known what Danzo was thinking, he'd have cursed him out on the spot. I'm not the one sending out the invitations. And anyway, I'm a married man. Danzo, what are you even imagining? So, Orochimaru, seeing how things were going, could only follow suit. From behind the counter, Tucci finally had enough. That's enough from all of you. None of you are the ones making the ramen, so stop talking like you own the place. Come on, have some decency. Time slipped by in the company of a steaming bowl of ramen, but to Hiruzen Sarutobi, today felt truly satisfying. Sharing stories of the past with his students, savoring delicious ramen, and with Danzo there beside him. If every day could be like this, why bother being Hokage? Isn't this what enjoying life is all about? But reality was never so kind. After finishing his noodles, he'd have to head back to the office, drown in paperwork, and no doubt burn the midnight oil again. What a dog's life, he thought bitterly. Maybe it was time to start looking for a successor. With these thoughts, Hiruzen and Danzo walked out of the ramen shop side by side. Lord Hokage, I finally found you. I'm your loyal admirer. A blonde-haired boy called out, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Hiruzen. You're one of the Ninja Academy students, aren't you? Hiruzen looked at Minato Namikaze, vaguely recognizing him. Yes, Lord Hokage. My name is Minato Namikaze. My dream is to become a great Hokage like you, to protect Konoha and give everything I have for the village. Hiruzen studied Minato for a long moment. The boy's words rang with sincerity, not just empty flattery. Reaching out, he ruffled Minato's bright blonde hair with a smile. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns ever brighter. My duty is to protect Konoha and ensure your generation grows up safely. So little one, grow up fast. Who knows, maybe I'll be asking you to take over for me someday. Yes, sir. I'll work even harder. Minato's face flushed with excitement, his boyish features shining with determination. Bowing deeply to Hiruzen, he marched into the ramen shop, feeling that this meeting had made his entire day worthwhile. Yet another naive kid, Danzo muttered coldly after Minato Namikaze had left. Danzo, that's not the way to look at it. A child with dreams who perseveres. He might just be the one to take my place someday. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with genuine admiration for Minato, a boy who truly struck a chord with him. Hiruzen, if you can't handle it, let me do it. Why place your hopes in a brat? I think I could handle this for another 20 or 30 years, Hiruzen replied, calm and unruffled as ever. Damn it. Danzo whipped his sleeve in frustration and stormed off. Hiruzen was impossible. Couldn't he just say something Danzo wanted to hear for once? Always contradicting him like this. Even the closest bonds could sour. Time rewinds 20 minutes. Sho Arata stared in dismay as a dense crowd appeared on the far edge of the horizon, a wave of despair rising in his chest. He muttered to himself, no way. They're just passing by, that's it. Just passing by. But in the very next moment, he heard something that dashed all hope. Today is the Shimura clan's ramen day. Boom. Sho Arata couldn't hear anything else after that. The words ramen day echoed endlessly in his mind. How could this be? How is it possible for such a bizarre holiday to exist? Which ridiculous clan had come up with this? It was enough to plunge Sho Arata into utter despair. Saisho, let's go. This shop is out of our league, the fruit vendor said as he gently patted Sho's back, a hint of concern in his voice. He was genuinely afraid Sho might lose his head and do something reckless. Meow, do you really think I'm supposed to eat Sho? Sho Arata asked, looking forlornly at Meow Yamanaka. Hey, you've lost your mind. You just said you wanted to eat bananas. Come on, let's head to my shop, and you can have all the big bananas you want. Meow Yamanaka clapped Sho on the shoulder with boisterous good cheer. Sho Arida rubbed his backside and gazed at his old friend for a long moment. His eyes slowly regained their focus. All right, let's go. In truth, what Sho had really wanted to ask was, are those big bananas of yours legit? So full, so full. Today is another happy day for Kushina. Hiccup. Kushina patted her round little belly, let out an adorable hiccup, then quickly clapped her tiny hand over her mouth. She darted her head this way and that, making sure no one had noticed, before finally lowering her hand and exhaling in relief. After all, Kushina always strove to be ladylike. Hey, we'll head out with Shinko now. We've got things to take care of. Let's catch up next time. Hinata, Gakusei, and Yuhi Shinko waved goodbye to Linyu before taking their leave. One was the head physician at the ninja hospital, the other an elite jonin of a leaf. Busy lives, both of them. As for Might Dewey, he was now living the easy life. With Lin Yu's generous support, his days were quite comfortable. He'd take the occasional mission, but mostly he spent his time running laps around the village with his son Guy, hoping to let him feel the thrill of youth from an early age. So what do you think? Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Lin Yu looked at Mikoto and Tsunade, his face a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. He couldn't help but worry. Would Mikoto and Tsunade end up arguing? You're coming home with me. Kushina clung tightly to Lin Yu's arm, her face fierce and determined as she glared at him. The threat in her eyes was unmistakable. If you don't come home, you'll be in for a rough night. TCH, what's the point of hanging out with a bunch of kids? I'm going to train. Tsunade scoffed, shot Lin Yu a quick glance with her beautiful eyes, and swept away in a fragrant breeze. I've just taken on a D-rank mission, and I want to finish it this afternoon. Maybe next time. Mikoto said softly to Lin Yu once Tsunade had left. Her tone was gentle, and her eyes, as calm as water, held a hint of hope as she looked at him. But when she noticed Kushina's fierce little face, she quickly changed her mind. No rush. After all, patience is Uchiha Mikoto's greatest strength. She and Lin Yu had all the time in the world. Well, are you happy now? They've all left, Lin Yu said helplessly to Kushina, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair. Of course I'm happy. Kushina couldn't hold back her delighted laughter. She felt as if she'd won a great victory. With me, Kushina, taking charge, success is guaranteed. All right, let's go home. No way. I want to go shopping. All right. Lin Yu almost forgot if he had anyone else to say goodbye to, but shrugged it off. It couldn't have been anyone terribly important. Meanwhile, after Sarutobi Hiruzen had left, Orochimaru went straight to his laboratory. For him, ramen was nothing more than a transaction. At this moment, his mind was consumed by science, immortality, and the ultimate power of ninjutsu. Though reminiscing about Jiraiya had stirred a few memories, the feeling was fleeting, gone in a heartbeat. Jiraiya had no idea how you were doing in the land of rain. As for Might Dewey, who Lin Yu had completely forgotten about, he was stopped by an old acquaintance, and the two were now chatting leisurely. Hey Dewey, are you here for ramen too? Sakumo Hataki asked, holding Kakashi in his arms and looking at Dewey, who was also carrying little Guy on his back. Ah, it's Lord Sakumo. You're here for ramen as well? The Hokage just left. You only missed him by a moment, Might Dewey replied, bringing Guy around in front of him. The two lonely men of Konoha seemed to share a silent understanding. Dewey, how many times have I told you? Just call me Sakumo. I've always considered you a friend. No need for formalities between friends. Might Dewey hesitated for a long moment, glanced down at an increasingly fidgety Guy, then nodded firmly. All right, Saka Sakumo. Guy let out a string of eager, unintelligible sounds. Kai? Dai. Can your little Kai already talk? Sakumo Hataki looked at the baby in Might Dai's arms with astonishment. By common sense, babies usually learn to speak around their first birthday, but Kai didn't look anywhere near a year old. Could it be that Might Dai had some special method of education? If so, Sakumo definitely wanted to learn from him. Might Dai was just as surprised. Usually, Kai could only make some simple sounds like ah, or, but this time, it was clear he had pronounced a word that sounded like you. Dai couldn't contain his excitement and turned to Kai, exclaiming, Kai, you can talk now? Can you say that? My Kai paid no attention to Dai at all. His big, round eyes were fixed on the white-haired boy with his back turned on the other side. Kai kept babbling enthusiastically. You. Perhaps disturbed by Kai's noisy chattering, Kakashi turned his head. Noticing the persistent gaze from the boy across from him, Kakashi responded with a touch of pride. Sakumo, listen. Your Kakashi seems to know a few simple words, too. Dai exclaimed. It's true. Did you catch what they're saying? Sakumo asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. It sounds like they're greeting each other. Maybe hello, or just hi. Might Dai replied, a bit puzzled. Ha, it looks like the two of them are fated to meet. They already know how to make friends at such a young age. I bet they'll forge a powerful bond as they grow up, Tsukumo said with a hearty laugh. Absolutely. Kai will become an outstanding Konoha ninja. He'll inherit all my passion for youth. Dai declared. Haha. Well, I'll be waiting to see that, Tsukumo replied with a grin. Look, they're greeting each other again. This time, it sounds like they've got even more to say. Dai said, his eyes shining with pride. My Dai thought. I knew my Kai had a unique talent. Tsukumo Hatake thought, as expected of my child, so clever from such a young age. In their father's arms, Might Kai and Kakashi grew more animated with every exchange. Kakashi even stretched his leg toward Kai, his little face, handsome since birth, full of indignation. In contrast, Kai was all giggles and smiles, unfazed by anything. Kai, look at me. Kakashi, what are you staring at? Kai, I'm staring at you, so what? Kakashi, try it again if you dare. Kai, I'm not afraid, bring it on. He locks eyes with a sparkling grin. This was the start of their bond. For some reason, Might Kai had been drawn to this white-haired boy from the very first glance. Even though Kakashi acted aloof and mostly ignored him, the ever-spirited Kai, raised on a steady diet of youthful encouragement, understood something important. The tougher the challenge, the more you have to overcome it with the power of youth. Go for it. Just do your best. All right, Dai, Kakashi and I are going in for some ramen. Let's get together again soon, Tsukumo said, shifting Kakashi into a more comfortable position in his arms and calling out cheerfully. All right, I'm taking Guy for a midday break too. First, we'll warm up by running 1,000 laps around the Leaf Village. With a dramatic flourish, Might Dewey swung his hand, and Guy spun halfway around behind him in a perfect 180-degree arc, coming to a stop squarely on Dewey's back. Clearly, this was a well-practiced move. His control was flawless. Sure. Tsukumo Hatake forced an awkward smile. You call running 1,000 laps around the village a midday break? Kakashi poked his head out, grinning mischievously at Guy behind Dewey's back. Guy, mimicking Kakashi's haughty tone, tossed his head with exaggerated pride. Kakashi thought to himself, your dad's got those moves down to an art. Must have been through a lot. Guy replied in his heart, I'm off to sweat for the sake of youth, farewell. The two were clearly on completely different wavelengths, yet somehow they managed to connect. Perhaps that's why, in the future, they would share such a deep bond. You want to be promoted to Jonin? Yes. I know it's not exactly by the book, but I really want to contribute to the Leaf Village. The unspoken meaning. We're all on the same side here. Can't you bend the rules for me? That reminded Linyu of an old saying. My rules are the rules. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment, and, seeing that no one else was around, drew a long puff from the pipe he kept in his drawer. Blowing a few smoke rings in Linyu's direction, he feigned indecision and said, your strength is certainly at Jonin level, but you're still a genin. No one's ever been promoted straight to Jonin like this in the history of the Leaf. Deliberate. He's definitely doing this on purpose, holding a grudge over that Shu Soul incident. Linyu couldn't escape the fate of secondhand smoke. Waving his hand and coughing twice, he said, we're still in wartime, after all. Having more Jonin means more flexibility for the village. I may have Jonin-level strength, but as a genin, my authority is just too limited. That was true. Though the Second Great Ninja War had ended, recent intelligence from the Umbu hinted that some villages were stirring again. The Sand Village, in particular, had ramped up its defenses tenfold. When things get this strange, there's always something brewing beneath the surface. It seemed peace wouldn't last long in the ninja world. Hiruzen took another drag from his pipe and said, even though you have the strength of a Jonin, whether you're truly qualified for the title is still up for evaluation. Strength alone doesn't make someone a Jonin. You should understand that. Of course I understand. Otherwise, why would someone like Might Dewey still be a genin? Based on overall ability, he should at least be a Jonin by now. In terms of raw power, if they clashed head-on, even Hiruzen might not come out on top. But just as Hiruzen said, having Kage-level strength doesn't automatically make you a Kage. If Hiruzen Sarutobi truly wanted to kill Might Dewey, he would never have given him the chance to open the Gate of Death. Even if Dewey did succeed in opening it, Hiruzen has hundreds of jutsu at his disposal. He could easily stall until Dewey's life force burned out on its own. They're both Kage level, and while Dewey's attacks may be stronger, he's simply not a match for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, if it were Might Guy facing him, even if Hiruzen knew 1,000 jutsu, it would be useless. Of course, this was just Lin Yu's personal opinion. For the Might father and son to truly become Hiruzen Sarutobi's enemies, Hiruzen would probably have to kill Tsukumo Hatake and Kakashi right in front of them. Wait, why am I thinking this way? Something feels wrong, very wrong. Lin Yu's expression tightened, and he said earnestly, I'm ready. We can start the trial whenever you wish. Hiruzen took another puff and blew a smoke ring at Lin Yu, remaining silent as he pondered who should test Uzumaki Lin Yu. The Yamanaka clan won't do. They're better suited as support ninja. The Nara clan? Not ideal either. Lin Yu's multi-shadow clone technique is practically their nemesis. The Akimichi, perhaps? We're considering, but seems too risky. What headache? So many elite jonin, yet not a single one seems fit to take on Uzumaki Lin Yu. Lin Yu thought to himself, since when was Hiruzen Sarutobi this vengeful? Maybe I should do it myself? But that doesn't seem proper. Hiruzen was tempted. It had been quite some time since he last fought. Would his jutsu be rusty? Maybe he should use Lin Yu for a little practice. How about I do it? Just then, the door creaked open. Orochimaru entered, his face cold but his golden, slit-pupiled eyes gleaming with anticipation. Those words had come from him. Orochimaru. Hiruzen had indeed considered Orochimaru, but he knew his student's temperament. This sort of test never interested him. But now, unexpectedly, Orochimaru had a change of heart and volunteered to test Uzumaki Lin Yu. When Hiruzen heard Orochimaru's, how about I handle it, he couldn't help but mentally translate it to, let me rough him up. This was fantastic. Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru with delight, and in that moment, both teacher and student saw a glimmer of shared amusement in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but feel a certain camaraderie, and at the same time, both wondered, has Lin Yu managed to get under your skin too? Orochimaru thought, Lin Yu secretly wants to use me as a scapegoat. I can't let that slide. Hiruzen thought, that brat had the nerve to kick me in the face 6 times. Unforgivable. Excellent, Hiruzen declared. It's settled then, Orochimaru. He agreed to Orochimaru's suggestion without a moment's hesitation, beaming as he added, just go easy on him. After all, he is your student. Orochimaru let out a sly, chilling smile. Lin Yu is my student, so that makes him your grand disciple, sensei. Of course I won't go too hard on him. Lin Yu thought to himself, these two old schemers, do they really think I can't tell what they're up to? Just wait and see. Watching the master and disciple exchange veiled messages, Lin Yu saw them share a knowing smile. It was clear they'd reached an unspoken agreement to beat Uzumaki Lin Yu within an inch of his life. Lin Yu gave a bitter laugh and couldn't help but recall Jiraiya from the Land of Rain. If the system ever assigns him a mission involving both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Lin Yu swore he'd not just complete it. He'd knock it out of the park. No, he'd go above and beyond. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, surely the system wouldn't be so ruthless as to assign him Danzo as well. After all, the man is married. Danzo? Who needs some lousy systems orders? I'll do it myself. Having decided on Lin Yu's examiner, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in high spirits. Turning to Orochimaru, he said, so what brings you here to see your old teacher today? If there's something you need, just say the word. Orochimaru, of course, would never come to the Hokage's office for no reason. In fact, aside from his laboratory, there was nowhere else he'd rather be. But alas, that lab was a money pit. He was here to ask for funds. He pulled a list of laboratory supplies from his robe and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sensei, this is last month's inventory for research materials. This month, I want to double the amount. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe, glanced at the prices on the list, and frowned. 2.5 million ryo? He was well aware of Orochimaru's underground lab. He didn't exactly approve, but neither did he oppose it. Still, he hoped Orochimaru wouldn't become too obsessed. For a ninja, cultivating one's own strength should always come first. Still, 2.5 million ryo really wasn't much. Even 5 million would barely scratch the surface for these experiments. He decided to treat it as indulging Orochimaru's hobby, hoping he'd eventually return to the proper path. Signing the requisition slip, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, take this to the finance department and collect 5 million ryo. But remember, Orochimaru, you're a ninja. Don't neglect your regular training. 2.5. No wonder Orochimaru asked for more. That number's hardly auspicious, Lin Yu mused to himself. Don't worry, sensei. I know how to manage my time. As long as you're aware. Now, then, when will you conduct Lin Yu's assessment? Let me know when you've made arrangements. I want to be there in person to watch. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly, his tone slightly rushed. Lin Yu thought, did you just say what you were really thinking out loud? You want to beat me up? I swear, I'll throw Danzo at your face before you know it. Time? We could do it right now. Let's head to a training ground and start a live combat test. Orochimaru had no patience for elaborate preparations. He figured a simple beating would suffice for Lin Yu's assessment. It would also lift his spirits, and who knows, maybe his experiments would go more smoothly afterward. As for things like counter-surveillance or decision-making in emergencies, we can leave those for later. besides sheer strength. Intelligence is crucial for a jonin, but that can be gauged in real combat. One real fight reveals both strengths and weaknesses. Orochimaru was indeed in a rare good mood. This might have been the longest speech he'd ever made. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag from his pipe, tapped it out, and nodded. Let's do as you suggest. I happen to be free, so I'll join you both. Well, isn't that something? You can hardly wait to see me get beaten up, can you? But I, Linyu the Uzumaki, am not so easy to take down. Even if I can't use my trump cards, this is a chance to get a read on Orochimaru's true strength. Next time I beat him up, I'll know how hard to hit without breaking him. As for killing him, Ant Snake might not be the strongest in every field, but when it comes to staying alive, she's second to none in the ninja world. At the edge of Konoha Village, at Training Ground 37, two figures stood dozens of meters apart, facing each other from a distance, Linyu and Orochimaru. Since this was a Jonin exam, Hiruzen ordered the Umbu to secure a 5-kilometer perimeter to prevent any Konoha ninja from wandering in and disrupting or getting hurt during the test. Linyu, come at me. Show me your true strength. Orochimaru licked his lips, golden, slit-pupil eyes shining with excitement. Linyu stayed silent. He knew that, with only his publicly known abilities, he stood little chance against Orochimaru. Without his Mangekyo, his fighting power dropped by at least 2 levels. Granted, this Orochimaru hadn't yet mastered all those forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei, the 8-headed serpent technique, and so on, but he was strong enough, already close to Kage level. Besides, how many real fights had Linyu experienced since the system arrived? There was the trip to the Land of Rain, the clash with Shikaku, his background role in the legendary Sanin battle, and Kushina's kidnapping. 3, maybe 4 real fights if you counted the pathetic Uchiha Tenichi, and those were all one-sided crushes. He never truly fought Hanzo. That was more of a sneak attack than a battle. And the fight where he used the renegon didn't really count. It was a landslide with no experience gained at all. Compared to Orochimaru, who had survived hundreds of life and death struggles, Linyu was as green as a newborn. Linyu let out a slow breath, but he knew he had one advantage. Orochimaru's weakness was Jinjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood beneath a tree nearby, puffing slowly on his pipe. As he exhaled a cloud of smoke, he mused quietly, "Let me see what you're capable of, Uzumaki Linyu. Are you truly worthy of the reputation as the sinister oracle of the ninja world?" Orochimaru watched Linyu remain motionless, but he wasn't impatient. In fact, he was rather curious to see what tricks Linyu would pull out next. "Sensei Orochimaru, shall we start with a taijutsu match?" Linyu took a few steps forward, bared his teeth in a grin, and made the suggestion with a playful glint in his eyes. Orochimaru was unsure what Linyu had up his sleeve, but he was confident he could deal with anything that came his way. "As you wish," Orochimaru replied coolly. "All right then, here I come. Come on then, let me." Suddenly, with a sharp rush of movement, 2 golden chakra chains shot out from behind Linyu, whipping straight toward Orochimaru's face. The adamantine sealing chains, a signature Uzumaki clan sealing technique, needed no hand seals and came out of nowhere, a true ace up the sleeve. Even Orochimaru was caught off guard for a split second. Weren't they supposed to be testing out taijutsu? What's with these chains? Yet the flaw of the adamantine sealing chains was just as obvious, their speed. Up against a nimble and unpredictable ninja like Orochimaru, they just couldn't keep up. Orochimaru bent backward, using his right foot to push off the ground, and with a bizarre, fluid motion, slid out of the chain's path, evading the surprise attack with ease. Chains moving at that speed could never hope to catch him. In the next instant, a flurry of shuriken whistled through the air toward Orochimaru. Looking up, he saw Lin Yu's hands becoming a blur as wave after wave of shuriken sliced through the air. He was throwing them as if they cost nothing at all. Orochimaru couldn't help but think to himself, since what did taijutsu include throwing this many ninja tools? That thought flashed by as Orochimaru's arms shifted back and forth, weaving his lithe body through the storm of shuriken. Not a single blade so much as grazed his robes, a perfect demonstration of the scientific running style, unique to the snake Sanin. While other ninjas ran with their arms trailing behind, only Orochimaru was decades ahead with his own peculiar technique. Orochimaru's silhouette drew ever closer to Linyu. True to the challenge, he hadn't used any jutsu apart from taijutsu. "Got you, Linyu-kun," Orochimaru sneered, his hand reaching out to grab Linyu, ducking his head just in time to avoid another golden chain. Confidence gleamed in his serpent-like golden eyes. Seeing that Plan A had failed, Linyu showed no sign of discouragement. He raised his arm to block Orochimaru's attack, his own eyes now blood-red, 3 black tomos spinning slowly as he locked onto Orochimaru's every move. As for the adamantine ceiling chains, Lin Yu had already retracted them. In close combat, those chains were more of a hindrance than a help, unless he could manage to pin his opponent down. An Uchiha Sharingan, is it? This was the first time Orochimaru had seen Lin Yu's Sharingan, but he wasn't particularly surprised. As Lin Yu and Kushina's supervisor, he had long since gotten all the information he needed from Hiruzen Sarutobi, including Lin Yu's background. Well then, let me see what you're truly capable of. Orochimaru didn't hold back in the slightest. His fists became blurs as he struck, each attack aimed at vital points: eyes, throat, chest, and even below the belt. All the while, he remained alert for any Jinjutsu the Sharingan might deploy. He wasn't worried that these attacks would cause Lin Yu any irreparable harm. With Lin Yu's medical skills and the Uzumaki clan's renowned vitality, recovery was only a matter of time. Of course, if he managed to blind him, that would be the perfect opportunity to test his latest transplant surgery research. Dodging the barrage, Lin Yu seethed inwardly. Why does he have to go for those spots? What if he injures Kushina or the others? Twisting aside to evade a punch, Lin Yu took the chance to counter with a swift kick, forcing Orochimaru back. He retreated a few steps himself, breathing slightly heavier. And yet, in just this brief exchange, several bruises had already formed on his body. Thanks to the resilience and healing power granted by his sage body, these wounds felt like nothing. Still, Lin Yu had now experienced firsthand the ferocity of taijutsu at a near-Kage level. Handling it was proving to be a real challenge. Compared to his earlier, almost playful battles with Uchiha Tianni and the Cloud Jonin, this was an entirely different sensation. Pressure. Lin Yu could feel it, pressure weighing down on him. His lack of combat experience was evident. He found himself hesitating, second-guessing each move. And this was against someone not specialized in taijutsu. He shuddered to think how he'd fare if he had to spar with Might Due after he'd opened the 8 gates. Will I get sent flying with a single punch? Damn it. I really need to master the 8 gates as soon as possible. Is that all you've got, Lin Yu? Orochimaru taunted coolly, slipping away from Lin Yu's attack and landing a palm strike on his back. Lin Yu ignored the hit, gritting his teeth and retaliating with a punch to Orochimaru's chest. A blow for a blow. Their attacks landed at the same time. Lin Yu took the full force of Orochimaru's palm, his back flaring with pain. Damn you, Orochimaru. Just you wait. Hit me that hard and don't expect any mercy from me next time. A grimace of pain flickered briefly across Lin Yu's face before he smashed a heavy punch toward Orochimaru. Unlike Lin Yu, Orochimaru didn't have such a sturdy body. Taking that punch head-on would be no laughing matter. But instead of the expected impact, Lin Yu's fist seemed to pass right through thin air. He hadn't even touched Orochimaru. Soft physique modification. How could this be? Has Orochimaru already mastered it at this stage? I thought he'd only just started experimenting. There was no time to ponder. Lin Yu quickly pulled back his fist and dodged as Orochimaru launched a low, sweeping kick at him. A bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Kushina and the others had almost lost their happiness. Unforgivable. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. With blinding speed, Lin Yu's hands flew through a series of hand signs, forming a blur of afterimages. He had just claimed his reward, and now his hand sign speed was doubled. Oh, have we reached the stage of competing with ninjutsu now? Lin Yu-kun, why didn't you say so? Wind style, great breakthrough. Orochimaru spoke smoothly, but his hands moved no slower than Lin Yu's. Everyone knew that fire overcame wind, elemental affinities at play. Orochimaru's best response should have been water style, yet he chose wind style. This alone showed his confidence in his own ninjutsu. Both techniques were C rank, but when unleashed by Lin Yu and Orochimaru, their power rivaled that of a B rank jutsu. A violent storm whipped up the blazing fireball, the two forces colliding in a fierce struggle, neither yielding an inch. Boom! A gust of wind mixed with fiery sparks surged outward in all directions, sending a wave of energy rippling through the arena before gradually fading away. A draw. But Lin Yu knew that Orochimaru still held the upper hand, for fire always beat wind. Still, this was no time to dwell on such thoughts. As the chaos settled, Lin Yu had already closed the distance, appearing right in front of Orochimaru. Multi-shadow, clone jutsu. With the crackle of white smoke, 100 Lin Yes suddenly surrounded Orochimaru, each one's hands racing through hand signs. Water style, wild water wave. It might have been a C-rank jutsu, but with 100 Lin Yes casting it at once, the volume of water far surpassed that of the great waterfall technique, though the chakra cost was unimaginable. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Multi-shadow clone jutsu? Combined with the vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, this could be troublesome. But troublesome was all it was. Besides, what was Uzumaki Lin Yu planning? Summoning so many clones just to cast a C-rank jutsu? Thoughts flickered through Orochimaru's mind, but he wasted no time. He might not know Lin Yu's true aim, but disrupting his ninjutsu was always the right move. Orochimaru darted swiftly among Lin Yu's clones. One after another, the water-style clones burst apart in puffs of smoke. But sheer numbers took their toll. Gradually, water began to flood the ground, and by the time Orochimaru had taken down more than 50 Lin-yes, the field was ankle-deep in water. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already leapt onto a nearby tree, frowning as he watched the water level rise. In his mind, he pondered, should I tell him there's a 4-sign shortcut to that jutsu? Doesn't his hands get tired making so many signs? Lin Yu, of course I'm tired, but that's how many signs I copied. After Orochimaru had dispatched most of the Lin-yes, a cold voice sounded from behind him. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. With the water conjured by nearly 100 shadow clones, Lin Yu unleashed the water dragon bullet technique, pouring out chakra with reckless abandon. The resulting power nearly reached the level of an A+ ranked jutsu. A ferocious water dragon, more than 50 meters long, formed in the air, roaring as it dove toward Orochimaru with terrifying momentum. A flash of shock crossed Orochimaru's face. He could sense that this attack was no weaker than the ones Hanzo used to perform. Yet Lin Yu was only 10 years old and could already summon such force. What heights might he reach in the future? Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. Faced with such power, Orochimaru didn't dare confront it head-on. He quickly formed hand seals and slapped his palms to the ground. In an instant, an earthen wall surged up to meet the plunging water dragon. A heavy crash resounded. The earthen wall couldn't withstand the dragon's onslaught. In less than 3 seconds, it crumbled into mud and collapsed back into the earth. With nothing left to bar its way, the massive water dragon surged straight toward Orochimaru, leaving him no chance to react, and swallowed him whole in one tremendous gulp. Lin Yu's brow was drenched in sweat. Even with his vast reserves of chakra, such a large-scale jutsu left him drained. Still, it seemed the outcome was in his favor. Oh, so that's how it was. You used shadow clones to conceal your true position, then had a clone cast water style to mislead me, while your real body hid in the shadows, gathering chakra for the water dragon bullet technique. Just as Lin Yu was about to approach and check on Orochimaru's condition, a chilling voice sounded behind him. Before Lin Yu could react, a cold, clammy hand gripped his throat and hoisted him into the air. He stared in disbelief. How could this be? How had Orochimaru appeared behind him? Then who was that just now? Sensing Lin Yu's confusion, Orochimaru's gaze shifted toward the figure engulfed by the water dragon, or rather, what was now a heap of mud. It was his earth clone. Following Orochimaru's eyes, Lin Yu's expression turned somber. He said, I've lost this time, teacher Orochimaru. Ignoring Lin Yu's words, Orochimaru began to analyze. First, you tried to mislead me with conversation, then launched a sudden sneak attack. Next, you pretended to engage in taijutsu, only to unleash more jutsu partway through. Then you used multiple shadow clones to obscure my vision and cast the water dragon bullet. For an ordinary ninja, that performance would have been impressive enough. But Orochimaru's grip on Lin Yu's throat tightened sharply. With a burst and a swirl of white smoke, Lin Yu vanished. It was another shadow clone. A pale hand, wreathed in blue chakra, shot up from beneath Orochimaru's feet, moving so swiftly it was impossible to guard against. But you're Lin Yu of the Uzumaki clan. How could I not be wary of your tricks? Orochimaru moved as if he could foresee every action, contorting his body at an impossible angle to evade Lin Yu's chakra scalpel that slashed up from the ground beneath him. The moment Lin Yu broke through the earth, Orochimaru gave him no chance to react. Shadow snake hands. Several snakes, their scales black and marked with patterns, burst from Orochimaru's sleeves, coiling tightly around Lin Yu's limbs and binding him fast. Orochimaru glanced at Lin Yu with a mocking smile and said, Lin Yu, do you have any other tricks left? Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, meeting Orochimaru's gaze. In his eyes, the three tomo spun wildly as he uttered softly, Jinjutsu. Casting a Jinjutsu from afar, Lin Yu knew he had little chance of controlling Orochimaru. In close combat, Orochimaru would surely be on guard against such a move. Only by luring him into a false sense of victory, by making Orochimaru think the fight was already won, could Lin Yu secure a face-to-face confrontation, allowing him to unleash his Sharingan's illusion without hindrance. This was Lin Yu's plan all along. Everything before had been careful setup, step by step luring Orochimaru, letting him see through every intention, all for this single moment. Were it anyone else, Lin Yu wouldn't have bothered laying so many traps. Acting was exhausting. But just as Orochimaru himself had said, it was precisely because he was Orochimaru that Lin Yu believed he would see through it all. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly glazed over, and the snakes binding Lin Yu slithered to the ground. Lin Yu rubbed his sore arms and was about to call out to Hiruzen Sarutobi when a sinister chuckle echoed through the air. "Leaving so soon, Lin Yu?" "What?" Lin Yu hurriedly retreated a few paces, his eyes wide with genuine shock. This time, he wasn't faking. "Impossible. Orochimaru broke free from my Jinjutsu so quickly." Lin Yu had assumed that Jinjutsu was Orochimaru's weakness, that his resistance to illusions was poor. He knew his own Jinjutsu skills weren't advanced, merely proficient in the basics, enough to handle an average civilian like Yahiko, but against Orochimaru, it was clearly a stretch. That was why Lin Yu had gone to such lengths to set up this close-range Jinjutsu, only for Orochimaru to shake it off almost instantly. Was it even 1 second? 2 at most. It turned out, Orochimaru's resistance to Jinjutsu wasn't weak at all. It was that Itachi's mastery of illusions was simply overwhelming. Lin Yu had subconsciously believed Orochimaru to be feeble at Jinjutsu, remembering how Uchiha Itachi had subdued him with a single glance, even severing his arm. But the truth was, not everyone's Jinjutsu could instantly defeat Orochimaru. Lin Yu's own Sharingan, even with 3 Tomo, was simply not enough. Perhaps, too, this Orochimaru had not yet developed the technique of living corpse reincarnation, so his soul remained undamaged, making ordinary Jinjutsu nearly ineffective. If I switched to the Mangekyo, I wonder if it would work. My illusions may not be refined enough, but I could make up for it with sheer power. The illusions cast by the Mangekyo Sharingan are on a whole different level compared to the 3 Tomo Sharingan. There's simply no comparison. The 3 Tomo is a bottleneck, while the Mangekyo is a true leap forward. Lin Yu watched Orochimaru with a grave expression, thinking to himself, "Looks like this is going to be a drawn-out battle. Lin Yu-kun, shall we continue?" Orochimaru's face was rather unsightly. Although Orochimaru had broken free from the illusion, he knew full well that he had indeed fallen into Lin Yu's Jinjutsu. It had taken him about 1.2 seconds to escape. That might sound insignificant, but in a real fight, he could have already been dead. Then again, it's hard to say. After all, he still had that technique up his sleeve, even if it wasn't perfect yet. Lin Yu was just about to reply when Hiruzen Sarutobi landed between them and said, "There's no need to continue. Uzumaki Lin Yu, congratulations on passing the exam. From this moment on, you are officially a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village." Lin Yu let out a deep breath. Even if the fight had continued, he wouldn't have lost, but his chances of winning weren't much better. This outcome was acceptable. After all, he still had a trump card he hadn't revealed. But that trump card was beyond what anyone could accept. The 3 Tomo Sharingan, Sarutobi, and the others could handle. But a 10-year-old boy awakening the Mangekyo? That would be a total cheat. An outright game-breaker. Hiruzen had watched the entire duel from the sidelines. He actually approved of Lin Yu's dishonest tactic. In real combat, if your opponent says they want a taijutsu-only match, are you really going to play along? This isn't some friendly spar at the Ninja Academy. This is the Jonin exam. Caution, subtlety, decisiveness, and unpredictability. These are the psychological qualities a Jonin must possess. Lin Yu had done well. Even if he'd played a little dirty, at least he understood what was required. Earlier, when Lin Yu said, "This time, I lost Orochimaru-sensei," even Hiruzen himself nearly believed him. He almost thought Lin Yu had been defeated by Orochimaru. It helped that Lin Yu's actions and expressions had been flawlessly convincing. Who knows how Orochimaru saw through it? He'd gone straight for a lethal attack. If that had really been Lin Yu, he'd be in the Pure Land by now. And Lin Yu, too, his chakra scalpel had aimed directly for the heart. That was a kill move as well. Orochimaru. Would someone connected to the Immortal Organization be so weak? Besides, even if he died, he could be revived. The Immortal Organization has the renegon. After all, Lin Yu. Maybe others would die, but Aunt Snake? Not necessarily. That's why Hiruzen Sarutobi had stepped in to stop the exam. Who knows what might have happened if the two of them kept going? One of them might not have made it out. One was his most promising disciple. The other could be considered his grand disciple. Both were rare geniuses, and losing either would be a true shame in Hiruzen's eyes. Even though the battle between the two sides was brief and only 5 or 6 types of ninjutsu were used, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched with great interest. Whether it was Lin Yu's cunning tactics or Orochimaru's confident caution, both filled him with a sense that he was growing old. My students have all grown up. I wonder how that fool Jiraiya is doing these days. Within the borders of the land of rain. Achoo! Jiraiya rubbed his reddened nose, wrapped in a thick wool blanket. His hair was still damp as he sat shivering by the campfire, warming himself. Jiraiya-sensei, are you coming down with a cold? Yahiko, with his bright orange hair, asked with concern. That afternoon, Jiraiya had returned to the cabin, soaked to the bone, surprising all three of them. After months of training, they had come to understand just how powerful this white-haired man was. Even though he could be a bit eccentric, he always inspired a sense of safety. Jiraiya didn't offer much explanation at the time. He simply said he had accidentally fallen into a puddle while walking. As for the real reason, he certainly wasn't about to admit that he'd lost his balance while absorbing natural energy and tumbled from a high platform straight into a pool. And because he'd used toad oil, he needed to quickly purge the natural energy from his body. Otherwise, he'd have turned into a toad. Luckily, he'd only absorbed a little and could still return to normal. If his handsome face had disappeared, who knows how many girls would have been left in tears. I don't think I have a cold. Achoo! Jiraiya felt it wasn't a cold at all, but more like some jerk was secretly talking about him. Could be Orochimaru? Damn, he probably still hasn't forgiven me for not coming back within 2 months. Is he worried about me? Handsome and popular. What a troublesome charm I have. Yahiko, Jiraiya-sensei, seems fine. Let's go back to training. Nagato tugged at Yahiko's sleeve. He wanted some time alone with Yahiko. For some reason, being with Yahiko made his heart feel at peace and his training progress more quickly. Could this be what love feels like? Nagato, we can train, but could you keep your distance? Every time, you almost end up right next to me. Yahiko recalled how, once during training, he'd been so absorbed that when he woke, Nagato had nearly leaned against him. He'd immediately vanished up a tree with a flying thunder god technique. It had gotten to the point where he was considering separate rooms for the two of them. Nagato was definitely acting stranger lately. The cabin was very simple, kept just as Linyu had left it. Jiraiya, Nagato, and Yahiko all slept in the same room, but often Jiraiya was away, leaving just Nagato and Yahiko alone together. Yahiko, I just want to protect you. No, I don't need your protection. Yahiko covered his ears and ran out the door. Jiraiya-sensei, I'll go after Yahiko. You get some rest. Yahiko, wait for me. Nagato quickened his pace, chasing after Yahiko as the golden glow of the setting sun bathed them both. Their running shadows gradually stretched and faded into the distance. For some reason, Jiraiya was suddenly reminded of Orochimaru. With a sigh, he mused, I remember that day, running beneath the sunset. Ah, that was me, and those were the days of my vanished youth. Jonin, I've finally become a Jonin. Linyu's heart surged with excitement. But it wasn't the rank itself that thrilled him. It was the sense of accomplishment from completing his mission that set his spirit ablaze. Wood style, storm style, lava style, boil style, ice style, here I come. Yet, it seemed he could only choose one. Linyu recalled the line of text that had appeared in his mind. Mission 2, become a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf. Reward, Chakra Nature Fusion, any 2 types, 1 time. Claimable. What a pity, only 2 choices allowed. But that made the decision easy for Linyu. It had to be wood style. Still, there were 2 kinds of wood style, the legendary power wielded by Hashirama Senju, and the more ordinary version others could use. Reality really could be harsh. Linyu wasn't sure whether the immense power of Hashirama's wood style came from his extraordinary sage body, or if it was because Ashura's chakra clung to him, granting his wood style a fundamental transformation. If it was the latter, then even if Linyu chose wood style, at best, he'd only reach Yamato's level. Summoning a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room jutsu would leave him exhausted. But Linyu's chakra reserves were abundant. He could probably pull off a luxury mansion technique. That didn't sound too bad. Actually, a must-have skill for field operations. Bah, what am I thinking? Power. Power is what truly matters. My dream of combining Susanoo with the great Buddha cannot be shattered. Others might need to team up in pairs, like Hashirama and Madara, or Naruto and Sasuke with their Susanoo-clad Kurama, but Linyu's, well, his was just fine. There's no way he'd settle for less. All he could do was hope the system would come through and not turn him into a glorified construction worker. Maybe, once he obtained the perfect sage body, he'd be able to wield wood style at Hashirama's level. Then again, who could say for sure? Sage arts also provided a tremendous boost to wood style. Imagine combining sage arts, a perfect sage body, and the renegon. He'd practically ascend to another realm. And what if he fused intensifies on top of that? Hiss! A perfect sage body, the pinnacle of yang release. The renegon, the pinnacle of yin release. Together, they formed yin-yang release. The truth-seeking orbs were born from this power, a hallmark of those at the 6 paths level. If he could merge the remaining 5 chakra natures with yin-yang release, he'd achieve the ultimate Kekkei Mora, becoming a being on par with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Smack! Linyu punched himself. What was he doing, daydreaming like this? He should hurry up and try out his own 3-bedroom, 2-living-room technique. If he mastered it, he'd instantly become the richest man in the Hidden Leaf. But how exactly was he supposed to fuse his chakra natures? The wretched system hadn't provided any sort of manual. He'd have to figure it out himself, fumbling through the process. Left with no other option, Lin Yu decided to give it a try by first attempting to merge his earth and water chakra natures. A thunderous boom erupted. A heavy crash followed. A hole was blasted straight through Lin Yu's bedboard. The fusion had failed. The chakra was utterly uncontrollable, and right from the start, Lin Yu hadn't sensed any trace of the wood release. Instead, it had a hint of the lava release about it. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered, wasn't it said that water and earth together could also create lava release? No way. No way. Please, anything but that. But why did it fail? Lin Yu checked the line of text in his mind again, his lips twitching in frustration. So that was it. He hadn't claimed the reward yet. Claim. In his heart, Lin Yu chanted, no lava release. No lava release. No lava release. Once again, the two streams of chakra in his hands began to merge. This time, Lin Yu could feel something different. There was a sense of vitality infused in his chakra. The water and earth chakra were wrapped in this life force without the previous wild, incompatible struggle. No more clashing like water and fire. Instead, the fusion was astonishingly gentle, as if a seedling was being nourished by this life energy. Soon, the two chakra natures melded together. Guided by instinct, Lin Yu reached out a hand toward the hole in the bedboard and whispered, wood release, bedboard repair technique. Whoosh! A slender green branch sprouted from Lin Yu's palm, twining swiftly around the damaged spot. With a thought, the wood patched over the hole in an instant, as if a vibrant green patch had been sewn onto the bedboard. Yes, I've finally become a ninja who can use wood release. Saying it out loud would be so impressive. But what about wood release techniques? Would he have to invent them himself? For simple wood release jutsu, Lin Yu figured he could muddle through by relying on his memory and experimenting a bit. But for high-level techniques like Wood Dragon, Deep Forest Emergence, or Flower Tree World, those weren't things you could master by memory alone. As for the true several thousand hands, that would even require mastering Sage Mode, absorbing natural chakra. What a headache. Trying to figure all this out alone was exhausting. If only Orochimaru were here as a research assistant. At that thought, Lin Yu complained to the system, why did you have to show up so early? If you'd waited a few more years until Orochimaru had learned most of his scientific knowledge, then Lin Yu could have reaped the rewards directly. This is like getting someone else's leftovers. System, there's something I want to say, but maybe I shouldn't. Damn it. The excitement of mastering wood release gradually faded for Lin Yu. He felt his wood release was neither weak nor especially strong. It was sturdy, it regenerated quickly, but overall, just SOSO. Did this mean that from now on, wood release will be divided into 3 schools? Hashirama Senju's wood release, Lin Yu's wood release, and everyone else's would release. He wondered what expression Tsunade, granddaughter of Hashirama, would make if she learned that he had mastered would release. Tsunade would be utterly stunned. Oh right, Tsunade. Isn't Tsunade the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju? There might still be some scrolls of wood release techniques hidden among the Senju clan. After all, no one else can master them. So why not let me, as one of their own? Take a look. This one of their own has a double meaning. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are distant relatives. They're all family, after all. Borrowing some ninjutsu scrolls for a quick look shouldn't be a big deal, right? As for the other meaning, well, once Lin Yu and Tsunade are together, won't the Senju clan become his in-laws? Most of the Senju clan seems to have blended into Konoha's civilian population by now. At most, only a dozen or so members remain, and all of them look to Tsunade for guidance. As long as Tsunade agrees, it should be a breeze. But how to get Tsunade to agree? Will I, Lin Yu, really have to resort to the sexy jutsu again? Tsunade, I have no interest in little kids. Land of Lightning. Todai, have you found out what's going on in the Sand Village? Lord Rakage, the Sand Village is on much higher alert than usual. Our men only managed to pick up some rumors, and we can't be sure if they're true. Tell me. The third Rakage stood before the window, his chest bare beneath a flowing white robe, gazing at the swirling clouds below. The young Todai hesitated, then carefully chose his words. According to our informant, it seems the third Kazekage has gone missing. Missing? The third Rakage turned in surprise. To think that his peer, another regarded as the strongest of his era, would simply disappear without a trace. Are you sure he's really missing? The intel says it's suspected, but he might just be injured. We can't confirm the third Kazekage's status yet. The third Rakage's tone hardened. Investigate. We need to get to the bottom of this. Yes, sir. Todai bowed and withdrew. This matter could decide whether their hidden cloud village could gain the upper hand in the battles to come. Todai would give his all for Lord Reikage. Find Tsunade. Find Tsunade. Linyu could hardly wait to start learning would release. Susanoo without would release just felt incomplete, like Uchiha Madara without Hashirama Senju. Walking toward the Senju compound, Linyu ran through his list of urgent tasks. The first and most promising way to boost his strength was naturally the newly acquired wood release. That made a visit to the Senju estate absolutely necessary. If it turned out that Hashirama hadn't left behind any scrolls or notes on wood release, Linyu would have no choice but to pay a visit to Grandpa Uchiha Madara and force him to hand over the secrets. After all, Madara was Hashirama's lifelong rival, and with Hashirama cells implanted, he could definitely use his wood release techniques, like the grand advent of a world of flowering trees. The original story made that clear enough. While Madara is old, we should extort him for all he's worth now. Worst case, I'll just pay him back with a Hashirama Senju in the future. Hashirama Senju. Is that supposed to be polite? At the Senju clan grounds. As usual, Tsunade was training on the clan's private practice field. Her graceful figure glistened with sweat, and in those focused moments, she seemed nothing like her usual carefree self. Tsunade-sama, someone's here to see you outside. He said his name is Uzumaki Linyu. A maid called out as she hurried over. Uzumaki Linyu? What's that kid doing here? Don't tell me he wants to ask me out again. But he can't even drink. How boring, Tsunade muttered. She steadied her breath, slipped on her jacket with a flick of her elegant hand. Truth be told, she had been feeling a bit stifled lately. Maybe talking to someone wouldn't be so bad. Her training progress was crawling anyway. Before long, Tsunade stepped into the courtyard, towel in hand, dabbing away the sweat from her cheek. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Linyu as she spoke. What brings you here, kid? I'm not going on another date with you, just so you know. Linyu gave an awkward smile. He had a favor to ask, and this was hardly the time to tease Tsunade. After a brief pause, he decided it was best to come right out with it. Tsunade, I want to learn wood release. Wood release? Tsunade was taken aback. She had considered many reasons why Linyu might come, but never imagined this was it. Her brows furrowed gently, and she pressed her lips together before replying. As far as I know, aside from my grandfather, no one in the Leaf has ever awakened wood release. Coming to me won't help you. I may be the first granddaughter, but even I haven't mastered it. Is that so? Sigh. I've asked around all over the village, but there's just no information about wood release anywhere. Linyu dropped his head in disappointment. Tsunade tapped her finger against her temple, then suddenly clapped her hands as if remembering something. If you're just looking for information, I think Grandpa might have left behind some scrolls. I'm not sure if they mention anything useful, though. Really? Linyu's eyes lit up. Want to take a look, kid? Tsunade's lips curved into a sly smile. She seemed to have figured out Linyu's real reason for visiting, but she didn't dwell on it. After all, wood release was the exclusive skill of the so-called god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, who in the ninja world didn't long for it. Yet, despite the countless who had come seeking the Senju's secrets, not a single one had ever mastered it. Letting Linyu take a look wasn't out of the question, but it would depend on his attitude, she thought. May I? Is that really okay? Linyu reached out a hand towards Tsunade, feigning hesitation, though his eagerness was obvious. These are the Senju clan's secret scrolls. You think just anyone can read them? Tsunade crossed her arms, refusing to acknowledge Linyu's presumptuousness. She was the master of the house, after all. So what do you want, then? Say it first. I'm only 10 years old. Linyu tightened his clothes, eyeing Tsunade with caution. Tsunade let out a snort. With a body as skinny as a plank, do you really think I'd be interested? But after saying that, a trace of melancholy crossed her face. She lowered her voice and said to Linyu, Linyu, stay with me for a while. Let's talk. Without waiting for Linyu to respond, Tsunade began speaking to herself. These days, I've been pushing myself in training day and night, morning, afternoon, and evening without a single break. All I can think about is one day standing before that man in the black robe, relying on my own strength. But the last time I went to ask the old man about the immortal organization and the man in the black robe, the information I got was almost nothing. I know there's no way the old man would keep things from me about this, but it's been over half a year now, and we still have no leads on the black robe man. We're Kanahagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and yet we can't even track down a hint of his whereabouts. Can I really find him? And what will you do once you find him? Linyu asked. Bring Nawaki back to life. Tsunade replied without the slightest hesitation. Linyu fell silent. Nawaki's death had hit Tsunade hard. He had been too optimistic before. He wondered if bringing Nawaki back at this point in time would really be a good thing. The Third Great Ninja War was about to erupt, fiercer even than the second. Not only would the A-B combo from the cloud, that is, A and Killer B, make their grand debut, but even the mist from overseas would get involved. The 7 ninja swordsmen would launch a surprise attack on the Leaf, giving rise to Might Dewey's legendary 8 Gates reputation. And then there was the Battle of Canopy Bridge, where the infamous Old Madara would make his appearance. Of course, it was during this war that Konoha would show the world the true strength of the #1 village in the ninja world, Yellow Flash Minato. Namikaze, Sure Sway the Teleporter, and a whole new generation of Konoha shinobi, all leaving their mark on the battlefield, their names resounding far and wide. With Nawaki's nature, if he really were revived, would he be content to stay in the village and live a quiet life? He still dreamed of becoming Hokage. There was no way he'd just sit the war out. You could say Nawaki was like Naruto without the 9 tails. Average talent, naive, impulsive, and that's what led to his tragic end on the battlefield. If Naruto hadn't had the protagonist's halo, the 9 tails, and the unrivaled Talk no Jutsu, who knows how many times he would have died by now. And Nawaki? He didn't have any of those things. He'd have to rely on me, his future brother-in-law, to watch out for him. But right now, I haven't grown strong enough to truly protect him. Besides, it's been nearly a year since Nawaki's death. With so much time passed, who knows if the Rinne rebirth technique could even bring him back anymore. You have to understand, the longer the time that has passed, the greater the amount of chakra and life force required. It increases exponentially, like 2 to the power of n. You've been dead for over a year now. Who knows how great a price must be paid to bring you back. However, one thing is certain, sacrificing one's own life to perform the samsara of heavenly life, combined with the impure world reincarnation, can resurrect any life in the shinobi world, except for those whose souls have been utterly destroyed. Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Great War is the perfect example. The samsara of heavenly life itself can be divided into several levels. The first and lowest level simply requires a huge amount of chakra and life force to revive someone who has just died, assuming, of course, their body is still intact. The second level is the one used by Nagato, the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. He summons the king of hell to resurrect, within a set period, all those he himself has killed. The chakra and life force consumed are dozens of times more than the first level. If Nagato had been at his peak, using such a technique wouldn't have cost him his life. The third, and highest, level of the samsara of heavenly life disregards the disparity between the caster and the target. It demands the caster's entire life and chakra to exchange for another person's rebirth. Simply put, it's a one-for-one trade. Of course, all of these require the physical body to be intact, or there must be an impure world reincarnation as a vessel. In any case, reviving a person always comes at a steep price. No matter where you are, resurrection is a forbidden technique, and those who dare to touch it never meet a good end. But what does all this have to do with my zero-cost renegon? Do you even understand what zero-cost means? It's like comparing your Draven fountain diving to my bee-fly. What's the connection? Still, Linyu thought that when it came to reviving Nawaki, Tsunade's opinion mattered most. He had no right to interfere. He should find a chance to let the man in the black robe meet her face-to-face. After all, as long as I, Linyu, wish it, resurrecting Hashirama Senju or Tobarama Senju is completely within my power, provided, of course, that I master the impure world reincarnation. Suddenly, Linyu's mind went blank. It was as if a spark of inspiration had struck him. What if the system's reason for rewarding me with a zero-cost renegon is precisely so that I can resurrect Hashirama Senju? That would fulfill Uchiha Madara's decades-long yearning for his old rival. Damn, the more Linyu thought about it, the more possible it seemed. After all, this system of his never played by the rules of humanity. Linyu, what are you daydreaming about, kid? Did you even hear what I just said? Tsunade waved her hand in front of Linyu's face. When she saw he wasn't responding, she raised her hand and gave him a heavy thump. Wham! Linyu rubbed his head, snapping back to reality. He grabbed Tsunade's smooth, slender arm, genuinely annoyed. Tsunade, I was just thinking of helping you bring Nawaki back, and you hit me that hard on the head? I only let Kushina get away with it, because she's a little girl, but you're an adult. I'm not giving you any more breaks. Take this, my divine flick. Tsunade never expected Linyu to suddenly grab her hand. Her delicate body, already leaning forward, shifted even closer. Linyu's handsome, young face was right in front of her, and as his warm breath brushed across his fair cheeks, a blush blossomed, gradually spreading outward. Before Tsunade could pull away, she caught a glimpse of Linyu slowly reaching a hand toward her, inching closer to her cheek. What is Linyu trying to do? Is he about to touch my face? Should I refuse? Damn it. Why am I even hesitating over this? Of course I should hit him with a heavenly pain kick, follow up with a 360 spin, and then give him a monster strength massage, and after that, Tsunade's pale cheeks, tinged with pink, seemed to feel the heat from Lin Yu's palm. Her beautiful eyes fluttered shut. A sharp crack resounded. Ouch! A sudden, stabbing pain shot through her forehead. Tsunade's smooth, fair forehead turned red so quickly it was visible to the naked eye, the flush spreading toward her ears. It was obvious how much force Lin Yu had used. With a cry of pain, Tsunade yanked her right hand free from Lin Yu's grasp and gently rubbed her forehead. This little brat. It's swollen. I'm so furious I could cry. My tears are about to fall. Lin Yu stared at Tsunade's reddening forehead, his fingers still frozen mid-flick. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no, maybe he'd used too much force. He had thought, with the Senju clan's constitution, she'd easily withstand a little extra strength. But he hadn't expected to make her forehead swell. You little brat, look what you've done. It's all swollen. Tsunade's eyes were rimmed with red. She'd almost been flicked to tears. Did it really hurt this much to get flicked here? From now on, whenever she was annoyed with someone, she'd flick them just like this. The first one would be Uzumaki Lin Yu. Well, you hit me first. This is just payback in kind. Lin Yu decided to stand his ground for once. No matter what, Tsunade was the one who started it. Tsunade didn't quite understand where this phrase of Lin Yu's had come from, but she got the gist. He was saying she deserved it. Or maybe she didn't really get it. She retorted angrily. I came to chat with you, but you were daydreaming. How could I not knock some sense into you? I was not. Lin Yu shot back. I was thinking about whether or not to resurrect Nawaki. How? Is that daydreaming? Then did you hear everything I just said? A soft green glow enveloped Tsunade's hand as she gently pressed it to her forehead. She's using medical ninjutsu. Already? Seriously? Does it really hurt that much? With your Senju constitution, you'll be good as new in a few minutes. Lin Yu pouted and said, You want to find a man in black to resurrect Nawaki, right? When Tsunade heard this, the chill in her eyes grew even colder. She gritted her teeth and said, You mean to tell me you started sleepwalking? Back then? After I just told you so much about myself, and even asked if you wanted to see the scroll my granduncle left behind. She took a deep breath and continued, Forget it, you're blacklisted. I'm not showing you anything anymore. Lin Yu panicked immediately. This wouldn't do at all. He still had his daydream about getting a Susanoo-powered Great Buddha, after all. He hurriedly said, Hey, Tsunade, you're so generous and broad-minded. There's no way you'd get mad over something so trivial, right? I am mad. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. I don't like noodles. I prefer sake. I'll treat you to 10 years' worth of Ichiraku ramen. I think. Deal. Cash equivalent accepted. It actually doesn't hurt that much after all. Lin Yu scratched his head, hiding the contempt he felt for Tsunade in that moment. What a gambler. So, can I go check out the wood-release scrolls? Lin Yu grinned, baring his teeth as he flashed what he thought was a charming smile at Tsunade. Not a chance. Tsunade flicked her fingers as if she was tempted to test her strength right then and there. Lin Yu winced. Never mind. If asking nicely didn't work, he'd just have to sneak in later. A midnight visit to the Senju compound. He was already planning it in his head, and maybe he'd even give Orochimaru a good beating while he was at it, to settle their deal. Yes, perfect. But if you let me flick your forehead 100 times, I could consider your request, Tsunade said, extending her rosy tongue to lick her lips, her fingers twitching with anticipation. What, 100 times? No way. Absolutely not. Wouldn't his head be swollen like a pig's by the end? He'd rather risk sneaking into Tsunade's house at night. Lin Yu stood his ground and refused. Wham! Thud! Suddenly, a figure was sent flying out of the house, crashing into the courtyard wall and sinking into it with a heavy thump. Lin Yu? Wait, weren't they supposed to do just one flick and pay the rest in installments? Tsunade, this is too much. Did you just put all the force from 100 flicks into one? Lin Yu's head was spinning. He felt like he'd been hit by a truck, stars dancing before his eyes. Phew, so satisfying. Tsunade dropped her flicking pose and let out a long breath. Who knew flicking someone's forehead could feel so good? Yeah, real satisfying. Now are you taking me to see the wood-release scrolls or not? Careful, or I'll make you pay my medical bills. Lin Yu rubbed the fresh bump on his forehead. Ouch, that hurt. If there weren't any signature Senju techniques in there, like with Dragon Jutsu, Wooden Clone Jutsu, or the infamous Wood Pillar Jutsu, he'd be losing out big time. TCH, I barely even used any force, and you're already down for the count. Tsunade snorted, turning away and leaving Lin Yu with nothing but a view of the back of her head and two swaying golden ponytails as she strode into the house. Wait, why did that line sound so familiar? Where had he heard it before? Fragments of memories flickered through Lin Yu's mind, but they were so distant he couldn't quite grasp them. Never mind. Mastering would release was the real priority. With a loud clatter, Tsunade dragged out a rusty, oversized chest. She lifted it effortlessly with one hand, gave it a shake, and tipped out a jumbled pile of odds and ends, dice, a dice cup, tattered scrolls, and some empty bottles. Lin Yu's face darkened. What on earth were these things? And that bottle, was there still liquid inside? Did Hashirama really leave his drink unfinished all those years ago? Following Lin Yu's gaze, Tsunade blushed, swiftly tossing the bottle aside. She muttered, "That ended up in there after one of my drunken nights. I must have thrown it in by accident." Unbelievable. Was this sacred box of Hashirama's relics actually being used as a trash bin? But then, why would he need to open it just to drink? Oh right, the dice. Clearly, gambling ran deep in the Senju family's veins. "Are you always this careless with your granduncle's belongings?" Lin Yu asked, concern in his voice. Even if there were valuable jutsu scrolls in here, they'd be ruined by now. Tsunade didn't answer. She crouched down and rummaged through the chest for a while. At last, she fished out a black sealing scroll. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel like he'd just won a prize in a lucky draw. Tsunade shot Lin Yu a glare, tossed him the scroll, and said, "Here, just make sure you return it after you're done. You won't be able to learn it anyway. It'd just be a waste of your time." Lin Yu took the scroll with great care, tucking it into his robe. Noticing Tsunade's dismissive look, he puffed himself up and said, "Humph. Just because others have failed doesn't mean I will. How about we make a bet?" "A bet?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I bet I'll master would release. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I win, you have to promise me one thing in the future." "Deal. But I'm setting a time limit. I'm not letting you spend your whole life on this. 3 months. You have 3 months. With a flourish, Tsunade held up 3 slender fingers, looking quite pleased with herself. This time, Tsunade thought, she was finally going to win a bet. "I agree. 3 months it is." Lin Yu's inner monologue bristled with confidence. Tsunade always lost her bets. This time, victory was assured. "Hashirama, I'll avenge your lost bottle for you. No need to thank me. Though, come to think of it, you were just as unlucky with bets. She really is your granddaughter, through and through." As soon as he left the Senju compound, Lin Yu hurried straight home. He couldn't wait to hide under his covers and pore over the wood-release scroll in secret. No one else could know. Ahem, time to get serious. Once home, Lin Yu first activated his Kagura's mind eye, scanning the area for any signs of AMBU surveillance. Even though the third Hokage had handed over supervision of him and Kusha to Orochimaru, it never hurt to be cautious. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu opened his eyes, letting out a breath of relief. He sensed no suspicious chakra nearby. Lin Yu took out the black scroll Tsunade had given him, unrolling it on the ground. He whispered softly, "Release." With a dull pop, a wooden box appeared atop the scroll. It looked ancient and rough, clearly handmade, its exterior wrapped in a strip of yellowing bark that hinted at its age. If it hadn't been stored inside a sealing scroll, it might have rotted away long ago. There was no lock on the box, only a small clasp holding it shut. Lin Yu gently opened the box. There was no dazzling golden light or blinding aura, just a few deep green scrolls quietly laid out inside. Each was marked with the character for wood on the cover. A surge of excitement rushed through Lin Yu. Carefully, he picked up the scrolls and began to study the techniques recorded upon them. Birth of the tree world, arrival of the flower tree world, wood dragon technique, wood human technique, and the true thousand hands. He hadn't expected Hashirama Senju to have recorded even his most formidable techniques. What a generous soul. At last, his daydream of combining Susanoo with the great Buddha could come true. But why was there no scroll on sage arts? Did Hashirama forget, or was it simply impossible to record? Hashirama's sage mode was shrouded in mystery. Some said he was born with it or discovered on his own, while others claimed he'd learned it from Shikatsu Forest, one of the 3 great sanctuaries. Not that Lin Yu cared how Hashirama had acquired it. What mattered was that he had left no records behind. Damn, did this mean Lin Yu would have to learn from Mount Mayaboku or Ryuchi Cave? Absolutely not. Both sage modes were far too unsightly for his taste, and if he failed, he could end up as a toad or a statue, risks he refused to take. So what about his dream of Susanoo with the Great Buddha? Would he have to settle for Susanoo with a wood human or wood dragon instead? Maybe that wasn't so bad. He'd just have to find a chance to try it out. Lin Yu packed up all the scrolls. Mastering wood release techniques was no overnight task. Even though he'd already grasped the basics, true mastery would take time. For now, Susanoo with the Great Buddha would have to wait. Frustration simmered in Lin Yu's chest. What to do when you're in a bad mood? Naturally, find someone to take it out on. But who? Of course, Orochimaru. Wasn't he always eager to meet a member of the Immortality Organization? Time to grant his wish. Now, what kind of mask should he buy for tonight's visit? Night fell, a pitch-black sky, the perfect setting for a little mischief. Orochimaru, as usual, was deep in his laboratory, exploring the mysteries of the human body. Of course, at this stage, he hadn't sunk so low as to experiment on others. His test subject was himself. And these weren't reckless experiments. Aunt Snake always had her scientific reasons. No, it's no good. The structural differences between other species and humans are just too great. In routine cases I can manage, but when it comes to techniques at the cellular level, there's just no way to guarantee 100% success. It seems I have only two choices, either cooperate with Danzo or wait for another breakthrough in this project. Orochimaru's golden, slit-pupiled eyes were filled with obsession as he gazed at a culture dish. Inside it was a fist-sized embryo, still in the experimental stage, a creation born from his own cells, all for the sake of a grand undertaking, cloning. Linyu, Orochimaru, you can't create a human all by yourself. Maybe you should discuss it with Jiraiya. Who knows, you might actually succeed. Suddenly, asterisk crack, clang, asterisk. A kunai flew through the door, shooting straight toward Orochimaru's lab bench and embedding itself deeply into the table. Tied to the ring at the end of the kunai's handle was a slip of paper. Orochimaru first checked the lab bench for any damage to the equipment. Once he was sure nothing was broken, he pulled the kunai out and glanced at the note. Tonight, at 3/4 past midnight, 200 li to the southwest. Don't be late. So, they've finally come. The Immortality Organization. Orochimaru crushed the note in his hand. His golden eyes blazed with desire and madness. Composing himself, he threw on a simple cloak and left the underground base, his figure melting into the night. Let's hope it's not that black-robed figure coming in person this time. If it's one of the other members, well, haha. The outer defenses of Konoha meant nothing to Orochimaru. After all, he knew every detail of their arrangement. He had helped design them himself. Moving swiftly, Orochimaru slipped out of the village and sped toward the southwest. That direction, was it the Land of Wind? Could it be that the contact this time would be a sand ninja? Orochimaru's brows drew together in slight concern. Aside from the third Kazekage, there weren't many formidable figures in the Sand Village. Chio, perhaps? Or maybe Ebizo. Neither seemed likely. No matter, perhaps tonight would yield even greater rewards. 300 li southwest of Konoha, a high cliff jutted from the landscape. The vegetation thinned as he approached, though it wasn't yet a wasteland. There was still a long way to go before reaching the Land of Wind. Atop the cliff, Orochimaru appeared. He removed his deep black hood, raised his head to the sky, and calculated the time. Only 2 minutes remained until 3/4 past midnight. Turning his back to the cliff's edge, Orochimaru surveyed his surroundings, searching for any sign of the Immortality Organization's members. He was certain they'd arrived before him. 2 minutes passed, and still Orochimaru found nothing. His expression grew grim. Could it be I've been stood up? You're right on time, Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru flinched, whipping around. He saw a figure approaching through the sky, and his golden pupils widened in disbelief. Impossible. Under the pitch-black sky, a crescent moon cast a pale glow over the land. And beneath its light, a solitary figure walked forward, each step seeming to tread upon the very moonbeams themselves, gliding gently toward him. Orochimaru gazed at the familiar black cloak, feeling an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Was this the cloaked man from the Land of Rain? No, that wasn't right. The mask was different. The one from the Land of Rain had golden patterns, but this one bore the crescent moon. His thoughts flashed back to the Susanoo flying away into the sky, making his cheek twitch. Could it be that everyone in the Immortal Organization could fly? Flying ninja were a rare sight in the shinobi world, but that wasn't what truly surprised Orochimaru. What stunned him was that the cloaked figure before him could move so freely in midair, as if walking on invisible ground. What sort of power did that take? To defy gravity itself? The scientist in Orochimaru couldn't let it go. He had to unravel this mystery. After all, he wanted to fly, too. Yeah, I take it you're a member of the Immortal Organization. May I ask, what is your code name? Orochimaru tucked away all his emotions, giving the cloaked man a sly, chilly smile. The figure in the cloak was, of course, Linyu, who had awakened the Tensigan. Putting on a show for Orochimaru, he exerted immense effort to focus his repulsive force onto his feet, creating the illusion that he was strolling through the air. Flying was easy, but walking up there, now, that was hard. Linyu descended from the sky blue glow fading from the mask's eye sockets. He subtly altered his voice, making it sound more neutral and ambiguous. Immortal Organization, core member. Codename, Moon God. A core member, and Moon God at that. Orochimaru recalled how the man had just now seemed to step down from the moon itself. There was indeed something divine about his entrance, like a god come to earth. But soon, Orochimaru shook his head with a smirk. To call oneself the moon god, did this man think he could control the moon? He, Orochimaru, didn't believe that nameless powerhouses could suddenly appear out of nowhere in the shinobi world. This man was probably just using some special Kekkei Genkai to walk through the air. His strength was likely no more than that of Jonin. Still, he needed to be sure. Orochimaru would never allow himself to be outmaneuvered. Oh, a core member, are you? And what is your standing within the immortal organization? If Uzumaki Lin Yu could command you to meet me, does that mean his rank is above yours? Behind a mask, Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Damn Orochimaru, trying to stir up trouble for him. If only he knew that ploy would backfire, bringing nothing but pain his way. Lin Yu replied coldly. Enough with the pointless talk. Why are you here? I don't have time for your childish games. Childish games? Did someone just say Orochimaru was playing at childish games? How could he tolerate such an insult? Orochimaru's already pale face turned even colder. His hand, hidden in his sleeve, made a subtle movement as he spoke. It seems you're in a hurry, so I'll get straight to the point. I want to join the immortal organization. His golden, slit-pupil eyes bore unflinchingly into Lin Yu's, but all he could see were two calm, unfathomable black irises. Strange. Just moments ago, weren't his eyes a clear sky blue? Could this be his bloodline limit? Sky blue eyes. What kind of ocular jutsu is this? Orochimaru frantically searched his vast mental library for any information on sky blue pupils, but ultimately came up empty. Join the immortal organization? Do you think you're worthy? Lin Yu fixed Orochimaru with a cold, penetrating stare, the blue glow in his eyes flickering for an instant. Worthiness isn't decided by words alone. Lin Yu-kun. Orochimaru shot a mocking glance at the masked man, abruptly calling out Lin Yu's name. Lin Yu's expression was indifferent. At this moment, he was only the moon god, not Uzumaki Lin Yu. He said, such a laughable probe. If you wish to join us, then be prepared for death. Huh. Shadow, shuriken, jutsu. Orochimaru's hands, hidden in his sleeves, had been ready all along. The moment Lin Yu finished speaking, a massive shuriken shot toward him. With a thunderous shout, Orochimaru's hands flashed through a series of seals. One became two became three. In the blink of an eye, thousands of shuriken filled the sky, hurtling toward Lin Yu in an unavoidable barrage. Orochimaru came out swinging with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's own original ninjutsu, a technique with wide range and tremendous destructive power, though it had never actually killed anyone, already reaching A-rank jutsu level. This was nothing like Lin Yu's previous tests. From the very start, Orochimaru attacked with deadly intent, holding nothing back. TCH, just toys. The sky blue light reappeared in Lin Yu's eyes. With a single hand raised before him, an unimaginable invisible force radiated outward. Every single shuriken was crushed to dust, not one able to touch him. He was manipulating repulsion and attraction, one of the Tenseigans' abilities, akin to the renegon's almighty push and universal pull. How is this possible? Orochimaru gasped. His next jutsu halted in its tracks. He had seen this technique before. It was the same no-seal ninjutsu the black-robe figure had, used on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The difference was, one pushed objects away, the other pulled them in, but the principle was similar. What kind of jutsu was this, really? Suppressing the unease in his heart, Orochimaru's face grew grim. If this so-called moon god was as powerful as the black-robe man, then making it out alive tonight would be no easy feat. Summoning jutsu. With a thunderous bang, a massive purple serpent materialized beneath Orochimaru's feet. Its scales shimmered with a cold, violet-black gleam. This was Orochimaru's contract beast, the Great Manda. Orochimaru, summoning me at this hour? This time, you owe me 200 sacrifices. Manda coiled its enormous body, its displeasure clear in every movement. If you defeat him, I'll give you as many offerings as you want. Orochimaru's face was stripped of all confidence, his brows tightly furrowed, as he already contemplated making his escape. As for the offerings, he'd already owed more than a few times before. What's one more debt? Oh, you said it yourself. This time, I want 1,000 offerings. Manda's enormous body writhed with excitement, and in a heated rush, he opened his blood-red jaws and lunged straight at Lin Yu. Lin Yu paid no heed to the charging Manda. With both hands held before his chest, he began forming hand seals, following the instructions echoing in his mind. With a soft rush, Lin Yu's body was instantly enveloped in a gentle green chakra, lifting him slowly into the air. At the same time, Pitch-black truth-seeking orbs floated out from the center of his brow, circling protectively around him. Tensigen Chakra Mode. 9 truth-seeking orbs. In that moment, Lin Yu felt as if he had returned to the time when he had wielded the full power of Susanoo, an experience akin to holding godlike power in his hands. It was intoxicating. He pointed a single finger at the onrushing Manda, unleashing a force of overwhelming repulsion. With a wet, sickening sound, Manda barely had time to wonder why the masked man before him seemed to change his appearance so suddenly. His entire massive body was flung skyward, the scenery around him whipping past like a runaway train, quickly shrinking into a single point of light before vanishing altogether. At that instant, only one thought echoed in Manda's mind. Humans these days are terrifying, far scarier than Shinya. Orochimaru's body floated gently back to the ground. He had nearly been sent flying along with Manda, narrowly escaping disaster thanks to his masterful use of the substitution jutsu at the last second. Yet Orochimaru spared not a single thought for Manda's fate. The summoning contract was still intact, so Manda was likely alive. For now, the moon god was the real threat at hand. Now, let me ask you again, do you think you're worthy? Lin Yu's indifferent voice echoed in Orochimaru's ears, stinging his pride to the core. Was Orochimaru truly worthy? Deep down, Orochimaru had to admit that if the entire immortal organization consisted of black-robed individuals of this caliber then, perhaps he truly stood no chance. Still, the power the moon god had shown, though overwhelming, was not insurmountable. There was hope yet. Sensing the unwillingness lingering in Orochimaru's heart, Lin Yu slowly shook his head. You still haven't understood the gap between us. With that, Lin Yu made a beckoning gesture. 3 of the truth-seeking orbs floating around him merged into his palm, forming a shimmering silver halo. In a steely voice, he intoned, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. A thunderous roar erupted as the gigantic storm, powered by the 3 truth-seeking orbs, swept across the entire precipice. Trees were uprooted, boulders split apart, and sand was sent swirling into the sky. In the midst of this violent tempest, whether Jinin, Chunin, or Jonin, all would be torn apart like insects before a hurricane. Utterly powerless, utterly insignificant. Countless massive boulders were swept up into the air, instantly disintegrating into countless fragments the moment they touched the storm. Orochimaru was no exception. His battered body now teetered on the verge of collapse within the raging tornado, as if it could shatter into pieces at any moment. Lin Yu floated coldly in midair, showing no intention of offering any assistance. Orochimaru should not have been torn apart by something as simple as the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion fueled by only 3 truth-seeking orbs. From the moment Lin Yu fused the truth-seeking orbs into his palm, Orochimaru had felt a chilling gaze of death upon him. He knew with certainty, if he couldn't withstand this technique, it would mean his end. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru slammed his hand to the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A thick wall of earth surged up in front of him, but it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. He needed more. Summoning jutsu, Rashomon. A monstrous, demonic-faced gate burst forth from the earth, its crimson, spiked visage sending chills down the spine. The faint wails of spirits seemed to echo from its frame. This was a simplified version of the first Hokage Senju Hashiroma's 5-fold Rashomon. Orochimaru had only managed to master the first gate so far. Yet, even this single gate's defensive power was enough to withstand most ninjutsu attacks. Unfortunately, Lin Yu's Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion was not among them. The colossal storm swept forward, crushing the insignificant earth wall into dust without even slowing down. In a flash, the tornado crashed into the menacing Rashomon gate. It didn't last long. The first Rashomon was shredded by the wild winds, and Orochimaru, who had been hiding behind it, was instantly swept up into the hurricane. Yet, thanks to the Rashomon absorbing part of the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion's force, Orochimaru's body wasn't torn apart immediately. Still, as he was tossed about in midair, he endured relentless torment, his body battered and covered in wounds. Feeling the ruin of his own flesh, Orochimaru's heart brimmed with unwillingness. There were so many jutsu he had yet to unleash, so many strategies still left unplayed. And yet, he couldn't even withstand a single move from his opponent. Was this the true gap in their strength? I refused to accept this. As the storm subsided, Orochimaru's broken form crashed down onto a craggy cliff, seemingly lifeless. Lin Yu drifted down beside him, frowned faintly, and spoke in a cold voice, "Come out, before these eyes of mine. All your tricks are meaningless." At that very moment, Just as Lin Yu's words faded, the lifeless Orochimaru on the ground suddenly rolled over with a swift, snake-like motion. His cheeks ballooned, his mouth opened wide, and a slime-coated arm reached out, followed by a slick, sticky body emerging. This was Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu, the Great Serpent Substitution Technique. Orochimaru gasped for breath, his face deathly pale. This technique had drained a tremendous amount of chakra from him, not to mention the summons of Manda and the Rashomon gates. His already meager chakra reserves were now nearly exhausted. At this moment, Orochimaru couldn't help but envy the Senju and Uzumaki clans for their immense chakra reserves. They could unleash ninjutsu without restraint, and even after depleting themselves, their strength recovered quickly. Truly enviable. He thought to himself, perhaps it was time to study this in depth. Cough, cough. Why don't you just kill me? Struggling to his feet, Orochimaru fixed Lin Yu with a gaze full of complicated emotions. Fear, hatred, unwillingness, and even a flicker of desire. Lin Yu had no idea why Orochimaru would feel so many things, and replied coolly, "If an ant crawls past your feet, do you really need to step on it?" "You." Orochimaru's pale face flushed with a hint of crimson, and his trembling fists dug nails deep into his palms. To think that he, Orochimaru, would one day be dismissed as a mere ant. Intolerable. Isn't that the truth? Open your eyes and see it for yourself. This is the power of a god. Lin Yu's eyes grew cold and indifferent. With a gesture, he raised his right hand to the sky. Orochimaru, puzzled by Lin Yu's motion, glanced upward, uncertain what trick was being played. In the next moment, Orochimaru's pupils shrank to pinpricks. A glimmer of fire grew larger and larger in his line of sight. What was that? A meteorite? Impossible. Was Lin Yu actually summoning a meteorite? Above them, a blazing streak of fire cut brilliantly through the pitch-dark sky. As it drew closer, the fiery red tail left a deep scar across the heavens, a mark where the clouds had been rent asunder. This. Orochimaru was rendered speechless, for that meteorite now hung directly above his head, and the suffocating grip of impending death tightened around his throat. "It's not over yet," Lin Yu said, withdrawing his hand and leisurely admiring the meteor shower he had summoned. Orochimaru glanced skyward again, his expression turning utterly ashen in an instant. There was no surviving this blow, he was sure of it. From the night sky, a rain of meteorites began to fall, each one blazing like a shooting star. They were not as massive as Madara's legendary heavenly obelisk, perhaps only a tenth of its size, but there were a dozen or more, enough to blanket the entire area. Escape was impossible. There was no dramatic twist, no stubborn hero with an unbreakable will. Meteorites, burning through the air, drew crimson lines before slamming straight into the earth. A deafening roar shook the land, and pillars of fire lit up the night, piercing the darkness. Shattered rock and debris filled the air, obscuring all sight. When the dust finally settled, two figures descended from above, Lin Yu and Orochimaru, whom he had suspended with gravity. Orochimaru stared around in bewilderment. Where had the cliff edge gone? It had simply vanished. He looked upon the deep, gaping crater before him and realized how little he truly understood about power. No wonder Lin Yu had asked if he was worthy. He, Orochimaru, truly was not. Lin Yu noticed Orochimaru's despondent look and thought to himself, "I haven't even used my ultimate technique, and you're already defeated in spirit?" Lin Yu deactivated the Tensigen chakra mode and, after freezing the Tensigen, didn't spare so much as a glance at the stupefied Orochimaru. Shrouded in his black cloak, his figure gradually melted into the darkness of the night. "With your current strength, you're not yet qualified to join the Immortal Organization. Still, your talent for research isn't bad. You could become a member of our research division. Keep working hard, kid." Orochimaru's face, once drained of color, twitched slightly, but he said nothing. After a long while, when he finally regained his composure, his golden, slit-pupiled eyes gazed intently in the direction Lin Yu had disappeared. Then, turning, he slipped into the shadows. "Someday I, Orochimaru, will obtain such godlike power." After giving Orochimaru a proper thrashing, Lin Yu felt his mood lighten considerably. Of course, this beating was more of a psychological blow, one that left Orochimaru doubting himself. Lin Yu even hoped to motivate him. "Focus on your research, forget those petty schemes and useless plots. When faced with true power, all conspiracies are nothing but fleeting shadows, shattered in an instant." Lin Yu stored his black cloak and crescent mask into a scroll, musing to himself, maybe it's time to have a custom outfit made. These cheap clothes off the street just don't convey the aura and grandeur befitting the Immortal Organization. Speaking of craftsmanship, The people from the land of artisans have quite the reputation. Perhaps I should check them out sometime. Might be worth my while. Immersing himself in thought, Lin Yu glanced at a single line of text, a faint sense of regret welling up. Tensigen Unlimited Use Permission, 1 hour 27 minutes remaining, currently frozen. What a waste. If I'd known, I wouldn't have summoned that meteor. Wouldn't it have been easier to just split the earth with the golden wheel reincarnation explosion? Less effort, less time. Lin Yu was filled with regret. Every second lost is a second gone forever. A flash of golden magic circles flickered in his eyes, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. As for the ruined land, should I bother replanting the forest? Is there any maintenance fee to be had? Late at night, in Konoha village, a figure appeared soundlessly beside Kushina. Seeing that she was still fast asleep, Lin Yu let out a silent sigh of relief, tiptoed to the door, and slipped out. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. Kushina stirred, squinting blearily at the familiar silhouette disappearing through the door. Instantly, her heart settled. She rolled over, carelessly kicking away the blanket she had just pulled up, and drifted back in her sweet dream of taming Lin Yu. Morning. Morning. Kushina greeted Lin Yu with a yawn. Ninja school was on holiday today, so Kushina was dressed in a light green pajama set adorned with cartoon prints. Her tousled red hair was unkempt, and she sat obediently on the chair, rubbing her eyes, waiting expectantly to be fed. Very soon, Lin Yu walked out of the kitchen, carrying a steaming pot of porridge in his hands. It was a special, nutritious breakfast recipe he'd learned from Mikoto, that everyone has their own favorite porridge. He ladled some into a small bowl and offered it to Kushina. It smells wonderful. Lin Yu, your cooking skills have improved again. Kushina took a deep sniff, then blew on the bowl with 2 big puffs before sipping a little, her lips barely touching the hot porridge. Ouch, too hot. Take it slow. This whole pot is just for you. Lin Yu pulled out a few tissues and handed them to Kushina. Wow, it's delicious. Lin Yu, where did you learn this? It's amazing. Kushina narrowed her eyes in delight, truly happy. Her silly Lin Yu had finally figured out that winning her heart meant starting with her stomach. Really? That's great. Next time, I'll ask Mikoto to teach me a few more recipes. Suddenly, before she could swallow her mouthful of porridge, Kushina sprayed it all over Lin Yu's face. She coughed, her cheeks puffing out. She'd nearly choked. Mikoto again. Oomph. All Lin Yu ever talked about was Mikoto. Wasn't she, Kushina, cute enough too? An idea suddenly sparked in Kushina's mind. She stopped eating, hopped off her seat, and dashed upstairs barefoot, little feet pattering quickly on the floor. Lin Yu's eye twitched just as a piece of green vegetable slid down his face and landed with a soft splat on the floor. Maybe I spoil Kushina too much, treating her like a little girl and indulging her every whim. No wonder she's starting to take me for granted. It's time she understands who's really in charge in this house. Thump, thump, thump. Kushina soon came racing back down the stairs, hugging a rosewood box to her chest. She placed it on the table with a decisive thud, her bright eyes glinting as she gazed at Lin Yu. Kushina, come here, I have something I want to— Lin Yu, this is something Grandma Mito left for me. She said it could be part of my dowry when I grow up. Kushina's voice grew softer and softer, until she shyly covered her eyes with her hands, though she continued peeking at Lin Yu through her fingers. Mito Uzumaki gave this to you. Lin Yu's attention was instantly captured by the rosewood box. If he guessed right, it probably contained the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Yes, the night Grandma Mito entrusted me with the fox, she told me to keep this safe and only open it after I graduated from the Ninja Academy. At the mention of Mito Uzumaki, Kushina's eyes grew misty again. After all, Mito had been the kindest elder to her since she arrived in Konoha. Lin Yu gently hugged Kushina, his voice soft and reassuring. It's all right. I'm here too, and I won't ever leave you. Kushina nodded firmly, wiped the corners of her eyes, and turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, would it be all right if I gave this to you? Kushina's voice was soft, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lin Yu had no wandering thoughts. He understood that what was kept inside must be the Uzumaki sealing technique. No matter which of them received it, neither would keep secrets from the other. Lin Yu said, go ahead and open it. I think I already know what's inside. Kushina, you'll need to work hard from now on. Kushina, it's time for you to grow up. I'll do as you say. Kushina replied, her voice tender and sweet, as if she was shy about Lin Yu accepting her dowry. Lin Yu reached out and touched the wooden box. The grain was fine and smooth, carrying a faint scent of flowers and fresh grass. Without further hesitation, Lin Yu opened the rosewood box. With a soft click, the lid lifted. A chime seemed to ring out, golden legend. The phrase echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Had it not been broad daylight, Lin Yu was certain he would have been dazzled into a stupor by the golden gleam rising from the box. This wasn't a sealing technique at all. It was a chest full of wealth. Resting atop the hoard was a scroll tied with a red cord, and the rest was a sea of gold. Uncut, unrefined, glittering in every corner. Lin Yu found it hard to believe the entire box could be filled with gold. He reached in and, when he drew his hand back, found a stack of silver notes in his grasp. Incredible. Even promissory notes worth 1,000 taels were only used to pad the bottom. Was Uzumaki Mido truly this wealthy? This chest could buy more than a single street. Kushina could put her name on every house around the Hokage's mansion if she wished. But why leave all of this for Kushina alone? Wasn't Lin Yu also a member of the Uzumaki clan? It was favoritism, plain and simple. A pang of resentment stirred in Lin Yu's heart. If Uzumaki Mido had so much money, why didn't she help him and Kushina sooner? He'd spent 4 exhausting years toiling as a humble clinic doctor. Still, it was just Lin Yu grumbling to himself. When he saw that Uzumaki Mido had placed the sealing scroll at the very top, he understood. For a ninja, true strength lies within. All this glittering wealth was just an embellishment. Useless if you're weak, unnecessary if you're strong. As for why Mido waited until after passing on the 9 taels to give these things to Kushina, calling it a test for Kushina didn't quite fit. With Kushina's personality, Mido would have figured her out in a month. No, the test was for Lin Yu. For whole years of it. Indeed, a woman's greatest trust is placed in a man. Uzumaki Mido regarded Kushina as her own granddaughter, and Lin Yu as Kushina's childhood companion. On the surface, only the two of them remained of the Uzumaki clan. If nothing went wrong, it was only natural that Kushina would marry Lin Yu to carry on the clan's bloodline. For 4 whole years, Mido Uzumaki had observed Lin Yu carefully, studying his character, his attitude toward others, his way of handling matters, but most importantly, how he treated Kushina. Without a doubt, Lin Yu had passed Mido's test. Yet she left him with a word of advice. The sealing techniques placed at the very top. These, in essence, represent strength. Lin Yu, you have many admirable qualities. Kindness to civilians, humility toward fellow shinobi, and boundless affection for Kushina. But in my eyes, all of this is simply proof that you lack true power. In other words, over these past 4 years, your easygoing and gentle ways have only made your heart grow softer and more timid. Timid? Lin Yu asked himself honestly. In playing the role of Uzumaki Lin Yu, he often found it easy to yield, whether it was Yamamoto Ichiro in the beginning or Nijusho when Ichiraku ramen opened. He always chose to keep the peace. Perhaps the image of being a nice guy for 4 years had sunk so deep into his bones that he now instinctively avoided offending anyone. Only behind a mask could he hide that softness in his heart. Only behind a mask could he act without hesitation or fear. Lin Yu reached out and unrolled the scroll tied with a red string. Adamantine sealing chains, dead demon consuming seal, contract seal, tailed beast locking seal, and countless other sealing arts. This single scroll represented the pride and achievements of the entire Uzumaki clan. By accepting this scroll, he and Kushina would carry the honor and the burden of their people. Lin Yu did not fear this, but Kushina. Wow, so much gold. It's all sparkling and shiny. Kushina hadn't even glanced at the scroll. Her wide eyes brimmed with the reflection of gold, her pupils practically turning golden in the light. Scooping up a handful of gold, Kushina raised it high above her head, shouting, "Yay! So much gold, so much gold. I'm rich, I'm rich." Well, Lin Yu thought, maybe he really had spoiled Kushina. He wondered if Mido would come back just to give him a piece of her mind. Ahem. Yay, the gold is so shiny. Ahem, ahem. Hooray, I'm rich, I'm rich. Ahem. Lin Yu, are you sick? You should go lie down and rest. Kushina seemed to realize something, clutching the red lacquered box tightly in her small arms, watching Lin Yu with wary eyes. Lin Yu thought to himself, didn't someone just give all this to me? He gave a helpless sigh. It seemed he really didn't know how to handle Kushina. Maybe he should ask Mikoto to come stay for a few days. Kushina, come take a look at this. I don't want to. Kushina wrinkled her nose as if she could smell the scent of a trap. It's something Grandma Mido left for you. She said you must train hard with it. Lin Yu could only invoke Mido's name, surrendering to her stubbornness. With a swish, a sudden chill passed through Lin Yu's hand. The scroll containing the sealing technique had vanished without a trace. Looking up, he saw Kushina, barefoot and quick as a flash, darting upstairs with the rosewood box clutched tightly in her arms. Body flicker technique? When did Kushina learn that? Was it something from the Ninja Academy? It seemed the departure of Uzumaki Mido had hit Kushina harder than anyone realized. Even this little miser, always so careful with her treasures, worked diligently behind the scenes. Just as Lin Yu was sighing at her efforts, Kushina came bounding back downstairs, this time dressed in a pale yellow dress and white flats. She rushed over to Lin Yu, stretched out her small hand, and declared, "Come on, let's go shopping. It's my treat." With a gentle but firm flick to her forehead, Linyu finally couldn't resist and gave Kushina a knock on the head, insisting she change into her ninja uniform and head to the training ground instead. It was such a fine day. How could she justify skipping practice for shopping all the time? What kind of example would that set? Only I get to be a slacker here. Neither Linyu nor Kushina had a private training ground, and practicing the Uzumaki clan's secret arts wasn't something they could do in the public training areas. They had no choice but to ask Orochimaru for permission to use his grounds. After all, the two of them could be considered his students. However, Orochimaru seemed to be in a foul mood, his face dark and brooding. Linyu, knowing all too well the reason, offered Orochimaru a rushed greeting and, not daring to linger, quickly whisked Kushina away before he could reply. Training ground number 417, Hidden Leaf Village. Linyu had no idea how the training grounds in the village were numbered. Number 417? Could the Leaf really have over 400 training grounds? He doubted it. 400 public restrooms, maybe, but training grounds? Orochimaru's training field lay deep in the mountains behind the village, a remote and deserted place. When Linyu led Kushina there, he was momentarily taken aback. Was this really a training ground, and not just some random patch of wilderness that had been fenced off? The wild grass had grown nearly as tall as Kushina herself. How long had it been since Orochimaru last trained here? Had all the funding gone into his research? Couldn't he at least hire someone to tidy up? Still, the area was spacious, and all the essentials were present. Targets, shields, and other equipment. Though riddled with holes, they were still usable with a bit of improvising. Kushina pouted, her face full of indignation. That rotten Linyu actually dared hit her. Just wait. Once she mastered her training, she'd use her great shared blanket technique to seal him up in bed for good. Kushina, from today onward, aside from your required Ninja Academy courses, you'll also be training privately under my guidance. I can't let you slack off any longer, Linyu said sternly. Kushina pursed her lips and muttered, I'm not so sure you could even beat me, Linyu. Oh, feeling pretty confident. Are you, Kushina? Looks like you've been secretly learning quite a few jutsu. Linyu feigned surprise. Just watch, you blockhead. I've been going easy on you all this time. Kushina lifted her delicate face, pressed her palms together, and called out sweetly, Adamantine sealing chains. A golden chakra chain shot out from behind Kushina, darting to float in front of Linyu, where it gave him a playful little smack, almost as if showing off. Wait a second. Kushina already knows how to use the adamantine sealing chains? With talent like this, it's no wonder she's the top candidate for becoming the next Jinchuriki. But why is she putting her palms together? The adamantine sealing chains don't actually require hand signs, do they? Linyu voiced his confusion, prompting Kushina's cheeks to flush as she replied, It helps me focus my attention. Stupid Linyu. Bet you can't do this. Kushina lifted her chin in triumph, her face brimming with pride. He chuckled softly. Linyu didn't say a word, nor did he press his palms together. In a flash, four golden chakra chains burst from his back. In Kushina's wide-eyed disbelief, all four chains wrapped around her, lifting her gently into the air and drawing her closer to Linyu. Once she realized the kind of awkward position she was in, Kushina blushed with embarrassment and shouted, Let me go, you idiot Linyu. Ahem. Linyu couldn't help but notice that his technique had bound Kushina in a rather unconventional way. Good thing she was still just a child. If not, he might have gotten quite an eyeful. Feeling awkward, Linyu hurriedly released the adamantine sealing chains, rubbing the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. When did you learn how to do that, Linyu? I was planning to teach you myself after I mastered it. Kushina puffed out her cheeks, a little sulky. I'm not like you, lying around all day and being lazy. I train hard every single day. Linyu said, looking and sounding completely serious, as if he truly meant it. You're the one who's lazy. I'm gonna train now. Deep down, Kushina thought, just wait, Linyu. Once I master that technique, I'll make sure you get what's coming to you. All right, let's start by learning the tailed B-sealing hand signs. We can use Kurama as our test subject, Linyu suggested mischievously. Kurama, I may not be human, but Linyu, you're a real piece of work. No way, I already know that one. Then, the Reaper Death? No, that won't do. How about the contract seal? Linyu, do you even have Summoning Beast? Linyu almost blurted out that he could use his Mangekyo Sharingan to control Kurama and let Kushina practice the contract seal on him, but he swallowed the idea. He still wanted to complete his fist bump mission with Kurama, not risk his life. Kurama, try my tailed beast bomb barrage and see what happens. Linyu pondered for a moment. Aside from the multi-shadow clone jutsu, he really didn't know any other suitable ninjutsu for Kushina to learn. He He still had no idea what Kushina's chakra nature was, and that was a real headache. Without a solid plan, everything ended up a mess. Lin Yu scratched his head, pondering if there were any other non-elemental ninja techniques that would suit Kushina. The Uzumaki clan was known for their strong physique and abundant chakra. Plus, she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, the Rasengan. Yes, the Rasengan. He felt a twinge of regret. He really should have thought of this sooner. Training in it wasn't particularly difficult, but its power was formidable, with a high ceiling for growth. It could also be fused with various chakra natures to enhance its strength, and best of all, it was a technique that required no hand seals, a true jack of all trades. The fact that it only occurred to him now made Lin Yu want to slap himself. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu decided to teach Kushina the multiple shadow clone technique first. He would master the Rasengan himself, then pass it on to her. The idea gave him a strange feeling. Kushina and the Rasengan. Kushina and the Rasengan. Minato, I hope you won't hold this against me. Even as these thoughts flickered through his mind, Lin Yu's hands didn't slow. He patiently demonstrated the hand signs for Kushina, guiding her movements and describing the way chakra should flow, painting a vivid picture with his words. Kushina was taken aback by Lin Yu's sudden seriousness. She let him guide her small hands, her bright eyes fixed on his focused profile. As expected, my silly Lin Yu is the most handsome when he's serious. I, Kushina Uzumaki, will train hard to become Hokage and defeat that little Mikoto and the old lady Tsunade. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Lin Yu noticed that Kushina seemed lost in thought, but her fighting spirit was burning ever brighter. Though he had a head full of questions with nowhere to ask them, he found himself comforted. His Kushina was growing up. While Kushina went to school during the day, Lin Yu would pull Mikoto over to train with him. In the afternoons, he'd drop Mikoto, off for her missions, and pick up Kushina from school. After a good dinner, the two would continue their training into the evening. And so, the days slipped by one after another. Before long, Lin Yu had made solid progress with the Rasengan. Not the way Naruto needed shadow clones to help, but mastering it single-handedly. And let's keep our minds out of the gutter. During these couple of weeks, Lin Yu hadn't neglected his wood release training either. After all, it was the fastest shortcut to increasing his combat power. The thought of Susanoo wrapped in a wooden dragon was already within reach. One day, Lin Yu brought Tsunade to the training ground. Hey brat, what secret are you dragging me here to see? Why all the mystery? Tsunade, as always, wore her signature green coat over a white vest. That certain something was becoming even rounder, and Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. His exclusive remedy was finally working. Brat, just where do you think you're looking? Tsunade turned to block his gaze, her pink fist clenching slightly. Was Lin Yu itching for another beating? Ahem, Tsunade, you've finally grown up. My years of effort haven't been in vain. Lin Yu blushed, quickly averting his eyes and changing the subject. Tsunade grew even more annoyed. What did he mean, his effort? This was all her own doing. It had nothing to do with Lin Yu's so-called secret recipe. Oomph. Out with it, what do you want? I'm a very busy woman, you know. Busy rolling dice, are you? Lin Yu muttered to himself. Without another word, Lin Yu extended a hand toward Tsunade. Chakra gathered at his palm, and a small branch slowly grew out from the center of his hand. Tsunade's expression changed in an instant. Her beautiful eyes locked onto the branch in Lin Yu's palm, and the astonishment in her heart refused to settle. Impossible. This kid actually learned wood release. It's only been a few days. Could I be caught in a jinjutsu? Yes, that must be it. Tsunade put her hands behind her back, stealthily forming a seal. Release. A crow drifted by, cawing as it went. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched. Did she really think putting her hands behind her back would fool me? Tsunade, do you take me for a fool? Tsunade calmly brought her hands forward again, unfazed by Lin Yu's teasing look. In a grave tone, she asked, that's what release. Lin Yu, how did you learn it? Lin Yu scratched his head and replied, how did I learn it? Well, I just kept watching, and after a while I picked it up. It's really not that hard. He withdrew the wood release and patted his chest. Thank goodness it didn't hurt. Just by watching you manage to learn it? Who are you trying to fool, kid? Do you think I'm that easy to trick? Tsunade folded her arms, clearly agitated. Lin Yu shot her a sidelong glance. Well, she actually is pretty easy to fool. But he knew better than to say that out loud. With an innocent shrug, he said, seriously, I just watched and picked it up. Maybe I'm just naturally gifted. Tsunade stared at him for a long moment before waving her hand dismissively. Forget it. Your half-baked wood release is nothing compared to my grandfather's. It's not worth making a fuss over. Lin Yu had to admit, his wood release couldn't hold a candle to Hashirama's. Still, half-baked was a bit much. If she pushed him, he could always teach her a lesson with the wood dragon technique. Tsunade suddenly seemed to remember something, looking a bit awkward. Well, I've got something else to take care of. Lin Yu, keep training hard. I'm sure you'll become a wood-release ninja as powerful as my grandfather one day. Good luck. No sooner had she finished than she tried to slip away right under Lin Yu's nose. Clearly, Tsunade had a knack for dodging her debts from a young age. Lin Yu looked at the fleeing Tsunade with exasperation. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Why are you so nervous? Well, not right now anyway. Who knows about the future? Tsunade turned away, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, and retorted, I really do have something to take care of. Kid, do you really think the great Tsunade would skip out on a debt? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Yu nodded silently. No, I don't think you'll skip out. I'm certain of it. Seeing the disbelief written all over Lin Yu's face, Tsunade looked as if she'd gambled away everything she owned. With a sigh of resignation, she said, Fine, I lost the bet. What do you want? As long as it's within reason, name it. Lin Yu grinned, showing his teeth as he said, I haven't decided yet. Let's talk about it in the future. As for Tsunade's last remark, Lin Yu chose to ignore it entirely. Damn it. Tsunade suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively hugged herself tighter. It was as if she had a premonition that she would definitely regret not making Lin Yu state his request today. Still, Tsunade couldn't force Lin Yu to fulfill the bet right away. What if he made some outrageous demand? She decided to leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. Tsunade shook her head to clear her thoughts, her beautiful eyes studying Lin Yu's still youthful face with seriousness. In a soft voice she asked, Is this something you need me to keep secret? Lin Yu let the playful smile fade from his lips. After a moment of thought, he replied, No need. When the time comes, I'll explain everything to the third Hokage myself. Tsunade's arms, crossed over her chest, trembled slightly. After a brief hesitation, she said, Lin Yu, the old man won't give you trouble. If he dares to do anything to you, I'll stand by your side. Lin Yu laughed heartily. It's just would release, right? It's not like I've mastered anything as powerful as the first Hokages would release. Don't worry, Tsunade. With that, he flashed a wide grin, clearly not taking the matter to heart. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, Lin Yu felt confident he could handle him. But if Danzo were to learn that Lin Yu could use would release, there was absolutely no doubt he'd come knocking. First with sweet words to lure him into route, and if that failed, he'd simply resort to abduction. Well, perhaps it was time to formally meet this so-called scapegoat shadow of a leaf. Lin Yu figured he'd have plenty of occasions in the future to shift blame onto him anyway. After seeing Tsunade off, Lin Yu returned to the training grounds. He sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought about the consequences of revealing his would release. It was obvious, the risks far outweighed the benefits. Regardless of how powerful Lin Yu's would release might be, exposing it meant losing a trump card in battle. More than that, just how many people across the ninja world coveted Hashirama Senju's would release? It was the exclusive technique of the god of shinobi. Who wouldn't want it for themselves? If word got out that would release had resurfaced in the leaf, Lin Yu would immediately rocket to the top of every nation's hit list, either to be captured or eliminated on sight. That was the attitude the rest of the ninja world would take toward Lin Yu. There'd be no talk of negotiation or tolerance, only relentless pursuit and, at best, capture for research. No way would the world allow a second Hashirama Senju to exist. Within the leaf itself, Lin Yu might enjoy a burst of fame, his name echoing among the village's shinobi. But that would also draw Danzo's attention. At best, he'd be forced into root and branded with a cursed seal of absolute loyalty. At worst, he'd be secretly imprisoned and turned into a guinea pig to unlock the secrets of wood release. There was no way Lin Yu would become a test subject like the future Yamato ever did. Yet exposing his wood release did offer one advantage, earning the third Hokage's trust. There was a world of difference between volunteering the truth and being found out. Moreover, Lin Yu's current wood release couldn't really be considered powerful. Perhaps combining Susanoo with the wood golem might yield some unexpected results, but without access to sage energy, his wood release still lacked real impact. Using his basic sage body to perform wood release, at best, it could only be ranked as an S-level ninjutsu. You might think wood release is incredibly strong, but to be honest, the effectiveness of any jutsu depends on who's using it. Can Kakashi's multiple shadow clone jutsu ever compare to Naruto's? There is no ultimate jutsu. Only the right person wielding the jutsu that suits them best can unlock unimaginable power. So, revealing wood release is possible, but it's absolutely essential not to let too many people know about it. Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru, should they be informed as well? Last time, it seemed I dealt a blow to his pride. Maybe by now, he doesn't even care about wood release anymore. Never mind, let's drop it. As for Danzo, there's no need at all. Lin Yu had zero interest in inviting trouble upon himself. Suddenly, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel he was a bit like someone else, Uchiha Shursui. Imagine naively telling the Konoha leadership about awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even publicly revealing the power of Kodo Amatsukami, the ability to silently alter and reshape a person's thoughts and will. That kind of blundering honesty had left the entire Konoha leadership in shock. Danzo, not wanting to kill you would be the real surprise. Any leader would balk at letting such a level of ocular power fall into someone else's hands, especially an Uchiha's. No matter how loyal you are to Konoha, your Uchiha identity is something you can never change. They would never entrust their lives and willpower to the loyalty of a single Uchiha. It's just too unstable. Lin Yu's current plan to reveal Wood release was strikingly similar to Uchiha Shursui's actions. The difference was Shursui had exposed his trump card, while Lin Yu was only revealing one among several, and the gulf in consequence between the two couldn't be wider. Besides, would Lin Yu truly reveal the full extent of his Wood release abilities? Night slowly fell, and without realizing it, Lin Yu had been sitting cross-legged in meditation for quite some time. His legs had grown a bit stiff and sore. Did I forget to pick up Kushina? Oh well, it's not like there's anyone foolish enough to mess with her anyway. Rubbing the sides of his calves, Lin Yu decided to wrap up today's training. Tomorrow, he'd go pay Hiruzen Sarutobi a visit. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lin Yu's mind sank deep into his consciousness, where line after line of text slowly surfaced. Monthly tasks. Task 1. Abduct Jiraiya and have him spy on Orochimaru taking a bath. Reward. Method for refining natural energy. Task 2. Become a special guest instructor at the Ninja Academy. Reward. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. Task 3. Eat 10 bowls of Ichiraka ramen in one sitting. Reward. Chakra recovery speed increased by 5%. Accumulated tasks 4/10. Task. Earn a title from Madara Uchiha. Reward. Perfect sage body. Task. Fist bump with Kurama. Reward. Refined yang power. Task. Complete 100 D-rank missions, 41 out of 100. Reward. 8 gates technique, gate of opening, gate of rest. Task. Help an old lady cross the street 100 times, 11 out of 100. Reward. 8 gates technique, gate of life, gate of wound. Limited time reward. Unlimited renegon usage, 1 hour 39 minutes and 39 seconds remaining, currently frozen. Unlimited Tensigen usage, 1 hour 27 minutes remaining, currently frozen. Lin Yu. This has to be intentional. Absolutely on purpose. Jiraiya peeking at Orochimaru, taking a bath. What's going on with that? System. Have you really gone off the rails? But, haha, I like it. Lin Yu hadn't forgotten the last time Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru ganged up on him. Now, with the system issuing the mission, things had taken a humorous turn. Well then, Lin Yu could only carry out the imperial decree and would have to go above and beyond to complete it. How else could he repay teacher Orochimaru's hard work? But wait, isn't Jiraiya still in the land of rain? If I have to wait for him to come back, wouldn't that be years from now? By then, would Uncle Snake have turned into Aunt Snake, giving Jiraiya an unexpected advantage? Smack! Lin Yu slapped himself and muttered. Lin Yu, how could you have such wicked thoughts? Is it the second-hand system corrupting you? I knew this Yu system was unreliable. Never does anything proper. Still, I really want to see this scene. A sly, anti-like grin crept onto Lin Yu's youthful face, a look that was completely at odds with his age and temperament. This mission was one Lin Yu absolutely had to complete, not just for revenge, but because the rewards were simply too tempting. The method for refining natural energy, that's practically sage arts. Talk about having a pillow delivered right when you're dozing off. So considerate. Good brother. System, TCH. I don't need a two-faced brother like you. Jiraiya. Whether I can use Susanoo with a giant Buddha now depends entirely on you. Far away in the land of rain, Jiraiya suddenly sneezed. Achoo. Strange. Really strange. Why am I sneezing again? I didn't even get wet this time. Jiraiya rubbed his nose and took a deep breath. Achoo. Something's up. Something bad must be happening. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Is another war about to break out? Or is it that group the Black-Robe Man warned would come for Nagato's renegon? Whatever it is, I can't leave Nagato and the others right now. At the very least, I need to stay until they can protect themselves. Thinking of Nagato, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel deeply gratified. This was the most gifted child he had ever met. Quick to learn, humble in nature, never arrogant, always mindful of his companion's feelings. Although his care was directed mainly at Yahiko, and Jiraiya didn't fully understand the reason, he could sense that Nagato truly cherished Yahiko. Ah, when will I, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, Ever find true love myself? Suddenly, the image of Orochimaru flashed through Jiraiya's mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle. With Orochimaru's perpetual cold expression, he'd probably spend his whole life without anyone ever falling for him. What a pitiful fate. Linyu had no idea when Jiraiya would return to Konoha. Although he was tempted to fly straight to the Land of Rain and drag Jiraiya back to complete the task, such a move would be far too deliberate. Jiraiya wasn't a fool. If Uzumaki Linyu suddenly showed up in the Land of Rain and, for some dubious reason, convinced him to return to Konoha, only to accidentally set up situations where Jiraiya might spy on Orochimaru bathing, it would be obvious to anyone that Linyu was behind it all. If that happened, Linyu would have to face the wrath of both Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Linyu was gradually gaining experience in these matters. In this line of work, there was one golden rule: let things unfold naturally. Besides, Linyu's objective wasn't just to let Jiraiya enjoy a visual treat. His baseline requirement was for the two to actually have some physical contact. But to reach that stage would be extremely difficult. It would require careful planning, time, and the perfect opportunity. If only my Mangekyo Sharingan technique were Kodoeme Tsukumi, things wouldn't be nearly this complicated. Who knows when Sure Sway will be born? If only I could use the transcription seal to lock his technique into my own eyes. As for the second task, wait, why am I so fixated on when Sure Sway will be born? Whether it's Sure Sway, Obito, Kakashi, or Might Guy, they all share one thing during their formative years. They'll attend the Ninja Academy. Linyu's eyes lit up. He'd found a perfectly reasonable excuse to approach them unguarded and make contact. The system truly lived up to its reputation. Such insight. Now, on to the third task. Time to take Kushina out for dinner. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Hey, big brother Tucci, it's been a long time. Well, if it isn't Kushina, I haven't seen you in ages. You've been missed around here. Linyu's hand, which had been raised in greeting, froze awkwardly in midair. Hey, I was the one saying hello. Just because I skipped your ramen the first time, do you really have to hold a grudge for so long? Kushina, still holding Linyu's hand, flashed Tucci a sweet smile. Hee, big brother Tucci, hi. Today I want miso ramen. Coming right up. Won't be long. Big brother Tucci, I want ramen too. I'll have 10 bowls. Linyu pulled Kushina to sit on a spot towards the left. He glanced around and saw that there weren't many customers, and no familiar faces either. Leaning in, he whispered quietly to Tucci. What? You want to eat 10 bowls? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Tucci's hands shook a little as he was pulling the noodles. What was going on with Konoha lately? Just yesterday, a chubby red-haired man had come in and devoured 15 bowls. In one sitting, his hands had been trembling from making so many noodles. And now, another redhead had shown up, asking for 10 bowls. This was going to be the death of him. Tucci cast a pained look at his own wrist, then around the shop seats. He thought to himself, maybe I should have made this place smaller. How am I supposed to keep up at this rate? Future Hinata, please take care of me from now on. Linyu nodded. That's right, Tucci. I want 10 bowls. Seeing how serious Linyu's expression was, Tucci begrudgingly added 2 more portions of dough, kneading it with extra force, as if venting his frustration on the red-haired clan themselves. Beside him, Kushina's eyes sparkled as she looked at Linyu. This rascal, Linyu, was even more handsome when he was about to eat 10 bowls than when he was being serious. Her judgment was spot on. All right, she was going to step up her game today. Tucci, I want 10 bowls too. All miso flavor. Kushina patted her cheeks with her small hands to psych herself up. You want 10 bowls as well? Tucci felt like they were out to get him. He was so close to closing up for the night, but now 2 big eaters had shown up. Was red hair destined to be his lifelong nemesis? All right, Tucci replied weakly, hoping that he'd never see another red-haired customer in his shop again. 3 was already more than enough for him. Not long after, steaming bowls of Ichiraku ramen with their irresistible aroma and flavor were served up. After a whole day of inner conflict, Linyu was more than ready to dig in. He hadn't trained for long today, but he felt more exhausted than ever before. The slurping sounds filled the air. Wow, it smells so good and tastes amazing. Linyu and Kushina exclaimed in unison. Tucci, please, you two just finish and go quickly. Somewhere in the depths of the ninja world. Black Zetsu, what's happening outside? An old yet commanding voice echoed through the darkness underground, its lingering resonance sending chills down the spine. A shaft of moonlight seemed to pierce through a crack in the trees above, casting a cool glow into the gloom below. In that pale light, a head that resembled a black-and-white pitcher plant emerged from the ground. Bowing toward the shadow hidden in the darkness, it spoke. Everything is proceeding according to plan, Lord Madara. And what of Nagato? The voice from the darkness sounded again. As expected, he already has companions by his side. and their bonds are growing deeper by the day. But it seems he's become the disciple of one of the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya. Black Zetsu reported. The three ninja? What's that? Are they the next generation of powerhouses? Black Zetsu explained. It seems they're the ninjas acknowledged by the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. He called them the legendary Sanin of Konoha. Hanzo? That kind of man has the right to bestow titles on others? Without Hashirama, this shinobi world really is cough cough. Black Zetsu's expression shifted slightly. Lord Madara, are you all right? How much longer can your body hold out? Should we move up our plans? Madara coughed and waved him off impatiently. Enough with the chatter. Have you found the pawn I asked for? Not yet. None of the candidates are quite suitable. But I did hear that the next head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku, is rather talented. Should we? Black Zetsu trailed off, but he knew Madara would understand. Keep searching. I need someone who can carry out the plan with absolute certainty. Understood. Black Zetsu's figure slowly melted into the ground, his form never once revealing itself, as if he'd long since become part of the darkness. Madara coughed again, his voice hoarse. Hashirama, without you, the shinobi world is no different from this darkness. Just wait, peace will come my hands cough cough. On the moon, in the branch family of the Otsutsuki Hamura clan, have you detected anything? That way from the Tensigen, a few days ago? Reporting to the elder, the target only appeared for a moment. Our giant Tensigen didn't have time to lock on before the fluctuation vanished. Keep looking. If they appeared once, they will come back a second time, a third time. We must find this person at any cost. Yes, elder. In Tsunade, the village hidden in the sand. In an old house, beneath a dusky lamp, a slender boy with crimson hair gently stroked a puppet. His delicate face betrayed not even the slightest hint of emotion. After a long while, his thin lips moved, as if whispering, soon, very soon. Click. The light went out. The room fell silent once more, but this stillness was oddly unsettling, as if countless eyes in the darkness were staring straight at you. A 10-year-old kid, like you wants to teach at the Ninja Academy? Hiruzen Sarutobi felt Uzumaki Linyu was getting more and more outrageous. He could barely tolerate the idea of a Jinin jumping straight to Jonin. After all, Linyu did have the strength for it. But you're just 10 years old, and now you want to be a teacher? Isn't that a bit much? Some of the academy students are barely older than you. The more Hiruzen looked at Linyu, the more exasperated he became. The boy was making his life difficult. Did Linyu think the Hokage's office was his family business, doing whatever he pleased? If I agree to this today, I might as well resign on the spot and let Danzo have a seat. Linyu cleared his throat and said, Lord Hokage, I'm thinking of Konoha's future too. Let's step outside for a private word. Hiruzen eyed Linyu's mysterious demeanor and snapped. This is the Hokage's office. Do you think just anyone can snoop around here? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a sip of tea, his face calm and untroubled. After all, he thought there was no way anyone could spy on them in secret. The Umbu were monitoring everything closely. Linyu straightened his expression, brought his hands together in a showy gesture, and declared, Please watch my demonstration closely. Wood style, seed to tree, jutsu. Huh. With a sharp shout, he tossed a seed onto the ground. Instantly, roots burst forth, breaking through the hard stone tiles and spreading rapidly in all directions. A vibrant surge of life swept through the room. In the blink of an eye, the seed had become a sapling. Another blink, it was already as tall as a person. Yet another instant. Stop, stop, stop. Don't let it grow any bigger, or you'll wreck my office. Hiruzen, recovering from his initial shock, hastily interrupted as he watched the sapling shoot up, threatening to overrun the room. With style, unbelievable. Where on earth did this kid Linyu learn such a technique? But, judging by the display, the power seemed rather lackluster. To call it wood style was a stretch. Tree planter seemed more accurate. Well, what do you think, Lord Hokage? This is a jutsu I've developed myself, after a lot of research. Aside from the first Hokage, no one in the Leaf Village has ever mastered this. Linyu wiped fake sweat from his brow and put on an exaggerated look of exhaustion. Hiruzen Sarutobi, enough already. This acting is so fake. Who do you think you're fooling? Hiruzen stared at Linyu, exhaling a stream of smoke, and asked, How did you manage to master the wood style? I borrowed some scrolls from Lady Tsunade. After studying them for a while, I just picked it up. It's not that hard, really. Linyu scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Just picked it up after reading a bit? Not that hard. You're really asking for scolding, aren't you? Hiruzen took several long drags on his pipe, trying to steady his nerves. What style? He was witnessing the rebirth of the legendary technique, the very bloodline that had made the Leaf Village the most powerful in the ninja world. Ever since the first Hokage's passing, it had vanished. Now, here was again. Was this a blessing or a portent of trouble? No one knew wood styles might better than Hiruzen. The tailed beasts, feared by all, were like stray kittens before the first Hokage's wood style. Easy to capture, impossible to resist. But Lin Yu's wood style seemed rather unimpressive. In a grave voice, Hiruzen asked, Lin Yu, what other wood style jutsu do you know? How strong are they? Lin Yu looked a bit awkward. Lately, he'd been focused on practicing the Rasengan and hadn't actually learned many wood style techniques. He admitted honestly, to be honest, I haven't mastered any others yet. The first Hokage's wood style jutsu are just too difficult, and I have this feeling that my wood style isn't really suited for learning his techniques. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. That made sense. If Lin Yu's wood style could rival the first Hokage's, that would be truly bizarre. Still, even if Lin Yu's wood style wasn't all-powerful, it was far beyond the scope of any ordinary elemental jutsu. What's more, wood release paired with the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Doesn't that make for the perfect Jinchuriki partnership? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly remembered that there was a nine-tails Jinchuriki in the Hayashi family. Now, that Uzumaki Hayashi had also mastered would release, on top of his own sealing skills. If Kushina ever lost control of the nine tails, Hayashi could help subdue and assist her. Together, the two of them could become one of Konoha's deadliest weapons. Though Sarutobi was still deeply curious about how Hayashi had come to master wood release, he wasn't like Danzo. He didn't have that obsessive urge to control everything. This wasn't some forbidden jutsu designed to enslave another's will. It was just wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a man who had weathered countless storms. He could handle it. After letting Sarutobi ponder in silence for a while, Hayashi spoke again. Lord Hokage, I've gained some insights into awakening wood release. I think I could teach this to students at the Ninja Academy, to let wood release shine in Konoha once more. A harsh fit of coughing suddenly racked Sarutobi, not out of excitement, but sheer speechlessness. Passing on the secrets of wood release to Academy students? Only you, Uzumaki Hayashi, could come up with something like that. What? Do you think wood release is as easy as the fireball jutsu? That any half-wit could pick it up? Regaining his composure, Sarutobi fixed his gaze on Hayashi. Uzumaki Hayashi, what is your real intention? Don't try to brush me off with some nonsense about teaching wood release at the academy. Hayashi spread his hands in mock defeat, looking resigned. All right, I'll be honest. I feel like I've hit a bottleneck in my training. I need to sort through everything. I've learned. The best way to do that is to become a teacher at the academy. By guiding students and answering their questions, I can also find clarity on my own path. A vein throbbed on Sarutobi's forehead. A bottleneck, he says? Previously, Uzumaki Hayashi was already at Jonin level. Now, having mastered wood release, he must be an elite Jonin at the very least. And yet, instead of quietly honing his wood release, he comes to me claiming he's hit a bottleneck and wants to teach. What's next after a few lessons, he breaks through to Kage level? Then what have I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, been doing with my life all these decades? No, right now, your top priority is to train your wood release. Hayashi, I have great hopes for you. Whether wood release will once again command respect across the ninja world rests on your shoulders. Sarutobi declared solemnly. Hayashi thought to himself, the biggest obstacle to wood release's resurgence is you, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But what you said about teaching and mentoring does make some sense. Guiding others can help you see your own path more clearly. That's true. Still, you're too young now. Wait a few more years, Sarutobi said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Teaching, instructing, and dispelling doubts. Why didn't I think of that before? Orochimaru, Tsunade, maybe we should call that fool Jiraiya back and give it a try? No, it's probably pointless, like playing music to a cow. There's nothing to gain. Maybe I should go to the Ninja Academy more often, give a few speeches, and pass on the will of fire. After sending Lin Yu off, Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the little tree sprouting from the floor. He reached out, broke off half a branch, and held it in his hand. Such vibrant life force. It's almost on par with the first Hokage himself. Ah, Lin Yu, you really are a cautious one. Are you worried about eavesdroppers? Or is it something else? Hiruzen gave a wry smile. Am I, the Hokage, really such a cause for your unease? Since you don't want others to know, I'll respect your wishes. I want to see just how far you can take this wood release. A spark landed on the tree. Without Lin Yu's chakra to sustain it, the little tree quickly turned to ash, leaving behind only a faintly blackened pit on the floor. Standing by the window, Hiruzen gazed at the bustling village outside, slowly exhaling a mouthful of smoke. It's just a wood release. Do you really think I can't accept you? I am. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Don't underestimate me. Perhaps, sensing the change in Hiruzen, Lin Yu decided to reveal his wood release abilities to the Hokage. He had no idea what consequences this might bring. nor whether it would cause trouble for him or for Kushina. Lin Yu remembered that in the future, Yamato, known as Tenzo in the Foundation, was also transferred from Danzo's organization at Hiruzen's request and given his code name. Before joining the Umbu, clearly, Hiruzen didn't have a deep-seated greed for the wood release. Otherwise, he could have easily teamed up with Danzo to study Yamato's powers. Or maybe, as Orochimaru once said, Yamato's wood release was nothing short of a miracle. Even he, the one who started the experiment, didn't understand how Yamato managed to merge with Hashirama's cells. Perhaps he was just a lucky survivor among tens of thousands, with little research value. Whatever the reason, Lin Yu had already chosen to reveal his wood release to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He prepared a fallback plan, just in case the Hokage grew jealous, greedy, or threatened by his abilities. If Hiruzen ever decided to join forces with Danzo to eliminate or experiment on him, then Lin Yu's wood armor Susanoo would make its full debut right here in the Leaf Village. Truth be told, Lin Yu could easily have kept this from Hiruzen, but he wanted to test the waters. Could this village ever truly give him a sense of belonging? Was it really as hopeless as he remembered? Lin Yu admitted to himself that he was being reckless, drawn to challenge the darker side of human nature. Crack! In his mind, Lin Yu punched himself. You're not invincible yet, Lin Yu. Play it safe and stop doing stupid things. Finish Jiraiya's mission first before you get reckless. Message received. Still, when I, Lin Yu, act, I believe in letting things happen naturally. I don't think the idiom I mentioned last time was this one. Night had fallen. After wandering outside for a while, Lin Yu finally arrived home. He gently pushed open the door and called out, I'm back. Good. The moment Kushina heard Lin Yu's voice, she dashed barefoot to the door. With a flying leap, she tackled Lin Yu to the floor, her voice full of grievance. Stupid Lin Yu, why are you only back now? I'm starving. Lin Yu bared his teeth in a grin and patted Kushina's head. Today, I'll make you a feast. The mere mention of a feast instantly lifted Kushina's spirits. Really? Don't tell me it's another one of Mikoto's recipes you learned. Of course not. This one I figured out on my own. Sitting up, Lin Yu took Kushina's hand and led her toward the inner room. For real? But the food you make is always so bad. Maybe you should just stick to what Mikoto taught you. Kushina, I'm just kidding. Lin Yu, hurry and get cooking. Kushina, isn't it time you learn to cook for yourself? Look at Mikoto. Who says I can't cook? My food is delicious. I'll prove it to you next time. All right then. Lin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, as if that last remark might haunt him for the rest of his life. Time never stands still, and the spring breeze never truly rests. 2 years passed. Because of machinations from the Hidden Cloud, the Hidden Sand took the lead in declaring war on the Leaf, claiming they suspected the Leaf had assassinated their third Kazekage. Hiruzen Sarutobi sent Tsunade to the Wind Country's border to confront the Sand Shinobi, and Jiraiya was summoned back to the village. Since Hanzo had already been killed by Lin Yu, the events of the original story, where Yahiko died and Jiraiya received word of Nagato's group perishing, never came to pass. Even so, under Sarutobi's arrangement, Jiraiya still took Minato Namikaze as his apprentice and brought him to the front lines for further training. Another 2 years slipped by. During this time, the Hidden Cloud, Hidden Stone, and Hidden Mist all joined the war, besieging the Leaf. Hiruzen Sarutobi held his ground at the rear, dispatching Orochimaru and the Uchiha clan to the Lightning and Water countries to face the Cloud and Mist forces. As for the Earth Country front lines, Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, both out honing their skills, were tasked with holding the line. The Third Great Ninja War was on the verge of erupting. Yet all this had little to do with our protagonist, Uzumaki Lin Yu. The war was only just beginning, and there was no need for Lin Yu to rush in. Control the tempo, and you control the battlefield. Once again, spring arrived, bringing with it blooming flowers. The Ninja Academy was expanding and recruiting again, but this time, they were looking for teachers. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Oh no, I'm gonna be late again. It's all that weird guy's fault. I got scolded by the old lady because of him. A young boy, dressed in a blue-green vest-like jacket with orange goggles perched across his forehead, was pouting and grumbling angrily about someone. Whoosh! The boy quietly opened the classroom door, poking his small head inside. He glanced left and right, and when he realized the teacher hadn't arrived yet, a hint of secret delight flashed across his face. Finally, no standing punishment today. Obito, why are you late again? A gentle, lilting girl's voice sounded in Obito's ear, tender and light, with a faint undertone of exasperation. Uchiha Obito glanced nervously at the girl in front of him. Her short brown hair fell over her delicate ears, and her large, deep brown eyes fixed on him with a look that said, "Why can't you do better?" Obito's face flushed visibly and, flustered, his voice trembled as he stammered. Rin, I was, helping. Let me guess, you helped an old lady cross the road again? Obito, can't you come up with something new? From a nearby desk, a white-haired boy wearing a mask shot Obito a sidelong, dismissive glance as he spoke. Kakashi, what are you talking about? I'm not lying. I really did help an old lady cross the street today. If it weren't for some weirdo, I wouldn't have been late. Seeing Rin's skeptical look, Obito snapped back at Kakashi, fuming at this annoying, arrogant white-haired guy. Kakashi's eyes drooped lazily as he drawled. A weirdo, huh? Then why don't you tell us what was so weird about him? Last place loser. What did you say? You stuck-up, arrogant white-haired brat. Loser. Arrogant brat. Watching the two of them bicker until their faces turned red, Rin couldn't help but look exasperated. She quickly stepped between them, trying to calm things down. All right, you two. That's enough. It's class time. The teacher will be here any minute. Oof. Obito and Kakashi both huffed and turned away from each other, refusing to say another word. In the back row, a bowl-cut boy's eyes blazed with admiration as he stared at Kakashi, or rather, at his shock of white hair. He muttered under his breath, as expected of the rival I want to defeat. He never loses, even in an argument. Let the fires of youth burn. I'll challenge him after school today. After following Rin back to his seat, Obito turned his head away, as if even a glimpse of Kakashi from the corner of his eye was enough to annoy him. Obito, about that weirdo you mentioned. What happened? Can you tell me? Rin's voice was gentle and kind. Of course, Rin. Obito's cheeks reddened as he turned to face her, but he noticed the arrogant white-haired guy across from him perk up his ears, clearly curious about this weirdo as well. Obito grinned inwardly, his expression teasing as he said, Someone keeps insisting he doesn't care, but look who's all ears now. Kakashi's hand slipped from under his chin, a tiny flinch betraying that his curiosity had been discovered. He responded with a haughty little huff, but didn't say a word. Obito noticed Kakashi had fallen silent, so he stopped trying to provoke him. Instead, he slowly began recounting his experiences to Rin, figuring there was still time before their teacher arrived. Rin, you probably don't know this, but today I ran into a super weird person. Let me start from the beginning, when I woke up this morning. At 5:20, I woke up, and by 5:21, I was already dressed, then at 5. Just get to the point. Kakashi couldn't take it anymore. He'd been eavesdropping from the side and was bombarded with pointless details. How was he supposed to endure this? Hey, Kakashi, I'm not telling this story for your benefit, so why are you in such a hurry? And besides, Rin hasn't complained. Obito, can you please stick to the main point? Rin wiped the sweat from her brow and spoke gently. All right then, Obito replied, giving Kakashi a rather wounded look. This white-haired guy was always cutting in his time to talk with Rin. Obito cleared his throat and continued. I left home really early today because I didn't want to be late. Well, I usually get up early for school anyway. Kakashi glared with a face full of annoyance. So I was walking to school as usual, and as I was crossing the street, I noticed an old lady standing quietly at the curb, leaning on her cane. I thought, maybe she wants to cross, right? You guys know me, Uchiha Obito. Sure, my grades aren't the best, but I have a big heart, always ready to help others, cheerful, lively, and positive. Plus, I have a grand dream, to become Hokage. Let me tell you, Kakashi, utter exasperation, barely holding it together. A bead of cold sweat slid down Obito's face. Realizing he was rambling again, he hurried to the next part. Anyway, I went over to help the old lady cross the street. But then, to my surprise, she got really worked up and kept asking if I knew some crazy granny helper. I was baffled. How would I know someone like that? But I was in a rush for school, so after getting her across, I tried to hurry on my way. Obito swallowed, chuckling sheepishly. Can you guess what happened next? Everyone nearby, including Rin, looked at him as if ready to throttle him. Obito froze for a moment, surprised at how everyone had gathered around, and patted his chest, forcing himself to speak earnestly. So, after I got Grandma across the street and was about to leave, suddenly this oddball jumped out from the side, grabbed her, and helped her back to where she started. I saw how annoyed and helpless she looked, but she still let herself be led back. I didn't think much of it, so I dashed across and helped her over again. Then, she suddenly grabbed my arm, pointed right at me, and kept shouting, "You're working together. You're all in this together." Obito, clearly frustrated, said, I had to explain for ages before that old lady finally believed me. It wasn't until I got to the classroom that I realized the weirdo I met was that so-called granny helper maniac. It's all because of him that I was late today. He glanced around the room and asked, has anyone ever heard of this granny helper maniac? No, who would ever be that strange? Yeah, seriously, Maybe this granny helper maniac is just someone who helps old ladies cross the street. Could this actually be a new profession or something? Everyone chimed in, talking over one another, but not a single person had heard of such a thing. After all, aside from Obito, none of them would ever randomly help old ladies cross the street for no reason. TCH, as expected, you're such a clueless loser. How boring, Kakashi muttered, turning his head away with an air of arrogance. He thought it was going to be some kind of real weirdo, but it turned out to be nothing more than a pointless bit of gossip. You arrogant white-haired jerk. What did you just say? Obito bristled with anger. After he'd wasted all that breath explaining, all he got in return was Kakashi's dismissive boring. How could he possibly let that slide? You're the one who listened to me ramble, and now you're the one calling it dull. Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, won't let you off that easily. Rin, what about you? Back me up. Don't you think that guy was really strange? Rin Noera looked rather awkward, clearly unsure what to say. In the end, she simply replied, well, but make sure you're not late next time, okay? Gambat Obito. Hearing that, Obito looked as if he'd just received a shot of energy. Clenching his fist, he declared, I will, Rin. Just then, the classroom door opened again. A figure with flowing red hair walked up to the podium, scanning the seats, paying particular attention to the white-haired, black-haired, brown-haired kids, and a boy with a watermelon-shaped haircut. The red-haired youth picked up a piece of chalk and wrote 4 large characters on the blackboard. Turning to the class, he announced in a clear voice, My name is Uzumaki Linyu. I'll be your tutor from now on. I look forward to working with you all. Obito stared in shock at the red-haired figure who'd just entered, completely missing Linyu's introduction. When Linyu turned around, Obito squinted, then suddenly stood and shouted, Oh, it's you. You're the granny helper maniac. I saw you just this morning. Silence. The room fell instantly quiet. Every eye was on Obito, some faces gloating, others showing pity. Kakashi smirked beneath his mask. Hell, what an idiot. Rin tugged helplessly at Obito's sleeve, trying to get him to sit down, but it was as if he were rooted to the spot. She genuinely wondered if he'd been hit by a paralysis jutsu. Still oblivious to the situation, Obito, his face flushed with indignation, glared at Linyu and said, It's because of you that I was late today. You have to come with me and explain everything to the teacher. Linyu shot a disapproving glance at Obito. Clearly, the boy had been daydreaming just now. Spreading his hands, he said, I'm your teacher. If you want an explanation, just ask me. Obito's eyes instantly turned into little dots of surprise. He turned to glance at Rin, who silently nodded at him. Meanwhile, Kakashi, standing to the side, let out a cold snort, a hint of schadenfreude in his expression. Isn't our teacher Mr. Hitaki? How could it be? Obito trailed off, his head lowered, voice uncertain. Mr. Hitaki is your theory instructor, while I'm in charge of your practical assessments. I also tutor some students, those who are ranked lower in the class, for example. Linyu replied unhurriedly. I see. Sorry, sensei. My apologies. Obito pressed his palms together and bowed slightly in apology. Linyu pushed at the bridge of his nose, a teacherly gesture. Though he wasn't wearing glasses, it simply felt right in his current role. But to be fair, you weren't wrong. The person you saw earlier today was indeed me. Obito froze, scratching his head in embarrassment. I see, then sensei. Linyu's face turned serious as he interrupted. I didn't expect that among my students, there would be someone as helpful as I am. I have high hopes for you. Getting such recognition made Obito visibly thrilled. At last, someone believed he truly had been helping the old lady cross the street. Linyu thought, You're genuine, but I'm the fake. Sensei, I'll definitely keep working hard. Obito declared with determination. Linyu mused, Good job, Obito. Whether I can shake off the reputation of the granny-carrying maniac now depends on you. Kakashi's thoughts. Why does this red-haired teacher seem so familiar? My guy. Wait a minute, isn't that my godfather? For years slipped by. Linyu's once youthful face had become more defined, his gentle demeanor still present, but now marked by a subtle sharpness. Compared to 4 years ago, he exuded both warmth and a hint of power. His abilities, too, had undergone a dramatic transformation. Who could say how many crossed the street with Granny 100 times, absurd missions he'd completed during these years? He had nearly mastered the 8 gates, with only the final death gate remaining. His would-release techniques were now second nature. Except for the true several thousand hands, which required Sage Mode, he had command of all other would-release jutsu, and could even combine them with Susanoo. But the real breakthrough over these 4 years was in advancing and transforming the Rasengan. Now, even without Renegon or Tensigen, Linyu had the confidence to stand against Uchiha Madara. Rying. All right, we'll stop here for today. Class dismissed. At Mr. Itaki's signal, the students scattered from their seats. They left the classroom in twos and threes, occasionally calling out politely, "Goodbye, Mr. Hitaki. Be careful on the road. Stay safe." Mr. Yumino gave his usual fatherly warning, just as he always did. To him, these students were like his own children. He had watched wave after wave come and go. He never knew how the students he sent off were faring now, nor did he try to find out. As long as a few of them came back to visit him once in a while during his remaining years, he was content. "Hey, Kakashi, is something the matter?" "Mr. Yumino, I'd like to apply for early graduation." There was a flicker of hesitation in Kakashi's eyes, but it quickly gave way to determination. He was set on surpassing his father, the White Fang of the Leaf. There was nothing left for him to learn at the Ninja Academy. He couldn't afford to waste any more time here. Although he did feel a trace of reluctance toward a few people, he still chose to graduate ahead of schedule. "Kakashi, are you serious? You've been at the academy for less than a year, and you already want to graduate early?" Mr. Yumino's tone turned rather serious. This wasn't something he could decide on his own. Kakashi wasn't just any civilian ninja. He'd have to report this to the Hokage. "Yes, sensei. The academy has nothing more to teach me. In fact, it's only holding me back. I want to see a bigger world." Kakashi's voice was earnest. "In that case, come with me to see the Hokage. This isn't a decision I can make." "Thank you." Kakashi crossed his arms and followed behind Mr. Yumino. As they passed by the training grounds, a red-haired boy called out to them. "Huh, Mr. Yumino, Kakashi? What's going on? Did Kakashi do something wrong?" Linyu was dressed in athletic clothes, sweat streaming down his face. Clearly, he just finished a workout. "Oh, it's Mr. Linyu. No, Kakashi hasn't done anything wrong. I'm taking him to the Hokage's office. He wants to graduate early," Mr. Yumino replied, eyeing the boy who looked about 14. Calling him Mr. Linyu always felt odd, since the age gap between them was so vast, yet their positions were the same. Time truly plays tricks on people. "Graduate early?" Linyu was taken aback. "This won't do. If Kakashi graduates early, what about my Abido? I already missed out on Jiraiya once. Who knows how long that'll take again? I can't afford another misstep here." Linyu frowned and said, "I don't think that's a good idea. Kakashi's still young. Graduating in such a hurry doesn't seem right. There's nothing left for me to learn at the academy anyway. Staying longer is just a waste of time. I'm doing this so I can grow faster," Kakashi retorted, glancing stubbornly at Linyu. At last, he remembered who this red-headed boy was. His father, Tsukumo Hitaki, never stopped praising this young standout of his generation. "Uzumaki Linyu." Linyu stroked his smooth chin, casting a playful glance at Kakashi. "So it turns out he's just itching for a fight. Well, that's easy to handle." Turning to Mr. Yumino, Linyu said, "Mr. Yumino, I don't agree with Kakashi graduating early. There's still a lot he hasn't learned at the Ninja Academy, and growth is never something that can be rushed. I'm sure you understand that too." "You make a good point," but Mr. Yumino looked helplessly at both Linyu and Kakashi. He hated situations where there was no easy answer for either side. "Let me try to convince him. If, in the end, he still insists on graduating early, I'll take him to see the third Hokage myself," Linyu said, glancing at Kakashi with a gentle smile. "TCH." Kakashi turned his head away, having absolutely no faith that Linyu could convince him. He was Hitaki Kakashi, after all, not some deadweight like Obito who could be talked into anything with just a few words. Mr. Yumino thought for a while, then decided to toss this hot potato to Linyu. He clapped his hands and said, "All right, then I'll leave Kakashi in your care." Linyu started sweating. "Why does it sound like he's entrusting me with a dying wish?" "Kakashi, my father isn't even dead yet." Behind the village, in the mountains of Konoha, Linyu led Kakashi along a barren, rocky hillside, never once telling him where they were headed. They just wandered aimlessly onward. "Hey, where exactly are you taking me?" "This isn't the way to the Hokage's office," Kakashi said, his hands stuffed in his pockets, eyeing Linyu suspiciously. There was no way this redhead was up to anything good. Linyu glanced up at the mountaintop and didn't answer Kakashi's question. Instead, he said, "Hey, what's with all this hand? You should be calling me Senior Linyu, or at least Brother Linyu. I've known your father since the day you were born." Kakashi wasn't impressed. He curled his lip and said, "You're not that much older than me. For all I know, you might not even be stronger than I am." Linyu shook his head. "Strength isn't about talk. Let's go. We're almost at the top." "TCH, I'll just see what trick you're up to." Kakashi pulled down his mask slightly and quickened his pace to keep up with Linyu. Before long, the two of them reached the summit. "Ah, the view really is different from up here." Linyu stretched his body at the top, gazing out at the bustling village of Konoha in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "What's there to see? We look at this every day," Kakashi grumbled, though he still stepped forward, letting the spring breeze wash over him, listening to the birdsong. For a moment, It felt like all the day's fatigue had been swept away. After a while, Kakashi's mood calmed. He glanced at Linyu, who stood nearby with an easy, almost carefree air, and said quietly, "Now can you tell me what you're really after?" Linyu smiled gently and said, "Purpose? What purpose could I possibly have? I just want you to calm down and adjust your state of mind a bit, so that when I beat you up later, it'll be all the more satisfying." Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. He thought Linyu had brought him here to lecture him about giving up on graduating early. But instead, things had gone straight to a fight? What kind of tactic was this? Kakashi was completely thrown off. Linyu stood on higher ground, facing into the wind. His usually gentle features now bore a hint of sternness as he spoke. "What's wrong? Didn't you just say I wasn't as strong as you? My favorite thing is to help others achieve their wishes. I'll grant yours. Let you beat me up and prove you're strong enough to graduate ahead of your peers." Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment. How could any ninja his father praised so often be weak? He just felt a little indignant earlier. After all, he was outstanding too, but his father never once praised him. Trying to sound composed, Kakashi said, "Fine. I'd like to see for myself what kind of strength it takes to earn my father's admiration." "As you wish." Linyu turned his head, and 3 jet-black tomo appeared in his eyes. He spoke softly, "Come then. Show me the strength of the Hatake family's genius, Hatake Kakashi. Show me if you truly can go toe-to-toe with anyone." "That's the Sharingan," Kakashi exclaimed as Linyu's pupils turned blood-red. He quickly drew a kunai from his ninja pouch, flipped backward several times, and put some distance between them. "No need to worry. I wouldn't use Jinjutsu on a kid." Linyu winked at Kakashi, signaling him to relax. "Damn it, don't underestimate me." Kakashi swiftly drew several shuriken from behind his back and hurled them at Linyu. In a flash, his figure vanished from sight. "Oh, you've already mastered the body flicker technique, as expected of Lord Sakumo's son." The tomo in Linyu's eyes spun as he tilted his head slightly to dodge a shuriken. He caught another in midair and tossed it back, striking one of the others. The two collided, sending sparks flying, and then shot off at sharp angles toward the open ground. How is that possible? How did he know I was using the transformation technique to hide here? It must be a coincidence. Disguised as a rock with the transformation technique, Kakashi hurriedly broke the jutsu and rolled to the left, narrowly dodging the shuriken attack. Linyu shook his head and sighed. "It seems you still don't understand the power of the Sharingan. Take this seriously, otherwise you might just die." As the last word lingered in the air, Linyu had already vanished from Kakashi's sight. Kakashi was startled, his mind racing. "He's so fast. Oh no, where did he go?" Kakashi's pitch-black eyes darted wildly around, trying to figure out from which direction Linyu would launch his attack. He edged his feet backward, searching for a more advantageous defensive position. A sharp snap. It came from the left. Kakashi swung his kunai-wielding hand to the left, expecting the clang of weapons clashing. But no such sound came. His pupils constricted in shock. How could this be? Suddenly, Linyu appeared right by Kakashi's side, catching Kakashi's kunai between 2 fingers. No matter how hard Kakashi tried, he couldn't pull it free. Linyu spoke with a hint of disdain. "Your instincts are decent, but your movements are far too slow." With a slight twist of his fingers, there was a crisp metallic ping as the kunai snapped in 2, clattering to the ground. Linyu's voice turned cold. "You're not calm enough when facing an enemy. On the battlefield, that moment of hesitation would have already cost you your life." "Damn it." Kakashi snapped back to his senses, leaping backward several times to widen the distance. His face contorted with frustration as his hands blurred through a rapid series of seals. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Kakashi threw his head back, his right hand up in front, channeling chakra into his throat. Through the mask, he exhaled, and a ball of yellow flame surged toward Linyu. The display was impressive, but the fireball itself was rather small. Linyu felt a bit dizzy. Why was it always the great fireball jutsu? This technique seemed to have never actually hurt anyone, let alone defeated an opponent. Couldn't they at least try something new? Standing in place, Linyu pondered. The range of Leaf Village jutsu seemed awfully limited. Maybe he should learn reanimation jutsu earlier, summon Tobarama Senju, and get him to invent a few more techniques. That might not be a bad idea. Linyu stroked his chin, paying no mind at all to the fireball coming his way. It looked as harmless as a little spark. From Kakashi's perspective, the great fireball jutsu swept over Linyu without any resistance. A surge of panic shot through Kakashi's heart. Damn it! How could this foolish teacher just stand there and take my jutsu head-on? Kakashi grew flustered, unsure what to do next. Random thoughts raced through his mind. Water should put out fire, right? Hope I'm not too late. Water style, water surge. Kakashi spat out a jet of water toward Linyu. Fire and water collided with a harsh, sizzling hiss, and a plume of white steam slowly rose from where Linyu stood. Suddenly, Kakashi was struck by a strange sensation, as though he'd just roasted Linyu alive. That water jutsu was the perfect touch. After a sauna, a soak in a hot spring. Now that's comfort. Linyu's voice drifted out from the mist, as if he'd just had a luxurious massage. Kakashi's face twitched uncontrollably. Was that even human speech? He made it sound like Kakashi was running a spa. Hey, you right in there? Want me to fetch you a pair of pants? As Linyu emerged, clothes tattered and torn, Kakashi couldn't help but gloat, his words dripping with sarcasm. Linyu peeled off a corner of his singed vest, revealing smooth, fair skin underneath. Not a single mark or scar in sight. This time, Linyu hadn't used any ninjutsu to defend himself. He had relied purely on the strength of his body. After 4 years of effort, his sage body had evolved into an advanced sage body, one that could rival the legendary physique of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He was now just one step away from perfecting it. This was the source of Linyu's confidence in facing Madara Uchiha. Although he hadn't mastered sage arts yet, Madara didn't have the renegon either. His eyes were still stored with Nagato. Not bad. Even though you're not officially a ninja yet, your jutsu packs a punch. Almost on par with that blockhead Uchiha Tiani, Linyu said, a hint of approval in his eyes as he looked at Kakashi. No wonder Kakashi, a genius who wanted to, graduate at age 5, was already proficient in body flicker and C-rank jutsu. Who could blame him for not wanting to play pretend in ninja school anymore? If it were me, I'd feel the same. Uzumaki Linyu, haven't even set foot in school yet. Only now did Kakashi notice Lin use unmarred skin beneath his tattered shirt. He stared in shock. You, what kind of body do you have? I couldn't hurt you at all. Linyu didn't answer. He just tugged at his ruined vest. At least it wasn't completely shredded, so it still offered a bit of cover. Now it's my turn, Kakashi Hitaki. Get ready to meet your doom. Wait. You're the teacher. How can you bully your student? Kakashi's face flickered with panic. He wasn't one to stubbornly hold out when outmatched. That was a Beto style, not his. Didn't you decide to graduate? So why should I hold back? Wait. Let me reconsider. Too late. Take this, Linyu declared. Taijutsu ultimate secret technique. 1,000 years of death. The ground shook violently, and Kakashi's agonized cries echoed for quite a while. Sometime later, a shadowy figure appeared in a shop on Konoha's main street. It grabbed a set of clothes, tossed down a bag of coins, and slipped away as quickly as it had come. Sharp-eyed onlookers might have noticed that the mysterious figure seemed to be rubbing its backside as it disappeared. Atop the rocky cliffs behind the village, Linyu stood bare-chested, his athletic physique on display. For some reason, every member of the Uzumaki clan had such fair skin, but Linyu preferred a sun-kissed, wheat-colored tan. It looked mature, healthy, and appealing. Hey, clothes, called a voice. A sudden gust of wind swept by, and Kakashi appeared behind Linyu, holding out a set of clothes. His usually proud face was now flushed with embarrassment and indignation, as if Linyu had committed some unforgivable outrage against him. Linyu took the clothes and slipped them on, not caring whether they fit. He turned to Kakashi with a grin. See? I missed on purpose. What are you so flustered about, kid? You're still bringing that up. Kakashi's cheeks flushed an even deeper red as Linyu mentioned what had happened earlier. He, Kakashi, had never come across anyone so shameless. Linyu patted the empty spot on the ground next to him, inviting Kakashi to sit. After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi walked over and sat down beside Linyu, turning his head away in silence. Tell me your reason, Linyu suddenly said. Huh? What? Kakashi still seemed flustered over what had just happened. Why are you in such a hurry to graduate early? Kakashi averted his gaze and muttered under his breath. What reason is there? I've already learned everything they can teach me at the academy. Of course I want to graduate early. Isn't that only natural? He's absolutely right. If Linyu were in his shoes, he'd probably make the same choice. But his own goal was to keep Kakashi at the academy a while longer, to stay with Obito, so naturally he couldn't agree with Kakashi's reasoning. Linyu paused for a moment, then caught a falling leaf that had drifted down from who knows where. Do you know why leaves dance in wind? He asked. Kakashi was taken aback. He genuinely didn't know the answer, so he quietly asked, why? Because they have no destination. Then find me a leaf that has one. Let me see it. Thwack. Linyu flicked Kakashi on the forehead, pretending to scold him. You little rascal, stop being so stubborn. How annoying. Kakashi rubbed his head, glaring fiercely at Linyu. If Linyu were any older, he'd seem just like one of those wicked old men who bully little boys. Linyu went on. Everyone needs a goal. Only with a goal do you find your way forward. Goals give us motivation and conviction. Kakashi, what's your goal? My goal? The white-haired Kakashi thought of another white-haired man, then pursed his lips and said, "To surpass someone. I want everyone to know I'm not just someone's son. I'm Kakashi Hatake of the Hidden Leaf." To surpass Tsukumo Hatake? Linyu hadn't expected that to be Kakashi's goal at this age, but that made things easier. So your goal is to surpass your father, Tsukumo Hatake? And that's why you want to graduate early. Of course, there isn't a single ninja at the academy who's stronger than my father. Staying there any longer would just be a waste of my time. Kakashi spoke with pride when mentioning his father's strength. The white fang of the leaf, who hadn't heard of him. Don't be so sure. The Ninja Academy is full of hidden talent. For example, Linyu deliberately left his sentence hanging. Kakashi shot Linyu a scornful glance. You, for example? I'll admit you're stronger than me, but compared to my father, you're still far behind. Hey, kid, why won't you believe me? Come on, let's go invite Master Tsukumo Hatake right now for a little match. I'll show you my true strength. Linyu rolled up his sleeves, making it clear he was ready to challenge Tsukumo Hatake. TCH, my father's out of the village on a mission. You're not doing this on purpose, are you? Kakashi looked sullen, convinced that Linyu was deliberately dodging the challenge. Tsukumo Hatake is out on a mission? That caught Linyu by surprise. He truly had no idea. Over the past few years, he'd rarely interacted with others, focusing intently on his training. He only kept in touch with Mikoto, Tsunade, and a few others. It had even been ages since he'd seen my Due. Could this mission be the start of the White Fawn's suicide incident? The thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. He genuinely admired Tsukumo Hatake. Abandoning a mission to save teammates meant gambling everything on the line as a ninja. The only pity was that the ones he saved were a couple of hopeless weaklings. No, I have to notify Might Due to keep watch at the Hatake residence. Linyu had no idea when Tsukumo would return, nor exactly when the tragedy would occur. He didn't want the system to pop up and say, "Strike while the iron is hot. Let's have a round of some Sara rebirth." Still, there should be time. For now, he needed to deal with Kakashi's problem first. Suddenly, Linyu stood up, grabbed Kakashi by the collar, and, completely ignoring the younger boy's embarrassed and indignant expression, darted off into the depths of the forest. Hey, this is humiliating, you know. Put me down. Smack. If you don't put me down this instant, I'm not going to be polite anymore. Smack. Fine, whatever. Smack. Sorry, just got carried away. Kakashi muttered. You're impossible. Nearly in tears. Dusk crept across the sky as Linyu ran northward from Konoha, carrying Kakashi for roughly an hour. Once he was sure they were far from the village, he finally set Kakashi down. Kakashi quietly counted the new lumps on his head and swore to himself that one day, he'd get his revenge. This should be far enough, Linyu said as he activated his Kagura minds to scan the surroundings. What did you bring me all the way out here for? You're not some kind of kidnapper, are you? The ordeal had clearly gotten to Kakashi. He was spouting nonsense that even a Beto might say. I'm going to show you what real strength looks like. With that, Linyu's demeanor changed completely. The approachable aura vanished in an instant. He pressed his palms together and shouted, "Would release, nativity of a sea of trees." After 4 years of hard work, Linyu no longer worried about hiding his power. At this point, who in the ninja world could threaten him besides Madara, Uchiha? Maybe, just maybe, Jigen from the Otsutsuki clan, currently lurking somewhere, regaining his strength. As Linyu activated his technique, the ground began to tremble. One by one, branches burst through the earth, and in the blink of an eye, entire trees clawed their way up from the roots. The already dense forest became even more crowded and impenetrable. Linyu realized he had miscalculated. If he had known, he would have taken Kakashi toward the land of wind instead. Here, the woods were so lush that his display lost its dramatic impact. But to Kakashi, the shock was real. This was Wood Release. Having already mastered everything taught at the Ninja Academy, Kakashi had also read up on various hidden secrets of the shinobi world. Among them, none was more legendary than the Wood Release of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. This was the exclusive jutsu of the first Hokage of their own Hidden Leaf village, yet Lin Yu-sensei could perform it as well. In that moment, Kakashi finally acknowledged in his heart that Uzumaki Linyu was worthy of being a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Previously, Linyu's antics had seemed childish. If not for his overwhelming strength, Kakashi would have turned on his heel and left long ago. Now, leaping agilely among the trees, Kakashi dodged the massive trunks suddenly surging from the ground. His expression grew more and more shocked. How much chakra would it take to conjure so many trees at once? This was nothing short of incredible. After completing the birth of the tree world technique, Linyu didn't even pause for breath. He turned to Kakashi and said, "Surprised? We're just getting started. Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken." A deep, Resonant hum filled the air. Lin Yu raised one hand, conjuring a transparent, enormous shuriken-shaped mass of chakra. This was not like Naruto's early Raisen Shuriken, which was only 50% complete during his fight with Kawakazi, unable to be thrown and dangerous even to the user's own hand and body. With the blessing of an advanced sage body, Lin Yu didn't need to enter sage mode to wield the Raisen Shuriken at full power, and he suffered no backlash from its use. Kakashi stared, eyes fixed on the windmill-shaped jutsu spinning in Lin Yu's hand. The piercing sound from its rapid rotation forced him to cover his ears. The fierce currents churned up by the technique pressed Kakashi backward, no matter how he resisted. Damn it! Was he really being pushed back by nothing more than the air stirred up by a jutsu? Just what level of technique was this? A rank? Or S rank? Kakashi felt a chill inside. If that attack landed on him, there'd be no chance of survival, certain death. Lin Yu Sensei was terrifying. Was he truly just a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Lin Yu steadied the Raisen Shuriken in his hand. It was a reward he had only just received, and he still wasn't entirely comfortable with it. Compared to the other Rasengan variants he'd been perfecting over the last 4 years, this one felt unfamiliar, but its power was undeniable. He tossed the Raisen Shuriken lightly in his palm, weighing its heft. There was still room to pour in even more chakra. Kakashi watched Lin Yu's reckless actions, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. He was deeply worried Lin Yu might accidentally hit himself. If that happened, he'd go down in history as the first ninja to kill himself. Lin Yu lowered his head, glancing at the chaotic tangle of trees around them. Let me give you all a little trim. You really don't look very presentable. With a sudden surge and a sharp whoosh, the energy burst forth. He just threw it out. Kakashi couldn't believe his eyes. Such high-quality chakra could be tossed so effortlessly. He'd lost count of how many times he'd been surprised today, probably more than in his entire life up to this point. There was another swift motion. The high-speed, whirling Raisen Shuriken tore through the air, filling it with a harsh, buzzing sound as it hurtled toward the forest Lin Yu had just created. Perhaps this was what they called self-sufficiency. Create and destroy in one fell swoop. A deafening explosion erupted, followed by a violent gust of wind that swept through the area. Kakashi suddenly felt his collar tighten from behind. Before he realized what was happening, he'd already been whisked thousands of meters away. Struggling free from Lin Yu's grasp, Kakashi steadied himself as the wild wind whipped at his clothes. Even from this distance, the shock wave was overwhelming. He couldn't imagine what it must have felt like to stand at ground zero. As if sensing Kakashi's thoughts, Lin Yu grabbed him by the collar once more. After Kakashi's hairstyle had been thoroughly tousled several times, the two of them reappeared beside a massive crater. Kakashi stared in a daze at the enormous, perfectly round pit, hundreds of meters in diameter. He was so stunned he didn't even notice Lin Yu still. Holding him by the collar, in a voice barely above a whisper, he muttered, "How could there be a jutsu with such staggering power? It's beyond belief. Is that all it takes to amaze you?" Lin Yu gave a faint smile as he let go of Kakashi and brushed the dust from his clothes. "You should know, the ninja world is vast. There are plenty of shinobi out there who can perform techniques on this scale." Kakashi fixed his gaze on the crater for a long moment. His eyes grew ever more determined as he clenched his fists. "That's exactly why I need to graduate as soon as possible. Only then can I start learning jutsu of this level." Huh? Lin Yu was taken aback. This wasn't how the story was supposed to go. In Lin Yu's mind, the ideal exchange should have been, "Kakashi, wow, Lin Yu senpai, you're incredible. Will you take me as your disciple and teach me such advanced ninjutsu?" Lin Yu, ahem, I see from your noble bearing that you are destined to meet a youth with orange goggles. If you can accept this fate with an open heart, perhaps I'll make an exception and pass down these secrets to you. Kakashi, please, sensei, accept my humble respect. And then snap, the fantasy shatters. Lin Yu scratched his head in frustration. Kakashi's pride really was hard to change. Getting him to ask for help was probably more painful for him than death itself. Just as Lin Yu was about to say something, he suddenly frowned. His Kagura minds, I detected several unfamiliar chakra signatures nearby. It seemed the commotion from the wind style. Raisen Shuriken had attracted some other ninja. Lin Yu quietly sensed the chakra in the air. It didn't feel like the chakra of the leaf ninjas. The signature was reminiscent of the cloud shinobi. Teru, are you sure the chakra you sensed was coming from this direction? Absolutely, Boss Yokoyama. Just now, I felt a tremendous surge of chakra vanish in this area. There's no mistake about it. Noera Teru wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke to the gray-haired leader at the front. Boss Yokoyama, could this be a trap? We're only a reconnaissance team. There's no need to go any deeper, is there? Teru's heart pounded. He knew no one would believe it unless they sensed that chakra for themselves. It rivaled the power of their own host back in the village. But his captain, Daimai Yokoyama, refused to believe otherwise. He insisted on investigating further, convinced that the Leaf was conducting some secret experiment. If they could uncover classified information and report back, the credit would be immense. What are you afraid of? The main Leaf forces are tied up on the battlefield. Aside from Sarutobi, Hiruzen holding the home front, what other formidable ninja do they have left? As long as we stay clear of the Leaf village itself, there's nothing to worry about. Yokoyama brushed aside any concerns. This secret alliance between their Cloud Village and the others had brought the 4 great shinobi villages together to besiege the Leaf. This was no child's game. The Leaf stood no chance against the combined might of the 4 villages. Their fall was only a matter of time. Noera, Teru, fell silent. Yokoyama's reasoning wasn't wrong. If the Leaf truly possessed such overwhelming power, they would have dispatched it against the Cloud by now, rather than letting stragglers like them sneak into Leaf territory. Yet Teru couldn't shake the sense of foreboding. His sensitivity to chakra was well known, and the surge he'd felt earlier was not just vast, it was razor-sharp. Even from such a distance, it had sent a chill through his entire body. He sighed inwardly, hoping it was just his imagination. Steeling himself, Teru picked up his pace and caught up with Yokoyama, who was charging ahead. After a while, Teru's expression shifted. He called out to Yokoyama in front, "Boss Yokoyama, I'm sensing 2 chakra signatures ahead to the left. They might be exactly what we're after. Should we? We'll observe for now. No need to engage. Our mission is to gather intelligence, not to fight," Yokoyama replied. Teru nodded silently. He dropped quietly to the ground and began to stealthily make his way toward the source of the chakra he'd sensed, praying the 2 ahead weren't sensory-type ninjas themselves. At the edge of a vast, circular crater, Kakashi's expression had settled into calm. Lin Yu was much older than he was. Kakashi was certain that by the time he reached Lin Yu's age, he'd already be among the elite jonin of the Leaf. Lin Yu glanced to his right, reached out, and patted Kakashi on the head. "Have you ever seen a Susanoo clad with dragon?" he asked. Lin Yu patted Kakashi's white hair and said, "Kakashi, have you ever seen Susanoo with a wooden dragon?" Kakashi turned his head aside and took a few steps away from Lin Yu, clearly annoyed. "Susanoo wooden dragon? What are you talking about? I've never even heard of them. They're not just some flashy, crowd-pleasing Surange jutsus, are they?" Lin Yu ignored Kakashi's sharp-tongued complaint. He turned and walked toward the woods on the other side, his voice cold as ice. "It seems Orochimaru isn't doing so well these days. Even a few small fry like you have managed to sneak in. What's the plan?" "Trying to launch a sneak attack on our Konoha stronghold." Suddenly, several figures darted out from the shadows of the trees. Leading them were Yokoyama Daima and Noera Taro. Yokoyama Daima looked at Lin Yu and Kakashi, then let out a contemptuous chuckle. "I thought we'd run into some big shots, but it's just a couple of kids. No, one's just a little runt. Are you 2 playing house out here?" Damn it. Kakashi was furious. He'd been unexpectedly lectured by Lin Yu today, then shocked by his powerful ninjutsu, and now he was being mocked by some unknown enemy ninja. Kakashi felt ready to explode. "What's wrong? You look pretty angry, kid." "Don't worry. Someone as soft and delicate as you is very popular back in the Cloud Village. I wouldn't dream of killing you." Yokoyama Daima's invasive stare sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. He didn't quite understand what being popular meant in this context, but the man's tone made it clear it was nothing good. Kakashi's face flushed bright red as he gripped his shuriken tightly. He forced himself to stay calm. He knew full well he was no match for these opponents, and there was more than one. They formed a small squad, and such teams usually had a jonin leading them. Though Kakashi was confident in his own abilities, he was top of the ninja academy. If their opponent was a jonin, he might not even have a chance to escape. But if it was Lin Yu Sensei taking charge, maybe things wouldn't be so bad after all. Kakashi quietly moved behind Lin Yu and flashed a provocative gesture toward Yokoyama Daima, the corners of his mouth curling up beneath his mask, as if to say, "Come on, just try it." Yokoyama Daima's gaze grew colder, his voice like steel. "You little brat, you got a death wish. Do you really think that red-haired kid can save you?" Beside him, Noera Taro tugged at his arm, his voice trembling as he whispered in his ear, "Yo, Yokoyama boss, the chakra I sensed earlier matches exactly with that red-haired boy. He might be our real target." "What?" Yokoyama Daima's expression shifted slightly. Though he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. From the look on Taro Nohara's face, he could roughly guess just how immense the chakra fluctuation he sensed must be. Still, it shocked him to realize that such a powerful surge came from the teenage boy standing before him. Lin Yu cast a mildly surprised glance at Taro Noera. This guy's sensory abilities seemed rather impressive. Could he even distinguish chakra attributes? It was somewhat similar to my own Kagura mind's eye, though still quite inferior. Maybe I should just capture him alive and offer him to that old man, Sarutobi, sending a robust young man to an old master. Well, that might not be entirely appropriate. But then again, I imagine Hiruzen Sarutobi would gladly accept the gift. Danzo, I won't accept it. Hiruzen can only belong to me. Lin Yu had assumed that anyone capable of breaking through Orochimaru's defenses would at least be of near Kage level strength. To his disappointment, it turned out to be just these 3 or 4 small fry. He didn't even feel like using his Susanoo, let alone pairing it with the wooden dragon. Lin Yu scratched his head, his interest waning. What kind of look is that, brat? Do you think you've got us all figured out? Yokoyama Dama shot a glance at his teammates, his voice sharp and commanding. Lin Yu spread his hands. Be a little more confident. Drop the think from your sentence. No, actually, just drop the DU entirely. If you dare underestimate us, Cloud Ninja, you'll pay the price. Seeing that his teammates had already spread out and surrounded their 2 opponents, Yokoyama Dama braced himself and charged straight at Lin Yu. Yokoyama Dama was determined to make a name for himself with sheer force. There was no way he believed that a mere teenager could outmatch his 30-odd years of thud crack, bitter training. He had come charging in with all the speed he could muster, but he went flying back with even more misery. His dark cheek had swollen high, and the imprint of a shoe, down to the tread pattern, stood out clearly. Sensing Yokoyama Dama's inner turmoil, Lin Yu touched his nose and said, "Sorry, I'm just a cheater." Yokoyama Dama, a cheater? What does that mean? Is that some new ninja talent or a newly discovered bloodline limit? Damn it, who would have thought Konoha had awakened a new bloodline limit? Cheater. No wonder this kid is so strong at such a young age. No, I must get this information back to Kumobikure. I can't let Konoha's plot succeed. Yokoyama Dama signaled his teammates to hold their ground while he sprang back, biting his finger and forming hand seals. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Summoning jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a long-beaked bird appeared at Yokoyama Dama's call. Wasting no time, he smeared his own blood on a scroll and scribbled out 8 urgent characters. Konoha, bloodline limit, cheater. But before he could release the summoning, his breath caught in his throat. Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation against his neck. Looking up, he met the indifferent gaze of the red-haired youth. Looking around, all he could see were his teammates sprawled on the ground, defeated. Yokoyama Damon let out a bitter laugh. Had he still underestimated the enemy's strength? They couldn't even hold him back for a single minute. Could this red-haired youth already possess power on par with the Kage? Damn it. If only this intel could be sent back, Lord Rakage would surely come in person to deal with him. What a disaster. Lin Yu glanced at the scroll by his side, his eye twitching hard. Another bloodline limit prodigy? I was just making a casual remark. Who knew he'd take it seriously? Lin Yu felt equal parts amused and exasperated. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yu. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and 3 tomos spun gently within. Yokoyama Damon's expression immediately went blank. Using Jinjutsu, Lin Yu controlled him, making him write 2 more words on the scroll. Then, Lin Yu used Jinjutsu again, directing a bird-like summoning beast to snatch up the scroll. With a soft pop, it dissolved into a puff of white smoke. The summoning had ended. Leaving Yokoyama Damon still trapped in the illusion, Lin Yu tossed him aside. He was in a good mood now and didn't feel like killing anyone. Better to let Hiruzen Sarutobi extract the intel. As for unfreezing a renegon to pull memories himself, what a waste. Hey, Kakashi, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and tie them up and bring them back. Or do you plan to spend the night here? Lin Yu glanced at the sky. The moon hung high overhead. Oh, he'd been fooling around for too long and lost track of time. With a sigh of impatience, Kakashi rummaged through his ninja pouch and pulled out ropes, binding the cloud Nin one by one. Honestly, no one knew how he managed to fit so much gear in such a tiny pouch. It's already this late, and we still have to drag these guys along. There's no way we're making it back tonight. I knew I shouldn't have come out here with you. Kakashi tugged down his mask, clearly annoyed. Looks like they'd be spending the night up in the trees again. As far as Kakashi was concerned, today was the worst day of his life, bar none. Lin Yu leapt onto the treetop and gazed in the direction of Konoha, squinting. It seemed they'd run a bit too far this time. Oh well, they could make do for one night. It shouldn't be a problem. Jumping down in front of Kakashi, Lin Yu flashed him a mysterious smile. Let me show you a jutsu I'm truly proud of. Kakashi's interest was instantly piqued. Something you're proud of? Is it even stronger than that transparent shuriken technique from before? Lin Yu waved dismissively. Please, wind style. Raisin shuriken is nothing. This is my real trump card. Watch closely. Planting both hands on the ground, Lin Yu channeled a torrent of chakra into the earth and shouted, Wood style, super deluxe villa, sweet technique. At the brilliantly lit gates of Konoha, A few bedraggled figures supported one another as they entered. The guards noticed and immediately reported to the Hokage's office. A few hours later, news began to spread through Konoha. "Tsukumo, I've heard everything. Go home and rest for now." Hiruzen Sarutobi, surrounded by others, paid them no mind. Wearing a heavy expression, he took a deep drag from his pipe. "Lord Hokage, I failed my mission and caused great loss to the village. I am willing to accept punishment." Kakashi Tsukumo dropped to one knee, his expression heavy with remorse. A sharp, discontented huff came from Danzo, who stood nearby, clearly displeased. Standing beside him, Hamura Mitokado and Kohyudatane offered no opinion, but their faces were equally grim. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. "Tsukumo, we need to discuss this matter further before reaching a conclusion. For now, put the mission aside and go home to rest." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Tsukumo rose and bowed to Hiruzen, then left the chamber, shoulders heavy with disappointment. "Tsukumo, Hiruzen watched the weary figure depart. Words caught in his throat, but in the end, he said nothing. Once Tsukumo was gone, Danzo strode to Hiruzen and spoke in a low, severe tone. "Hiruzen, Tsukumo disregarded the shinobi code and abandoned his mission without authorization, causing grave harm to the village. He deserves the harshest punishment. I recommend stripping him of his shinobi status. He should never serve as a ninja again." Hiruzen frowned. It's true that Tsukumo's decision to abandon the mission cost the village dearly, and I cannot deny that. But his intention was to rescue his comrades. Isn't stripping him of his identity as a ninja too severe? Danzo's voice was cold and unyielding. A shinobi's foremost duty is to complete the mission. Mercy and sentimentality will only lead to more casualties. Had Tsukumo chosen to finish his mission, how many fewer lives would Konoha have lost? How much less damage would we have suffered? Danzo looked at Hiruzen, frustration clear in his eyes, and pressed on. "Even those he saved, I believe they would have chosen to sacrifice themselves to complete the mission. That is the responsibility of a shinobi." Hiruzen fell silent. He couldn't deny that Danzo made some valid points, yet he felt deeply conflicted and unable to refute him. He took a long drag from his pipe, thoughts tangled and troubled. At that moment, Hamura Mitokado gave his opinion. "I agree with Danzo. The mission must always come first for shinobi. If we make an exception for Tsukumo, the whole village could fall into chaos." With Hamura having spoken, Kohyudatane felt compelled to add her perspective as well, trying to balance both sides. "I also agree with Danzo. Completing the mission must be a shinobi's top priority. Because Tsukumo abandoned his mission, the village suffered losses beyond measure. If everyone did as he did, Konoha would be in grave danger." Koharu continued. "However, Tsukumo has contributed greatly to Konoha over the years. Stripping him of his shinobi status is too harsh. I suggest he start over as a genin and take the opportunity to reflect on the code that governs us." Hamura nodded in agreement. "That's reasonable. The war has already begun. If we lose a fighter of Tsukumo's caliber, we will be at a significant disadvantage." Danzo was visibly unwilling to accept this turn of events. Tsukumo Hataki's accomplishments were piling up, and they now posed a serious threat to his own ambitions. If nothing unexpected happened, Tsukumo would undoubtedly be among the candidates for the next Hokage. Now, Danzo had finally caught Tsukumo making a mistake, a grave one at that. How could he possibly let this golden opportunity slip by? If he didn't take Tsukumo down now, was he supposed to wait and let Tsukumo rise from the ashes even stronger? With a cold snort, Danzo turned and left. He had his own methods for handling things. After today, Tsukumo would never again stand in his way on the path to becoming Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Danzo's retreating figure, his brow furrowed even tighter. He could only hope Danzo wouldn't go too far this time. "Summon the heads of all departments to the Hokage Tower for a meeting," Hiruzen ordered, putting away his pipe. His expression was unusually grave. This meeting wasn't just about Tsukumo's troubles. There were signs the front lines would soon be overwhelmed as well. The next morning, Tsukumo Hataki rose early as usual to train, but his demeanor was noticeably drained. Each step he took was heavy with worry. He'd had a nightmare last night, one filled with ominous signs. He straightened his clothes and forced himself to perk up. Today he would visit the two teammates he'd risked everything to save. Surely, they would understand his decision. He was certain of it. Konoha Hospital. Because of the war, the number of injured at the hospital had multiplied several times over. Many of the medical staff had been sent to the front, leaving the hospital woefully short-handed and struggling to keep up. A sharp, insistent knock echoed through the hallway. "Come in." The door creaked open. Chunin Ike Naka, already pale from his wounds, turned even paler when he saw Tsukumo enter. Ike Naka's gaze darted around, his voice unsteady. Tsukumo, what brings you here? Tsukumo set down a basket of fruit and mustered a strained smile. I just wanted to check on you both. How are you feeling? Is your recovery going well? It's not too bad. The injuries aren't too serious. I'll be back on the battlefield after resting a few more days. Clearly uncomfortable, Ike Naka tried to cut the conversation short. Tsukumo, didn't you already report to Lord Hokage? What did he say? Is the punishment severe? Tsukumo gave a bitter laugh. Lord Hokage hasn't handed down any punishment yet. It might take a little more time. A shadow passed through Tsukumo's heart, but he felt no regret. The mission was important, yes, but to abandon his comrades? Sorry, that was something Tsukumo Hatake could never do. Ike Naka let out a visible sigh of relief, already thinking of ways to get Tsukumo to leave. But just then, the door swung open again, and two ANBU operatives in cat-masked uniforms appeared in the doorway. Their voices were cold and formal. Tsukumo Hatake. Ike Naka. Lord Hokage requests your presence. Uchu Take's expression froze. He glanced back at his companion, and the two of them exchanged a nod, as if reaching some silent agreement. Soon, following the ANBU, the three arrived at the council chamber of the Hokage Tower. Aside from those senior officials who had already gone to the front lines, nearly all of Konoha's leadership was present. Shimura Danzo, Midokado Hamura, and Yudate Karu were there, along with the head of the Hyuga clan, Shikakanara, and the heads of various departments. When Tsukumo Hatake entered, he paused for just a moment before regaining his usual composure. Yet inwardly, he sighed. This time, he had truly crossed the line. Still, he was not one to feel regret. Compared to Tsukumo, Uchu Take and his companion were visibly anxious. Seeing so many of Konoha's top brass gathered only strengthened their resolve. They absolutely could not let themselves be dragged down by Tsukumo Hatake. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing that all parties had arrived, gripped his pipe tightly and spoke in a measured voice. Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. After unanimous discussion among the village's leadership, it has been decided that Tsukumo Hatake violated protocol by abandoning his mission without authorization. This has resulted in severe losses for the village. The consequences have even affected the front lines, with a most grievous impact. The moment Uchu Take and his companion heard this, they could no longer hold back. Lord Hokage, one of them burst out, all of this was Tsukumo Hatake's decision. It had nothing to do with us. Tsukumo's body trembled violently, his pupils widening in shock. Uchu Take, his voice trembling with emotion, turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, Lord Hokage, we were completely passive in this matter. Abandoning the mission was entirely Tsukumo Hatake's decision. We had no part in it. The other ninja chimed in. That's right. We would rather sacrifice ourselves than see the mission fail. Tsukumo acted on his own without our consent. Both Uchu and I opposed it from the start. Tsukumo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the two teammates he had risked everything to save. Agony filled his voice. Uchu, you. But Uchu cut him off harshly. Say no more, Tsukumo. I'm grateful you saved my life. But as ninja, we cannot break the rules. Abandoning a mission is a line we must never cross. Tsukumo was deeply shaken by Uchu Take's words. Doubt crept in. Had he truly made the wrong choice? As a ninja, was the completion of the mission always the highest priority, even if it meant abandoning your comrades? Had he been wrong? For the first time, Tsukumo Hatake, who had always been so sure of his convictions, felt a wave of regret. Perhaps saving them had indeed been a mistake. In that moment, all of Tsukumo's spirit plummeted to its lowest ebb. He was prepared to accept whatever punishment the Hokage would hand down, for the mistake had been his, and he was willing to bear the consequences. But Tsukumo Hatake simply couldn't understand. Why would his own comrades, the very ones he had risked everything to save by abandoning the mission, now turn against his decision? Worse yet, as punishment loomed, they hurried to distance themselves from him. Why? Why would they do this? Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Tsukumo Hatake's spirit collapse in an instant. He was about to speak, but Danzo interrupted him, saying, Hiruzen, I think Tsunabu and the others are right. Abandoning the mission wasn't their choice, so their punishment can be lighter. Besides, don't waste any more time. The front lines are in a critical state, and we can't afford any delays. Hiruzen glanced down at the Hokage robe he wore and let out a heavy sigh. Then, in a stern voice, he declared, Tsukumo Hatake's failure to complete the mission has caused tremendous loss to the village. However, considering his actions sprang from a desperate desire to save his comrades, and remembering his many outstanding achievements on the battlefield, the senior leadership of Konoha has reached a unanimous decision. He paused, looking at Tsukumo, who now seemed completely shattered, and continued, Tsukumo Hatake is hereby stripped of his eligibility as a candidate for Hokage. Furthermore, his previous merits are to be nullified by this incident. Within half a month, he is to return to the battlefield and redeem himself through service. As for Tsunade and the other two, depart immediately for the land of lightning frontlines and earn back your honor. Hiruzen had originally intended to give them 3 days before departure, but for reasons he couldn't explain, he found himself deeply disgusted by Tsunade's actions. Yet, as Hokage, he couldn't show this in front of everyone, so he settled for a slight reprimand. Danzo, having gotten the outcome he wanted, cared nothing for how the other two were punished. They were beneath his concern. Hamura Mitokado and Koryudatane had known the verdict from the very start. They simply kept their eyes closed, silent. Among those present, only Shikaka Nara furrowed his brow and glared in obvious disapproval at Tsunade and his cohort. But there was nothing he could do. His position wasn't high enough to challenge the elder's decision. At best, he could only offer advice. Still, seeing Tsukumo like this was truly worrisome. Tsukumo Hatake wandered in a daze, seemingly deaf to the punishment handed down by Konoha. In truth, he never cared much for the position of Hokage, nor did he consider himself fit for it. As for the order to redeem himself, such punishment was simply his duty. What crushed him was that not a single person present could understand his reasoning. Even the comrades he had saved now shunned him. Tsukumo couldn't even recall how he'd left the Hokage's office. He simply drifted through the streets of Konoha, his expression numb. Look, isn't that Lord White Fang of Konoha? What happened to him? Chill, haven't you heard? He abandoned a mission without orders and caused the village huge losses. I heard a lot of shinobi at the front died because of him, whispered a freckled old woman in the crowd, sharing gossip she'd picked up from who knows where. What, really? But he's the White Fang of Konoha. How could he not understand the importance of a mission? A skinny young man walked by, his tone mocking as he said, "The White Fang of the Leaf? He calls himself a ninja, yet he abandons his missions. Someone like that doesn't deserve to be a ninja at all." That's right, exactly. If someone like him can still call himself a ninja, wouldn't our whole village fall into chaos? Kakashi Hatake, you're a disgrace to the Leaf. You don't deserve to be a ninja anymore. Every word from the villagers around him struck home. Hatake Tsukumo, already numb, felt his heart grow even colder. When he returned home, Tsukumo gripped at his hair in anguish. The man who had always faced life with rugged cheer now let out a silent cry of pain, his suffering falling in quiet, steady drops. On the iconic Hokage Rock, a signature landmark of the Leaf Village, 2 figures landed one after another on the flat ground atop the Hokage Rock. The red-haired teenager in front let out a breath and said, "We finally made it back." There were so many mosquitoes in the forest. Clearly, we weren't prepared enough. Next time, we'll need to bring some repellent. Kakashi shot a sidelong glance at Linyu, not even bothering to respond. Mosquitoes in a house built by wood release? More likely, they'd be absorbed and turned into nutrients before they ever got inside. Waving a hand dismissively, Kakashi said, "I'm heading home, and I'm not giving up on graduating early, so you don't need to bother trying to talk me out of it, sensei." With that, Kakashi leapt away from the Hokage Rock in a few swift bounds. Linyu pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling a little helpless. It seemed that his actions had only strengthened Kakashi's resolve to graduate ahead of schedule. Ah well, in this line of work, there's only one rule. Take things step by step. No point rushing. For now, I'd better hurry up and deliver these weaklings to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and then I can bring Kushina a bowl of Ichiraka ramen to take home. Not bad at all. With a string of candied hawthorn dangling from his hand, Linyu vaulted off the Hokage Rock. Along the way, a series of hollow thuds echoed, almost as if the earth itself couldn't resist giving his head a playful knock. The Cloud Ninja trailed behind. Would the red-haired one kindly watch where he's going? My skull is about to split open. Of course, Linyu wasn't about to show any consideration for enemy ninja. He simply dragged them along the streets of the Leaf Village. The passers-by gathered in small groups, pointing and whispering, but it seemed not all the attention was on him. Linyu's ears twitched. He caught wind of something troubling, and his expression turned grave. Hatake Tsukumo abandoned his mission in violation of the ninja code? How could so much happen in just a single day away from the village? And how did the news spread so quickly? It seemed everyone he passed was discussing it. Linyu tugged on the rope he held, changing direction. Just in case, he couldn't head to the Hokage's office yet. He needed to check on Tsukumo's condition first, and let Might Dwayne know as well. I hope I can make it in time. It would be a shame if Tsukumo passed away just as Kakashi made it home. Wouldn't that practically force Linyu to strike while the iron's hot with a reincarnation jutsu? Bang! The door to the Hokage's office swung open. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned as he looked at the newcomer, Linyu. This was the second person today who barged in without knocking. Come to think of it, Kushina was the second one to slam his door, and now these two little troublemakers each had their own way of making an entrance. Linyu entered the Hokage's office without a hint of emotion on his face, dragging behind him a few cloud ninja, each sporting bruises and swollen faces. It wasn't that Linyu had been particularly harsh. It was just that these cloud ninja seemed to trip and stumble all on their own. Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed the group trailing behind Linyu and quietly slid shut the open drawer on his desk. He cleared his throat and said sternly, "Uzumaki Linyu, what are you?" Linyu gave a rope a tug to get the prisoners in line, then turned to Hiruzen and reported, "Lord Hokage, I stumbled upon these cloud ninja spies while I was training. It seems they were trying to gather information in our village, but they weren't very skilled. I took them down with ease." Hiruzen nodded. He had great confidence in Linyu's abilities. 2 years ago, before the Third Great Ninja War had fully erupted, he had sparred with Linyu himself. The result had left him deeply impressed. Hiruzen Sarutobi had nearly lost that match. Luckily, his combat instincts and battle experience still gave him the upper hand over Linyu. Otherwise, he might have actually been defeated by Linyu's wood. Release. That particularly impressive hand sign, less jutsu, still lingered in his memory. Who would have thought a teenager could develop such an advanced technique? Orochimaru really was blessed with outrageous luck. Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I understand. Take them to the interrogation division." Linyu pointed at Yanotaro. "This one seems to have some special sensory abilities." Hiruzen's interest was piqued as he glanced over at Yanotaro. Anyone who could catch Uzumaki Linyu's attention had to be unusual. He clapped his hands twice toward the shadows. Moments later, an Umbu ninja materialized in the Hokage's office, bowing low to Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Take them downstairs." "Yes, sir." The Umbu took the rope from Linyu, nodded to him, and led the cloud ninja away. As for their fate, Linyu didn't spare it a thought. What he needed to ask next was the real reason he'd come. With the others gone, and only Linyu remaining, Hiruzen fetched his pipe from the drawer again, gently polishing it as he spoke. Linyu's expression was cool as he stepped forward. "I want to know if the rumors circulating in the village are true." Hiruzen's brows drew together in concern. Rumors in the village? About the front lines? Is someone trying to stir up unrest? Linyu noticed that Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed unaware and continued. "It's about Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hitaki. Why did it have to become such public knowledge?" Hiruzen's eyelid twitched. He seemed to realize what was going on. The punishment of Tsukumo Hitaki had only just concluded, and for things to move so quickly, it must have been orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha, and not by anyone of low standing. Hiruzen's mind began to form suspicions. But did it really have to go this far? A sense of unease crept into Hiruzen's heart. Abruptly, he asked, "Where is Tsukumo? How is he now?" Linyu let out a cold laugh. "How do you think he is?" Crushed, withdrawn. He nearly took his own life over this. "How could it come to this? I never released the news to the public. I was planning to wait until Tsukumo had a chance to prove himself again on the battlefield, so I could announce both things together and help the villagers understand and forgive him." Hiruzen's voice was tinged with anger. Was someone really trying to push Tsukumo to the brink? Of course, Linyu wasn't about to tell Hiruzen the whole truth. That after he brought Might Due to see Tsukumo, the two old men embraced each other and wept, pouring out their hearts and sharing their stories. That scene, well, it was something to behold. "Lord Hokage, I know all the details now. This all started because Tsukumo chose to save a comrade rather than complete the mission, which led to its failure and losses for the village. I admit Tsukumo made a mistake, but I don't believe we should place all the blame squarely on his shoulders. This was a true dilemma, a situation with no right answer. But if it had been me, I would have made the same choice as Tsukumo." Linyu's tone was earnest. Hiruzen relit his pipe, his face dark and stern. He drew deep breaths of smoke, and after a long pause, finally replied, "A ninja has rules to follow. Completing the mission is a ninja's code. No one can break it, or the village would fall into chaos." Linyu gave a short, angry laugh. "What nonsense about ninja codes? Sarutobi, listen to me. First, you are a human being. Only then are you a ninja. Yes, a ninja's first. Rule may be to complete the mission, but context matters. If you throw away your humanity just to finish the task, then what's the point of being a ninja at all?" Hiruzen's pupils contracted, and he drew on his pipe even faster. Turmoil was churning inside him. He never expected that a mere teenager could see things more clearly than he could. "Sarutobi, oh, Sarutobi, what have you actually learned in all these years?" With a bitter smile, Hiruzen said, But I am the Hokage. I have to take responsibility for the village, for everyone. There are some things you simply can't do, even if you want to. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at Linyu, his gaze complex and troubled. He didn't wish to make things too difficult for Tsukumo Hatake, but his hands were tied. The external pressures on Konoha were immense, and if the precedent set by Tsukumo Hatake were to be broken, it would truly put the village in grave danger. Linyu paid no heed to any of this. Perhaps it was exactly why he had no wish to become Hokage. With his eyes narrowing slightly, Linyu asked, "What about the two ninja Tsukumo-senpai saved? I heard they even turned on him in the end. Are people like that really worthy of being called ninja?" Hiruzen felt a similar distaste for those two. He took a drag from his pipe and replied, "I've already ordered them to head straight to the battlefield in the Land of Lightning." A faint smile played across Linyu's lips. "Which front is in the most critical condition right now?" he asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Hiruzen answered, "The Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth." "The Third Reikage and Inoki, then? Do you need me to lend support?" Linyu offered. Hiruzen pondered for a while before shaking his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to send Uzumaki Linyu to the battlefield. It simply wasn't convenient. He'd rather go himself than put Linyu on the front lines, not out of any special wish to protect him, nor because Hiruzen had a particular fondness for geniuses. The reason lay with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Linyu was the best candidate to protect the vessel of the Nine Tails. That was also why, even though Orochimaru had his own team, he couldn't be allowed to bring them to the battlefield. Kushina couldn't leave Konoha, at least not until she could fully control the Nine Tails. It was odd, really. While the other villages treated their Jinchuriki as weapons of war, only Konoha kept its Jinchuriki tightly bound within the village, terrified of losing them. Perhaps it wasn't fair to call it a waste of resources. After all, every other village had a perfect Jinchuriki. Only Konoha's Proud Fox was so hard to tame. "I see." Linyu nodded slightly, then turned to leave. At the doorway, he paused and spoke softly. "If it were you, Lord Hokage, faced with the situation Tsukumo Hatake is in now, what would you choose?" Without waiting for Hiruzen's reply, Linyu gently closed the door behind him. Click! Hiruzen stared out the window, taking several deep, agitated drags from his pipe. His mind was in turmoil. If he were in Tsukumo Hatake's place, and his teammate was Danzo, would he choose to complete the mission or to rescue Danzo? Hiruzen took another deep drag, then snapped his pipe in two. He shrugged on the Hokage's robe, donned his hat, and with his answer clear in his mind, strode out. Click! Route headquarters. Footsteps echoed down the dark underground corridor. Only a single person's tread, chilling in its solitude. Creak! Hiruzen pushed open the door to Route's headquarters. The place felt eerily familiar, yet foreign. It seemed he hadn't set foot here in a long, long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Danzo very well. Unless something truly important came up, Danzo would usually be holed up en route, researching, training, even eating and sleeping there. Is this what the life of a single man is like? "You're here, Hiruzen." A hoarse voice echoed through the dim underground chamber. Danzo emerged from the shadows and stood face to face with Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What brings you here?" Danzo asked, his expression unreadable. He seemed to know why Hiruzen had come, but he was confident he could persuade him. Hiruzen studied Danzo for a long moment before speaking in a deep, serious tone. "Was that your doing?" Danzo's face remained cold and impassive as he replied. "Which matter are you referring to?" Hiruzen's eyelids twitched. His voice turned sharp. "Was it you, Danzo, who orchestrated the rumors and incited the villagers to condemn and curse Hatake Tsukumo?" Danzo neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, he said, "Hiruzen, you should know my reasons. The village needs an explanation." There was another reason Danzo left unspoken. The threat Tsukumo posed to him was too great. Without taking action, Danzo would never sleep soundly. But now, with today's verdict, Danzo could finally breathe a little easier. He hadn't withdrawn the public opinion he'd stirred up outside either. If you're going to do something, you do it thoroughly. Hiruzen glared at Danzo, his voice filled with anger. "Danzo, Tsukumo's contributions to the village far outweigh this one failure. Do you have any idea what consequences your actions might have? You're chilling the hearts of a ninja in this village." Danzo gave a cold snort and said nothing. He didn't care what others thought. As long as his own power was strong enough, all the other ninja and clans were nothing more than his pawns. Seeing Danzo's silence, Hiruzen's expression grew distant, and he asked a question that seemed to come from deep within. "Danzo, if you stood in Tsukumo's shoes, would you choose to complete the mission, or would you save me?" Danzo's face changed. He glared at Hiruzen and barked, "Hiruzen, are you insane? How could you ask such a childish question? Danzo, answer me. What would you choose?" Danzo flicked his sleeve in irritation. "Oomph. I would never let such a situation happen. Don't be ridiculous. Danzo, never do multiple choice questions, whether it's the mission or saving someone. I'll do it all. He gave Hiruzen a confident smile. You know how meticulous I am, Hiruzen. Nothing slips through the cracks when I'm involved. But Hiruzen continued to fix Danzo with a steady, serious gaze. Danzo, I'll ask you again. Would you save me, or complete the mission? Danzo noticed a flicker of sorrow in Hiruzen's eyes, and for a moment, a sharp pain stabbed at his chest. What was happening to him? When Hiruzen saw Danzo's silence, he seemed to understand the answer. His expression grew desolate as he slowly turned away, no longer pressing Danzo for a reply. Fine, I'll withdraw the arrangements in the village. Hiruzen, one day you'll regret. Sarutobi Hiruzen cut Danzo off, his voice gentle. Danzo, do you know? Even though I'm the Hokage, if I were in Tsukumo Hataki's position, and you were the one who needed saving, I'd abandon the mission and rush straight to you. With those words, Hiruzen flashed a carefree smile, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. Even his steps became noticeably lighter. Hiruzen, you. Danzo watched Hiruzen's retreating figure, his chest fluttering with emotion. Somehow, at that moment, he felt that even becoming Hokage wouldn't compare to the happiness brought by those words Hiruzen had just spoken to him. It was as if every cell in his body was alive with joy, celebrating in silent cheer. Hiruzen, you really do care about me after all. After leaving the Hokage building, you didn't head straight for Tsukumo Hataki's house. With Might Due there, Tsukumo probably wouldn't fall into despair like he did in the original story. You trusted Might Due completely. He would never let anyone lose faith in their youth. You planned to go home and take Kushina with him to visit Tsukumo. On the way, they could stop by Ichiraka Ramen for lunch. After all, he couldn't let 50 years of free meals go to waste. Teacher Linyu, are you going to see Kakashi too? Linyu turned around and immediately recognized the trademark orange goggles. It was definitely Obito. Smiling, Linyu greeted him, Good morning, Obito. Don't you have class today? Obito glanced up at the sky and pulled a face. Teacher Linyu, it's almost afternoon. Besides, isn't today a weekend? School's out. Obito nearly blurted out that maybe Linyu was a fake teacher. How could a real teacher not know when the ninja school had holiday? Linyu looked a bit embarrassed. It was his first day on the job, and he still wasn't familiar with everything. He hoped Obito would understand. He glanced up at the overcast sky. The sun was hidden behind thick clouds. No wonder he still felt like it was morning. He really didn't like this weather. The oppressive clouds made the whole village feel stifled, as if a storm was brewing. It made him want to unleash a wind style, raising shuriken right into the sky. Scratching his head, Linyu said to Obito, You're going to see Kakashi too? So you heard what happened, huh? Obito nodded, his face tinged with worry. Even though he couldn't stand Kakashi, and Kakashi never treated him kindly, always mocking him and calling him dead last, pinning him to the ground every time they sparred. But deep down, Obito still wanted Kakashi's approval. He hoped they could become friends. After all, his dream was to become Hokage. Teacher Linyu, do you think something bad might happen to Kakashi? Linyu looked at Obito with a rather peculiar expression. He stared at him so intently that Obito's face began to flush before finally letting him off the hook. Teasingly, he said, What's this? I thought you two didn't get along that well. Why are you so worried about Kakashi, Obito? Obito, cheeks reddened, retorted defensively, That's not it. I'm not worried about that stubborn white-haired guy at all. His eyes darted to the side, and he pouted, unsure of how to explain himself. Linyu stopped teasing and turned away, saying, Come on, let's go check on Kakashi together. Obito tugged his goggles up onto his forehead and hurried after him, his short legs scrambling to keep up. Wait for me, Teacher Linyu. Meanwhile, at the Hataki residence, Kakashi crouched in a corner, eyes dull and lifeless, murmuring over and over, How could this happen? The father I've admired since I was a child turned out to be someone who abandoned his mission, someone who broke the rules. A failure. I can't believe it. Hataki Tsukumo and Might Due exchanged wide-eyed glances, both at a complete loss. Hataki Tsukumo thought, Why does Kakashi look even more despondent than I do? Might Due wondered, Should I call Guy over? These two father and son pairs seem to have their sights set on our Might family. Due, maybe you could try talking to Kakashi again? Hataki Tsukumo's face was drawn and weary, his eyes bloodshot. Not long ago, he'd truly contemplated ending his own life, but thankfully, Might Due had stopped him. Might Due had shared much about his own life, how nobody had ever expected anything of him, how he'd been treated like a fool since childhood, and how there was no one in the village who understood him. He'd grown up without a single friend. But Might Due had never given up hope, what he called his youth. He'd grown up under the scrutiny of strange looks, persevered in burning with youthful passion, held fast to his ideals, and kept at it for over 30 years. Hatake Tsukumo, on the other hand, had lived his whole life in the spotlight. Gifted from an early age, he had always been everyone's role model. To fall from such heights to rock bottom was something he simply couldn't accept. The rejection and insults, the complete lack of acknowledgement for his beliefs. Yet, after listening to Might Dewey's story, he found his spirits somewhat lifted. It's just as the old saying goes, whenever you think your own life is tragic, all you need to do is find someone even worse off, and suddenly your own troubles seem bearable. There's always someone who has it harder. Might Dewey, damn it. Might Dewey glanced at Kakashi, furrowing his bushy eyebrows and shaking his head. Kakashi isn't like you, Tsukumo. What's crumbling for him is the faith he's held since childhood. That's something only you can mend. Hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo's expression darkened. He himself had only just pulled back from the brink, and was still debating whether to live out his days as an ordinary villager, simply seeking a quiet life. When he grows old, he dreams of fishing with Might Dewey, basking in the sun, and if possible holding his grandchildren in his arms. Tsukumo Hatake's eyes grew resolute as he turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, but before Tsukumo could finish, Kakashi interrupted, Father, did you really abandon the mission on your own? That's nothing like the way you always taught me. Tsukumo was stunned into silence. All the strength Tsukumo had just mustered seemed to drain away at once. He slumped into a corner, crouching down and absent-mindedly drawing circles on the floor, looking like a man who had lost every reason to keep going. Might Dewey's mouth twitched in dismay. Great, there went all his heartfelt advice from the entire morning, wasted in an instant. A collective sigh escaped the three of them. In that moment, a heavy gloom settled over the Hatake household. At the entrance to the Hatake estate, from a distance, Lin Yu and Obito spotted a gentle, graceful figure hesitating at the doorstep, unsure whether to go in. Her small hand reached for the door several times, only to withdraw in hesitation each time. When Obito recognized the familiar figure, he hurried over with quick, eager steps. Beaming like sunshine, he called out, Rin, what a coincidence. Are you here because you're worried about Kakashi too? Rin Noera was startled by Obito's arrival and quickly withdrew her hand, crossing her arms behind her back. In a soft voice, she asked, Obito, are you here for the same reason? That's right. Who could have guessed something like this would happen to Lord Tsukumo? And who's the jerk spreading rumors everywhere? If I find out who's behind it, I'll give them a piece of my mind. Obito said indignantly, clenching his fists on Tsukumo's behalf. When he first heard about Tsukumo's actions, Obito's first reaction was, wow, that's incredible. This is the kind of man I, Uchiha Obito, truly respect. Only after that did he think, I wonder how Kakashi's holding up. Obito wholeheartedly agreed with Tsukumo's decision. A true ninja should never abandon their comrades for the sake of a mission. Rin offered a gentle smile, then noticed Lin Yu approaching. She politely bowed and said, Good morning, Teacher Lin Yu. You're here as well. Lin Yu nodded. Obito, Rin, let's go inside. I'm not sure how Lord Tsukumo and Kakashi are doing. The door was ajar, so Lin Yu simply pushed it open. But the scene that greeted him inside left Lin Yu completely stunned. This was nothing like what he'd expected. He had come hoping that Might Dewey would lift Tsukumo's spirits. Yet it seemed Dewey himself was now gloomier than anyone, on the verge of tears. Unlike Lin Yu, Obito and Rin didn't think much of it. As soon as they entered, they spotted Kakashi sitting alone in the corner, lost in thought. The two hurried over, concern written all over their faces. Obito, anxious, rushed to Kakashi's side and shook his arm. Kakashi, are you okay? Kakashi did not respond. He didn't even acknowledge Obito's presence, his vacant eyes fixed on the floor, as if still trapped in a spiral of self-doubt. Rin Noera also stepped forward and spoke gently. Kakashi, if something's troubling you, just tell us. We can work through it together. Don't keep it bottled up inside. Aren't we teammates? Kakashi's ears twitched at her words, but he still didn't lift his head. Seeing the disappointment flicker across Rin's face, Obito's temper suddenly flared. He strode forward, grabbed Kakashi by the collar, and shouted, Kakashi, look at yourself. Is this what the genius Kakashi has become? Kakashi shoved Obito away, adjusted his mask, and tried to crouch down again. Obito, growing even more frustrated, raised his voice. I've heard the whole story. Uncle Tsukumo abandoned the mission and caused serious losses to the village. In the eyes of everyone here, that's an unforgivable mistake. They're right. You know, in the ninja world, those who break the rules are called trash. Standing aside, Tsukumo Hatake's whole body trembled at those words, his spirit withering even further. Even a child understands the simple truth that Kakashi's anger sparked at Obito's words. He stepped forward, grabbing Obito by the shirt, his voice strained and desperate. What did you say? My father isn't trash. He had his reasons. He had no choice. Obito slapped Kakashi's clenched hand away, his tone icy. Where's that calm you always had, Kakashi? Right now, I think you're even worse than a dropout like me. Rin watched the two of them anxiously, worry etched on her face. Obito turned and bowed deeply to Tsukumo Hatake, his expression sincere. Uncle Tsukumo, I truly admire the decision you made. I respect you a lot. It's true, in a ninja world, breaking the rules makes you trash, but those who don't value their teammates are even worse than trash. Kakashi stared at Obito in stunned silence. Obito. Tsukumo Hatake's eyes grew moist. He hadn't expected anyone in the Leaf Village to support his actions. Even if it was just a young boy, it was enough to fill him with gratitude. Might Due walked over to his old friend, patting him on the back. Tsukumo, see? There are still people who understand what you did. I believe there will only be more and more like them. Tsukumo Hatake shot him a look. So what are you saying, Might Due? That you don't agree with me either? Damn it. Footsteps echoed through the room. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi entered, his Hokage, cloak billowing behind him. He glanced around the room, smiled, and said, Looks like I'm not too late after all. Ignoring Lin Yu's playful, teasing gaze, Hiruzen strode quickly to Tsukumo's side and helped him up. Tsukumo's face was pale as he murmured, Lord Hokage, I. Hiruzen waved a hand to stop him and said kindly, Tsukumo, first let me apologize. The fact that such rumors have taken hold in the village is my responsibility. Kakashi Tsukumo's expression froze for a moment, and he hurriedly spoke up. No, this is a mistake I made myself. Everyone in the village has the right to know. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a sigh and reached for his pipe out of habit, only to find it wasn't there. Realizing he wasn't in his office, he settled for stroking the beard on his chin and said, Tsukumo, as Hokage, I don't represent just myself. I can't be the one to break the rules of the shinobi, nor can I tolerate those who do. Tsukumo's face fell, and he replied, I understand, Lord Hokage. However, speaking as an individual, I support what you did, Tsukumo. Because in your shoes, I would have done the same. Hiruzen's gaze was earnest, utterly sincere. A rush of emotion overwhelmed Tsukumo, as if he'd been lifted up to paradise itself. He could almost feel his whole being bathed in the very source of life, birdsong and flowers blooming all around, rainbows shimmering in the air. In his mind, only 4 words echoed. I support Tsukumo. The Hokage actually approves of what I believe in. This is wonderful. Tsukumo's eyes instantly reddened. Though he was nearly 40, tears slipped uncontrollably down his cheeks. As long as Lord Hokage understands me, that's enough. That's all I need. Tsukumo, this is amazing. Even Lord Hokage recognizes you. You mustn't lose heart anymore, Might Due said, patting Tsukumo gently on the back, his voice trembling with excitement. This is so youthful, so full of passion. Even I, Might Due, am moved by the Hokage's burning spirit of youth. Today, I'll run 10,000 laps around Konoha, and I'll bring Guy along while I'm at it. Through his tears, Tsukumo choked out, Due, thank you. On the side, Rin Noara turned to Kakashi with a bright smile. Kakashi, did you hear that? Even Lord Hokage approves of Uncle Tsukumo's actions. Kakashi, of course, had heard Hiruzen's words. Deeply shaken, he realized this was fundamentally different from everything he'd been taught. Growing up, yet he found himself liking it. There was something about it that felt more human, though he couldn't exactly explain why. Obito, noticing how concerned Rin was for Kakashi, couldn't help but grumble. Tsh, I thought all you had was that stuck-up look. But it turns out you can get all teary-eyed too. Kakashi instinctively turned his head away, rubbing at his eyes. Idiot, what are you talking about? I just got some dust in my eye. I wasn't crying. Obito mimicked Kakashi's movement, snickering, Yeah, right? You really expect me to believe that? Kakashi's cheeks flushed, and he snapped back. You dead last. Watch what you say. How dare he call me dead last in front of Lord Hokage? That annoying Obito. Obito's face turned slightly red as well. He strode forward, leaned close to Kakashi, and shouted, You stuck-up white-haired snob. Who are you calling dead last? Someday I'll be the Hokage. Kakashi seemed to regain his usual composure, crossing his arms as he remarked, Tsh, if you ever become Hokage, our village is doomed. How dare you? Kakashi, say that again. Obito rolled up his sleeves, ready to challenge Kakashi to a friendly match. Rin Noara quickly stepped between the two, tried to calm them down. All right, you two, that's enough. Stop arguing. Kakashi's gaze slid past Rin, locking onto Obito as he said, Rin, thank you for coming to see me. But between me and Obito, Rin, move aside. I need to settle things with this white-haired blockhead. Obito yanked down his goggles, darting around Rin and launching himself at Kakashi. Just then, Might Guy, fresh from running 1,000 laps around Konoha, burst through the door. In his excitement, he couldn't slow down in time and crashed straight into Obito and Kakashi. Thud! The three of them tumbled to the floor in a heap. Might Guy called out, Kakashi, Kakashi, are you alright? As soon as I heard about Uncle Tsukumo, I rushed over. Are you okay? Hearing his friend's concern, Kakashi could only rub his head and reply, Guy, thanks for worrying about me. I'm fine. Phew, that's a relief. I knew it. There's no way the only rival I, Might Guy, ever acknowledged would be crushed by a setback. Guy's tears of joy streamed down his face like a waterfall. Obito, what? Is this bowl cut, Guy, trying to steal Kakashi from me? Rin no era. Why does it feel like I'm the third wheel here? Might Guy, you're mistaken. I'm the real third wheel. Standing silently off to the side, Lin Yu watched the scene unfold. He believed in Obito, believed that this sunny, optimistic, and ever-helpful Obito would be the one to pull Kakashi out of his gloom. What surprised Lin Yu more was seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi show up in person. It was unexpected, but not entirely hard to believe. Hiruzen had changed a lot. Maybe he, too, carried the same worries and attachments as Tsukumo Hatake. At that moment, Lin Yu felt like an outsider, a bit out of place in the gathering. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsukumo Hatake, and Might Due sat together on cushions, exchanging stories and their perspectives on recent battles. Whenever it was Might Due's turn to speak, he'd flush red and stumble over his words, leaving Hiruzen shaking his head with an amused smile. On the other side, Kakashi and Obito were already nose-to-nose, voices rising, both refusing to back down. Rin tried to keep the peace, while Guy, looking like his beloved was being stolen, hesitated, torn about whether he should challenge Kakashi himself. Watching it all from nearby, Lin Yu felt a deep warmth. This, to him, was the true Konoha, the place where the will of fire never stops burning. The path may be rough, but in the end, its warmth will always reach you. Darkness may linger, but the fire never dies. One day, its light will shine on you. Lin Yu looked at Obito and the others, his face alight with the exuberance of youth. Although none of them could truly get along, whenever one of them faced trouble, the first to rush to their aid was always another from the group. That, he thought, was the true bond between them. Suddenly, Lin Yu came to a realization. Why had he been so fixated on Obito understanding him only after descending into darkness? Why did Obito have to spiral into tragedy at all? Was there anything wrong with his cheerful, sunny, and helpful Obito? Did he, Uzumaki Lin Yu, really lack so much confidence that he needed Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan just to stand against Uchiha Madara? Or even the Otsutsuki clan? Did knowing the whole story mean he had to watch Rin die? Could he really do nothing, despite having the power to change things? If so, wouldn't that make him an even greater enemy to Obito than Black Zetsu or Madara ever were? At that point, could he truly guide Obito back from the brink? More likely, once Obito learned the truth, Uzumaki Lin Yu would be the first person he'd want to kill. Clarity dawned on Lin Yu. He wasn't following the story anymore. He had already changed so much. Why not go further and change things completely? If even Jiraiya could, well, handle Orochimaru, then why should it be so strange for him to have Obito with dual Mangekyo from the very start? A laugh escaped Lin Yu as he shook his head and prepared to go over and greet them. But just then, that familiar sensation pulsed through his mind again. Lin Yu's consciousness was pulled in before he could resist. Monthly missions. Mission 1. Make Obito kiss Kakashi. Time limit. 2 years. Reward. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, advanced version. Mission 2. Lead Kushina and Mikoto out of the village. Reward. Water release ninjutsu mastery. Mission 3. Help Might Guy and his father experience a moment of youthful brilliance. Reward. Increases bodily reaction speed by 5%. Cumulative missions, 4 out of 10. Mission. Earn a title from Uchiha Madara. Reward. Perfect sage body. Mission. Fist bump with Kurama. Reward. Young release refinement. Mission. Trick Jiraiya into peeping on Orochimaru during a bath. Reward. Natural energy refinement method. Mission. Punish Uchiha Madara by having him carry Hashirama princess style. Reward. 80 Gods vacuum attack, improved version. Limited time, rewards. Unlimited renegon usage, 1 hour, 39 minutes, 39 seconds remaining, currently frozen. Unlimited Tensigen usage, 1 hour, 27 minutes remaining, currently frozen. Lin Yu's head spun, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. System. At a time like this, in such a heartwarming scene, how could you hand out missions like these? Doesn't your conscience ache? This is beyond shameless. The poor Hatake father and son have only just gotten back on their feet, and now you want to send my guy plummeting into despair with one task. How cruel can you get? Teacher Linyu, Obito, and Kakashi are about to fight. Please come and talk some sense into them. Rin's anxious voice echoed in Lin Yu's ears, snapping him back to reality. He looked over to see the two boys already grabbing each other by the collar, and could only shake his head in exasperation. Hey, you two, classmates should care for and get along with each other. Do you understand? If you were to look from the spot where Lin Yu had just been standing, you would see a red-haired boy lifting the corners of his mouth in a smile, reaching out to ruffle the hair of Obito and Kakashi. Gradually, his figure blended into theirs, losing the ethereal aura he had at the very beginning. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. Inside the towering Raikage building, the third Raikage, bare-chested and wearing heavy training weights, was doing one-handed push-ups right in his office. Meanwhile, at his desk, Tutai sat with a bewildered expression, sorting through stacks of documents. Tutai's face was marked by a bitter smile and deep worry, but what choice did he have? These were Lord Raikage sorters. He could only do the grunt work as instructed. Sigh. I hope the next Raikage will give me a bit less to worry about. Tutai silently prayed in his heart. Reporting in, the latest news from the front lines. Please review it, Lord Raikage. A member of the Hidden Clouds, ANBU, appeared in the office, holding a scroll stained with feathered blood. The third Raikage's brow furrowed tightly. He stopped his training, took the scroll from the ANBU, and unrolled it to read. The words recorded inside made the third Raikage's eyes widen in shock. His pale yellow hair seemed to bristle, as if charged with lightning chakra armor. His already fearsome face grew even more menacing as he pronounced each word. Konoha, Bloodline Limit, Guabi, Sarutobi. Tutai, seated at the Raikage's desk, was watching carefully. Upon hearing this, his complexion changed dramatically, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How is that possible? The Hokage of Konoha has awakened a new bloodline limit. But what type of bloodline limit is Guabi?" Tutai rummaged through all the information he had on bloodline limits, but found nothing on Guabi. In fact, this was the first time he'd ever heard the term. Guabi, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is it? Now things are getting interesting. The third Raikage glanced at the bloodstained scroll and asked in a cold voice, "Who sent this intelligence?" Reporting, Lord Raikage. The message was delivered by the summoning beast of Captain Yokoyama Daimao of Recon Squad 13. However, after the beast spat out the scroll, it died on the spot. It seems to have suffered a severe mental attack, the ANBU replied. Treat his family well. They are heroes of our hidden cloud. The third Raikage waved the ANBU away, then turned to Tutai with a grave expression. Tutai, do you know anything about this bloodline limit? Tutai relaxed his furrowed brow and shook his head. I'm sorry, Lord Raikage. I've never heard of a bloodline limit called Guabi. It's completely unknown to me. The third Raikage examined the scroll in his hand, confirming it was their own Hidden Cloud's special design. He handed it to Tutai and said, Tell me, do you think Konoha could be setting up a false trail? Tsunade unfurled the scroll and examined it closely before shaking his head. It's highly unlikely. Even if this were some sort of deliberate misdirection, they wouldn't put their own Hokage at the center of it. All that would do is increase the pressure on them, with absolutely no other benefit. Besides, we can easily verify whether this handwriting belongs to Yokoyama Daimao. What's more, Konoha has no reason to try and scare us with a bloodline limit that's never been seen before. If they wanted to intimidate us, they might as well just claim they've awakened new wood-style users. Rolling up the scroll, Tsunade continued. The likelier scenario is that Yokoyama Daimao and his men infiltrated Konoha, stumbled upon Hiruzen Sarutobi's secret by accident, and ended up exposing themselves in the process. To get the message to us, they risked everything to deliver it through the summoning beast. That seems far more plausible to me. The third Raikage nodded in agreement. He thought Tsunade's reasoning was sound, though he couldn't help but wonder how Tsunade managed to think of so much. Still, as the Raikage, he had to maintain his composure. Tsunade, do you think it's my turn to take the stage? The third Raikage clenched his fists, his fighting spirit clearly reignited after so long without battle. Tsunade replied, Raikage-sama, are you hoping to force Hiruzen Sarutobi out of hiding? That won't be easy. The third Raikage's lips curled into a ruthless smile. Tell me, if Sarutobi's most prized student, Orochimaru, were to fall into my hands, do you think he'd keep hiding like a turtle? Tsunade pondered for a moment before saying, Should we recall A and B for this? Their reputation is just beginning to spread across the ninja world, but if they face Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'm afraid they're still a bit outmatched. For clarity, it refers to the fourth Raikage, A. The third Raikage responded, Send them to the land of grass. Let those Iwanin witness the might of our Kumogakure's lightning ox lariat firsthand. They can help handle the Konoha shinobi while they're at it. Tsunade paused, wondering if this was a precaution against Inoki. So the Raikage could be meticulous when he wanted to be. In that case, there's no time to waste. Notify every division. I'll take matters into my own hands and head for the land of fields myself. The third Raikage donned his ceremonial robe, leaped agilely onto the domed roof, and cast a fierce gaze toward the distant horizon, the direction of the land of fields. Sarutobi, I hope your so-called unbeatable bloodline limit is worth the hype. Don't let me down. War has always been the plaything of great nations, while smaller ones suffer the consequences. The battlefield between Kumogakure and Konoha was set in the land of fields. For Iwagakure, it was the land of grass, while Tsunade's front lay between the lands of rivers and rain. In recent years, the land of rain seemed to have spawned some mysterious new force. Since its true nature was still unknown, Tsunade couldn't risk starting a war within its borders. As for the distant land of water, with the sea at its back, it was far better off. Konoha could only allow Kirigakure to approach the borders of the Fire Country, because on the open sea, they would stand no chance of victory. Obito, what did you just do? Kakashi wiped the unknown liquid from his face with a look of utter horror, staring wide-eyed at Obito. He could still feel the lingering warmth on his skin. Damn it. Obito, meanwhile, stood frozen in place, completely bewildered by what had just happened. He could still taste Kakashi on his lips. Oh no, I'm tainted now. What should I do? Rin, I'm not pure anymore. Rin Nohara's eyes were wide with shock. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Did Obito just kiss Kakashi? No, that can't be right. I must be seeing things. Might Guy, who had been standing right between the two just moments ago, had witnessed the entire scene of Uchiha Obito kissing Hatake Kakashi with his own eyes. Now he was a little dazed. What on earth just happened? Guy suddenly felt as if something inside him had cracked, though not too strongly, as he looked at Kakashi's seemingly blushing face. Guy thought to himself, is this some kind of new challenge? Did Obito just defeat Kakashi like that? Maybe I should try this with Kakashi too, if I get the chance. My youth won't allow me to lose. And as for the mastermind behind all this, Uzushio Linyu, he looked at the task list in his mind with disappointment. The 3 words, available to claim, stubbornly refused to appear. Clearly, this method wasn't going to work. Urge them. Doesn't this count as urging? Do I really have to make Obito kiss Kakashi on his own initiative? Linyu's head drooped. If that's the case, then wasn't all this effort just making things worse, adding difficulty to the mission? Damn it. No instruction manual deserves a bad review. Stupid second-hand system. Just moments ago, a sudden idea struck Linyu. He had been holding Obito and Kakashi's heads, but then he let go unexpectedly. Inevitably, the momentum sent the two crashing toward each other. Kakashi, reacting quickly, turned his head to the left to avoid disaster. But Obito wasn't so lucky. He collided straight into Kakashi, head-to-head, face-to-face, and because Kakashi had turned, Obito's lips ended up brushing Kakashi's cheek. In the end, the two were simply too in sync. The accident was just that much of a coincidence. Hearing Lin Yu's sigh, Obito, face flushed, turned to him and protested. Sensei Lin Yu, why did you suddenly let go? Because of you, I ended up crashing into Kakashi. As for the part about actually kissing Kakashi, Uchiha Obito swore he would never in his life utter those words. Never. Kakashi, too, was blushing, his face flushed with embarrassment. He tugged the mask that usually covered half his face even higher, nearly hiding his eyes. Ahem, he really looked just like a shy young bride. Lin Yu rubbed his hand, pretending it ached, and exclaimed, You two are so strong. How is your teacher supposed to withstand that? Obito, you really need to reflect on yourself. You're way too impulsive. And Kakashi, you too. I've never seen you act so childish before. Kakashi shot Lin Yu a look filled with disdain, as if to say, with one hand, you could probably swing 10 Obitos around in circles. Obito scratched his head after hearing that. He wasn't sure just how strong Lin Yu really was, but what he said seemed to make sense. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he muttered, Sorry, Teacher Lin Yu. I'll be more careful next time. Obito always had a good impression of Uzumaki Lin Yu, the teacher who truly acknowledged him. Not like a certain white-haired someone who seemed determined to oppose him at every turn. Just thinking of the white hair brought Obito right back to what had happened moments ago. He hurriedly rolled up his sleeve and scrubbed at his mouth. Kakashi, seeing the look of sheer disgust on Obito's face, felt a surge of frustration. It was your slow reaction that got me bumped into, and now you're acting irritated at me? Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, won't let this go. Oomph. Both boys turned away at the same time with a cold snort, leaving Rin Noara staring at them in shock. not knowing what to do or say. Lin Yu, however, was preoccupied with his own mission. Why'd it have to be a timed task? Otherwise, Lin Yu wouldn't mind taking it easy, just like with the Jiraiya and Orochimaru mission he'd prepared for ages. He'd planned to take care of that after the Third Great Ninja War was over. Who would have thought a sudden time mission would pop up? It's as if fate itself is demanding that Lin Yu show his true abilities. As for the bottom-ranking mission in his list of accumulated tasks, Lin Yu didn't even want to look at it now. Whoever wants it can have it. Sure, the Yasukani no Magatama technique is tempting, but Lin Yu is a man of integrity. How old is Lord Madara now? At least 50 or 60, right? And to ask him to carry a young, strapping Hashirama princess style? That would just be putting Lord Madara in a tough spot. Absolutely not. No way. And this is definitely not just an excuse. Unless a miracle drops from the sky, Uzumaki Lin Yu would never stoop to something so foolish. Ahem. Tsukumo, take good care of yourself at home. I hope to see the white fang of the leaf return to the battlefield. Hiruzen. Sarutobi said, glancing at the sky. It was getting late. If he didn't get back soon, he'd be sleeping in the office again tonight. Lord Hokage, I'm ready to return to the front lines right now. Hitaki Tsukumo clenched his fist, determination written all over his face. Hiruzen waved his hand and said, what Konoha needs now is the white fang, not just another jonin. Do you understand, Tsukumo? Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes reddened as he lowered his voice. Yes, sir. Might Dewey, too, was stirred, or rather, he was always ready, and said, Lord Hokage, I also want to fight. I want to give my all for Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that Might Dewey was just a genin, but he couldn't bring himself to say it outright. Instead, he said, the situation on the battlefield isn't that dire yet, and Konoha still needs to be defended. For now, Dewey, why don't you join the village's guard unit? Yes, sir. I will protect Konoha with all my might. If the enemy want to set foot in the village, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Dewey's blood seemed to boil with passion. The fires of youth surged within him, and he had a feeling in his gut that his more than 30 years of hard work and perseverance had all been for this very war. He was ready to give it his all, ready to burn with the flames of youth. After Hiruzen Sarutobi left, Might Dewey also took his leave. He still hadn't done his warm-up exercises for the day. The events of today had left Might Dewey brimming with excitement. He figured that his warm-up run today ought to be at least 5,000 laps, if not more. Kai, let's go. Let's celebrate the spirit of our youth. Yes, father. I'll be right there. Might Guy called out to his father, then quickly turned back to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, I challenge you. Let's have a contest of youth together. Kakashi still seemed irritated about what had happened earlier. He tugged his mask up a little higher and replied, I'm not interested in your challenge right now. Maybe next time. Guy looked a bit downcast, but after glancing at Obito and then back at Kakashi, he mustered his courage, edged closer, and whispered, If you want to have that kind of contest with me, Kakashi, I'm open to it too. Huh? Kakashi stared at Guy in utter confusion, then glanced at Obito. Suddenly, realization struck. In a flash, he darted backward with lightning speed, not stopping until he hit the wall, his eyes wide with shock. Inside, Kakashi was screaming, Somebody help. There isn't a single normal person around me. Uncle Dewey, wait. Would you mind if I join you for your warm-up? Lin Yu saw that Might Dewey was about to head off, so he quickly stepped forward to tag along. After all, daily missions were meant to be completed the same day they were assigned. At least, that's how Lin Yu did it. Might Dewey's spirit soared. Lin Yu, you finally get it. You want to join us and ignite the flames of your youth too, don't you? Lin Yu scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, I might have to leave the village on a mission in a few days, so I wanted to get some training in. Since I haven't exercised yet today, I thought I'd join you, Uncle Dewey. Hearing this, Might Dewey looked a little disappointed. He had hoped Lin Yu had finally seen the light. He'd even saved a special jumpsuit for Lin Yu, though who knew if he'd ever see the day Lin Yu would actually wear it. Unable to hold back, Might Dewey suggested, How about, Lin Yu, you put on our training outfit and warm up with us. What? Lin Yu's eyes went wide in horror. Him, running laps around Konoha in one of those green bodysuits? No way. Not a chance. Lin Yu shook his head wildly and waved his hands, saying, Ahem, Uncle Dai, there's no need to waste time. I'm fine just like this. Youth doesn't allow us to squander even a moment. What a brilliant line. Might Dewey felt he'd learned yet another catchphrase. Clearly, Lin Yu's understanding of youth was every bit as deep as his own. He had originally wanted Lin Yu to get a flashy, gleaming hairstyle as well, but Lin Yu was right. Youth doesn't permit us to waste our precious time. A fiery passion burned in Might Dewey's eyes. He grabbed Might Guy by the hand and said to Lin Yu, Then let's start right now. Let's run around the Hidden Leaf Village 10,000 times. With that, He hoisted the somewhat disheveled guy and bolted toward the door as if carried by the wind. Might Guy shook his head, quickly adjusting to the familiar posture he'd practiced since childhood, and shouted to Kakashi, "Kakashi, just you wait. I'll challenge you again. You can count on it." "All right, Obito Rin, I'll go on ahead. Remember, don't stay here overnight." Linyu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and, in a mere blink, vanished from their sight. Obito looked stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "Linyu-sensei is so fast." Kakashi shot Obito a look and said, "Idiot, he's hiding a lot more strength than you think. Only someone like you, always trailing behind, would underestimate him." "What did you say? You arrogant, white-haired show-off. Are you looking for a fight?" Obito flared up at Kakashi's teasing, unable to hold back. "TCH, do you really think you can beat me? There's only one way to find out. Take this, my fist." Tsukumo Hatake watched the two bicker with a gentle smile, making no move to stop them. He was genuinely glad that Kakashi could have such strong bonds of friendship. His gaze toward Obito grew even softer. "Kids argue all the time. Give it a little while, and things will be just fine. Just like me and Kakashi's mother. What was that saying? Quarrel at the head of the bed. Make up at the foot of it." "Yes, that's it," Tsukumo mused. Today, the villagers of Konoha were baffled. Usually, it was just two figures in green circling the village, acting a little over the top. But today, there was a red-haired boy with them. Was this sort of enthusiasm contagious? Linyu covered his face with one hand and waved with the other. "Uncle Dai, after we finish warming up, what are we training next?" Might Dewey replied, "Linyu, do you really want to join us in embracing the passion of youth?" Might Dewey's eyes sparkled. His youth squad was finally expanding. Linyu remembered his mission was to join the father and son for a true burst of youthful energy. Clenching his teeth, he answered, "Yes." Thankfully, they weren't going to open the gate of death to express their youth. Otherwise, Linyu really wouldn't be able to handle it. "Very well. Once we're done warming up, let's do 5,000 rounds of frog jumps on the way back." Might Dewey exclaimed, his face full of excitement. "Did you add more intensity? This is so youthful. Father, Godfather, I can feel every cell in my body burning." Guy, with his watermelon-shaped haircut, clenched his fists and picked up his pace, marching forward with even more enthusiasm. Hey, I never agreed to be your godfather. Don't go around calling me that. Okay? I'm not even married yet." Linyu quickly covered his face, pretending he didn't know the two of them. "Linyu, why are you hiding your face?" The wind hurts my face." Might Dewey glanced at Linyu's fair cheeks and suddenly looked enlightened. "With that pale face of yours, I can see why it would be uncomfortable." Dewey then turned to Guy and announced, "Guy, for your own good, starting tomorrow, we're going to add sunbathing to our routine. You have to get rid of that pale skin from an early age." "Yes, father. I don't want to be a pale-faced weakling." Linyu was sweating. Somehow, their idea of a pale face seemed totally different from what he knew. Linyu couldn't shake the feeling that Might Dewey and his son were poking fun at him, but he couldn't prove it. In fact, the more time he spent with them, the more he started to feel like he really was a pretty boy. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Afternoon. All right, that's the end of frog jumps. Now let's do 2,000 laps of handstand walking. Yes, father. Amazed face, slash. Linyu thought. Do you guys ever do anything other than run laps around Konoha for your training? Evening. At last, we've reached the final challenge. Let's finish with 1,000 laps of handstand dumbbell curls. My blood is boiling. Let's get started, father. Linyu, help. These two are absolutely insane. Night fell, and after a whole day of grueling training, Linyu finally dragged himself home. I'm back. Linyu muttered weakly as he changed his shoes, sighing with exhaustion. Linyu, you're home. Dinner's ready. Come eat. The voice was light and lively, but the words sent a chill down Linyu's spine. He hurriedly grabbed his shoes, trying to put them back on, but it was already too late. A graceful silhouette appeared behind him, smiling sweetly, none other than Kushina Uzumaki. For years had passed, and Kushina had shed much of her childishness, becoming more mature, though her lively nature was very much intact. If anything, her violent streak had only grown with time. Linyu, are you going out again? Is my cooking really that bad? Kushina blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Linyu with a pitiful expression. After 4 years of painful lessons, Linyu had become immune to this tactic. He'd rather go hungry for an entire day than risk eating Kushina's kitchen disasters. Those would have you running to the bathroom for 3 days straight. Ahem. Actually, I already ate with Uncle Dewey and the others outside. What a pity. Kushina sighed with regret. What a pity. But I've made your favorite red bean cake. Just have a piece. Linyu recalled that pitch-black lump from before. Honestly, calling it a piece of scrap iron wouldn't be an exaggeration. He hurriedly shook his head. Kushina, I'm already so full. I'll have some tomorrow morning instead. Oh, but I've already brought it over for you. Come on, Linyu. Out of nowhere, Kushina appeared behind him, holding a plate of those mysterious blackened things. Linyu would never believe these were made from red beans, no matter what anyone said. Inwardly, Linyu screamed, "Please, stay away from me." The next few days passed in a laid-back haze for Linyu. Most of his time was spent training at the Ninja Academy, occasionally squeezing in some tutoring sessions for the underperforming Obito. Of course, what mattered most was steadily earning their goodwill. The more time he spent with Obito, the more Linyu found himself affected by the boy's sunny, enthusiastic personality. Sure, Obito could be a little slow on the uptake, often stumped by the simplest things, but Linyu couldn't deny that he liked Obito even more than Kakashi. Obito at this stage was like a young Naruto. No wonder Uchimadara had chosen him as his successor. Thinking about how this seemingly naive underdog would one day evolve from Two-Tomo Sharingan all the way to Mangekyo, even awakening a rare space-time ocular power, Linyu couldn't help but marvel at how he fit the mold of a true child of destiny. Linyu muttered under his breath, "You Uchiha are all just walking hacks." "HM? Sensei Linyu, did you just call me? What does hack mean anyway?" Obito scrambled up, scratching his head. He was sure he'd just heard something odd. Linyu gave Obito a playful knock on the head and grumbled, "Who told you to stop? Get back to work." But, Obito flopped back down, his face scrunched in frustration as he resumed his one-armed push-ups, his cheeks flushing red. Inwardly, he wondered, I know I'm bad at science, but why does Sensei Linyu make me do push-ups for it? Linyu thought to himself, obviously, because I'm jealous of you. Well, Linyu, giving your students some physical training, I see. Hokage-sama. Oh, Hokage-sama. Hello. Obito's face turned even redder, unsure whether to keep going with his push-ups or stand up to greet the village leader. In the end, he could only do both at once, stammering out his greeting as he exercised. Hiruzen Sarutobi, pipe in hand, glanced at Obito, noticing how hard the boy seemed to be working. He couldn't help but turn to Linyu and say, "Linyu, you mustn't be too strict with your students. Otherwise, I might have to punish you myself." Linyu stifled a yawn. "I'm actually tutoring Obito in science. I'd never dream of punishing my students. I consider it shameful." Sarutobi looked again at Obito, still doing push-ups, and, after checking that there were no textbooks or study materials anywhere on the ground, could only stare in confusion. This is what you call science tutoring. Obito is just too energetic. The only way to get him to settle down and study is to burn off most of that energy first." Linyu said seriously, his eyes wide open. Obito replied, "Thank you so much, Teacher Linyu." At first, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought Linyu made a reasonable point, but as the Hokage, he shot Linyu a disapproving look and said, "If you're going to be a teacher, do it properly. Pass on your knowledge to them. That's what you told me about teaching and answering their questions." Oh my, I didn't expect Lord Hokage to understand and support me like this. Linyu felt a surge of confidence in his heart. "Obito, you heard the Hokage. He wants me to pass on all my knowledge to you. You can't run away now. You belong to Kakashi's group. All right, I'll leave you to it then. Just remember to keep things in moderation." With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned and walked away. He was here today to test out a speech on the will of fire, to see how it would go. If it worked, next time he'd address the whole school. Let every child remember the will of fire that defines Konohagakure. Lord Hokage, have you ever heard of Gwabi? Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi about to leave, Obito couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and blurted out the question that had been on his mind. Gwabi? A giant question mark seemed to appear above Hiruzen Sarutobi's head. He'd read all the histories of the ninja world, but he'd never come across this word before. Was it some kind of secret? Or maybe just street gossip? With Hiruzen Sarutobi staring at him, Obito grew nervous and quickly explained, "I just heard Teacher Linyu mention it. He said something like all Uchiha are Gwabi." "What the heck? Obito, didn't you mishear me earlier? Why are you repeating it word for word now? I really thought you were an honest, straight-laced kid, but who knew? Obito, you're full of surprises. Might away. Does he even have thick eyebrows like me? Obito, my eyebrows are actually pretty thin." Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze shift to him, Linyu cleared his throat and explained, "Ahem. So, Gwabi refers to a certain type of person, someone who's born with a level of power that others could only dream of, the kind of strength others have to work a lifetime to earn. But for them, just eating and sleeping makes them stronger. People like that are truly insufferable." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in agreement. After all, his own strength was built up through years of relentless training and hard work. If he ever found out there was someone who could surpass him just by eating and sleeping, he'd probably want to challenge them on the spot. Gwabi, truly detestable. Meanwhile, Obito just looked completely lost. How could a bottom ranker like him be called Guabi? He immediately protested. But Teacher Linyu, with my strength, there's no way I'm Guabi. Smack! Linyu rapped Obito on the head and scolded him sternly. That's what you get for not reviewing your theory. I was talking about Jinchuriki, not the Uchiha. Really? Obito rubbed the bump on his head, looking rather aggrieved. His ears were sharp. How could he possibly have misheard? Hiruzen Sarutobi, on the other hand, seemed to suddenly understand. Jinchuriki really could be called cheat characters. From childhood, they wielded the terrifying power of tailed beasts. Some special Jinchuriki could even coexist peacefully with their beasts. But every advantage comes with its own drawbacks. However, Linyu, you call Jinchuriki cheat characters, but doesn't your own Kushina have anything to say about that? Hiruzen remembered Uzumaki Kushina, the one bold enough to slam his door, and felt another headache coming on. Not a single member of the Uzumaki clan ever made things easy. Hiruzen didn't linger, but the term cheat character had already stuck in his mind. His encyclopedic brain simply refused to allow gaps in his vocabulary. After Hiruzen left, Linyu let out a sly chuckle. He could feel it. A legendary moment was about to be born at his hands. He gave Obito's head a vigorous pat and praised him loudly. Obito, you did great. Tonight, Sensei is treating you to Ichiraku ramen. All you can eat. Obito, rubbing his sore head, looked thoroughly disgruntled. Ramen's great and all, but Sensei, why do you have to praise me so hard by smacking me on the head? I'll get dumber at this rate. After school that evening, at Ichiraku ramen, Tucci eyed Linyu's new introduction warily. Uchiha Obito. Tucci was deeply worried that this new friend brought by Linyu might also be a bottomless pit when it came to appetite. If that were the case, he might as well start his retirement early. Slurp. Wow, Sensei Linyu, this ramen is amazing. Obito's cheeks still held a noodle, and his face radiated pure satisfaction. He licked the corner of his mouth and turned to Tucci. Boss, your ramen is incredible. Is there some secret to it? Seeing that Obito didn't shout, another 1,000,000 bowls. Tucci breathed a sigh of relief, then burst out laughing. There's no secret, really. It's just my love for ramen that makes it taste so good. Kid, as long as you pour your heart into something, you'll eventually discover what makes it special. Obito hadn't expected that the boss, who made such delicious ramen, would also be so wise with his words. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. Boss, my name's Uchiha Obito. Please look after me from now on. Tucci was momentarily stunned, then wiped his hands on his apron and gripped Obito's hand. I'm Tucci. From now on, you can call me Brother Tucci. And whenever you come here for ramen, I'll give you a 10% discount. Linyu watched this scene with some surprise. The handshake between Otsutsuki Ichiraku and Uchiha Obito, the mastermind behind the Akatsuki, was truly a meeting across the ages. The age of ramen. So full of drama. The Hokage's office. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was busy drafting a plan. Ever since his speech at the Ninja Academy had been met with universal acclaim, he had become unstoppable. Whenever he had a free moment, he would stroll over to the academy to impart the will of fire to the students. If he weren't the head of Konoha Village, this sort of behavior would have landed him in a holding cell long ago. Click, click, click. Come in. A ninja from the intelligence division hurried in, anxiety written all over his face. He handed over a scroll and said, Lord Hokage, urgent news from the front lines. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused his writing, his brow furrowing. Which front is the report from? Reporting, Lord Hokage. It's news from the land of Field Battlefield. What? Hiruzen snatched up the scroll, his brows knitted as he read through it intently. After a while, his expression grew increasingly grave. At last, he spat out angrily. So this is the third Raikage doing? He actually stepped onto the battlefield himself to bully the young ones. How disgraceful. Summon the advisors to the conference room for a meeting. Yes, sir. Once the intelligence ninja had departed, Hiruzen lowered his head in deep thought. Who in Konoha could stand against the third Raikage now? Tsukumo Hatake? Or perhaps Hayato Uzumaki? Maybe even Danzo? No, the Jinchuriki must be protected and held back. Hayato Uzumaki can't leave the village. And Tsukumo's swordsmanship seems to be countered by the third Raikage's lightning release armor. Sending him would be pointless. That leaves Danzo, doesn't it? But can Danzo and Orochimaru together match the third Raikage? Besides, something about that combination fills me with unease. Hiruzen brooded, furrowing his brows and sighing. Perhaps it's best to wait and see. Not long after, Hamura Mitokado and Kohyudatain arrived, one after the other. As for Danzo, he seemed to be indisposed. Perhaps the previous incident had made it difficult for him to assert himself around Hiruzen, and he needed some time to recover. Hamura closed the door behind him and spoke first. Hiruzen, we've heard the news. What do you plan to do? Hiruzen tapped his fingers on the table, narrowing his eyes. Hamura, Koharu, do you think the two of you, together with Orochimaru, could match the third Raikage? Hamura flinched, hesitating. You mean me and Koharu both go? Koharu's expression changed as well. I doubt it. The third Raikage physical defenses are something neither Hamura nor I can hope to break. Why not send Tsukumo Hatake? His swordsmanship might just pierce the Raikage's armor. Hiruzen shook his head. I've faced the third Raikage myself. Tsukumo's sword won't break through. By my estimate, it would take at least S-rank wind-release ninjutsu to inflict any real damage on him. But we don't really have any ninja in the Leaf Village who specialize in wind style. Midokado Hamura racked his brain, trying to think of a ninja skilled in wind techniques. He certainly didn't want to end up on the battlefield against the third Raikage. That man was a monster. That's true, Sai. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out another weary sigh. Did he really have to send Uzumaki Linyu? Master and disciple working together might just have a chance, but what about Kushina? When it came to the Jinchuriki, Hiruzen still felt uneasy. His main worry was that Linyu wouldn't feel secure. Just then, Hiruzen's brows twitched. He made a quick hand sign, and an ANBU ninja clad in a windbreaker appeared in the office. Midokado Hamura and Koharu Udatane frowned slightly, but said nothing. This was well within the Hokage's rights. The ANBU ninja handed Hiruzen a classified document, then vanished as swiftly as he had appeared. Hiruzen opened the file, and after just a cursory glance, his expression darkened even further. Once he'd finished reading, Hiruzen addressed his two old friends with a heavy tone. We've received news from the land of grass. Appears the third Raikage Sun, A, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B, have entered the country. Their intentions are unclear. What? Midokado Hamura's voice was sharp with anger. Are Kumovikure and Awagakure really working together now? Are they planning to attack the Leaf from both sides? Koharu Udatane added, Hiruzen, send Tsukumo Hatake. Let him redeem himself while he's at it. For some reason, Hiruzen felt a twinge of disappointment toward his old friends. One was shirking responsibility, the other looking for a scapegoat. Had they forgotten their grand promises from years past? Sigh, let me think about it. You two can go now. Relieved, Midokado Hamura and Koharu Udatane quickly left. They had no desire to face the third Raikage or Jinchuriki. A single misstep could mean instant death. A long time passed before Hiruzen finally looked up at the empty air and spoke. Send Uzumaki Linyu. Actually, forget it. I'll go myself. Ninja Academy. Hiruzen found Linyu in the middle of training and explained the reason for seeking him out. So, Lord Hokage, you want me to go to the land of fields to confront the third Raikage? Linyu had just finished a chest-expanding stretch and was about to move on to the next exercise when Hiruzen interrupted, puzzled. Linyu, what's the point of those odd movements? Linyu flashed a toothy grin. Oh, they're pretty much pointless. I'm just reminiscing about my childhood. Hiruzen had half a mind to hit Linyu with a 5-style grand combo to snap him out of it. This was wartime, after all. What was he doing thinking about his childhood now? After clearing his throat, Hiruzen continued. So, do you agree to go? Rest assured, Kushina will be under strict protection in the village. She won't be in any danger. Linyu paused and thought for a moment before saying, I'm not worried about Kushina, but I do think this arrangement isn't quite right. He was being honest. In 4 years, Kushina had transformed completely. Not only had she mastered the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, but she had also learned advanced jutsu like the Rasengan and multiple shadow clone jutsu. Even though she was still officially a Genin, her actual strength had reached that of a Jonin. And if you counted the 9 tails sealed inside her, even Lin who himself wouldn't dare underestimate her now. Anyone who tried to mess with Kushina would definitely regret it. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows knitted tightly. Thinking Lin who was refusing to go, he grew a bit annoyed. Then how do you think it should be arranged? Lin who suddenly looked at Hiruzen with great seriousness and said, since their village is sending their Kage, shouldn't we in Konoha respond in kind? Hiruzen's pupils narrowed slightly. You mean, I should go myself? But then, who would oversee things in Konoha? Linyu grinned. Exactly. A showdown between the Hokage and the Raikage. That's what everyone wants to see. As for Konoha, I think Shikaku's father can take over for the time being. Shikaku's father, Shikayu? That's actually not a bad idea. Then what about the grass country? Leave the grass country to me. But, I do have one small request. Linhu's gaze grew mischievous as he stared at Hiruzen, a sly smile spreading across his face. A chill shot up Hiruzen's spine. Young man, don't do anything reckless. I've got a wife, and Danzo to keep in mind. Linhu, should I bring this dress, or this sundress? Oh, should I pack my pajamas too? Back at Lin Hu's house, Kushina was rummaging through her wardrobe, her adorable face shining with excitement. This was her first time leaving Konoha since she'd arrived. Well, not counting that time she'd been kidnapped. Lin Hu could only smile wryly. Kushina, we're going on a mission, not a vacation. Just bring your usual gear. That's right. After an entire afternoon of Lin Hu feeding him motivational words, Hiruzen had finally agreed to let Lin Hu lead squad to the grass country front. It also showed that Hiruzen had come to trust Lin Hu's abilities. Otherwise, he'd never have agreed. Oh, right, we have a mission. Sorry, Lin Hu, I got a little carried away. Kushina stuck out her tongue sheepishly and started packing properly. But after the mission, we can still take in the sights and culture of another country, can't we? Of course. That's what I like about you, Lin Hu. Is it just the two of us going? Actually, Mikoto will be coming too. She's on our team. With a joyful cry, Kushina launched herself at Lin Hu, the scene as heartwarming as a painting. Ninja Academy. Mr. Lin Yu, are you leaving today? Obito looked at Lin Yu with a face full of regret, almost making Lin Yu think he was embarking on a journey of no return. Lin Yu gave Obito's head a vigorous rub and said, I'm just going on a mission. It's not like I won't be coming back. Is there really any need to be so gloomy? Obito took 2 steps back to evade Lin Yu's playful hands and said, I'm only worried about you, sensei. So many of our Uchiha clan have lost their lives in wars. By the end of his sentence, a shadow passed over Obito's face. He had lost his parents before he could even remember their faces. From childhood, it was only his grandmother who had cared for him. Lin Yu stepped forward, pulled Obito's goggles up onto his forehead, and grinned at him. Don't worry. Your teacher is strong. There's no way I'd ever abandon you. A blush crept up Obito's cheeks. He scampered over to stand between Rin and Kakashi, saying, It's getting late, sensei. You should get going. Rin Noera gave Lin Yu a gentle smile. Please come back soon, sensei. It seems Obito is quite fond of you. Rin, what are you saying? I'm just concerned for our teacher, that's all. I'm going to be Hokage someday. I have to care about the village. TCH, dead last. Kakashi, that's it. I challenge you to a duel. Watching Obito's neck flush red with fury, Lin Yu coughed twice to break up their argument. After I leave, don't slack off on your training. I'll be checking up on you when I get back, and if anyone doesn't pass, I won't be going easy on them. Lin Yu had passed on all the C rank and B rank jutsu he knew, hoping his students would grow stronger quickly. After all, he only had 2 years to teach them. For beneath his mask, Kakashi's voice sounded relaxed. Don't worry, sensei. I'll keep an eye on Obito. Kakashi, why do you get to supervise me? None of us have mastered everything yet. Kakashi shrugged. Sorry, Obito. I accidentally learned another one yesterday. At this rate, I should have them all down in about a month. Obito was indignant. No way. I won't lose to you. Rin, let's go train together. Rin glanced at the time, a bit embarrassed. Obito, we still have class to attend. Obito thought. No wonder Kakashi wants to graduate early. I'd better work twice as hard to catch up. After bidding farewell to his 3 students, Lin Yu left the Ninja Academy. Strengthening Obito and the others had been his intention all along. Nothing could stop Kakashi's determination to graduate early, so the only way was to help the rest catch up as quickly as possible. Besides, their shared training would only deepen the bonds between them. As for Might Guy, Lin Yu hadn't forgotten him, but Guy required a different kind of guidance. His path was one he needed to walk on his own, step by step, under his father's influence. At the entrance of Konoha, Mikoto and Kushina had already arrived. One wore red, the other black, each radiating her own unique charm. Kushina was lively and adorable, while Mikoto exuded a gentle, graceful aura. Lin Yu waved to them. Good morning. You're both here so early. How about we grab breakfast together? Lin Yu, Kushina, and Mikoto called out in unison, then glanced at each other before striding toward Lin Yu. One from the left, one from the right, their slender legs moving gracefully. A delicate fragrance filled the air. Lin Yu suddenly felt as if the entire atmosphere had shifted. To his right was a sweet, enchanting scent. To his left, a fresh, elegant aroma. Was this some kind of infinite Tsukuyumi? He could hardly believe his luck. Lin Yu, do you even know what time it is? You're way past the agreed meeting time. Mikoto, and I thought you'd fallen into a ditch somewhere. Kushina put her hands on her slim waist, visibly frustrated by Lin Yu's questionable sense of time. Mikoto shot Lin Yu a reproachful look as well. Keeping a lady waiting was hardly the act of a gentleman. Lin Yu scratched his head and gave an embarrassed chuckle. How could he be blamed? He didn't even own a watch. How was he supposed to know what time it was? If Lin Yu knew that Orochimaru could tell the time just by glancing at the sky, he'd have grumbled, no wonder he's a local around here. Let's go. Off to the land of grass. Yeah. With a grand gesture, Lin Yu led the way as the 2 girls cheered excitedly. The nearby Konoha gate guards looked on in astonishment. If Lin Yu hadn't mentioned they were heading to the land of grass, the guards might have thought they were off on vacation. What a lucky guy, going on a mission flanked by two beauties. This red-haired kid sure had it good. Amid the jealous stares of the unknown gatekeepers, the trio set off side by side. Meanwhile, in a town somewhere in the land of grass. Crash! A wall burst open as several battered figures were sent flying from a house, collapsing onto the ground. Moments later, a blonde-haired youth stormed out, fury etched across his face. In his arms, he carried a red-haired girl who looked pale and feverish. You will pay for this. The blonde youth was none other than Minato Namikaze. After 2 years of experience on the battlefield, he had come to understand the true brutality of war, having witnessed countless civilians displaced by conflict. Minato had zero tolerance for shinobi who preyed on the weak. He showed no mercy to those who bullied civilians. Damn it, who are you, kid? Why are you sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? The grass ninja on the ground struggled to their feet, pulling out kunai as they surrounded Minato. As shinobi, how dare you commit such heinous acts against civilians? You deserve no forgiveness. Minato quickly assessed their numbers. He didn't bother drawing a kunai. He simply counted them silently in his mind. One of the grass ninjas snarled, "Brat, that woman was bought by us. What we do with her is none of your business." That's right, her chakra is incredibly alluring. Just one bite, and your wounds will heal instantly. Kid, hand her over right now, or you'll never leave this place alive. Minato Namikaze kept his face cold and silent. He gently set the girl in his arms down and murmured to himself, 4 of them are surrounding me, and 3 more are lurking in the shadows. 7 in total. That means I'll only need 1.25 seconds. What did you just say, brat? Swish. 7 specially crafted kunai whistled through the air, each one aimed precisely at a different spot. Their speed wasn't overwhelming, so the grass ninja dodged with ease. Someone immediately sneered. Kid, is this your famous kunai tossing technique? At that speed, you... A sudden gush. Before he could finish his sentence, a thin red line appeared across the grass ninja's throat. At the very same moment, the other 6 grass ninja dropped to the ground. Each fell by a single, fatal strike. Minato materialized back into view, but now he was drenched in sweat, clearly suffering from intense chakra depletion. He fought the urge to collapse. No, I can't go down now. Their reinforcements will be here any moment. I have to hurry back. And she still needs treatment for her injuries. Minato scooped the girl up again. He staggered for a moment, but quickly regained his balance. Damn it. Using that technique now really was pushing my limits. If only I were a few years older, I wouldn't have to take such reckless risks. Too bad she didn't get to see my brilliant move. What a wasted opportunity. Hurry, there's something going on over there. Check it out. Minato's ears twitched as he caught the sound of multiple squads approaching. After pinpointing their direction, he bounded away and vanished down the street, heading off to rendezvous with Master Jiraiya. Oh, and that incomplete version of the Flying Thunder God technique just now. It needs a name. Lightning quick, thunderclap, bell ringing, can't cover your ears special. Juju sent me to patrol the mountains. I'll check out the beauties while I'm at it, open my renegon, unveil my Tensigen. This Mikoto is truly a sight to behold. Lin Yu hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled leisurely through the woods. Kushina had sent him out to forage for food, while she and Mikoto set up a stove by the river and tried their hand at fishing. That's right, Lin Yu had stuffed every kind of seasoning, pot, and pan he owned into his sealing scroll. With Kushina's extravagant resources at his disposal, he could afford to be this lavish. If Hiruzen Sarutobi ever saw this, he'd probably explode in rage. Damn it, I sent you to fight a war, not to picnic with beauties. Who does things like this? This is just a daydream. Maybe I'm just losing my mind. Actually, I'm just a newbie writer struggling to make ends meet. Lin Yu darted nimbly through the woods, and before long he'd caught several wild rabbits. He thought to himself, rabbits are so cute, but I bet they make an amazing spicy rabbit stew. Kushina and Mikoto are bound to love it. On the southeastern border of the land of fire. Clang! The sound of shuriken and kunai clashing rang out incessantly. This was the battlefield between Konoha and Kirigakure, with the main force station here from Konoha being the Uchiha clan. Everywhere you looked, strikingly handsome Uchiha were being overwhelmed by the forces of the hidden mist. There was simply nothing they could do, after all the Sharingan. Wasn't a Byakugan, it couldn't see through everything. Once their vision was obscured by Kirigakure's mist techniques, the Sharingan's power was severely limited. For a while, the situation turned dire for Konoha. Fortunately, Kirigakure didn't seem to have committed all their forces here. Not a single member of the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen was in sight. This allowed the Konoha shinobi on the field to breathe a little easier. Little brother, how are things on your end? Do you need backup? Huff, huff. Big brother, I can still hold on. Uchiha Taichi spat out a fireball before taking the chance to retreat. He had no intention of engaging his opponents directly, choosing instead to linger on the fringes of the battle. He'd toss a shuriken here, unleash a fireball there. It looked more like guerrilla warfare than anything else. If Lin were here, he'd definitely grumble. Is this Lee playing at gods and demons again? After taking down a Kirigakure ninja with a swift move, Uchiha Tanichi barely had time to catch his breath before leaping over to his beloved younger brother's side. He was determined to protect him no matter what. Take this. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Uchiha Taichi found another perfect spot on the edge of the battlefield and unleashed a ninjutsu toward two fighting figures. With a flurry of bursts, yellow flame shot from Uchiha Tanichi's mouth like wild phoenix flower seeds, scattering unpredictably toward the two combatants. His lack of mastery over the technique made it difficult to control the flames, resulting in both sides being caught in the crossfire. Damn it, it's that annoying pest again, cursed a Kirigakure ninja, who quickly melted back into the mist. His Konoha opponent wasn't so lucky. Although he dodged in time, a few small fireballs still struck him, leaving scorch marks on his clothes. The Konoha ninja gritted his teeth against the pain and shot an angry glare at Uchiha Taichi. He'd fought the enemy all day without a scratch, only to get hurt by his own comrade in a moment of distraction. An unknown Konoha ninja thought, Uchiha Taichi, are you sure you're not a ringer sent by Hidden Mist? With a cold snort, the unknown Konoha ninja threw himself back into the fray elsewhere. As for Uchiha Taichi, he showed not a trace of guilt. On the contrary, he was quite proud of having driven back the Kirigakure ninja. After all, he was strong too. If I ever run into that jerk, Uzumaki Linyu again, I'll make sure he's running for his life. Taichi, fall back for now. Their numbers keep increasing, and I'm worried I won't be able to protect you if things get worse. Uchiha Tanichi's Sharingan spun with 3 tomo, never pausing for a second. To protect his little brother, he was fighting with everything he had. Brother, what are you talking about? This is the perfect opportunity for the Uchiha clan to make a name for ourselves. If we can force the Hidden Mist to retreat, our family's voice within Konoha will be that much stronger. Besides, I, Uchiha Taichi, fully intend to earn a promotion to Special Jonin through my achievements in battle. Little brother, listen to me and go back for now. I have a bad feeling about this. If you're scared, you can head back yourself, brother. I can take care of myself. No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Taichi dashed toward the two figures locked in combat in the distance, completely disregarding Uchiha Tanichi's warning. Honestly, Uchiha Tanichi let out a long sigh. He'd spoiled his younger brother far too much, and once they got home, he'd definitely have to ask their parents to rein him in. This is a battlefield. One wrong move, and even he could lose his life. Despite his words, Uchiha Tanichi forced himself to ignore his chakra-depleted fatigue and leapt after Taichi, determined to catch up. Take this. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball, radiating scorching heat, hurtled straight toward the two combatants. Damn it, they both swore under their breath, exchanging a quick, silent agreement before swiftly disengaging and retreating. The explosion that followed sent a violent gust rippling through the area, scattering the thick mist and making the surroundings much clearer. Uchiha Tanichi, in mid-sprint toward his brother, startled and shouted, "It's a trap. Taichi, run." A sinister laugh echoed. Too late. We of the Hidden Mist will take care of this troublesome brat for you. No need to thank us. 4 or 5 figures appeared, blocking Uchiha Tanichi's path and preventing him from rushing to the rescue. This young Uchiha had become a serious thorn in the Hidden Mist side. Their patience was gone, and he had to die. What? Still lost in his own illusions of glory, Uchiha Taichi was jolted by a sudden, searing pain in his back. He spun around, blade swinging desperately. The clash of kunai rang out, accompanied by the soft patter of blood dripping. Blood smeared on the enemy's kunai. Taichi stared at his attacker, pupils contracting sharply as he blurted, "You are the Leaf Ninja from before." "What?" A low, mocking chuckle answered him. "Take a closer look with those Sharingan eyes of yours." A puff of smoke billowed, and the Leaf Ninja before him suddenly transformed, revealing the form of a Hidden Mist shinobi. Transformation Jutsu. Impossible. I couldn't even see through their transformation Jutsu. Taichi's Sharingan, now marked with 2 tomo, widened in disbelief. "Kid, save your regrets for the afterlife." The Mist Ninja, now revealed, closed in relentlessly, giving Taichi no chance to escape. "Damn you. Do you even know who you're up against? I am the one and only Uchiha." A sickening, wet sound abruptly cut him off. A blood-stained blade pierced straight through Uchiha Taichi's chest, steel biting into flesh, ending his life in a single, merciless blow. The other Kirigakure shinobi who had been fighting just moments ago appeared impassively behind Taichi, his tone full of disdain. Why bother talking so much to him? He's just a chunin. Taking down that elite jonin is what will really earn us credit. Haha, you're right about that. Uchiha Taichi's body slowly slumped to the ground. The crimson Sharingan faded from his eyes, his pupils gradually losing focus. Yet in his heart, regret for not listening to his brother Tanichi wasn't what lingered. Instead, his final thought was, if only I had another chance. I would never hang on the sidelines as an observer. I'd retreat straight to base. No, not far away. Uchiha Tanichi was locked in fierce battle with several Kirigakure shinobi. When he saw his younger brother fall, his eyes went bloodshot, and a scream of utter agony tore from his throat. A wet, vicious sound rang out. Still have time to get distracted while we're ganging up on you, sneered a scar-faced Kirigakure shinobi. Taking advantage of Tanichi's lapse, he plunged a kunai into Tanichi's side at a wicked angle. The blade, when in silver, came out red. With a heavy thud, Tanichi collapsed, knees hitting the ground. His headband slipped loose, and his head drooped forward. Ha ha ha! So he's a doting big brother after all. Lost your will to fight, just like that. The Uchiha clan isn't so daunting after all. Ha ha ha! I wonder if their Sharingan eyes can even be transplanted. Hurry, go gouge out that kid's eyes over there. This haul for Kirigakure is really something. 7 or 8 Kirigakure shinobi surrounded Tanichi, already discussing how to divide the spoils. None of them noticed that, though kneeling in the dirt, Tanichi's 3-tomo Sharingan spun wildly in his pupils, warping into an eerie, sinister pattern. Enough with the pointless chatter. Finish him off already. The war isn't over yet. A Kirigakure jonin, face icy, raised his blade and brought it down toward Tanichi. Be careful not to damage his head. Those eyes are valuable. Even if we can't transplant them, we can take them back for the village's research. Of course I know that. Leave it to me. You can rest easy. In a swift motion, blood sprayed through the air. A few drops splattered across Tanichi's face, twisted now by hatred as a strange, ominous light erupted from the new pattern in his eyes. How can this be? Wasn't he already incapable of fighting? A shroud of orange chakra enveloped Tanichi, gradually forming a crimson skeletal frame. Suddenly, a giant hand slammed down around him. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered in all directions. The 7 or 8 Kirigakure shinobi who'd been surrounding him were flung apart, staring in horror at the orange monster standing at the center of the carnage. What on earth is that thing? Uchiha Tanichi did not reply. At this moment, his real body's right hand was still gripping the mist ninja who had just tried to kill him. With blood staining his face, he gave a cruel smile and said, "That slash of yours fell just a bit short. Remember, next time, go for the head." Before the mist ninja could even resist, Uchiha Tanichi, controlling the arm of his Susanoo, seized the mist shinobi and squeezed hard. The result was much like smashing open a watermelon. Fluids burst everywhere in a gruesome spray. Tanichi paid no heed to the blood splattering onto himself. He even stuck out his tongue to lick it, his expression growing even more ferocious. He's lost his mind. Hurry, while he's still injured. Kill him now, someone shouted. It seemed Tanichi heard the threat. The strange cross-star pattern in his eyes flickered, and he reached out with his left hand. Under the wary gaze of the mist ninja, the one who had just spoken suddenly shuddered, then collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Sakaju, what happened to you?" The mist ninja beside him crouched down and nudged his body, only to discover a bloody hole in his chest, with blood still gushing out. "Are any of you as fast as I am?" Ha ha ha. Tanichi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at his hands. What incredible power this was. Right now, among the Uchiha, I am the strongest. From the messages flooding into his eyes, Tanichi realized he had awakened the legendary Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan, and that he possessed 2 exclusive ocular techniques. Just now, he had used the Mangekyo ability of his left eye, Flash Time. As for his right eye, its technique seemed to empower his Susanoo, armament, strength, and speed. These were Tanichi's deepest desires when his younger brother Taichi died. If only he had been stronger, if only he had been faster, perhaps his brother would still be alive. Now, he had gained these powers, but his brother would never return. All because of these damned mist ninja. You all must die. Susanoo armament. The pattern in Tanichi's right eye spun madly, a demonic light radiating forth. The skeletal frame of his Susanoo suddenly swelled, orange chakra ballooning outward. First, 2 massive arms materialized, then a ribcage, and finally a skull. A pair of crimson eyes appeared within the hollow sockets, a sign of Susanoo's second form, the skeletal Susanoo. Newly awakened, Tanichi had just barely reached this stage thanks to his ocular technique, armament. If his talent were just a bit greater, if he'd had more chakra, perhaps he could even have reached the level of a fully fleshed Susanoo. But to deal with these mist ninja, this was more than enough. Uchiha Tiani was utterly immersed in this overwhelming surge of power. The pain of his brother's death seemed to have dulled, replaced by a wild arrogance on his face. With this kind of power, not to mention the position of the Uchiha clan leader, even the title of Hokage, in my eyes, Uchiha Tiani, it would be as easy as taking something from pocket. What on earth is that thing? This aura, this pressure, is this truly the might of the Uchiha Sharingan? There's no way we can fight this. Let's run. We need to report back and ask the Mizukage to send reinforcements. The sound of swift retreat echoed. Watching the mist ninja scatter in all directions, Uchiha Tiani sneered, his lips curling. Run? Do you really think you can escape my flash step, Uchiha Tiani? With that, he unleashed his ocular power with reckless abandon, the patterns in his eyes swirling and growing ever more sinister. The moment he activated his ocular technique, Uchiha Tiani seemed to enter a realm of the future, where time itself appeared to freeze. In the space, only, he could move, though the window was brief. Against opponents of this level, he could control the flow for up to half a second, which was more than enough. The weaker the enemy, the longer he could manipulate that slice of time. The stronger the foe, the shorter his control. Yes, this was the power to seize an enemy's future moments, a unique ocular art. A series of heavy impacts followed. Uchiha Tiani didn't move a step. Instead, he commanded his Susanoo to send its massive fists toward the fleeing mist ninja. Strangely, Susanoo's arms didn't even appear to touch its targets, yet their bodies erupted into clouds of blood, as if shattered by some invisible force. It was a chilling, incomprehensible sight. This power, how intoxicating. Ahaha! Uchiha Tiani burst into manic laughter. But this disturbance had not gone unnoticed. Shadows began to stir in the periphery. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness swept over him. The image of Susanoo flickered, then gradually faded away. With a heavy thud, Uchiha Tiani collapsed to one knee, propping himself up with a hand. Such reckless expenditure of ocular power had left his chakra reserves nearly depleted. His eyes burned with a pain sharp as needles, and his injuries only compounded the agony, leaving him weak and racked with torment. Damn it, the backlash came so quickly. Still, it doesn't matter. The enemies are all dealt with. Brother, I've avenged you. Uchiha Tiani knelt on the ground, his face twisted, in a mix of arrogance and triumph. He had mastered the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, and now he was ready to upend all of Konoha. Suddenly, with a sickening squelch, a black arm pierced straight through Uchiha Tiani's heart. His look of pride froze instantly. How could this be? Who was it? A chilling, rasping laugh echoed behind him. Kukuku. Such an impressive ocular technique. I never expected such a delightful bonus. From the earth behind Uchiha Tiani, a pitcher plant-shaped head slowly emerged, half its face black and twisted with mockery. Cough, who are you? The last remnants of chakra barely kept Uchiha Tanichi alive as he slowly turned his head, desperate to see who had ambushed him. My eyes! You! Black Zetsu gave Tanichi no chance at all. While the body was still warm, he swiftly gouged out Tanichi's Mangekyo Sharingan and placed them into a jar of preservation fluid he always carried. Lord Madara is going to be thrilled with this. White Zetsu chuckled gleefully, his gaze lingering on the Mangekyo in the nutrient solution, clearly delighted. With his heart pierced, chakra depleted, and now his eyes stolen, Uchiha Tanichi had plummeted from the peak of his power into utter despair. Unless a miracle occurred, he would die here alongside his brother Taichi. Brother, I'm coming to join you. Yet, to his surprise, in the final moments of his life, he heard these words. Don't forget to take that one's eyes, too. The bodies are useful as well. Pack everything up and bring them along. Uchiha Tanichi thought bitterly. I can't accept this. And with that, his life ended. As Black Zetsu was busy packing up the bodies of the Uchiha brothers, footsteps echoed nearby. Just as he was about to turn around, a cold, detached voice rang out. So, you're the one the elders warned me about. The treacherous schemer, aren't you? Black Zetsu looked up at the newcomer, a chill running down his spine. Why is he here? Why didn't the white Zetsu clone report this to me? Slender build, long red hair, and a glimpse of the swirling pattern in his eyes. The newcomer was unmistakably Nagato. You're the one they called the schemer, right? The guy with half a white body and half black. Nagato's expression was icy. He made no move to stop Black Zetsu from collecting the Uchiha bodies. To him, Konoha's ninjas meant nothing, save for Linyu and Jiraiya. Nagato had actually arrived when Black Zetsu ambushed Uchiha Danichi, but he hadn't intervened. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he harbored a deep resentment toward the Uchiha clan. With his renegon eyes fixed on Black Zetsu, the very individual Lin you had warned him about, Nagato scrutinized him. Aside from the unusual appearance, he didn't seem particularly formidable. Was Lin Yu simply being overly cautious? After securing the brothers' bodies, Black Zetsu edged backward, wary. He knew he was no match for Nagato. The renegon's Chibaku Tensei was his natural enemy. If he were sealed, it would be over for him. Forcing a smile, Black Zetsu addressed Nagato. May I ask your name? And what do you mean by schemer? Nagato ignored the first question and replied, The elder said your actions are those of a schemer. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what that means myself. My actions? Black Zetsu was momentarily baffled. What about his actions? Wasn't ambushing on the battlefield perfectly normal? Why call it scheming? Could it be that the term schemer held some special meaning? Perhaps I should go back and ask Uchiha Madara. After all, only a human truly understands other humans. For now, the priority is a safe retreat. As for why Nagato has appeared here, I'll have to ask White Zetsu when I return. Black Zetsu said, I have no acquaintance with you, sir. You must have mistaken me for someone else. My grudge lies only with the Uchiha clan of Konoha, and since my own power is limited, I have no choice but to resort to such means. To be fair, Black Zetsu truly does hold a grudge against the Uchiha. If you trace the clan's lineage all the way to Indra's father, the Sage of Six Paths himself, a black rod slipped from Nagato's sleeve. Gripping it, Nagato said coolly, Whether you know me or not, you'll find out when I catch you. Yeah, that's not for certain. Black Zetsu replied with a mischievous laugh. Universal Pool. Nagato thrust out his hand, clutching the black rod and pulling fiercely towards Black Zetsu. With no resistance, Black Zetsu's body was swept up like a dandelion in a storm, crashing through the pitcher plants growing on either side, shattering them to pieces. With a sharp, slicing sound, the black rod pierced straight through Black Zetsu's body. Yet, not a trace of panic appeared on Black Zetsu's face, or at least as much as could be seen on his pitch-black features. We'll meet again, Nagato. With a dull thud, Black Zetsu's body crumpled before Nagato's eyes, transforming into a pale, humanoid creature before dissolving into the ground and sprouting into a tree. So it wasn't his real body from the start? Or did he slip underground the moment he sensed my approach? Nagato's brows knitted beneath his long hair. No wonder Senior Lin Yu warned him to be wary of this one. He truly was a master of trickery. Still, someone who flees this quickly can't be all that powerful. There's no need to worry too much. Nagato didn't linger. After making sure there were no civilians left around the battlefield, he vanished, intent on regrouping with Yahiko, somewhere on the border of the Land of Fire. Phew, finally done settling all these refugees. This is exhausting. A boy with bright orange hair complained, his tone tinged with fatigue. Yet his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. He truly enjoyed this feeling. It brought him genuine happiness from deep within. Conan, have you seen Nagato? Has he come back yet? No, why? Are you that worried about him? Not far away, a graceful young woman stood atop a massive boulder, gazing into the distance. Her long, blue-violet hair tumbled freely, and the spring breeze played with the loose strands, brushing them across her cheeks, making her look as pure as an angel. Another spring had come. Was he doing well? I'm not worried about Nagato. I'm just worried he'll mess things up with those clumsy hands of his. Yahiko, I'm not clumsy with anyone, you know. Nagato's voice suddenly rang out behind Yahiko, startling him so much that he nearly scrambled up a tree like a startled monkey. Yahiko patted his chest and took a few steps back, exclaiming, Nagato, can you stop sneaking up behind me like that? You nearly scared me to death. Nagato walked forward with a troubled expression, hesitating as he said, But really, I haven't laid a hand on anyone. All right. I believe you. You don't need to explain any further. With a loud thud, Yahiko bumped into the tree behind him. He waved his hands frantically at Nagato, eager to end this rather awkward conversation. Suddenly, the tree branches rustled, and a dark figure plummeted from above, falling straight toward Yahiko's head. Nagato shouted, Watch out! Don't move! He quickly closed the distance, moving so fast that he was now just half an arm's length from Yahiko. Reaching out, Nagato caught the falling object just above Yahiko's head and pressed it against the tree trunk. Startled by Nagato's shout, Yahiko froze in place, convinced an enemy had appeared. He stood rooted to the spot, following Nagato's command not to move a muscle. But in the very next instant, Yahiko was stunned for a completely different reason. Nagato's face was suddenly so close, filling his entire field of vision. All Yahiko could see was Nagato's strikingly handsome face, and he could even feel his breath. For that one moment, time seemed to stand still. Yahiko's world shrank to nothing but Nagato's fair and handsome face. Yahiko's head was spinning. What on earth is happening here? Phew, turns out it's just a pair. Nagato leaned forward slightly, relieved when he realized the thing he'd caught was only a pair. It seemed he'd overreacted, but he could hardly be blamed. Just today, he'd run into that trickster senior Lin you had warned him about, someone who, disturbingly, even knew his name. Nagato's vigilance was now at an all-time high. He wasn't about to let anything happen to his Yahiko. When Nagato snapped back to his senses, he found himself face-to-face with Yahiko, so close that he froze, momentarily forgetting to withdraw his hand, which was still braced against the tree. A classic Kabaden moment. Though she wasn't sure why, the word Kabaden suddenly popped into Conan's mind, surprising even herself. Was this some innate intuition girls possessed? Watching the two boys locked in that intense gaze, Conan's cheeks flushed pink. Her thoughts flashed to Linyu. For the two of them, this definitely wouldn't do. Conan decided it was best to quietly slip away for now, so as not to disturb Nagato and Yahiko's intimate moment. Much later, after the sun had already set, a heart-rending yell echoed from the town. Nagato, what did you just do? Your drool landed all over my face. Sorry, Yahiko, I lost control for a moment. I promise it won't happen again. Clutching his head in despair, Yahiko cried out, Oh no, you actually want there to be a next time? I'd rather the world just end right now. Nagato replied meekly, Yahiko, our dream is world peace. Yahiko, with you around, my world will never know peace. Yahiko, where are we heading next? That night, the three of them sat around a campfire, discussing the road ahead. Their strength was still far from enough to intervene in the war, so their goal was to help evacuate civilians caught in the conflict, hoping to keep as many families intact as possible. After all, no one understood the pain of losing loved ones better than the three of them. Once again, Yahiko's young heart was wounded by Nagato, though after 4 years, he seemed almost used to it, his capacity to endure growing ever stronger. After hearing Nagato's words, Yahiko paused in thought and said, I want to go to the land of water. Conan frowned slightly. Shouldn't we be heading to villages affected by the war? The land of fields or the land of grass sound like better options. Yahiko shook his head. I've heard there's trouble in the land of water's government. Many civilians have been massacred or oppressed. Even though such secrets rarely leak out, I still want to see for myself. Nagato responded, I'll go with you. Conan hesitated for a moment, but eventually said, I'll go too. Yahiko glanced at Conan's complicated expression and smiled. Nagato, and I can handle it. Conan, maybe you could visit Konoha for us and check in on Master Linyu and Master Jiraiya. Conan shook her head. No, during wartime, Konoha won't allow outsiders into the village. And besides, I have a bad feeling about this trip to the land of water. Yahiko laughed. Come on, you're just overthinking it. I hope so. Nagato's brow furrowed, and Linyu's words echoed in his mind. His renegon eyes lingered on Yahiko, gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Konoha and Hidden Mist, most of the ninja had retreated to their camps, preparing for the next day's battle. The darkness of night belonged to the reconnaissance and ambush squads. The main forces would sit this one out. In a hidden corner, a figure knelt beside a corpse, expression numb. Tear stains still marked his face, and in his eyes, a swirling, sinister pattern spun with a haunting allure. So this is the way to awaken the Mangekyo. Father, I understand now. The clan's glory will be restored in my hands. At the border between Konoha and the land of grass, Linyu finally arrived at the front lines after half a month of travel. The land of grass. Linyu had little impression of this country. It seemed to lack any particularly outstanding ninja. What was known for, however, was selling intelligence to the highest bidder, a fact everyone knew. Though this might be how a small nation survives between giants, Linyu still found it distasteful. In his mind, they might as well declare themselves a vassal of one of the great nations. After all, if you rely on selling secrets to survive, sooner or later one of those great powers will decide they've had enough and wipe you out. So this is the land of grass? Doesn't look all that impressive. Konoha is much better, if you ask me. Kushina's cheerful mood faded noticeably as she took in the scenery of the land of grass. Kushina, we're here to fight in a war, not to go on a picnic, Linyu said, a touch of exasperation in his voice. It seemed that half a month of carefree days had made Kushina forget why they were really here. Off to the side, Mikoto covered her mouth and stifled a giggle. But when she noticed Linyu looking her way, she quickly brushed a lock of hair behind her ear and tried to compose herself, adopting a mature and steady demeanor. Linyu, where are we headed now? Are we going straight into battle? Mikoto sounded a bit nervous. This was her first time stepping onto a battlefield. But she wasn't afraid. Over the past 4 years, Linyu had brought her along on quite a few B-rank missions, and she'd seen her fair share of combat. At the very least, compared to Kushina, who hadn't been allowed out of the village, Mikoto's battle experience was considerable. No, we'll head to the Konoha encampment in the land of grass first. We'll meet with Jiraiya and take it from there. Linyu glanced at the sky, painted crimson by the setting sun. He was also curious to see how much Minato Namikaze had grown. Maybe it was time to teach him the Rasengan, since he'd be the one to invent it in the future anyway. Is it really Jiraiya, the legendary Sanin, alongside Lady Tsunade? I've never seen him in person before. Mikoto sighed wistfully. He's just a rather pervy-looking guy, honestly. White hair, too. Linyu says he's gotten that way from too much, you know what. I don't really get what that means, but it doesn't sound good. Kushina tilted her head, puzzled. Too much. Mikoto's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Linyu, hoping he'd explain. Ahem. Linyu flushed a little under Mikoto's gaze. That was definitely not something easy to explain. He quickly blurted, Anyway, look, something's happening over there. Let's go check it out. Hey, Linyu, don't run away again. Tell us what you mean. Kushina puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Linyu had tricked her like this so many times before. She wasn't about to let him get away with it again. Come on, Mikoto. Let's catch up to him before he slips away. All right. This time, though, Linyu really wasn't making it up. He'd actually spotted something. As soon as they arrived at the battlefield, Linyu activated the Kagura Mind's eye technique, scanning the surroundings. After all, this could very well be the rumored stronghold of Uchiha Madara himself. Canopy Bridge stood right on the border between the lands of earth and grass. Still, Linyu was just being cautious. Canopy Bridge was a good distance from where they were. But in the instant he expanded his perception to its fullest, he sensed a familiar chakra signature in distress. Damn it, there are too many enemies. They've managed to cut us off from Jiraiya's sensei. Namikaze Minato was running across the plains with a young girl on his back. His face was pale, repeatedly using the flying thunder. God technique, which he had yet to fully master, had drained his chakra severely, even damaging the meridians in his hands and feet. Minato, bite me. That way you can recover your chakra and heal your wounds. The girl on his back spoke softly, her voice frail as she offered her thin arm forward. No, Sachiko, your body is already too weak. Any more injuries and you might never recover, Minato replied, biting the tip of his own tongue to force himself to stay conscious. Hang in there. Master Jiraiya will break through the enemy lines and come to save us. Despite the pallor on her face, Uzumaki Sachiko's eyes were full of resolve as she insisted. Just bite me, Minato. Otherwise, neither of us will escape. Meeting you was my good fortune. Maybe this is simply my destiny. There must be another way. There has to be. Don't give up. Minato stretched his senses to the limit, hoping to detect any nearby Konoha ninja. But the result was only despair. Aside from the hostile chakra signatures closing in behind them, there wasn't a single sign of an ally in the vast grasslands. Minato managed a bitter smile. Of course. On this endless plain, how could there be anyone at the edge of sight? Just then, a flash of red caught his eye. A cruel, jeering voice rang out from behind. Haha, kid, you can't run. You've got some nerve, stealing people from our grass ninja village. Hand her over, and maybe we'll let you live. Enough talk. Capture that blonde brat alive, or you grass ninja will be the ones in trouble. Yes, sirs, came the eager response. Trailing the dozens of grass ninja was a well-equipped squad of stone ninja, at least 20 or 30 of them. Yet another reason Minato had chosen to flee. There were just too many enemies. He had already used the flying thunder god to take down dozens, but their numbers only seemed to increase. For a moment, Minato wondered if Konoha had anyone left. Why were there so few extras on their side? If only I could master just one more S-rank jutsu, Minato thought helplessly. Hey now, want to learn a new jutsu? I can teach you, came a teasing voice. Linyu senpai, what are you doing here? Minato exclaimed, spotting Linyu suddenly appear before him. That flash of red he'd just seen, so it was him. Minato's heart surged with excitement. Linyu senpai, have you come to help us? How many others are with you? Linyu glanced curiously at the girl on Minato's back. Red hair? And Uzumaki? Who was she? He took his eyes off the girl and cleared his throat before replying. Well, for now, it's just me. But there should be 2 more coming up behind me. Minato Namikaze looked a little crestfallen at those words. Only 3 on their side. How could they possibly hold out? He hurriedly said, Senior Linyu, you need to run? There are a lot of enemy ninja chasing after me. Linyu glanced behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4. There really were quite a few. It's all right, Minato. They're just a bunch of small fry. After 2 years, Have you really improved so little? You can't even handle this many. Linyu looked at Minato with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Could it be that this kid had fallen for some beauty's trap? Panting, Minato said to Linyu, I've already taken care of dozens of enemy ninja, but there are just too many of them. My chakra is running out. Linyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed Minato still hadn't learned that rather grandiose jutsu, the spiraling flash super round dance Howl Style 3. Well, the kid was only 14 or 15 now, not yet at his prime. That meant it was Lin Yu's turn to steal the show. Linyu, let me do it. Don't hog all the fun for yourself. Just as Linyu was about to step forward, he paused. Kushina was back to snatch away his chance to show off. Turning around, he saw both girls had already caught up. With a resigned sigh, Linyu introduced them to Minato. This is Mikoto, a member of my team. As for Kushina, you already know her, so I won't say more. Hello, I'm Minato Namikaze. And this is Sachiko, a civilian I rescued in the land of grass. Ichiro. Sachiko, standing behind Minato, shrank timidly behind his back, clearly very shy. Mikoto pointed behind them with concern. I don't think this is the right time to chat. There are a lot of enemy ninja closing in on us. Linyu, what should we do? Haha, leave it to me, Mikoto. I'll show them the strength of Konoha's future 4th Hokage. Kurama, lend me your chakra. Kushina clenched her small fists and dashed toward the advancing IWA and Kusa ninja forces. I don't recall us being on such close terms. Behind the sealed gate, Kurama sprawled out on the ground, letting out a haughty snort, his 9 tails swishing lazily. But, since you finally call me by my proper name for once, I suppose I can spare you this much. No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of deep crimson chakra erupted from Kushina, its aura wicked, fierce, and wild. Yet none of it fazed her in the least. As a Jinchuriki, Kushina was someone Kurama considered tolerable. She would even drop by from time to banter and keep him company. Of course, a lot of that was because of Linyu. Kurama had to admit, Linyu's strength had earned his respect. Sigh, who knew what Mito was thinking, sealing me inside this little girl? Wouldn't that kid right next to her, with all his talent and power, have been a better choice? Linyu had no idea about Kurama's sigh. At this moment, he just felt an indescribable sense of strangeness. Kushina, are you really sure it's a good idea to declare in front of Minato Namikaze that you want to become the 4th Hokage? Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi were to lose his mind and recommend Danzo for Hokage, he'd never consider you, Kushina. Though Kushina's abilities were certainly quite impressive at this point, she had mastered Uzumaki sealing techniques and could use the Rasengan, making her a standout among the younger generation. Not to mention her immense chakra reserves, and with Kurama's help, she was practically unstoppable. If Minato Namikaze had even half of Kushina's chakra, these dozens of enemy ninjas would have been dispatched in the blink of an eye. Still, Linyu chose to stay on the sidelines, keeping watch. Senior Linyu, is it really all right for Kushina to handle this alone? The opponents aren't ordinary ninjas. They're at least Chunin level. Minato Namikaze asked, puzzled that Linyu hadn't stopped Kushina from going forward by herself. Could it be that even Kushina's skills have already surpassed mine? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. By the way, Minato, about Sachiko's hair. From the very first moment Linyu saw Sachiko, a suspicion had formed in his mind, so he decided to ask directly. Minato gently nudged Sachiko and said, Go ahead, Sachiko. Senior Linyu is a good man, and he's of the same clan as you. Sachiko glanced at Linyu's long red hair, and, with a weak voice, asked, I'm from the Uzumaki clan. Are you too? There's no need to be nervous. My name is Uzumaki Linyu. Maybe we even met when we were kids. Your name is Uzumaki Sachiko, right? Yes, that was my old name. I don't want to use it anymore. From now on, I'll be Uzumaki Sachiko. There was something she didn't say aloud. Meeting Minato Namikaze in this life was her greatest fortune. Linyu patted Minato's shoulder, giving him a look of encouragement. For a moment, Minato wondered if Senior Linyu had gotten something in his eye. Oh, right. Senior Linyu, could you treat Sachiko? She's very weak. Minato knew Linyu used to be a medical ninja, though he had since branched out, now serving as both a medic and a combatant. Linyu nodded and did a brief examination. She's simply too frail, and it seems her life force has been depleted as well. This isn't something medical ninjutsu can cure. She'll need a long period of recuperation. Once we're back at camp, I'll help nurse her back to health. But Minato, you've used up too much chakra. You're the one who needs my treatment right now. As soon as Minato heard that Uzumaki Sachiko's life force had been damaged, a wave of worry and anger surged within him. These grass ninja didn't deserve to call themselves shinobi at all. Thank you, Senior Linyu. It's nothing. Now come on, lie down right here, Linyu said, patting the grass beside him and motioning for Minato to lie down. Senior Linyu, do I really have to lie on the ground like this? It feels so strange. Minato Namikaze hesitated for a moment before lying down at Linyu's feet, unsure of where to place his hands. Especially when he caught Kushina Uzumaki looking at him in a rather odd way. His face flushed a little. Maybe this is the senior's unique method of healing. There must be a purpose behind his actions. All I need to do is relax and lie here, Minato reassured himself inwardly, slowly finding peace of mind. Linyu placed both hands over Minato's body. When treating boys, he didn't need to be as careful. He could act as he pleased. A gentle green light swirled around Linyu's hands, working to heal Minato's wounds and restore his chakra. Linyu's palm technique was quite unique. Not only could it heal, but could also replenish another chakra, though it came at a considerable cost. However, with Linyu's current reserves, such consumption was barely worth mentioning. Mikoto, keep an eye on Kushina for me. Ah, okay. Mikoto's cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Linyu's peculiar healing technique, her mind wandering. If she ever got hurt, would Linyu treat her in the same way? No, I can't let my thoughts run wild. We're still on a battlefield. I need to stay sharp. Mikoto gave her head a little shake, her bright eyes turning to watch over Kushina. While Linyu's dazzling treatment was underway, things on Kushina's side were heating up into a full-blown battle. Take this, my serious punch. With a swift motion, a golden chakra chain shot out from Kushina's back, instantly sending a scar-faced Iwnin flying. The Iwnin crashed to the ground, coughing up blood and cursing. Didn't you say you punch? What's with that chain? Hee. Linyu was right. You guys are way too easy to fool. The battlefield, which should have been tense and deadly, was suddenly filled with Kushina's bell-like laughter, as if the very mood had been transformed. Everyone, stay sharp. This little girl is no pushover. Her chakra reserves are staggering. If we capture her and bring her back for study, there might be a hefty reward for the village. Iwasaki Satoshi, the leader and strategist of this Iwnin squad, quickly recognized that Kushina was no ordinary opponent, especially after seeing the red chakra swirling around her. Just sensing that energy sent a wave of agitation through his heart, as if an invisible hand was stoking the embers of hatred within him. The chill in Iwasaki's heart only deepened, but he also realized this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could capture this girl, it would be a tremendous achievement. Iwasaki turned to a group of over 10 grassnin and ordered, "You lot, keep that girl occupied. The rest of us will capture her companions first, then come back to help you." The leader of the grassnin hesitated. But we're no match for her. We can barely get close. Those agile golden chains are a nightmare. Oof. All you need to do is keep her busy with long-range jutsu. Once we've caught her companions, she'll be our mercy, won't she? Iwasaki, Tomoya scoffed, then ignored the grass ninja leader and led his men rushing toward Linyu's group. Damn it! Sensing the mocking glances from the surrounding stone ninja, the grass ninja leader cursed under his breath. Still, he barked orders for his comrades to surround Kushina. After all, he couldn't afford to offend these people. Seeing that most of the stone ninja were heading toward Linyu and the others, Kushina planted her fists on her hips and called out, "Hey, do you all look down on me, Kushina? Fine, I'll show you what I'm made of." Multi-Rasengan barrage. Kushina seemed genuinely angry now. From the beastly cloak enveloping her, multiple chakra arms sprouted, each one forming a swirling Rasengan in its palm. Take this. With the Nine-Tails chakra surging through her, Kushina's speed leapt to another level. In the blink of an eye, she was already upon the grass ninja. Don't be afraid, everyone. Use your jutsu. Stop her. The grass ninja leader's face flashed with panic. A humanoid monster, right in front of him. Curse those stone ninja, just as luck to be caught in this mess. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Water style, violent water wave. Earth style, piercing stone spikes. A dazzling array of jutsu erupted toward Kushina. No wonder this hidden village prospered from selling intelligence to every nation. Their repertoire covered every element. Boom! Though the individual techniques weren't the most advanced, dozens of ninja unleashing them at once created an impressive spectacle. Water clashed with fire, winds howled with thunder, flames scorched the earth. Instantly, the patch of grass where Kushina stood was blasted into a charred, smoking crater. Did we get her? When the smoke finally cleared, the grass ninja leader stared hard at where Kushina had been. With such a dense barrage, surely even she couldn't have escaped unharmed. No, she's gone. How can that be? Where did she go? He scanned the area in disbelief, but there was no sign of Kushina. She had vanished as if into thin air. Could it be our jutsu blasted her to bits? Suddenly, an indignant voice boomed from above. "You think you can blast me, Kushina, to pieces? That's going too far. Multi-Rasengan barrage. In a flash, Kushina's fiery red form appeared overhead, encircled by swirling Rasengan orbs. Not a speck of dust marred her. The moment before their attacks hit, she'd leapt skyward, easily dodging their barrage. Her face was twisted in anger. These people actually tried to reduce her to a smear. Unforgivable. Scatter, the grass ninja leader yelled, diving to one side, even as he spoke. Oomph. Too late. Crash. The chakra arms that had been swirling protectively around Kushina suddenly shot out, stretching with uncanny precision as if sensing the presence of her foes. In a flash, she delivered the Rasengan straight into her enemy's chest, payment on delivery, but the price was life itself. This was Kurama's ability to sense malice. With it, Kushina could pinpoint the position of every enemy around her without even needing to look, allowing her to strike from any direction. In fact, she was even better suited for reconnaissance than Linyu. How is this possible? Terror filled the eyes of the grass ninja leader as a vivid blue Rasengan landed right against his chest. An unstoppable force of spinning energy twisted his body, a wave of excruciating pain making his mind reel, consciousness ebbing away. Compared to Kushina's fierce battle, things were much simpler where Linyu was. Iwasaki Tomoya led several dozen stone ninjas, charging in and surrounding Linyu and his companions in a tight circle. Earth-style, stone pillar prison. Harnessing his chakra, Iwasaki conjured pillars of earth that locked Linyu and the others in place. He exchanged a sly glance with his comrades, then grinned. Now let's not make this harder than it needs to be. If you know what's good for you, surrender quietly, no need to get hurt. Linyu's face was expressionless as he let them use their earth jutsu to trap him and the others. His hands remained pressed against Minato, not moving an inch. Mikoto and Sachiko edged closer together, tension in the air, but soon determination sparked in Mikoto's eyes. With long strides, she stepped in front of Linyu and declared, "Linyu, let me protect you this time. Focus on healing. Leave the rest to me." A sudden cough racked Linyu. Why were they always so determined to protect him? Of all people, they should know his true strength by now. Mikoto had made impressive progress over these 4 years. She'd even awakened her Sharingan. Still, with only 2 Tomo, it was hardly enough to handle the situation they faced. With gentle reassurance in his voice, Linyu replied, "Mikoto, you don't need to fight this time. Just focus on being our brilliant chef." Mikoto's cheeks turned bright red. Chef? What was Linyu saying in front of everyone? That scoundrel. She walked up to Linyu, gave him a playful punch, and said, "I don't want to just be the chef. I want to fight for you, just like Kushina does." The green glow faded from Linyu's hands. He stood up, gazing into Mikoto's beautiful eyes. "I'd rather you didn't get hurt." Then he turned to Minato. "Minato, how long would it take you to deal with them?" Ever since the enemy's arrival, Minato had been quietly calculating their numbers and positions. By now, he had a clear idea. "Senior Linyu, I'll need 10 seconds. Is that so? Then I'll take care of the other half. In that case, it will only take 4.25 seconds. Iwasaki Tomoya listened as the prey he had cornered began discussing how long it would take to finish them off. He could not stand the delay any longer and shouted angrily, "You damned brats. Do you really think you can turn the tables? There are 34 of us here. Do you honestly believe you can wipe us out in an instant? If you pull that off, I, Iwasaki Tomoya, will eat every blade of grass in the land of grass. Congratulations, you won't have to, because you won't get the chance." Linyu turned his head and, with a gentle voice, spoke to Mikoto. "Watch closely. If you want to fight by my side, you must first possess these eyes of mine." Under Mikoto's curious gaze, Linyu's eyes, which had been a deep black, shifted in the blink of an eye to a blood-red hue. 3 Tomo whirled wildly, finally weaving together into a golden magic sigil, flickering with ghostly white and blue flames. For a moment, Mikoto found herself entranced. She could feel the overwhelming power hidden within those eyes. She had known Linyu possessed the Sharingan, but she had never seen it take on this form before. If I had eyes like his, could I truly fight by his side? In that instant, Mikoto made up her mind. "Minato, you take the 17 on the left. I'll handle the 17 on this side. The ones who look like old grandpa." Oh, okay." Although Namikaze Minato had no idea who Linyu meant by old grandpa, he wasn't one to waste time with pointless questions. The sooner they finished this, the sooner they could bring Sachiko back for treatment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 7 specially crafted kunai flew from Minato's hand, landing across the battlefield. 7 was his limit right now. Any more would have thrown off his aim. But 7 would be more than enough. Minato's chakra had fully recovered. He didn't understand how Senior Linyu had managed it, but right now his only thought was to take down the enemies before him. his figure vanished. Minato reappeared suddenly behind an Idainin, his foot landing squarely on a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. A sharp wet sound. The enemy barely had time to react before Minato's kunai sliced through his throat. In the next instant, his figure flickered and disappeared again, along with the kunai embedded in the ground. Minato was never one to show mercy. His personality might be sunny and affable, but he was no saint. Against his enemies, he would never hesitate. A single, lethal strike was his way. Otherwise, he would never have become known as the Yellow Flash. Seeing that Minato had begun, Lin Yu casually shattered a stone pillar and laughed. All right, let's get started too. For your sake, since you're just extras in this battle, I'll give you 3 seconds to make the first move. Iwasaki Tomoya was startled at first, then shouted toward Minato's side. Watch out for the kunai he throws. Spread out and use taijutsu to keep him pinned down. Faced with Lin Yu's disdainful mockery, although Tomoya Iwasaki was seething with anger, seeing that the little blonde kid who'd wiped out half his team was now full of life again, a sense of defeat had already crept into his heart. The only reason he dared to pursue Minato Namikaze was because he knew Minato's chakra was completely spent, making it impossible for him to use that unbelievable speed again. But to his astonishment, in just the span of half a cup of tea, not only had Minato's injuries healed, but his chakra had fully recovered as well. How could Tomoya Iwasaki not feel a chill of fear at such a sight? It suddenly dawned on him. Could it be that the red-haired boy was a medical ninja? Right now, he was just feigning calm, stalling for time. He was waiting for that little blonde brat to take out some of his men before coming to lend a hand. What a cunning little redhead. He'd almost fallen for the trick. He thought to himself, if the enemy really possessed the power to instantly defeat all 17 of them, why would he just stand there and let them make the first move? Convinced he had seen through Lin Yu's plan, Tomoya Iwasaki curled his lips into a sneer. Kid, drop the act. Tomoya Iwasaki, have figured out your game. You have no chance of winning now. Huh? Lin Yu had no idea Tomoya Iwasaki's imagination had run so wild. Watching Iwasaki's mouth twitch up at a 45-degree angle, he was suddenly struck by a sense of strange familiarity. Could this guy be a fellow transmigrator? Lin Yu pointed to his own eyes and said to Tomoya Iwasaki, Hey, you over there. Have you ever seen eyes like mine? Iwasaki caught a glimpse and his heart skipped a beat. Sharingan? Damn, he's going to use a Jinjutsu. He quickly shut his eyes and shouted, Watch out for Jinjutsu. Everyone, don't look at his eyes. The surrounding Iwanin, upon hearing Iwasaki's warning, quickly followed suit and squeezed their eyes shut. In an instant, it was as if they'd all wandered into a blind massage parlor with therapists everywhere waiting for their next appointment. Lin Yu was utterly speechless. If I were really using Jinjutsu, would I announce it by letting you see my eyes first? Is this guy right in the head? Forget it, must just be a coincidence. The sooner I finish them off, the sooner I can meet up with Jiraiya, and the sooner I can go home and pull one over on my dear brother Tsu. Wood style, birth of the world of trees. As Lin Yu pressed his palms together and shouted, the ground around the Idainin caved in. Thick, sturdy branches burst out from beneath the earth, instantly wrapping around. The 17 Idainin who were standing there with their eyes shut. The branches tightened, leaving them completely immobilized, while draining their chakra as well. At that moment, one of the Iwanin couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Tomoya Iwasaki, are you a spy from the leaf? The enemy didn't cast any Jinjutsu at all, so why did you have us close our eyes and just sit here waiting to die? Damn you, Tomoya Iwasaki, you'll get what you deserve. Iwasaki Tomoya, I'll smash your little thing. One of the Iwa ninja, who was tied upside down to a tree branch, no longer even cared to struggle. With all his might, he swung himself to butt his head against Iwasaki Tomoya's crotch. Iwasaki Tomoya yelled, What the? That's not fair. I'm a victim too. Stop it. You said you'd only headbutt. Why are you biting now? A sharp intake of breath. Listening to their exchange, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder if the Iwa ninjas had rocks for brains. Did they have anything in their heads besides stone? Senior Lin Yu, I've taken care of things over here. With a flash, Minato Namikaze appeared at Lin Yu's side. There wasn't a scratch on him, though his face was a bit pale. His chakra was nearly spent. As expected of the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Yu thought, if you want to impress the girls, you've got to master this move. He wasn't sure if he had the spatial affinity needed, but given the eye technique he awakened with his Mangekyo, it shouldn't be too hard for him to learn it. Once this mission was over, he'd have to find Risen Sarutobi and squeeze that knowledge out of him. This time, his mission in the Land of Grass was simple. Drive out the Iwa ninja. Lin Yu, I'm done over here too. Kusha dispelled the cloak of the tailed beast from her body and carried over a bundle of bound grass ninja like a string of candied fruit. She sidled up to Lin Yu, her little head nudging against him as if seeking praise. The fate of the grass ninja leaders was grim. Some had been hit by a Rasengan and had their bones shattered, others had their minds eroded by Ninetales chakra, and those with their hands and feet tied resorted to biting the nearest comrades. The scene was nothing short of brutal. Iwasaki Tomoya called out, "Grass ninja brothers, we're all in the same boat here." The grass ninja leader replied, "At least I'm on top." Phew. Hey, are you seriously sighing with relief right now? Despite the pain, Iwasaki Tomoya's lips curled up at a painful 75-degree angle, which showed just how much he was suffering. That damned red-hair brat. Why'd she have to make me look into her eyes? It hurts, it hurts. The three girls nearby blushed and averted their gazes. The sight left their pretty faces flushed, and even the frail Uzumaki Sachiko had a rosy tint to her cheeks. "Senior, should we take them back as prisoners?" Minato asked. Linyu shook his head. "No need. Taking them along would only slow us down. Let's send them on their way." With that, Linyu pressed his palms together, channeling his chakra to command the sea of trees he'd summoned. Along with the bundled-up grass ninja, he buried them in the earth, turning them into nourishment for the forest. There was nothing bloody about the scene. Linyu granted them a swift end as tree branches burrowed underground and pierced their hearts. Only faint cries seeped through the soil, carried away by the breeze until they vanished entirely. No one present thought Linyu was cruel. This was war. Mercy to your enemies is cruelty to yourself, and it could even endanger those beside you. Kushina and Mikoto had already come to terms with this before they left the village. Perhaps they themselves could never bring themselves to kill so many people all at once, but they would never show mercy. In fact, if anyone close to them were harmed, they wouldn't hesitate to fall from grace and become demons themselves. At this very moment, on the distant battlefield of the Land of Fields, the forces of Konoha and Kyomogakure faced off, the air thick with a tense and deadly silence. The Third Reikage and Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the very front of their respective armies, staring down their old rivals. The Third Reikage was the first to break the silence. "Sarutobi, it seems it's been a long time since we last met. Reikage, this isn't the time for reminiscing. If your forces from Kyomogakure withdraw now, Konoha will let your violation of the treaty slide." Hiruzen Sarutobi wore a black, form-fitting combat suit and a ninja headpiece. Two long sashes fluttered behind him, and in his grip was a perfectly round staff, the transformed form of a summoning beast, Enma. Against an opponent as swift as the Third Reikage, Hiruzen knew there was no way he could summon Enma during battle. Rather than keep it hidden, he revealed it openly to the Reikage. After all, they were longtime adversaries who already understood each other's strength and trump cards. "A treaty? I never signed that thing, you know. Sarutobi, you're as naive as ever." The Third Reikage gave a scornful chuckle. If not for years of wariness toward that mysterious immortal organization, Kyomogakure would have started this war long ago. Now, after 4 years of silence from the enemy, it seemed they had sunk back into the shadows. From Tsukadai's perspective, the other side was either amassing strength or simply uninterested in the wars of the shinobi world. Either way, both scenarios were good news for Kyomogakure. Once they conquered all the shinobi lands, where could that tiny immortal organization possibly run? The Third Reikage was certain. In this era, no one could defeat him. Even that vaunted Lord of Immortality. He was confident he could crush him. This wasn't just idle boasting. It was the certainty that came from knowing his own power. In that case, there's nothing more to discuss. Hiruzen Sarutobi tightened his grip on the adamantine staff. In front of the Third Reikage, he couldn't afford to be careless. He would need nothing less than double his full strength. "Wait, Sarutobi, there's a question I want to ask you." A smile curved on the Third Reikage's lips. He was ready to expose Sarutobi's secrets. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. What more is there to say? Why hadn't he noticed before how talkative the Third Reikage was? This was war, not a family gathering for idle chatter. The Third Reikage gestured for Kymogakure's forces to hold their ground, then stepped forward. Well, who would have thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that you two would one day awaken a Kekkai Genkai? A Kekkai Genkai? Reikage, you must be mistaken. Oomph. Sarutobi, even at a time like this, you're still not willing to come clean? Fine, then I'll expose your secrets myself. The veins bulged on Hiruzen Sarutobi's forehead. Is this guy really the real Reikage? And he wants me to confess. Does he think he's Danzo or something? Seeing Sarutobi silent, the Third Reikage assumed he'd struck a nerve and wasted no more words. He cut straight to the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen, stop hiding it. You're Kekkai Genkai. You're hanging cheat power. Our Cloud Village scouts discovered it long ago. With a confident clench of his fist, the Third Reikage looked as if he could already see Sarutobi's panicked face. I have a Kekii Jinkai. Third Reikage, what nonsense are you spouting? Sarutobi was becoming more and more baffled by the Third Reikage's logic. Could he have lost his mind? Oomph. Don't play dumb. Our Cloud Scouts have already uncovered your secret. You've hidden it well, but fate is on our side. Show me your hanging cheat Kekii Jinkai. Let's see if you can break through my strongest shield. Sarutobi's mind spun in confusion. What on earth is a hanging cheat Kekii Jinkai? Suddenly, Sarutobi remembered Lin Yu explaining the term hanging cheat back at the Ninja Academy. His face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Don't slander me, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Every ounce of my strength is the result of years of training. The Third Reikage scoffed, unimpressed. Even now, Sarutobi, you want to keep hiding? With a sweeping gesture, Sarutobi declared, Sarutobi Hiruzen, do not cheat. This is intel our elite Cloud squad risked their lives to bring back. You think it's fake? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I gave you too much credit. The Third Reikage fumed as Sarutobi stubbornly refused to admit anything. His anger boiled over. Stubborn old Sarutobi, refusing to give in. With a heavy thud, Sarutobi drove his adamantine staff into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. He roared, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am no cheater. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? The Third Reikage was startled by Sarutobi's imposing aura. If he doesn't want to admit it, fine, but does he have to get so worked up? It's as if I've done something unforgivable to him. Totally unreasonable. Sarutobi, even if you don't admit it, once we fight, you won't be able to hide your so-called hanging cheat Kekii Jinkai anymore. Cheater, cheater, cheater. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you possess a cheater's Kekii Jinkai. Enough. At last, Sarutobi couldn't hold back. In that instant, he seemed possessed by Might Do Wei himself. He would not allow anyone to insult the decades he'd spent training in his youth. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a rapid series of bursts, for furious Sarutobis appeared in a line, hands flashing through seals. 5 elements. Grand Barrage. Fueled by fury that had reached its peak, Sarutobi opened with his ultimate technique, giving the Third Reikage no chance to warm up. The 4 Shadow Clones, together with the original body, unleashed ninjutsu of different elements to attack the enemy. This was a technique only Hiruzen Sarutobi, the so-called professor of ninjutsu of Konoha, could perform. The Third Reikage, seeing Hiruzen launch such a grand attack without so much as a warning, hurriedly activated his lightning release chakra mode. Blue arcs of electricity crackled and danced around him as he cursed. Hiruzen, did you eat gunpowder for breakfast? Why are you so fired up? Despite his words, the Third Reikage sprang forward, using his own body to withstand Hiruzen's 5-element grand bullet. After all, with his tough skin and powerful physique, such ninjutsu were nothing to him. But the Cloud Ninja behind him might not be so lucky. The Third Reikage stood bare-chested, a lightning-shaped scar glaring across his chest. He carried no weapons or equipment. His body was the mightiest shield, his fingers the sharpest spear. Boom! Chakra of 5 different elements intertwined and crashed down upon the Third Reikage, the battlefield echoing with a thunderous roar. Lord Reikage. Don't worry, Lord Reikage's body is the strongest. He'll be fine. I wouldn't be so sure. Didn't you hear the Reikage himself admit he's wary of the Hokage's overpowered bloodline limit? That's true. I wonder what kind of crazy power this cheat ability really is. Hiruzen Sarutobi, fuming with rage. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind style, Cyclone. Fire grows fiercer when stoked by wind. 3 streams of flame twisted and roared like wild dragons, their power magnified by the raging gusts as they surged toward the thick smoke. Inside the smoke, the Third Reikage thought, they're cursing at you. Why do you keep aiming everything at me? Do you really see me as a human shield? The Third Reikage could have dodged with the speed granted by his lightning release chakra mode, but for the sake of the Cloud Ninja behind him, he chose to bear the full brunt alone. As the Reikage, he had to shoulder all harm for his subordinates, even if the words spoken weren't his own. Come on then. With a crackling surge of lightning, 3 fire dragons lashed out, tongues of flame swallowing the Third Reikage whole. The ground was already cratered by the earlier 5-element grand bullet, and now it looked even more devastated. Fortunately, the Third Reikage always went bare-chested. Otherwise, his appearance would have been rather embarrassing at this point. As the smoke gradually cleared, the Third Reikage stood tall, arcs of electricity winding around his body and his blonde hair spiking upward. He had activated his lightning release armor, his ultimate defensive state. Regular ninjutsu could no longer harm him, and even S-rank wind release couldn't pierce his flesh. Seeing that his attack had little effect, Hiruzen Sarutobi calmed himself. He knew well the terror of the third Raikage. Such techniques would barely faze him. But Hiruzen did not fear. He had mastered hundreds of jutsu and numerous combined techniques. Surely, among them, there was one that would work. Moreover, his goal was never to defeat the third Raikage outright. Hiruzen Sarutobi, though confident, was well aware that he alone could not win this fight. He was waiting for reinforcements from Konoha. As long as he could stall the third Raikage, once the rest of Konoha's support arrived, the Cloud would be unable to hold their ground. At that point, the third Raikage would be forced to act with restraint, and he'd come to regret withdrawing both A and Killer B from the battlefield. The real battle was only about to begin. Meanwhile, on a country path in the Land of Fire, a caravan of carriages was making its way toward Konoha village. Inside one of the carriages sat Orochimaru, his face pale as he clutched his stomach. The blow he had taken from the lightning lariat had left him in a sorry state. If not for his remarkable ability to cling to life, he might already be in the Pure Land, researching new technologies. Whenever Orochimaru remembered how he had almost lost his life at the hands of the third Raikage, his expression grew even darker. At first, he had managed to put up a fight, but as soon as his opponent activated the lightning release chakra mode, he simply couldn't keep up with that speed and was reduced to taking blow after blow. Thinking of being pummeled brought Jiraiya to his mind. If only Jiraiya were here. If the two of them joined forces, with Jiraiya taking the brunt of the attacks, perhaps they could have kept their opponent busy for a while. The carriages rattled on, slowly disappearing down the winding path. Somewhere deep underground in the shinobi world, where sunlight rarely ever reached, only the occasional glimmer of light would trickle through cracks in the roots overhead. It was nearly summer now, but Madara didn't need to prepare any fans. The air down here was cold and damp enough already. A quiet gurgle echoed in the darkness. Sensing a presence, a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 tomo silently opened in the shadows, fixing their gaze on the newcomer. Lord Madara, guess what kind of treasure I've brought for you? There was only one person who spoke in that tone, White Zetsu. As he spoke, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu split apart, and the White half-hopped forward on one leg to stand before Madara, holding a vial of nutrient solution in his hand. Madara ignored the foolish White Zetsu and instead turned his attention to Black Zetsu, who had reformed his shape. What happened, he asked. Black Zetsu was still not used to his pitch-black form. He casually grabbed a White Zetsu clone and merged with half of it before replying, the third. Great Ninja, war has begun. While I was on the Konoha Mist battlefield, I happened to acquire something rather interesting. Please take a look. Madara's gaze flickered to the vial of nutrient solution in White Zetsu's hand, showing a hint of surprise. Oh, a Mangekyo? Does the Uchiha still produce such promising talent these days? Taking the vial, Madara began to examine it closely. With his keen eyes, he could tell this was a Mangekyo that had just recently awakened. By the way, he also had a younger brother. I recovered his Sharingan as well, Black Zetsu added. From beneath the ground, Black Zetsu dragged up the corpses of Uchiha Tanichi and Uchiha Taichi. The two brothers had died in a rather tragic state. Dead, are they? What a pity, Madara sighed. Uchiha Madara's initial delight faded into stillness. Well, I suppose it'll do for now. He didn't bother asking Black Zetsu about the abilities of this new pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, nothing compares to experiencing them firsthand. Obtaining a new set of Mangekyo Sharingan was merely adding to his reserves. The present shinobi world held no interest for him, let alone producing anyone who could rival his strength. After so many years shrouded in darkness, Madara's mind harbored only 2 obsessions: his grand plan for peace and Senju Hashirama, the adversary who had occupied his thoughts for a lifetime. Even though Hashirama had once killed him with his own hands, Madara felt no regret. As Hashirama's lifelong rival, no one understood Hashirama's devotion to the village and his longing for peace better than Madara did. That had once been their shared dream. But the shinobi world had left him disillusioned. Hashirama's methods could never bring about lasting peace. Human greed knows no bounds. If you show weakness, others will only press their advantage further. Hashirama, just wait and see. I will be the one to realize peace. When that day comes, we'll stand together once more. Lord Madara, there's something I'd like to ask you. Madara's gaze turned icy as he looked at Black Zetsu. The atmosphere had just been so perfect. He'd even started to imagine a future where he and Hashirama could do the things they loved in a peaceful world. No matter, I, Uchiha Madara, am not one to indulge in daydreams. I will make it reality. Speak. He was still a bit annoyed, truth be told. I wonder, Lord Madara, have you ever heard the term Old Six? Black Zetsu hadn't really wanted to ask, but despite his millennia of experience, he genuinely had no idea what this phrase meant. Could it be something only humans understand? Old 6. Madara sat in the hollow of a tree root, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What on earth was Old 6? He'd never even heard of it. How could that be? Who told you about this? Tell me exactly what happened. Madara put on a solemn expression, as if this term were no trivial matter. Black Zetsu was surprised to see Madara taking it so seriously. This didn't happen often. Could this really be some kind of forbidden topic? Without hiding anything, Black Zetsu recounted the incident where he'd ambushed Uchiha Tani on the battlefield and the encounter with Nagato. So, you're saying this was someone Nagato knew who told him to warn him against you? But how could anyone in the shinobi world possibly know about you? Madara mused, determined never to reveal anything about Old 6. Truth be told, he was just as clueless. Lord Madara, do you actually know what Old 6 means? Black Zetsu asked excitedly. Madara, what? Can't you take a hint? Ahem, judging by the way you describe it, this Laolu isn't quite the same as what I know. In your version, it sounds more like someone who schemes behind people's backs. Even though Uchiha Madara had never heard the phrase before, his analytical skills were second to none. Black Zetsu's pitch-black face betrayed no emotion. Then, Lord Madara, what does the Laolu you know mean? Uchiha Madara felt exasperated, enough to want to bring the world to ruin. There's no need to discuss that any further. His gaze suddenly turned icy as he looked sharply at White Zetsu and demanded, how did Nagato end up on the battlefield? Or was the White Zetsu clone assigned to keep watch? At that moment, the real White Zetsu scurried over, still in the middle of picking out a body. On the way, he tripped over a mangled arm. Lord Madara, the one on surveillance duty, was Toby. It seems he got distracted by an insect doing its business. But he's already caught up to Nagato now. Apparently, they're heading for the land of water. For a split second, Uchiha Madara felt as if he were running a madhouse. Land of grass, Konoha frontline encampment. Inside the main tent, Jiraiya, rarely so serious, stood with a heavy expression, studying the map of grass country. He had lost contact with Minato Namikaze. A group of IWNine had suddenly appeared at their rendezvous point, using sheer numbers to force them apart. After finally shaking off the main force of IWNine in hot pursuit, Jiraiya tried to send a message to Minato, but there had been no reply at all. This gnawed at his heart. Jiraiya had witnessed Minato's astonishing talent over the past 2 years. His combat instincts, strategic insight, and physical acuity all improved. At a staggering rate. He had even managed to grasp the basics of the second Hokage's original Flying Thunder God technique in a short time. Most importantly, Minato Namikaze possessed a heart that truly loved Konoha. That was what Jiraiya valued most, and maybe the old man had seen it too. Perhaps that's why he'd asked Jiraiya to take Minato as a student. The heavens had truly been generous to him. Jiraiya mused. First Nagato, who might be the child of prophecy, and then Minato Namikaze, who might well become the fourth Hokage. If only fate would grant him one more such gift. No. Now's not the time for wishful thinking. Where are you, Minato? Why can't even a messenger toad find you? You Linyu, that toad is disgusting. Kill it quick. I want to eat roasted rabbit head instead. Jiraiya, a toad? Linyu? Tap. The tent flap lifted, and 5 strikingly attractive young men and women entered. Every one of them was at least 2.5 times better looking than Jiraiya himself. Since the guards all recognized Minato Namikaze, knowing he was one of the Sanin Jiraiya students, they hadn't bothered to announce their arrival. Sensei Jiraiya, I'm back. I even ran into Senior Linyu. He saved me. Minato Namikaze offered a polite bow to Jiraiya. Even though Jiraiya never cared much for such formalities, Minato was always a well-mannered child. In front of others, he still wanted to show his teacher some respect. In Hiate's hand dangled a bright red toad, sporting a large bump on its head. With a cheerful grin, he called out, Jiraiya, long time no see. Are you missing Orochimaru these days? What the heck? Jiraiya was momentarily baffled. Wasn't the usual question whether he missed him? Yet truth be told, he hadn't seen Orochimaru in over 4 years. Well, he returned to the village too. Years ago, Orochimaru had already headed to the battlefield in the land of rice fields. And after taking Minato as a student, Jiraiya hadn't stayed in the village for long either. Thinking back now, it really had been ages since he'd caught up with his old friend. He couldn't help but laugh and reply, yeah, it really has been a while. Hey, aren't you that overly enthusiastic, white-haired uncle everyone talks about? Kushina blurted out, then immediately clapped a hand over her mouth. She was grown up now. She really shouldn't talk like that anymore. But sometimes she just couldn't help herself. The smile froze on Jiraiya's face the moment he heard that. Without any outside force, veins began to stand out on his forehead, and he shot Hate a look that could kill. There was no need to ask. Everyone knew. That nickname, overly enthusiastic, had to be Hayate's doing. He remembered hate had spread the same rumor to Nagato and the others back in the Land of Rain. Unbelievable. Hate really was tarnishing his reputation everywhere he went. Huh, am I wrong, though? With a chuckle, Hate tossed the orange toad he'd been holding over to Jiraiya. He'd caught it on the way to the camp, originally thinking it was some sort of mutant rabbit. Jiraiya's face instantly turned red with frustration as he roared. Let me make this clear one more time. Jiraiya the Toad Sage, was born this way. Born this way, you hear me? You little brats better remember that. He quickly pulled out a scroll from the toad's body and sent it back to Mount Mayaboku. What an infuriating bunch of kids. Minato could only offer an awkward laugh from the sidelines. He was in no position to intervene. One was his teacher, the other a senior who'd always looked out for him. What could he possibly say? Once things had settled down, Minato gently tugged at Sachiko Uzumaki's sleeve and said, Jiraiya-sensei, this is a woman I rescued from a town in the Land of Grass. Would it be possible for her to live in Konoha from now on? Jiraiya frowned slightly. A refugee from the Land of Grass? You should know, Minato, that in times of war, the village doesn't allow civilians from other nations to settle here. But Minato tried to make his case, but Sachiko Uzumaki, standing behind him, gently pulled him back and shook her head. Just getting out of that hellhole was already a blessing beyond measure for her. She no longer dared to wish for more. Hate sighed. Come on, Jiraiya, take a look at her hair. She's from the Uzumaki clan, our clan from the land of whirlpools, Konoha's ally. I'm sure even that old man, the third Hokage, would agree. Linyu shrugged and walked over to Jiraiya, whispering something quietly by his side. As Jiraiya listened, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He clapped his hands and said, No problem at all. Once the war is over, Minato, you can bring her back to the village. Then Jiraiya pulled Linyu aside, looking quite serious. Is what you said really true? Linyu made an all-good gesture. Instantly, Jiraiya's face lit up in a love-struck grin, and he let out a goofy laugh. All right, to get back to Konoha sooner, let's give it our all in this battle. Everyone else. So, you were slacking off this whole time, huh? Compared to the land of rice fields, the situation in the land of grass was much better. The old man Inoki was nothing if not cautious. He'd never throw himself onto the battlefield like the third Raikage, unless victory was all but guaranteed. Take that one time during the Second Great War, when he teamed up with Hanzo the Salamander and the third Kazekage to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. If it hadn't been for the mysterious man in black who intervened halfway through, perhaps Konoha would have fallen to them. Frankly, if the AB combo hadn't shown up in the land of grass, Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't even have wanted to send Linyu out here. After all, if the Nine Tails and Eight Tails had clashed in a full-scale battle, the losses would have been catastrophic. Linyu, what are you two whispering about over there? Kushina couldn't hold it in any longer. She finally spoke up. She was worried that this old pervert would corrupt her Linyu, and she didn't believe Jiraiya's earlier claim that he was born this way for a second. What do you take me for, Kakashi? Kushina Uzumaki, am an educated woman. It's nothing. Jiraiya and I were just discussing tactics. Yeah, exactly. Jiraiya nodded, so enthusiastically it looked like his head was about to fall off. Kushina hurried over in quick little steps, pulling Linyu back to her side. She just had a bad feeling that Linyu would go astray if he stuck too close to this white-haired uncle. She had to keep him away. Jiraiya watched, a bit bewildered, as Kushina dragged Linyu back, and then another beautiful girl nestled up to him on the other side. What the? Is Linyu really this outrageous? Is he bullying me just because I'm single? And this is my own student, Minato, too. Jiraiya glanced over at Minato Namikaze. Behind him, little Yukiko Uzumaki clung to Minato's sleeve, looking delicate and shy. Jiraiya thought to himself, so, in the end, I'm the clown here. Right then, he suddenly started missing Orochimaru. Back when he was with Orochimaru, he never had to worry about this kind of thing. His good friend Orochimaru would never have girls hanging around him. Ugh, I really miss Orochimaru all of a sudden. Since Linyu figured he'd be staying in the land of grass for a while, he and Kushina chose a tent to stay in together. Yes, just one tent, albeit a fairly spacious one. Even though he was sharing it with two beautiful girls, Linyu didn't have a single improper thought. His morals were perfectly upright. Just sleeping, that's all. Nothing else. The battlefield in the land of grass was nothing like the one in the land of fields. The ninja from the hidden cloud were a bunch of straightforward brutes, clashing head-on with the leaf, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. But as for the stone ninja, they'd all been schooled by their third Tsuchikage, Inoki. If they could launch a sneak attack, they'd never fight head-on. Everything was done with utmost caution and care. In plain terms, they specialized in setting traps and waiting for their enemies to stumble in. So the conflict in the Land of Grass was more of a series of localized skirmishes, ambushing supply routes, torching food reserves, and assassination missions. Large-scale direct confrontations were few and far between. Deep in a forest along the border of the Land of Grass, two figures, one tall, one short, sat huddled by a campfire. Beside them lay an impressively large wild boar, sprawled out with eyes crossed, clearly lifeless and cold. A massive boar leg was roasting over the flames. Judging by the smell, the chef had little talent for grilling. The aroma was nothing special, just the ordinary scent of burnt meat. B, come on, eat up. You need to grow big and strong. Oh yeah, big bro's giving me boar legs. Under this beautiful moonlight, so dazzling, so bright, oh yeah. Killer Bee sang out in his odd, rhythmic voice, taking the boar leg, which was bigger than his own head, from A's hands. Behind his black sunglasses, his eyes gleamed with excitement. His big brother really did take good care of him. Ugh. A's face fell. His younger brother was great at everything, except for this bizarre rapping, which gave him a headache. Who on earth had taught him this nonsense? If I ever find out, I swear I'll hit them with my lightning release. Lariat. Big bro, you eat too. A sliced off another hind leg from the boar and placed it back on the grill. Watching his sworn brother, Killer Bee, he fell into thought. This time, their mission in the Land of Grass wasn't mandatory. The main goal was to hone the teamwork between him and Bee. Of course, the third Raikage wouldn't send just the two of them. An elite squad had been assigned to accompany them as well. I heard one of the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya, is stationed here in the Land of Grass. Wonder if he can withstand our double lariat attack. A's bare arms bulged with muscle, his dark skin making his physique look even more imposing. Standing next to Killer Bee, the contrast made Bee look like a child beside a giant. At this point, Bee was still a teenager, barely in his teens. He probably needed a couple more years to shoot up in height. By then, it would be around the time they'd meet Minato Namikaze. But in this world, things seemed to be moving ahead of schedule. Bee, still in his early teens, hadn't fully mastered communication with the Eight Tails yet. Still, he could already borrow some of Gyuki's chakra for partial-tailed beast transformations. There was no such thing as a perfect Jinchuriki by birth. That kind of harmony took time. After the Third Great Ninja War, when Bee finally trained at the Falls of Truth, only then would he become a true perfect Jinchuriki. Whoop! Big bro and me, double lariat, unstoppable. Oh yeah, Killer Bee was gnawing on a pork leg, mumbling an unintelligible rap that sent a slight chill through the darkness of the night. Fortunately, everyone present was a muscle-bound man. Thankfully, there were no women around. Of course, in this ninja world, aside from father, no one can match our speed. I was brimming with confidence as he clenched his fist. From the moment he stepped onto the battlefield, he had yet to meet a ninja whose speed could rival his. Even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin, had been cornered and beaten by their brotherly duo, forced to flee in disgrace. Now that they'd taken care of Orochimaru, taking down that Jiraiya fellow should be a walk in the park. They were both Sanin, so their strength shouldn't differ too much. There was no need to worry. As long as he followed his father's orders and kept a close eye on that old man Inoki, everything would be fine. I glanced up at the sky, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it was already midnight. B, time for bed. You're still growing, you mustn't stay up late. But big bro, I haven't finished eating yet. I didn't care what excuse Killer Bee gave. Growing up was the most important thing. He grabbed Bee by the back of his collar, swiftly stripped him down, and tossed him straight into the tent. Good night, Bee. I zipped up the tent, locking Killer Bee inside, his face full of anticipation. Bee, you better grow up fast. I can't wait any longer to team up with you and unleash our ultimate double lariat. Land of Fields. The moon hung high overhead. Though it was already deep into the night, the sounds of battle here showed no signs of stopping. Under the pale, misty moonlight, groups of ninja clashed like wild beasts, tangled in fierce combat. After a whole day of fighting, everyone's chakra was running on empty. Yet for some reason, both sides seemed provoked, unwilling to back down. Clang! Our Hokage isn't a cheater. Stop slandering us, you cloud ninja. The sparks from kunai clashing were especially bright in the darkness. A jonin clad in the Leaf Village's uniform roared in anger. TCH, are you saying our Raikage would lie? Your Hokage isn't just a cheater. He's a sneak who only attacks from the shadows. A dark-skinned cloud ninja bared his teeth. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, the cloud were never known to admit defeat. Damn it, the Leaf ninjas were taking a beating at the hands of the cloud. Aside from the Akimichi clan's sturdy physiques, the rest of the Leaf ninja just couldn't keep up in a physical brawl. Finally, one of the Leaf ninjas couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, Lord Hokage, don't keep hiding. Show them the power of your legendary bloodline. Yeah, Lord Hokage, show them what you're made of. Lord Hokage, use your secret technique, and take down the Reikage. Lord Hokage. It was a classic case of one voice stirring up the crowd. In times of crisis, people would rather believe and hope than doubt it. Everyone had taken the third Reikage's initial accusations to heart, choosing to believe they might just be true. After all, he's the Reikage. He shouldn't be lying, right? Hiruzen Sarutobi, locked in combat with the third Reikage, nearly choked on his own breath when he heard this. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, am really not some kind of cheater. If it weren't for the fact that night had already fallen and the battle was still raging, Hiruzen would have broken down in tears. Not because he was weak, but because he felt as if his 40 years of youth had been ruined in an instant. If Danzo were here, he might have rushed into his arms, sobbing at today's injustice, pouring out his grievances. He believed that Danzo, of all people, would know he wasn't a cheater. No one understood how hard he'd fought in his youth better than Danzo. Damn it. All of this was the fault of that bastard Reikage before him. He swore he'd beat him to death. Never before had Hiruzen felt such a surge of murderous intent. Though most of his chakra was already spent, he forced it to gather once more, recklessly flinging jutsu after jutsu at the third Reikage. A thunderous barrage erupted. Fire style, water style, lightning style, all kinds of ninjutsu, high and low, rained down on the Reikage without pause. When the smoke finally cleared, the third Reikage's figure emerged, scorched and battered. He was mystified. How was this short old man before him even more relentless than he was? Even his lightning release armor was nearly spent. He could still fight, of course. If it were any other ninja, he could go on for 3 days and nights. But the man before him was the Hokage, another third of his kind. And while his own strength was waning, his opponent only seemed to grow fiercer. Was this some kind of joke? How was he supposed to deal with that? Cough, cough. I never expected your strength to grow so much, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Truly astonishing. The third Reikage took advantage of the smoke to leap back, retreating just beyond Hiruzen's range. He had no choice. The other seemed to be on some kind of stimulant, hurling jutsu at him as if chakra was limitless, and he just couldn't keep up. His speed was unmatched, yes, but Hiruzen's arsenal of wide-area ninjutsu was even broader. Dozens of techniques, no repeats, and eventually one would land. And once your movements were hindered, you'd be drowned in an onslaught of jutsu, a tidal wave of every kind imaginable. The third Reikage might not have been the sharpest, but he wasn't a fool. He was already thinking of withdrawing. This time, the hidden cloud had gained the upper hand. Konoha's losses far outstripped theirs. The only regret was that, even now, Hiruzen's so-called cheater bloodline hadn't been forced out. What? You're running away now. So this is the third Reikage. You didn't even manage to draw out my cheater bloodline, and you still call yourself the strongest spear and shield? 3 deadly questions in a row. Hiruzen Sarutobi had reached the point of no return. Even his own Konoha comrades believed the rumors about him being a cheater, so why not just embrace it? Fine, he thought. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, am a cheater. Come at me, all of you. It's time for me to go all out. Sarutobi, don't get ahead of yourself. Wars are never won by a single individual. Look at the Konoha shinobi around you. The third Reikage was so infuriated by Hiruzen Sarutobi that he nearly unleashed his hell stab, one-fingered assault. It wasn't as though he hadn't tried it earlier in the fight. But his opponent moved with the agility of a monkey and wielded a staff that could grow and extend at will. Sometimes, a furry hand would even emerge to block his attacks. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly had a seemingly endless array of techniques. On the surface, Hiruzen appeared utterly calm. Not a single bead of sweat marred his face. If it weren't for the tattered state of his battle gear, no one would have believed he'd just spent an entire day locked in fierce combat with the third Reikage. If you want to fight, then fight. Save your breath. Didn't you say you wanted to witness my so-called cheat-level bloodline limit? Fine, I'll show you firsthand. With those words, Hiruzen's fury surged to its peak. His face flushed red before their very eyes. Steam began to rise from his body tinged with a reddish glow, and his presence soared, reminiscent of the 8 Gates release formation. Death Gate. Come on, third Reikage. Weren't you eager to witness my bloodline limit? I'll make sure you get a good look. A muscle worked in Hiruzen's throat, his face now a deep crimson, as if, in the next instant, he might unleash a devastating ninjutsu straight from his mouth. The third Reikage could feel the relentless force radiating from Hiruzen, a momentum that brooked no retreat. Though he was never one to admit defeat, his resolve began to waver. Cloud Village had managed to gain a slight edge in this clash, but most of their shinobi were utterly depleted of chakra by now, relying only on their physical endurance to pressure Konoha's forces. If Hiruzen's cheat-level jutsu truly unleashed overwhelming power with a wide area of effect, Cloud would pay an unbearable price. Wait, Hiruzen hadn't used his trump card bloodline limit this entire fight. saving it for the very end. That had to mean this move came with a staggering cost. Still, jutsu that demanded such a price never lacked for power. I see now. Why didn't Hiruzen use this jutsu earlier? He was waiting for us Cloud Shinobi to be completely spent, so we have no strength left to resist. That means this technique must affect a vast area. He means to take us all down in one fell swoop. Damn it, I almost fell for his trap. No wonder he's called Sarutobi the Cheat. His cunning is truly ruthless. Retreat. All Cloud Shinobi, fall back now. The third Raikage made his decision in an instant. He couldn't risk the possibility that Hiruzen was about to unleash some massive attack. He couldn't afford to gamble with so much at stake. Hiruzen frowned, watching the Cloud Shinobi retreat like a receding tide. For a fleeting moment, hesitation flickered across his face, as if he were weighing whether to move in for the kill. But then his gaze swept over the Konoha Shinobi behind him, battered and weary as they were. In the end, he chose to let the enemy withdraw. The third Raikage took in everything with a sharp gaze, growing ever more convinced of his suspicions. Hiruzen Sarutobi absolutely possessed some overpowered, forbidden bloodline ability. I'll let Konoha off the hook this time, but you won't be so lucky next time. Lightning crackled around the third Raikage as he covered the retreat of the Cloud Ninja. Then, driving his left foot hard into the ground, his figure blurred and vanished into the distant horizon. Until he could unravel the secrets behind Hiruzen Sarutobi's mysterious abilities, he would not act rashly again. That was a close call. He'd almost fallen right into Hiruzen's hands. As the third Raikage's presence finally disappeared from the battlefield, Hiruzen Sarutobi could hold back no longer. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips. He was gravely wounded. The third Raikage's hell stab was no idle threat. Even though Hiruzen had done his utmost to dodge the vital strikes, he'd still been grazed badly. Multiple bones had been fractured, and countless wounds of varying lengths crisscrossed his body. Yet he knew he could not show any sign of weakness. If the fight dragged out to the bitter end, Hiruzen Sarutobi might well be the one to fall. The third Raikage wouldn't fare much better, though. Hiruzen reckoned their odds were neck and neck. Perhaps he'd grown too comfortable during his years as Hokage. His body was no longer what it once was. It was time to get back into training. Hiruzen shook his head, putting aside such thoughts. For now, the most important task was to withstand the assault from the hidden cloud. Still, the thought that he'd only coughed up a bit of blood and had sent the third Raikage running in fear. Now that was something to brag about. For a lifetime, the third Raikage, not so impressive after all, scared off by nothing more than a mouthful of blood from this old man. Yes, as soon as he got back, he'd find Danzo and show off a little, reliving his youthful bravado. The young men of Konoha were all striving forward. How could the Hokage afford to lag behind? Hiruzen made up his mind. After the war ended, he dragged Danzo into training with him. The job of Hokage was busy, but if you tried, you could always make time. The Hokage has defeated the third Raikage. As expected of the third Hokage, Konoha remains the strongest village in the world of ninja. Lord Hokage, your secret bloodline ability is truly incredible. Hiruzen was just about to turn around and respond with humble words as he basked in the praise, when suddenly, that last comment struck his ears. His exhausted body gave a shudder, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. Damn it, this was the greatest injustice of his life. Who the hell was spreading these rumors? Who was the Cloud Ninja who'd snuck into Konoha to send back those false reports? Konoha's interrogation division. Under the flickering yellow light, a scar-faced man sat impassively, pen and paper in hand, recording name, gender, home address. Yokoyama Dama. A male. My home is at the corner of Street 886, Hidden Cloud Village. The scar-faced man continued. What was your purpose in infiltrating Konoha? Yokoyama Damon knew very well that if he didn't tell the truth, the Zhongshan clan would forcibly extract his memories anyway. With a bitter expression, he said, I'll talk, but would you believe me if I said I just got lost by accident? Enough with the excuses. Did you send any special intelligence back? Be honest. You know what will happen if you don't cooperate. Yokoyama Damon asked in a timid voice, have you ever heard of the legendary Kekkei Genkai, the land of fire, hidden leaf village? Back in the leaf, Orochimaru for once wasn't holed up in his laboratory. Dressed in a loose kimono, he strolled down the bustling commercial street. Watching the ordinary townsfolk coming and going, he felt as if he were in another world entirely. Ninja and civilians, truly, they lived in two separate realities. War raged outside, but life in the Leaf Village went on undisturbed. The only real difference was that leaving the village was now restricted. Shops still opened as usual, business continued as if nothing had changed. Is this what we, as shinobi strive so hard to protect. Grand opening of Paradise Hot Springs. First-time customers get 30% off. Our natural springs heal injuries, and we offer professional massages from lovely attendants. When Orochimaru heard the words heal injuries, his ears perked up. His body hadn't fully recovered yet, but it wouldn't be long before he was back to normal. He lingered at the street corner for a while, exhaling softly. Oh well, why not take a look? A little relaxation now, and then is good for scientific research. On the other side of the Leaf's main street, a uniquely designed bathhouse stood tall, its dazzling sign reading Paradise Hot Springs catching every passerby's eye. For some reason, customers were scarce. Orochimaru glanced at the sign above the door, didn't pause for long, and soon his figure faded into the entrance of Paradise Hot Springs. The past few days had been rather dull for Linyu. Not only had he failed to run into the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, but he hadn't even crossed paths with the famous duo, A and B. The land of grass wasn't that large, so why was it so hard to find them? Anoki was likely still hiding in the land of Earth, given his temperament. But A and Killer B weren't making any effort to conceal their whereabouts. Their exploits were echoing across every battlefield in the land of grass. Yet each time Linyu rushed to the scene, the fighting was already over. Not a soul in sight. Was he really going to have to rely on the pull of the storyline itself? Sometimes you just have to go with the flow. If there's ready bait, you might as well use it. Senior Linyu, where are we actually going? Young Minato Namikaze, with his spiky blonde hair, trailed behind Linyu. They'd been wandering for most of the day and hadn't seen a single enemy ninja. Minato had assumed Linyu brought him to raid an IWNine camp or ambush a supply convoy. But to his surprise, Linyu just led him aimlessly through the woods. Why aimlessly? Because Minato knew he'd left a mark on this very tree. And yet, after just 15 minutes, they'd passed by it again. Was this really just to kill time? Ahem, just taking a stroll after a full meal and gathering some intel along the way. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Linyu's face, but he genuinely had no other choice. It felt as if fate itself was against him. No matter how he tried, he simply couldn't run into the Abbey brothers. So he had no choice but to bring Minato Namikaze along, hoping luck would be on their side. After all, Minato's reputation had first begun to shine when he fought those two brothers. Is that so? Minato hadn't expected his guess to be spot on. Linyu Senpai really was just killing time after a meal. If I'd known, I wouldn't have tagged along. I was hoping to rack up more battle achievements. Still, since it's Linyu Senpai's request, I'll keep him company for a day. It's no big deal. Linyu had no idea what was going through Minato's mind. If he had, he probably would have taken it the wrong way. Right now, he was fully focused, scanning the surroundings like a radar with his Kagura mind's eye. He had to admit, the Kagura mind's eye put a real strain on his mind. His chakra reserves were still full, but mentally, he was already starting to feel tired. If he kept burning through his mental energy like this, his combat power might drop by half. Still, he'd had the Kagura mind's eye active for 2 whole hours and hadn't so much as glimpsed a single stray cat or dog. Had they gone off course? It didn't matter. Even if they blundered straight into the Iwagakure stronghold, there wasn't much to fear. With his current power, Linyu wasn't worried about running into an ambush as he wandered the forest with Minato. Unless Uchiha Madara teamed up with Cien, there was no danger of things going wrong. And as for Madara and Cien these days, one was practically on his deathbed, the other half alive and obsessed only with finding a suitable vessel. Speaking of vessels, those were people the Otsutsuki clan marked with a karma seal to use as containers for their own resurrection. In a way, it was a twisted path to immortality. No wonder the Otsutsuki called themselves Celestials. Perhaps it was time to catch one and see what could be learned. Could the karma seal become the key for my immortality organization to achieve everlasting life? Though it seemed to be exclusive to the Otsutsuki, maybe there was still room for experimentation. Looks like Orochimaru would be my best hope. The immortality organization hadn't appeared in the ninja world for years, but Linyu hadn't forgotten his side role as the Lord of Immortality. He'd already picked out candidates for the core members, and before long, the organization would be ready to reveal itself again. Just as Linyu was lost in thought, a surge of chakra fluctuations entered his sensory range. Quite a few, by the feel of it. Linyu Senpai, did you pick up something? Minato, ever watchful, leaned in and asked. Linyu closed his eyes and focused for a moment, then smiled. Interesting. Looks like we've stumbled upon one of their important strongholds. An important stronghold? Is it the IWNine headquarters? It's too soon to say. Come on, follow me. Using the branches as footholds, Linyu shifted his body and leaped off in another direction. In the land of grass, at the entrance to one of Iwagakure's important granaries, 2 guards stood idly, passing the time with idle boasts. IWNine said, "Hey, did you hear? That brother duo from Kawakazi tore through the land of fields, and it sounds like they even crippled one of the Sanin, Orochimaru himself. IWNB scoffed, puffed. That's old news. Let me tell you, Orochimaru actually died on the way to Konoha for treatment. Leaning in close, IWNB whispered. Word is the third Hokage of Konoha was so furious about it that he awakened the legendary, overpowered bloodline limit. IWNB's eyes widened in shock. Seriously? The overpowered bloodline limit? Just the name sounds incredible. IWNB grinned smugly. Oh, it is. I heard the third Raikage got pinned to the ground by the third Hokage and had his brains rattled. IWNB gasped. No way. That fierce? So what exactly does this overpowered bloodline limit do? With a sigh, IWNB replied, secrets like that are way above our pay grade. Curious, aren't you? Want me to tell you? Who's there? The two IWNB spun around, only to lock eyes with a pair of eerie, blood-red pupils. Three black tomos spun slowly in the crimson, and before they could react, their gazes went blank and they slumped to the ground. IWNB A and B. Didn't you just say you'd tell us? Why'd you knock us out instead? A sly chuckle escaped Linyu. Who would have guessed that a little rumor I planted would give Hiruzen Sarutobi such a legendary reputation? Now, even in the land of grass, they're talking about his overpowered bloodline limit. He owes me for this. Linyu had taken in their entire conversation. Much of it was pure exaggeration. Orochimaru, dead? That's pure fantasy. Ask Jiraiya if he'd agree to that. He'd probably snap into sage mode and give you a couple of good punches for saying so. Still, Linyu hadn't expected word of Sarutobi's overpowered bloodline limit to spread all the way here. That rumor had traveled fast. Sarutobi had only just arrived in the land of fields, hadn't he? Could it be that he'd already clashed with the third Raikage? That was certainly possible. Linyu didn't dwell on it. At most, after the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha would have a new legend. Overpowered Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, that had a ring to it. I can't believe this is one of a Wagakure's granaries. Senior Linyu, you're amazing. Minato Namake's eyes sparkled as he looked at Linyu. He'd known all along that Senior Linyu would never lead him out here for no reason. There had to be a purpose, and sure enough, they discovered a key granary. If they could burn it or seize it, it would throw a Wagakure's entire offensive off balance. Senior Linyu really wasn't just out here looking for something to do. Minato Namake's fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had actually thought that Senior Linyu was just meddling out of boredom earlier. How shameful. Next time, he must put his complete trust in his senior. Senior Linyu, what should we do next? Should we sneak in and burn the granary, or notify Master Jiraiya for reinforcements? Lying under the shade of a tree, Minato fixed his gaze on the granary before them. In his brilliant blue eyes, the granary had already transformed into a badge of glory. He was one step closer to his dream. What should they do? Linyu didn't answer right away. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Wait, it seemed he didn't have any pockets. With a faint grin, he casually rolled up his ninja sleeves. Under Minato's astonished stare, Linyu strode straight into the granary and announced in a booming voice. From this moment on, this is Linyu's granary. Everyone come out here right now. Minato blinked. Why did he get the feeling that Senior Linyu was acting odd? There was a trace of unease in Minato's eyes. After all, this was one of a Wagakure's key supply depots, surely guarded by at least 100 rock shinobi. Could Senior Linyu really just walk in like that? Resigned, Minato could only follow. He wasn't the type to abandon his teammates. Who dares make such a racket here? It's Konoha shinobi. Quick, surround them. Unbelievable. Just two brats, and they dare sneak in here. In the blink of an eye, Linyu and Minato were completely surrounded. Minato glanced around at the dense ring of IWNB closing in. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Could they really get out of this? Alive? Fortunately, he had a backup plan. He left a specially marked kunai in the outer zone, so he could escape at any time. But what about Senior Linyu? He hadn't mastered the Flying Thunder God technique yet, and couldn't take anyone with him. Noticing Minato's concern, Linyu gave him a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry about me. If things get critical, just escape first." How could I possibly do that? Don't worry, Senior Linyu. I'll make sure we get out together. Minato cut him off, determined not to let his teammate down. He would never abandon a comrade. Linyu shot him a playful glare. Hey, let me finish. If it really gets dangerous, just focus on getting yourself out. Though honestly, I doubt it'll come to that. Minato's eyes were wide with innocence. All right, you have my word. The surrounding IWNB listened to their banter, fuming with rage. How dare these brats treat them like a joke? Brats, you think you could just stroll in here and walk out unscathed? Pure wishful thinking. That blonde kid, I know him. He's Jiraiya's apprentice, the Konoha frontline commander. Capture him. and we can force Konoha to withdraw. A ninja, who seemed to be the leader overseeing the granary, stepped forward and spoke. Please, both of you, come inside and be our guests. Rest assured, we won't harm you, as long as you cooperate. Boss Iwado, stop being so formal. Let's just grab them and use some real interrogation. Make them spill all the intel about Konoha. Iwado's expression remained cold. You all heard that, didn't you? My comrades, don't show any mercy. You. Hold it. Wait a minute. Let me just ask. Who has the key to the granary? Linyu couldn't take it anymore. Why did they have to be so long-winded? Did everyone really need to shout a little before the fighting started, just to follow some unspoken rule? I have it. Why? Don't tell me you're thinking of stealing it. Iwado looked momentarily surprised, but then a mocking smile flickered across his face. A burst of laughter echoed among the ninjas. Ha ha! What are these two kids talking about? They actually think they can take over our granary? Maybe they haven't even woken up yet. Must have sleepwalked all the way here. Linyu felt he'd made a mistake. He never should have wasted so many words on these rock-brained fools. Minato, next time you're up against enemies, don't waste your breath like this. Otherwise, you'll end up just like them. Minato was still puzzled, but then he saw Linyu's entire demeanor shift. His eyes blazed with golden magic circles, and faint blue-white flames danced in his pupils. Was this the Mangekyo Sharingan Lin you had once told him about? As Linyu stepped forward, golden chakra surged from his body, rising and swirling until it formed the outline of a skeletal torso. But that wasn't all, relying on his sage body. Linyu recklessly unleashed the power of his Mangekyo, and the skeletal form of Susanoo was quickly layered with flesh and sinew. He took another step, and the golden chakra flared even brighter, as if coloring the very air. The chakra condensed into a suit of samurai armor, draping over the muscled form. The helmet snapped shut, and twin blue-white flames glimmered once more in his eyes. It was only a pity that Linyu's Susanoo hadn't formed its signature weapon, the sword that should have hung at its waist. With only a half-body manifesting, there wasn't really a place to display it. Otherwise, the result might have been awkward or even embarrassing. What is that monstrosity? Iwado felt as if darkness had fallen all at once. The towering golden figure seemed to blot out the sky above him. And then a chilling realization struck. Iwado recognized that golden silhouette. Wasn't this the same presence that had appeared on the battlefield in the Land of Rain 4 years ago? You're that man in the black cloak? Iwado's disbelief was written all over his face. How could this be? How could the black-cloaked figure possibly be this kid standing before him now? For years ago, how old was he? 10, maybe 9? Oh, so you figured it out, have you? Linyu wasn't surprised. It was only natural that others would make such associations. This was precisely why he had been reluctant to use the Mangekyo before. If he had to reveal it, it would only be in front of the dead. Now that his strength had grown, Linyu could finally share a few secrets with those closest to him, but only after careful consideration, like with little son Minato Namikaze. Without wasting any more words, Linyu declared, Yasaka Magatama. At his command, Golden Susanoo's eyes blazed with a surge of white-blue fire, and in the void before him, a string of golden Yasaka Magatama coalesced, flickering with tiny tongues of black flame. The towering Susanoo caught the 8-foot Magatama and hurled it forcefully into the midst of the IWA ninja. As it flew, the golden Magatama split like a shadow clone shuriken technique, multiplying into countless beads, each wreathed in black fire, raining down upon the IWA shinobi. A terrible sound erupted as the Magatama tore through the air. The bombardment was so dense that the IWA ninjas couldn't dodge in time. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were pierced through and blood splattered everywhere. Quick, use Earth Release for defense, shouted Gendo. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Dozens of IWA ninjas cast the jutsu together, raising an earthen wall that towered tens of meters high and was even thicker than Linyu's skin. For now, the Yasaka Magatama couldn't break through the earth wall. It wasn't because the Magatama was weak, but because Linyu had split it into countless smaller beads, sacrificing power for coverage. Linyu's eyes were cold as he pressed his hands together in a seal, and his golden Susanoo mirrored the gesture, palms pressed in silent focus. Wood Release, Advent of the Flowering Trees. The gigantic, golden, half-bodied warrior followed Linyu's lead and made the same seal. Behind the safety of the earth wall, the IWA ninjas, their view blocked, whispered among themselves. Why did it go quiet? Do you think he's out of chakra? Sure, maybe he's just waiting for us to drop our guard. I don't know. That last jutsu was enormous. It must have drained him. I say now's our chance to rush out. Gando, what do you think? The 70 or 80 surviving IWA ninjas hesitated, all turning to Gando for guidance. As an elite jonin, Gando's wits were as sharp as ever. After a quick analysis, he shook his head. No more fighting. Let's surrender. There's no way we can win against him. Was he joking? That boy might be the Black Robe. What level of monster was that? Even our Tsuchikage would flee at the sight of him. How could small fry like us possibly stand a chance? Gando, you can't be serious. I'll admit the kid is strong, but we're no pushovers either. Yeah, Gando, are you sure you haven't fallen under his Jinjutsu? At that, everyone turned to stare at Gando, suspicion in their eyes. He must have been caught by the enemy's illusion. Sigh, I'm only thinking about your lives. Fighting back is a dead end. Surrender, and you might still have a sliver of hope. You weren't in the Second Great Ninja War, so you have no idea how terrifying the man in black robes is. He's the one who can take down a demigod in an instant, making the leaders of every village flee for their lives. Iwado has already fallen under their control. Grab him. We'll deal with him after we've finished off those two brats. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, like a dragon turning in its sleep beneath the earth. The IWNine standing on the surface staggered and struggled to keep their footing. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? What? Before the ninja could finish his sentence, the ground split open beneath his feet. A thick branch burst out, coiling around him in an instant and greedily draining his chakra. What is this? My chakra's being sucked away. Crack, crack, crack. The earth split apart, and thick branches shot up like bamboo after a spring rain, binding all the Idonine present in mere moments. The branches hungrily drew out their chakra, and at their tips, pink flower buds began to bloom. With a snap, the earth wall, deprived of chakra to sustain it, crumbled easily under the onslaught of the branches, collapsing back into mud and sand. Lin Yu and his companion reappeared in the Idonine's field of vision, but this time, the contempt and mockery in their eyes were gone, replaced only by terror and regret. If only they'd listened to Iwado and surrendered sooner. So, this is the true power of a senior. Minato Namikaze still hadn't recovered from the awe-inspiring pressure of Susanoo. With his sharp senses, he realized Lin Yu hadn't even unleashed the full might of Susanoo. Those Yasaka Magatama were nothing more than a casual strike. Senior Lin Yu is truly frightening. No wonder he's my greatest rival on the path to becoming Hokage. Minato now saw Lin Yu as his imaginary opponent. Yet, rather than being discouraged by Lin Yu's overwhelming strength, his dream only burned brighter. He, Minato Namikaze, would become Hokage. Lin Yu, I never planned to compete with you for that title, you know? Controlling the branches, Lin Yu hoisted the Idonine into the air and, glancing aside, spoke coolly. Come out now. Even the clouds' famous A-B combo resorts to sneaking around. There's more. Minato quickly shifted into a defensive stance toward the new threat. He hadn't noticed their approach at all. They must be strong. From the shadows of the nearby trees, two figures emerged, one tall and one short. It was A and Killer B. Lin Yu's heart leapt with satisfaction. As expected, bringing Minato along triggered this encounter. Now, he could take care of them all at once. Big bro, what a fine sunny day. Facing two strong foes, it gets my blood pumping. Oh yeah. Killer B, wearing his signature sunglasses, was moving with exaggerated gestures, performing his unique rap style. His antics made A, standing by his side, feel a bit embarrassed. How did an atmosphere that should have been tense and deadly suddenly turn so bizarre? Lin Yu's cheek twitched slightly. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would never have understood just how unmatched Killer B. Was it killing the mood? In the world of dance, his awkwardness would surely rival Madara Uchiha's dominance. Utterly peerless. Choosing to ignore Killer B, Lin Yu turned coldly toward A and asked, So what is it? Are you the reinforcements that Awagakure called for? I didn't even spare a glance at the IWNE nearby. He fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Yu, replying, Their fate has nothing to do with me. We're just here to challenge a strong opponent. Oh, Lin Yu was a bit surprised. So, IWA and Kimo hadn't joined forces after all? From the look of it, their indifference was genuine. Enough talk. Let my brother and me see what you're really made of. A's expression turned grave as he stared at Lin Yu. Moments earlier, he'd sensed a torrent of chakra surging through the area, and he'd arrived just in time to witness Lin Yu unleash would release Flower Tree World's advent. Such a massive, destructive jutsu would be difficult to evade even with his lightning release. He'd have to be 10 times more cautious. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Yu make the first move. Lin Yu himself was curious to see what the A and B duo were truly capable of. He turned to Minato Namikaze, who stood beside him, and said, Minato, keep watch from the sidelines. I'll go meet them myself. All right, Minato replied, nodding obediently. Before witnessing Lin Yu's strength, he might have hesitated or even tried to dissuade him. But now, he had no worries at all. In his mind, Lin Yu's power could already be compared to the Hokage. You want to take on both of us yourself? You think so little of us. A short temper flared when he heard Lin Yu's intent to fight them alone. He turned to Killer Bee and shouted, "Bee, let's show him what we can do." "You foolish fool, you stupid jerk. Looking down on us like that? Big brother, let's go." With those words, both A and Killer Bee vanished from sight in an instant. So fast, Minato, who had retreated to the side, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He couldn't even track their movements. Their speed was truly astonishing. In Lin Yu's eyes, the three tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly. With the dynamic vision it granted, he could barely keep track of the two figures, but it still felt strained. He could only catch fleeting shadows as they darted by. Now A, crackling with arcs of lightning, had somehow appeared behind Lin Yu without a sound. His hand, wreathed in lightning, chopped down toward Lin Yu's neck. If that blow landed, it would be fatal, or at least crippling. From behind? Although Lin Yu had caught their movements, he didn't have time to turn and dodge, because a lightning-charged fist was already swinging at him from the front. Killer Bee's attack. Both of them moved with blinding speed, appearing right in front of Lin Yu in an instant, catching him completely off guard. With a heavy thud, Lin Yu struck a Taiji pose, elegantly blocking the brother's knife-handed fist. In the blink of an eye, their attacks broke through. His defense, landing a direct hit on his chest and back. There was a sharp sound, and for a moment, it seemed as if Lin Yu had been pierced straight through. Is he dead? This question came from Killer Bee. For once, he abandoned his usual rapping cadence, sounding far more normal than before. Ouch, that really does hurt. A surge of golden chakra burst from Lin Yu, forcing AI and Killer Bee back. Lin Yu twisted his waist a bit, and a skeletal phantom along with ghostly arms materialized around him. In his eyes, the three-tomo Sharingan had already evolved into the Mangekyo. Lin Yu shook out his wrists and glanced at the two marks left on his body. As a cloud of white smoke rose, the wounds instantly vanished, as if he'd never been struck at all. A body on par with Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode. This kind of regeneration is incredible. He wondered if he could withstand the brother's ultimate double lariat head-on. But for now, he had no intention of testing it. If he ever gained the power of Yang Release, then maybe he'd give it a shot. After all, if your head goes flying, then it's game over. Lin Yu turned to AI and Killer Bee, who stood at the ready, and smiled. What's wrong? Is that all the musclemen of the cloud have got? Even the women in our Leaf Village hit harder than that. Damn you. Don't get cocky, you red-hair brat. Although AI was shocked by Lin Yu's physical resilience, his previous attack had been half-hearted. Nothing to brag about. With a roar, AI's whole body crackled with electricity, his normally slick-back blonde hair standing on end as he activated his lightning release armor. Though he hadn't mastered it to the level of his father, it was still a force to be reckoned with. There was no need for further preamble. The next instant, AI vanished from sight, leaving only a circular crater in the ground that began to collapse outward. Lin Yu's Mangekyo Sharingan tracked AI's movements relentlessly. He wasn't like Sasuke, bolstered by Sage Mode and 4 years of experience with the Mangekyo. His dynamic vision far surpassed his rivals. Even as AI's speed soared to a new level with his lightning armor, he still couldn't evade Lin Yu's gaze. Lariat, lightning dance of 1,000 generations. Wreathed in crackling lightning, AI appeared above Lin Yu, his hand shaped into a blade, surging with an immense amount of lightning release chakra. This strike carried every ounce of his power. So fast, I can't see a thing. Minato Namikaze watched the two combatants with a grave expression. Whether it was Lin Yu or I, neither was someone he could defeat at his current level. As for Senior Lin Yu, that was a different story altogether, but if he had just 2 more years, he believed he could take down this giant from the cloud. For now, though, if he were to face I directly, victory was likely out of reach, but survival and stalling for time should still be possible. A heavy, resounding impact echoed, like a blow striking solid rock. Ice Hand Chop trembled slightly, halting half a meter above Lin Yu, unable to advance another inch. A golden arm of chakra had caught Ice Hand Chop firmly, and was now slowly pushing it back. Impossible. How could he be stronger than me? And he can actually see through my movements. Shock flickered in Ice's eyes. Since mastering the lightning release armor, this was the first time someone had managed to track his form so precisely. Being seen through so completely, it was a sensation he deeply disliked. His greatest advantage had always been his ghost-like speed and the explosive power of his lightning release, overwhelming his opponents with a single decisive strike. But now, this red-haired youth could see through his every move, and even possessed an absolute defense. How was he supposed to fight against that? Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, A gigantic octopus tentacle lashed toward him. "Let go of my brother." Killer Bee, seeing his big brother suppressed by Lin Yu, hurriedly called upon the 8 tails within him, borrowing its chakra to partially transform and launch an attack on Lin Yu. The brown, suction cup tentacle surged at Lin Yu with fierce momentum, trying to force him to release I. But Lin Yu remained perfectly calm. He summoned another golden arm on his left side, catching the octopus tentacle with ease and slamming it down onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Susanoo moved as if it were Lin Yu himself. Feeling the slightly sticky, sweet texture of the octopus tentacle in his hand, Lin Yu's thoughts wandered. I wonder if this would taste good grilled. It had been ages since he'd had seafood. In Konoha, it was always ramen or barbecue. He was getting sick of it. Killer Bee, of course, had no idea Lin Yu was eyeing the 8 tails within him as a potential snack. Seeing his attack so easily blocked, Bee decided he couldn't worry about whether he'd mastered this form or not. Saving his brother came first. I, trapped in Susanoo's grasp, snapped back to his senses just in time to see his beloved adoptive brother's actions, and his face darkened. "Bee, you're still not skilled enough with that mode. It'll harm your body. Be careful, or you'll never grow up." That was what I feared most. Children needed to be cared for, not pushed beyond their limits. If Bee's body stopped growing, I would be heartbroken. But at that moment, Bee wasn't listening. His body was now covered in a dark red cloak of tailed beast chakra, his face obscured, and 8 chakra tails flicked restlessly behind him. He was already in a state of partial transformation. Tailed beast transformation, huh? Lin Yu released AI and walked toward the rampaging Killer Bee. Compared to AI, he was far more interested in Killer Bee in his tailed beast form. This was the perfect chance to test out his wood style. Sensing Lin Yu's approach, the half-beastified Killer Bee regained a sliver of clarity. All the while, violent thoughts in his mind. Locked on Lin Yu. Behind him, 8 tails whipped furiously as he stomped the ground, splitting it open before leaping at Lin Yu. No sense of battle awareness at all. Lin Yu looked down on this mindless tailed beast transformation with disdain. He released the Susanoo that had been shrouding him and brought his hands together in a seal. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. A fissure opened in the earth, and a single seed, nourished by the life force in Lin Yu's chakra, sprouted and grew with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal wooden dragon, its hooked barbs glinting menacingly. Its yellow eyes flashed to life, and with a sweep of its tail, it coiled around Killer Bee mid-pounce, binding him tightly while siphoning off the chakra of the 8 tails. No matter how desperately Killer Bee struggled in his half-beast form, he couldn't break free. That's just how direct and overwhelming wood style was against tailed beasts. "Let me go." AI, who had been worried that Killer Bee would lose control and go berserk, now saw his sworn brother subdued by Lin Yu. His eyes burned red with fury. Arcs of lightning crackled around him again as he instantly activated his lightning release armor, launching himself at Lin Yu with the speed of a thunderbolt. Lightning battle ninja art, lariat blade. With a savage expression, AI hurled a heavy punch at Lin Yu. He would not allow any harm to come to his brother. Lin Yu tilted his head slightly. This AI certainly had a knack for coming up with names, though honestly, he was still better than Namikaze's Minato in the future. A pointless struggle. Once more, a golden chakra skeleton enveloped Lin Yu, taking the brunt of AI's powerful punch. There was no jarring sound of bone shattering like with Sasuke's Susanoo. Lin Yu's golden Susanoo absorbed the blow completely. Damn it! Enraged, AI prepared to throw another punch, but suddenly paused, as if he'd seen something terrifying. In a flash, he retreated away from Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned, frowning. A-tailed beast bomb. Seeing AI's panicked retreat, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder if he'd suddenly gotten a stomach ache. He glanced over his shoulder and saw the half-tailed beast killer be looking as if he were about to throw up. Lin Yu was taken aback. A-tailed beast bomb. He's still able to perform a tailed beast bomb, even bound by my wood dragon? Is his consciousness still intact? Either way, Lin Yu had no intention of taking a tailed beast bomb head-on. He'd probably survive, but it would definitely hurt. Killer Bee, bound tight by the wood dragon, wrapped 8 tails around the dragon's head and managed to squeeze out his own head, mouth opening wide as he faced Lin Yu. The blue chakra of Yang nature and the purple-black chakra of Yin nature gathered in his mouth like droplets of water. Gradually, they formed an irregular sphere, teeming with turbulent energy, but ultimately settling into a stable form. With a thunderous roar, the ultra-dense black sphere was unleashed from Killer Bee's mouth without a moment's hesitation. It hurtled straight toward Lin Yu, radiating an aura of death. Wood style, ranking board technique. A wooden shield, shaped like a fang demon's face, sprang up before Lin Yu, facing Killer Bee's tailed beast ball head-on. A deafening explosion resounded. The tremendous shockwave tore apart the wooden dragon coiled around Killer Bee. A mushroom cloud rose into the air, and the entire area once. The stone-hidden village's granary was obliterated in an instant. Even the stone shinobi, who had been restrained by Lin Yu's wood style, were swept away by the blast. Drained of chakra by the wood style, they stood no chance of survival in the aftermath. Their lives ended then and there. When the smoke finally cleared, Lin Yu opened a shield. Not a single mark marred its surface. He couldn't help but praise, as expected of Hashirama Senju's ultimate defense. Blocking a tailed beast ball from a half-transformed state is almost effortless. However, when Lin Yu saw that everything around him had been reduced to rubble, a flash of frustration appeared on his face. His granary was gone. Damn it! If only I'd released pollen at the start and paralyzed them with poison. Against a group of stone shinobi, Lin Yu normally wouldn't have needed to use a technique as powerful as Advent of the World of Flowering Trees. But sensing the arrival of a powerful, unfamiliar chakra, he had kept a trump card in reserve. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated the strength of the AB combo. Lin Yu surveyed the scene. Nothing but pitch-black ruins remained. Not only were A and B nowhere to be seen, even Minato Namikaze had vanished. Lin Yu scratched his head. Could my little Minato be gone too? Senior Lin Yu, are you all right? In the distance, the figure of a young blonde appeared in Lin Yu's line of sight. With a few leaps, Minato landed in front of Lin Yu. Seeing that Lin Yu seemed unscathed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Moments earlier, when he'd witnessed the enemy unleashing such a powerful, high-density spherical jutsu, his eyelids had twitched wildly. Without hesitation, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to a marker he'd left outside, completely forgetting his previous vow never to abandon a comrade. Smack! Oh, Minato Namikaze, how could you do this? How could you face Senior Lin Yu, who once saved your life? When Lin Yu saw Minato land in front of him and, for no apparent reason, slap himself in the face, he was momentarily baffled. Has he lost his mind? Senior Lin Yu, where's the enemy? Did you defeat them? Ignoring Lin Yu's puzzled look, Minato scanned the area with a grave expression. He had a strong premonition. If those two weren't eliminated, they would surely become his greatest foes in the future. How should I put this? They managed to escape. Lin Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Despite his overwhelming strength against the Abi duo, they had still managed to escape. That was truly humiliating. Still, he didn't harbor any deep murderous intent toward them. Who knew? Maybe this troublesome system was interested in them as well. Better to leave those two for Minato Namikaze to handle. Let's not talk about this. Minato, there's something important I need to discuss with you. Suddenly, Lin Yu's expression turned grave as he looked at Minato Namikaze. He was about to start spinning his story. Seeing Lin Yu fix him with such a serious gaze, Minato's slight frame shrank back involuntarily. He stammered, Lin Yu, sir. If you have something to say, please go ahead. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yu gestured for Minato to follow him. There was nothing of value left here. Minato, have you ever heard of the men in black robes? Minato's face froze in surprise as he blurted out. You mean the mysterious black-robed figures who roam the battlefields of the Land of Rain? Wait, Lin Yu, are you saying? That's right. I'm one of them. Lin Yu turned around, facing Minato squarely and without hesitation. Does the Hokage know about this? Hearing Lin Yu's admission, Minato's heart wavered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Lin Yu shook his head. The third, that old man? He has no idea. So far, you're the only one I've told in all of Konoha. But why Lin Yu? Why keep it secret? Will you become a danger to the village? Minato could hardly believe it. He couldn't comprehend that Lin Yu, so kind and approachable, would join such an organization behind the village's back. Would someone like Lin Yu really threaten the Konoha he loved? No, he refused to believe it. Lin Yu, sir, there's still time to turn back. Everyone will forgive you. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. Now the kid was trying to persuade him back. Time to pull out the big guns. Minato, did you know? Konoha has the Hokage to protect it in the light. But in the shadows, there's another group who watch over the village in silence. Not only do they protect Konoha, but the whole ninja world as well. In his heart, Lin Yu silently added, of course, that's all nonsense. He only protected the people he felt were worth protecting. Minato was stunned. There were people like that? Why had he never heard of them? Still, it sounded rather admirable. Could it be that Lin Yu was one of those guardians? He must be. Smack. Why did he always misunderstand Lin Yu? First thinking he was just loafing around, then later abandoning him to retreat alone. Minato Namikaze, you're really not much, are you? No matter what, this time he would trust Lin Yu. I believe you, Lin Yu, sir. Lin Yu was baffled as Minato slapped himself again, then suddenly declared his trust. What kind of logic was this? He still had so many persuasive lines left unsaid. How did he win him over so quickly? Linyu reached out and felt Minato Namake's forehead, saying, Minato, could it be that you've come down with a fever and it's scrambled your brains? Let me give you a treatment. The moment Minato heard that Linyu wanted to treat him, he quickly took 3 large steps back. Just thinking about Linyu's treatment methods made him feel utterly embarrassed. No, I'm fine. Really. Please continue, Senior Linyu. Linyu withdrew his hand and said with great seriousness, So, Minato, what do you say? Would you like to join us? Let's protect the village together. Let's guard the ninja world side by side. Minato hesitated for a moment and asked, If I join the organization, can I still become Hokage? Linyu gave a gentle smile. Of course you can. In fact, I think you have the makings of the 4th Hokage. Minato blushed at once, scratching his head. That's not true at all. Senior Linyu, you're far stronger than I am. By the way, are there any rules I have to follow if I join? Linyu nodded emphatically. Absolutely. The first rule is that you must never reveal your identity to anyone. No exceptions. Not even to the Hokage. Minato thought to himself. Why does it feel like I'm joining some sort of shady organization? After persuading Minato to join, Linyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At last, the organization wasn't just a one-man show anymore. With even the future 4th Hokage joining their ranks, would the organization ever lack for attention? As expected, you have to start recruiting them young, or else these kids become far too clever. Linyu could hardly believe he'd managed to rope in Minato Namake's. He himself wouldn't have believed half the things he said. Yet somehow, Minato agreed without question. Perhaps that's the power of charisma, Linyu thought to himself with confidence. Senior Linyu, where are we heading now? Should we keep up the pursuit? Or, now that Minato had agreed to join, his sense of guilt had lessened considerably. Maybe this was his own way of seeking redemption. Linyu pondered for a moment, then said, Let's head back. We've been out long enough, and if we go now, we'll make it home in time for dinner. Of course, Mikoto's cooking would be waiting for them. Absolutely delicious. Minato was momentarily at a loss for words. Was that really what Linyu meant? They'd just destroyed a major Iwagakure supply depot. Yet Senior Lin, you seemed utterly unconcerned. And what about those 2 escaped Cloud Ninja? They were seriously strong. Didn't Senior Linyu care at all? Minato had a feeling that letting the AB duo get away this time would spell trouble for him in the future. As for the reason, that blasted blonde brat actually dared to stab me in the butt with a kunai. You idiot, absolute moron. Deep in the forest of the land of grass, Killer Bee lay face down across his big brother's lap. A regular kunai still lodged in one cheek of his backside. The aim hadn't been great, it was off to one side. Clearly, Minato's accuracy could use some work. B, hang in there, I'll be as gentle as I can. With a quick tug, a jet of fresh blood spurted out, and Killer Bee's face instantly flushed red. He almost cried out in pain, but managed to grit his teeth and bite down on his arm to hold it in. Of all the places to stab, why did it have to be there? That little blonde brat. I'll never let him off for this. I looked at his adopted brother with a trace of sympathy and quickly chewed up some herbs, applying the mash to the wound. Smack. Ow. Big bro, is that how you treat a wound? You slapped it on like you were squashing a bug. All right, B, that'll have to do for now. Let's head back to our camp. If we run into those 2 again, things could get messy. Killer Bee put his sunglasses back on, stood up, and gently massaged his backside. At this moment, his grudge against Minato Namake's was far greater than any he held against Linyu. That little blonde actually ambushed him right after he'd undone his tailed beast transformation, hitting him when he was at his weakest. If his brother hadn't rushed over in time, Killer Bee might have met an untimely end. Still, he'd ended up with a kunai stuck in him, and the thought made his blood boil. I couldn't help but sigh as well. Who would have thought that besides the enigmatic red-haired boy, the blonde one was also not to be underestimated? Especially that phantom footwork. He'd appeared right in front of him in a blink. If not for his wariness of Linyu, they would have loved to test whether his speed outmatched Minato Namake's. B, you're hurt, so don't push yourself. I looked at Killer Bee, who was still rubbing his backside, feeling guilty for not protecting his adopted brother better. To Killer Bee's astonishment, A's massive frame strode right up to him, grabbed him easily with one arm, and was about to sling him over his shoulder, then remembered that B's injury was on his backside, so instead, he cradled B around the waist, slipping one arm under B's knees. Killer B's eyes went wide. Big bro, it's my butt that's hurt, not my legs. I can walk just fine. Night fell. On their way back to the frontline camp, Linyu and Minato Namake's each carried 2 plump rabbits. If nothing else, the land of grass had an abundance of one thing: lush grass. The rabbits here were so well-fed, they practically bounced. That vast expanse of grassland Lin Yu had crossed when first entering the land of grass. He was sure it alone could supply all of Konoha with rabbits. Lin Yu, are you sure girls actually like eating such cute little rabbits? Minato blinked at the two fat rabbits in his hands. Even as a boy, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He honestly didn't get why Lin Yu thought girls would enjoy eating, of all things, spicy rabbit heads. Relax. The spicy rabbit heads my Makoto makes are absolutely legendary. I guarantee you'll love them. One bite and you'll be hooked. Lin Yu patted his chest, vouching for Makoto's culinary skills. She wasn't called Master Chef for nothing. Ever since Lin Yu had given her a few pointers, Makoto's skill with spicy rabbit heads had improved by leaps and bounds. If there was such a thing as cooking levels, she'd be at least a master by now. Should we invite Master Jiraiya to join us? This is a gathering for young people. Why bring along that old man? Absolutely not. Lin Yu had no intention of inviting Jiraiya. This was a battlefield, not a picnic. Jiraiya should be off commanding somewhere, not tagging along here. Uzumaki Lin Yu, who are you calling an old man? A figure with white hair suddenly appeared behind Lin Yu, his tone dripping with mock menace. Startled, Lin Yu dropped the two plump rabbits he was holding and scolded Jiraiya, who had materialized behind him. Jiraiya, you're getting more and more like Orochimaru, always popping up out of nowhere. TCH, don't lump me in with that guy. I'm a dashing, wealthy toad sage. And why do you keep bringing up Orochimaru? Does he owe you money or something? Jiraiya reverted to his usual boisterous self, slinging an arm around Lin Yu's shoulders with a look of camaraderie. Lin Yu shrugged and fibbed with a straight face. Actually, Orochimaru said he really misses you. When he heard I was coming to Grass Country, he asked me to send his regards. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he grinned triumphantly. Ha, I knew it. The toad sage is loved wherever he goes. Of course Orochimaru would miss me. The kid's got good taste. Lin Yu almost wanted to add, frankly, your taste isn't bad either. Most people wouldn't dare get close to Annie Snake. Minato Namikaze stood off to the side, cradling 4 plump rabbits in his arms. Both man and beast stared at Lin Yu and Jiraiya, not quite sure what to make of the scene. But the 4 rabbits soon realized what fate awaited them. Wow, Lin Yu, those are some big rabbits. Are we having spicy rabbit heads again? Kushina, accompanied by Makoto, came over. At the sight of the 4 hefty rabbits, Kushina couldn't help but lick her lips. Ever since she first tasted spicy rabbit heads, she'd been hooked, constantly pestering Makoto to make more. Their friendship had rekindled over these delicious meals. Not today. Let's try something new. Kushina looked a bit crestfallen when she heard her favorite spicy rabbit heads weren't on the menu. Today, we'll make cumin-spiced pan-seared rabbit legs, sticky rice rabbit dumplings, and char siu mountain rabbit. Lin Yu rattled off the rabbit dishes with gusto, leaving the 4 others momentarily stunned. Who knew rabbit could be prepared in so many ways? The 4 rabbits in Minato's arms. We don't think we're enough for all those dishes. But if you let us go, we'll show you where our burrow is. Just please, don't eat us. Land of Fields, Konoha Frontline Camp. Report. The 2 envoys have arrived. Send them in. A weary voice belonging to Hiruzen Tsurutobi came from within the tent. Soon after, 2 Konoha shinobi wearing wide-brimmed hats entered the main command tent. You're finally here, Hamura Koharu. The 2 men removed their straw hats, revealing themselves to be Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, Sarutobi Hiruzen's longtime comrades in arms. The ones who had come to support Hiruzen were indeed these 2. As for Danzo, he did not show up. Though he worried about Hiruzen deep down, he only contacted the 2 advisors via the communication channel. Even though his name was never mentioned, as Hiruzen's lifelong rival, friend, partner, and, well, let's skip the rest. Danzo knew exactly what Hiruzen wanted. For him to stay behind and guard the hidden leaf, to prevent anyone from taking advantage of their absence and attacking their main base. Hiruzen, what's the situation? Did you manage to drive off the 3rd Raikage? Mitokado Hamura asked, a note of anxiety in his voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked rather pale. He had not fully recovered yet, though he was still capable of fighting. I've temporarily forced the Cloud Ninja to retreat, but the situation is far from optimistic. If you 2 hadn't arrived, I would have had to consider falling back to the Land of Fire. Hamura's face changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across his features. Has the battle really become so dire? Is the 3rd Raikage truly that strong? Seeing Hiruzen nod, Hamura hesitated for a moment, then pressed on. Then, is it true what the rumors from the front line are saying? Did you really awaken that so-called broken limit Kekkei Genkai? Hiruzen shot a wide-eyed glare at his old friend, as if warning him not to push any further, leaving Hamura in an awkward spot. He cleared his throat a few times, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere. So, Hiruzen, what's the plan from here? Hiruzen shot Hamura a look, signaling him to watch his words, then lowered his gaze to the map of the land of fields, analyzing the situation. The Cloud won't launch a large-scale offensive for now. Last time, the third Raikage was, well, let's just say, forced back by my Koff strength. He won't make another move until he's absolutely sure of victory. Hamura's face brightened with relief. Then, does that mean the situation here in the land of fields is stable for the time being? Hiruzen glanced over at his old friend, thinking, has something gotten into his head? I just said it's only temporary. With a weary tone, Hiruzen replied, I can't say for sure how long the situation will hold, but with your support, things are looking a lot better than before. Hamura and Koharu let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't have to face the third Raikage themselves, everything else was manageable. Hiruzen waved them off, telling them to find a place to settle in, then stood up and stepped out of the tent. Under the light of the full moon, he couldn't help but sigh. Danzo, if only you were the one who'd come. I'm starting to regret my decision. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than words. For now, the situation in the land of fields had stabilized. With Sarutobi Hiruzen personally overseeing things, and with Mitokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu support, the Cloud forces had no easy way to take on the Hidden Leaf. Most crucially, the third Raikage still couldn't figure out the secret behind Hiruzen's so-called broken limit Kekkei Genkai. For this reason alone, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi were to learn the whole story later, he would have nothing to say to Linyu. Over in the land of wind, Tsunade was holding the line. Faced with the poison and puppetry skills of the old Lady Chiyo, Tsunade, who excelled in medical ninjutsu and raw strength, was practically her natural enemy. Meanwhile, the Sand Village, having lost their third Kazekage, had seen their fighting power plummet to its lowest point. Of the 5 great ninja villages, they now ranked firmly at the bottom. There were only a handful of standouts left, Raza, Yakura, and the Chiyo siblings. However, the Leaf Village had sent White Fang, Sakumo Hataki, to support the effort, which managed to ease the situation for a while. Right now, the most intense fighting was on the front between the Leaf and the Mist. After suffering heavy losses, the Uchiha clan's defense was being pushed back. Step by step, they called for reinforcements several times, but with the main forces of the Leaf tied up at the front, there was simply no way to send help. Nara Shikaku, temporarily holding the authority of the Hokage, had no choice but to pull some ninja from the village's wall defense squads to provide support. Guy's father, Might Dewey, happened to be among them, which helped stabilize the situation for the moment. Yet, no one could say how long they could hold out. Ironically, the battlefield in the Land of Grass, which should have been the hardest to handle, had become surprisingly manageable thanks to Lin Yu's intervention. After driving back the brothers A and B, and with Inoki now hiding away in the Land of Earth, even Kushina could do as she pleased on the grass front. So it was that Lin Yu, Kushina, and Mikoto formed a special raid team, specializing in intercepting Iwagakure supply convoys. Over these past 6 months, Kushina's purse had been filling up fast, and she found both Lin Yu and Mikoto much more agreeable. Mikoto, for her part, used this as a chance to hone her combat instincts and strengthen her Sharingan, though unfortunately, there was still no sign of her eyes evolving to the third Tomo. During these months, Lin Yu had practically traveled every inch of the Land of Grass, including the hundreds of kilometers surrounding the canopy bridge, yet he still hadn't uncovered Uchiha Madara's hidden base. Was Madara simply hiding too well, or was he not in the Land of Grass at all? If he was concealed deep underground, Lin Yu really would have a hard time sensing him. He thought of Zetsu's mayfly technique and figured it was quite likely the base was built in the depths below. That would be a problem. Lin Yu had hoped to meet Uchiha Madara face to face. After all, nearly all of his 5 accumulated missions seemed to involve Madara. Madara was practically his old client. Still, it was getting late. Time to head back. What? You're leaving already, Lin Yu senpai. After more than half a year together, Minato Namikaze's admiration for Lin Yu had soared. Lin Yu was warm, approachable, and had even taught him a jutsu called the Rasengan, a technique that required no hand signs. Most importantly, Lin Yu senpai had acknowledged Minato's dream of becoming Hokage. That was the greatest encouragement he could ever receive. Lin Yu nodded and said, yes, things have stabilized here in the Land of Grass, but bad news keeps coming in from the other battlefields. I need to hurry back to the village to report, then move out to support the other fronts. Nonsense. Only a fool would go out to help others. Wouldn't it be better to go back and talk circles around my buddy Tuzi? Minato Namikaze was moved by Lin Yu's sincerity. As expected, the senior he admired was truly someone who loved his village. Minato felt he'd made the right choice joining this group. He hadn't been mistaken in his judgment. Then let me wish you a safe journey, senior. Lin Yu, when you get back, Pass my regards to Orochimaru for me. After the three of them disappeared over the horizon, Jiraiya patted Minato on the shoulder and said, Minato, you'd better work hard. Compared to Linyu, you've got a long way to go. Minato nodded firmly. I will. I'll do my best so I can fight side by side with Senior Linyu. Just side by side? Looks like Linyu really got into Minato's head lately. Jiraiya burst out laughing. Ha. Well, you'd better work hard. In a few more years, once you've grown a bit, I'll be heading back to the Leaf Village for a while too. Jiraiya-sensei, you could leave now if you wanted. I can handle things on my own. Jiraiya thought, have I really been slacking off for so long that you've started to doubt my abilities? Though he was itching to return and pour his heart out to Orochimaru after months of hardship, and after being force-fed a double helping of dog food, so often that he could barely stomach it, he knew he had to put the bigger picture first. Now that the main dog food culprit was gone, surely his adorable apprentice, Minato, wouldn't be so cruel to him. Note, dog food here refers to being forced to witness the affection of couples as a single person. Half a month later, at the gates of Konoha. Wow, we're finally back. After half a year out there, nothing feels better than the Leaf Village, Kushina exclaimed, arms wide as if to embrace the sky. This trip to the land of grass had added just a tiny bit to her weight. How annoying. Linyu, handing their travel documents to a gate guard whose name he didn't know, couldn't help but feel speechless at Kushina's words. You were just having the time of your life for half a year. With Mikoto, the culinary goddess, at their side, every meal was a new delight, and if Kushina was ever in a bad mood, she could just go beat up an IWA ninja to blow off steam. This was basically a vacation. Of course, it was tough luck for the IWA ninjas. At least 200 of them had fallen victim to Kushina's punishment. Aside from Linyu, she'd earned the most battle merits. More than even Jiraiya, which made him grind his teeth in frustration. To think he'd been bested by a little girl, and it was all Orochimaru's fault for messing with his head. Why blame Orochimaru? Because Linyu kept bringing him up every day, making Jiraiya feel a twinge of guilt deep down, as if he'd somehow let Orochimaru down. Orochimaru had always cared about him, yet he himself had spent years away, never once returning to visit. This left Jiraiya with a pang of guilt deep inside. Let's go, Mikoto. Time for a little shopping. It's worth mentioning that after more than half a year together, Kushina and Mikoto's friendship had rekindled to the passionate, inseparable phase. Nothing was off-limits in their conversations. Kushina tugged Mikoto's hand and called out to Linyu. Linyu, Mikoto, and I are heading out. The mission report's all yours. Hey. Before Linyu could reply, Kushina had already whisked Mikoto away, her pale arm disappearing down the street. Mikoto cast Linyu a helpless glance, then hurried after a friend. It had been ages since she'd wandered through Konoha's bustling shopping district. She missed it dearly. Wait a minute, isn't that supposed to be my move? Linyu sighed in resignation. Slacking off like this was supposed to be his specialty. Next time, he'd have to find some more easygoing teammates. Obito would do nicely, gullible and easy to convince. Damn it, Kakashi, just you wait. Next time I'll definitely beat you. At Konoha's training ground 37, Obito Uchiha sat bruised and battered against a tree stump, his clothes torn and singed, whether from fire jutsu or something else. It was hard to say. His eyes, rimmed red, matched the frustration in his expression, making it look as if Kakashi had just given him a rough time. TCH, dead last is still dead last. After all this training, and you're still only this strong? Kakashi stood with one hand casually in his pocket, his white-haired head tilted as he regarded Obito with smug arrogance. Goor, if you've got the guts, let's go another round. Obito, don't lose your head. You can't beat Kakashi, Rin Noera said gently as she wrapped bandages around Obito's arm. Rin, just you watch. One day, I'll put Kakashi flat on his back. Rin, step aside. I'll go easy. I won't make Obito look too bad, Kakashi replied, a teasing edge in his voice. Just as the tension between the two reached its peak, two untimely sounds broke the silence. Gurgle, gurgle. Both Obito and Kakashi blushed and clutched their stomachs, eyes darting at each other. In perfect unison, they exclaimed, "Was that your stomach?" Then, at the same moment, they glared at each other. "I'm not hungry." Oomph. Both turned away with a synchronized huff. Their odd chemistry could rival that of any bickering couple. Rin couldn't help but giggle. "All right, you two, the sun's almost down. Ever since we graduated early, it's like we've lost all sense of time." That's right, Obito and Rin had followed Kakashi's lead and graduated ahead of schedule. After all, the requirements for ninja school graduation weren't high. Master the 3 basic techniques and pass the science exam, and you were set. Though, that last part held Obito back for several months, costing him valuable training time and leaving him trailing behind Kakashi. Right now, Konoha is in the midst of its most tense period, facing a four-way assault. There's absolutely no way they can spare any extra jonin to serve as instructors for Obito and his classmates. Some freshly graduated genin are even being sent straight to the front lines. After all, if the defense fails, it's not just the village at risk. Their families would be in grave danger too. I'll let it go this time. But Kakashi, don't think I'll admit defeat just because you made Chunin. I Uchiha Obito and go to be Hokage one day. Obito stood up and declared his bold ambition to Kakashi. If only he didn't have so many bruises and that black eye, he might have looked rather dashing at that moment. Kakashi looked at Obito with a clear look of disdain. It was obvious how he felt. He didn't believe for a second that Obito could ever become Hokage. The odds were about as likely as him falling in love with Obito, maybe 0.001% at best. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the streets of Konoha, Obito and Kakashi walked side by side, each stubbornly turning his head away. Every now and then, though, they'd sneak a glance at each other, and upon catching the other's eyes, they'd quickly snort and look away again, their cheeks tinged with red. Why does that guy keep sneaking looks at me? Obito thought. Why is he always stealing glances at me? Kakashi wondered. Hey, what a coincidence. All three of you are here. Teacher Linyu. The one greeting them was Linyu, who had just come out of the Hokage building. Linyu swore that he'd never go report mission again. He'd gone in at noon, and it was nearly nightfall by the time they let him out. Absolutely infuriating. And the Hokage building doesn't even have air conditioning. Who would want to stay cooped up in there for so long? What, does the third Hokage think he's Lady Tsunade or something? Teacher Linyu, when did you get back? Did you finish your mission? Obito ran up excitedly to Linyu. He hadn't seen his teacher for over half a year, and he'd grown taller. Linyu patted Obito on the head. Not bad. Still hasn't grown any brains, so pulling one over on him shouldn't be too tough. With a grin, Linyu said, I just got back not long ago. As for the mission, well, you know me, it was a piece of cake. TCH, braggart. Kakashi couldn't hide a hint of delight in his eyes, though that didn't stop his sharp tongue. Teacher Linyu, it's been so long. Thank you for teaching us those ninjutsu techniques. Everyone graduated early. Kakashi is already a chunin now. Rin Noera greeted Linyu politely and shared the latest updates about the group. Seems you all worked really hard while I was away. Tell you what, tonight it's my treat. Order whatever you like. Hearing that all three had graduated, Linyu's eyes lit up and his mood soared. Never mind that his wallet was anything but full. Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. I haven't seen Tucci in ages. The moment Obito thought of the delicious Ichiraku Ramen, his stomach, already growling with hunger, made him instantly forget all the past grudges with Kakashi. Grabbing both Linyu and Kakashi, he dashed toward Ichiraku Ramen, leaving Rin Noera alone behind, her thoughts in disarray. Linyu was a bit bewildered at that moment. Hey Obito, it's enough to hold Kakashi's hand. Why are you dragging me along, too? Kakashi, this idiot Obito, he actually grabbed my hand. Ever since Obito kissed his cheek last time, Kakashi had added a new item to his morning routine. Washing his face. More than 10 times, every morning. Now, there was a new ritual. After every meal, he had to wash his hands. Welcome. How many Linyu? While kneading dough, Tucci caught a flash of red out of the corner of his eye. His hands trembled involuntarily. Who could it be? Choji Akimichi, or maybe the little witch Kushina. This girl just ate 5 big bowls at lunchtime. Surely she's not back for more night. It's been too long, big brother Tucci. Linyu greeted Tucci warmly. He hadn't had Ichiraku Ramen in over half a year and was craving it himself. Tonight, he'd just have 5 small bowls. Big brother Tucci, it's me, Obito. Do you remember me? Obito, lured by the mouth-watering aroma in the air, felt his stomach protest even more and shouted, Big brother Tucci, I want 3 bowls. All with extra pork. After all, Teacher Linyu was treating tonight, so Uchiha Obito wouldn't hold back. Kakashi, standing to the side, said calmly, Boss, I'll have 4 bowls. After all, he was a regular at Ichiraku Ramen. He'd been eating here since he was a child. No way he'd let Obito out-eat him. Kakashi, what's that supposed to mean? You want to compete with me over ramen too? I train hard, so of course I burn more energy. Unlike some people, TSK. Obito grew indignant at once. Oh yeah? Boss, give me 10. Asterisk ahem. Asterisk Obito, can you really eat that much? Wasting food is wrong. Linyu had been watching Obito and Kakashi bicker with great amusement, but then suddenly remembered that his wallet wasn't exactly flush with cash. He hurriedly coughed a few times to cut Obito off. Heaven knows, if those two kept competing by the time they finished eating, Linyu might have to work at Ichiraku Ramen to pay off the debt. But Obito was reluctant. But Teacher Linyu was right. There was no way he could eat that much ramen. Fine, let Kakashi win this round. Next time, I definitely won't lose. I'll just have one bowl, that's plenty. Thank you. Tucci nodded at Rin Noera, then turned to ask Lin Yu. And you, kid? What about you? Lin Yu was rummaging through his pockets, mentally counting his spare change. When he heard Tucci's question, he sighed and said, just 3 bowls for me. It was still the 3 complimentary bowls from Lin Yu. He wanted to have 5, but alas, his wallet just couldn't stretch that far. Oh, that's right. I still have Hanzo the salamander's corpse with me. Has it started to rot? I suppose storing it in a sealed scroll should keep it fresh, right? I really need to find a chance to go out and make some pocket money. Hanzo, you truly are my treasure trove. Hanzo the salamander. Humph. Spits in disdain. Just 3 bowls? Tucci's eye twitched at the thought, but thankfully the 4 of them only ordered 11 bowls together. He could handle that. As long as no one comes in demanding 10 bowls per person, my hand can take it for another 20 years. Boss, I'll have 20 bowls of miso ramen. Hurry, hurry. Crash. Tucci tumbled to the floor, his face dusted with flour. He glared fiercely at the newcomer. Choza Akimichi, those infernal red-haired clansmen, here again. They're the bane of my existence. Me, Tucci, and the red-haired clan, sworn enemies for life. Are you all right, Tucci? Lin Yu asked with genuine concern. Tucci could only force a few more batches of dough, lips trembling, and reply, I'm fine. With so many people loving my ramen, how could I not be happy? Happy my foot. Even my single for 20 years hands can't keep up with the bottomless stomachs of you red-haired folks. If I'd known there were red-haired clans in Konoha, I would have opened my ramen shop in another town. Auntie, I regret it. Turns out, starting a business is hard not just because you need to satisfy your customers, but because some customers are just too satisfied. My hands simply can't keep up. Sigh. Maybe it's time for me to find some help. Now that I've got a little capital, maybe I should marry a nice wife, have a big, healthy boy, and teach him the trade so I can retire. Konoha really isn't a place for ordinary folks like me. Lin Yu Uzumaki, you're eating ramen too? Choza Akimichi, dressed in a red ninja uniform and sporting a belly that looked 4 or 5 months along, plopped down in the empty seat beside Lin Yu. It had been years since they'd last met, and Choza had only grown rounder. Seems he's been eating well. Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. Wasn't Choza supposed to be fighting on the front lines with his father? Why was he suddenly back? Choza, when did you get back? I've been back in Konoha for a while now. I came back with Lord Orochimaru. My father said the field country front is too dangerous, so he told me to come home first and get myself a wife. Choza said it outright, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Get a wife? Nearby, Obito and Kakashi, still just kids, blushed deep red when they heard that. That sort of thing was a long way off for them. They couldn't help sneaking a glance at each other, then quickly looked away, pretending to ignore one another. Obito thought, Kakashi's so stuck up, there's no way any girl would like him. Kakashi scoffed. Obito, the hopeless underachiever. No girl would ever fall for him. After hearing this, Tucci's determination only grew stronger. Even Choji Akimichi was looking for a wife now. Surely, after being single for over 20 years, it was time for an old bachelor like him to start searching too. He thought about his future, someone to share his burdens with. Sorry, kids, but from now on, kneading dough will be your job. Unless, of course, he had daughters. But fate wouldn't play such a trick on him, would it? Lin Yu was a bit speechless. Choji was only 16 or 17, wasn't he? Wasn't a bit too early to be thinking about things like marriage? As for Lin Yu himself, he had no such plans at all. Life was so much freer on his own. Oh, by the way, has my guy graduated yet? Lin Yu asked Obito. Guy? No idea. Kakashi probably knows better, Obito replied, shaking his head as he continued sipping his delicious ramen broth. Kai's been taken by his father to the battlefield at Kirigakure, Kakashi chimed in. His dad insisted that real men must be tempered by the fires of war in order to truly grow. Kakashi seemed rather pleased as he spoke, because ever since my guy left, there had been a blissful pause in the relentless, exasperating attention he used to endure. It wasn't just a challenge to his skills. It was a challenge to his very sanity. Kakashi remembered one afternoon nap in particular. He'd open his eyes to find Guy's thick eyebrows and wide eyes hovering inches. From his face, lips pursed as if debating whether or not to take a bite. Kakashi hadn't slept well for half a month after that. Who knew when Guy might suddenly pop out from under the covers and make that face at him? Only after Guy was taken to the battlefield by his father did Kakashi finally start feeling at ease. Is that so? Due really is bold, isn't he? Lin Yu managed to keep a calm expression, but inside he was uneasy. Might Due had taken Guy to the front lines. Could everything be happening ahead of schedule? Looks like he'd have to talk things over with Kurama tonight. This mission had dragged on long enough. It was time to finish it. Before Lin Yu could puzzle it out further, Kakashi spoke again. In a few days, I'll be heading out on my promotion mission too. Become a jonin. I'll be away from the village for over half a month. Lin Yu sensei, I'll leave Obito and the others in your care. Lin Yu thought, why does everything have to pile up at once? Things are moving a bit too fast. After watching the three youngsters disappear down the street, Lin Yu pulled out his rather thin wallet, wincing as he drew out 2 large bills. Tucci couldn't help but twitch at the sight. Was Lin Yu just putting on a show? Why treat everyone if he was short on cash? Didn't his wife, Kushina, have a reputation for being well off? Had the Lin Yu household gone bankrupt? Leaving Ichiraka Ramen behind, Lin Yu strolled down the streets of Konoha. Because of the war, the roads were nearly empty, a desolate sight stretching as far as the eye could see. But Lin Yu paid no mind to the state of the village. He was completely absorbed in his own palace of thoughts. The most important task right now is to complete Obito and Kakashi's love story. Everything else can wait. After all, it's a time-limited mission, so it deserves some extra attention. However, Might Dewey's sudden departure from Konoha to the battlefield caught Lin Yu off guard. This might become the catalyst for Dewey to open the 8th gate, the Gate of Death. In the original story, it was during the 7 ninja swordsmen's assault on Konoha, when Dewey came to save Guy, that he opened the Gate of Death. But now, the enemy, the hidden mist, has appeared. The cause, Might Guy, is here, and the setting is the front lines of war. Lin Yu couldn't help but suspect that this time, Dewey was leaving never to return. It wasn't that Lin Yu didn't want to give Dewey a petal of immortal nether flame, but after 4 years, he understood his Mangekyo better. His immortal nether flame was not infinite, but limited. The maximum was 9 petals, and though they would replenish automatically after use, the immortal nether flame was not everlasting. When the bearer suffered a fatal injury, the nether flame would take the blow for them, but only up to a time limit. If the injury was too severe or the time exceeded, the flames would extinguish. That was why Lin Yu hadn't given Dewey a petal of immortal nether flame. It couldn't save someone who opened the Gate of Death. It could only let him hold on for 5 more minutes. But if Lin Yu were support, endlessly supplying Dewey with immortal nether flame from the sidelines, it would be like breaking the rules, a bug in the Gate of Death granting eternal power. But that was impossible. The immortal nether flame only prevented death. It couldn't erase the agony of opening the final gate. Eternal Gate of Death would only mean unending torment. By his count, he had given 1 petal each to himself, Kushina, Konin, Mikoto, Tsunade, and Kurama. Lin Yu still had 3 petals of immortal nether flame left. These were his trump cards, save for emergencies, because in war, death was always close at hand. So now, there was only one way to save Might Dewey, the power of Yang. On purpose, Lin Yu lingered outside for another 2 hours. By the time he returned home, Kushina was already asleep. Lin Yu quietly slipped into her room. Scenes from 4 years ago and now washed over him like waves. The room hadn't changed, still fresh and elegant. It was hard to imagine the lively, adorable Kushina actually preferred this style. Kushina was never extravagant. The furniture remained the same as ever. The only thing that had changed was the girl herself. Kushina had grown from a little girl into a young woman. For years ago, Lin Yu hadn't thought much of it, but now, standing in this familiar spot, he was suddenly struck by a pang of guilt. Snap! How could he let his mind wander when he had important things to do? That was truly unforgivable. Lin Yu's Mangekyo flickered, and in an instant, he vanished from Kushina's side. It's worth mentioning that Lin Yu had once tried using the Mangekyo's magic array to teleport directly to Kurama, and this was with his real body, not just his consciousness. This eye technique seemed to transcend not only the limits of physical space, but also the boundaries of the mind. Deep within the sealed gates, Kurama was in the midst of a heavy slumber. There was absolutely nothing in this confined space. Kurama's daily routine alternated only between sleeping and more sleeping. He was practically becoming a vegetative fox. How he longed to get out. He didn't want to spend his days as a daydreaming fox, trapped in endless boredom. Suddenly, a faint hum resonated through the space, a subtle vibration that Kurama sensed instantly. Both his fox ears perked up and twitched, and then he opened his scarlet, demonic eyes, glancing at Lin Yu, who was napping with his head pillowed on Kurama's tail. "Oomph, you brat. All you ever do is sneak in here and disturb my sleep in the middle of the night." With a casual flick of his tail, Kurama sent Lin Yu tumbling onto the ground. He then turned around, fixing him with an intimidating glare from those enormous, demonic eyes. "You've interrupted my sleep, kid. Today, you're not leaving unless you tell me 10 stories. No exceptions." Though Kurama looked grumpy, his tone betrayed a hint of excitement. It was clear he enjoyed Lin Yu's storytelling immensely. "By the way, last time you left off with that monk, Tang Sung, running into the land of men, and then the king dragged him off to the bridal chamber. Why did you stop there? What happened next? If you leave me hanging like that, I'll fire 10-tailed beast bombs at you. Kurama glared at Linyu, making it perfectly clear that if the story didn't continue, especially the part in the bridal chamber, he was ready to unleash his wrath. Ahem, you're still too young for that sort of story. I can't go into the details. I've been alive for over 1,000 years. If you count in human years, I'm at least a millennium old, and you're saying I'm too young? Kurama bared his teeth at Linyu, as if pondering from which end he might take a bite, but the little guy probably wouldn't even make a morsel. Ahem, let's set that aside for now. Kurama, I'm here for something important this time. Linyu cut off the banter, his expression suddenly turning serious. Oomph, and what do your important matters have to do with me? I'm not interested. Kurama grumbled, preparing to flop back down and close his eyes. If there were no stories to listen to, then daydreaming seemed like a better use of his time. What if it's about Uchihamara? What did you say? That damned Uchihamadara. The moment Kurama heard that name, every strand of his fur bristled. His razor-sharp claws gouged the ground, and his blood-red eyes became even more ferocious. Isn't Uchiha Madara dead? Kid, are you joking? Linyu paid Kurama's menacing display no mind. Calmly, he replied, he's definitely not dead. After all, he's Uchiha Madara. He doesn't die that easily. Though, to be fair, he's getting on in years now, practically at death's door. So how about it? Want me to help you teach him a lesson and blow off some steam? Kurama saw that Linyu was not joking, and the fox's face calmed a little. What proof do you have? I saw him with my own eyes, killed by Hashirama's Senju. Linyu shrugged and said, just because he's Uchiha Madara, doesn't that reason suffice? Kurama's pupils contracted. Perhaps what Linyu said didn't really count as evidence. But as a fox who had lived through those times, Kurama was all too familiar with the terror of Uchiha Madara. He was a ninja who dominated an entire era. What is it that you want? Kurama straightened up, looking at Linyu with newfound respect for the first time. Linyu smiled and raised his fist. What's the use of 1,000 reasons? Wouldn't it be better for you to see for yourself, Kurama? Kurama blinked, surprised that Linyu even knew about the fist bump that allowed tailed beasts to communicate their feelings. Who is this man, really? Kurama thought for a moment, then grinned. I have one condition. I want to take revenge myself. Linyu looked a little startled, but soon nodded. As you wish. Oomph. Kurama snorted proudly and held out his fist to Linyu. With a satisfying clap, after 5 years, man and beast finally bumped fists once more. Morning. Kushina opened her eyes, stretching lazily as she yawned. She was just about to sit up and get dressed when she noticed the neatly folded quilt covering her. Her beautiful eyes looked a little puzzled. Was she still dreaming? That troublesome Linyu, spying on me while I sleep again. Before long, Linyu, who was downstairs munching on a bun, heard Kushina's roar echoing from above. Great. He knew he'd be misunderstood again. He was just minding his own business, wasn't he? Who on earth would be bored enough to sneak a peek at someone sleeping in the middle of the night? That would just be making trouble for himself. Tap, tap, tap. Kushina, wearing her little slippers and showing off her delicate white feet, stormed over to Linyu, fuming. She didn't say a word, just glared at him. But Linyu wasn't just anybody. He was a man with a skin thicker than an earth-style wall. He wasn't the least bit rattled. Besides, Linyu had a clear conscience. He hadn't done anything wrong, so he had nothing to fear from Kushina's wrath. Kushina, seeing Linyu's silence, puffed out her already adorable cheeks even more, looking for all the world like a little steamed bun herself. Linyu took a big, hearty bite of his bun and said, if you don't eat soon, they'll get cold and won't taste as good. You. Oomph. After weighing her options, Kushina finally grabbed a hot bun from the table and began to devour it, her expression both fierce and cute, so adorable that Linyu nearly lost his composure. Goodness, how had he never noticed just how cute his Kushina was before? What are you staring at, you peeping Tom? Kushina caught Linyu watching her in a daze. Quickly, she grabbed a bun and tossed it at him. She wasn't even dressed up yet. That annoying Linyu had better not look. Linyu caught the bun that Kushina kindly handed him and swallowed it in one bite, giving her a thumbs up. Thanks. After taking a sip of water to moisten his throat, Linyu said, Kushina, I'll be busy tutoring my students, Abito and the others, over the next couple of weeks, so I won't be home much. Please take care of yourself while I'm gone. Oomph. I can't wait for you to leave. As soon as you're gone, I'll have Mikoto move in to keep me company. Oomph. Kushina wrinkled her nose, her whole expression saying, hurry up and go, Linyu. Wait, Mikoto moving in? Should I still go see my Dewey then? There are only 2 rooms in the house. If Mikoto comes to stay, well, there's no way she'll be sharing a room with me. Fine, it's more important to head to the Kirigakure battlefield and come back to Trikabito. Kushina, I'll be counting on you to look after the house. Oomph. Got it, Linyu. You be careful. Lin Yu flashed Kusha a peace sign, his smile growing wider. Don't worry, I've got this. Whoosh. A dark figure darted over the Konoha city wall, slipping past the guards and vanishing into the forest. Sneaking out. No, inspecting the defenses. After all, Lin Yu had learned from Orochimaru himself how to slip past watchful eyes. He'd have to give the guards some feedback on their security gaps later. Once outside Konoha, Lin Yu tried to figure out which way led to the land of water. Honestly, he had to admit, he had trouble with time zones, and he was hopeless with directions too. So, north is up, south is down, east is left, and west is right. The land of water is east of Konoha, so I should head left. Yes, that must be right. Lin Yu picked up his pace, his figure vanishing to the south of Konoha. 6 days later, on the battlefield between Konoha and Kirigakure, the thick mist jutsu had prompted Konoha to send many Hyuga clan members to the front lines. Their presence had eased the tense situation for the moment. Guy, just like that, another 5,000 handstand dumbbell presses. Even on the battlefield, we must train our youthful spirits. Yes, father. 2 green figures with bowl-cut hair stood on their hands around the camp, training with both hands and feet. The nearby shinobi, long accustomed to their antics, simply ignored the pair of oddballs. On the first day, the whole squad had been stunned. Good grief, this is a war. What sort of training is this? But after learning that one was a genin and the other hadn't even graduated from the academy, everyone just ignored them. Well, let's treat them as the camp's lucky mascots. Truth be told, once you adjusted your mindset, watching the 2 green bowl cuts run laps and train around the camp was actually kind of nice. It sparked a sense of nostalgia for their own lost youth. After all, their younger days had looked much the same. God, we still have 10,000 one-handed push-ups ahead of us. Let's pick up the pace. Father, my youthful energy is burning brighter than ever. All right, our youth is different. Are you sure it's really your youth that's burning, and not your bones about to fall apart? The sky gradually turned red, and the afterglow of dusk bathed the 2 striving figures in golden light, as if they were clad in the armor of war gods, unstoppable and fierce. Bah! If anyone tells me one more time that the land of water lies to the east, I'll cut them down on the spot. Lin Yu brushed the dust from his clothes. He was sure he'd been running east, and yet somehow ended up in the land of wind, where he spent a whole night battered by wind and sand, utterly intolerable. Luckily, he came across a kind old woman who pointed him in the right direction. Without her help, Lin Yu really might have been lost forever in that endless sandstorm. Because of this detour, a journey that should have taken just 2 or 3 days ended up lasting 6. Still, under the guidance of Kagura's mind's eye, he finally found the Leafs camp. The location was rather remote, clearly chosen for its defensible terrain, easy to guard, hard to attack. It looked like the battle with the hidden mist was far from optimistic. Lin Yu wasn't eager to get involved. He was pressed for time. The clock was ticking on his limited time mission. If he failed, he'd lose one of his abilities. If he lost the Sharingan or his sage body, he'd be finished. Even wiping out the entire hidden mist village wouldn't be worth that risk. Completely not worth it. Blending into the treetops, Lin Yu held a flaming mask in his hand, a wisp of yang energy flickering at his fingertips. This was his reward for fist-bumping Kurama. Just extracting this single wisp of yang energy had cost him a full third of his chakra. He always thought his chakra reserves were inexhaustible, but it turned out that extracting just 3 wisps of yang energy would leave him completely drained. This single wisp was only enough to save Might Dewey's life. As for healing all the side effect from opening the 8th gate, that would likely require mastery of yin-yang release. By all rights, I should be able to awaken the renegon by now. Or do I still need Indra's and Azura's chakra? Lin Yu didn't think so. Indra and Azura just inherited the Sage of 6 Paths power. But he, Lin Yu, already possessed yang energy on a level only achieved by a sage. Why should he need Azura's chakra? Was he supposed to collect it just for the thrill of it? Or was there some essential process missing? The eternal Mangekyo, perhaps? Looks like I need to hurry up. Lin Yu put on the mask and wasted no more time. He'd already lost 3 days. Now it was time to return to the leaf. Whoosh. Who's there? Might Dewey, in the middle of training with Guy, suddenly felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. A chilling, deadly aura swept over him. Without hesitation, he pulled Guy behind him, eyes fixed on the newcomer. A figure in a black cloak, wearing a mask adorned with flaming patterns. This was someone Dewey had never seen before, of that he was certain. But his strength was terrifying. Even his presence alone felt like a crushing force. Was he sent by the hidden mist? Dewey's expression turned grim. He knew he wasn't a match for this man, but to protect Guy, he would fight to the bitter end, no matter the cost. I'm about to open the gate of death. Lin Yu, hey, I'm just here to deliver a package. There's no need for this. You're scaring me. Seeing Might Dewey looking ready to open the gate of death, Lin Yu suddenly felt a chill of fear. Calm down. Remember, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are still waiting for you to give them a good kicking. They're counting on you. Don't let them down. Kai, fall back. Go call for backup. I'll hold him off. Might Dewey's voice was grave. He didn't believe he stood a chance against Lin Yu. Not even by opening the gate of death. Somehow, he just knew. But with Kai behind him, he had no other choice but to fight. 8 gates release. Whoa, he's not hesitating at all. Lin Yu realized he couldn't wait any longer, or this would turn into a real mess. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson. Several shuriken, each blazing with phoenix fire, shot toward them. Forced to grab Kai and dodge, Might Dewey's taijutsu was cut short, and despair flickered across his face. He knows exactly what I can do. He's not giving me any chance to fight back. Who is this guy? Before Might Dewey could ponder further, a black-robed figure wearing a flaming mask suddenly appeared before him, striking at his chest with a palm. A sickening thud resounded. Father! Through tear-filled eyes, Might Guy watched as Might Dewey's body was sent flying like a kite with a snapped string, a trail of blood arcing through the air. Don't hurt anyone else. Before Lin Yu could make another move, the commotion drew nearby ninja, who quickly rushed over. Apparently unwilling to get surrounded, the black-robed, flame-masked man, Lin Yu, loosened his throat and altered his voice. Let's call it a day. Next time, you'd better remember to thank me. Huh? Might Guy was utterly baffled by Lin Yu's words. You just beat my dad so badly he's coughing up blood, and you expect me to thank you? What? Does he think I'm that kind of person? No way. Even Kakashi wouldn't do that. He'd never thank someone for this. Where is he? Where's the enemy? Hearing the backup arriving, Might Guy turned and shouted, Over here! It's the guy wearing the mask. Damn, I can't even remember what kind of mask he was wearing. By the time the reinforcements reached the spot, Lin Yu was already gone. All of you, spread out and search, and tell the sensory unit to check for any unfamiliar chakra signatures. How are you holding up, Dewey? One of the defensive squad ninjas, a teammate of Dewey's, patted him on the back with concern. Blood spurted from Dewey's mouth again, right onto the man. The defensive squad ninja, now covered in blood, looked utterly shocked. Hey, this isn't my fault, Dewey. Don't try to blame this on me. I'm broke. Father, are you all right? Beside them, Might Guy was so anxious that his 2 eyebrows seemed to merge into one. His large eyes brimmed with tears, but he remembered his father's words. A real man doesn't cry over trivial matters. If he must shed tears, let them be for youth. His father's words spurred him on. Even though his father was gone, he was determined to pass on this burning spirit of youth. That's refreshing. I feel as if life has returned to every part of me. Lying on the ground, Might Dewey sprang up with a spinning move. He felt something had changed in his body, yet he couldn't quite tell what it was. Everything seemed just as before. Before Might Dewey could reflect any further, Might Guy's excited voice rang out, Dad, you're alive after all. Dewey's face darkened. What kind of thing was that to say? Alive after all? Was Guy secretly wishing he died? Did this kid want to inherit his fortune already, at such a young age? Clearly, his parenting needed some work. He'd have to double the physical training from now on. Unaware of the trouble his slightly awkward phrasing had caused, Might Guy had just made his future 10 times harder. Smack. Watch your mouth. Look, you've scared your Uncle Nobita so much his face turned red. Might Dewey lightly rapped Guy on the head, then turned to Nobita Bear with a smile. Don't worry, Nobita-senpai, I'm fine. Tough as ever. To prove his point, he flexed his muscles and even recommended his signature green bodysuit, which he claimed perfectly showcased a man's physique. Nobita Bear thought to himself, First of all, my face isn't red. It's your blood you sprayed on me. Second, I'm only 28 and not even married. Yet, why are you calling me senpai, you bearded old man? And third, most importantly, I absolutely refuse to wear a green bodysuit. Never. It's good you're all right. Dewey, do you know who attacked you? At this, Might Dewey's expression grew serious. It was a man in black wearing a mask with a ripple pattern. Guy, you saw him too, right? Yeah, I did. Guy had just recovered from the emotional roller coaster of his father's resurrection, and now he frowned. But I remember the mask had a rock pattern on it. No way. It was definitely a ripple pattern mask. Dad, you're mistaken. It was a rock pattern mask. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They shouted in unison, each insisting on their version. Nobita Bear thought to himself, maybe I should keep my distance from these two. Who knows, maybe face blindness is contagious. Or perhaps this isn't even face blindness anymore. Maybe they're just blind. The search team had already returned, empty-handed. They hadn't found even the slightest trace. The attacker had vanished, as if into thin air. As for Might Dewey, not only was he unharmed, but he seemed even stronger than before. He'd even doubled his daily training regimen, much to Might Guy's dismay. As the saying goes, Guy was a kid who, from a young age, could truly endure hardship. Might Guy, XX Kakashi, I miss you. Facing you as a rival was so much easier and more enjoyable. Under the full moon high in the sky, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Lin Yu's figure quietly appeared beside Kushina. Watching the young girl sleep in such an unladylike position, Lin Yu gently pulled the blanket over her, then slipped out of the room without a sound. Back in his own room, Lin Yu lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He muttered to himself, "Am I making things unnecessarily complicated? Wouldn't it be easier to just wipe out all the 7 ninja swordsmen at once? But what if one day there's suddenly an 8 swordsman group, or even 9? Lin Yu, do you really think you can kill them all?" A sigh escaped him. For a moment, I almost agree with Madara Uchiha's infinite Tsukimi plan. Too bad it's nothing but a trap, and it's not the kind of peace I want for the world. Everyone has their own fate. All I can do is give them another choice. Lin Yu lay there, talking to himself, though it didn't quite seem like he was answering his own questions. It was as if he was speaking to someone unseen, his words sounding particularly strange in the quiet of the night. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Sigh. Am I still being too cautious? With power like mine, and yet I'm still afraid to step into the light. Madara Uchiha, it's about time I paid you a visit. Obito, he's mine. You won't take him away from me. The Immortals Organization. It's time for it to make its mark in the ninja world. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yu finally closed his eyes. For once, he slept deeply, no longer haunted by the fear that he might die in his sleep. He felt at peace. His breathing grew even, and before long, he drifted into dreams. The room fell silent again. At some unknown hour, a rather haughty voice echoed in the room. "Oomph, so sentimental. All right, today, we'll be practicing water-style jutsu. Obito, you go first and show us how it's done." "Lin Yu sensei, we practiced water-style yesterday. Today should be fire-style's turn." Obito clutched his head and muttered softly. "Bonk. You know you're holding your head, and you still dare to complain. Is it because you think your head is tough enough?" Lin Yu stepped forward and gave Obito 2 sharp knocks on the head. This kid, why does he always have to contradict him? Obito felt wronged, but didn't dare say a word. Ever since Kakashi left on his solo mission to become a jonin, Lin Yu sensei had found new ways to give him a hard time every day. "Damn you, Kakashi. This is all your fault. I'll remember this." "Lin Yu sensei, are you sure this is okay? Aren't you a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Shouldn't you be tutoring the new students?" Rin Noera stood to the side with her hands behind her back, looking playful and bright-eyed. "That's right. How could I forget I'm still a teacher?" Smack. "Mission comes first. Being a teacher can wait. Besides, old man Hiruzen isn't around anyway." "Ahem. I am fulfilling my duties as a teacher right now, aren't I? The ninja world is cruel. I don't want to see you all sacrifice yourselves on the battlefield one day, so all I can do is help you grow stronger, as much as I can." Lin Yu was almost moved by his own words. He thought, I really can spin a tale? And sure enough, Obito believed him. "I never imagined Teacher Lin Yu would care so much about us. I'm truly touched. Please push me as hard as you can, Teacher Lin Yu. I'm determined to surpass Kakashi." And then he imagined pinning Kakashi to the ground and pummeling him. Of course, this was Obito's secret wish. Besides becoming Hokage, this was now his greatest dream. Ever since that kiss, Obito's resentment toward Kakashi had grown even deeper than his feelings for Rin. After all, he was still young, and love was still a hazy concept to him. This called for advice from our resident love expert, Uzumaki Lin Yu. If only surpass could be changed to kiss, wouldn't that be perfect? Lin Yu silently swapped the words in his head for Obito. "All right, to help Obito fulfill his wish, I, Uzumaki Lin Yu, won't hesitate for a moment. Ahem, since you're sincerely asking for my guidance, I'll generously share with you the secret to surpassing Kakashi. Start with 1,000 one-handed push-ups." Thud. Obito, who just a moment ago was full of hope, collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered. Why on earth? Does Teacher Lin Yu have some special fondness for one-handed push-ups? TSK, you don't get it. Boys need to develop the habit of one-handed push-ups from a young age. When you're older, you'll thank me for this. Lin Yu put on the air of someone with experience. Never mind that he was still just a kid himself. Really, Teacher Lin Yu? Will push-ups really make me stronger? Obito glanced at his hands, already feeling a bit sorry for them. Lin Yu clapped his hands and said, "Of course. Trust me, you can't go wrong. All right, starting today, I'll practice push-ups every day. I'll make sure to show Kakashi what I'm made of. He'll never look down on me again." Obito's eyes shone with determination. His fighting spirit was ablaze. Off to the side, Rin Noera looked a bit confused. Although Teacher Lin Yu and Obito were talking about push-ups as a way to train, Something about the conversation just fell off. Maybe I should ask for a female teacher instead. Teacher Linyu is acting weird. Time slipped by as Obito diligently did his one-handed push-ups every day, and before they knew it, more than half a month had passed. Kakashi finally returned from his mission. No sooner had Kakashi come back than Obito went straight up to challenge him. Kakashi, I'm not the same Obito you used to know. This time, I'm definitely going to beat you. Obito patted his now slightly defined abs, brimming with confidence. Kakashi stared at him, expressionless, as if Obito had just woken up from a long nap. Was Obito really this silly after just half a month away? If Linyu were here, he'd probably slap his forehead with one hand and sigh, I was preparing you to face Kakashi in the future. What use is it to show off now? As Obito's body streaked across the sky like a shooting star, the scene began to take a strange turn. Teacher Linyu, you lied to me. Obito's plaintive voice echoed into the night, and then, with a heavy thud, the world fell silent. The next morning. Morning, everyone. Oh, Kakashi, you're finally back. After getting lost and arriving 2 hours late, Linyu finally made it to the training ground before noon. Lately, for some reason, he'd become terribly forgetful. TCH. Kakashi glanced up at the sky, curling his lip in disdain. Teacher Linyu, the sun's almost baked me alive, and you're only just getting here. Obito's tone was tinged with resentment. He swore never to trust Teacher Linyu again. So much for doing extra push-ups to beat Kakashi. That was obviously a lie. Teacher Linyu, Kakashi came back yesterday. Didn't we agree to celebrate him making Jonin together today? Rin Noira had made a special effort to dress up that day, looking lively and adorable. Surely, there wouldn't be any training today. Linyu and Obito exchanged bewildered looks. Did we? Did we really say we'd celebrate? You two haven't forgotten, have you? Linyu and Obito rubbed their hands awkwardly in unison. Truth be told, money was tight lately, so they'd subconsciously ignored any wallet-related events. Like I care about those sorts of things anyway. This time, Kakashi was being sincere. Right now, all he wanted was to get on the battlefield and earn a name for himself, just like his father. Kakashi, I got you a present. Really? Rin? Obito, that rotten Kakashi. Watching Kakashi accept the gift from Rin, Obito couldn't tell if he was jealous or just sulking. How could Kakashi accept it so easily? Then I'll give Kakashi an S-rank jutsu. After weighing his options, Linyu decided to teach Kakashi the Rasengan. Of course, whether or not he could master it wasn't the point. Forming the chakra sphere was something even grade schoolers could do. What mattered was persistence, and with Kakashi's blend of talent and determination, that was never a worry. Seeing Linyu offer his own present, Obito suddenly grew anxious. What now? He hadn't prepared a gift at all, and he had no idea what would even make a good one. What's up? Obito saw Kakashi turn his head and reach a hand toward him, but for a moment, he didn't quite understand. And yours? Kakashi asked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, though he too was secretly a little nervous. I'm not ready yet. Next time, I'll give you one when I'm prepared. Obito's cheeks flushed bright red. Kakashi was definitely doing this on purpose. He knew perfectly well Obito hadn't brought a gift, and still put him on the spot. Forget it, I didn't expect you to come up with anything original anyway. Kakashi laced his hands behind his head, his dull eyes staring at Obito, looking a bit displeased. You're talking nonsense. Uchiha Obito will definitely give you the most unique and special gift in the whole world. Just you wait, Kakashi. As soon as he finished, Obito bolted out the door, determined to find a one-of-a-kind present for Kakashi. I'll show him not to underestimate me. Mr. Linyu, will Obito be all right? He should be. Fine, I'll check on him in a bit. By the way, Kakashi, how did you get promoted to Jonin when the Hokage isn't around? Linyu sounded puzzled. Even the Chunin exams required the Hokage's signature, let alone the Jonin promotion. Jonin were the backbone of the village. Without the Hokage's approval, there was no way a promotion would go through. Right now, Hiruzen Sarutobi was absent, and acting Hokage Narashikaku could technically approve things, but couldn't issue appointments. Only the Hokage had that authority. Not yet. I only completed a special mission. The appointment papers will be handed out once the Hokage returns, and it's just a special Jonin rank for now. Kakashi looked at Linyu, completely unfazed, as if to say, I'm on the same level as you now, so stop ruffling my hair already. Linyu walked over and ruffled Kakashi's white hair anyway, saying with a satisfied smile, Hey, looks like you're advancing quickly if you're up for Jonin already, Kakashi. What do you say? Want to spar with your teacher again? Actually, the mission I did wasn't difficult at all. And with the village at war, they desperately need people, so all the requirements have been lowered. Honestly, my skills are only about elite Chunin level. Kakashi explained hurriedly. He had no intention of sparring with this monster of a teacher. Even after more than a year, he still remembered the wood style and Rasengan from last time all too well. No worries. Come on, let's have a match. There isn't much difference between an elite chunin and a special jonin anyway. At least, not in my eyes, Lin Yu thought to himself. I could treat both of them like genin. Kakashi, are you pretending not to understand what I'm saying? Ahem, no, thank you. Lin Yu sensei, maybe you should hurry and check on Obito. I just have this feeling he's going to get into trouble. Kakashi cleared his throat, tugged at his mask, and feigned concern for Obito's well-being. All right then. I didn't expect you to be so worried about Obito, Kakashi. I'm gonna share this good news with him. Hey, wait. Hey, don't run off. Why are you running now? With Kakashi watching him with that cheerful look, Lin Yu dashed off after Obito and quickly disappeared from sight. Darn you, Kakashi. I'm definitely going to find something unique, so you'll finally see me in a new light. Obito wandered along the bustling streets of Konoha's marketplace, muttering under his breath. His gaze was distant. He truly had no idea what kind of gift to get Kakashi. Don't miss out as you pass by. Freshly steamed buns, hot and delicious. Obito dismissed this one outright. Steamed buns for Kakashi? That was far too casual. Special kunai and shuriken, now on sale. Buy 3 or more for a 10% discount. Kunai as a gift? Wouldn't that be too ordinary? Sure, they were practical, but there was nothing special about them. Another pass. New ninja battle uniforms. Loose and comfortable, with multiple ninja pouches. We even have a special green, tight-fitting version. The mention of a green bodysuit instantly made Obito think of Might Guy. If he gave Kakashi something like that, Kakashi might just kill him. No way, that idea was out. The latest lady's handbag from the land of fire. The perfect gift for the one you love. Gentlemen, you can't miss this. A handbag for Kakashi? That's ridiculous. What kind of nonsense was he even considering? Obito shook his head furiously. None of these were what he was looking for. Was it really possible that all of Konoha didn't have a single one-of-a-kind gift? Brand new ladies' lingerie, stylish and with floral patterns. Hey there, young man. Want to come inside and take a look? A heavily made-up shopkeeper noticed Obito staring blankly in front of her store and approached him with a probing question. Oh, no, Fangayu. I'm in the wrong place. Obito caught a glimpse of the colorful lingerie inside, and his face instantly turned bright red. He bolted from the market as if his life depended on it. For a split second, his mind had actually conjured an image of Kakashi wearing those frilly undergarments. The thought alone was enough to make him feel utterly disgraced. My, that boy sure can run. His face is so red. Does he already have a girlfriend? Kids these days sure are bold. The shopkeeper watched Obito dash away, then went back to calling out to potential customers on the street. Gasping for breath, Obito leaned over, hands on his knees. He had no idea how far he'd run. This was the first time he'd sprinted so far without using chakra. Where had he even ended up? Looking around, he saw lush green trees all around him. He'd run all the way to the hills behind the village. After catching his breath and getting his bearings, Obito leapt onto a tree branch, his silhouette vanishing into the forest. Before long, atop Hokage Rock, a figure landed beside Obito, sitting down and throwing an arm around his shoulder. So here you are, Obito. I've been looking all over Konoha for you. Tell me, Obito, are you interested in ladies' lingerie now? Obito's dazed look vanished in an instant, replaced by indignation at Lin Yu's words. Of course not. Don't talk nonsense. That was just an accident. Lin Yu pretended to let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. You scare me there for a moment. I thought you had a rather unusual hobby. Glad it was just a misunderstanding. Oomph. The conversation quieted, while a gentle breeze brushed past the two of them, stirring Lin Yu's red hair. They dangled their legs over the edge, looking down at the lively hidden leaf village below. It was the afternoon, the liveliest time in Konoha. Teacher Lin Yu, please help me. What on earth should I give Kakashi as a gift? Obito was the first to break the silence, his face full of frustration as he pleaded for Lin Yu's advice. Brother Obito, you're the one asking for my help now, so don't blame me for what comes next. Lin Yu paused for a moment, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Well, you could start with Kakashi's interests. His interests? Do you mean ninja tools? Or maybe a ninjutsu scroll? Obito looked disappointed. He really didn't want to give Kakashi something so ordinary. Of course not. Lin Yu leaned in and whispered a little secret about Kakashi into Obito's ear. No way. Really? Obito's face instantly flushed red. He never would have guessed that the usually aloof Kakashi was a fan of those kinds of books. It was just unbelievable. But there was no way Obito was going to give something like that as a present. No, I can't accept that. Besides, it's not even unique. Obito shook his head fiercely, cheeks burning with embarrassment. He was determined not to go along with this idea. Lin Yu pressed on. Obito, Let me ask you, what kind of feelings do you have when you see something you like? Obito thought for a moment before answering hesitantly. Excitement? Thrilled? Happy? And what are the signs of those emotions? Blushing? Exactly. So, have you ever seen Kakashi blush? And what happened? Obito shook his head in thought. He couldn't remember ever seeing Kakashi blush. The guy always had those dead fish eyes and acted so aloof. Wait, there was that one time when he visited Kakashi's house. He did blush, didn't he? But as for the reason, Teacher Linyu, are you messing with me? This can't be real. Teacher Linyu, are you joking? There's no way Kakashi would like that. Obito's face turned crimson as he shouted in feigned anger. He simply refused to believe Kakashi could be into something like that. Absolutely impossible. Linyu held up his hands. I don't even know what you're thinking. Care to tell me? What was it that made Kakashi blush? Obito pointed accusingly at Linyu, the mastermind behind all of this, but couldn't get the words out. It was all Teacher Linyu's doing to begin with, and now he was pretending to be innocent. It was enough to drive him crazy. Obito put on a sullen face and refused to discuss the matter further. There was no way, absolutely no way, Uchiha Obito was ever going to get involved in something like this again. Never. Oh, since you won't say it, let me think. I remember last time at Kakashi's house. Obito, you accidentally? Stop. Don't say another word. Obito hurriedly interrupted Linyu, unwilling to hear anymore. That was the most embarrassing moment of his life. All right, I'll stop. Linyu relented, seeing how flustered and agitated Obito was. Narrowing his eyes, Linyu said, Obito, there are some things we have to face eventually. Besides, didn't you say you wanted to give Kakashi something absolutely unique in this world? Obito replied, Mr. Linyu, do you know anything that's truly one of a kind? Of course I do. Please tell me, Mr. Linyu. With a glint in his eye, Linyu looked at Obito the way a wolf eyes a rabbit, and spoke in a low, teasing voice. The only gift in this world that's truly unique is you yourself, Obito. Me, myself. Obito was confused at first, unable to grasp Linyu's meaning. It wasn't until Linyu tapped his own lips that Obito suddenly understood. Wait, how did the conversation end up here again? I really don't want to kiss Kakashi again. Obito felt a wave of despair wash over him. For a moment, he even considered just jumping down from here to escape, but he forced the thought away and managed a bitter tone. Mr. Linyu, is there really no other way? He regretted it. He should never have said he'd give Kakashi a one-of-a-kind gift. Whack! Obito suddenly punched himself in frustration. He really had dug his own grave this time. Linyu didn't quite understand why Obito hit himself, but thinking back to Minato Namikaze's earlier example, he felt his plan was about to succeed. Turning up the pressure, Linyu said, Obito, you could just let go of society's expectations and treat this as a way to encourage a good friend. Encourage him? Obito was utterly baffled, then pouted and asked, So, Mr. Linyu, have you ever received encouragement like that? Oh. Obito wasn't as gullible as he thought. Was Minato just a fluke? Linyu was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly switched tactics. Obito, there's really nothing in this world that's completely unique except ourselves. Then I've changed my mind. I'll just pick a random gift for Kakashi. Obito wore a look that said, You can't fool me. He might not be the brightest Uchiha, but he certainly wasn't stupid. Linyu's expression changed. This wouldn't do. If Obito changed his mind, how would he complete his mission? Obito, think carefully. Once you say something, you can never take it back. Words are like a double-edged sword. Kakashi heard you promise him something truly unique. If you just give him an ordinary gift, he'll be really disappointed. Kakashi said, No, I absolutely won't be sad. I'll only shed tears if Obito kisses me. Obito thought Linyu's words made a lot of sense, but he immediately became conflicted again. Teacher Linyu, you're right, but what should I do? Linyu let out a sigh. All I can do is give you some guidance. As for what choice to make, that's something you have to decide for yourself. If I could force you, I swear, I'd pin you right on Kakashi's face and wouldn't let you go until you did it. Obito, you need to understand, a ninja's life is incredibly fragile. Sometimes, just passing by someone means you might never see them again in your lifetime. Obito's expression changed instantly, and he grew anxious. How could that be? That's why sometimes you need to let yourself go a little, and bravely face the unknown challenges ahead. Don't give your future self any reason to regret. Teacher Linyu, you're saying all this just because you want me to do that kind of thing again, aren't you? Obito stared hard at Linyu, not willing to miss the slightest hint. How could that be? Do I look like that kind of person? Linyu put on a deadpan Danzo face, not blinking as he met Obito's gaze. Getting nowhere with his scrutiny, Obito turned back to look down at the Hidden Leaf Village, sighing. Why do I have to bear pressure that someone my age shouldn't have to? Sigh. Obito, believe in yourself. You can do it. Teacher Linyu, I just want to be alone for a while. Linyu thought, who's Jingjing? Wouldn't you rather spend time with Kakashi? Sigh, who knows if I'll succeed in the end. Linyu glanced up at the Hokage rock. Obito's figure had already vanished from sight. Who knew where the kid had run off to now? If it really doesn't work out, I'll just have to pray the system removes my shuriken mastery. It's utterly useless. Just take it away already. Oof. You humans really have some unique ideas. Especially you, Uzumaki Linyu. You actually want to see two boys. Stop right there, Kurama. There's a reason for all this. Kurama, reclining behind the sealed gate, snorted with disdain. Human emotions are truly impossible to fathom. Just so he could personally punch Madara Uchiha one day, Kurama had made a hefty investment. He'd even asked Linyu to seal his other half inside him. Linyu, of course, hadn't refused. As for the problem of Jinchuriki sharing their life with the tailed beast, that was nothing to worry about. Once Linyu reached Sage of Six Paths level and mastered Yin-Yang release, separating the tailed beast would be as easy as taking a sip of water. Besides, with his advanced Sage body, Linyu honestly felt that even if the tailed beast was extracted, he wouldn't die, though losing a huge amount of life force was inevitable. Worst case, I'll just rely on my own immortal flames. They're self-sustaining, aren't they? What reason? You humans just like to find some amusement when you're full and bored. I've seen countless examples of that. You're not the first one to have thoughts like this, and you certainly won't be the last. Linyu pricked up his ears and asked, so what happened in the end? Did that person succeed? Kurama chuckled darkly. Of course not. In the end, I think they even burned him alive as a heretic. A sharp gasp escaped Linyu, and goosebumps prickled on his skin. That was execution by fire. How brutal. Was the old world really that close-minded? He glanced at his own immortal body and let out a breath of relief. With my constitution, even if someone tried to incinerate me with a fire-style jutsu, they wouldn't stand a chance. Madara Uchiha snorted. I think I just heard someone wishing to be burned. Ever since that day, Obito had calmed down a lot around Kakashi. He no longer challenged him at the drop of a hat like he used to. Only when no one was watching did Obito sneak glances at the side of Kakashi's face, but he would quickly shake his head hard, leaving Kakashi completely at a loss. What on earth is Obito up to now? Dead last. Why do you keep staring at me? Are you plotting something? Caught red-handed by Kakashi, Obito shook his head frantically and blurted out, no way. Absolutely not. I would never do that to you. Huh? Then tell me, exactly what are you planning to do to me? Kakashi fixed Obito with his signature half-lidded stare, making it clear he wouldn't let him go until he explained himself. It's just that, no, I would never do that to you. Obito was so flustered under Kakashi's gaze that his words came out all jumbled. All right, you're just getting more and more ridiculous. Kakashi withdrew his gaze, crossed his arms, and looked as if he couldn't care less. Obito hesitated for a moment, then said, Kakashi, do you like? No way. With a haughty toss of his head, Kakashi cut him off before he could finish. Although he didn't know what Obito was about to say, he had a bad feeling and rejected it on the spot. You. Obito was a little exasperated. What he wanted to ask was, Kakashi, what kind of gift do you like? He'd planned to pick out the perfect present for Kakashi, so that unique promise between them could be laughed off later. He didn't expect to be shot down before he could even finish. Damn it, Kakashi really is infuriating. I mean, how could I ever want to kiss someone like him? Leaning lazily against a tree nearby, Linyu breathed a sigh of relief. He'd almost used a Jinjutsu on Kakashi just now, but thankfully Kakashi was sharp enough. Sensing the risk of losing Obito's affection, Kakashi decisively opted for a gift swap instead. Well done, Kakashi. To show my gratitude, I'll reward you with another Might Guy someday. May you have someone in each arm and become the happiest man in all of Konoha. Hokage Tower. The head of the Nara clan, temporarily holding the Hokage's authority, was busy working through a mountain of paperwork. There were many matters beyond his power to decide. All he could do was read through them, sort them, and set them aside to discuss with Hiruzen Sarutobi once he returned. The thought made Shikaka Nara feel a surge of regret, as if he'd made a terrible mistake. If he'd known the job would be such a headache, with files stacked as high as mountains, he would have rather risked his life on the front lines. As a ninja, at least if you fell in battle you die with honor, a hero's name to be remembered. But if you work yourself to death in the Hokage's office, your reputation would be ruined for generations. Fortunately, the Hokage himself wasn't around. Otherwise, word getting out that someone had died from overwork in the Hokage's office would surely have a terrible impact. Wait, why was he even thinking such thoughts? Was the workload really this overwhelming? There was a sharp knock at the door. Nara-sama, urgent news from the front. A ninja in a green vest entered, handing Shikaku a sealed scroll. What's this? Shikaku's usually easygoing face became serious in an instant. What on earth was a Wagakure up to this time? Send word to Uzumaki Linyu. Tell him to come here at once. A few minutes later, four youthful figures filled the Hokage's office. Shikaku looked at the group, exasperated. I'm pretty sure I only called Uzumaki Linyu. What are the rest of you doing here? Kakashi I can understand, but Obito, Rin, what's going on with you two? The Nara clan was infamous for its dislike of trouble, especially the kind caused by kids. Now he had four of them at once. And to make matters worse, these kids were more than a match for him in strength. Linyu threw up his hands. Don't blame me. They insisted on coming. This time, Kakashi didn't offer his usual biting remarks. Instead, he faced Shikaku earnestly. I want to fight on the front lines. I have to reclaim the honor of the Hitaki clan. On the surface, Kakashi always seemed unruffled, but the tragedy of the White Fang still weighed heavily on his heart. He was determined to restore his family's glory. And what about you two? Shikaku shot a look at Obito and Rin, clearly annoyed. Yeah, we're Kakashi's teammates. How can we leave him behind? Obito grinned, hands behind his head, his old sunny self again. Rin nodded. That's right. I know my medical ninjutsu will be useful to Kakashi and Linyu-sensei. Shikaku could only shake his head in disbelief. Teammates, huh? Not a single supervising sensei among them. But then his gaze slid to Linyu. Perhaps, he thought, he'd found the right person for the job. Besides, word from Jiraiya had been very clear. He'd specifically requested Uzumaki Linyu for reinforcements. That could only mean he had faith in Linyu's abilities. Still, he hesitated. They were so young. Could they really be relied on when it came to dealing with people and making the right choices? After weighing his options, Shikaku Nara finally said to Obito and the others, those two can go, but as for you two, you'd better stay in the village and focus on your training. What? Why can Kakashi go but not me? I'm just as strong as he is. It's 50-50 between us. Obito clenched his fists, his face full of indignation. Wasn't this just another way of saying that Uchiha Obito was no match for Kakashi? He couldn't accept that. Shikaku Nara, are you sure it's 50-50? Hayabusa Rin, that makes sense. Kakashi really does seem to be evenly matched with most people. Present company excluded, of course. Seeing Shikaku's expression, which clearly said, are you still half asleep? Obito nearly lost his temper. He was on the verge of jumping Kakashi right then and there to prove his strength. Senior Nara, I actually think Obito and the others are pretty capable. And isn't a four-person squad the standard configuration for a team? Kakashi can take charge of a fence. Uchiha Obito has the Sharingan and can scout the enemy. Rin Noera is a skilled medic. As for me, well, I could do a bit of everything. Hearing Hayabusa Rin's suggestion, Shikaku Nara fell silent. On the surface, it actually did sound like a solid team composition. After all, it was rare to have a medical ninja on a regular squad. Maybe they really were worth a try. Senior Nara, I promise you, while I can't guarantee they won't get a scratch, I swear on Kakashi's future happiness that I will keep them alive. Hayabusa Rin declared solemnly, spinning an impressive yarn. Kakashi was dumbfounded. Swearing on his future happiness. Was that even legal? If he ended up alone in the future, it would all be Hayabusa Rin's fault. Shikaku Nara. Yikes. That's a pretty heavy oath. Maybe I really should reconsider. After much deliberation, Shikaku Nara looked at the three young, determined faces before him, and finally relented. All right, you win. I give up. Hayabusa Rin, Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Rin Noera, listen up. Head immediately to the Land of Grass. Destroy the supply line to Iwagakure, and blow up the Canopy Bridge. Yes, sir. This mission was nothing like taking Kushina and the others out for some fun. This time, the enemy they would face was none other than Uchiha Madara. Not just a possibility, an absolute certainty. This was a battle for Obito's fate. Would Hayabusa Rin's wit prevail, or would Madara's schemes win the day? Or perhaps Kakashi would walk away with love's reward. All these outcomes were possible. But if Obito was given a choice between the three, who knows what he would pick? Since it was an urgent mission, the team moved quickly. Rations, ninja tools, battle gear. Only Rin Noera needed a moment more to prepare her medical supplies, but she was still faster than a certain someone. As for Hayabusa Rin, his preparations were simple. With a quick word to that certain someone, he was ready to go. As for the soldiers' ration pills, sorry, that stuff is simply inedible. Even if Linyu doesn't eat, his immortal body won't let him starve to death so easily. Besides, Linyu considers himself a decent cook. If spicy rabbit heads are off the table, he can still manage a whole roast rabbit. Rabbit. What grudge do we rabbits have against you, Linyu? Why not go eat a wild boar instead? At the main gate of Konoha, the four who arrived in succession exchanged nods. Without any unnecessary words, they swiftly set off for the Land of Grass. Somewhere in the ninja world, The head of a Venus flytrap appeared beside a nearly withered tree. After a brief hesitation, its body gradually sank into the ground. In a dark space devoid of any dripping water sounds, Uchiha Madara sat with his eyes closed, as if in a deep sleep. A gentle smile softened his aged, wrinkled face, as though he were lost in the memories of days long past. Lord Madara, there's a new development. That damn Black Zetsu again, always ruining my hard-earned moments of peace. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened with impatience. What is it? Let me. A white Zetsu emerged from the ground, scampering up to Madara. Lord Madara, that boy you asked me to watch. Uchiha Bito, he's already on his way to the land of grass. Oh, earlier than expected? I thought it would be a few more years yet. Madara was a little surprised. According to his calculations, it would take another 4 or 5 years for Uchiha Bito to mature and form deep bonds and emotions. Are the children of the ninja world really this forward nowadays? Madara couldn't help but feel a bit out of touch with the times. Yes, I've been watching Obito since he was little. I know him even better than his own parents. White Zetsu beamed with a doting, anti-like grin. Maybe it's because of my influence, but Obito seems to have rather unique tastes. He's not quite like the others. Madara's face remained expressionless. What do you mean, not like the others? Nonsense. Uchiha Obito was his hand-picked successor. He was satisfied with him in every way, and they were much alike. How could he possibly be different from the rest? White Zetsu's yellow eyes narrowed. Obito doesn't seem interested in girls. I've noticed he holds deep feelings for that boy, Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi Hitaki? He's already included in my plans. No need to make any changes for that. Madara didn't care who Obito liked. All that mattered was knowing where Obito's strongest bonds lay. Only then could he truly push his potential to the limit. Lord Madara, isn't Obito such a strange one? Humans really are fascinating creatures. White Zetsu laughed cheerfully, completely oblivious to the ever-darkening, deathly cold glare Madara was shooting his way. Uchiha Madara really wanted to stomp this lump of white nonsense into pieces. He'd handpicked this person himself, and now he was being mocked for it? Wasn't that just calling Madara himself strange as well? Well, age had tempered his temper a great deal. If this were the Madara of his youth, this thing would have been crushed under his Susanoo without a second thought. Let's set that aside for now. Has anything happened that's outside of our plan? Madara turned his gaze toward Black Zetsu. Compared to White Zetsu, he put more trust in Black Zetsu, the embodiment of his own will. Even if he couldn't quite figure out why the will of the dashing, elegant Madara would manifest as something so pitch black. Still, Black Zetsu knew his every secret, never missing a single detail. That alone was enough to earn Madara's trust. Black Zetsu was secretly grateful that his mother had given him such a pitch-black face. If Madara kept staring at him like this, he would have given himself away long ago. Expressionless, Black Zetsu reported, "There's a young ninja named Uzumaki Linyu, quite skilled. He managed to drive off both the son of the third Raikage and their Jinchuriki partner from the Cloud Village." Uzumaki? One of Mito's clan? How strong is he exactly? Madara was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected there'd be any Uzumaki left outside of Nagato. I apologize, Lord Madara. The fight ended too quickly. By the time the white Zetsus nearby arrived, it was already over. Judging by the aftermath, though, it seems the Jinchuriki unleashed a tailed beast bomb. I'm not sure if Uzumaki Linyu was harmed. A tailed beast bomb? Oomph. Madara scoffed in disdain. Those energy blasts were little more than toys in his eyes. Even now, when his power had waned, he could face a tailed beast bomb head-on, without flinching. Oh, there's one more thing you should know. Black Zetsu paused, a hint of wariness in his tone. According to reliable information from Toby, Uzumaki Linyu is the very senior Nagato often mentions. And years ago, he was the one who taught Nagato alongside Jiraiya. Madara pondered this for a moment, then let out a low chuckle. Uzumaki Linyu, huh? Now, this is interesting. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a fascinating young man. Black Zetsu hesitated. Lord Madara, aren't you at all curious how Uzumaki Linyu knows about my existence? Madara waved a hand dismissively. Whether your existence is exposed or not doesn't matter much to me. What I want to know is, could this Uzumaki Linyu possibly be brought over to our side? Internally, Black Zetsu was screaming. Easy for you to say. If this Uzumaki Linyu knows even a little bit more, then I'm finished. No, that can't happen. No, Black Zetsu will definitely free Mother. As far as I know, Lord Madara, that Uzumaki Linyu could never become one of us. He is a close childhood friend, none other than the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. That's truly a shame. Although I haven't met him yet, I have a feeling that Uzumaki Linyu is a rare talent. It would be such a waste to destroy someone like that. Orochimaru sighed, with genuine regret. So few people understood his pain, or the dreams he held. We proceed as planned. This is the most crucial first step in realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. There can be no mistakes. Yes, sir. Black Zetsu added. What about Uzumaki Linyu? How should we handle him? Orochimaru unplugged the tube from his back and stood up. A glint of scarlet flashed across his eyes. Uzumaki Linyu. I'll deal with him myself. Black Zetsu thought to himself. He hasn't even arrived yet, and you're just yanking out your life support. Are you planning to drop dead right here?